Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Kingdom of Goya. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the refuse station of the Kingdom of Goya, a diminutive figure tumbled down from the mountain of refuse, drenched in filth. Struggling, the boy managed to rise, only to collapse once more onto the ground. In the dead of night, the boy stood amidst the muck and exclaimed, "I am Qianlan, a forlorn orphan. The Kingdom of Goya? Windmill Village? The refuse station? Have I traversed into the world of One Piece?" As Qianlan lost himself in contemplation, a technologically advanced holographic screen materialized before him. Host, Qianlan. Level none. Attributes: wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu none. Taijutsu none. Bloodline limit none. Summon beast none. Weaponry none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Newbie gift pack, awaiting activation. To Qianlan's astonishment, he found himself transported into the realm of One Piece, only to discover that he had acquired a system reminiscent of that from Naruto. However, accepting his fate, he resolved to live well in this new world. With a flick of his finger, Qianlan activated the system, and the display transformed. Newbie gift pack, Jin and Chakra amount, body replacement technique. In an instant, a warm current surged through Qianlan's body, coursing throughout him. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and clenched his fists. Is this the essence of power? At last, I possess a modicum of strength for self-preservation in this world. As he acclimated to this newfound power, two dubious figures emerged from the shadows. A gaunt silhouette approached Qianlan, tauntingly declaring, "Jiren, the little brat you pummeled earlier is still alive and kicking. Are you losing your touch? Doll, shut your mouth. I could dispatch this little wretch with a single hand," retorted a more robust figure as he stepped closer to Qianlan. Both men regarded Qianlan with curious interest, seemingly perplexed as to why he still drew breath. Having absorbed the memories of his predecessor, Qianlan understood the situation. Although this was a garbage dump, scavengers maintained their own territories. Jiren and Doll, relying on their youth, had claimed a section abundant with refuse. The original owner had come here to scavenge and was subsequently beaten by the duo, ultimately perishing in the putrid waters. Mission: eliminate Jiren and Doll to avenge the original owner. Mission level E. Mission roi, démission point. Upon reading the system's notification, Qianlan realized what he must do. Gripping the iron shard, he clutched a meager token from a day spent scavenging. Understood all too well the perilous nature of this world, for that very shard had led to the original owner's untimely demise. Doll, observing Qianlan's stillness, chuckled, "Jiren, do you think this kid has been rendered senseless? Should we simply finish him off and feed him to the fish?" In the fleeting moment after Dar spoke, the long-planned Qianlan suddenly erupted, the iron shard in his grasp swiftly, slicing across Dar's throat, crimson blood instantly splattering across Qianlan's face. Upon witnessing this, Jiren was momentarily taken aback, quickly retaliating with a direct punch aimed at Qianlan's face. However, this brief moment of hesitation on Ziren's part provided Qianlan with an opportunity. Jiren could hardly fathom that the living being before him had transformed into a mere piece of wood. At that moment, Qianlan, utilizing the substitution technique, had positioned himself behind Jiren. With the sharp iron shard once more piercing Ziren's neck, Qianlan forcefully withdrew it. Mission reward: 10 mission points, credited to the shop. After discarding the iron shard, Qianlan wasted no time and began to search the bodies of Jiren and Dar. Ultimately, his thorough search yielded a meager sum of 100,000 berries, alongside two seemingly well-balanced short blades. As Qianlan shifted his focus to the system, the interface underwent a transformation. Host, Qianlan. Level, lower ninja. Attributes: wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Taijutsu none. Bloodline limit none. Summoning beast none. Weapons none. Shop, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags. Gazing at his accumulated mission points, it seemed he could only afford the initial 3 items. Anything beyond the ellipsis was beyond Qianlan's financial reach. Ding. The host spends 10 mission points to purchase 10 kunai. Qianlan tucked the kunai into his pocket, dragging his weary body to the seaside. After cleansing himself, he lay down on the beach and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, awakening, Qianlan plucked a few wild fruits from a tree to satiate his hunger. Given his current prowess, he was unfit to venture into the sea, lest he become prey to formidable sea creatures. Wiping his mouth, Qianlan produced the kunai and commenced his training. After all, with the system at his disposal, personal effort was imperative. Thus, the towering trees of the forest bore the brunt of his training. Qianlan's kunai were quite formidable, and he hurled them at a single tree multiple times. leaving it marred and riddled with holes. 2 hours later, as midday approached, Qianlan concluded his training and reclined on the beach. After basking in the sun for a while, he felt an overwhelming hunger. Perhaps I should head into town to purchase some clothing and enjoy a hearty meal. With that thought, Qianlan sprang to his feet and made his way towards the town. Upon entering the city, Qianlan immediately sought out a clothing store and spent 10,000 berries on a suitable outfit, transforming his appearance from that of a beggar. After strolling through the streets, he found no trace of the devil fruit at any of the fruit stalls. A stroke of misfortune for him. He reflected on how many individuals had fortuitously consumed remarkable devil fruits in their youth, such as Baby Five and Robin. These were indeed exemplary cases. Without further ado, Qianlan entered a nearby restaurant, deciding to indulge in a modest meal. However, upon entering, Qianlan was greeted by an exceedingly clicked scene. A brutish man with a fearsome demeanor was gripping a young girl's hand, while an elderly man clad in an apron was pleading for the brute to release her. "Scoundrel, why won't you let Beth come over to serve drinks? Do you look down upon me?" With that, the hulking man spat a mouthful of alcohol into the old man's face and then kicked him, sending him crashing into a table, shattering it and spilling drinks everywhere. The other patrons in the tavern could only watch in silent indignation. The sheer height of the man, towering at 2 meters, was utterly intimidating. This exemplified a stark contrast with the world of Dragon Ball, where Vegeta and Goku stand at heights of 1.58 meters and 1.72 meters respectively, while the tallest character, Jiraiya from Naruto, barely reaches 1.90 meters. In the world of One Piece, one would hardly dare to claim prowess without surpassing 2 meters in height. Chapter 2. An encounter with Ace and Luffy. The girl named Beth, witnessing her father being thrown down, bit fiercely into the brute's arm in pain. The man raised his massive fist, comparable to a cooking pot, and swung it towards her. As the onlookers recoiled in horror, Qianlan swiftly stepped forward and delivered a kick to the man's side. "Shorty, do you know who I am? I am Urk of the Iron Fist Gang. The moment you laid a hand on mine, you sealed your fate." Urk bellowed at Qianlan, but his swaying form rendered his threats utterly devoid of menace. In an instant, Qianlan drew a kunai and pressed it against Urk's neck, startling him into a sobering clarity. "Get lost!" With a terrified scramble, Urk fled the tavern, prompting the remaining patrons, who had refrained from intervening, to hastily settle their bills and depart. Meanwhile, the fallen elder was helped up by Beth, and the two knelt in gratitude. Observing this, Qianlan rushed over to assist them. In truth, Qianlan could not bear to witness injustice, despite his self-assessment as no virtuous figure. Having traversed into this world, Qianlan adopted a principle akin to Yu Huan Shui. "Those who provoke me shall face my wrath." The father and daughter warmly offered Qianlan a meal, while he awaited the anticipated arrival of the so-called Iron Fist Gang. As Qianlan sat quietly, casually picking his teeth, a group of ruffians stormed in, led by a man who bore the unmistakable appearance of a boxer. Urk, having fled like a lapdog, once again began to shout at Qianlan, fully embodying the adage of a dog relying on its master's might. "Brother Hitos, it was he who thwarted my collection of protection fees. He even vowed to eliminate our Iron Fist Gang." Qianlan chuckled at this, responding, "Hitos, drink too much and die? That name sounds like a warning against excess. Why not to drink less, lest they succumb to intoxication?" As he spoke, a system interface suddenly materialized before Qianlan's eyes. Mission: eliminate the Iron Fist Gang. Mission level E. Mission reward: 60 task points. Though classified as an A-level mission, the rewards appeared substantially more lucrative. That it seemed that the difficulty of the task was assessed by its complexity, while the richness of the reward correlated with the number of adversaries involved, deepening Qianlan's understanding of the system. As Hedos observed Qianlan's silence, he mistakenly assumed that the boy was rendered speechless by fear. His expression softened slightly. "Little brat, if you can produce 100,000 berries, I can easily let this matter slide. Otherwise, you might find yourself missing some unnecessary parts." While saying this, Hedos continued to swing his fists, suggesting that he might have been a boxer in his past life. However, Qianlan was deep in thought, contemplating how to accomplish his mission more effectively. If this group were to flee from him, would that not signify his failure? With that thought, Qianlan abruptly shattered a window and dashed out of the restaurant. After him, at Hedos' command, his 13 henchmen immediately gave chase, all of them roaring as they sprinted after Qianlan. Unfortunately, the agile Qianlan merely led this motley crew at a leisurely pace. A bunch of small-time thugs could hardly match the speed of an upper-tier fighter, especially when Qianlan had yet to fully unleash his agility. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued, culminating in Qianlan leading the Iron Fist Gang into a narrow alleyway. "Hedos, it's a dead end ahead." Hedo said nothing, instead quickening his pace. Eventually, Qianlan's figure halted in the dead end, standing still while the Iron Fist gang members gasped for breath, clearly exhausted from the prior exertion. As the leader, Hedos leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and chuckled, "You wasted so much of my time, kid. I will ensure your demise today." Then, to the disbelief of the Iron Fist gang, Qianlan's form suddenly transformed into smoke and vanished, while the real Qianlan appeared behind them. The last four henchmen lay lifeless on the ground. The slaughter begins now. With two short blades in hand, Qianlan launched into action once more. The Iron Fist gang, having just recuperated briefly, was utterly incapable of resistance. In no time, only Hedos remained alive amidst the carnage. However, the chaos allowed Hedos to regain some composure, revealing that he possessed considerable skill to have led a group of this size. Bah! Hedos spat out a thick gob of phlegm, glaring viciously at Qianlan. "You shouldn't have given me a moment to rest. Time to die." With that, Hedos delivered a heavy punch aimed at Qianlan, who simply reached out and seized at his fist. "What?" Qianlan smirked disdainfully. "You are painfully overconfident. No, you are the one who shall perish." With a surge of force, Qianlan yanked Hedos forward, swiftly turning to drive his kunai into Hedos' chest. Mission reward. 60 task points have been deposited into the shop. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 60 task points to purchase 6 explosive tags. Wow. Amazing, big brother. Shut up, Luffy. Ace quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had inadvertently spoken Luffy's name aloud. Qianlan observed the two individuals with a growing interest, quite taken. Aback that on the very next day of her arrival, she would encounter these two brothers. "Are you not fearful after witnessing my slaying of so many? Do you not fear that I might turn my blade upon you as well?" In a protective gesture, the elder brother, Ace, stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luffy. "The lives you have taken belong to the local gang, a subject I am rather familiar with. Indeed, I know those ruffians as well. So, does that mean this brother is a good person?" Luffy inquired, pointing at his face with a look of sheer simplicity directed towards Qianlan. Qianlan slowly wiped the blood from the kunai in her hand and flashed a sinister smile at the two. "Do I appear to you as a good person or a bad one?" Startled by Qianlan's demeanor, Ace and Luffy immediately fled, failing to respond to her question. At their age, their experiences were limited to mere brawls, and facing someone who had effortlessly taken the lives of several men without a flicker of emotion surely instilled a profound fear within them. The appearance of these two indicated that Sabo had already been rescued by Dragon, and Luffy had consumed the Gum Gum fruit, also known as the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, Nika. Form. Qianlan paid little heed to their departure, for the kingdom of Goa was but a novice village to her. Once she had sufficiently honed her combat awareness, she intended to leave the East Blue behind. In the days that followed, Qianlan began her reign in the forests of the kingdom of Goa, engaging in minor quests to enhance her combat experience, while also dealing with the occasional small-time pirates who ventured ashore. Chapter 3. Mist Concealment Technique, Chakra Fruit. A week later, amidst the mountains surrounding the kingdom of Goa, a tall figure was in pursuit of a wild boar measuring 3 meters in length and weighing approximately 800 pounds. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball struck the wild boar, but alas, it bore little effect, merely inciting the creature's fury. Observing this, Qianlan swiftly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. Boom! The explosion sent the boar tumbling to the ground, blood seeping from its charred body. One must admit, the world of One Piece nurtures its creatures. Even the wild boars are exceptionally large. Task reward. Mist Concealment Technique, now mastered. Qianlan was quite pleased with her accomplishment of taking down such a sizable boar. Feeling fortunate indeed, in the absence of an opponent with observation haki, the Mist Concealment Technique would suffice to handle many foes, ensuring her dominance in the East Blue would pose little challenge. Placing the wild boar upon her grill, she began to roast it, and in her boredom, Qianlan decided to check her system panel. Host, Qianlan. Level, Genin. Attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin yang. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation. Technique, Mist Concealment Technique, point de jutsu, none. Kekiai Genkai, none. Summoning beast, none. Weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai, 5 explosive tags. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. As Qianlan examined her system panel, she suddenly sensed the presence of others nearby. Qianlan sighed. Ah, how could I possibly consume all this wild boar meat by myself? Qianlan, allow me to assist you. Luffy emerged from behind a tree, his gaze fixated on the roasted wild boar. Ace, With a hand on his forehead, stepped forward, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards Luffy's antics as an elder brother. You two have been caught by me for the second time. Do you have any ulterior motives? Is this a technique of ninjas? I've encountered something similar in the book that Magino gave me, Ace remarked, having diligently followed Magino's teachings, especially in the realm of etiquette, in his quest to visit Shanks as an elder brother. Yet he still could not comprehend Qianlan's methods. Qianlan, do you aspire to become a pirate or a marine? I, after all, aim to be the king of the pirates. Luffy spoke with a serious expression, though he was quickly entranced once more by the aroma of the wild boar meat. Pirate? Marine? What path should one take for the future? Is my existence, having traversed into this world, merely to eat, sleep, and play? Luffy's seemingly simple question nearly overwhelmed Qianlan's CPU, almost plunging her into the depths of philosophical contemplation. After contemplating for a while, Qianlan remained uncertain about her future identity. Ultimately, the future is an enigma that no one can predict. For now, Qianlan's principle remains steadfast. Whoever provokes me, I shall retaliate. As she took a bite of the succulent wild boar meat, her heart lightened. The identities of pirate and navy are merely superficial. Regardless of what lies ahead, I am who I am, a firework of a different hue. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Ace let out a scoff, remarking, "What you speak resembles the very essence of a pirate." Qianlan did not respond but continued to savor the wild boar meat in hand. The 3-meter wild boar truly nourished one well. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, creatures were exceedingly colossal, which accounted for the abundance of martial artists. Ninjas, in contrast, often exhibited high attack but low defense. The trio chatted amiably while sharing the boar, and with the voracious appetites of Luffy and Ace, the 3-meter beast was swiftly consumed. "Well, we shall meet again on the high seas," declared Qianlan, leaping effortlessly to a tree before vanishing from Luffy and Ace's view. The following day, at the harbor of the Goya Kingdom, a small boat laden with fresh water and provisions slowly departed from the port. This was Qianlan's inaugural voyage, and she had made ample preparations, storing a considerable amount of food and water within her ninjutsu scrolls. Unlike Luffy, who began with merely a barrel and fortuitously acquired Zoro as an SSR, Qianlan could not fathom such luck befalling her. With no sailing experience whatsoever, she relied solely on her small vessel, drifting aimlessly. The thought of rowing was utterly out of the question. As Qianlan was on the verge of dozing off, 2 hooks suddenly ensnared her small boat, and a powerful force yanked it forward. Oh no! An irked Qianlan employed her chakra to adhere to the boat's hull and ascended, leaving the 2 pirates who had cast the hooks in sheer astonishment. "Someone! We have an intruder!" cried Captain Board. "There is another user of the same devil fruit ability as you." While the 2 called for their fellow crewmates, a system panel reappeared, presenting a new task. Task: defeat the notorious pirate Board task level. See task reward. 1 chakra fruit. To encounter such a rare sea-level task right at the outset of her journey was beyond Qianlan's expectations. She contemplated the chakra fruit displayed on the system panel, likely a means to enhance her chakra reserves, though she pondered how many would be required to elevate her chakra to the level of a chunin. However, the imminent battle took precedence. As Qianlan inspected the system task, the entire crew of the pirate ship emerged. Observing her youthful visage and unimposing stature, the 50-odd pirates aboard regarded Qianlan with disdain. One pirate leaned close to Board, whispering, "Captain, that lad just walked onto our ship. He might be a legendary devil fruit user." Upon hearing this, a triumphant grin spread across Board's face. Having consumed a devil fruit himself, he felt empowered. If he could recruit this youth, his pirate crew would dominate the East Blue. Even the Grand Line would be within their grasp. With a broad smile, Board addressed Qianlan. "Young one, have you also consumed a devil fruit? If you are willing to join our rat pirate crew, you shall become the vice captain, and your bounty will surely surpass my own of 20 million berries. Forget it. For now, I believe it is better to walk alone." Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Boulder maintained his smile, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. "Unwilling to join? Then you hold no value to me. Without value, you have no reason to exist. Eliminate this individual." Qianlan had long been prepared to take action, and in an instant, her hands formed a series of seals. Water release, hidden mist technique, as one of the most representative techniques of the Mist Village. The power of the hidden mist technique was indisputable, quickly enveloping the entire pirate ship in a dense fog. Chapter 4. The first battle against a devil fruit user. "You brat. What kind of technique is that? If you have the guts, face the Magic Mouse pirate crew head-on." A pirate shouted. "Once the fog clears, I will tear you to shreds." The crew on the ship was thrown into chaos within the enveloping mist. They could only see the silhouettes of those beside them, inciting a sense of unease among them. As the captain, Boulder transformed into a gigantic rat and addressed the crew. "Listen well, I am a Zoan-type user of the mouse fruit, and your scent has already betrayed your position." Qianlan paid no heed to Boulder's remarks, swiftly launching herself towards the nearest pirate. Just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow, a rat's paw intervened, and with a forceful strike, Boulder sent her reeling backwards. Shaking her numb wrist, Qianlan contemplated a strategy to turn the tide. Although her physical prowess surpassed that of the average person, she found herself outmatched by the capabilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Boulder chuckled. "Did you think that remaining still would conceal your position from me? Your sin is too potent." Suddenly, he materialized before Qianlan, his rat-like jaws snapping at her. In an instant, she evaded to the rear of another pirate, seeking refuge from Boulder's onslaught. Yet, Boulder remained unfazed, even attacking his own crew member without a second thought. "Killing you is inconsequential. I can always recruit more." No sooner had Boulder's words left his lips than the fallen crew member began to convulse, his body shaking uncontrollably as foam escaped his mouth. "You'd best hope that I don't sink my teeth into you. The poison on my fangs is not to be trifled with." At this moment, Qianlan had already devised a strategy. Without hesitation, she unleashed all her explosive talismans into the air and leapt backwards into the sea. Boom, boom. As the echoes of the explosion subsided, Qianlan emerged from the water to survey the situation. She beheld the pirate ship, now enveloped in swirling black smoke, a clear testament to the tremendous impact of her talismans. Upon returning to the pirate vessel, the sight that greeted her was one of utter devastation. The previous mist had shrouded the true power of the explosives, leaving the crew unaware and unprepared for the impending onslaught. In their moment of shock, the entire crew was left grievously injured by the blasts. The animal-type devil fruit user, Boulder, emerged charred and battered, but quickly regained his footing. Despite being in close proximity to the explosion, and with blood seeping from his wounds, Boulder's formidable physique kept him from collapsing. Earth release, Heart's decapitation technique. In an instant, Qianlan seized Boulder and pulled him onto the deck, leaving only his head behind. A kunai then swiftly pierced through his neck, pinning it to the deck. The other severely wounded pirates, witnessing this, leapt into the sea, desperately seeking a chance for survival, yet all that awaited them was the embrace of the abyss. Once Qianlan had dealt with all the living threats, she removed Boulder's head, a bounty worth 1,200,000 berries. No one would ever complain about having too much money. Task reward: chakra fruit, extractable. After tidying up, Qianlan retrieved a sea chart and a compass from her pocket. If she failed to understand these, she would have no right to venture into the ocean. Drawing upon her high school geography knowledge, she set her course towards the nearest Navy base, Division 136. After sprinting across the ocean for 2 hours, Qianlan was utterly exhausted, her chakra reserves dwindling. Upon extracting the chakra fruit from the system, she swallowed it whole. With each breath, she felt her chakra gradually replenishing and even increasing in total volume, while the system interface transformed before her eyes. Host: Qianlan level, Chunin attributes: wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, Heart's decapitation technique, misconcealment technique taijutsu, none bloodline limit, none summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 kunai store, kunai, shuriken, explosive talismans. Feeling the surge of chakra within her, Qianlan realized her strength had more than doubled. Yet, she lamented the lack of diverse techniques at her disposal. An hour later, she finally arrived at the nearest Navy base. Division 136, unaware of the commotion her arrival had stirred among the dockworkers. Invasion! Invasion! The station Navy along the shore instantaneously sounded the alarm, causing a commotion to erupt along the entire coastline. The Navy swiftly gathered, while the civilians sought refuge. Amidst the chaos, dozens of naval personnel formed a defensive stance, their flintlock rifles and cannons aimed menacingly at Qianlan. Observing this, Qianlan promptly gestured to the dozens of naval officers on the shore, declaring, "I am a bounty hunter, and I possess the head of the notorious pirate, Boulder." Suddenly, 2 individuals from the Navy rushed forth, maneuvering a small boat to approach Qianlan. One of them, a bespectacled officer, inquired, "May we assess whether this truly is the head of Boulder?" "Rest assured, the bounty will undoubtedly be honored, my lord." Qianlan extended the package in her hand, which was cautiously received and examined by the bespectacled naval officer. After a brief moment, the officer shouted to his comrades on the shore, This is the head of the notorious bounty of 20 million berries for bold. Upon hearing this proclamation, the sailors on the shore erupted in cheers, while the previously hiding citizens emerged to glimpse the one who had captured this formidable pirate, knowing that this would become a topic of conversation in the future. Thus, Qianlan followed the Navy's small boat to the shore, where a lieutenant from the 136th Division promptly approached her. "I am Lieutenant Desh of the 136th Division. Thank you for removing this scourge, bold, from the seas. The 20 million berries will be delivered immediately." A disingenuous smile adorned Desh's face, and his demeanor was noticeably tense. Qianlan understood that this individual feared her presence would pose a threat to the common people. Thus, he did not take her to the 136th Division to offer money. Instead, he merely engaged in conversation with her by the shore. Qianlan could comprehend this individual's intentions, however. She felt a twinge of displeasure at being treated in such a manner. Nevertheless, the paramount concern was securing the funds first. A quarter of an hour later, 10 million berries was handed to Qianlan. Dashi immediately expressed his apologies to her, stating that the 136th Division possessed only this limited amount of funds. He assured her that once they delivered the head of boat, they would apply for the remaining 2 million berries on her behalf. Qianlan silently chuckled to herself. Could it be possible for a branch to lack even 12 million berries? If someone truly captured 2 pirates worth 6 million each, would a branch be unable to fulfill its promise? Chapter 5, B-Class Mission, 7 Days of Invocation. Qianlan feigned indifference as she departed from the location, only to discreetly employ her transformation technique to circle back, intent on thoroughly investigating the lieutenant of the 136th Division. After a day adrift at sea, she finally seized the opportunity to indulge in a warm meal. Upon arriving at a restaurant, Qianlan opted for a private room, deeming it prudent to keep her identity concealed for the time being. The meal, replete with fish, shrimp, and even succulent roasted game, suggested that the island boasted an impressive array of resources, much to Qianlan's delight. As she exited the establishment, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the streets were noticeably less populated than during the daylight hours. Under the cover of night, Qianlan skillfully concealed her presence and swiftly made her way to the Navy's 136th branch. The branch was still brightly lit, providing her with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate and investigate. Possessing the art of transformation, Qianlan evaded 2 rounds of Navy patrols before arriving at Dashi's office. When the door opened, she cleverly transformed into a small cat and slipped inside, subsequently morphing into a potted plant and remaining still. Eventually, after several lights extinguished, Dashi returned from outside. Cautiously surveying his surroundings upon settling back into his chair, he leaned down to unlock his safe. When will I ever wield control over as many seas as Colonel Crow? I have contributed to the demise of numerous individuals who dared to expose his navy. Surely, my own fate will not be much better in the future. It appears I must hasten my plunder. Only by amassing enough wealth to procure a devil fruit can I set sail as a pirate. With that, Dashi motivated himself, unaware that a pair of eyes in the darkness were fixated on his life. Qianlan never anticipated witnessing such a scene. The Navy, as the violent apparatus under the aegis of the world government, inevitably harbors significant corruption, particularly in the remote regions where power is distant. However, Qianlan could not concern herself with these matters. Since the embezzlement of her funds was irrefutable, she had to brace herself for the consequences. With this thought in mind, she hesitated no longer. The kunai in her hand swiftly pierced through Dashi's neck. To her surprise, having ascended to the rank of Chunin, her strength had notably increased. It seemed she was destined to venture into the Grand Line sooner than anticipated. After pondering this, Qianlan began to examine her spoils: 20 million berries, various naval documents, and, of course, a finely crafted pistol along with ammunition. Without delay, she seized the money and the firearm, departing the scene promptly. A magnificent fireball technique followed, obliterating any trace of her actions. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched before her. Qianlan continued to recline on the small boat, drifting aimlessly with the wind, her destination unknown. Of course, the small pistol she had acquired the previous night was now elegantly fastened to her waist, giving her a striking appearance. A day passed, and Qianlan remained sprawled on the boat, seemingly lifeless. 2 days later, she was still languishing on the vessel. On the 3rd day, Qianlan finally drifted to a seemingly secluded island. Intrigued by her surroundings, she realized that 2 days at sea had been exceedingly dull. It was no wonder that pirates experienced such excitement upon arriving at unfamiliar shores. Just as she disembarked from the dock, Qianlan inquired of a middle-aged man selling fruit nearby. "Excuse me, sir, what island is this?" The man replied, "This is Kariluo Island, Rib Village. With your attire, you wouldn't happen to be a pirate hunter, would you?" He gestured toward the exquisite pistol at Qianlan's waist, adding, "If you were a pirate, you likely wouldn't have come here alone." Qianlan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. For she too was uncertain about what the future held. At present, she felt akin to a pirate hunter. Observing her demeanor, the middle-aged man chuckled heartily and, with a swift motion, pulled Qianlan into his embrace, exclaiming, "You must be quite formidable. This handgun appears to be of considerable worth." Qianlan merely nodded in silence. Taken aback by the audacity of the man who, despite noticing the firearm at her waist, dared to engage her in conversation. It seemed he was not an ordinary individual. "I am Vados, the village chief of Libu. On behalf of all the residents of our village, I wish to implore you to eliminate the monster residing in the mountains behind us. We can offer a sum of 500,000 berries." Upon concluding his statement, a pained expression crossed Vados's face, indicating that this amount was indeed significant for the village of Libu. At this moment, Qianlan inquired with a hint of confusion, "What monster do you need me to eliminate? Is it some colossal beast?" Vados's expression mirrored her bewilderment, as if he too struggled to articulate the nature of the creature. After a prolonged gaze at Qianlan, he resolved to clarify his thoughts. "It seems to have been about a year ago," he began. "A traveler arrived here, stopping at my fruit stand. She purchased one of my fruits and consumed it, only to immediately regurgitate it, claiming my fruit was not ripe. Suddenly, she transformed into a winged monstrosity, which utterly terrified me." As Vados recounted this event, fear washed over his face. As if haunted by the memory of the creature the traveler had become, Qianlan's heart was filled with profound indignation. It seemed yet another fortunate soul had serendipitously acquired the power of a devil fruit. Why was she not so lucky? Driven by curiosity, Qianlan inquired, "What happened next?" The response came, "Subsequently, my fellow villagers and I fired upon it, successfully wounding it, though it managed to escape despite losing a considerable amount of blood. Following that incident, our village's sheep and chickens began to mysteriously vanish, and we frequently discovered the skeletal remains of various animals in the mountains behind us." Upon hearing this, Qianlan finally comprehended the entire situation. An individual had inadvertently consumed a zoan-type devil fruit endowed with the ability of flight, and after being injured by the villagers' gunfire, sought vengeance by harming the very villagers who had hurt him, leading to the theft of their livestock. At this moment, Qianlan also felt intrigued. If she were to take this individual as a companion, it would certainly facilitate her endeavors whether she chose to become a pirate, a navy officer, or a bounty hunter. "Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. I will emerge from the mountains in 3 days." As soon as Qianlan finished speaking, the system interface shifted once more. Task: defeat Chelsea Timon. Task level: B. Task reward: 7 days of summoning, incomplete. Qianlan did not anticipate that this mission would be classified as a B-level task, which rendered the situation considerably more complex. However, the rewards for this undertaking were undeniably substantial. The 7 days breathing technique is a martial art created by Ziluo, which revitalizes the entire body by absorbing a copious amount of oxygen through specific breathing methods. When Ziluo executed this technique, his lung capacity was approximately quadrupled compared to normal. As it is a creation of Ziluo, it has only reached the 3rd level of activation. If perfected, it could rival the 8 gates of Duanjia. Hence the inclusion of Ziluo's 7 days breathing technique in a B-level mission. Chapter 6: The Enchanting Timon. After a brief farewell to Vados, Qianlan eagerly made her way to the back mountain. Since Timon had previously pilfered the villagers' poultry, it was inevitable that she would return. Moreover, a zoan-type devil fruit user possesses a considerable appetite, which could serve as a potential advantage. Qianlan understood what she needed to do next. She would directly lay a trap for the beast. If successful, this creature would be at her mercy. With this thought in mind, Qianlan quickened her pace and, after a short while, arrived at the back mountain. She began her search for signs of the ferocious beast. Fortunately, due to the presence of Timon, the villagers dared not venture to the back mountain, resulting in an abundance of various animals. At this moment, Qianlan was in pursuit of a fierce tiger, intending to use it as bait for fishing. She was confident that if Timon, who had been hidden deep in the forest, caught a whiff of roasted meat, she would be unable to resist. Fire release: Great Fireball Technique. Instantly, a colossal fireball engulfed the tiger. With Qianlan's chakra having progressed from a lower-level ninja to a middle-level one, the potency of her ninjutsu had significantly increased. Subsequently, Qianlan skillfully skinned and deboned the tiger. preparing it for roasting, ensuring that chili, cumin, and salt were not overlooked. She also wished to try the legendary tiger whip. Before long, the aroma of the tiger meat wafted through the forest below, attracting numerous animals. However, the oppressive presence of the tiger, the king of the forest, kept them at bay. After waiting for a while with no large birds appearing, Qianlan could no longer resist and took a bite of the tiger meat. Suddenly, a massive figure descended swiftly, seizing the already roasted meat from the ground and attempting to flee. Qianlan would not allow this creature to escape easily. In an instant, she wrapped her arms around the creature's leg with remarkable speed. At that moment, a thick rope was yanked from the ground. One end tied around Qianlan's waist and the other anchored to a nearby boulder. "Are you one of those hired to capture me?" A clear voice echoed from above. It was Timon speaking. Hearing this, Qianlan tightened her grip even more. "I am a bounty hunter. I heard you consumed a devil fruit and sought you as my companion." The creature suddenly thrashed violently, enraged. "Companion? Do you intend to deceive me once more?" The creature in the air spun around abruptly, then used its sharp beak to sever the rope, swiftly ascending into the sky. Qianlan had no choice but to hold on tighter. Otherwise, if they were to fall, it would be beyond her capacity to bear. "If you let go now, I might still have the chance to throw you down. But if you continue to cling to me like this, you will surely end up as nothing more than a heap of flesh. You are my steadfast companion, and I will never relinquish my grip." Upon hearing these words, Timon was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that he had almost been swayed by the other's sweet words once again, he vowed not to repeat his previous mistake. With this thought in mind, Timon accelerated, soaring to greater heights, and executed several wild spins, seemingly attempting to shake Qianlan off. "I will never give up." With that declaration, Qianlan summoned her strength, leaping from Timon's feet onto his back. As her weight, exceeding 100 pounds, settled upon him, Timon's speed diminished slightly, and his altitude decreased considerably. Qianlan suddenly realized the validity of her actions. Although the wings of birds allowed for flight, an excessive weight would render even the strongest wings inadequate. Thus, Qianlan withdrew her ninjutsu scroll from her bosom. Unleash. In an instant, an array of dried meats, vegetables, and a large barrel of fresh water materialized upon Timon's back. Unable to bear the burden, Timon plummeted swiftly downward, carrying Qianlan with him. "What a troublesome adversary," he muttered under his breath, before readjusting his flight posture and violently discarding the items strapped to his back. However, Qianlan was not without recourse. Her chakra instantly adhered to Timon's back, and she clutched the barrel of water tightly in her arms. What followed would be a contest of stamina and willpower. If Qianlan's chakra were to deplete first, they would plummet together and meet their demise. Yet if Timon's strength were to wane first, he would undoubtedly be powerless to resist Qianlan any longer. Thus, the aerial confrontation unfolded under these circumstances, with the two of them spiraling around the rear mountain, neither daring to relax for even a moment. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed. 2 hours went by. After a significant depletion of their stamina, both Qianlan and Timon found themselves with very little energy left. Despite Timon being a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he was unable to endure the prolonged flight while carrying Qianlan. Unable to bear it any longer, Timon was the first to speak up. "Hey, you scoundrel, how much berries did they offer you to make you exert yourself so desperately?" "I don't care how much they offered," Qianlan replied, immediately shaking his head to regain clarity. "I simply wish for you to be my companion." Timon fell silent in response to Qianlan's words. After all, the creature he carried on his back had indeed pushed himself to the limit in order to become his ally. Gradually, Timon reduced his speed and descended into a cave nestled in the rear mountains. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. Enduring the frigid temperatures and fierce winds at such heights proved to be a formidable trial for her. The now restored figure of Timon gazed curiously at the individual on the ground, pondering whether he was unafraid of being killed or simply possessed an overabundance of trust in her. The night passed in silence. When morning arrived, Qianlan awoke, acutely aware of an insatiable hunger within her. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a striking figure shimmering before her, a woman with lustrous golden hair, radiant golden eyes, and long, elegant legs complemented by a fair complexion. She appeared to be slightly older than Qianlan, which only deepened Qianlan's enchantment. Suddenly, a memory of the previous day's events flooded back to Qianlan, prompting her to spring up as if from a carp's leap, and she exclaimed, "You must be Timon. I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful older sister." "Awake at last, little brother," Timon replied, approaching with a bowl of porridge, seemingly intent on feeding Qianlan directly. I never anticipated that you, my little brother, could engage in such a prolonged struggle with me. Truth be told, even I find myself a bit intrigued. Qianlan would never be swayed by Timon's fabrications. It was merely a provocation aimed at herself. Just call me Qianlan. For now, I am but an ordinary bounty hunter. Timon chuckled, though. Did you seek me out as a companion to become a pirate, or do you wish for me to join you in the pursuit of pirate hunting? Qianlan shook her head, uncertain of her own future, and thus felt unqualified to make any guarantees. Could you perhaps share the story of you and the villagers? It seems there is some hidden truth within. Chapter 7. The first companion, how should I put it? I might have consumed the legendary devil fruit and transformed into a monstrous bird, which is how I ended up wounded by the villagers. At this point, Timon's mood visibly darkened. However, the passing navy issued a bounty on me, seemingly intending to present me to the celestial dragons. Thus, the villagers relentlessly sought to capture me, hoping to exchange me for a reward with Admiral Nelson of the 8th Division. Qianlan exclaimed with fury. They intend to capture you and offer you to those despicable celestial dragons, thereby allowing Nelson to scheme for his own promotion. As a true aficionado of the sea, Jianwei was well acquainted with this Nelson, who, in pursuit of the so-called dragon bones of the millennium, harbored the delusion of immortality, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the mercenary Eric. A truly ironic fate, to say the least. And you? Why do you not flee? At that moment, Adiman's cheeks flushed, as if she had suddenly grasped the naivety of her own thoughts. Haha. Surely, you have not forgotten that you possess the ability to fly. What a wonderfully oblivious individual you are. Adiman, feeling a wave of embarrassment, turned away, yet Qianlan continued to chuckle softly, unable to tolerate it any longer. Adiman swiftly clasped Qianlan's mouth shut. Silence. Qianlan instantly closed her mouth, but after a long while, she mustered the courage to voice her concern. Are you willing to be my companion now, Timon? Timon pressed his lips together and replied, A companion, you say? Ever since my father's passing, I have embarked on a journey of my own. At this moment, I yearn only to explore the world. This aligns perfectly with my own desire to set sail. Thus, you shall be my comrade, for our goals are indeed similar. With that, Qianlan rose from her bed and extended her hand toward Timon. I am Qianlan, and from this day forth, we shall be companions. Timon took her hand, sealing their pact, and thus, Qianlan welcomed her first partner for the voyage. Task reward: 7 days of calling, incomplete, proficient host, Qianlan level, Chunin attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, heart-cutting technique, mist concealment technique taijutsu, 7 days of calling, incomplete, bloodline limit, none summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 Kanai marketplace, Kanai, shuriken. Explosive tags. Observing that the taijutsu section was no longer empty, Qianlan felt a profound sense of relief. After all, the body is the foundation of everything. Only with a robust physique can one possess the strength and speed necessary for battle. Meanwhile, Timon busied himself packing his belongings, while Qianlan sought out a secluded spot to immerse herself in the practice of her 7 days of calling. In an instant, Qianlan entered the third active state of the technique, and the air around her erupted as if she were the epicenter of an explosion. Her once pale complexion turned a deep crimson, resembling a figure simmering in a pot. Qianlan stepped forward with determination, delivering a powerful kick to a massive boulder weighing several hundred pounds, which exploded dramatically upon impact. Following this, Qianlan unleashed a punch upon a nearby tree, shattering it with ease. The 7-day invocation not only enhanced Qianlan's strength, but also significantly improved speed and agility, elevating her prowess to an entirely new level. Let us proceed. Qianlan, Timon declared, tossing her an apple. Qianlan deftly caught it and took a bite as they made their way down the mountain. However, Timon, being pursued by villagers, had no intention of entering the village. Thus, Qianlan was left to procure supplies on her own, as everything had been discarded during the previous battle. Once everything was prepared, Qianlan made her way to the appointed meeting spot, where Timon had already been waiting. However, upon seeing Qianlan's silhouette, Timon's frustration erupted. Qianlan, you deceitful trickster. How do you expect us to sleep on such a tiny boat? Is there even room to lie down? I already regret teaming up with you. Despite her words, Timon leaped onto the boat, causing it to sway violently. Qianlan had no choice but to stabilize the vessel with her chakra, preventing them from becoming drenched. Under the guidance of the adventurous Timon, Qianlan took charge of rowing, and they set sail together on the small craft. After some time at sea, Qianlan began to realize the inadequacy of the boat. With Timon's presence, she felt embarrassed to relieve herself, indicating that a larger vessel was indeed necessary. Qianlan tentatively inquired, Timon, shall we proceed to the nearest Blongao island? It appears to be the largest island in the vicinity, and there should be a vessel suitable for our needs. Timon nodded in agreement, his legs rubbing together, a mysterious blush adorning his cheeks. Qianlan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She had indeed miscalculated. Turning to Timon, she proposed, I shall dive down to catch a fish for our lunch. You may proceed ahead. With that, Qianlan leapt into the sea with a splash, prompting Timon to hasten his rowing. At last, when Timon felt the distance was sufficient, he relaxed and took a moment to relieve himself. Shortly thereafter, Timon returned to the boat, only to be astonished by an unexpected sight. Qianlan was walking on the surface of the ocean, a spectacle utterly remarkable. As Qianlan drew closer, Timon's cheeks flushed once more. Their earlier understanding had been tacit, yet the reality of the situation rendered Timon bashful. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan understood the reason and promptly shifted the topic, saying, Timon, are you aware of the type of devil fruit you have consumed? I am not certain, Timon replied. I have merely heard of the devil fruits. They are treasures of the sea. While speaking, Timon pointed to his chubby little face with his index finger, adding, however, it probably isn't a particularly powerful fruit, otherwise even you would struggle to overcome it. Qianlan never anticipated that this would turn against her. She then pulled a book from behind and tossed it towards the contemplative Timon. Timon fumbled to catch it, and on the cover, 6 large characters read, Demon Fruit Compendium. I obtained this after defeating a pirate. It may contain details about the demon fruit you consumed. Given your ability to fly, it's likely that your demon fruit is of notable quality. The ability to fly is exceedingly rare in the pirate world, so merely possessing this ability suggests that Timon's demon fruit is quite exceptional. A quarter of an hour later, Timon tossed the demon fruit compendium back to Qianlan, pouting. What kind of compendium is this? It can't even identify the demon fruit I consumed, but it must certainly be of the Zoan type. Let us hasten to Bruono Island. There is a considerably larger town there, which should possess a more comprehensive demon fruit compendium. Upon hearing this, Qianlan abruptly increased her rowing speed, and thus, the two set sail towards Bruono Island. Chapter 8. Unveiling a golden legend as night fell. After a day of sailing, Timon and Qianlan finally reached Bruono Island. As the largest island in the vicinity, Bruono Island boasted a vast town, Bruono Town. In a world where an island typically corresponds to a village, the population of over 100,000 gave this town a vibrant and prosperous appearance. Naturally, there was also a station of the Navy's 113th Division here, as maintaining order was one of the Navy's responsibilities. It was precisely due to their presence that this small island could uphold a semblance of peace. Qianlan, look at that warship. It seems rather peculiar, Timon exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby docked warship that appeared quite unorthodox. Qianlan, having just disembarked, was drawn in by Timon's remark. She turned to behold a stunning sight. A colossal warship anchored at the pier, exuding an aura of formidable might, albeit with an even more imposing canine head adorning its bow. Qianlan immediately recognized this as the exclusive warship of the naval hero, Iron Fist Carp. As the comedic element in the world of One Piece, no one dares to question Carp's formidable prowess. The notion that the East Blue is the weakest sea merely stems from Carp's frequent returns to his home. Qianlan anxiously urged, you should research the various types of devil fruits at the library, and then we must hastily depart. This world is undeniably real. And Qianlan did not perceive the jovial Carp from the anime as a benevolent figure, especially when one is in the company of someone whose strength far surpasses their own, leaving only discomfort in the heart. Timon, puzzled, inquired why. I was planning to spend a couple of days leisurely exploring this island. I have spent the entire past month on the mountain. I must come down and rest properly. All right. Let us take a day to rest tomorrow and set off the day after. Qianlan conceded to Timon's words, for after all, this was their first companion, and thus, it was only fitting to indulge them. Qianlan swiftly led Timon to a nearby inn, hoping fervently for the swift departure of the old man Carp. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Qianlan and Timon parted ways. One embarked on an investigation of their respective devil fruits, while the other ventured to the nearest shipyard to procure a new vessel. The streets bustled with life, the cries of street vendors ringing out incessantly. Observing this scene, Qianlan was filled with a myriad of emotions. The formidable powers of the New World could effortlessly annihilate a nation, yet the weakest East Blue enjoyed a semblance of peace. Alas, what does this have to do with me? I must hasten to acquire a ship. With that thought, Qianlan quickened his pace, heading straight toward the shipyard at the end of the road. In the world of One Piece, most ships are constructed from wood, and thus the shipyard of Burono Town is nestled against a vast forest. Hey, if you're not buying a ship, stand back and don't block the entrance of the shipyard. A burly man with a face full of pimples shouted at Qianlan, his gaze unfriendly and piercing. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan smiled and inquired, "If I were to purchase a vessel, which one would be the most expensive among your offerings?" "I emphasize, the most costly." The burly man with a pockmarked face immediately donned a sycophantic grin, nodding vigorously as he replied, "Oh, you possess exceptional discernment. We are indeed the largest shipyard in this maritime region. While we may not have every exotic material like Baoshu Adam, rest assured, we possess everything available in the East Sea market." As he spoke, the man led Qianlan into the shipyard, his smile unwavering throughout their journey. Eventually, they halted beside a finely crafted small boat. Qianlan was pleasantly surprised to encounter a finished product. She approached it with meticulous scrutiny. The burly man promptly followed suit, eagerly introducing the vessel. This ship, yet to be named, measures 15 meters in length and 12 meters in height, equipped with a cannon. Its hull is primarily constructed from the most precious material, red grapefruit wood, and the interior is adorned with exquisite embellishments. Once you confirm the design of the bow, you may collect the ship tomorrow. The man, slightly bashful, rubbed his hands together, adding that while this vessel is on the pricier side, there are also more affordable options available, albeit with lesser quality. Qianlan never anticipated that this individual would evoke in her a sensation akin to conducting business in a future era. Had he been a mere novice, he might have impulsively purchased the vessel. Undoubtedly, the ship before her was indeed impressive, boasting an array of decorations and accessories. However, the true measure of its quality could only be discerned once it ventured into the sea. Suddenly, Qianlan drew her pistol from her waist, swiftly pressing it against the face of the burly man with the pockmarked visage. "I am Qianlan, a bounty hunter of pirates. Are you familiar with Bold? It was I who ended his life. Should this vessel possess any defects, I too could embrace the life of a pirate." "Oh, so you are the sea god," exclaimed the burly man, slapping himself in realization. "I am aware that the notorious pirate Bold, with a bounty of 20 million berry, was slain by the sea god. So you are indeed he. In that case, I shall offer you a discount of 30% on this ship. What do you think?" Observing the man's profound reaction, Qianlan felt a twinge of bewilderment. Had her reputation truly grown so vast? Yet, she soon recognized the reason. This was the largest shipyard in the region. And news traveled swiftly. Moreover, in the East Sea, where bounties reached a staggering 20 million berry, the 1,200,000 berry bounty on Bold certainly classified him as a formidable pirate. The moniker Sea God likely stemmed from her ability to traverse the ocean's surface, leading the naval forces and civilians onshore to misconstrue her identity. With this realization, Qianlan lowered her small handgun, and the burly man visibly relaxed. "How much for the ship?" he inquired. "Given your respect for the Sea God, I can let it go for 3,500,000 berry," he replied. Qianlan directly handed over 3 million berries to the burly man with a pockmarked face, exclaiming, "I want the red cloud for the canvas, and let an angel dangle at the bow of the ship." The red cloud referred to the iconic symbol of the Akatsuki organization, while the angel at the bow was inspired by the Black Pearl, a personal sentiment of Qianlan's. After finalizing the ship's details, Qianlan procured a batch of provisions to prepare for the upcoming voyage. In the subsequent days, Qianlan retreated to the inn to focus on training. "You're back. What news?" Qianlan inquired, intrigued by Timon's devil fruit. If it turned out to be a formidable one, it would be a significant boon for Qianlan. Timon, with a calm demeanor, replied, "It seems to be an ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, specifically the wind god pterosaur form. The name is rather lengthy, but beyond that, I know nothing else." "Fantastic. The golden legend. You may indulge in it for another day, but thereafter, I shall guide your training," Qianlan declared, promptly retreating to his room to calm his restless spirit. Chapter 9. A-Rank Mission. Challenge Marine Hero Garp. The following day, after a night of reflection, Qianlan had regained his composure. Was it merely an ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in the wind god pterosaur form? It mattered not in the slightest. Timon, sensing something amiss, asked, "Qianlan, why do you appear somewhat downcast? Did something happen last night?" Qianlan shook her head and said, "No, let us go. Today, I shall accompany you for a stroll, for soon you will embark on your cultivation." As the two emerged from the inn, they were met with a peculiar sight. Ranks of Navy personnel lined the street, exuding an air of formidable grandeur. The surrounding townsfolk craned their necks, their curiosity piqued. Uncertain of what was unfolding. What has transpired? Timon, visibly exasperated, gazed at the encircled street, lamenting how this would impede her shopping endeavors today. Qianlan smiled broadly. Nothing in this world could deter a woman set on shopping, especially a formidable one. Just a moment. It seemed the higher-ups of the Navy had arrived. For such grandeur would not be warranted otherwise. Lord Thor was indeed correct. This was a visit from the esteemed Navy hero, Admiral Garp. How could Colonel Faze dare to treat this occasion with anything less than the utmost seriousness? After his words, the burly man with a pockmarked face bowed deeply to Qianlan. Though the obsequiousness had vanished from his expression, it appeared that many from the East China Sea held great pride in their naval hero. Just as the burly man finished speaking, the long quiet system panel underwent yet another transformation. Mission: challenge the Navy hero Garp mission level. A mission reward. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Qianlan never anticipated that the system would lead her to self-destruction. Daring to challenge the legendary Navy hero, Garp. Is this something she is capable of in her current state? Nevertheless, the rewards are exceedingly generous. The 3 Tomo Sharingan. It incites within Qianlan an almost impulsive yearning to sacrifice her own well-being. Although the performance of the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the original narrative may not have been particularly remarkable, it stands in contrast to the later battles of the gods. In the early stages, both Kakashi and Sasuke exhibited formidable prowess with their 3 Tomo Sharingan, albeit not as dazzling as the eternal Mangeki Sharingan or the Rinnegan that followed. At long last, the Navy hero Garp and the formidable Colonel Fiss made their appearance. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qianlan leaped into the heart of the street. I am the pirate hunter Qianlan. With a bounty of 12 million berries for the head of Bold, whom I have slain. I wonder how formidable the Navy hero truly is. Upon concluding her words, Qianlan heightened her vigilance towards her surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Colonel Fiss, witnessing this, turned pale. He thought to himself, why did this individual choose to reveal himself now, of all times, just when Vice Admiral Garp was about to depart? Was this not akin to administering poison to oneself? In Fiss's mind, Qianlan was already in a state of dismemberment. Meanwhile, the aide, Bagate, rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, poised for battle. The other sailors raised their weapons, all alert, their gazes fixed on Qianlan, as if ready to fire at the slightest movement. Garp, donning his distinctive dog-headed hat, took a couple of steps forward, stifling a large yawn as he inquired, a pirate hunter, you say? Your strength is commendable, but why not join the righteous Navy? In an instant, Garp's figure vanished from sight, and Bogate's hand left the hilt of his sword. The next moment, Garp reappeared directly before Qianlan, startling her with his astonishing speed. How swift! As Qianlan confronted the imposing figure of Garp, he swiftly retreated, only to find the ground beneath him had already crumbled. Impressive strength, yet insufficient. If this is all you possess, you are unworthy to challenge me, Garp remarked, casually brushing the dirt from his iron fists, his demeanor remaining nonchalant. In an instant, Garp vanished once more, accelerating towards Qianlan with astonishing speed, landing a powerful punch directly against Qianlan's chest. Bang! A splinter of wood exploded upon impact. While Qianlan struggled to catch his breath, realizing that had he been any slower in forming his seals, he would have sustained a devastating blow that could have rendered him powerless. 7th day breathing technique. 3rd activation. At this moment, Qianlan's ninjutsu appeared futile. Techniques like the Great Fireball or Mist Concealment were mere jokes against an adversary significantly stronger than himself. As Qianlan fervently drew in the surrounding air, his complexion reddened, and the atmosphere around him erupted in a chaotic burst, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Is this fellow truly that formidable? Fies pondered. Disbelief etched across his face, realizing it might be wise to keep his ambitions in check. The burly man with a scarred face grew increasingly animated, shouting at the top of his lungs, he is Lord Qianlan, the pirate hunter who has slain Bold. A pirate hunter who has slain Bold? What a powerful individual. Can Lord Qianlan truly contend with Rear Admiral Garp? Both the citizens and the Navy watched the duel with bated breath, their faces alight with fervor. Even the weak could not help but feel an adrenaline rush when witnessing the clash of titans. Emboldened by the 7th day breathing technique, Qianlan opted for an offensive approach, soaring into the air with remarkable speed before delivering a swift kick to Garp's chest. Boom! Caught off guard, Garp was sent sprawling, crashing into the once pristine street. Rising to his feet, Garp adjusted his collar and spat. I didn't expect you to suddenly become this strong. Now, I find myself intrigued. A hint of a smile crept onto Bogart's usually placid face. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable warrior in the East Sea, which explained Karp's earlier lack of response. Come again. With that, Qianlan charged forward once more. The seventh-day breathing technique, though not as taxing as the 8 gates, still placed considerable strain on the body, making a swift resolution imperative. Karp, witnessing this, erupted into laughter. Bring it on, kid. 2 figures collided swiftly under the gaze of all, one of them being sent hurtling backward, rolling across the ground for several meters. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qianlan felt considerably relieved. It was evident that she was still too weak. Of course, the elder before her was exceedingly formidable. However, it seemed that the old man had employed armament hockey just moments ago. Otherwise, the impact she endured would not have been so severe. Just as Qianlan was regaining her composure, Karp's figure surged toward her once more, his right hook landing squarely on her face. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, Qianlan's silhouette appeared behind Karp, her kunai thrusting downward with great force. Qianlan's kunai sliced through Karp's cloak, resulting in sparks flying from his body. However, this maneuver of Qianlan's failed to breach Karp's defenses. Chapter 10. The ship's name is Dawn. Qianlan was taken aback to discover that his attacks proved largely ineffective, failing even to penetrate Karp's armament hockey. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qianlan could not help but exclaim, truly, a formidable relic of a bygone era, an absolute monstrosity. Karp, puzzled by Qianlan's techniques, inquired, what manner of technique is this? Could it be a power derived from a devil fruit? Admiral Karp. It appears to belong to the realm of ninjas, remarked Bogart, the lieutenant, who possessed some knowledge on the subject. Noting how these methods bore a striking resemblance to those found in tales of ninjas. Ninjas from Wano? Karp mused, shaking his head in contemplation. The ninjas of Wano were not particularly renowned for their strength, with no accounts of any exceptional warriors among them. Unable to resolve his confusion, Karp chose to dismiss it. Accelerating once more towards Qianlan, his iron fist poised to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Karp unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, his iron fist mercilessly pursuing Qianlan. The gusts of his punches swept across Qianlan's face, and their fierce battle quickly wreaked havoc in the vicinity. The streets bore witness to the destruction wrought by their clash, with nearby buildings suffering numerous gaping holes. Seeing this, Colonel Fisk felt utterly despondent. The impending repair costs would inevitably fall upon the 113th Division, and it seemed that everyone would have to tighten their belts. After all, it was unjust to allow the common folk to endure such unwarranted calamity. At last, under Karp's unrelenting assault, Qianlan felt his stamina wane significantly, his chakra reserves dwindling to a mere fraction. Gasping for breath, Qianlan finally uttered, "Stop. I concede. Not bad, kid." Karp replied, "It's rare to encounter someone in the East Blue who can truly challenge me. What do you say? Care to join the Navy? I could facilitate your entry into the Naval Academy directly." The offer was enticing. Being recommended by Karp would undoubtedly save Qianlan years of arduous effort. Yet, Qianlan was a man with a system, a resolute spirit dwelling in this vast world. How could he remain content languishing beneath others? Qianlan waved her hand in refusal. Upon seeing this, Timon immediately rushed into the arena to assist Qianlan. Vice Admiral Karp, until we meet again. Watching Qianlan's departing silhouette, Karp was aware that a future reunion was inevitable. After all, a formidable being like her would not remain in the East Sea indefinitely. It was merely uncertain when that encounter would transpire. Mission reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan, successfully implanted. Host, Qianlan. Level, Chunin. Attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique, great fireball technique, heart-cutting technique, mist concealment technique. Taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, incomplete. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, spatial scroll. Tenkanai. Marketplace, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. As Qianlan made her way outside, a burly man with a pockmarked face quickly approached, assisting Qianlan alongside Timon. Lord of the Sea God, are you to inspect the ship next? Rest assured, everything has been arranged for you. The previously obsequious expression on the man's face now bore a hint of respect, clearly reflecting the admiration he felt following Qianlan's earlier confrontation with Karp. Timon remarked with a smile, "At last, we have a new ship. We can bid farewell to that tiny raft. I desire a room of my own." "Fear not, miss. All the rooms have been meticulously prepared, and necessary provisions have been procured for the sea god. These are but small tokens of my esteem for the sea god, he replied. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the shipyard, gazing at the grand vessel that had been hastily constructed. Both Qianlan and Timon were entranced, envisioning their future home upon the vast ocean. Timon, with a serious expression, turned to Qianlan and said, "Shall we bestow a name upon it, Captain?" Qianlan was aware of this privilege, so she did not hesitate. Instead, she contemplated thoughtfully, and suddenly her gaze was drawn to the red clouds upon the sail. Without thinking, she exclaimed, "Let us call it Dawn, shall we?" Dawn, as in the break of day? It is quite a fitting name. Timon nodded in agreement, entirely oblivious to the significance this name would hold in the future. The two then began to select their quarters. Timon, as a beautiful maiden, naturally chose the most advantageous position, even though she was older than Qianlan. As for Qianlan, she casually picked a room and settled in, showing no particular concern for such matters. Nevertheless, the room was equipped with all the essentials, especially the training equipment that Qianlan had specially purchased, which would prove useful the following day. Set sail. We embark. With Qianlan's command, the shipbuilders at the dock pushed Dawn into the sea, and Qianlan and Timon commenced their voyage. After a brief period of enthusiasm, the two soon grew lethargic, allowing Dawn to drift with the waves. On the deck, two rocking chairs creaked rhythmically as Timon and Qianlan reclined together, basking in the sun, appearing utterly relaxed and content. "Qianlan, you should prepare the meal," Timon remarked, shifting slightly, clearly lacking any desire to rise. After all, Qianlan had always told herself that if one could lie down, one should never stand up. Qianlan shook her head, indicating her reluctance to prepare lunch, especially given her rather mediocre culinary skills. Upon witnessing Qianlan's refusal, Timon spoke with an unkind tone, "Since neither of us wishes to move, perhaps we should forego lunch entirely." Hearing Qianlan's response, Timon snorted in dissatisfaction and then reclined on the rocking chair, continuing to languish. As they basked in the warmth of the sun, both felt pleasantly drowsy, lulled by its comforting rays. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the sea not far from the ship, and the yawning Qianlan was unexpectedly doused with seawater. After coughing a couple of times, she felt somewhat refreshed, only to glare furiously ahead, where a pirate ship adorned with a bull's head sail was approaching. "Qianlan, are you capable? Should we consider fleeing?" Timon, witnessing the oncoming pirate vessel, was instantly filled with panic, realizing that their ship was significantly smaller, at least one-third of the size of the formidable ship bearing down upon them. Qianlan leapt from the deck, and at that moment, the sound reached Timon's ears. A true man can never declare his incapacity. Just then, the system panel before Qianlan shifted. Mission: defeat the bull pirate crew. Mission level: B. Mission reward: 5 chakra fruits. Upon seeing the name, Qianlan couldn't help but emit a boisterous laugh. Was this pirate crew engaged in the dairy trade? However, as he continued to read, he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. He could actually earn 5 chakra fruits from this. Could it be that such a pirate crew in the East Sea held such value? Chapter 11. The practical application of the 3-tomo Sharingan. As Qianlan approached the bull pirate crew, a cannonball was hurled towards him once more. Regrettably, he sliced the projectile in half with a shuriken, resulting in a direct explosion. In the world of One Piece, the standard of cannonballs seemed merely suitable for the ostentatious displays of the strong. "Captain, first mate, we have encountered a formidable opponent." "Indeed, Captain, our cannonballs were effortlessly severed." The pirates aboard the ship gathered on the deck, various flintlocks and small firearms aimed menacingly at Qianlan. In an instant, dozens of guns erupted with bullets, obliterating Qianlan's clone, while his true self had already ascended to the mast. With a thunderous roar, Qianlan demanded, "Who is the captain on board? Who ordered the cannon fire just now?" He would not forgive the scoundrel who had forced seawater down his throat. He resolutely adhered to the principle of retaliating against those who wronged him. Qianlan's furious roar inadvertently revealed his position, prompting all the pirates on the deck to swiftly turn their weapons towards him, resulting in an immediate cacophony of gunfire. Unfortunately, Qianlan leaped into the midst of the pirates, rendering them hesitant to shoot. "Make way for me." In an instant, a passage wide enough for two emerged from the encircling pirates. From the throng, 2 figures stepped forward, one stout and one slender, one tall and one short, who appeared to Qianlan as if they were whimsical celestial beings. The portly individual turned to the shorter one and exclaimed, "Brother Qianlan, this fellow seems incredibly formidable. Are we in danger of being defeated by him?" In response, the shorter man leaped up, delivering a sharp slap to the taller man's head, and retorted, "Mingwan, although we have just set sail, we are the strongest, We brothers possess the treasures of the sea, and with the map of the Grand Line. The world is ours for the taking. Qianlan discerned the nature of these two brothers. One exuded an air of inferiority, while the other radiated arrogance. It was highly probable that both were wielders of devil fruit powers, and coupled with the maps of the Grand Line. It was no wonder they could be valued at 5 chakra fruits. This reminiscence led Qianlan to reflect upon the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates, during which they encountered numerous devil fruit users, yet alas, they had not stumbled upon a solitary, unclaimed devil fruit. It was indeed a twist of fate. Suddenly, the two began to circle around Qianlan, and before long, they had unwittingly positioned themselves in a formation of one before and one behind her, effectively trapping her in between. Attack! Commanded the elder brother, Mingwan, and without hesitation, the younger brother, Shunwan, sprang into action, both launching a simultaneous punch in a coordinated strike. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan immediately crouched down, and the two fists unexpectedly collided with one another. Ouch! The diminutive Mingwan was sent flying by Shunwan's strike, crashing into the dozens of pirates behind him. Qianlan initially believed her lack of combat experience would hinder her. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable efficacy of her technique. In an instant, the 3-tomo Sharingan began to whirl within her eyes. Subsequently, Qianlan would utilize the 3-tomo Sharingan to scrutinize the trajectory of her opponent's assaults, thereby augmenting her own combat knowledge. Transform, dear brother. Did we not poison every inhabitant of the village for the sake of this power? Qianlan never anticipated the ruthlessness of the two. Who would go to such lengths for the devil fruit? Initially, she thought to spare a few lives, but it became evident that her naivety was misplaced. There were hardly any good souls among those sailing these treacherous seas. While Qianlan was lost in her thoughts, Mingmaru and Shunmaru simultaneously transformed into the most exquisite hybrid forms of the Zoan type. Mingmaru was adorned with black and white spots, while Shunmaru was cloaked in a vibrant coat of yellow fur. I am Mingmaru, the cow human, who has consumed the Zoan-type bulbul fruit in its dairy cow form. I am Shunmaru, the headman warrior, who has consumed the Zoan-type bulbul fruit in its yellow cow form. With that, the brothers struck a pose reminiscent of the Jinyu Force. Watching the anime, Qianlan had often found this aspect absurd. Why did everyone announce their devil fruit powers during battle? Was it to ensure their enemies were not underinformed? After their theatrical display, the duo charged at Qianlan, their hooves poised for a dual strike. However, through Qianlan's Sharingan, their expressions were vividly discernible. With a sudden burst of energy, Qianlan leaped and seized both brothers' hands, sending strikes toward their faces. Ouch! Ouch! A similar scene unfolded, but this time both brothers were sent flying in opposite directions. Brother, are we truly going to survive today? Mingmaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassured, Fear not, dear brother. We are, after all, the strongest in the world. The brothers' display of resilience startled the other crew members, as the captain and vice captain, usually capable of effortlessly dispatching foes, found themselves on the receiving end of an unrelenting assault. Hang in there, vice captain. Have confidence, shouted the onlooking pirates. The captain will prevail. They rallied behind their leaders, for if the captain and vice captain were to be defeated, the assailants would undoubtedly turn their wrath upon those who dared to fire upon them. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her heart braced itself with vigilance. Although the recent performance of the two was unimpressive, she sensed a significant increase in their speed compared to before. It seemed that even a mundane Zoan-type devil fruit could yield considerable enhancement. Realizing that their previous assault had been futile, the two brothers commenced a more calculated approach, waiting to strike together when the distance was just right. Bang! In a mere moment, Qianlan shattered Ming Yuan's eyeball with a single shot. Why would one forego the use of a firearm? That would be sheer folly. With that, Qianlan resheathed her gun at her waist. A scene that sent shivers down the spines of the watching pirates. They had thought themselves to be no paragons of virtue, only to discover that this individual was the true embodiment of cunning. Terrified, the pirates collectively took several steps back, fearing that they might be next to face Qianlan's deadly aim. Enough of this charade. Let us end this. In an instant, the air grew still. Nevertheless, the remaining pirates, along with the less injured Shunmaru, charged towards Qianlan, weapons drawn, katana, nunchaku, and various other arms aimed at her. In the eyes of Qianlan, the 3-tomo Sharingan swiftly observed, evading attack after attack, while simultaneously sending each pirate into the sea with a single punch. Before long, the entire pirate ship was left with only Mingwan, who lay on the ground, clutching his eyes. At this moment, Qianlan resembled a formidable figure in a novice village, wreaking havoc with impunity. I surrender. Spare my life. You can hand me over to the navy. Mingwan pleaded fervently, bowing repeatedly, his face stained with tears and snot, appearing genuinely remorseful. However, as Qianlan approached Mingwan, he suddenly produced a pouch of white powder from his chest and flung it outward. Chapter 12. The Enlarged Tima. Unfortunately, Mingwan's actions were as slow as molasses in the presence of Qianlan's Sharingan. Just as he prepared to act, a swift kick sent him flying into the sea. Having finished his business, Qianlan promptly made his way to the captain's cabin, for it was there that the most precious treasures might be hidden. Upon pushing open the door, a strong aroma of rum assaulted him, leaving Qianlan momentarily disoriented. Taking a deep breath, he began to rummage through the small room, and in no time, he discovered a little black box. How impoverished! Setting sail and already so destitute, with only 5 million berries. Yet the treasure map of the Grand Line was an unexpected delight. Mission reward: 5 chakra fruits, available for extraction. Without a trace of hesitation, Qianlan extracted 5 chakra fruits directly from the system, consuming 4 of them. The familiar sensation surged within her, a warm flow coursing through her body. Host: Qianlan rank: Jonin attributes: wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation technique, hidden mist technique taijutsu, 7 heavens calling method, incomplete, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, 10 Kanai marketplace, Kanai, shuriken. Explosive tags. Gazing at the title of Jonin on the system panel, Qianlan felt a profound sense of relief. The 3 Tomo Sharingan was notoriously taxing on chakra, for instance. Kakashi often struggled with chakra depletion due to a single eye inherited from Obito. However, with the chakra capacity of a Jonin, Qianlan's endurance in future battles would pose no significant issue. Having organized everything, Qianlan leapt back into the sea. Standing atop the waves and addressing the entire crew of the Bull Pirates, I am Qianlan. Should you survive, you are always welcome to seek me out for vengeance. Since her arrival in this world, Qianlan has been devoid of kin, and as for exacting revenge, it seems that this group will never be able to achieve that in their lifetimes. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a house suddenly materialized, igniting the ship of the Bull Pirates. Subsequently, Qianlan turned away, for she had noticed the Sea Kings in the distance searching for sustenance. It was likely that this group would soon become a meal for the Sea Kings. How benevolent I truly am. They fired upon me, yet I spared them all. Are there still good souls like me in this era? After uttering these words, Qianlan made her way towards the horizon, while behind her, the sea was already stained with considerable blood. Upon returning to the ship, Timon immediately approached her, inquiring, "How did it go? Are you hurt? Did you find anything of value?" Qianlan was momentarily engulfed in frustration as she exclaimed, "Is it too much to ask for a little concern for my well-being? I have indeed reaped some rewards, yet you have not lifted a finger to assist. Perhaps you should worry about your own training tomorrow." Timon nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that when the time for battle arrived, her inability to contribute could render her a burden, a notion that weighed heavily upon her. Observing Timon's despondence, Qianlan felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, in this era, strength was paramount. "Here, eat this," Qianlan declared, tossing the remaining chakra fruit to Timon. "Once you've consumed it, take a moment to discern its effects." With that, Qianlan reclined on the rocking chair, surrendering to her own despondency, while Timon examined the chakra fruit, its semi-transparent, rounded form resembling an apple, before swallowing it whole. As warmth coursed through her body, filling her with newfound vigor, Timon expressed her gratitude towards the captain, thinking, why can't you just communicate more kindly? Stealthily observing the man in the rocking chair, she found his profile to be unremarkable, yet oddly captivating. Lost in thought, she reclined alongside Qianlan. However, it wasn't long before Timon sensed a transformation within herself. In a burst of exhilaration, she lifted the still slumbering Qianlan, exclaiming, "Qianlan, I've grown. I've grown." Feeling the softness before her, Qianlan murmured, "Grown? You were already quite substantial, and remarkably soft, too." Unable to tolerate such remarks, Timon playfully punched Qianlan on the nose, causing the rocking chair to splinter under her weight. In an instant, Qianlan was jolted awake, realizing the implications of her earlier words. Though she nostalgically recalled the sensations they had invoked. "I meant to say my strength has significantly increased. I've even gained a bit in height. Just a moment ago, I cleaved the cutting board in half with a single stroke of my knife. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Timon directed her gaze toward Qianlan's lower abdomen, which startled Qianlan considerably. "Why don't you take a moment to acclimate to your newfound strength while I prepare dinner?" Qianlan said, promptly heading to the kitchen. Her departure accompanied by a tinkling laughter. Timon's experience also enlightened Qianlan to the fact that chakra fruits could benefit others, though she remained uncertain of their efficacy. The following day, on the deck, Qianlan remarked, "Was that really just 100 push-ups? Your current goal is 500. Timon silently cursed the weight of Qianlan on her back, thinking, if it weren't for you, I would have completed all 500 push-ups by now. At this moment, Qianlan merely sought to ascertain Timon's limits, as it represented a direct manifestation of the enhancement brought about by chakra fruit. However, having inquired about chakra previously, it became evident that the chakra fruit's effects were confined to physical enhancement for others. 498, 499, 500. With that, Qianlan rose from Timon's back, ready to commence another 500 sit-ups. Lying on the ground, Timon gritted his teeth, utterly exhausted and rendered speechless, yet the burgeoning resentment in her heart continued to amplify. After a quarter of an hour, thanks to the formidable recovery capabilities inherent to ancient beast species, Timon had nearly recuperated. "All right, let us continue with the training." With that, Qianlan commandeered Timon's rocking chair and placed a glass of vegetable juice beside her. "By the way, let me add some extra ingredients." A sense of unease intensified within Timon. Before long, Qianlan emerged, clutching 2 weight plates, which she unceremoniously placed upon Timon's slender waist. Then, with a gesture of encouragement, Qianlan declared, "Keep it up, young lady." Timon glared at Qianlan, this tormentor, her anger palpable, yet she had no choice but to persist with the sit-ups, enduring Qianlan's incessant provocations. The tides of time shifted, and soon afternoon arrived. "At last, it is my turn." Timon sneered, brandishing a wooden stick as she approached Qianlan, declaring, "Watch as I bring you to your end." Qianlan sat cross-legged, her eyes covered by a layer of black cloth. At this moment, she was engaged in training her observation haki, with the mastery of armament haki to follow. Even in the absence of a renowned mentor, Qianlan, having watched the anime, was well aware of the training methods. The rest depended on Timon. Chapter 13, The 100 Schemes of Kuro. A week later, on a clear day over the sea, they were nearing the village of Zilabu. Thus, there would be no training today. Timon nodded and promptly took his seat in the only remaining rocking chair. Qianlan was examining her system panel. Over the course of a week, she had dispatched numerous pirates and even encountered Navy officers attempting to seize her ship. Indeed, the world of One Piece was a tumultuous era. Host, Qianlan level, Jonin attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, great fireball technique, heart decapitation technique, mist concealment technique, thunder tiger massacre, water candy manipulation taijutsu, 7 days breathing technique, fragmented, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll. 10 Kunai marketplace, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags regarding her task points. Qianlan intended to accumulate them for the purchase of 6 pads level ninja tools. As for other weapons like the decapitating sword or the shark skin, she found them unnecessary and resolved to diligently save her task points instead. Docking the Akatsuki at the periphery of a small island, Qianlan and Timon set foot on the land of West Rob Village. Qianlan's objective is to outsmart Kuro. In the anime, he spent 3 years as the butler Clabatel to gain Koya's trust, aiming to seize her fortune. Oda, the cunning author, has indicated that Kuro possesses a high intelligence, second only to Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Even limiting our observations to characters introduced in the first 8 volumes, Kuro's intellect is evident. Qianlan's visit is primarily to assess Kuro's current value. At that time, he certainly did not regard Kuro's aptitude for being a butler highly. Given the current timeline, Kuro likely has just arrived at the Koya household. While Axe-Emperor Monka may have recently assumed the position of colonel in the 153rd Division. Task: defeat the Black Cat Pirates task level. B task reward: exploding blades splash upon viewing the sudden appearance of the task on the system panel. Qianlan's enthusiasm was not stirred. Although the exploding blade splash is a fine weapon exclusive to the 7 ninja swordsmen, it is unsuitable for someone like Qianlan, who lacks swordsmanship. This weapon would merely facilitate Qianlan's future purchases of explosive talismans. Of course, with a bounty of 16 million berries on Kuro, along with the entire Black Cat Pirates crew. A B-level task poses no challenge for him at all. Trouble looms. Pirates are approaching. A boy with black curls and a conspicuous long nose dashed out from the village. Usopp, always deceiving people again, the villagers of Syrup Village lamented. That despicable fellow, up so early to trick everyone. After expressing their grievances about Usopp, the villagers began their daily routines. They held no animosity towards the lying Usopp. Rather, he served as their daily alarm. Tin Man asked curiously, Qianlan, you aren't seeking that child, are you? Tin Man, do not underestimate this boy. There are many strong figures in the world of One Piece. Yet only two can be deemed gods. One is the Great Buggy, and the other, a man whose name reads the same forwards and backwards, is the very Usopp before us, who specializes in flamboyant antics. Once Usopp finished his antics, Qianlan and Tin Man strode directly into the village. Syrup Village, having rarely been disturbed by pirates, boasts a commendable standard of living. Observing the smoke rising from every household, Qianlan felt an unusual weariness wash over him. Let us proceed. Amidst the curious gazes of the villagers, Qianlan and Tin Man made their way towards the Koya residence, unperturbed. Such insular villages are commonplace in the One Piece world. Perhaps due to the small pistol at Qianlan's waist, the villagers of Syrup Village dared not voice their concerns. A quarter of an hour later, Qianlan and Tin Man arrived at the grand villa of the Koya family, situated on a hillside, adorned with wild grasses and flowers, offering a splendid view, a true indulgence of the wealthy. Upon reaching the entrance, Tin Man took the initiative to press the doorbell, and shortly after, a man clad in a suit and wearing glasses emerged. Qianlan immediately recognized that this was Klo, particularly the gesture of adjusting his glasses with his wrist, which left a lasting impression on her. May I inquire who you two are here to see? Do you have an appointment? Klo said, once again adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized Qianlan and Timon. Qianlan smirked and said, we have come specifically to seek you out, Clabatel. Or shall I refer to you as the cunning Klo? Upon hearing these words, Klo's expression darkened instantly. He lowered his head to conceal his murderous intent. Logically, this substitute strategy should have been flawless. How could someone unexpectedly approach him? The appearance of Qianlan left Klo utterly perplexed, no matter how hard he tried. He could never fathom that Qianlan was a time traveler. Sir, I am uncertain of your meaning. If there is nothing further to discuss, let us meet at the easternmost edge of the island tonight at 7 o'clock, he stated, followed by a sinister laugh that only a true villain could muster. Without a backward glance, Qianlan walked away, prompting the bewildered Timon to hastily follow. Klo suppressed his inner fury and adjusted his mindset. Once he regained his composure, he retreated into the house. His plans must not be disrupted by anyone. If necessary, he would summon the Black Cat pirates and execute a bold scheme to restore his identity as a pirate. As night descended, on the eastern shore of Syllabu Village, Qianlan and Timon savored grilled fish while admiring the nocturnal ocean vista. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing against the ground echoed, instantly capturing their attention. Both rose simultaneously to gaze at Klo, who was approaching, his weapons clanging against the stones along the coast. Qianlan observed Kuro with keen interest. It seems we cannot even engage in conversation? You have even drawn your exclusive weapon, the 10 blades, Cad's Claw. Kuro adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist before responding. Can you enlighten me on how you discern my strategy? Is there a traitor among our Black Cat pirates? Did they not arrive as well? Upon finishing, Qianlan turned to gaze at the expansive horizon, where a pirate ship emerged from the shadows, its sails still bearing the insignia of the Black Cat pirates. Do these scoundrels not realize the necessity of replacing my flag? How could one avoid suspicion under such circumstances? The astute Kuro immediately began to speculate. Perhaps it was his unreliable subordinates who had inadvertently revealed his identity. After all, the notorious cunning Kuro was supposedly deceased, yet his pirate ship continued to sail the seas. How could this not be exposed? However, he reasoned that if he were to eliminate everyone present, his secret would remain safe. A faint smile crept across Kuro's face at this thought. Chapter 14. The Blade of Stealth. In the eruption of fiery spouts, the vessel of the Black Cat pirates drew ever closer, prompting Qianlan to hasten his pace across the water's surface. As the distance closed, he sprang into action. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball plummeted onto the pirate ship, igniting it in flames and triggering a cacophony of explosions. As it appeared that this crew had brought along a significant supply of gunpowder, Kuro bellowed in fury, "You bastards!" Yet, Kuro's concern was not for his crew, but rather the impact their demise would have on his forthcoming plans. Go forth, Timon. This is your inaugural battle. Ah, understood. Timon, snapping back to reality, stepped forward to face Kuro. This is my first fight. Please, show some courtesy. Kuro's brow furrowed tightly. Was he being underestimated by an enemy? How could such a comical woman hope to defeat him? As a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berry, Kuro held a sense of pride. Nevertheless, the astute Kuro quickly recognized this as a valuable opportunity. Capturing this woman could turn the tide in his favor. With a grin, Kuro replied, "Very well. I shall show you some courtesy." Timon felt reassured upon hearing this, but at that moment, Kuro's cat's claw executed a swift vertical slash towards her. Clang! Upon witnessing this, Qianlan promptly advanced, using a kunai to parry Klo's feline claws. Subsequently, she delivered a swift kick, prompting Klo to instinctively retreat. Timon remained rooted to the spot, seemingly bewildered by the earlier events. As Timon regained composure, a rush of crimson spread across her cheeks, realizing her momentary lapse. She cast a glare filled with ire at Klo, leaving Klo utterly perplexed. Qianlan understood that Timon was fully prepared for battle. She then retreated a few meters, intently observing the impending confrontation. In an instant, Timon transformed into the epitome of a Zoan-type devil fruit, his hybrid form emerging, a figure adorned with magnificent wings. Flowing golden locks cascading down to his waist, and his body cloaked in iridescent blue-green feathers, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. He exuded an alluring and captivating presence. Timon glanced down at his transformed physique, instantly filled with confidence. "Come on." Klo, however, regarded Timon's transformation with indifference. Adjusting his glasses and opting to employ his previous tactic, seemingly eager to gauge Timon's response. As Klo's feline claws descended once more in a swift strike, Timon deftly flapped his wings and glided backward, skillfully evading the attack. Gaining assurance from his successful maneuver, Timon kicked a stone from the ground, hurling it toward Klo. Unfortunately, as Klo's specialized weapon, the claws possessed remarkable hardness. With a deft motion, Klo slashed down, splitting the stone into 4 fragments that fell to the ground. "All right, little girl. Let's take this seriously now." With that, Klo wielded his claws in a coordinated assault, launching relentless strikes at Timon, while effortlessly shattering the stones scattered on the ground. Despite Timon's substantial size, he exhibited remarkable agility in evading Klo's onslaught, creating a scene that appeared almost surreal. "I think I can see it." To Timon, Klo's attacks were not entirely unpredictable. It was merely the blinding speed that posed a challenge. As Timon immersed himself in the battle, he discovered that evasion was not his only option. At last, seizing an opportunity, Timon struck Klo's palm with a claw, disrupting the rhythm of Klo's assault. Gradually, opportunities for engagement increased, yet Timon's wounds multiplied. Had it not been for the comprehensive enhancements provided by the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit regarding stamina, endurance, and speed, Timon would have surely succumbed to Klo's onslaught. Enough. Just as Qianlan's words echoed, she instantaneously appeared in the combat zone, delivering a swift kick that sent Klo tumbling to the ground in a series of rolls. "How was that? My first battle went quite well, didn't it?" "Indeed. Take a moment to rest. Your injuries will heal in no time. Now, allow me to take over." With that, Qianlan set Timon aside. As the ensuing battle bore no uncertainty, Klo, brushing off the imprint of a shoe from his chest, rose to his feet, his claws rubbing together in preparation. Veins bulged on his forehead, evidently incensed by Qianlan's previous intervention. Silent Step. As Klo's signature technique, Silent Step embodied a rapid movement style, particularly effective in the Cloak of Night, rendering him visible only as a glinting flash of his deadly claws. Qianlan silently activated her secret tool, the 3-tomo Sharingan swirling in her eyes, allowing her to perceive Klo's figure with remarkable clarity. Die. Seizing the opportune moment, Klo approached Qianlan, his hands striking out simultaneously, seemingly intent on dismembering her. Clang. What? Klo stared in astonishment at the figure before him, his attack thwarted by a kunai. Could it be that he truly possessed such formidable strength? Realizing his lapse in composure, Klo retreated, slightly hunched, readjusting his glasses. The malice etched across his face growing more pronounced. However, upon noticing Qianlan, Klo's heart skipped a beat. Her blood-red eyes resembled those of a demon. In an instant, Klo unleashed his most powerful technique, wildly swinging his weapon in a frenzy, indiscriminately targeting all within his lethal range. In the eyes of the cunning Oda, this technique rivaled the speed of one of the 6 styles, known as Saru, though Klo struggled to control its direction. Nevertheless, the strength of this move was undeniable. And more significantly, it was of Klo's own creation. Qianlan had no intention of undermining Klo's confidence. Before the 3-tomo Sharingan, Qianlan merely evaded the myriad of attacks that came from all directions. In Timon's eyes, Qianlan appeared to be leisurely strolling in place, his movements exceedingly relaxed and casual. Had it not been for the ground littered with shattered stones, Timon would hardly perceive any underlying menace. 3 minutes later, bastard. Klo cursed as he unleashed his technique. Scythe of Death. 6 minutes later, bastard. He gasped, cursing once more before executing his technique again. 9 minutes later, Klo lay helplessly on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Mission reward: explosive blade shards, available for collection. Qianlan stepped forward and hoisted Klo from the ground. Come along, Timon. Tonight. This fellow will share a room with me, so you can sleep soundly. Timon hurried to the side to grab some roasted fish, then hurried after Qianlan. Still not having tasted the fish. Chapter 15. Recruiting Klo. The following day, the vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly before them. Qianlan and Timon quietly relished the delectable dishes spread across the table, all of which had been meticulously prepared by Kilo. Albeit under the enchanting influence of Qianlan's three-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu. Observing the two indulging in the fruits of his labor, Kilo, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed with a tone rife with indignation and a sense of oppression, "Hey, are you planning to hand me over to the Navy? If so, you might as well kill me and take my head to them. That would be far more convenient." As a former minor antagonist, Kilo still retained a semblance of dignity, while Qianlan remained dismissive of his plight, instead serving Timon a piece of crab, to which Timon reciprocated by spearing a piece of roasted meat for Qianlan. The harmonious scene was, in Kilo's eyes, a profound humiliation, and the bitterness within him was nearly overwhelming. "I did not capture you for your bounty. A certain individual informed me of your high intelligence, which led me to seek your membership in the Akatsuki." This notion had struck Qianlan while contemplating a name for his crew, as he aspired to establish his own organization within the world of pirates. Kilo, perplexed, inquired, "Is it merely because of my intelligence that you approached me? What, then, is the purpose of your organization?" "The purpose?" Qianlan mused. "I am not entirely certain." Qianlan was uncertain of her own purpose, prompting her to pause with her chopsticks and contemplate. What was the aim of establishing the Akatsuki? Kuro observed the hesitating Qianlan and scoffed. "An organization that cannot even clarify its own purpose dares to invite me to join? Aren't you being a tad too casual?" Left with no choice, Qianlan turned to Timon beside her and inquired, "Timon, what is your dream?" Timon, thoughtfully nibbling on his fork, replied, "My dream is to travel the world." Upon hearing this, Qianlan leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "My dream is also to traverse the globe and create an everlasting legend that belongs to us. The purpose of the Akatsuki is to support our comrades in realizing their individual dreams together." Kuro, dismissive of Qianlan's naively idealistic declaration, curled his lip in disdain, though a flicker of astonishment lingered in his gaze. Timon, on the other hand, lowered his head, cheeks flushed as he fixated on his chest. Did Qianlan just confess her feelings to him? Why else would she express such sentiments that mirrored his own? Surely, she must have been too shy to voice it directly, thus resorting to such a subtle approach. Qianlan then turned her attention to Kuro, stating, "Your strength is lacking, though your intelligence is passable. For now, consider yourself an intern in our Akatsuki. Should your performance falter, I won't hesitate to toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Kuro nearly retched at this, incredulous that one moment they were discussing helping comrades fulfill their dreams, and the next, he might be discarded like refuse. What a paradoxical organization this was. With the conversation having taken a turn, Qianlan swiftly untied the ropes binding Kuro. She then cast a mischievous glance at Timon, contemplating the need to seize a naval vessel in the future and acquire some sea stone handcuffs, convenient for training Timon or detaining those with abilities. Now liberated, Kuro stood in place, slightly bewildered. Was it truly this simple to gain freedom aboard the ship? The notion of trust unexplainably surfaced in his mind. A week later, on the deck of the Akatsuki, Kuro counted 998, 999, 1,000. Having completed his 1,000th squat, he collapsed onto the deck, exhausted. Initially coerced into performing well, he found himself voluntarily engaging in training after only a week. He truly felt indebted. However, Kuro discovered a certain joy in this sensation, the feeling of freedom. "Kuro, hurry up with lunch today." In response to Timon's request, Klo said little, merely turning to busy himself in the kitchen. An hour later, the three gathered around the dining table, where Qianlan and Timon unabashedly began to eat. While Klo watched their manners with a hint of disdain, though the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to erase. After a brief respite following their meal, the trio commenced their training. "Klo, be gentle. "Do not seize this opportunity to take revenge on me," Chloe replied with a sly grin. "Fear not. I shall be gentle." In an instant, the wooden staff in Chloe's hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and the smile upon his face grew increasingly mischievous. Qianlan let out a pained exclamation. "Ouch! Alas, I have yet to master the observation haki. It seems I might have perfected the iron body." One of the 6 techniques of the Navy. Timon, who was lifting weights nearby, caught the hint in Qianlan's words and inquired, "Qianlan, what exactly are the Navy's 6 techniques?" With no choice but to gingerly touch his injured head, Qianlan began to elucidate. The Navy's 6 techniques refer to the 6 combat skills known as gun, skywalk, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, and iron body. Collectively termed the 6 styles, these techniques are a hallmark of the Navy's elite. It can be said that all high-ranking Navy officers are adept in these skills, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency. Certainly, iron body is indeed formidable, though few truly master it, giving rise to many memorable moments, such as its effectiveness solely against carp, or the perception that it is merely a technique for standing still and enduring blows. Nevertheless, iron body possesses immense potential in the hands of a skilled practitioner. For example, the CP9 member Blueno's iron body allows for movement, unleashing tremendous power by accelerating blood flow and hastening muscle movement. Ultimately, the strength of iron body is a matter of subjective interpretation. Haki primarily consists of observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Among these, conqueror's haki is exceptionally rare, with only 1 in a million capable of awakening it, primarily serving to intimidate foes and induce unconsciousness. Observation haki is utilized to foresee an opponent's actions and sense distant enemies, while armament haki enhances one's offensive and defensive capabilities and allows the user to physically engage Logia-type Devil Fruit users. As individuals develop these 3 forms of haki, unique effects may manifest in the later stages of their mastery. The latter 2 types of haki reside within everyone and can be awakened through diligent training. I am currently endeavoring to cultivate these 2 forms within myself. Upon absorbing Qianlan's lengthy exposition, Timon and Chloe stood in stunned silence, realizing that they had merely regarded themselves as formidable warriors, only to discover their own limitations. With this newfound awareness, Timon began to increase the weight on his barbell, while Chloe struck the wooden stick in his hand with renewed vigor. Chapter 16. Lightning Release Chakra Mode the next day. "Is this the village of Kokasia you spoke of? Why can I not see the legendary fishmen?" Qianlan smiled and remarked, "It seems that the time for the mermen to make their appearance has not yet arrived." In truth, Qianlan was somewhat confused between mermaids and mermen. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, she was determined to witness the true form of a merman, if only to encounter one of the earliest unique races, such as Arlong and his crew. Kuro cast a puzzled glance at Qianlan, questioning whether the flesh of mermen could genuinely be used as a culinary ingredient. Is it truly safe to consume? The answer remained uncertain. Qianlan expressed that her knowledge was solely derived from what she had observed in anime. How could she possess such clarity? After responding to the 2, she departed for Kakaxia village without a backward glance. It was only upon nearing the village that she truly comprehended the absurd tyranny of Along, who prohibited the possession of iron tools and restricted outdoor activities, while simultaneously coercing everyone to pay fees. How could one pay without earning? Consequently, during the early hours, Kakaxia village was nearly devoid of inhabitants. However, a Jin, steadfast against the windmill, remained seated at the entrance of his shop. Upon spotting Qianlan and her companions, he rose and approached them, declaring, "You 3 should leave. Kakaxia village does not welcome you." Timon and Chloe furrowed their brows at this remark, particularly Chloe, who adjusted his glasses, revealing his inner indignation. Qianlan understood the implication behind Jin's words. He was merely afraid of the threat posed by the Arlong pirate crew to his life. Nevertheless, this did little to quell Qianlan's irritation, and he unleashed a powerful punch that sent a Jin sprawling to the ground. "A Jin, how could you speak like that?" he retorted. "Our Arlong kingdom warmly welcomes outsiders. However, we must request a bounty of 3 million berries for each of you." From a distance, Karubi of the Arlong pirate crew swaggered over with his entourage, exuding an undeniable arrogance. Kuro, Timon, and even Qianlan gazed at Karubi with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Karubi, taken aback, noted the unsettling gaze of these 3 lowly humans, one that resembled the predatory stare one might direct at food. Kuro retracted his scrutinizing gaze and chuckled. "So, this is a fishman? They certainly appear distinct from humans, yet at a cursory glance, they seem inedible. Their flesh likely lacks quality." Timon nodded in agreement, then sighed deeply. pondering the pointlessness of a fishman that could not be consumed. "What are you lowly humans babbling about?" Kurubi exclaimed indignantly. "We are noble fishmen, endowed with strength that surpasses yours tenfold." Kurubi, a staunch racist, wore his fury openly. "Kurubi, my brother, eliminate these three scoundrels," another fishman urged. "Indeed. Even if we slay them, Brother Arlong would not punish us." As the fishmen rallied in fervor, Qianlan's system panel illuminated with a new mission. Mission: exterminate the Arlong pirate crew. Mission level: B. Mission reward: lightning release chakra mode. In an instant, Qianlan's heart surged with exhilaration. The lightning release chakra mode, a formidable technique cultivated by the rakeage of the hidden cloud village, was indeed a powerful ninjutsu, albeit rated B. It rivaled even some S-rank techniques in potency. However, this mission, though rated B, would not be easily accomplished. To exterminate the Arlong pirate crew, he would have to eliminate every last one, sparing not even the manatee. Should a single fishman escape, the mission would remain incomplete, complicating matters considerably. Qianlan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. "I intend to eliminate all the fishmen. I need you both to keep a watchful eye and ensure not a single one escapes." The contemptible humans seek their own demise. Almost simultaneously, both parties erupted into battle. Timon instantly transformed into the mightiest beast human form and charged at the nearest fishman. Kurubi chuckled. "I am a formidable warrior, a master of the fishman unarmed technique at level 40, unlike you mere mortals." Before Kurubi could finish his sentence, Qianlan gathered her strength and delivered a resounding slap to Kurubi's face, sending him spinning several times before he finally crashed to the ground. Qianlan exclaimed furiously, "How despicable! While I acknowledge the existence of the fishman tribe, individuals like yourselves would be better off dead." On the ground, Kurubi immediately sprang to his feet, warily eyeing Qianlan. "You recognize our fishman tribe? Yet you still wish for my demise?" With that, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the fishman empty-handed martial arts, Thousand Tiles Fist, aiming a powerful strike capable of shattering 1,000 tiles directly at Qianlan. Qianlan extended his right hand to grasp Kurubi's fist, and his body remained utterly still. Can this truly be called the essence of fishman karate? Would that not imply that every strike from Jinbei is also a profound technique? After speaking, Qianlan exerted force with his right hand, forcing Kurubi down to his knees, a grimace of agony etched on his face, evidently suffering a pain that penetrated to his very bones. Subsequently, Qianlan delivered a side kick that struck Kurubi on the head, causing the towering figure to collapse onto the ground. In the midst of the battle, only Kuro remained, armed with no weapon. He deftly evaded the relentless assaults from the fishmen before him. Witnessing Qianlan and Timon each conclude their fights, Kuro felt an involuntary surge of urgency. Consequently, he opted for a direct confrontation, his fist colliding with that of the fishman. The impact was such that the fishman's arm was shattered by Kuro's strike. "What kind of strength is 10 times that of a human?" Kuro exclaimed, before advancing to end the life of the fishman. It appeared that Kuro had underestimated himself. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, he had been momentarily intimidated by a fishman of little significance. Observing this scene, both Qianlan and Timon couldn't help but chuckle, while Kuro felt a twinge of embarrassment. Qianlan retrieved Klu's weapon from the spatial scroll and handed it over. Klu accepted it with a nod, but immediately turned his head away, evidently still embarrassed to accept the transformation of his identity. Meanwhile, the three continued their journey towards the evil dragon park. After Qianlan and the others departed, Ajian and a group of villagers from Kekaxia emerged from their homes, beginning to inspect the corpses of the fishmen strewn across the ground. The first to ignite with fervor was Ajian, with someone already challenging Along. "Could we merely stand by and watch? Let us all take up our weapons and fight for ourselves. Let us confront Along and his gang. We shall fight for our own sake." The villagers, stirred by a collective spirit, hurried back to their homes to grab anything that could serve as a weapon. Under Along's dominion, nearly everyone rushed out wielding their agricultural tools. The villagers of Kekaxia gathered and thus followed Qianlan and her companions towards the evil dragon park. Chapter 17: The Annihilation of Along's Pirate Crew. 20 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the dragon park, a domain belonging to Along, where 2 fishmen stationed at the entrance immediately took note of their presence. Observing this, Kilo equipped his weapon, the 10 blades, Cat Claw, and charged towards the fishmen. Before the 2 fishmen could react, Kilo, with his remarkable speed, swiftly dispatched them. Subsequently, he wielded the Cat Claw to shatter the grand entrance of Along Park, which captured the attention of all the fishmen within. "You lowly humans, how did you manage to enter?" exclaimed Joe. as he noticed the two fishmen lying in a pool of blood behind Kilo. "You dare to lay hands on our noble kin?" At this moment, Qianlan and Timon also caught up, with Qianlan stepping forward. Lightning release. Lightning tiger destruction. Instantly, a colossal, canine-shaped lightning beast materialized before the crowd. Bolstered by the immense chakra of the Jonin Qianlan, the tremendous bolt of lightning detonated at the location where the fishmen congregated, saturating the open space of the evil dragon park with arcs of electricity. Undoubtedly, the abundance of water from the fishmen amplified the potency of the lightning release. Considering that the evil dragon park was established by the sea. Earth release, part decapitation technique. Qianlan's figure swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd, while the body of the cadre, Gio, was abruptly dragged into the ground by her. Upon reappearing, Qianlan delivered a powerful kick, severing Gio's head with merciless precision, leaving no chance for salvation. "Bastard." Small 8, the last cadre, managed to utter those two words before Qianlan's pistol discharged, shattering one of his eyes. The rapidly shifting dynamics of the scene left everyone in stunned silence. Even Keilu and Timon wore expressions of astonishment, as in the blink of an eye. The last two cadres of the Aolong pirate group faced death and injury. "Lowly humans, you ought not to lay hands on my kin." Aolong's face contorted with rage, veins prominently visible beneath his blue skin, indicating that Qianlan and Keilu had deeply provoked him. In an instant, the entire Aolong pirate group charged at the trio of Qianlan. Despite Small 8 enduring excruciating pain in his eye as he joined the fray. "Be careful," Qianlan exclaimed, drawing two shurikens from her hands and launching them forth. The shurikens pierced through the necks of two fishmen, then continued their relentless trajectory, embedding themselves into the bodies of those behind. Qianlan once again drew a kunai and charged towards the merman. Presently, Qianlan dared not unleash her full wrath. The prospect of allowing even one to escape would prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Klo, armed and relentless, wreaked havoc, perhaps motivated by the memory of being forced to retreat by a merman moments before. In his frenzy, he inadvertently struck down the injured Xiaoba, who was unable to showcase his own prowess. Transforming into his beast form, Timon flapped his wings, creating distance between himself and the advancing mermen, attacking them from the skies. With Qianlan's guidance on the powers of Timon's devil fruit, Timon had developed his own signature move. A barrage of wind blades erupted from his mouth, swiftly decimating 13 mermen on the ground. The battlefield fell silent in the wake of Timon's assault, only to be disrupted again when Klo seized the moment to slay 2 more mermen. Yet now, no mermen dared to position themselves beneath Timon. Death awaited those who did. Subsequently, Timon soared like a low-flying helicopter, using his sharp claws to seize mermen and lift them into the air before casting them down, leaving few intact corpses in his wake. Qianlan murmured to herself, "How brutal. Aolong, are you afraid now? Despicable humans." After her roar, Aolong began to remain vigilant against Timon descending from above, for he was acutely aware that surviving a fall from such heights was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Qianlan yawned, realizing that it was still too early to deal with Aolong. She decided to wait until Timon and Keilu had thinned the ranks of enemies before unleashing her full power to eliminate the dragon pirates. With a kunai in hand, she pressed Aolong down, causing him to doubt his strength. Is this guy truly so formidable? Aolong thought, seizing the opportunity when he saw Qianlan yawn. He lunged at her with his jaws wide open. Clang. As the 6th member, Qianlan swiftly extracted explosive knife fragments from her system and shoved the blade into Aolong's mouth. With all his might, Aolong bit down, and the explosive fragments detonated within him. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing Aolong in a cloud of black smoke. However, this did not deter Qianlan from continuing her assault. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a house crashed onto Aolong, igniting the garments of the 3 fishmen nearby, who promptly leaped into the sea to extinguish the flames. Water release. Water sticky field. Viscous liquid surged from Qianlan's mouth, unknowingly ensnaring everyone on the battlefield, except for Timon soaring above. Hey, why have you stuck me too? Timon, help me. Keilu instinctively called out to Timon, seemingly considering himself a member of the Akatsuki. Upon noticing this, Timon swiftly grasped Keilu's shoulder and pulled him free. Once they landed, Qianlan ceased to hold back. Lightning release. Lightning tiger strike. A colossal lightning beast surged into the ground, instantly enveloping the entire dragon park in arcs of electricity, while the ensnared fishmen crackled with lightning, a burn odor wafting in the air. Mission reward. Lightning release chakra mode. Proficient. Host. Qianlan level. Jonin attributes. Wind, lightning, fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Young Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Heart Decapitation Technique, Hidden Mist Technique, Lightning Tiger Strike, Water Sticky Field, Taijutsu, 7 Days Breathing Technique, Remnants, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan Summoning Beast, Nun Weaponry, Space Scroll, Explosive Knife Fragments, Store, Kunai, Shuriken, Explosive Tags. In the Taijutsu section, Qianlan recognized that the system categorized Lightning Release Chakra Mode as a Taijutsu, and indeed, its manifestation as a ninjutsu was stronger in terms of physical prowess. Catching a whiff of the scent in the air, Keilu inhaled deeply and remarked, "It seems that fishman meat is indeed edible." Qianlan and Timon gazed in astonishment at Kluo, questioning whether such a dish was truly edible. "Let us go. I shall now lead you to witness the prowess of genuine warriors." With that, Qianlan turned and departed, to which Timon promptly followed. Kluo, shaking his head in wry amusement, chose to accompany them nonetheless. After the trio had vanished from sight, the villagers of Kekaxia finally arrived. And upon seeing the chaos left in the wake of Qianlan and his companions, they erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 18. The Bounty on Their Heads at the Marine Headquarters. Marine Admiral Sengoku sat in his office. "What? You say that the lad named Qianlan has turned to piracy?" Carp perused the bounty notice in his hand, bewildered by the sudden change in Qianlan's path. Was he not a hunter of pirates? Sengoku crumpled the document and tossed it to a goat beside him. "Is this the formidable individual you encountered in the East Sea? The notorious pirate Qianlan, with a bounty of 50 million berries? You should not have let him go. But he was initially a hunter of pirates. Who could have foreseen that this boy would take up piracy?" Carp, seated on the sofa, found it difficult to remain composed. "Then let me return to the East Sea. I will personally apprehend him." "That is not permissible, Carp. The big mom pirates are expanding in the New World, already affecting several nations. You and Akiji should head to the New World instead." With a resigned sigh, Carp returned to his chair, realizing that the situation in the New World was far more pressing than the matter of Qianlan. Meanwhile, the Marine's bounty notice had been dispatched across the globe. Yet Qianlan's 50 million berry reward failed to capture the attention of many formidable individuals. In the East Sea, Timon excitedly entered the training quarters of Qianlan, brandishing a newspaper. "Qianlan, you rascal, you have been issued a bounty, 50 million berries. Just as you receive such a sum, it makes me quite tempted." Timon then handed the newspaper to Kluo. Grinning, "Kluo, your bounty has also increased, albeit by 400,000 berries. You are now a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. As for me, I have my own bounty of 300,000 berries, which I intend to cut out and display by my bedside." At this moment, Qianlan found herself lost in contemplation. "Kuro, I have not slaughtered a single civilian. Why am I regarded as a pirate and subjected to a bounty of 50 million berries?" Kuro, who had been practicing with dumbbells, set them down and adjusted his glasses with a smile. "It is because you have dispatched numerous formidable pirates without seeking the Navy's exchange for their bounties. Consequently, the Navy does not perceive you as a pirate hunter. And since you are not a member of the Navy, you can only be classified as a pirate." "Truly, my astute strategist," Qianlan retorted. "Come, let us spar." Kuro's expression instantly fell. "Who wishes to spar with a monster like you? It is time for lunch. I shall prepare." With that, Kuro departed, utilizing his culinary skills to escape the conversation. Qianlan, meanwhile, continued her training in hockey, feeling the weight of her identity as a transmigrator. Over a month had passed without her awakening even a single type of hockey. It was indeed a disgrace for a person of her status. With a deep sigh, Qianlan made her way to the ship's front deck, ultimately succumbing to the comfort of a rocking chair. Shortly thereafter, Kuro returned, placing a sandwich on the table beside Qianlan, accompanied by a glass of vegetable juice. "Kuro, have I shortchanged you? After my training, you expect me to consume this?" Timon's appetite was prodigious. As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, her single meal could surpass the daily intake of both Qianlan and Kuro combined. You must find a way to reduce her portions. And if she requires a bath, can you truly deny her? Qianlan immediately shook her head, realizing that if Timon were to go hungry, he would likely become disinclined to cultivate. It seemed that she had been too hasty during her time in Kekaxia village, neglecting both the supplies on the ship and those within the spatial scroll. "Who exactly are you seeking to find among the powerful?" As she spoke, Kluo cast his fishing line into the water, knowing that if they did not locate supplies on the nearby island soon, they might very well starve aboard the vessel. Qianlan swiftly consumed the sandwich and downed the vegetable juice in one go. Coughing lightly, she mused that they should arrive by tomorrow. However, the extent of this formidable individual's strength remained uncertain. As a concealed powerhouse in the world of One Piece, the true prowess of Shimatsuki Yoshiro is shrouded in mystery. This individual typically appears with squinted eyes, a common trait among the monstrous figures depicted in anime, suggesting that Yoshiro too possesses extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Zoro's skill in swordsmanship was imparted by Yoshiro, who has also demonstrated the highest form of swordplay described by the legendary Heihachi, the ability to spare even a piece of paper from being severed if one so desires. Thus, Yoshiro's might is beyond doubt, albeit he has yet to reveal it in action. While Qianlan's thoughts wandered, a cannonball plummeted from the sky towards her rocking chair, followed by a barrage of 5 additional cannonballs aimed directly at her. "Are they targeting me?" she exclaimed. In response, 5 shurikens were launched simultaneously, exploding the projectiles mid-air. As Qianlan rose to her feet, a new mission materialized before her. Mission: defeat the Navy's 8th Division and eliminate Nelson. Mission level: B. Mission reward: 3,000 mission points. Qianlan did not anticipate that this was the Naval 8th Division featured in the Millennium Dragon chapter, and as for Nelson, he could be regarded as an early antagonist among the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down incessantly as Qianlan and Chloe exerted themselves to fend off the onslaught. At that moment, Timon burst forth from the ship's cabin, rushing directly towards the nearby Navy. To fight or to flee? Is retreat even an option now? Regardless, I have embraced the life of a pirate. Let them witness the might of our organization, Akatsuki. You stay here and safeguard the ship. With that, Qianlan leapt down, charging towards Nelson's flagship in the distance. Observing Qianlan sprinting across the surface of the sea, Nelson sneered and commanded those around him, "Concentrate fire and eliminate this bounty of 50 million berries. The rest is inconsequential. If I can claim his head, my prospects of advancement within the division will brighten." At Nelson's command, the cannons of 4 warships aligned their sights on Qianlan, while the Navy soldiers armed with flintlock rifles also took aim. Fire! In that instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of cannon explosions and gunfire, as the location where Qianlan stood was engulfed in shells, causing even the ships that fired them to shudder. Nelson, dragging his corpulent frame, slowly rose, a curious expression on his face as he peered towards the sea. Has he perished in the blast? Apologies, but I am still very much alive. Qianlan, wielding the explosive blade, emerged standing right behind Nelson, yet not a single one of the nearly 100 Navy personnel present noticed him. The combination of the substitution technique and transformation allowed Qianlan to materialize anywhere at will. "Hurry and protect me. Where are you all?" Qianlan paid no heed to Nelson and raised the explosive knife, striking it against the deck of the warship. A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a gaping hole in the ship's deck, causing Nelson's corpulent form to plummet downwards. The 3-tomo Sharingan in Qianlan's eyes began to whirl incessantly, instantly ensnaring all the naval officers within the vessel's core. Ensnared by the illusion, the bewildered soldiers aimed their cannons at the flanking warships, then unhesitatingly fired. The 2 neighboring ships began to sink gradually. Chapter 19. Frost Moon Zhengshru. Gazing at the burning warship, Qianlan realized that his objectives had largely been accomplished. At the very least, the Navy had lost its capacity to pursue. "Perish," he declared, as the explosive knife cleaved into Nelson's blubber, while the warship itself began to sink slowly. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan chose to disregard the individual and rose to explore the battleship. Her objective was the seastone handcuffs, presenting a splendid opportunity. Thus, Qianlan employed a transformation technique, taking on the guise of a naval officer as she wandered about the vessel, searching for Nelson's quarters. Fortune favored her efforts, for just as she was about to retreat, she discovered Nelson's opulent captain's cabin. A safe? To her surprise, someone had made use of such a contraption. As she spoke, Qianlan swiftly placed the safe into his spatial scroll and seized the seastone handcuffs from a nearby shelf before departing from the soon-to-sink warship. On the far right battleship, Timon gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood. Having slain nearly 100 foes, Timon's stamina was nearly exhausted. Had it not been for the enhancement provided by his Zoan-type devil fruit, he would have surely collapsed. The remaining 100 or so Navy personnel had lost their will to fight, merely observing Timon's precarious state, yet none dared to confront him in a desperate struggle. In an instant, Qianlan appeared beside Timon, expressing her gratitude. "My comrade, thank you for your care." Fire style, great fireball technique. After unleashing her ninjutsu, Qianlan paid no heed to the Navy behind her. She leaped from the battleship with Timon in tow, making their way toward the Akatsuki. Timon, with his heavy head, inquired, "Has the battle concluded?" "Indeed. Your bounty will rise significantly this time. Rest assured. Task reward, 3,000 task points, dispersed." That evening, after a restful afternoon, the three reconvened in the dining hall. Qianlan presented the safe and sea-stone handcuffs she had confiscated from Nelson, placing them on the table. "Is this our haul?" Timon exclaimed, seizing the sea-stone handcuffs before collapsing onto the table. Having recently consumed a devil fruit, he clearly struggled with its effects. Observing this, Chloe struck the safe with a claw. Though it appeared to have little effect, leaving mere white marks upon it. Chloe immediately lifted the safe for inspection. "What material is this? Its quality seems vastly superior to my weapons. But how shall we open this contraption?" "Allow me," Qianlan declared as she stood, closing her eyes to gather her energy. Preparing to impress. Timon and Chloe were instantly captivated by Qianlan's presence, despite their confusion. 7 days calling technique. Lightning release, chakra mode. In an instant, a dazzling red and blue aura enveloped Qianlan, reminiscent of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken from Dragon Ball. Of course, Qianlan's display was a combination of the 7 days calling technique and lightning release chakra mode, effectively buffing herself. Once she had adjusted her state, Qianlan delivered a decisive chop to the safe, slicing it open effortlessly. "So much wealth. It seems we have struck it rich this time." Timon gazed intently at the banknotes in his hand, his expression betraying an unmistakable greed for wealth. Meanwhile, Chloe picked up a piece of paper and began to examine it. This document resembled the grand nautical chart of the Grand Line that Qianlan had previously shown him, albeit in a more compact form. Serving merely as a supplement to the earlier map, Qianlan picked up the large wooden box to examine it. Upon opening it, she discovered a small, seemingly worn booklet nestled within. What could this be? To her astonishment, it was the training manual for the Navy's 6th style. Alas, it contained merely 3 techniques. Qianlan had previously been puzzled by the system's sudden generosity and the unexpectedly high level of this task. It turned out they had all been waiting for her. Timon and Chloe were also drawn in by Qianlan's exclamation. Both were deeply intrigued by the Navy's 6 styles, having heard Qianlan's explanations before. And now it was manifesting right before them. Chloe, in particular, was filled with elation. Her previous technique had merely been a rudimentary version of one of the 6 styles. Shave. Now, it seemed that the true shave had appeared before her. "Is there a training method for shave? Please, let me see," Chloe asked eagerly, her eyes reflecting the longing of a forlorn woman in a secluded chamber. Qianlan chuckled. "The 3 techniques outlined in this booklet, spear, gale foot, and shave, indicate that we must intensify our training henceforth." After a brief dinner together, the trio dispersed. Each resolved to delve into the mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy once their current matters concluded in the coming days. The following day, after an hour's voyage, Qianlan and his companions finally arrived at Frost Moon Village. Upon setting foot on the soil of Frost Moon, they hurriedly made their way to the local tavern. With Timon leading the charge, evidently eager for a proper meal. "Boss, serve whatever you have, a hot or cold, meat or vegetarian, fried or steamed, bring forth all that you possess." "Money shall not be a concern," Timon declared before finding a seat, awaiting his meal. Soon, Qianlan and Chloe joined him, and the trio observed the bustling kitchen. The first dish was swiftly devoured by the 3, and within a quarter of an hour, only Timon remained actively eating, as Qianlan and Chloe had nearly finished their meals. Suddenly, a waiter entered, dragging Gungshiro along and pointing at the trio's table. "Gungshiro, these 3 are the ones. They match the wanted poster exactly." Adjusting his glasses, Gungshiro approached the table and inquired, "Are you the members of the Akatsuki pirate crew? May I ask what brings you to Frostmoon Village?" "We primarily seek to pay our respects to the hidden strongman, Mr. Gungshiro, and to replenish our ship's supplies," Qianlan replied. Gungshiro maintained a neutral expression as he responded, "I am merely the head of a dojo, not a hidden strongman. However, should you wish to enjoy a cup of tea at my Ichen dojo, you are most welcome." With that, Gungshiro turned and exited the tavern. Chloe then stood to request the trio's new bounty from the tavern owner. The Navy's swift response this time was likely due to the widespread knowledge of their recent clash. "Timon, you have earned a title for yourself, the Witch Timon, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Qianlan, you are now known as the Cunning Ninja Qianlan, with a bounty of 55 million berries. As for me, my bounty has increased by 3 million berries, though my title remains unchanged." Upon hearing of her increased bounty, Timon joyfully polished off 2 additional bowls of rice. After settling the bill, the trio made their way to Ichen Dojo. Chapter 20. Three-sword-style Roronoa Zoro. Upon arriving at the entrance of Ichin Dojo, the sounds of children's shouts echoed from within. It was evident that no pirate would dare approach Frostmoon Village, for the sword dojo functioned as a school, where the entire village was adept in the art of the sword, who would not be intimidated. "You must be friends of the teacher. He sent me to welcome you," exclaimed a snot-nosed boy as he rushed out to greet them. Once Qianlan and his companions reached the living room, they found Gung Shiro seated alongside a green-haired young man. Gung Shiro wore a smile, while the green-haired youth displayed a face of impatience. "This is Zoro, my disciple. The reason he is here is to broaden his horizons. At this moment, there are less than a few months until Zoro sets sail, but more importantly, he has lost his way and cannot find the path back to Frost Moon Village. Thus, he has taken on the role of a bounty hunter on the high seas." Qianlan chuckled. "Master Gung Qianlan, are you not afraid that we might abscond with this little fellow? After all, we are notorious pirates." Once the three settled cross-legged, Gung Qianlan promptly poured each of them a cup of tea, seemingly with the sole intention of offering a humble refreshment to Qianlan and her companions. With his eyes still narrowed, Gung Qianlan inquired, "What are your impressions of Zoro?" Timon responded, "Impulsive and hasty." Clue added, "He appears rather dim-witted." Both Timon and Clue offered their candid assessments, and judging by their earlier observations, their statements were indeed accurate. Zoro was not the type to sit calmly and savor a cup of tea. Qianlan lifted his teacup and took a sip, remarking that Zoro possessed commendable talent and would undoubtedly become a great swordsman in the future. The anger that had momentarily consumed Zoro, incited by Timon and Clue, swiftly dissipated as he curiously regarded the composed Qianlan. Meanwhile, Timon and Clue gazed at Qianlan in astonishment, perplexed at how he discerned the latent potential within the green-haired youth before them. Without changing his expression, Jing Siro stated, "I wonder if Mr. Qianlan might consider taking him out to sea for a first-hand experience, which would serve to enhance Zoro's combat skills." Qianlan abruptly expelled the tea from her mouth. Was she really going to take Zoro out to sea herself? Could it be that Luffy's very first SSR would be whisked away by her? Zoro, taken aback, sat up straight, his face a canvas of bewilderment as he inquired, "Master, is it truly my time to venture out to sea? And why must I accompany this motley crew?" With that, Zoro cast a defiant glance at Timon and Crow, keenly remembering their earlier words. "Zoro, it has been ages since anyone in the dojo could match your prowess. Now is the opportune moment for you to explore the world beyond. Mr. Qianlan, with a bounty of 55 million berries, is indeed a worthy ally. At the very least, he recognizes your innate talent." After imparting this wisdom, Jing Siro resumed sipping his tea, while Qianlan and the others remained silent, granting Zoro ample time for contemplation. Eventually, Zoro knelt, bowing his head as he tearfully declared to Jing Siro, "Master, I will carry on Kuina's legacy and ensure our name echoes across the seas." Upon hearing Zoro's heartfelt words, Jing Siro wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, acknowledging that the time had finally come for his disciple, whom he had nurtured for over a decade, to set sail. It seems I haven't given my consent yet," Qianlan interjected awkwardly, observing the master-disciple duo. Zoro instantly turned, glaring at Qianlan with palpable fury. "You scoundrel. Zoro, you may take your leave for now. This matter is settled for the time being. I eagerly await the day your name resonates throughout the ocean," Jing Siro instructed. Reluctantly, Zoro exited, casting a final fierce glare at the trio, particularly directing a seething expression at Qianlan. Once Zoro departed, the atmosphere returned to tranquility. After a casual exchange among the four, they eventually delved into the core of the discussion. "Only Mr. Qianlan is willing to take Zoro out to sea. I can spar with Mr. Qianlan," Jing Siro stated. As his voice lingered, Qianlan's system interface shifted. Mission, defeat Jing Siro. Mission level, a mission reward, mastery of healing technique. Although the healing technique, classified as an A-level ninjutsu, might seem unremarkable, its applications are extensive. By channeling chakra from the palm, one can significantly enhance the healing capabilities of wounds or ailments, allowing minor injuries to mend instantaneously. Even more impressive, the healing technique can effectively treat internal maladies, making it a dual-purpose remedy for both injuries and illnesses, capable of resolving nearly all afflictions. Qianlan, why does the Master Jing Qianlan not wish for Zoro to be aware of your prowess? Would this not also broaden his horizons? The squinting Jing Qianlan shook his head. "I merely wish for Zoro to understand that there are always those beyond himself, and realms beyond this one. My strength is not particularly formidable." As a descendant of the Frost Moon Ryoma, Qianlan found it hard to believe that Jing Qianlan's abilities were so ordinary, at the very least. He must possess the realm of steel cutting, otherwise, he would not be able to instruct Zaro. Without further ado, let us engage in a sparring match. With that, Qianlan rose and strode outside, followed closely by Timon and Chloe, while Qianlan shook his head in resignation, for he had already given his word. Before long, the quartet arrived at a clearing far from Frostmoon Village, aware that a large-scale battle would undoubtedly draw attention. In the center of the arena, Qianlan and Qianlan stood facing each other, both cognizant that the impending clash would not be an easy one, thus each was diligently preparing themselves. Timon, observing the two in deep concentration, inquired of Chloe beside him, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" "I cannot say. I have yet to witness the full extent of Qianlan's abilities, nor do I know the true strength of this master. Let us first observe. I have faith that Qianlan will surely prevail." In an instant, Qianlan and Qianlan began to test each other's limits. Qianlan wielded two kunai, relentlessly attacking and even executing close-range thrusts towards Qianlan, forcing him to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Qianlan maintained his narrowed gaze, meticulously defending himself, parrying Qianlan's fierce onslaught with his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Suddenly, Qianlan executed a side kick directly aimed at Qianlan. In response, Qianlan adjusted his stance, bringing down the hilt of Wado Ikamanji with great force, striking Qianlan's foot. Wincing in pain, Qianlan immediately withdrew, and the two created a considerable distance between them. "Qianlan, must we continue this mutual probing?" Gungshiro did not respond, merely shaking his head. The previous skirmish had served as a brief test between them. Gungshiro had effortlessly countered all of Qianlan's techniques. Now, they began to take the encounter seriously, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness appearing in their gazes. Water release, water prison technique. Once more, it was a controlling maneuver, as a viscous liquid rapidly spread across the ground. Gungshiro was unaware of the nature of this technique, yet instinctively recognized the necessity to evade. He swiftly retreated, maneuvering backwards to escape the range of Qianlan's ninjutsu. Chapter 21. Acquiring A-rank ninjutsu, mastering sage techniques. This action once again widened the distance between the two, but it also provided Qianlan with an opportunity. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the face of Qianlan's onslaught, Gungshiro's expression remained unchanged, embodying an air of nonchalance. Then, with a swift diagonal slash of his blade, he cleaved the fireball in two, the halves exploding on either side of him. Setting down his blade, Wad Ikamanji, Gungshiro regarded Qianlan with a serious demeanor and said, "Mr. Qianlan, I must ask you to unleash your full strength." 7 days calling technique. Lightning release, chakra mode. A swirling aura of red and blue enveloped Qianlan, the overwhelming presence startling Gungshiro. Gripping his blade tightly, he steadied his resolve. "Gungshiro, Mr. Qianlan, I fear the bounty set upon you by the Navy is still far too meager. With such strength, you ought to be making waves in the Grand Line." Qianlan nodded, acknowledging the situation. After concluding this battle with Master Gungshiro, it would soon be time to explore the Grand Line. Upon finishing his words, Gungshiro opened his previously squinted eyes, his expression adopting a more serious demeanor, while Qianlan twirled the kunai in his hand, poised to strike at any moment. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures in the arena continued to weave around each other, the white silhouette clashing repeatedly with the red and blue figure. The grass beneath them was trampled into the ground, and the surrounding air was filled with an oppressive tension. Timon remarked, "Chloe, I cannot discern the movements of Qianlan and Master Gungshiro. Can you?" "I am equally at a loss. The disparity in our abilities is far too great," Chloe replied. At that moment, both Timon and Chloe were engulfed by a sense of frustration, a common sentiment when trailing behind those who vastly surpass one's own strength. Suddenly, the two figures separated and came to a standstill, both Qianlan and Gungshiro halting in place, with Qianlan's kunai shattering in his grasp. Gungshiro observed, "Mr. Qianlan, it appears that your weapon is lacking. It has adversely affected your combat effectiveness." Qianlan shook her head and smiled, remarking that the blade of the master Gungshiro, renowned for its exceptional craftsmanship, truly lives up to its reputation as a fine weapon among the esteemed Dekwai Dao 21. Undoubtedly, the mastery of armament haki is also remarkable. How could a swordsman of such caliber, capable of severing steel, fail to shatter the kunai in her grasp? Even though Qianlan had yet to awaken her armament haki, she possessed a keen perception and awareness. The Shuangyue clan, having traversed from Wano to the East Sea, would have long since become fish food without such formidable prowess. They would likely struggle to even overcome the challenges posed by Sea Kings. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog instantly enveloped the battleground of the two combatants, consuming even the distant Klo and Timon. The chakra of a high-ranking ninja allowed Qianlan to unleash a multitude of useful ninjutsu. Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. Qianlan's body swiftly traversed underground, heading directly towards the location of Qianlan. Sensing Qianlan's direction and silhouette, Qianlan unleashed a powerful horizontal slash against the ground, resulting in a massive gash several meters long appearing at his feet. It seemed that Qianlan, the master, had honed his observation haki quite effectively. However, Qianlan was somewhat perplexed as to why Qianlan did not call out the name of his technique. Was it not a hereditary trait for Zoro to bestow such striking names upon his moves? It appeared that both Qianlan and Mihawk preferred to execute their grand techniques without nomenclature. Qianlan, Mr. Qianlan's methods bear a resemblance to those documented in my father's notes concerning the ninjas of Wano. Yet, the performance of Wano ninjas pales in comparison to Mr. Qianlan's formidable display. It is no wonder the Navy has conferred upon Mr. Qianlan the title of Cunning Ninja. Qianlan, prepare to witness my true strength. In an instant, Qianlan activated his three-tomo Sharingan and unleashed an illusion upon Qianlan, then recklessly charged towards him. Ding! Qianlan once more intercepted Qianlan's assault with his Wado Ikemanji. Regrettably, the three-tomo Sharingan was insufficiently potent. Qianlan, who was already attuned to Qianlan's aura through his observation haki, could not be ensnared by Qianlan's illusion. Seizing the opportunity, Qianlan launched a fierce counterattack against the approaching Qianlan, his Wado Ikemanji enveloped in armament haki, intending to triumph through sheer durability. However, under the scrutiny of Qianlan's three-tomo Sharingan, the kunai in his hand struck the blade of Wado Ikemanji, altering its trajectory entirely. Qianlan gasped in astonishment. Yet the force of his strike remained unyielding as it continued towards Qianlan. With the keen perception afforded by the three-tomo Sharingan, Qianlan deftly evaded Qianlan's attack, then formed a hand seal with one hand. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. In such close proximity, a torrent of razor-like wind surged towards Qianlan, overwhelming him with its swiftness. The sudden assault left Qianlan reeling, resulting in several wounds across his body and his attire becoming disheveled. As Qianlan seized the opportunity to close in once more, Qianlan raised his blade in defense. With the aid of his three-tomo Sharingan, Qianlan relentlessly pursued Qianlan, attacking as they had at the beginning of their sparring. Suddenly, Qianlan sensed the sticky liquid beneath him, realizing he had been cornered by Qianlan. Lightning Release, Thunder Tiger's Massacre. The canine-shaped lightning beast erupted in the viscous water, and in an instant, the electric arcs enveloped Qianlan's entire body due to the water's conductivity. His body paralyzed, Qianlan found himself momentarily immobilized, allowing Qianlan to take advantage of the situation and place a kunai against his neck. Task Reward, Mastery of Sage Techniques, Proficient. Host, Qianlan Rank, Jonin Attributes, Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Heart Decapitation Technique, Misconcealment Technique, Thunder Tiger's Massacre, Mastery of Taijutsu, Seven Heavens Breathing Method, Incomplete. Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit, Three-Tomo Sharingan Summoning Beast, None Weapons, Space Scroll, Explosive Blade of Mist. Shop, Kunai, Shuriken, Explosive Tags. Qianlan realized that her future self had virtually no shortcomings, and her combat prowess had significantly improved, at the very least. She could now rely on herself for certain minor injuries. However, the quality of her kunai was subpar, and it would likely not withstand intense battles. It appeared that she needed to forge kunai of superior quality. You did it. Qianlan, I knew you could. Timon's voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Qianlan set down her kunai, while Gengshiro sheathed his sword, Kadoichi. I feel at ease knowing Zoro can set sail with you. I hope he fulfills his dreams. But let us postpone our departure until tomorrow. I still need to have a word with Zoro. Qianlan waved her hand dismissively, and after exchanging a few words, the four parted ways. Upon leaving, Gengshiro returned to the Isen dojo, likely to entrust everything to Zoro, while Qianlan and the others returned to the ship after shopping in Frost Moon Village. Chapter 22, Retreat and Training. The following day, at the dock of Frost Moon Village. This departure was not due to Zoro getting lost, but rather a formal voyage at sea. Many villagers and dojo students came to bid farewell to Zoro. Brother Zoro, I await the day your name resounds across the seas. A sniffling boy exclaimed, wiping his nose on Zoro before scampering away. A rather unique farewell indeed. Hey, Zoro, don't get lost and make your comrades worry. If you have the chance, Come back to Frost Moon Village, another voice called out. Zoro impatiently replied, I know, enough already. Take care of yourself, master. With that, he turned his gaze toward the sea. A man's farewell does not require tears. Though Qianlan could see the glimmer of moisture at the corner of Zoro's eye, Gung Siro encouraged, Go forth, Zoro. A true swordsman must gallop across the ocean. Set sail. With Qianlan's command, the ship of the dawn began to move slowly, gradually distancing itself from Frost Moon Village. Once Frost Moon Village was no longer visible, Zoro adjusted his state of mind, and at that moment, Qianlan and the others approached him. Suddenly, Qianlan pushed Kuro forward, saying, Go on, Kuro. You are now an official member of the Dawn organization. You should introduce yourself to our new members. Kuro, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Zoro. A hint of crimson on his cheeks. The purpose of the Dawn organization was to support every member in realizing their dreams together. Initially, Kuro thought this would be a mortifying moment, but to his surprise, Zoro nodded in approval, saying, That's a commendable thought. My dream is to become the greatest swordsman in the world, and I will carry her name to echo in the heavens. Well then, what about you? What is your dream? Zoro's question left Kuro momentarily stunned. His dream? Yes, what indeed was his dream? As this thought crossed his mind, Kuro turned to Qianlan. He had once envisioned a life of comfort through a substantial inheritance, but since boarding this ship, he discovered that this way of life seemed to suit him quite well. So what was his dream? Qianlan astutely discerned the thoughts swirling in Kluo's mind. Previously confined by his own limited perspective, Kluo now seemed to be enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Kluo, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Timon inquired, waving his hands animatedly before Kluo. Timon's words jolted Kluo from his reverie, and in that instant, he regained the confidence that had once defined him. My dream is to assist Captain Qianlan in realizing all the aspirations of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing Kluo's declaration, both Qianlan and Timon were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Only Zoro chuckled, remarking, That is indeed an admirable dream. Qianlan, now let us commence the banquet. Let's warmly welcome our new member, Zoro. Is there any wine? Timon slapped Zoro's shoulder with vigor and exclaimed, You scoundrel! We are pirates. How could we possibly lack wine? The four then busied themselves aboard the ship, with Kuro primarily responsible for the main dishes, while Qianlan, Zoro, and Timon assisted him. Zoro quickly adapted to the atmosphere, for he was not merely a directionally challenged individual, but also a lover of spirits. Cheers! For the four of them moved the dining table onto the deck, where they clinked their glasses against the backdrop of the chilling sea breeze. After a few drinks, they opened up, sharing tales from their past. Kuro remarked, Timon, how utterly hilarious it is that you were cornered by villagers on the mountain and somehow forgot to escape. Timon retorted, Humph, you were not any better, getting beaten by Qianlan and incessantly shouting while being tied to the ship. Ah, you both are truly blind to talent. Only Qianlan recognized my prowess and acknowledged my three-sword style. Curious, Timon inquired, Three-sword style? We once encountered an octopus fishman wielding 8 swords. Would that make him an 8-sword style user? Zoro took a hearty swig of rum and nodded, intrigued by the mention of the octopus fishman. Is this the vast, boundless sea where such wonders abound? Qianlan, let us witness your three-sword style. Qianlan harbors considerable anticipation for Zoro's technique. After all, Zoro is renowned as the three-sword style Zoro, akin to the monikers of Germa Sanji and the Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy. Well then, allow everyone to behold my three-sword style. With that, Zoro struggled to rise, drawing from his waist the legendary Wado Ikemanji alongside 2 ordinary katana. He then assumed the iconic stance, biting down on the blade. Three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. In a blur of motion, Zoro swiftly wielded his dual swords while simultaneously cleaving with the Wado Ikemanji, slicing through a nearby orange tree into several fragments, before striking a remarkably stylish pose. In an instant, Qianlan darted behind Zoro, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. You fool! This is our orange tree for supplementing vitamins. Why did you chop it down? Upon witnessing this, Kuro posed an exceedingly perilous question. Zoro, if you were to wedge a knife between your buttocks, would that not constitute the four-sword style? After a meal that neither qualified as breakfast nor lunch, Qianlan and his companions resumed their activities as usual, while Zoro embarked on his training, for the ship was well equipped with training apparatus. Following a brief period of idleness, Qianlan's companions joined in the training. Observing Qianlan's unique training methods, Zoro inquired, leading to a comprehensive introduction to the relevant knowledge. As they continued, Zoro posed the question, "Where shall our voyage take us next?" Upon his utterance, the three companions fixed their gaze upon Qianlan, eagerly awaiting their captain's command. Qianlan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Then let us proceed to Ongjiao Island, where the geological conditions are rather harsh and the population sparse, fortunately. There are nearby islands for resupply." Timon's expression instantly fell. "In that case, I must quickly stock up on skincare products." Meanwhile, Zoro silently contemplated whether he should also gather more liquor. 1 week later, on Angia Island in the East Sea, the four of them, who had been practicing separately, gathered together. "Clo, haven't you mastered the Marine 6-style shave? Show me what you can do," Qianlan said, as the three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes began to swirl. Clo then demonstrated the technique of shave before the others. His rapid mastery of the Marine 6-style shave within just a week came as no surprise. As Clo had created a simplified version of it, his performance ignited the spirits of the other three. None wished to lag behind, thus intensifying everyone's training efforts. Another week passed. With the aid of the three-tomo Sharingan, Qianlan finally grasped the nuances of shave and began her training in the remaining 6 styles. Chapter 23. Arrival at Rogue Town 5 months later. Liberated. Finally liberated. Ignoring Timon's exuberant shouts from the bow of the ship, Qianlan, Clo, and Zoro remained composed as they took their rest. After 5 months of rigorous training, Zoro appeared more composed, while Clo looked even more robust. Qianlan successfully awakened a relatively rudimentary level of observation haki and armament haki. With the assistance of the three-tomo Sharingan, she mastered the 6 powers in just 1 week. A feat that had taken Timon and the others over a month to accomplish. No wonder Kakashi is referred to as the copy ninja, having replicated thousands of jutsu. The Sharingan is indeed a remarkable tool. While Qianlan languished in a rocking chair, lost in thought, a bounty notice flew towards her, landing squarely on her face. Upon picking it up, she discovered an intriguing revelation. Has they set sail? The bounty stands at 3 million berries. After murmuring this to herself, she resumed her rest. Meanwhile, Clo, observing her demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. "Clo, when shall we embark on the Grand Line, Qianlan?" Clo could hardly contain his eagerness to explore a broader world. The East Blue had always been regarded as the weakest sea, and now, with Clo's newfound strength, he was no longer content to linger in its confines. The allure of the pirates' graveyard filled him with anticipation. In truth, the Grand Line earned its grim moniker as the pirates' graveyard primarily due to the formidable presence of the Navy in the first half, where ordinary pirates find it nearly impossible to survive. Furthermore, the intense rivalry among pirates, each vying to eliminate the other, contributes to the perilous atmosphere, alongside the treacherous weather conditions that characterize the region. "Damn it, we just emerged from hell. Shouldn't we take a moment to relish life?" Timon exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at the three, particularly at Qianlan, their captain. Qianlan smiled apologetically and remarked, "Let us venture to a place that satisfies everyone." The entrance to the Grand Line, the town of Logetown, where beginnings and endings intertwine. Kuro sighed, "The entrance to the Grand Line, you say? It seems we are on the cusp of making our names known throughout the world." Zoro interjected, "Then I shall challenge even stronger swordsmen." Timon added, "Does that mean we can purchase more goods?" A week later, after dispatching several small pirates along the way, Qianlan's system panel displayed little change. Currently, there were no B rank or higher missions, making it increasingly difficult to stir Qianlan's interest. Gazing at the dozens of pirate ships docked at the harbor, Qianlan realized that Smoker had yet to arrive, and it was likely that his arrival in Logetown would not occur for another year. Consequently, the pirates in Logetown remained quite rampant, though this bore little concern for Qianlan. Timon exclaimed joyfully, "Is this Logetown? It appears to have a larger population than many small nations. I must explore it thoroughly." Observing the grand archway and the multitude of shops nearby, Kuro took a moment to steady his thoughts and remarked, "This can be considered the largest town in the East Blue. You can find virtually anything you wish to purchase here." Qianlan gently patted Zoro's shoulder and smiled. "In a certain shop in Rogue Town, there are 2 renowned swords. I wonder if you can handle them." Qianlan's words instantly piqued Zoro's interest. After all, which swordsman does not yearn for a renowned blade? Contemplating this, Zoro cast a puzzled glance towards Qianlan, pondering how he had come by such information. Had he perhaps visited this place before? "Qianlan, do you know the names of those 2 legendary swords?" Qianlan shook her head, merely handing the bellies to Zoro, stating that if he could purchase it, he was welcome to do so. With that, Qianlan gracefully leaped down and made her way toward the town of Rogue. She felt no interest in the execution platform of the Pirate King. Rather, her curiosity was piqued by the coastal fish market in Rogue Town. While there might not be a culinary competition at the moment, she anticipated that the delectable offerings would still abound. Observing Qianlan's departure, Timon, Zoro, and Kuro also parted ways, each with different desires guiding their paths. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their exit, several dubious figures stealthily slipped away. Can one truly sample for free? Certainly. Qianlan unceremoniously shoved a piece of sushi into her mouth and found it rather lackluster. After expressing her thoughts, she departed without a backward glance, leaving the bewildered server behind, who was incredulous to encounter a customer who consumed without purchasing. However, upon reflection, the server found the man's visage somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, prompting him to abandon his duties and rush away. Meanwhile, Qianlan continued her culinary exploration, savoring delicacies from various establishments, though those unwilling to offer samples would inevitably require payment. Unbeknownst to her, as she indulged in gastronomic pleasures, a storm was brewing over Rogue Town. At the naval branch of Rogue Town, Commander Kermoth sat at the head of the conference table, flanked by a motley crew of oddly dressed individuals. Kermoth addressed the assembly. The notorious pirate Qianlan, who boasts the highest bounty in the East Sea, has made an appearance in Rogue Town. What course of action do you propose? Kermoth harbored little hope for the suggestions of the gathered crowd. These gang leaders and pirates were his own creations, and none would dare oppose him. He should have been a brigadier general by now, soon to be promoted to rear admiral, all for the trivial act of slaying a few civilians. Yet he found a perverse satisfaction in his current station, where he reigned as the emperor of Rogue Town, reveling in his newfound freedom. Amidst the crowd, a flamboyant woman rose and inquired, "Does Lord Kermoth seek to claim this bounty or the glory it brings?" A burly, bald man chimed in, "Regardless of Lord Kermoth's intentions, we stand ready to support you." Yet, in the hearts of all present lingered ulterior motives if Kermoth were to be rewarded and reassigned. The balance of power in Rogue Town would inevitably shift, whether a righteous navy or a more avaricious one took his place. Stability was paramount for those engaging in illicit enterprises, and none wished to disrupt the status quo. At that moment, a languid youth with green hair rose from the back of the room, casually picking at his nose. "You may deliberate as you wish. I shall take my leave now. My grandmother in the countryside awaits my visit." With that, the green-haired youth disregarded the curious gazes of the assembly and exited, inciting Kermoth's ire. It seemed a disobedient hound had emerged from his ranks, and such creatures deserved to be dealt with harshly. Maintaining his composure, Kermoth declared, "Let us adhere to the old ways. A 30-70 split shall suffice. This merit pales in comparison to converting it into tangible wealth. Rest assured, leave it to us." "Lord Kermoth," the crowd responded, "indeed, we are seasoned veterans. We have never failed in our endeavors." Chapter 24. Breakout after a day of wandering through Rogue Town. Qianlan and her companions found themselves dining at an inn, as it was inevitable that they would congregate in such a small locale. Laughter adorned their faces, particularly Zoro, who grinned broadly. "Qianlan, you were right. The cursed blade Sandai Katetsu and the fine sword Shusui are indeed exceptional. My new glasses and the weapon, the cat's claw, have also been reforged. This is the kunai you requested, Qianlan. Its hardness has significantly increased compared to before." With that, Klo handed several gleaming kunai to Qianlan. As Qianlan grasped the kunai, a chill enveloped her hand. She meticulously traced its contours, noting a marked enhancement in its hardness. Night descended. After dinner, the four of them retired to their respective rooms, but as time progressed, an increasing throng of torches began to converge upon the inn, amounting to no fewer than 1,000 souls. Observing this, Qianlan's shadow clone hurriedly summoned each individual, while her original self took the initiative to rouse Timon. It was evident that they were being targeted, and not merely by a singular faction. Qianlan found it hard to believe that such an operation could be orchestrated by a mere pirate crew. Otherwise, the simultaneous mobilization of over 1,000 would surely attract the vigilance of the Navy. Little did she suspect that the pirates and gangs of Log Town were, in fact, nurtured by the Navy, a realization that would elude many. Kuro adjusted his spectacles and inquired whether they should stealthily withdraw or boldly confront the adversaries. "Didn't you express a desire to make a name for yourself in this world?" he mused. Kuro, slightly abashed, shook his head, stating that the multitude below was beyond their capacity to confront, thus suggesting a hasty retreat. Zoro remained silent, merely clenching the Wado Ikemanji between his teeth, a gesture that underscored his resolve. As a member of the Akatsuki, Zoro felt that lacking a bounty diminished the stature of their crew, having finally encountered a grand battle. He was resolute in his intention not to miss the opportunity. Qianlan and Timon exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that their next course of action would be to engage in battle. Mission: escape from Rock Town. Mission level: A. Mission reward: 15 chakra fruits. Qianlan was somewhat astonished by the high mission ranking assigned by the system, given the current prowess of the four of them. Breaking free from a crowd of over 1,000 should pose little challenge. Perplexed, Qianlan declared with a smile, "Let us split into 4 directions and regroup on the ship." Each direction would encounter at least 300 to 400 opponents. While Qianlan's decision was not reckless, it ignited the fighting spirit within the group. If they were to falter today, what right would the Akatsuki have to advance into the Grand Line? Onward! With that, Qianlan leaped from the second floor, while Timon, Kuro, and Zaro burst forth from other directions. If they were discovered, then they would fight. The goal was the heads of those duplicitous ninjas. Instantly, chaos erupted around them as all sides launched simultaneous assaults on the quartet. Water style, water prison technique. Lightning style, thunder tiger assault. Ninjutsu was unleashed indiscriminately as Qianlan wielded his kunai, each strike claiming a life, thus sharpening the newly acquired weapon. In the darkness, Qianlan's agile form resembled a spirit of the night, effortlessly extinguishing vibrant lives one after another. At that moment, 4 figures clad in black stealth attire emerged from the shadows, observing the carnage with keen interest. "Shall we engage?" they mused. "Heh, after all, she is but a delicate lady. How could she possibly contend with such brutish men? I shall wait until the very end to make my move." 2 of the figures, closely resembling each other, charged towards Qianlan, effortlessly shattering the stone pavement beneath their feet. Fist of Fury. X2. Their bodies swelled, tearing their garments as they resembled 2 ferocious tigers lunging at their prey. In the midst of battle, Qianlan remained vigilant, wary of the looming threats hidden in the shadows. Confronted by the 2 charging figures, he raised both fists to counter their advance. Boom! The collision of the 3 combatants unleashed a shockwave, sending the surrounding assailants tumbling away from the fray. Steadying himself, the smaller of the 2 newcomers exclaimed, "Brother, this opponent is formidable. He effortlessly received our punches. Humph. Then let us unleash our strongest technique to eliminate him. This way, we can share the spoils more generously." After conferring, the brothers aligned themselves, both fixating on Qianlan. Little did Qianlan realize that he had encountered 2 practitioners of Qigong, an exceedingly rare occurrence in the world of One Piece. Fist of Fury, Dragon Tiger Strangle, 7-day invocation, 3rd activation, lightning style, chakra mode. The 2 brothers concentrated all their strength into their fists, and a powerful current of air began to converge towards them. As these forces merged into one, the brothers charged fiercely at Qianlan. In the face of such a ferocious assault, Qianlan did not flinch or evade. Instead, propelled by an extraordinary speed, he met their attack with a single punch. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, sending shockwaves that caused the surrounding walls to crack and splinter. The brothers, overwhelmed by the collision, collapsed helplessly into a pool of their own blood. With the swiftness granted by the lightning-release chakra mode, Qianlan effortlessly felled an adversary with a single punch. In a matter of moments, those who had encircled him lay sprawled on the ground. At this juncture, Qianlan's figure approached the last 2 remaining foes. "What a remarkable young man you are," she remarked. "I possess the powers of a superhuman-type illusion fruit. I wonder how you intend to unravel my illusions." As she spoke, dozens of identical figures, all perfectly mirroring her stature, materialized in the arena, creating an eerie spectacle. Qianlan then activated her observation haki, sensing the presence of each illusion, only to discover that the intensity of their auras was identical. Qianlan lowered her head with a smile, inquiring whether it resembled the devil fruit akin to the technique of multiple shadow clones. However, she was uncertain about its development. Phantom Slash. Dozens of figures began to rush towards Qianlan, their weapons glinting ominously. Alas, the clone's speed was insufficient. Even with impeccable coordination, they were effortlessly dispersed by Qianlan's fists and feet. Spirit Blast. The remaining figures recklessly lunged at Qianlan simultaneously, overwhelming her in an instant, followed by a deafening explosion. No one could withstand the power of her sister's blast. Bang! Before the words could fully escape her lips, the woman was struck down by Qianlan's bullet to her forehead. Such was the nature of those in the world of One Piece, powerful fruits squandered due to inadequate development. Now, only one individual remained, who had not moved an inch throughout the encounter. Chapter 25. Bartolomeo, you are formidable. What technique was that? Ninja techniques. As Qianlan spoke, she launched a punch at the concealed figure, only to feel as though she had struck plastic glass. Could you teach me those techniques from earlier? I would agree to any conditions. Qianlan was taken aback to discover that someone was showing off right before her eyes. It seemed as though her techniques were being thwarted by some unseen force, leaving her perplexed about the situation. Thus, Qianlan feigned nonchalance and inquired, at the very least, "You must reveal your identity to me. How else could I possibly teach you?" Upon hearing her words, the enigmatic figure finally removed his hood and dark attire, revealing a character with a vibrant green mohawk, a nose ring adorning his nostrils, and a short dagger sheathed at his waist. It was Bartholomew. Qianlan gazed in astonishment at the individual before her, only to realize that it was her own oversight. Bartolomew's presence here was entirely reasonable, and it was she who had failed to anticipate it. Moreover, the method that had previously obstructed her must have been the barrier fruit of the paramecia type. Bartolomeo, whose name had been casually uttered by Qianlan, remained composed, even displaying a hint of excitement. "Oh, Lady Qianlan actually recognizes me. I am Bartolomeo, the notorious underworld boss who presides over 30 streets." Qianlan chuckled. "So you have no intention of confronting me?" Faced with the seemingly impenetrable barrier fruit, Qianlan could only temporarily circumvent it. She pondered whether her three-tomo Sharingan could exert control over Bartolomeo. Otherwise, a protracted battle would be unwelcome. Bartolomeo, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and replied, "Actually, I wish to become your disciple. I am profoundly intrigued by your ninja techniques, Lord Qianlan. I am unsure how I acquired these abilities. Perhaps it is a unique devil fruit." Qianlan, whose chakra was instilled by the system, realized that if someone else consumed the chakra fruit, it would yield no chakra, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Does that mean I cannot practice?" Bartolomeo's tone instantly shifted to one of despondence, as his aspirations seemed dashed. Suddenly, Qianlan smirked. "Of course, I possess other techniques I can teach you. However, I must set sail now." Instantly revitalized, Bartolomeo declared, "Then I shall accompany Master Qianlan on her voyage. After all, I am merely the gang leader of these few streets. It would be far more enriching to journey with you." At this moment, Bartolomeo had already referred to her as his master, indicating his earnest desire to learn from Qianlan, which successfully led her to whisk him away. Subsequently, Qianlan and Bartolomeo hurried toward the docks, encountering passers-by along the way, whom Qianlan dispatched with ease. The residents of Rogue Town appeared accustomed to such occurrences. All doors remained tightly shut as they silently observed the unfolding scene outside. Qianlan inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Bartolomeo, do you comprehend the situation? Why is it that despite the grand display, the common folk remain unaffected?" This is the arrangement of Lord Chemos. In Rogue Town, black is black and white is white. The two do not interfere with one another. Thus, the citizens of Rogue Town are rather indifferent to these matters. Bartolomeo's response only deepened Qianlan's confusion. What are the other Navy officers? Has no one else stepped forward? How many among them can withstand the test? Many speak of justice yet falter in action. Rogue Town does not lack for just Navy officers. It is merely that here, justice and darkness are starkly delineated. Bartolomeo's expression darkened, as if lost in troubling thoughts. As the two engaged in their conversation, they finally arrived at the docks of Rogue Town. However, instead of the expected Zoro, Kuro, and Timon, they were greeted by over 300 armed Navy personnel and the naval commander, Chemos. Upon spotting Qianlan, Chemos disdainfully spat. "What a bunch of useless wretches. I could train a dog better than these fools. In the end, it falls to me to clean up this mess." With that, Chemos gestured sharply downward with his right hand, prompting his aide, Marbo, to step forward and bellow, "Fire." In an instant, the muzzles of flintlock guns gleamed ominously, and the 5 cannons aboard the warships simultaneously unleashed their fury, illuminating the sandy shore with a tremendous display of firepower, while the deafening roar obliterated all else. As the smoke dissipated, Qianlan remained composed, his hairstyle untouched, embodying the principle that where there is smoke, there is no harm. "Bartolomeo," Chemos bellowed, his annoyance palpable, having discerned the situation at a glance. At that moment, Bartolomeo emerged from behind Qianlan, his face still adorned with a nonchalant grin. Just then, Timon, Zoro, and Kuro arrived. Each bearing injuries, however, they appeared relatively spirited, suggesting their wounds were not grave. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan began to employ her mastery of the celestial palm technique to rejuvenate the 3 individuals. Before long, they all regained their vitality, appearing considerably less fatigued. "How impressive, master!" exclaimed Zoro, casting a puzzled glance at the individual with hair of the same hue as his own and inquired, "Who is this person?" Qianlan, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched his nose. "His name is Bartolomeo, and he came here under the pretense of wanting to be my disciple. This fellow is also a user of the barrier fruit." Qianlan and his companions began to converse nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the grim expression on Kimo's face. "You scoundrel pirates! This is war!" Kimo's exclaimed. "Bartolomeo, I had hoped to cultivate your potential after you consumed the barrier fruit, but alas, you have chosen the path of death." With that, Kimo's discarded the cigarette but from his mouth, crushing it beneath his foot with palpable disdain. In an instant, Kimo's vanished from his position, reappearing before Qianlan, launching a powerful right hook aimed directly at Qianlan's face. Bang! In that moment, a wooden beam was obliterated by Kimo's punch, while Qianlan found himself several meters away from Kimo's. Meanwhile, his aide, Marber, began directing the more than 300 naval officers present, who approached Qianlan and his companions in an oddly synchronized manner, firing their flintlock pistols at varying speeds. As for Zoro, Kuro, Timon, and Bartolomeo, they fought their own battles, struggling against Kimo's well-trained naval soldiers and the astutely commanding Marber. Their assaults thwarted. Observing the battlefield, Kimo's erupted into a maniacal laugh, taunting Qianlan, "I shall collect the bounty of 100 million berries on your heads. You members of the Shanghai pirate crew, what awaits you is nothing but eternal death." Chapter 26, Set Sail. Kimo struck again, and Qianlan raised his left arm to block the attack. "Ha! So you are the Navy's Lieutenant Kimo's. Merely a pitiable weakling." Before Kimo's could react, Qianlan delivered a sudden right punch to Kimo's abdomen. Clang! To my surprise, you possess the iron block technique of the Navy's six forms. Qianlan had not anticipated encountering someone familiar with the Navy's six forms here. Clearly, Kimo's past was extraordinary, for such a formidable individual would not have fallen to this state otherwise. Kimo's dismissed Qianlan's words, viewing him merely as a corpse yet to fall. With a thrusting motion, Kimo's right hand jabbed repeatedly at Qianlan, each strike threatening to pierce him with a bloody wound. However, under the scrutiny of Qianlan's three-tomo Sharingan, Kimo's movements appeared sluggish as if he were crawling like a tortoise. Seizing the opportunity, Qianlan landed another punch to Kimo's abdomen, sending the unprepared Kimo sprawling. As he rose, Kimo's remarked, "I never imagined a warrior of your caliber would emerge from the East Blue. In my years here, it is the first time I have been so thoroughly bested. You deserve my utmost effort." Upon encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time, Qianlan recognized the opportunity to hone her skills in the six forms. With this thought in mind, she deactivated her three-tomo Sharingan and engaged in combat with Kermos using only her pure physical techniques. However, Kermos had not mastered the entirety of the six forms, possessing only the techniques of shave, iron block, and finger gun. Thus, the two engaged in a sparring match with their incomplete versions of the six forms. Regrettably, Qianlan's application of the techniques was far less adept than Kermos's, resulting in her enduring a significant amount of punishment. Had it not been for her timely use of observation haki and armament haki, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to defeat. "Huh, I wonder where you learned the Navy's six forms, but you are no match for me, a brigadier general who has risen through sheer strength." Kermos laughed boisterously, appearing to be on the brink of victory. "Do not hold back any longer. Everyone, unleash your full power." With a sudden shout from Qianlan, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense. The Navy, led by Marber, heightened their vigilance, while Kuro, Timon, and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles. Bartolomeo, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Timon was the first to react. His formidable physique, a testament to his ancient Zoan heritage, rendered his martial arts training remarkably effective. In an instant, a slicing strike, known as Lanjiao, cleaved through the Navy soldiers besieging Timon. The disparity in strength became glaringly apparent. Despite some sailors attempting to evade Timon's onslaught, none within the attack's range emerged unscathed. Zoro and Kuro, masters of the Saro, appeared in various locations, swiftly reaping the lives of the Navy soldiers with their weapons. Bartolomeo utilized his barrier fruit to either shield himself from attacks or to send sailors sprawling, revealing his relative inexperience with his newfound powers. Chromos watched in anguish as his loyal troops, equipped with the finest gear and receiving the most rigorous training, were mercilessly slaughtered. This was unbearable for him. Enough. This disturbance is intolerable. Qianlan had lost interest in Chromos, feeling no thrill in besting opponents in the East Blue any longer. Lightning release. Thunder Tiger strike. A colossal, canine lightning beast lunged at Chromos, its arc-laden form instilling terror. Just as Chromos evaded with sorrow, Qianlan executed a similar maneuver. Appearing before Chromos and delivering a punch to his abdomen, followed by an elbow strike that sent Chromos tumbling across the ground. Protect Lord Chromos. At Marbur's command. Nearly 100 remaining Navy soldiers rushed to his aid, abandoning their defense against the others. Meanwhile, through Qianlan's observation hockey, he sensed numerous presences fleeing, revealing that not all were loyal to Chromos, with some Navy members secretly observing the unfolding chaos. At that moment, the members of the Akatsuki gathered together. Qianlan. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. I no longer wish to fight, Timon urged. In an instant, his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, ensnared nearly 100 Navy soldiers present. Subsequently, all raised their firearms, directing their fire at Marbur and Chromos, who were deemed the true adversaries. In an instant, Marbur fell, riddled with bullets, lifeless beyond recovery. Upon witnessing the situation, Kermes had no choice but to flee. However, Qianlan had already anticipated Kermes's position and swiftly kicked him back to his original spot. Reluctantly, Kermes was forced to endure the blows. Despite several attempts to break free, Kermes was consistently thwarted by Qianlan's remarkable speed. Within a minute, he was utterly depleted of strength. A bullet struck him squarely in the abdomen, followed by a second, and then a third, just as Kermes was on the brink of death. Qianlan sensed several presences rapidly departing, foreboding that the forthcoming Rog town would no longer be so clearly delineated between black and white. As Qianlan stepped onto the deck of the ship, the system interface underwent yet another transformation. Mission reward, 15 chakra fruits, available for extraction. Setting sail. With a resounding shout from Qianlan, the crew aboard the ship sprang into action, steering the vessel and raising the anchor. As the hull of the Zayed began to gradually depart from the pier of Rog town, exhausted, the crew slumped onto the deck. Though this minimal exertion was nothing to Qianlan, who once again employed her healing techniques to tend to their injuries and restore their stamina. Bartholomew, grinning widely, exclaimed, Master Qianlan is truly remarkable, just like the ninjas from the tales. Timon added, Qianlan, is this yet another new technique? It seems our Zayed no longer requires a ship's doctor. Timon's words resonated with the others, as they had just witnessed Qianlan's formidable skills, which could astonish even the most proficient physicians in the world. As for the matter of the ship's doctor, it would be left to fate. What I truly desire is to find a chef to my taste, with such an abundance of ingredients from the sea. It would be a travesty to let them go to waste without a skilled cook. Qianlan, you need not eat the meals I prepare. You can cook for yourself. Hilo remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Initially meant to serve as a steward in Zilabu village, he found himself still in service aboard the ship. Now even facing disdain, leading Kilo to feel a profound lack of affection. Qianlan smiled bitterly and waved his hand, conceding that it would be best if you took charge for now. Unfortunately, I cannot join you at this moment, but once we find a chef on the Grand Line, things will become much easier for you. After some casual conversation, everyone washed up and fell into a deep slumber, while today's battle rapidly unfolded across the vast sea. Chapter 27, Shadow Level Power. The next day, Kuro had everything prepared once again. Breakfast was still managed by Kuro, the diligent steward, while Bartolomeo had fully acclimatized to the routine. Kuro, Bartolomeo, are you aware of the true purpose of our Akatsuki organization? Qianlan and Timon simultaneously turned their gaze towards Zoro, a figure likely familiar to them, as he had boarded the ship in a similar manner. I wonder if it's known that I have come here to learn the ninja techniques of Master Qianlan. Early in the morning, Zoro took a swig of alcohol, declaring that their objective was to assist their comrades within the organization, collectively striving to realize their dreams. My aspiration is to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Bartolomeo laughed heartily at Qianlan, exclaiming, my dream is to learn the ninja way from Master Qianlan, who has already promised to teach me. Suddenly, Qianlan felt a sharp pain in his waist and turned to see Timon grinning malevolently at him. That was merely a trivial tactic. In truth, my abilities cannot be imparted to others. Upon saying this, Qianlan sensed a sense of relief in his waist. I still have something to give you all. Qianlan presented the chakra fruits acquired from the mission, placing one before each individual at the dining table. Chloe's voice trembled with disbelief. Could this truly be it? In a state of confusion, Chloe turned to Timon, who nodded in affirmation of Chloe's speculation. Timon, exhibiting remarkable composure, consumed the chakra fruit, as this was not his first experience with it. However, when the effects of the fruit began to manifest within him, he could not suppress a soft exclamation. Zoro and Bartolomeo exchanged bewildered glances, pondering if this was some extraordinary fruit. Chloe's reaction seemed rather exaggerated. Contemplating this, Zoro picked up the fruit for inspection, finding it rather ordinary. There appeared to be nothing exceptional about it. "Shut up," Bartolomeo shouted as he stood up. "This is the first gift bestowed upon me by Master Qianlan. How could it possibly be deemed ordinary? Regardless of the circumstances, I shall treasure it, Master Qianlan." After declaring this, Bartolomeo struck a solemn pose and earnestly addressed Qianlan. "Rest assured, Master Qianlan, I will ensure it is cultivated after I consume it." Upon hearing this, Qianlan could only manage a bitter smile. If you could truly cultivate such a thing, then surely everyone in this world would become considerably stronger. Zoro, however, paid no heed to such musings and promptly swallowed the chakra fruit whole, smacking his lips as if savoring its flavor. Observing this, Kuro also consumed his fruit. But he closed his eyes, taking a moment to attune himself to his own body. "I've grown," Zoro and Kuro exclaimed in unison, prompting Qianlan to glance at Timon. A memory vividly etched in her mind. Timon, noticing Qianlan's gaze, lowered his head in embarrassment, recalling how recklessly he had acted. Allowing this scoundrel to take advantage of the situation, how infuriating. "What do you mean you've grown? Why are the two of you reacting so dramatically?" Bartolomeo inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It's just a piece of fruit, after all. Is it really worthy of such a response?" With a dismissive curl of his lip, Bartolomeo took a bite of the chakra fruit and began to savor its taste. But no sooner had he uttered those words than he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. An exhilarating sensation that made him acutely aware of his growing strength. A minute later, the exhilarated Bartolomeo wrapped his arms around Qianlan, bursting into tears. "Master Qianlan, you have been so incredibly kind to me. This reminds me of my grandmother in the countryside. She always cared for me in such a manner." Qianlan did not expect Bartolomeo to react so strongly. Feeling the dampness on his shoulder, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Thus, Qianlan offered his shoulder to Bartolomeo. Realizing that to become a notorious gang leader spanning dozens of streets, this individual must have endured considerable darkness. However, Bartolomeo's green hair struck Qianlan as rather theatrical. After a while, sensing that the time was ripe, Qianlan gently pushed Bartolomeo away. "It's time to focus on your training. We, the Akatsuki, do not accept members who are too weak." The group then proceeded to exit, but at the last moment, Qianlan pulled Bartolomeo back. "Is it true that you can only manifest your barrier when your middle and index fingers are interlocked?" This question had long occupied Qianlan's thoughts. Perhaps it was a psychological effect on Bartolomeo, or akin to Spider-Man's trial and error, or possibly similar to the hand seals required to activate ninjutsu. Bartolomeo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, "You are absolutely right, Master Qianlan. I demonstrated the capability of my barrier fruit only once in your presence, and you discerned it so astutely. How impressive." Qianlan felt a tinge of embarrassment at the remarks made, as she could hardly confess that she was deeply impressed by that particular segment while watching an anime. "Bartolomeo, as long as you can wield your barrier with one hand, I will entrust you with something of great importance, something extraordinary that will undoubtedly astonish you." With those words, Qianlan turned and exited the kitchen. Bartolomeo stood there, perplexed. Something extraordinary? Something important? Something that will astonish me? What could it be? Could it be something of great significance to Master Qianlan? In that case, I cannot accept it. As he pondered these questions, Bartolomeo found himself entangled in contemplation, and it was only when he could no longer fathom the matter that he finally left the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qianlan extracted the remaining chakra fruits, savoring them with a satisfying crunch, reminiscent of chicken flavor. Upon finishing all the chakra fruits, the system panel began to transform. Host, Qianlan level, shadow attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body flicker technique, great fireball technique, mind decapitation technique, mist concealment technique, thunder tiger assault, water candy extraction, taijutsu, 7 days breathing technique, incomplete, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, none weapons, space scroll, exploding blade of mist, marketplace, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Gazing at the word shadow on the system panel, Qianlan was acutely aware of the discrepancies within. Nevertheless, according to the System S criteria, it primarily assessed chakra quantity, a point that could be deemed reasonable or unreasonable. In any case, Qianlan had indeed attained the prowess of a shadow. With a significant increase in her chakra reserves, the enhancement of her strength was inevitable. Once she unlocked several ninjutsu, she would essentially be free to wield her power at will. With the prospect of venturing into the Grand Line ahead, Qianlan felt an invigorated sense of confidence. Chapter 28. S-Rank mission the following day at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Upon receiving news from Rogue Town, a Marine soldier hurried to Admiral Sengoku's office. For this news was a profound disgrace to the Navy. The cunning and treacherous ninja had caused the Rogue Town Navy to suffer the loss of one-third of their forces and a colonel of considerable rank. Yet not a single member of Akatsuki had been captured. The thought only fueled Sengoku's fury. It would have sufficed if Akatsuki had merely escaped. But the Rogue Town Navy had endured such a staggering loss. Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled. Well, they must now navigate from Rogue Town into the Grand Line. From here, it shall be our Navy that pursues and intercepts them. After all, we maintain a commendable control over the first half of the Grand Line. What of Kazan? Alas, Paulusolino has been assigned by the world government to protect the scientific unit. Otherwise, he would have been the ideal choice for this task. As Zhangguo reflected inwardly, a profound bitterness enveloped him. The world government harbored apprehensions regarding the Navy's formidable strength, particularly the three admirals wielding natural powers, which exacerbated their trepidation. The essence of naval justice struggled to manifest fully, while a substantial portion of the military budget was allocated to the four seas, leaving the marshal to navigate a precarious balance. Vice Admiral He, however, shook his head and remarked, the situation in the New World necessitates the presence of admirals. Otherwise, our Navy's branches in that region would be in jeopardy. As for the matters concerning the Akatsuki, let the branches in the first half of the Grand Line attend to them. What of the bounties on the Akatsuki? He continued. We should set their bounties high. After all, the first half of the Grand Line is home to several formidable pirate hunters. Perhaps we won't even need to intervene ourselves. Zhangguo nodded in agreement. Realizing that he would do well to heed his counsel, the Navy simply lacked the resources to contend with these minor pirates. Ultimately, the 7 sea routes would converge at Sabaody Archipelago, at which point he could delegate the matter to Admiral Paulusolino. With newfound resolve, Zhangguo began drafting new bounties for the Akatsuki. If their strength did not align with their bounties, it was unlikely they would endure for long. Meanwhile, at the World Economic News Agency, an employee hurried to President Morgan's desk. President, there is significant news from the East Blue. Without lifting his gaze, Morgans inquired. What remarkable news could possibly emerge from the East Blue? You'd better present something that piques my interest. President, in Logtown, hundreds of Navy personnel have been slain, including a branch lieutenant colonel. Is this truly noteworthy? Such occurrences are hardly uncommon in the New World. Begone. Morgans responded sternly, returning to his writing. The employee, anxious, pressed on, President, the perpetrator responsible for the massacre of these Navy personnel is the cunning ninja, Chiho. Did you not suggest that this individual might end the East Blue's reputation as the weakest sea? The Navy headquarters has already issued a bounty, 100 million berries. This is an unprecedented bounty for someone who has even set foot in the Grand Line. Morgan straightened in his seat, a grin spreading across his face. Then let us prepare a newspaper edition heralding the birth of the strongest newcomer among pirates. The forthcoming battles are sure to be exhilarating, and our publication will undoubtedly thrive. Understood. As a journalist, Morgans was unconcerned with anything other than capturing the most authentic and sensational news. Everything else was of little consequence to him. A day later, a few individuals from Qianlan arrived at this place, the entrance to the Grand Line, known as the Upside Down Mountain. They observed the seawater flowing upwards incessantly, with turbulent currents surging chaotically, presenting a perilous sight. The narrow mouth of the sea, merely a dozen meters wide, allowed no larger vessels to pass. The jagged red cliffs on either side posed a significant threat. Should a ship collide with these rocky walls during ascent, the consequences would be dire. Is this truly the entrance to the Grand Line? It is no wonder that this place is regarded as a graveyard for pirates, without proficient navigators. Ships are doomed to destruction and lives are lost. Crocodile's words sent a shiver down the spines of Timon and Bartolomeo. Destruction and death? It appeared that none among them were particularly skilled navigators. Zaro inquired, what shall we do, Captain? Qianlan, witnessing the situation, smiled and said, you need only observe. I shall steer the course alone. Upon the conclusion of Qianlan's words, the group promptly secured themselves, demonstrating a palpable mistrust in Qianlan's abilities, particularly as Timon had transformed into his beast form and ascended into the skies. In an instant, the three-tomo Sharingan swirled within Qianlan's gaze as he meticulously observed the unfolding circumstances. The ship of Akatsuki gradually ventured into the surging sea. Bartolomeo exclaimed, Master Qianlan, I am a devil fruit user. My life rests in your hands." As he spoke, Bartolomeo gripped the railing with greater fervor, his face paling in terror, revealing that this was indeed his first venture into the ocean. Qianlan, at the helm, paid no heed to Bartolomeo's trepidation, despite feeling no anxiety himself. He recognized the importance of steering the ship with utmost caution, as the destruction of their vessel would be a considerable loss. Under Qianlan's deft control, the ship of Akatsuki remained remarkably stable, as if the turbulent currents beneath were deceptively calm. Had it not been for the angle of their descent, one might have believed they were navigating through serene waters. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, the group beheld the terminus of the current, even spotting a rainbow adorning the horizon. Timon exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Kuro nodded in agreement, while Zoro and Bartolomeo seemed devoid of the capacity to appreciate the ethereal beauty of the rainbow. Just then, Akatsuki surged forth from the massive confluence of currents, momentarily soaring through the air as if in flight, before plummeting downwards. Bartolomeo, overcome with emotion, cried out, "We survived. Thank you, Master Qianlan." Both Zoro and Kuro on board exhaled in relief, grateful to have emerged unscathed from the ordeal. Timon reverted to his human form, landing on the ship. And upon observing the collective sigh of relief from his companions, his melodious laughter resonated, prompting everyone to join in joyful mirth, as the invigorating sea breeze enveloped them. Qianlan remarked, "New adventures await us. Although the perils of descent are considerably less than those of ascent, we must remain vigilant." With a renewed focus, the group turned their attention to the descending currents, their spirits buoyed, particularly evident in the subtle smile gracing Qianlan's lips. At that moment, as Qianlan navigated the ship, the system interface emitted a new mission notification. Mission: Heal the injured Labu mission level. S mission reward: Forbidden technique: Impure world reincarnation upon glimpsing the S-level mission presented by the system. Qianlan recognized it as a generous gift from the system. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he shouted aloud. Chapter 29. Entering the Grand Line. The ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Kurokas. 5 minutes later, the group exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The immense figure of Laboon nearly obstructed the exit, particularly his gigantic eyes, which seemed to draw one into their depths. Observing Laboon, who had awaited the return of the Rumbar pirates for 50 long years, Chihiro felt a profound wave of nostalgia. She had shed countless tears for this whale in her past, and now her heart ached even more. "Let us descend and take a closer look." With that, Chihiro began to maneuver the ship closer to the Twin Cape Lighthouse, and once they docked, everyone eagerly leaped down. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "What a colossal whale!" From below, he appears even larger. "This must be an island whale, but I've never heard of one growing to such a size." As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses to scrutinize Laboon more closely, inching nearer to him. Suddenly, a gleaming harpoon plunged into the ground right beneath Crocodile's feet. "Be cautious and refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts," warned a voice. An elderly man, his hair resembling a blooming red flower, emerged from the lighthouse, clad in a shirt and beach shorts. Crocodile glared at the old man, realizing too late that his lack of vigilance had allowed this individual to assert dominance over him, an oversight he found intolerable. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan inquired of Kuro, "Are you considering taking action?" Kuro, however, remained utterly languid. As a former member of the Roger Pirates, Kurakasu did not perceive these pirates hailing from the four seas as a genuine threat. "From which sea do you scallywags hail? I suggest you set sail promptly," he remarked. Bartolomeo retorted, "Old man, we are from the Dawn. Surely you've heard of us." Kurakasu nodded. "Ah. So you are the notorious and cunning ninja Qianlan, who has recently entered the Grand Line with a bounty of 100 million berries. It appears you are in for some peril ahead." Bartolomeo, nonchalantly digging at his nose, provocatively stated, "Old man, do not underestimate us from the Dawn. For Master Qianlan, a bounty of 100 million berries is merely a trifle." Kurakasu, in exasperation, handed Bartolomeo a newspaper and bounty notice, which he scanned with remarkable speed. Having received the information, Bartolomeo approached his companions, who were observing Labu, and announced, "The Navy has updated our bounties. Even I now have a bounty, the fearsome Bartolomeo, with a reward of 500,000 berries." Timman, curious, snatched the bounty notice from Bartolomeo, exclaiming, "Oh, hee, my bounty has significantly increased as well," the witch Timman, with a bounty of 18 million berries. "That qualifies me as quite the pirate in the East Blue." Zoro glanced at the bounty notice, which read, "Beastly three-sword style swordsman Rorino Azaro, bounty of 350,000 berries." The realization that his bounty was lower than Bartolomeo's incited a sense of dissatisfaction within him, as the bounty for devil fruit users tends to be comparatively higher. Kuro, casting a casual glance, noted the newspaper stating, "Cunning Kuro, bounty of 30 million berries," revealing a significant gap between him and Qianlan. Bartolomeo, proud of his 500,000 berry bounty, strutted up to Kurikasu, boasting, "I am a pirate with a bounty of 500,000 berries. You must be somewhat intimidated." Kurikasu disdainfully curled his lip, which only served to irk Bartolomeo further. Qianlan, Bartolomeo, he was once the ship's doctor of the Pirate King Roger. How could he possibly be interested in your mere bounty of 5 million berry? The ship's doctor of the Pirate King. In an instant, all four individuals turned their curious gazes towards Kurikasu, bewildered by how a former crew member of the Pirate King Roger found himself guarding a lighthouse. "Kurikasu, how do you know my identity? The world government has already revoked the bounties on the members of Roger's crew. At your age, you shouldn't have seen my bounty notice, should you?" With a sense of internal vigilance, Kurikasu could not fathom how Qianlan had acquired such information, especially since he seemed to have inadvertently revealed details that could expose his own identity. Qianlan chuckled softly and remarked, "I once came across your bounty notice in an abandoned residence while sailing in the East China Sea." A puzzled Kurikasu suppressed his doubts and began to converse with the others with a sense of nostalgia. "I am Kurikasu, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Initially, I joined the crew for Laboon, this very whale." Timon inquired, "Laboon? Is that its name?" Nodding, Kurikasu continued, 50 years ago, there was a music-loving crew known as the Rumba Pirates." Qianlan was indifferent to the words spoken by Kurikasu, as she was well aware of Labu's story. Instead, her attention was drawn to the enormous wound on Labu's head. The injury was a complex web of gashes, with dozens of centimeters-long cuts that, given Labu's massive size, could only be deemed minor. The truly significant wounds extended several meters in length. More critically, Labu's incessant collisions with the Red Earth continent suggested that the injuries within were likely quite severe. Even Kurikasu, the ship's doctor of the Pirate Kings, had been unable to heal Labu, largely due to Labu's lack of cooperation. It appeared that the situation was rather difficult to manage. Kurikasu had been drilling into Labu's body to administer treatment, which indicated that Qianlan might have to attempt a similar approach. As the others engaged in idle chatter, Labu took matters into his own hands, his colossal form slowly submerging into the water until he was no longer visible. Soon, those on the shore began to feel a noticeable tremor, with small stones cascading down from the Red Earth continent. At that moment, Kurikasu found himself powerless, unable to halt Labu's actions. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo and Timon, having heard Labu's tale, were already in tears, while Kuro and Zoro maintained their composure. However, Qianlan suspected that these two were equally moved, reminiscent of her own past emotions. Eventually, Labu's gigantic silhouette emerged from the sea, blood pouring from his head, a sight that would render any human a mere corpse. Observing this, Kurikasu hurried back indoors to retrieve a large syringe, seemingly intent on providing treatment for Labu. Qianlan extended her hand to obstruct Kurikasu, then gradually made her way to the shore. "Laboon, you are waiting for the Rumar Pirates, aren't you?" "Alas, all the members of the Rumar Pirates have perished, leaving only Brook to survive." Qianlan's words immediately captured Labu's attention, his enormous eyes fixed upon her, seemingly awaiting a plausible explanation. "Brook is still alive. Today we made a pact, and within a year at most, Brook will return to seek you." Chapter 30. Choosing a route. Upon hearing Qianlan's declaration, Labu exclaimed, uncertain whether he concurred with her agreement, unaware of the nuances of Labu's thoughts. Qianlan remained oblivious to his true intentions. Qianlan turned her gaze towards Kurikasu and said, "Now, allow me to treat Labu. If Labu agrees to our pact, then Mr. Kurikasu will also find it easier." With that, Qianlan leaped onto Labu's head and began to perform her healing technique. Although Labu's immense size consumed a significant amount of Qianlan's chakra, it also rendered the healing process less arduous. Coupled with her shadow-level chakra, the injuries on Labu's head were gradually mending. An hour later, Qianlan leaped down from Labu's head. Timon, witnessing this, hurried to support her, his heart aching at the sight of her somewhat pale complexion. Kurikasu tossed a bottle of liquor to Qianlan, stating, "Few pirates emerging from the East Sea have earned my respect. You are one of them." Qianlan drank without hesitation, savoring the fragrance of Timon's hair, and her heart began to flutter. How delightful! With that, Qianlan fell into a deep slumber, leaving behind a blushing Timon. Chloe urged, "Quickly, carry the captain to rest. He looks utterly exhausted." The perceptive Chloe led Zoro and Bartholomew away, while Kurikasu went to assess Lab's condition. Has he truly fallen asleep? Timon nudged Qianlan, and upon receiving no response, she began to drag Qianlan back to the ship. The night passed in silence. Upon waking in the morning, Qianlan started to restore her chakra, as the events of the previous day had nearly drained her. Today, she would have to be cautious. Awake now? After a brief exchange of greetings, Timon turned her head away, yet her gaze slyly glanced at Qianlan. Timon had not forgotten yesterday's events and suspected that Qianlan might feign ignorance today. Qianlan nodded, uttering not a single word, and then proceeded to drink the milk on the table in one go, picking up the bread to eat. Timon furrowed his brow, temporarily suppressing the questions brewing in his mind. Oh, you're awake? Young man, I wonder if you could spare a moment to assist me in repairing the labu. Of course, I am willing to offer a price that may pique your interest. Bartolomeo exclaimed in excitement. Wow, you wouldn't possibly be giving us the record pointer of Lavdru, would you? How could we possibly accept such a thing? After saying this, Bartolomeo broke into a silly grin, as if the treasure of Lavdru were already in his possession, leaving Qianlan and the others utterly exasperated. Qianlan, I shall provide treatment for Labu, yet I am uncertain as to what treasures Mr. Kalokas might bestow upon us. As you are aware, from the very moment we embark upon the Grand Line, the compass ceases to function, leaving us to navigate solely by the log pose and eternal pose. What I can offer you is but the eternal pose. It appears that the assortment of medicines I had initially prepared may be rendered superfluous, considering your captain is indeed one of the finest physicians in the world. Kurlo, in a state of perplexity, inquired, to which destination does the eternal pose direct us? Qianlan waved her hand, indicating that the others need not concern themselves. Adventures upon the sea are rife with unexpected events. The eternal pointer may not be of use to her. After breakfast, Qualokas began to guide Qianlan through the body of Labu, gradually mending the hidden wounds left behind. As for the others, they either engaged in their training or entertained themselves, for Twin Cape remained quite safe. 3 days later. So, what do you think? Have you decided which route to take? Qualokas inquired. His curiosity piqued about the young man's choice. Timon chimed in. All 7 routes should be relatively similar. Any one of them would suffice. Timon's words garnered unanimous agreement. With Qianlan's strength, traversing any of the routes posed no challenge. Qianlan, Mr. Kurokas, which route did Pirate King Roger take? Young man, are you certain you wish to know? Kurokas regarded Qianlan with perplexity. A man of his stature should not pose such a question. Of course. I have no intention of following the same path as Pirate King Roger. This is our own adventure. Bartholomew instantly transformed into an eager disciple. Master Qianlan speaks wisely. Our crew is indeed different from Roger's. In truth, it was merely a matter of overthinking on their part. Qianlan paid little heed to such matters, mainly because he had forgotten which route Luffy had chosen. Having immersed himself in Luffy's adventurous tales, he found the idea of selecting the same route utterly tedious. Nonetheless, he was quite curious about certain individuals, so he would still venture to the places that piqued his interest. Well then, after today's treatment, I shall reveal it to you. My apologies for keeping you waiting for so long. I hope to hear of the renowned exploits of our crew henceforth. With that, Kurokas made his way towards Laboon, and Qianlan followed suit. As the two departed, Timon, Klo, Bartholomew, and Zoro began to deliberate amongst themselves. Timon, which of the 7 routes do you think Qianlan will choose? Having arrived at the Grand Line, Zoro mused that it would only take encountering the man with eagle-like eyes to bring him closer to his dreams. Bartholomew shook his head, and Klo waved dismissively. Both were indifferent to the question. At that moment, within Laboon, Qianlan completed his treatment under Kurokas's guidance, and the system interface underwent a transformation. Task reward: Forbidden technique, Impure world reincarnation, Proficient host, Qianlan level, Shadow attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang ninjutsu, Body replacement technique, Impure world reincarnation, Heart decapitation technique, Misconcealment technique, Thunder tiger kill, Water candy manipulation taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, Remnant. Lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan summoned beast, None blade tools, Space scroll, Explosive blade splash shop, Kanai, Shuriken. Explosive tags. Gazing at the impure world reincarnation on the system panel, Qianlan was suddenly reminded of someone, Moria, who had once battled Kaido. He pondered whether he would, like him, scavenge for corpses. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. However, the precondition for impure world reincarnation was the presence of the reincarnator's flesh, hair, and such. as well as a living sacrifice. Yet, Qianlan was not particularly concerned about this. In the world of One Piece, does taking a life truly count as murder? That formidable pirate crew has not engaged in a war of annihilation. Alas, perhaps I am too benevolent. Let me set a modest goal, to become an eternal legend within the world of One Piece. Chapter 31. Zoro's battle after Qianlan had completed all her tasks. Zayad's vessel gradually departed from the Twin Gorges. Farewell, Mr. Coloccus. I have chosen the first route on the far left. Goodbye, Labu. I shall uphold my promise to bring Brook back. Farewell, old man. The crew aboard the ship bid their farewells to Coloccus, while Labu emerged from the water, seemingly to send Qianlan and her companions off on their voyage. Once both parties were out of sight, the rest of the crew resumed their training, the urgency of entering the Grand Line compelling them to advance relentlessly. Hey, it seems there is a merchant ship approaching. Should we seize the opportunity? As a former pirate, Kuro could hardly resist the temptation to act, for he was no stranger to the act of pillaging merchant vessels. Qianlan, can you still regard such trivial sums with any esteem? Clo, peering through his telescope, chuckled. After being a pirate for so long, it is rare to encounter a merchant ship without feeling a surge of excitement. This could very well be the first large merchant vessel I have allowed to escape in my piratical career. They are indeed fortunate. No, they are exceedingly unfortunate. With that, Qianlan rose and gazed into the distance. Through the perceptive prowess of his observation haki, he sensed the presence of dozens of auras. It was unlikely that the Navy was merely trailing behind the merchant ship. Observing Qianlan's movements, the others aboard the ship turned their hopeful gazes towards the horizon, as none could remain indifferent to the prospect of battle. Water release, water clone. In an instant, a clone materialized before them and leapt into the ocean, heading straight for the distant merchant vessel. Bartolomeo wore a look of regret, pondering when Master Qianlan might impart some of his unique techniques to him. As the group observed, the massive merchant ship erupted into flames, smoke billowing ominously into the sky. Timon, Qianlan, has your clone reported back yet? I do not know, but it seems we have encountered a particularly vile crew of pirates. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, it could be said that 10 pirate crews would struggle to produce even a single commendable individual. True pirates like Luffy, who selflessly assist others in liberating their nations, are exceedingly rare. Qianlan closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the memories from her doppelganger. Upon opening her eyes, she had gathered a substantial understanding of the situation. Subsequently, Qianlan produced a bounty notice and handed it to Kilo, prompting the group to examine it closely. Tima, upon receiving the bounty, gasped in astonishment. The individual in question was none other than the bloodthirsty demon of the South Sea, Jike. He had ruthlessly dismembered numerous foes with his swordsmanship. A truly brutal and cold-hearted character. Zoro, intrigued by this revelation, licked his lips and remarked, "A swordsman, is he? I wonder if he is worthy of the 48 million berries bounty." Since setting sail, Zoro had yet to encounter any formidable adversaries, and the prospect of facing a swordsman along the Grand Line stirred the fervor within him. He glanced at Qianlan, who, as captain, had yet to make a decision, and he understood that it was not his place to overstep. Then let us go see. We can decide what to do afterward. Qianlan recognized Zoro as a competent first mate, a fact that did not require further validation. However, she preferred a more relaxed dynamic among the crew, as they were not strictly a pirate crew. Thus, the group maneuvered the ship, the Dawn, steadily closer to the merchant vessel. Before long, they spotted the pirate flag flapping triumphantly in the wind. It appeared that both sides had recently engaged in a fierce battle. The pirate ship bore numerous scars, suggesting the presence of strong opponents on the merchant vessel as well. The outcome of the conflict remained uncertain. As they drew nearer, Qianlan and her companions discerned the grim state of the merchant ship, where corpses littered the railings and deck. Blood trickled down the hull into the sea, and the air was thick with the sounds of screams and cries, as the merchant ship had seemingly transformed into a hell on earth. However, this had no bearing on Qianlan. She was merely there to observe. Zoro, filled with excitement, gazed at a figure within the ship's hull, brandishing dual blades, his eyes alight with the fervor of battle. At that moment, the pirates inside noticed Qianlan and her crew. One particularly gaunt pirate raised his gun, aiming at Qianlan. Unfortunately for him, before he could pull the trigger, Qianlan's pistol had already shattered his skull. This action drew the attention of other pirates. Upon seeing Qianlan's visage, the bloodthirsty demon Jike erupted in fury, bellowing, "Are you the so-called strongest newcomer with a bounty of 100 million berries? You seem rather unimpressive." As he spoke, Jike licked the blood from his blade and swallowed it, revealing his truly twisted nature. Observing this, Qianlan pondered whether he might be suffering from some psychological affliction. It appears that one may not be in the most stable state of mind. Task: eliminate the bloodthirsty demon Jike. Task level: B. Task reward: Hell's Spear. To one's surprise, this opportunity has presented itself as a means to undertake a mission, much to Qianlan's satisfaction, particularly regarding the Hell's Spear, a B-level ninjutsu akin to an S-rank technique. Hell's Spear is the most formidable weapon of the third Raikage, concentrating lightning chakra within 4 fingers. Its power intensifies as the number of fingers diminishes, ultimately culminating in an absolute attack with exceptional penetrating strength. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Third Raikage wreaked havoc with this technique. This time, as long as one secures a head, a B-level ninjutsu will be within reach, bringing great delight. Qianlan glanced around and said, "Go ahead, Zaro. No one can interfere with your battle." At that moment, Bartolomeo stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to create a battlefield." With his index finger resting on his middle finger, a colossal barrier emerged, enclosing Zoro and Jik together. As for the other pirates, they were mere fodder before Qianlan's 3-tomo Sharingan. Under Qianlan's manipulation, a group of pirates began firing at one another, brandishing their swords in a chaotic frenzy, leading to a swift and brutal demise. Meanwhile, Zaro and Jik initiated their preliminary probing, their blades clashing as they gauged each other's strength and swordsmanship. "I want some too," exclaimed Timon, snatching a snack from Qianlan's hand. The 3 of them sat back in their chairs, akin to spectators at a cinematic spectacle, watching the duel between Zaro and Jik. Even Kuro, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a glass of wine to pour for the trio. Bartolomeo licked his lips, reflecting on his earlier indiscretion. Perhaps he too could indulge in a beer. Zaro and Jik remained focused, their wariness directed at one another. The rough exchanges between swordsmen revealed a palpable sense of power. A 3-sword-style swordsman? Quite a rare specimen. Jik noted the unfolding situation outside but remained indifferent, believing he could eliminate everyone later. Overthinking would only hinder his performance, and he exhibited a commendable level of composure. Chapter 32, 3-sword style, demon / observing the scene, Zaro unsheathed his Wado Ikemonji, biting down on the hilt as a signal of his seriousness. The two resumed their duel, their speed escalating, sparks flying amidst the flurry of blade shadows. Zaro's attacks reached a fever pitch. In an instant, he employed the Wado Ikemonji at an exceptionally acute angle, slicing toward Jik. Crimson blood dripped from the blade's tip, marking Jik's face with a streak of red. Indeed, the 3-sword style possessed its unique attributes, yet it was merely the beginning. Jik touched the blood at his neck, savoring the taste. An expression of delight washing over his face. He would refuse no blood. After consuming his own blood, Jik's form expanded, an unsettling aura enveloping him, rendering him quite fearsome. "You've taken many lives, haven't you? This strange sensation is a first for me. It seems the sea is vast, and a swordsman like you excites me." With that, Zaro donned a green bandana, a smile breaking upon his previously tranquil visage. In an instant, both warriors exerted their strength, shattering the floor beneath them as they collided violently. Had it not been for Bartolomeo's protective barrier, the immense force might have toppled Qianlan's drink. The battle intensified, drawing the attention of those outside. "Do you think Zaro can win?" Timon queried. "I wager 100,000 berries that Zaro will not prevail." Upon setting sail, Zaro is confronted by a pirate with a bounty nearing 50 million berries, and Timon does not believe that Zaro possesses the capability to triumph. Bartolomeo, however, chuckles and asserts, "I wager 50,000 berries that the moss-headed swordsman will undoubtedly prevail." Traditionally, yellow and green have formed a powerful duo, and now, with Bartolomeo accompanying Qianlan on this voyage, Zaro has been regarded as a rival. Although their boarding times differ, both are essentially considered novices. Timon, puzzled, inquires, "Bartolomeo, what leads you to believe that the moss-headed swordsman will emerge victorious?" Bartolomeo shakes his head, admitting his inability to accurately assess Zaro's strength. Meanwhile, Kuro gazes at Qianlan with a smile, asking, "What are your thoughts, Captain? Do you believe Zoro will be defeated?" "Qianlan, I am uncertain. It ultimately depends on Zoro. Given the current state of the battle, it is difficult to assert anything definitively. After all, Zoro has set sail later than in the original narrative and is now faced with an opponent worth 48 million berries. If Zoro insists on relying solely on swordsmanship, victory is by no means guaranteed. However, should Zoro employ his spear techniques, coupled with the enhancements from Qianlan's chakra fruit, He should be able to defeat this adversary. Meanwhile, Kuro expressed unwavering confidence, stating, I believe Zoro will undoubtedly triumph. Returning to the battlefield, Zoro and Gik engaged in a fierce clash, their speed surpassing those of their previous encounters, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. With a resounding clash, they momentarily separated, revealing numerous small wounds adorning Zoro's body. Gik, licking his blade, chuckled, It seems my swordsmanship is superior, yet you somehow managed to evade my attacks at critical moments. With curiosity, Gik turned his gaze towards Zoro, seemingly seeking an explanation. Zoro replied, Well, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it is my instinct for danger. With that, Zoro charged forward once more, prompting Gik to let out a sinister laugh, astonished by Zoro's recklessness. Did he truly believe that trusting his instincts would ensure his survival against the blade? Contemplating this, Gik intensified his assault, and an inexplicable sense of respect began to arise for the desperate Zoro. The ferocity of their exchanges escalated, and suddenly, Zoro sustained a significant wound on his right shoulder, while blood flowed freely from Gik's blade. You cannot rely on your instincts forever. Such a belief will lead to your demise, Gik declared, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied, an unsettling expression twisting his features. Perhaps influenced by Zoro's injuries or driven by Gik's inherent madness, the once dominant Gik disregarded his own wounds, and the two began to exchange injuries in a brutal fashion. Consequently, Gik accumulated several more wounds, yet Zoro's condition deteriorated, his blood loss and fatigue hampering his offensive capabilities. Noticing this, Gik halted his assault and glanced towards the sidelines. Your companions appear rather at ease. Zoro, preparing to respond, coughed up blood and retorted, It is because they trust me. Now, prepare for my ultimate technique. Gik erupted in laughter. Come, allow me to witness your most powerful move. Three-sword style, Onigiri. Zoro and Gik charged out simultaneously, their speed resulting in a fierce collision. With a swift application of the technique known as shave, Zoro's blade effortlessly severed the katana in Gik's grasp, leaving a deep wound of several centimeters across Gik's chest. The impact caused Gik's body to crash heavily to the ground, while Zoro, having lost considerable blood, also succumbed to the strain. Observing this, Bartolomeo immediately retracted the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Qianlan rose and hurled a shuriken, which pierced through Gik's chest in an instant. Quest reward, Hell's Stab, proficient without a moment's hesitation. Qianlan began to employ healing techniques on Zoro, while Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Timon anxiously watched. Timon, filled with concern, inquired, How is Zoro? Could it be that he? Facing Timon's escalating anxiety, Qianlan swiftly interjected, It's not serious. The green-haired one has merely lost a bit of blood, and the wounds are somewhat deep. The group wished to ask Qianlan just how severe the injuries were, but given the sight of Zoro drenched in blood, they found it hard to accept that it was merely a minor loss. For an ordinary person, they would likely be in dire need of a blood transfusion by now. Subsequently, they began to scavenge the merchant ship, also delivering fatal strikes where necessary, while rescuing any injured individuals who caught their eye. By the time they concluded their endeavors, dawn began to break, casting a pale light across the sky, and the group found themselves seated in the kitchen, indulging in a hearty feast. The spoils of their adventure were substantial. They discovered 30 million berries aboard the pirate ship, though the merchant vessel yielded a mere 7 million. Upon contemplating such wealth, Timon broke into a foolish grin, much to Zoro's annoyance as he lay nearby. Kuro, witnessing this, resignedly fed Zoro spoonfuls of meat porridge. Feeling increasingly like the steward of the crew, Zoro remarked, Can I drink now? I'm tired of this porridge. Kuro offered no reply, continuing to feed Zoro bite after bite. Chapter 33, An unexpected request for cooperation 3 days later, despite his grievous injuries. Zoro had begun to exercise and rise from his bed. Do not question why, such is the nature of humanity in the world of One Piece. Suddenly, Bartolomeo burst through the door, presenting Zoro with a bounty notice. Green-haired one, your bounty has now surpassed mine, reaching 10 million berries. Zoro examined the notice, a smile creeping across his face. Surely my master in the East Blue will see this. Motivated by the revelation, Bartolomeo commenced his training. Feeling somewhat embarrassed that his own bounty stood at a mere 5 million berries, the lowest among the crew. An hour later, he called out, Hey, look, we've spotted an island. This must be the first one on our route. Qianlan stood on the deck, meticulously gazing towards the island ahead. The voyage across the sea had ultimately yielded no new discoveries of interest. Observing this, Timon emerged with a nautical chart in hand, revealing Crescent Island, a land of eternal spring. Its crescent shape cradled a grand city, gears, situated by the sea, suggesting that our first destination was indeed promising. Immediately, Qianlan and her companions took their positions, steering the vessel towards the distant isle. Bartolomeo remarked, "Crescent Island is surrounded by azure waters, crystal clear to the seabed, where small fish occasionally dart by. The island's peaks tower into the clouds, adorned with lush forests. The trees stand tall and dense, blooming with vibrant flowers, a true spectacle of nature." Zoro quipped, "Bartle, when did you become so cultured?" Meanwhile, Kuro chuckled softly at the side, acknowledging that Bartolomeo's rare moments of reading had borne fruit, a testament to their captain's influence. Qianlan merely shook her head with a wry smile. She simply enjoyed reading a few miscellaneous books, unaware that Bartolomeo had taken to following her lead. Qianlan inquired, "Bartholomew, how is the development of the barrier fruit progressing? Are you able to meet my requirements?" Bartholomew, stroking his green hair, broke into a foolish grin, indicating that the development was evidently lacking. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the ship docked at the pier, and Qianlan and his companions made their way toward the restaurant, where it was time to indulge in hearty meals and fine drinks. Once seated, they began to feast and drink with abandon, completely unaware that they had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Burp. After a satisfying belch, Qianlan felt considerably more at ease. Although the cuisine here was comparable to that of Crocodile, the experience felt distinctly different. Zoro sat nearby, sipping beer intermittently, while Bartholomew was engrossed in attempting to harness the powers of the barrier fruit, evidently still stimulated by recent events. Crocodile asked, "Qianlan, are we to traverse this route and enter the New World next?" Timon exclaimed, "Isn't it too soon to enter the New World?" Qianlan, "Didn't you mention that many people there possess the ability to use haki?" Qianlan chuckled, expressing her current disinterest in entering the New World, preferring to observe for the time being. Zoro, suppressing his excitement, reassured himself that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would inevitably encounter that man one day. Someone approached them. As soon as Qianlan's words fell, a sharp sound echoed from outside the door, revealing that the entire restaurant had been encircled by a group of soldiers, their intentions seemingly hostile. "Is it the Akatsuki? You were surrounded. Why not surrender?" A slender figure stepped forward, taunting those within. Bartolomeo's face lit up with excitement. "Everyone stay still. These fellows are mine." With that, Bartolomeo rose and strode outside, adopting an audacious stance and expression at the entrance of the restaurant. "Our Akatsuki leader is inside, sleeping, and the one who fears nothing steps forward." 200 soldiers advanced in unison, their ominous weapons aimed squarely at Bartolomeo, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The slender man then announced, "By the command of His Majesty Binsne, I am to lead the troops to test the strength of the Akatsuki. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim." Bang! Bang! 200 soldiers fired simultaneously, an onslaught of bullets hurtling towards Bartolomeo. Yet, they were inexplicably halted by a barrier that shielded him, the bullets eerily suspended in midair. "Continue firing. It is merely a special devil fruit ability. I refuse to believe he can maintain this defense indefinitely." Puss, with an elegant flourish, angrily pointed at Bartolomeo and drew his long blade to strike. Clang! The recoil from his own attack forced Puss several steps back, erasing his previously graceful demeanor. Bartolomeo observed the 200 gunmen with calm resolve, appreciating Qianlan's wisdom in not revealing the nature of their devil fruit abilities during a brawl. Thus, the atmosphere at the restaurant entrance was bizarrely divided. Before Bartolomeo, there was the clamor of gunfire and smoke. Beyond him lay a realm of tranquility. Finally, after the last bullet had been expended, Bartolomeo's defense remained unbreached. It must be acknowledged that while the barrier fruit may lack in offensive capabilities, its defensive prowess was beyond reproach. How tiresome. Now it is my turn. With that, Bartolomeo unleashed his barrier, crashing into the formation of 200 soldiers. Enhanced by the speed of his attack, the once impenetrable shield transformed into a weapon of destruction, toppling the soldiers with a single blow. Seeing this, Puss helplessly shouted, "The mightiest newcomer, Lord Qianlan. His Majesty Binsne seeks to collaborate with the Akatsuki. We are willing to negotiate for the earlier incident." Puss realized he had underestimated the strength of the Akatsuki organization. His impulsive action just now was indeed unwise. He should have approached the matter more cautiously. Bartolomeo smirked disdainfully at Puss, considering him cowardly. The battle ended before he could even stretch his limbs, and he wondered how much the Navy would augment his bounty this time. Amused by the thought, Bartolomeo led Puss into the dining hall, unaware that to Puss, Bartolomeo's smiling visage was more terrifying than that of a devil. Master Qianlan, this fellow claims he wishes to collaborate with us, Bartolomeo remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He then plopped down beside Zaro, provocatively eyeing him. You pesky green-haired fool, it seems my bounty will soon surpass yours. Do try not to be disheartened. I shan't be disheartened, Zaro replied, narrowing his eyes at Bartolomeo before crushing the wine glass in his hand. Puss felt on the verge of tears, questioning his presence in this gathering. Observing the two green-haired individuals, he sensed an escalating danger. Master Qianlan, seated in his chair, cast a glance at Puss, whose ostentatious attire and flamboyant gestures nearly made him vomit. Chapter 34. Picking up the ears, I am Qianlan. What business does your so-called King Robinson have with me? Confronted with Qianlan's inquiry, Puss instantly adopted a serious demeanor. After all, he stood here representing his nation and monarch, and he must not appear weak. Your Excellency Qianlan, the name of our king is His Majesty Benzaini, not Robinson. Please afford the proper respect to His Majesty. Qianlan never anticipated that this fellow would actually attempt to assert himself. With a swift flick of her right hand, she dispatched a kunai that severed Puss's ear with precision. Adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, Qianlan refused to allow such a petty individual to display arrogance in her presence. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Puss immediately clutched his ear, blood seeping through his fingers, prompting Timon to disdainfully shift his chair aside. Qianlan spoke in a low voice. If you can speak, I shall heal you. If not, your name henceforth shall be One Ear. With a thud, Pusey collapsed to the ground. The sound of his knees hitting the earth startling Qianlan and the others. Surely, his knees were bleeding. Lord Qianlan, His Majesty Robinson wishes to enlist the Akatsuki's assistance. I am unaware of the specifics, but please spare my life. Pusey lay prostrate, weeping profusely, eliciting sympathy from all who heard him. Pick up the ear. I command you to retrieve the ear. In a fluster, Pusey complied, and Qianlan employed his mastery of healing to reattach the ear. Before long, Pusey's ear was restored to its former state. Qianlan then spoke gravely. Tell me everything you know. I trust you are aware of my capabilities. A smile swiftly spread across Pusey's face. Lord Qianlan, behind the mountains of our moon's spirit kingdom lies an abyss, shrouded in toxic gas, inhabited by ferocious avian creatures. However, it is said to harbor powers that could dominate the world. His Majesty Benzaini has sought many formidable allies to venture there, yet they all perished. I have heard that you, Lord Qianlan, are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly. Thus, His Majesty has dispatched me to negotiate with you. A treasure, you say? Having been a pirate for so long, I have yet to encounter a genuine treasure. Qianlan chuckled, bemused. Was he finally to embark on a true pirate adventure? Clow, anxious, inquired. What types of powerful individuals has your Majesty previously sought? There were formidable naval officers, pirates with bounties nearing 100 million, and numerous strongmen from our own land who have also perished, Pusey replied, his expression suddenly somber. The kingdom had paid dearly for this pursuit, yet His Majesty Benzaini continued to seek this power. Mission: explore the demon abyss of the Moon Spirit Kingdom mission level. A mission reward. Technique of heavy and light rock. Upon viewing the system's prompt, Qianlan realized the challenge posed little difficulty. A-level missions were now almost trivial for him. Qianlan, return and let your Robinson Majesty await news. Tomorrow, I shall provide him with a conclusion. Upon seeing this opportunity, Puss had no reason to linger. Remaining would surely result in the loss of numerous parts. Before the eyes of Qianlan and her companions, 200 soldiers gradually retreated, while Puss had already fled, allowing the once quiet streets to regain their vibrancy. Timon anxiously glanced at Qianlan, his eyes filled with concern. Are we truly venturing into that abyss? Timon, do you not intend to join us? Chloe queried. What do you mean by that? Must we all go? Timon exclaimed, astonished by the calm demeanor of his companions. It seemed that everyone was prepared for action. Very well. Let us depart now. We need not procure any supplies. With that, Qianlan and her group rose and made their way outside, soon leaving the town for the forest. They paid no heed to the lingering tale behind them. If someone wished to follow, so be it. An hour and a half later, the group beheld the abyss not far ahead. The yellow mist appeared highly toxic, and the strange, foul stench was unbearable. The abyss, measuring several meters in width, was swarmed by crows and vultures, creating a truly frightening scene. Chloe regarded the abyss with gravity, realizing that Qianlan could no longer use her clones to scout ahead. What shall we do next? Should we simply leap down? First, cover your mouths and noses with damp cloths. I will descend to assess the situation, Qianlan stated. Moving towards the depths of the abyss, her companions watched her nervously, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. Qianlan then channeled her chakra to her feet and began her descent. At this moment, she revealed her true capabilities, activating both her armament haki and observation haki, disregarding the noxious fumes swirling in the air. Just as she ventured 100 meters down, a venomous snake swiftly ascended the cliff to strike at her. With a swift motion of her right hand, she pinned the snake's vital spot with a kunai against the rock face, blood cascading down the cliff, while a centipede, hidden in the shadows, emerged to savor the unexpected delicacy. Qianlan walked downwards with an unwavering expression, traversing a mere distance of 100 meters, merely a prelude to what lay ahead. After another 200 meters, the noxious gas had largely dissipated, and from Qianlan's perspective, the yellow mist had vanished entirely. The air was filled with the sound of a gentle breeze. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Qianlan began to calm her mind. Acutely aware of the lingering toxic effects within her body, she felt a profound relief for not having allowed Timon and the others to descend. Otherwise, treatment would have been exceedingly difficult. Even though she had only inhaled a small amount, Qianlan perceived her lungs being scorched. Thus, she promptly employed her palm technique to heal herself. After a brief incense restoration, feeling the coolness in her chest, Qianlan realized she was nearly fully recovered. With her mind settled, she continued her descent. As she ventured deeper, the entire abyss succumbed to darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering bioluminescent lights, the nature of which remained unknown. Through her observation and keen perception, she sensed dozens of presences steadily approaching her location, yet they showed no signs of aggression, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball crashed against the opposite stone wall, instantly engulfing several figures in flames. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Qianlan then discerned everything through the flickering flames, and the chilling cry she had heard earlier belonged to the nefarious beast. It turned out to be no fierce avian creature, but rather a mysterious subterranean entity. Contemplating the beast's visage that lingered in her mind, Qianlan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The elongated claws gripped the rock face, and its saliva-laden fangs appeared exceedingly menacing, while the creature's green, slime-like hide only intensified her repulsion. However, this revelation alleviated her concerns. At least, this savage beast posed no significant threat to her. Of course, for other formidable warriors, it would likely spell swift demise. Chapter 35, The Enormous Treasure. Sensing an increasing number of presences, Qianlan silently quickened her pace. Uncertain of the depths below, she dared not leap into the abyss. Just as she remained vigilant of her surroundings, the lurking beast finally made its move. In the depths of her observation, she perceived the creature lunging towards her. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Qianlan transformed the wind into a blade, striking the approaching enemy in an instant. Even amidst the darkness, she could sense the splatter of blood. This moment heralded the onset of battle, as countless malevolent beasts surged forth from the shadows. Qianlan grasped her kunai in preparation. The agile creatures clung to the rocky walls, launching relentless assaults, some even leaping across to the opposite cliff. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Qianlan's assault was directed at the very stone wall beneath her feet. With the introduction of water, the malevolent claws of the beast would likely no longer be able to secure her to the rocky surface. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. The flames flickering in the darkness were strikingly vivid, drawing Qianlan's attention to the myriad figures scattered around her, revealing the silhouettes of hundreds of ferocious creatures upon the stone wall. Qianlan finally comprehended the reason behind the burial of so many formidable warriors in this place. Firstly, the necessity of flight capabilities was paramount. Otherwise, the sheer cliffs soaring hundreds of meters, along with venomous snakes and centipedes, would prove to be insurmountable challenges, not to mention the peril posed by toxic gases. Secondly, the area was rife with malevolent beasts. Under the relentless assault of such creatures, unless one possessed extraordinary strength to carve a bloody path, mere flight capabilities in a chasm of several meters would be tantamount to offering oneself as prey. With a decisive strike, Qianlan unleashed a white slash that felled several beasts. She understood that lingering any longer was unwise. Engaging directly with this horde would only result in a significant disadvantage. Utilizing her ninjutsu, she executed lightning release, thunder tiger's assault, and earth release, earth mount. Thus, Qianlan pressed forward, relying on her ninjutsu and physical prowess. After dashing for 300 meters, she finally concluded the battle, albeit at the cost of becoming drenched in blood. After a brief moment to collect herself, Qianlan continued her descent. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Just as she began to lose her sense of distance, she finally caught sight of the ground several meters below with her own eyes. With a series of leaps, she descended, only to inadvertently crush a fragment of a leg bone upon landing. Gazing at the remains scattered around her, Qianlan sighed. It seems many have indeed perished here. Yet my efforts were not in vain. Release. Qianlan retrieved her meticulously prepared tools from the ninjutsu scroll, then began to examine the corpse-clad in naval attire lying on the ground. Anyone capable of reaching this place must possess at least some proficiency in the 6 forms of the Navy. Otherwise, they would not have ventured here. Thus, one of Qianlan's objectives was to collect the flesh, hair, and bones of the Navy personnel. As she diligently observed the body, she gradually commenced gathering the necessary materials. Just as Qianlan became engrossed in her task, a laser cannon shot grazed her cheek and struck the stone wall behind her, creating a substantial breach. Goodness! A miniature version of a pacifist? The black garb, combined with the recent laser, left little room for doubt in Qianlan's mind. Of course, given the current timeline, the Tyrant Kuma could not have been developed into a weapon. Thus, this was clearly a product of the technological advancements of the Moon Spirit Nation. While Qianlan continued her observation, 7 identical figures emerged, weapons drawn and aimed directly at her. 7 days of calling. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Qianlan directly bestowed upon herself a formidable enhancement. Faced with 8 robots of unknown capabilities, it was prudent for her to exercise caution. After all, should these 8 adversaries coordinate with remarkable precision, she would find herself lacking the energy to spar with them. As 8 laser cannons simultaneously unleashed their fire towards her, their incredible velocity pierced through her form, causing her water clone to explode instantaneously. A few meters away, Qianlan swiftly hurled a kunai, which struck the robot's chassis but failed to penetrate. How resilient! Despite the significant augmentation of her strength and speed, the kunai was still unable to breach the robot's metallic armor, revealing its formidable defensive capabilities. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the right hand of 4 of the robots, from which a fierce flame erupted. The remaining 4 transformed into 6-barreled machine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets upon Qianlan. The walls and soil of the abyssal depths were charred black, with many sections of the rocky wall collapsing under the onslaught, and numerous corpses reduced to ash. Indeed, these machines were not something an ordinary combatant could withstand. However, Qianlan had discerned their weakness. Utilizing the instantaneous body technique, she executed a continuous series of rapid movements, complemented by the appearance of her clones. The robots, unable to react swiftly, could only aim and fire aimlessly, capitalizing on her speed advantage. Qianlan maneuvered behind one of the robots and decisively struck with her explosive blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the targeted robot was propelled into the wall. Unable to extricate itself, these robots boasted fierce firepower, strong defenses, and decent speed, yet their sluggish reaction times rendered them inferior. Otherwise, they would indeed surpass the pacifists in strength. Qianlan proceeded methodically, dispatching one robot after another, and upon the fall of all 8, she noticed something within the stone wall. A colossal underground laboratory revealed itself before her, filled with an array of artillery, machine guns, and flamethrowers, showcasing a multitude of weaponry. However, most items were rather antiquated, with few preserved in good condition, yet those that were intact were promptly collected by Qianlan. Having organized her findings, Qianlan began to examine the laboratory. Situated nearly a kilometer deep within the abyss, this experimental building and its grounds were undeniably a fantastical sight. It was evident that such an establishment could only have been realized by a user of devil fruit powers. Otherwise, given the production capacity of the world of One Piece, the limited population of the Moon Spirit Kingdom would have been incapable of such an endeavor. Regrettably, the experimental building had nearly collapsed, indicating that an earthquake had likely ravaged the site, with many artifacts submerged in the sands of time. What could this be? Qianlan swiftly advanced and extracted the object, revealing a white box before her. With a firm squeeze, she shattered the rusted lock, and upon inspecting the contents within, she realized her fortune. The designs for robotic engineering, schematics for laser cannons and machine guns, along with several volumes of documentation were contained inside. However, what captivated Qianlan most were the materials regarding steam engines, which promised to ease the labor for everyone in the future. Chapter 36. the art of gravity manipulation, just as Qianlan had nearly explored everything in the vicinity. The system panel underwent a transformation. Mission reward, art of gravity manipulation, proficient host, Qianlan level, shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body double technique. Impure world reincarnation, hell stab, mist concealment technique, art of gravity manipulation, water candy retrieval. Taijutsu, seven heavens breathing method, incomplete. Lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan summon beast, none weapons. Space scroll, explosive blade marketplace. Kunai, Shuriken, explosive tags. Qianlan had long envied the ability to fly. And now the moment had finally arrived for her. Earth release, art of gravity manipulation. In an instant, Qianlan felt as light as a feather, with the stones beneath her seemingly devoid of weight as they propelled her swiftly upwards. Upon re-entering the territory of the ferocious beasts, she unabashedly unleashed a frenzy of destruction. Reveling in her exhilaration, a mere quarter of an hour later, Qianlan burst forth from the abyss, her demeanor visibly brighter. "Is that really Master Qianlan? How impressive!" Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly from the ground, seemingly more elated than if he had flown into the skies himself. Both Crocodile and Zoro wore smiles, sharing in the joy of their strengthened companion, Qianlan. "Humph. From now on, let Qianlan take you all flying." Even Timon felt a surge of happiness, though he chose to keep his emotions restrained. At that moment, Qianlan descended gracefully before them, her laughter ringing out as she proclaimed, "Then let us fly together." Qianlan gracefully passed by the 4 individuals, employing the art of gravitation, causing them to slowly lift off the ground. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Master, you are truly formidable. I adore you." "Master," Zoro remarked, "is this the sensation of flight? Quite remarkable." Crocodile remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses, quietly relishing the freedom of soaring through the skies. "This feeling is entirely different from my beast transformation. Thank you, Qianlan," exclaimed the exhilarated Timon, who then playfully nibbled on Qianlan before joyfully darting through the air. The 4 soared freely in the heavens, experiencing the deep-seated yearning of their bloodline. Humanity has always aspired to the skies, and now they were immersed in the world above. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan promptly joined the quartet, for she had yet to satiate her thirst for adventure. In the depths of the forest below, one could not help but ponder whether they had acquired the power to dominate the world. Nevertheless, it was imperative to return and report to His Majesty Bensney. Shadows gradually faded into the darkness, unnoticed by the members of the Akatsuki organization, who regarded these interlopers with indifference. An hour later, having thoroughly enjoyed their escapade, the group descended. Bartolomeo, however, clung tightly to Qianlan's leg, exclaiming, "Master, if possible, I wish to soar through the skies each day." Qianlan chuckled, "Very well. From now on, I shall let you soar until you're breathless." The ability to fly bestowed upon all members significantly augmented the strength of our Akatsuki organization. Kuro clearly recognized the potency of this ability. At the very least, it meant that when we spoke of a retreat, we could indeed retreat. "All right, it's getting late. Let us take our rest," Timon suggested. Suddenly, a man adorned with a crown, his golden hair cascading and his physique robust, emerged from the forest, cackling. "I fear you shall not find rest today, for you shall all perish at the hands of the great His Majesty Benzani." In an instant, several figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves behind Benzani, followed by over 100 elegantly attired soldiers emerging from behind the trees, their weapons poised menacingly at Qianlan and the others. Zoro, upon witnessing this, became exhilarated. "Ah, swordsman, do you wish to engage in a duel? Or shall we simply return and rest?" Kuro replied, "Let us engage. We have grown rusty from our time aboard the ship." Bartolomeo and Timon nodded in agreement. None within the current Akatsuki feared battle. Benzani glared at them, his teeth clenched, the fury in his eyes almost palpable, rendering him akin to a lobster on the verge of boiling. Yet, the swordsman beside him interjected, "Your Majesty Benzani, it would be prudent to ascertain the situation first." "You are correct, Sisir." With a moment of composure regained, Benzani turned his gaze to Qianlan. "You must have acquired that power. If you surrender it to me, I can grant you everything you desire." Wind release, wind cutter technique. Qianlan responded with her actions, and in an instant, the 2 factions collided. However, against the army, which resembled mere minnows, the members of the Akatsuki organization fought valiantly, leaving no one to rival them. Zoro directly confronted a swordsman named Cecil, while Qianlan approached Benny's. Boom. As Qianlan and Benny's fists collided, It was Qianlan who was sent flying backward, retreating several steps before finally coming to a halt. Benny's, witnessing this, wore a triumphant expression on his face. Fool, I have reached this point through sheer strength. Do you think I am like those kings who indulge only in pleasure? With a fierce determination, Qianlan unleashed the fourth activation of the 7-day invocation, a technique he had developed himself. A crimson aura enveloped him, making him appear significantly more formidable. Once more, with a roar, Qianlan launched another powerful punch, to which Benny's responded in kind. Both opted for a direct clash, engaging in a pure contest of strength. With a resounding crack, the trees surrounding them were uprooted by the force of the wind, and Benny's was sent hurtling backward from Qianlan's blow, crashing into a massive boulder behind him. What a formidable opponent, Benny's remarked, as he retrieved a syringe from behind him and plunged it forcefully into his own body, contorting his face in agony, as if enduring immense suffering. Again, after the technological warrior Benny's injected himself, he regained his confidence, his golden hair billowing in the wind like the legendary golden lion. With a fierce countenance, Benny's charged at Qianlan, delivering a powerful right hook aimed directly at Qianlan's temple. But the quick-witted Qianlan adeptly blocked the strike. The three-tomo Sharingan in Qianlan's eyes whirled constantly, scrutinizing Benny's every movement. In an instant, Qianlan sliced through the air with his hand, inflicting a grievous wound across Benny's chest. You scoundrel! Benny's bellowed in fury, launching another series of punches at Qianlan. Yet the relentless loss of blood had significantly diminished his speed. Qianlan deftly evaded the attacks of Benny's, their movements resembling a theatrical performance filled with folly. However, in the end, it would be Benny's who would ultimately lose his life. Poof! Qianlan unleashed a powerful punch that struck Benny squarely in the face, causing the already weakened Benny's to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. At this moment, the others had also concluded their respective battles. Chapter 37, Bartolomeo. The air of the exploding blade sprinkles. It seems satisfactory. Now it is time for my experiment. With that, Qianlan gathered the surviving wounded together and retrieved the flesh and blood collected from the depths of the abyss. Qianlan placed the injured and the flesh together, continually manipulating them, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. Once everything was prepared, Qianlan struck the ground with a single hand, and a gentle breeze swept through. Impure world reincarnation. The original soldiers of the Moon Spirit Kingdom were swiftly consumed, and a man clad in a coat of naval justice materialized before the group. The spectators were left in astonishment at Qianlan's prowess. Bartolomeo exclaimed in awe, "Master, this is the work of the divine, the work of the divine." Zaro, witnessing the spectacle, was visibly moved, perhaps recalling the girl with whom he had made a pact. How did I end up here? You all. Qianlan had no intention of listening to the ramblings of the reincarnated navy and promptly stripped the reincarnated being of its consciousness. Do you comprehend the 6 forms of the navy? No? Then perish. Thus, the newly reincarnated individual was cast back by Qianlan, while the living person used for the reincarnation had already met their demise. This scene left the captives on the ground in profound terror. Lord, spare my life. Grant me a chance to live. Let me die swiftly, I beseech you. Qianlan is unconcerned with such matters. Once the gun is drawn, one must wager their life. The world of pirates is undeniably ruthless. Impure world reincarnation. In an instant, another naval officer draped in the cloak of Navy justice was resurrected by Qianlan, awakening in a daze as he surveyed his surroundings. Without a moment's hesitation, Qianlan once again stripped this fellow of his consciousness, for she had no time to squander. Do you know the 6 styles? Yes. Which techniques do you know? Moonwalk, paper drawing, and storm kick. Qianlan did not anticipate that something would indeed emerge from this occasion. Now, only the iron blocks remained. In this manner, under the astonished gazes of a few onlookers, Qianlan successfully extracted all the details regarding the Marine 6 styles, leaving only the need for assimilation and practice. Upon returning to the town, the group dispersed into their respective rooms for the night. While chaos unfurled within the Moon Spirit Kingdom, King Benny's had met his demise, and the vast power vacuum stirred turbulent currents among the kingdom's elite. Naturally, none of this concerned Qianlan and his companions, who soon slipped into a peaceful slumber. The night passed in silence. Upon waking for breakfast, the group observed that others kept their distance, likely due to the revelations of the previous night. Let us explore today and depart tomorrow, suggested Chloe, a proposal that received widespread approval. Timon, however, let out a resigned sigh. Only one day? I must make the most of it then. After breakfast, Chloe hurried out to procure supplies, while Timon eagerly ventured into the marketplace. This left Qianlan, Zoro, and Bartolomeo alone in the inn. Both men seemed to have something to convey to Qianlan, but hesitated to be the first to speak. Zoro remarked, "Bartle, you go ahead. I'll wait." Bartolomeo replied, "Green algae head, perhaps you should speak first. I can wait as well." Upon witnessing this, Qianlan broke into a smile, having already surmised the purpose of their visit. "Bartholomew, you may speak first." Bartholomew's expression shifted instantly, the smile fading from his face. "Master, your repertoire of techniques continues to expand, yet I, your disciple, have yet to inherit even a fraction of your skills. I am truly ashamed." Hearing this, Qianlan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Master, I am not deceased yet you yearn to inherit my techniques? Should I also bequeath my credit line to you?" Bartholomew shook his head earnestly. "Master, you must at least teach me a few moves. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing for your disciple to possess no skills at all. Zoro, please wait a moment." With that, Qianlan led Bartholomew outside. Having contemplated his request thoroughly, it seemed reasonable to grant him some instruction. 5 minutes later, Qianlan led Bartolomeo to a desolate clearing, where they stood motionless, facing each other. "Bartle, I have long desired to impart to you my ninja tool, the exploding blade spray. However, I have always harbored concerns about your ability to control it. Only by mastering the barrier fruit can we unleash the full potential of the exploding blade spray in battle." In an instant, a clone identical to Qianlan materialized before them. Qianlan effortlessly tossed the exploding blade spray to his clone. Upon receiving the tool, the clone sprinted away, halting at a suitable distance before waving back at Qianlan and Bartolomeo. "Observe closely. Bartle," Qianlan called, gesturing towards his clone. Responding to Qianlan's signal, the clone exerted every ounce of strength to swing the exploding blade spray downwards. Boom! A wave of explosive heat surged towards them, the blast radius extending to 10 meters, with the damage reaching even further. Bartolomeo gazed in astonishment at the charred ground, while Qianlan's water clone dissipated, vanishing as long as the exploding blade spray remained on the ground. Qianlan said with a bitter smile, "The reason I refrain from allowing you to unleash the explosive blade spray for the time being is that I wish for you to first develop the barrier fruit. This way, you can wield the power of the explosive blade spray while simultaneously safeguarding yourself." Bartolomeo, with tears streaming down his face, realized that his master had always been concerned for him, while he had failed to comprehend this all along. Qianlan stepped forward to collect the fragments of the explosive knife from the ground. "I have always thought that if one could conjure a barrier with just a hand to protect oneself, then by giving you these fragments, I hope to inspire you to better develop the barrier fruit. Master Qianlan, I am ready. Please summon Zoro. We have matters to discuss." Bartolomeo took the fragments of the explosive knife and departed. Shortly thereafter, Zoro approached with a sullen expression, evidently having been subjected to Bartolomeo's earlier boastfulness. "Qianlan, Zoro, I perceive what you wish to express. It pertains to Qianlan, does it not?" Zoro nodded. The suddenness of Qianlan's demise left an indelible mark upon him, and surely there resided a multitude of sentiments he yearned to convey. Fortuitously, Qianlan could offer an opportunity for such discourse. "Let us postpone this for a while. I wish to wait until the dawn stabilizes, then I shall accompany you back to Frost Moon Village." Once all was arranged, the day swiftly elapsed, with the dawn enjoying an uninterrupted respite upon Crescent Island, particularly since the king had met his demise at their hands. The following day, after tidying up, the crew was prepared to set sail once more, their anticipation for the next island palpable. Set sail, with Qianlan's commanding declaration. The crew smoothly navigated the dawn away from the dock, while the distant observer, the mouse, exhaled a sigh of relief. Naturally, news of the Moon Spirit Kingdom continued to disseminate, and due to the dawn's day of repose in the kingdom, their whereabouts were naturally deduced by the perceptive. Chapter 38, The Island of Fine Wine, An Unexpected Encounter. Ah, what a pity. Why has my bounty not increased? I must quickly surpass Green Algae Head. Bartholomew sat upon the railing, fishing, his mind still lingering on the battle in the Moon Spirit Kingdom. The Navy does not possess knowledge of every skirmish, you know. Crocodile chuckled. Regardless, your bounty will eventually rise. Well, it appears my bounty remains slightly higher for now, Zoro remarked with a self-satisfied grin. In response, Bartholomew tossed a fish from his bucket, but alas, it was intercepted by Zoro's swift kick, sending it plummeting into the sea. Qianlan paid little mind to the antics of his companions, his gaze fixated on the bounty poster in his hand. Portgas D. Ace. Bounty of 10 million berries. However, all of this was of little concern to Qianlan. He was more focused on which island they would visit next. 2 days later, as they beheld the silhouette of Qianlan's island, smiles adorned every face. Is this the island of fine wine? Pikpa Island? I can already detect the fragrance of wine in the air. Zoro leaned over the bow of the ship, half of his body suspended over the edge, his expression one of pure enjoyment and pride. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan and his companions could not help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that only exquisite wine could truly tame this master of the three-sword style. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Master Qianlan, why don't we simply head to the next island? Our nautical charts are quite detailed after all." In an instant, Zoro's face nearly collided with Bartolomeo's. "Are you seeking death, you fool?" Nonetheless, Qianlan insisted. "We must descend and savor the fine wine. We cannot have come here in vain." As he spoke, he inhaled the intoxicating aroma of the wine wafting through the air, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. Timon, meanwhile, looked on in exasperation at the group of burly men, though he too found delight in the fragrant air of the wine. Half an hour later, they docked at the pier and made their way into the bustling city, where the streets were alive with vendors selling exquisite wines, and countless bottles were being dispatched to other islands. Zoro, unable to contain himself, rushed to a nearby vendor and snatched a cup of liquor, downing it greedily, though he was sure to pay for it. After all, it was the pirate's way to indulge first and seize later. Qianlan, on the other hand, approached a shop specializing in wines, for it was the nectar of the grape that he cherished most. "My good sir, pour me a glass of each. I wish to indulge in a thorough tasting." As Qianlan stepped into the establishment, a stunning woman with cascading waves of hair approached him, her face alight with a warm smile. "Oh, Lord Qianlan, your wishes are our command. We shall present all the finest wines for your pleasure." At her command, a 5-meter-long table was brought forth, upon which a myriad of glasses filled with wine were laid out by a procession of maidens. Before long, every variety of wine in the shop was assembled upon the long table, and the enchanting woman gestured invitingly, as if to encourage Qianlan to indulge in the tasting. "These are all perfectly aerated wines, ready for your enjoyment at any moment." Qianlan feigned a playful inquiry. "May I ask the name of this enchanting beauty? And who is it that wishes to treat me to a drink?" The captivating woman, introducing herself as Xueqing, replied, "You may simply call me Xueqing. As for who is inviting you to savor a drink, you shall discover that in due time." With that, the voluptuous beauty departed. Undeterred, Qianlan lifted the goblet, cautiously assessing it for poison. After all, having just arrived, his identity had already been discerned, indicating that those present were likely formidable. Once assured of the drink's safety, he savored it, noting its robust flavor and lingering aftertaste. He continued to indulge, one cup after another, until only a single glass remained on the lengthy table. At that moment, a burly man with a face full of flesh entered the scene. "I wonder how this wine fares?" "Captain Qianlan of the Akatsuki organization," he remarked, taking a seat with a jovial grin, as if the two were long-time acquaintances. "One does not strike a smiling face, especially one who has generously treated me to so many drinks," Qianlan replied with a smile. "May I inquire your name? What business do you have with me?" The robust man responded, "Such formalities are unnecessary. You may call me Aikide. I shall cover all expenses for the Akatsuki members on Pakapo Island." After enjoying a complimentary feast of drinks, Qianlan took his leave, confident in his ability to navigate whatever lay ahead. Amused by the evening's indulgence, he strolled along the bustling streets, contemplating the identity of his mysterious benefactor. It was unlikely that this individual belonged to the four emperors. Although Big Mom might have an interest in fine wine, the four emperors lacked significant influence in the first half of the Grand Line. It was also plausible that this was a representative of the world government, after all. The government could not solely rely on the treasures from above for sustenance. Resourcefulness is essential in any era. Lastly, there remained the possibility of the 6 underground kings, though the chances of a warlord being involved seemed slim. Yet, the identity of this figure remained elusive. "Ah, master, let us drink together," Zoro and Bartolomeo exclaimed, their faces flushed and gait unsteady, as they ambled towards Qianlan, continuously pouring more liquor into their mouths. Qianlan, with a sense of helplessness, stepped forward to support the two individuals, seemingly content as her crew indulged in comfort. "Ah, are they already incapacitated? They haven't even had as much as I have." Timon also strolled out, his cheeks flushed with a natural hue, appearing quite charming, yet he showed no signs of inebriation. Thus, the four of them, Qianlan aiding the two, alongside the curious Timon, entered an inn. To their astonishment, they found Chloe leisurely savoring wine in the hall, an expression of pure enjoyment gracing his face. Chloe remarked, "Have you all enjoyed your drinks? I wonder who treated us to such an abundance of wine. Even the meal's cost was covered by Bailey." Qianlan unceremoniously tossed Zaro and Bartolomeo onto the table before taking a seat herself. The two continued to sip their drinks, seemingly indifferent to what Kuro was saying. Timon chuckled. "Let them be. The wine is already settled in my belly, and there's no way I can expel it now." At that moment, Timon was quite exuberant, perhaps genuinely intoxicated. Kuro, with a sense of helplessness, glanced at Qianlan, realizing that in critical moments, the captain proved to be the most dependable. These fellows were utterly unreliable. "Qianlan, since that is the case, let us enjoy ourselves without worry. Overthinking now serves no purpose. As long as we possess strength, no one can do anything to us." Chapter 39. Intelligence regarding the Navy. The following day, the members of the Akatsuki organization awoke from their drunken slumber at noon. Gathering once more in the hotel lobby for a meal, though each face bore a rather unpleasant expression. Observing the countenance of her companions, Qianlan curiously inquired, "How is everyone? Shall we linger here for a few more days?" Zoro shook his head decisively, stating, "Let us depart tomorrow. Staying here too long will dull my sword." "Does that mean we shall indulge ourselves today?" Timon replied with unbridled enthusiasm, as his drinks had been relatively mild, leading him to believe he could extend his stay. Bartolomeo, however, slammed his hands upon the table, exclaiming, "Then let us drink to our heart's content today and set sail tomorrow." The antics of her companions left Qianlan with no choice but to concede. "Very well, let us remain for one more day. I too wish to savor the experience once more." After their lunch, the members of Akatsuki dispersed. Qianlan, drawn by curiosity regarding Akid, returned to the tavern from the previous day. Upon her arrival, she found Akid seated in the same spot as before, seemingly awaiting her presence. The captivating beauty, Shueching, was nowhere to be seen, presumably engaged in some task. Akid smiled and remarked, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Nodding in affirmation, Qianlan took a seat. For the exquisite wine of this establishment was profoundly intoxicating, easily ensnaring even the mightiest of warriors. Qianlan felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that there must be spies of this individual in her residence. Otherwise, he would not have been aware of her arrangements. It seemed that Bartolomeo's shout had drawn attention to her. "I possess exclusive information to share with you. I wonder if you would be intrigued," Aikide inquired. His outward demeanor feigning casual interest, yet his face was adorned with a smirk, as though he awaited the unfolding of Qianlan's misfortune. Qianlan smiled as well, saying, "I wonder what price I must pay? Surely, there are no free lunches in this world." Upon hearing this, Aikide stood up and walked towards the back of the tavern, leaving his intention shrouded in mystery. Qianlan continued to savor the wine effortlessly, delighting in the array of maids within the tavern. It must be said that the scene was indeed a feast for the eyes. Before long, Aikide emerged, presenting a small square box to Qianlan, his smile unwavering. One could not help but wonder what had brought such joy to this fellow. Qianlan took the item and, upon opening it, couldn't help but smile, as she had not anticipated that it would involve her. The naval branch and the Lord of Carnival City had already formed an alliance, preparing to capture her in the upcoming voyage. Qianlan had long suspected that the Navy would take action. However, it was now somewhat too late, as her strength rendered her impervious to any challenge. Aikide inquired, "I wonder if Captain Qianlan could share a piece of information with me. Though I admit this is merely my personal curiosity." Qianlan nodded, uncertain about what could possibly pique the curiosity of the man before her. "In truth, I am quite intrigued by the treasures Captain Qianlan acquired in the Moonlit Kingdom. I have heard whispers that many formidable warriors perished there. However, the so-called treasure is merely an extensive underground laboratory. The alleged riches consist of advanced weaponry, though you may choose to believe I am deceiving you." Aikide hastily waved his hand, expressing that he held some degree of trust in Captain Qianlan's words. "Then, may I inquire about your identity? We are set to depart for our next destination tomorrow, and concealing our identities seems rather futile now. My boss is Lord Giberson, one of the 6 underground monarchs, reigning over the realm of storage, and I am the representative he has appointed in paradise. My primary objective is to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Akatsuki organization. After all, Lord Giberson perceives your potential as limitless." It was an unexpected yet reasonable development. Qianlan had contemplated this, though she was still uncertain of the identity in question. Thankfully, it appeared not to be someone she despised. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qianlan took her leave, as the impending battle would undoubtedly bring fame to the Akatsuki. necessitating some preparation on her part. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find someone extending goodwill towards her. It seemed that the world of pirates was not solely about violence and bloodshed, but also about human connections and social intricacies. Upon returning to the inn, Qianlan commenced her training while awaiting the return of her companions. As time passed, Chloe and the others gradually returned to the inn. Once everyone had arrived, Qianlan shared the news she had just received. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "In that case, let us fight. After all, my bounty hasn't increased since our last encounter, and that irks me greatly." Having said this, Bartolomeo turned to Qianlan, acknowledging that ultimately he would heed her guidance. "Qianlan, I believe we should engage in a battle. Otherwise, our time on the Grand Line will be filled with trivial skirmishes. It is time to make a name for ourselves." Chloe adjusted his glasses, feeling a surge of excitement for the forthcoming conflict. "Very well, let us procure a set of uniforms that represent our Akatsuki organization." Faced with Qianlan's unconventional thought process, her companions found themselves slightly bewildered. Subsequently, Qianlan led the entire Akatsuki team to a tailor shop. "Shopkeeper, prepare 5 identical outfits for us. Red clouds on black robes, complemented by wind chime hats. Money will not be an issue." At this moment, Qianlan demonstrated the adage that wealth is all-powerful, especially since the entire island was under Aikai's influence. Thus, she had no intention of paying. With Qianlan's command, the tailor shop bustled with activity, taking measurements for the 5 individuals and meticulously verifying each person's dimensions. The design of the red cloud black robes was expedited under Qianlan's supervision, while others were dispatched to procure the wind chimes and hats. Given the manageable level of difficulty, it wasn't long before 10 sets of clothing were successfully delivered. "We shall seek Bailey for my guide, for we are out of funds." The faces of Timon and his companions were marked by a sense of embarrassment, while Qianlan, the one speaking, exhibited an air of calm assurance. She then proceeded to lead the group back to the inn. Qianlan proceeded to distribute the uniforms among the group, marking the largest battle since the inception of our organization. Thus, a unified attire was deemed essential. After speaking, Qianlan felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing that her words might come across as peculiar. She was not a mere celebrity, but a true powerhouse. "All right, I shall comply with your requests. For you are the captain," Timon remarked before retreating to her quarters, likely to try on her outfit. Bartolomeo, Zoro, and Kuro paid little mind to the situation, perhaps also finding the attire quite stylish. As the night passed in silence, the next morning, everyone donned their new uniforms and made their way to the dock, where they found Xueqing waiting. "Until we meet again, Lord Qianlan," she said before departing. Under the gaze that seemed to pierce through to the soul, Qianlan shouted, "Set sail." Chapter 40. S-Class Mission, Flying Thunder God Technique. Inside the captain's quarters, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense as Timon and Qianlan shared the space, though Qianlan was far from pleased. "What did that woman write to you?" Qianlan proactively handed the note to Timon, believing that it was likely a message from Aikai, which should have no connection to Xueqing. Upon receiving the note, Timon gasped in astonishment, realizing that the leaders of 2 bases were involved, one being Gelster and the other Gamer, though it remained uncertain where they would take action. Qianlan maintained a calm demeanor as she remarked, "They are undoubtedly engaging in battle upon the vast sea. Our intelligence has likely been compromised to a considerable extent. During the previous naval skirmishes, our fleet struggled to approach Akatsuki, and with Bartolomeo's barrier fruit in play, the artillery of our warships has become virtually ineffective. Additionally, considering the challenges of surrounding them with our modest vessel, it appears this confrontation will unfold in the forthcoming Carnival City. Very well. I shall instruct Kuro and the others to expedite their training and develop new techniques." With that, Timon exited, his decisive manner eliciting a bemused smile from Qianlan. Nonetheless, this approach was beneficial. It ensured that everyone would be adequately prepared for the impending conflict. Indeed, once Qianlan stepped outside, the entire crew fervently immersed themselves in their training, with Bartolomeo and Zoro setting aside their rivalry, as Bartolomeo sought Zoro's guidance on optimizing the use of his explosive blade. 2 days later, in the evening, the lights of Carnival City illuminated the night, with its resplendent architecture offering a feast for the senses. Zoro inquired, "Shall we venture inside and try our luck at gambling?" Bartolomeo nodded in agreement, neither of them expressing any reservations regarding Zoro's proposal. After all, one was a notorious drunkard and gambler, while the other had once been a gang leader. Gambling was likely a trivial matter for both. Kuro chuckled, "Just don't lose everything and leave us to pay the price." That would be quite the embarrassment. Kuro held little faith that Zoro and Bartolomeo would find any advantage here. For how could two novice pirates hope to outsmart a renowned gaming establishment situated in the first half of the Grand Line? Qianlan's tone, however, conveyed a hint of displeasure. You are currently adorned in our uniform, thus it is imperative to maintain an air of aloofness. Let us conclude this battle first. At that moment, the long silent system underwent another transformation. Task: defeat the invading navy and the Lord of Carnival City, Makernal. Task level: S. Task reward: technique of Flying Thunder God. Qianlan's insatiable greed was instantly ignited. The Flying Thunder God technique, classified as an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, was essentially in a state of being unsolvable. As long as she could master it, Qianlan felt undaunted even in the presence of formidable figures from the world of One Piece. Let us proceed. We shall vanquish them. With Qianlan's command, the speed of the Akatsuki surged dramatically as they raced towards Carnival City. A quarter of an hour later, they anchored their vessels. And the crowd at the dock gazed in astonishment at Qianlan and her companions, their hats making them appear oddly out of place in the dead of night. Naturally, Qianlan paid little heed to these mundane judgments, though Timon and Kuro felt a touch of awkwardness. Upon entering Carnival City, Qianlan leaped effortlessly to the pinnacle of the tower. Surveying her surroundings, she proclaimed, "I am the cunning ninja Qianlan. If the navy that lies in ambush does not reveal themselves, I shall unleash a massacre forthwith." Qianlan's words ignited the entire Carnival City, as she stood as the most illustrious pirate of the first half of the Grand Line, bearing the title of the strongest newcomer. It is indeed difficult for her remarks to go unnoticed. Huh, the strongest newcomer pirate, you say? I, the pirate hunter Jinfu, shall claim your head. With that, a disheveled middle-aged man leapt into the air, using a few strategic movements to reach the pinnacle of the tower, standing in opposition to Qianlan. At this moment, Qianlan chose to disregard this insignificant foe, realizing it would be more prudent to swiftly accomplish her task. In an instant, her three-tomo Sharingan seized control of the individual, followed by a kunai deftly hurled, aimed directly at Jinfu Duo's neck. Clang! The shuriken thrown by Qianlan was deflected, and at the last moment, Jinfu managed to break free from Qianlan's illusion. It seems this individual possesses some skill. Of course, it is also true that Qianlan did not exert her full strength. However, as Qianlan encounters increasingly formidable adversaries on the Grand Line, the three-tomo Sharingan is becoming somewhat inadequate. Such a peculiar technique, truly worthy of a cunning ninja. Was that just now the power of a devil fruit? Qianlan did not respond to Jinfudo. Instead, she launched another kunai. This time imbued with both armament haki and observation haki, which pierced directly through Jinfudo's neck. Consequently, Jinfudo plummeted from the tower, his body being reduced to a gruesome mess upon impact. Below, Timon and the others heightened their vigilance, fearing that Qianlan, positioned so high, might fall prey to an ambush. She was as conspicuous as a target against the sky. In an instant, a tremendous slash was directed at Qianlan, moving with such velocity that it severed her in half, revealing a splintered piece of wood to the onlookers. Haha, is this the so-called strongest newcomer, Qianlan? However, you should not have acted within Carnival City. I have dealt with bounty hunters exceeding 100 million before. Suddenly, a figure with short black hair, wielding two katanas sheathed on his back, materialized before them. Qianlan, Zoro, this fellow is entrusted to you. How fortunate. With that, Zoro donned his green bandana, unsheathed his three swords, and charged excitedly toward Markel. Meanwhile, Qianlan approached Bartolomeo from behind and whispered, "Bart, I have a feeling that Zoro may not be a match for that guy. Pay close attention to Zoro's battle." At that moment, the Navy's arrangements came into play, with a large contingent appearing at both the eastern and western exits of the street, seemingly a collaboration between the G10 and G2 branches. Rear Admiral Gelsdorf led his officers from the eastern side, while Rear Admiral Gumir emerged from the west, effectively encircling the entire Akatsuki organization. Pirate Qianlan, I, Gelsdorf, shall arrest you for trial. A Rear Admiral with graying hair charged forward, transforming mid-sprint into a massive gray cat. Clang! The enormous paw of the cat collided with the kunai in Qianlan's hand, as both unleashed their haki, creating a shower of sparks. Qianlan was sent flying by the tremendous force of the blow. Steadying himself, Qianlan realized he had underestimated these Rear Admirals. Even seemingly ordinary devil fruits could wield immense power in the hands of the strong. Moreover, the Rear Admirals were the backbone of the Navy's dominance over the seas. Their strength not to be trifled with. Chapter 41. Defeating two rear admirals. The battle between Qianlan and Gelsdorf ignited the battlefield, with Timon and Klo charging toward the navy from the east and west, respectively. Timon transformed into his most perfected human-beast form to engage in combat with the naval officers, while Klo relied on his lightning-fast reflexes to strike. Bartolomeo, however, remained the most at ease, with the defensive capabilities of the barrier fruit and the extreme damage from his explosive blade techniques. Each explosion inflicted significant casualties upon the navy. Qianlan anxiously fixated on the battle unfolding before her, fearing that an unexpected turn of events might arise. I am Gelsdor, a wielder of the feline zoan fruit, and the night is my domain. You should not be distracted by others, he proclaimed. In an instant, Gelsdor transformed into his hybrid form. His large ears and deep blue eyes, coupled with a coat of fur that seemed to erupt around him, bestowing upon him an imposing presence. However, at that moment, Qianlan could scarcely afford to pay attention to him, for Gumeyer's figure surged towards Bartholomew, likely due to the overwhelming damage he inflicted, leaving the navy in disarray. Lightning release, chakra mode, 7 days calling technique, 4th activation. Qianlan skillfully enveloped herself in 2 layers of buffs, instantly appearing before Gumeyer, who was poised for a surprise attack, and then delivered a powerful kick. Observing this, Gumeyo crossed his twin blades and struck towards Qianlan's formidable foot, with a resounding crash. The clash of their armed hockey sent Gumeyer hurtling backward, crashing through the buildings of the street and landing in a neighboring one. At this moment, Qianlan epitomized the combined strengths of both the Hokage and the pirates, wielding dual-colored hockey along with 3 techniques from the Navy's 6 styles, complemented by the 7 days of calling and lightning release chakra mode. This amalgamation elevated Qianlan's martial prowess to a terrifying level. Gumeyer, witnessing this fate befall him, felt a deep sense of guilt, blaming himself for underestimating the formidable pirate Qianlan. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Gumeyer rose, spitting blood, realizing that they would need to collaborate. Gerster. It has been a while since we last worked together. Gumeyer and Gerster regrouped, both casting cold glances at Qianlan, their hearts tinged with a hint of trepidation. Dual sword style, aerial slash, storm kick, heavy strike. The dual-wielding swordsman Gumeyer and the martial arts expert Gerster launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing a flurry of slashes towards Qianlan, their combined force shattering the street's walls into fragments. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, as large as the street itself, engulfed their strikes and surged towards them with unrelenting momentum. What a troublesome technique, Gumeyer muttered under his breath, helplessly continuing to unleash slashes to counteract Qianlan's great fireball technique. It was evident that all the Navy held a deep-seated fear of Qianlan's ninjutsu, akin to battling an adversary endowed with the powers of 5 different nature-type devil fruits. Seeing this, Qianlan burst into laughter, reassuring, "Do not worry. I shall not bully you." In an instant, Qianlan's figure vanished, reappearing before Gumeyer in the blink of an eye, delivering yet another powerful kick. Boom. The trio's attacks collided simultaneously, and with the combined strength of Gumeyer and Gelsdor, they successfully countered Qianlan's strike. Scatter. Upon this command, Gumeyer and Gelsdor launched a coordinated assault on Qianlan, yet he effortlessly evaded their blades and fists. Although the 3 shared a similar mastery of observation hockey, Qianlan's 3-tomo Sharingan granted him the ability to perceive all during combat. As their skirmish expanded, the entire street was left in ruins, providing Qianlan with the opportunity to employ ninjutsu without fear of harming his allies. Earth-style, mud flow swamp. In an instant, the ground was engulfed in a flowing mire, causing Gumeyer and Gelsdor, caught off guard, to slip and nearly fall. Wind-style, wind cutter technique. Dozens of razor-sharp wind blades sliced toward the 2, who struggled to maintain their balance, prompting a bead of cold sweat from the observing Navy soldiers in the distance. Dual sword style, phoenix spin slash. Iron block, steel. Gumeyer unleashed a whirlwind slash that shattered the wind blades before him, while Gelsdor opted for armament hockey, bracing himself to take the blows. Below. With this, Gumeyer executed 2 slashes downward, prompting Qianlan to emerge from the ground. Engaging a formidable opponent with observation hockey made his decapitation technique impractical, as it was too easily detectable. Fire style, great fireball technique. Again, he summoned the great fireball, but this time, he unleashed it close to the ground. The mud rapidly solidified under the intense heat, unnoticed by the 2, who were focused solely on their defense. By the time they realized, they dismissed it as mere mud, incapable of restraining them. Just as the sludge solidified around their feet, Qianlan hurled 2 illusions, managing to briefly immobilize them, thus granting him the opportunity to breach their defenses. Bang! Bang! With a swift flying kick followed by a powerful left hook, Qianlan struck both adversaries squarely on the head, rendering them unconscious without a hint of defense. Navy, come and clean up. I have spared the lives of you 2 admirals, so make sure to convey my gratitude to the old man Carp, Qianlan declared. Upon hearing his voice, the onlookers ceased their movements, gazing in astonishment at the 2 fallen figures. At that moment, the spirit of battle had entirely dissipated among the Navy. However, the Lord of Carnival City, Markel, was left in despair. With such incompetence from the Navy, have we not been sold out? Thus, Markel dared not cease his confrontation with Zoro, knowing that to do so would mean certain death. All he could do was swiftly eliminate the opponent before him. Die! He yelled, unleashing a tremendous slash. Zoro, wielding Snow Walk and the 3rd-generation Katetsu, struggled to defend himself but was nonetheless sent flying. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Markel, in a state of frustration, exclaimed, "How can you still be alive?" Zoro coughed up blood as he glared at Markel. His previous injuries had yet to fully heal, and the new wounds made his suffering all the more unbearable. It could be said that without the iron block at a critical moment, Zoro would have already met his end. The 2 resumed their fierce battle, blood continuously oozing from Zoro's wounds, while Markel watched in horror, questioning whether Zoro was even human. As the Navy gradually withdrew, only the Akatsuki and Markel remained, leaving Markel in an even more precarious position. Suddenly, the 2 figures separated once more. Gasping for breath, Zoro closed his eyes, silently switching his blade to grip the wad Ikemanji. One sword style, Ai, Lion's Song. In an instant, Zoro appeared before Markel and swung his sword, only for Markel to deflect the strike. Chapter 42. The intense battle concludes. Qianlan understood that it was exceedingly challenging for Zoro to confront a renowned swordsman like Makner. Even though Zoro had ascended to the realm of steel cutting, alas, he still fell short by a considerable margin. With a resounding thud, Makner's twin blades struck towards Zoro, only to be repelled by a counterforce. In that moment, Bartolomeo interlaced his index and middle fingers, absorbing the blow meant for Zoro. We must retreat. With practiced ease, Qianlan hoisted Zoro and began to channel healing energy through palm techniques, subsequently casting the weight and lightstone technique on everyone. Observing this, Makner swiftly leveraged himself to ascend the tower, hastily making his way into the city, fully aware that remaining would spell his doom. Hellpiercer. In an instant, Makner, suspended in midair, appeared to lose all strength, plummeting to the ground, as though his chest had been hollowed out. Mission reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. Proficient host, Qianlan level, shadow attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu. Body flicker technique, impure world reincarnation, Hellpiercer, Flying Thunder God Technique. Weight and lightstone technique, water candy manipulation taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, remnant. Lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan summoning beast, Nun blade tools, space scroll marketplace, Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Qianlan excitedly carried Zoro back to the ship. After tending to Zoro's injuries, she immediately began to experiment with the Flying Thunder God Technique. Kunai, marked for this purpose, were placed strategically throughout the captain's quarters. Qianlan's figure flickered around the room, exhibiting an ability akin to teleportation. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, she scattered more kunai across the ship's structure and joyfully resumed her instantaneous travel. "Master, it's time to eat," Bartolomeo exclaimed, startled, as he fell to the ground. "Master, how do you keep appearing and disappearing so suddenly?" Qianlan offered no response, merely resting her right hand upon Bartolomeo's shoulder, and in an instant, the 2 figures materialized within the ship's kitchen. "Incredible, Master!" exclaimed Chloe and Timon, their faces etched with curiosity as they gazed at the sudden appearance of the pair. After a brief demonstration, everyone began to partake in their meal, while the gravely injured Zoro remained in a deep slumber on his bed. As night fell, having experienced the rigors of battle, Qianlan suddenly felt the urge to bathe, and in a flash, she found herself in the ship's sole bathroom, only to be greeted by a rather unexpected scene. White, large, S-shaped. Timon, taken aback by the sudden presence of someone, let out a cry before executing a swift kick. Qianlan realized the gravity of the events unfolding that night. In an instant, she utilized the Flying Thunder God Technique to return to her abode. Subsequently, she draped a blanket over her head, pondering how she would manage to sleep that night. The following day, Qianlan consumed her breakfast under the disdainful gaze of Timon. The taste akin to chewing wax, yet she found herself compelled to swallow it nonetheless. Bartolomeo and Kuro both discerned what might have transpired the previous night, resulting in a profound silence between them. The ramifications of last night's battle were now beginning to ripple outward. At the naval headquarters, a resounding crack echoed as Admiral Sengoku's fist shattered the solid wooden desk, his frustration spilling over as he slumped into his chair. Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizaru, Luffy's uncle, leisurely lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly trimming his nails. Borsellino, do you comprehend the significance of my summoning you back? Sengoku's voice, infused with anger, resonated. Where's Kawaii? The strongest rookie pirate? Borsellino replied, his words instinctively flowing. Is Sengoku-san's intent to bring me back merely regarding this matter? Sengoku, with a resigned nod, acknowledged that the fierce battle in Carnival City had made the Navy acutely aware of Qianlan's formidable nature. Inflicting severe injuries on 2 rear admirals while remaining largely unscathed indicated that only an admiral could confront her henceforth. What a hassle. Why not elevate the Xia to the warlords of the sea? After all, there is an open position, Borsellino remarked, embodying his principle of evasion, preferring inaction whenever possible. However, Sengoku shook his head in response, stating that the world government had already decreed that Fire Fist Ace, who has consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, would be made a warlord. Thus Borsellino should focus solely on dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Realizing he could no longer refuse, Borsellino ultimately prepared to make the journey himself. Yet he remained seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting something. Observing his reluctance, Sengoku sighed in exasperation. I'll increase your salary by half. Now hurry along. At the World Economic News Agency, Morgans reclined in his office chair, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he meticulously examined the photographs from the previous night's skirmish. Naturally, he had received news regarding the clash. Just then, a beautiful editor approached his desk, inquiring, President, should we feature Fire Fist Ace or the cunning ninja, Qianlan, on the front page? The world government has already dispatched envoys to invite Fire Fist Ace to become a warlord. Let his news be reserved for the next edition. For now, we shall prioritize cunning ninja Qianlan, though it perplexes me why the Navy hasn't released a new bounty this time, Morgans replied. As the foremost news agency in the world, Morgans had infiltrated the ranks of world government officials exceptionally well, for there were few who did not harbor a love for wealth. Unfortunately, embedding a spy within the Navy proved to be a formidable challenge, causing Morgans to consistently lag behind the Navy's reactions compared to those of the world government. I shall publish the details of last night's battle. What title do you propose, President? The editor asked. The fierce clash between the strongest rookie pirate and the Navy, Morgans declared. After receiving his directive, the editor retreated. Morgans continued to puff on his cigar, perusing the photographs, acutely aware that a significant conflict loomed on the horizon. As a journalist, Morgans sensed an unusual atmosphere. The Navy would inevitably take action after suffering a setback. For they are indeed the true sovereigns of the first half of the Grand Line. What, change the route? Yes, I have stowed away the Ship of Dawn. Next, we shall embark on the sea train to the Culinary City. Upon mentioning this, Qianlan couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the myriad wondrous foods in the world of One Piece, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to visit the Culinary City. Moreover, Qianlan was intent on finding a chef to join their crew, making the visit to the Culinary City all the more essential. Timon and the others exchanged glances of resignation at Qianlan's sudden shift in plans. Nevertheless, everyone was filled with excitement for the Culinary City, as the allure of food is universally appealing. Let us depart. To the station. With Qianlan's enthusiastic shout, the group made their way to the sea train station located in Carnival City. Qianlan was particularly intrigued by the steam locomotive that raced across the ocean. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Culinary City. Upon reaching the station, Qianlan gazed nostalgically at the scene before him. The platforms and waiting rooms exuded a vintage charm, complemented by a modern ticket counter and the old-fashioned steam train, creating a genuine sense of temporal dislocation. Bartolomeo exclaimed with excitement, "How marvelous! This is my first time seeing it. I've heard others mention that this might be the only sea train route in the world." Kuro chuckled lightly. Perhaps with this line, Zoro will finally overcome his navigational challenges. After spending considerable time together, the group had come to understand Zoro's notorious lack of direction, yet surely he couldn't go astray on this singular route. Watch out, you scoundrel. Thus, the group boarded the train, which felt quite antiquated to Qianlan, albeit its remarkable ability to traverse the waters. Qianlan and her companions chose seats by the window, gazing out at the vast and boundless sea. Each of them felt a sense of joy wash over them as they embraced the refreshing sea breeze and beheld the ocean below. This experience was uniquely delightful for Qianlan, filling her with an indescribable happiness. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru and his fleet awaited Qianlan at the next island along their original route, unaware that she had already boarded a maritime train heading towards an alternate course. Achoo! Where's Kauai? I wonder when they will arrive. It's so cold. Thus, both parties perfectly missed each other, showcasing a peculiar characteristic of the world of One Piece. Information travels at an agonizingly slow pace. In Gourmet City, a place renowned for its culinary delights, the streets were lined with a myriad of shops offering everything from raw to cooked delicacies, nuts and pastries, to cakes and milk tea. It was a veritable feast for the senses. "Ah, I want to eat this," exclaimed Timon, as he purchased 2 tricolored dumplings. Qianlan couldn't help but notice that they resembled the sweet dumplings that Itachi favored. Without hesitation, she popped one into her mouth, savoring its exquisite taste. The 3-colored dumplings offered 3 distinct flavors, and their texture was wonderfully soft and delectable. Timon, oblivious to Qianlan's remarks, shoved a sweet dumpling into her hand before dashing off to the next stall. "What is this? It looks like some kind of egg." The vendor, noticing her curiosity, chuckled and replied, "This is a unique preparation of duck eggs from the flower country of the New World, truly a special delicacy." Qianlan stepped forward and glanced at the dish, exclaiming, "Isn't this century egg? Give me 2, please." It is hardly surprising that a nation inspired by Huaxia would feature delicacies characteristic of its culture. Observing the meticulously prepared century eggs, Qianlan devoured one, savoring the delightful flavors that danced upon her palate, her expression a portrait of sheer enjoyment. Timon, intrigued by the dark delicacy, imitated Qianlan and took a large bite. Cough, cough. "This is dreadful. Were you doing this on purpose?" The perception of century eggs varies among individuals. Some find them delectable, while others do not, and it merely happens that we differ in this regard. The proprietor remarked, "This customer speaks the truth. There are always subtle differences between couples." "Humph. Who's his partner?" Timon retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dashed away. Qianlan could only manage a wry smile at the sight. At times, Timon was exuberant and full of life, yet at others, he exhibited an unmistakable shyness. Truly, the words of the washing machine held some truth. Even Sherlock Holmes would find it challenging to deduce the intricacies of a girl's affections. After a moment of idle contemplation, Qianlan promptly chased after him. The two meandered together, eventually arriving at a competition venue. The scene was bustling with activity, teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Shall we venture inside to cast our votes? This is the culinary championship of our food island, where each person has 3 votes and can savor exquisite dishes, voting for their favorite chef. Qianlan never anticipated encountering such good fortune today. Upon receiving the 6 tickets, she ventured inside, inhaling the delightful aroma that permeated the air. Despite having just eaten, she felt a renewed hunger. "Try this," exclaimed Timon, presenting an enticing jelly of 7 vibrant colors, seemingly conjured from thin air. Unable to resist, Qianlan took a bite, savoring its silky texture. It was quite delightful, yet not enough to warrant my vote. Qianlan continued to meander through the venue, pausing at each stall to savor the delectable offerings with great care. Suddenly, she noticed a remarkable presence amidst the crowd, a youthful and radiant girl with flowing black hair, wielding a disproportionately large spatula that seemed almost comical in her hands, while her pot loomed nearly 2 meters in size. Qianlan curiously approached, observing the young girl as she prepared her dish. The method was reminiscent of traditional Huaxia cuisine, with all the requisite ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic meticulously arranged. The onlookers inhaled deeply, captivated by the girl's graceful movements as if savoring each moment. After a quarter of an hour, a plate of sweet and sour pork was presented to everyone. Qianlan licked her lips and took a taste. The delightful balance of sweetness and tanginess instantly enchanted her. "Are you from the land of flowers? Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Would you consider joining my ship as a chef?" With a raised eyebrow, Qianlan seemed to be enticing the unsuspecting girl. Qianlan's words instantly ignited a wave of fury among the crowd, who glared at her with a collective intensity, seemingly demanding an explanation. The young girl raised her head and flashed a bright smile, revealing her sharp canine teeth. "I have no interest in pirates. And why should I set sail with you? Indeed, Chef Mushin is poised to claim victory in this culinary competition. Who would choose to embark on a voyage with a mere petty pirate like you?" Exactly. Exactly. The onlookers chimed in, expressing their agreement with Mushin's remarks. Qianlan chuckled. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be discussed, provided you have the right conditions. If you aspire to secure the first place in this competition, I shall eliminate all the chefs present here. In an instant, Qianlan's three-tomo Sharingan ensnared the others in the room, her patience for their irrelevant prattle having worn thin. Speak. Young lady, what are your terms? Mushan, resting her chin in contemplation, realized that since embarking on her culinary journey, she had not truly harbored any dreams or motivations, merely sailing out of curiosity. Now, articulating her conditions seemed a formidable challenge. Noticing Mushan's pensive demeanor, Qianlan leisurely sampled the other delicacies crafted by her. Finding herself drawn to the flavors of Huaxia cuisine, unwittingly neglecting Mushan's deep thoughts as she began to voraciously devour the dishes on the table. Mushan, aware of Qianlan's enjoyment, felt a flicker of satisfaction. It appeared that the individual before her appreciated her culinary skills, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Chapter 44. New Companions. Have you made up your mind? Young lady, would you consider joining our Akatsuki organization? At this moment, Qianlan's patience was waning, and she contemplated a more forceful approach. She flexed her hands, her gaze turning ominous. Mushan responded, Akatsuki, is that the cunning ninja Qianlan? Indeed. Mushan's expression transformed. A tapestry of emotions playing across her face, joy mingling with sorrow, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Speak your mind, whatever conditions you propose. I shall assist you in fulfilling them. Once you join Akatsuki, all your troubles will cease to exist. Qianlan never anticipated that inviting an individual would be such a hassle. The grand scene of overwhelming presence, where everyone would kneel in reverence, was nowhere to be found. After a prolonged silence, Mushin whispered, if I join you, can you assist me in avenging my grievances? Given your strength, I wonder if it is possible. With my current prowess, it matters not who comes. I can handle it all. Even if you wish to eliminate those despicable celestial dragons, I can take action on your behalf. With the Flying Thunder God technique at her disposal, Qianlan felt no trepidation, confident in her ability to confront anyone. Mushin nodded, stating, once the competition concludes, we shall engage in a duel. If you cannot even surpass my strength, then I see no reason to join Akatsuki. Very well, we shall meet at the docks then. Qianlan replied, waving her hand as she departed, resolute in her desire for Mushin's alliance. After casting all her votes for Mushin, Qianlan resumed her leisurely stroll around the venue, lingering at each stall for an extended period. Behind her, Timan could no longer contain his curiosity. Was Qianlan genuinely seeking merely a chef, or was there a deeper motive? Timan directly inquired, do you truly wish for that female chef to join Akatsuki? Or is it simply her charming appearance that entices you, prompting a desire to nurture her? At this, cold sweat broke out on Qianlan's brow. Surely, she was a paragon of virtue. Once a model student, a beacon of moral integrity. How could she possibly entertain such thoughts? I merely seek a chef who aligns with my culinary preferences to alleviate some of Chloe's burdens. With that, Qianlan stuffed a rice ball into Timan's mouth, urging, try this, it's quite delightful. After wandering for an entire morning, Qianlan finally felt satiated and led Timan into a tavern, seeking respite. Qianlan ordered a glass of milk for herself, while Timan sipped on fruit wine. The two sat together, resting, and it seemed that shopping was exhausting not only for men but for women as well. Let's continue shopping for a while this afternoon. We will leave this place today, Qianlan suggested. Timan replied, why the rush? Why not relax at Gourmet Island for a few more days? As Qianlan and Timan conversed, a peculiar man with fox-like eyes approached them. Beautiful lady, is this your captain? He doesn't seem impressive at all, drinking milk in a tavern. Is he incapable? His voice was loud, drawing laughter from others around them. Haha, Captain Henrik is right. A man drinking milk, should I finish his whiskey for him? The crowd watched with keen interest, eagerly anticipating a confrontation. Of course, if it turned out to be mere bullying, they would enjoy the spectacle nonetheless. Task: eliminate Henrik task level. B task reward: 8,000 task points upon seeing the task on her system panel. Qianlan stood up and downed her milk in one gulp. Though I am a pirate, why should I drink beer at a bar? Because beer is detrimental to one's health. How amusing it is to see a pirate afraid of beer. Henrik leered at Timan. Do you truly fancy this pretty boy? Instantly, Qianlan felt a bit embarrassed. While she considered herself somewhat attractive, she did not believe it warranted being labeled as a pretty boy. Timan shot a glance at Henrik and retorted, can you defeat this pretty boy? Humph. Henrik, incensed by Timan's words, launched a right hook aimed at Qianlan's left cheek, confident that this blow would send the man crumpling to the ground. In a flash, Qianlan kicked Henrik back, sending him crashing into the table behind him, shattering it. The patrons at the table rose in anger, glaring at Qianlan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Henrik declared, "I am a Zoan-type user of the fox fruit, in the form of a red fox. You are doomed today, and that woman belongs to me." Qianlan never anticipated encountering a power wielder who would so brazenly disclose the existence of the devil fruit. Was it not a sign of desperation to protect one's own secrets? "Perish!" Henrik exclaimed, instantly transforming into a sleek, hairless fox, his elongated form rendering his features even more peculiar. "What a pity," Timon remarked. "If only this fellow were a pet. Alas, he is but a mere human." Enraged, Henrik lunged with remarkable agility, his claws aimed at the inebriated Timon. In an instant, Qianlan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Henrik, thrusting a kunai directly into his chest. For a small pirate like Henrik, there was no challenge in Qianlan's hands. How could it be so swift? Henrik gasped. "It is because I had already marked my target with the Flying Thunder God technique before you uttered your threats. But I doubt you comprehend what that entails. Embrace the uncertainty of your demise." After Qianlan finished speaking, she returned to her seat, while the others fell silent, hastily settling their bills and departing. The waiter brought Qianlan a cup of milk and then promptly hurried away. Task reward, 8,000 task points, already distributed. Qianlan gazed at the notifications on the system panel, realizing that she was one step closer to acquiring the 6 Paths level ninja tools. However, the decision of which 6 Paths ninja tool to select left her in a state of profound indecision. "It seems we need not engage in combat," Mokushin remarked as she lifted her cup and drank it all in one go. "I did not expect you to eliminate this stellar newcomer of the trade route with a single strike. Just a moment ago, my observation haki failed to discern your movements. If you are willing to accept my conditions, I shall join the Akatsuki. Is this fellow truly a rising star?" Qianlan felt a slight surprise, not expecting the supernova on this route to be so feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike. However, she soon realized that it was she who had grown exceedingly powerful. Given her current formidable strength, dispatching a supernova in an instant seemed entirely reasonable. Perhaps in due time, she would effortlessly conquer one after another, each with a mere flick of her foot. Meanwhile, Tima clenched her teeth in frustration. This woman had already awakened her observation haki. It was imperative for her to strive harder, lest her standing in Qianlan's eyes become perilous. Chapter 45. Onward to the arena, pursuing Kizuru. Qianlan, dear student, share with us your aspirations. Timon and Mushin paid no heed to the whimsical Chen Kun. Instead, Mushin quietly recounted her tribulations. Originally, she had studied culinary arts in the Land of Flowers alongside her brother. After completing their training, her brother ventured out to sea first, eager to promote his culinary skills. In pursuit of his dreams, he borrowed money from the notorious loan shark, Ruffield, to establish a restaurant. Tragically, Ruffield sent henchmen to disrupt his endeavors, ultimately leading to her brother's untimely demise. Thus, driven by the desire for vengeance, Mushin expressed her willingness to undertake any endeavor. Timon reassured her, "Rest assured, Qianlan will undoubtedly avenge your brother. With his prowess, eliminating a ruler of the underworld will be a mere trifle. Leave it to me." Qianlan was well aware that the tea parties hosted by the venerable matriarch were never short of guests. Even the 6 kings of the underworld would grace the occasion, making the task of eliminating the king of loan sharks seem rather effortless. I summoned Zaro, Kuro, and Bartolomeo, and after a brief introduction, we set off for the city of the Spring Queen. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on the 3 of them, Qianlan transported us seamlessly. A simple introduction sufficed for their induction into the Akatsuki, and naturally, everyone welcomed the new chef with open arms. Soon, we boarded the maritime train destined for the city of the Spring Queen. This was not our first journey, so the initial excitement had waned, giving way to casual conversation. Bartolomeo inquired, "Master Qianlan, why the haste to reach the city of the Spring Queen? There are still so many culinary delights on Gourmet Island to savor." Zoro added, "Indeed. I have yet to indulge in fine wine." Their sentiments aligned, revealing that the allure of Gourmet Island far surpassed that of Carnival City. However, it is rumored that a devil fruit will be contested in the arena tomorrow at the city of the Spring Queen. That seems rather significant, exclaimed Qianlan. "Devil fruit," echoed the trio in unison. The tidbit had reached Qianlan's ears while relishing the delicacies of Gourmet Island, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Kuro remarked, "If it is true, then our organization must seize this opportunity. This could be the first devil fruit we encounter since setting sail." Zoro, however, displayed little enthusiasm. Let Kuro have it. As a swordsman, I am not suited for consuming devil fruits. Besides, Master Qianlan likely harbors no interest, and as for me, I can no longer partake of a second devil fruit. Their tone suggested a confidence in their success, given the current strength of the Akatsuki. Acquiring a mere devil fruit seemed well within their grasp. Yet, the uncertainty of the fruit's nature loomed large. What if it turned out to be a worthless one? Admittedly, the strength of a devil fruit is contingent upon the ingenuity of its user, and while that statement holds some merit, it has its limits. If presented with the choice between a phoenix fruit and a whisper fruit, which one would you consume? Time slipped by swiftly, and within an hour, we arrived at the city of the Spring Queen. Upon exiting the station, we were awestruck by the city's beauty and splendor. Shops boasting unique architectural styles lined the streets, complemented by flower shops brimming with an array of blossoms, all enveloped in the warm embrace of the setting sun. How nostalgic this place is, exclaimed Mushin. Let me show you around, Timon. With that, Mushin took Timon by the hand and dashed off, leaving the remaining four in a state of bemusement. Amid such picturesque scenery, Qianlan appeared utterly entranced, while Zaro and Bartolomeo engaged in the rather undignified act of picking their noses, and Kuro adjusted his glasses in a habitual manner. Let us proceed. The hour grows late, and we should find a place to rest. Thus, the four individuals began to meander through the bustling streets, oblivious to the fact that the moment they departed from the station, they had already fallen under the watchful gaze of others. Within the grand palace at the zenith of the Queen of Spring's realm, Her Majesty sat regally upon her throne. The members of the Akatsuki had arrived, and the cunning ninja, Chiho, whom she had anticipated, had also made an appearance. The queen, a strikingly beautiful woman with fair skin and a tall stature, bore a slight smile upon her countenance. Will they be heading to the arena tomorrow? She inquired. Indeed, Your Majesty. This information is both accurate and reliable. However, it seems General Sinai is also privy to this news, came the response. The queen's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing once more, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Let him be. Ensure that surveillance is in place for tomorrow. I wish to obtain all intelligence concerning Chiho. Understood, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of Admiral Kazuru, a sense of exasperation permeated the air. Ah, how troublesome. Have we yet again found ourselves in the Queen of Spring City? It appears another journey is in order. Kazaru's tone was markedly languid, yet beneath it lay a thread of irritation, for having been left in limbo for such an extended period was hardly to his liking, even for one accustomed to idleness. Uncle Kazaru, are we certain we haven't miscalculated our waiting location? Queried one of his companions. It appears we are bound for the Queen of Spring City, which seems to be your birthplace, does it not? Kazara cast a curious glance at Sabayati, who, despite his attire being reminiscent of Wano, hails from the Queen of Spring City, suggesting a rather extraordinary background. Upon hearing Kazaru's words, Sabayati offered a wry smile. My hometown. Indeed. Yet, it would be unwise to make a move there, for the Navy is typically forbidden from entering the Queen of Spring's domain. We shall discuss it further then. For now, we will encircle the Akatsuki from the periphery. The following day, Timon was once again drawn out by Muxian, and the two women resumed their leisurely stroll through the Queen of Spring City. Before the competition, Qianlan and his companions set forth toward the arena. Regardless of whether the devil fruit was real or what type it may be, the prospect was enough to warrant their journey. Upon arriving at the arena, they soon grasped the immense allure of the devil fruit. Even if its power remained uncertain, many were eager to gamble on the odds. The throngs of people were overwhelming, and it was unclear how long the battles would persist. Let us go, Bartolomeo. It's unlikely we'll be allowed to fight one-on-one, Qianlan remarked, pulling Bartolomeo into a queue. The four of them, however, stood in separate lines to avoid encountering each other too soon. As time passed, it finally came to Qianlan's turn. The official in charge of drawing lots handed him a slip of paper. Upon stepping aside to inspect it, Qianlan discovered it read Ding 2, likely indicating the second match of the fourth group. With this in mind, he proceeded toward the designated resting area, where an array of bizarre figures from the world of One Piece greeted him. Qianlan's entrance momentarily halted the atmosphere in the Ding 2 resting room, as many individuals covertly scrutinized his movements. The perceptive Qianlan could distinctly feel the hostile gazes surrounding him, but paid little heed to these insignificant adversaries. Chapter 46, Qianlan's Match. A Carnage. Ding 1. All contestants assigned to Ding 1, please enter the arena for the match. With the referee's announcement, participants began to enter the arena, and soon 20 stood upon a stone platform, indicating a grand melee. The battle commenced. Instantly, the 20 participants exchanged glances, and chaos erupted. Whether old foes or mere strangers, everyone was now an enemy. Those armed took the initiative to open fire, while the unarmed but capable opted to ambush the nearest opponent. The clanging of blades and the thunderous sounds of gunfire filled the air, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the dying. The audience was ignited by the spectacle of life and death, with deafening cheers occasionally overwhelming the cacophony of gunfire. In this rudimentary arena, weaponry played a pivotal role, with combat primarily reliant on firearms and explosives, leaving true warriors a rare sight. Before long, the Ding 1 match concluded, with a burly man brandishing a rocket launcher as the sole survivor. Ding 2, contestants assigned to Ding 2, please enter the arena. Gradually, more individuals made their way to the battleground, each vigilant of their surroundings, and an increasing number began to take notice of Qianlan. He sensed the mounting hostility directed at him. Should the match commence, he would likely face a barrage from this motley crew. Yet, in Qianlan's eyes, these remaining 19 were pathetically weak. Match. Begin. Indeed, at the outset, the other 19 individuals encircled Qianlan from all directions, their weapons pointed menacingly at him, with grotesque smiles adorning every face. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon this formidable figure. With his presence, the coveted devil fruit eludes us all. Yes, let us eliminate this most powerful rookie pirate, and afterward, we shall engage in our own battles. In stark contrast to the atmosphere in the arena, the spectators in the stands were ignited with fervor, whether it be a chaotic brawl or mutual assaults, as long as blood was spilled. The audience remained indifferent to the specifics. The cunning ninja, Lord Qianlan, is destined for victory. Lord Qianlan, please, do showcase your ninjutsu for us. Is this truly him? Could it be an illusion? As Qianlan's renown continues to ascend, the capabilities of ninjas are increasingly scrutinized and disseminated, naturally. The already sensational tales of ninjas have become even more electrifying. Qianlan paid no heed to the circumstances of others in the arena. In an instant, she wielded her three-tomo Sharingan to subdue those armed with firearms. What ensued was a shocking massacre. As the participants who had initially conspired to confront Qianlan turned upon one another in a frenzy of violence, suggesting deep-seated grudges among them. Before long, only one individual remained alive amidst the chaos. Bang! In a dramatic turn, this last survivor collapsed before Qianlan, seemingly taking his own life, though it appeared to be an act of suicide. At that moment, the audience fell silent, the weight of the scene striking a profound chord that transformed their earlier indifference into palpable fear. TSK, ignoring the gazes of those around her, Qianlan quietly made her way out of the arena, and in an instant, a tremendous cheer engulfed the entire competition ground. Indeed, what had initially been met with disbelief had now transformed into a chorus of applause. Qianlan's recent actions unleashed the primal instincts of the spectators, garnering their unequivocal approval. As time progressed, all matches eventually concluded, paving the way for the ensuing melee among the victors from each district. In District Ding, 5 victors have emerged, each possessing a rather peculiar appearance. You must be Qianlan. I shall gladly accept your head as a trophy, even if I cannot acquire the devil fruit. A bounty of 100 million berries would suffice. Indeed, this kind of battle must be quite disadvantageous for someone of your formidable caliber, wouldn't it? Qianlan found herself at a loss with this group of fools, and she called out to the referee, "Are we ready to commence the match?" The referee, taken aback by Qianlan's question, was bewildered. Shouldn't all competitors exchange fierce words and glare at one another before the contest? The match began, impatient as ever. Qianlan decisively made her move, having already inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto the 4 participants. In an instant, Qianlan's figure appeared behind one of them, her kunai gracefully slicing across the man's throat. The victim could only clasp his hands around his neck, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. How on earth did she accomplish this? Qianlan remained unfazed, instantly materializing behind an individual once more, employing the same technique and method, resulting in yet another figure clutching their throat and collapsing as they awaited their demise. I shall not compete any longer. Run. The remaining 2, displaying their cunning, darted off in opposite directions, believing this would liberate them from the shadow cast by Qianlan. Alas, their efforts were in vain, even as the marked individuals leaped simultaneously from the edge of the arena. The speed of the Flying Thunder God technique rendered Qianlan capable of dispatching both in the blink of an eye. Is this truly the legendary and cunning ninja, Qianlan? Such extraordinary prowess. One wonders whether Master Qianlan will emerge victorious in this afternoon's competition. The referee on the field timely ignited the atmosphere, further heightening the excitement among the spectators who eagerly anticipated the forthcoming match. Meanwhile, Qianlan had already exited the arena, waiting for Zoro and the others to arrive. A quarter of an hour later. Qianlan, what is happening? As she spoke, Qianlan immediately began to use her palm technique to heal Chloe's wounds. Fortunately, the several knife wounds on Chloe's body were not fatal, though they were rather severe. It's nothing serious. I merely encountered an unexpectedly formidable opponent, Chloe said as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, that individual should not be a match for your captain. Who is responsible for this? We must seek retribution. This is a principle upon which I established the organization. Suddenly, Bartolomeo pulled Qianlan aside and whispered in her ear. At that moment, the audience seemed to be chanting the name of General Sinai, who appeared to be the general of the city of the Spring Queen. The inner fury of Qianlan showed no signs of abating. Anyone who crossed her would surely pay a blood price. Within the royal palace, the queen's brows furrowed slightly, her dissatisfaction with Sanani growing ever more pronounced. Had Sanani finally succumbed to the temptation to act? Was he truly unable to endure her orchestrations? As she pondered, her expression shifted again. Should he fall to the hands of the Dawn, the Queen of Spring City would no longer need to unfold according to his whims. Indeed, Your Majesty, for the sake of his standing within the world government, countless children have been sent into the clutches of the Navy and the world government each year. This era must come to an end. I shall attend the competition this afternoon. I wish to witness it all firsthand. Chapter 47. Intersecting Missions. Acquire would release. In the afternoon, the injured Clue was being cared for by Timon and Mushin at the inn, while Qianlan, Zoro, and Bartolomeo made their way to the arena. The first to enter was General Sanai, the very one who had injured Clue, greeted by a frenzied roar of applause from the audience. Next came Bartolomeo, who faced a chorus of boos. It seemed his previous performance had left much to be desired. Perhaps he had even disgraced himself before the crowd. Zoro's entrance elicited a lukewarm response, as his bounty remained disappointingly low. However, when Qianlan finally appeared, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, the battles of the prior rounds having garnered her immense popularity. At last, the final participant donned the Navy coat, and Qianlan immediately recognized him as the bodyguard of the head of the Navy's scientific division, Bartholomew Kuma. You two hold off that burly man beside you, while I deal with Sanai. Leave it to me in the green algae head. At that moment, the system interface shifted, and the task rewards ignited a spark of excitement within Qianlan. Task: Eliminate CP0 Sanai task level. S task reward. Would release bloodline limit. Qianlan turned to Jean Tamaru and inquired, Jean Tamaru, what brings you to this place? Jean Tamaru glared at Qianlan with indignation, declaring, I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. How could I possibly divulge that Admiral Kizaru has come to apprehend you? Mission: Defeat Admiral Kizaru and his subordinate Navy forces. Mission level. SS mission reward. Complete 9 tails formed. Qianlan was taken aback by the sudden emergence of 2 enticing tasks, which filled her with a surge of motivation. The competition commenced. The judge's voice ignited the flames of battle in an instant, as Xena and Zhang Tao rushed towards Qianlan simultaneously. Heavy Cleaver. Raging Slash. Their attacks, one following the other, struck towards Qianlan, while the duo's formidable presence stirred the audience into a fervor. Observing the scene, the queen felt a pang of anxiety. The fate of Spring Queen City and its liberation from the grasp of the world government hinged on today's battle and her own performance. Boom. Qianlan effortlessly neutralized the assault of Shinai with a single, deft kick, and soon the two engaged in a fierce battle employing the 6 styles. As the formidable Shichibukai, Bartolomeo, collided with the barrier, he immediately retreated, prompting Zoro to swiftly unleash a powerful slash aimed at the airborne Shichibukai. Paper drawing. Soft. In an astonishing display, the corpulent form of Shichibukai evaded Zoro's strike at an incredible angle. Your adversaries are us. The battlefield was distinctly divided into 2 segments, one where Qianlan and Shinai clashed, and the other where Zoro and Bartolomeo united to confront the Shichibukai. General Shinai, you are the mightiest. Eliminate this wretch. Victory is assured for Lord Qianlan. Perish, Bartolomeo. Naturally, the seasoned fighters remained undeterred by the spectators' shouts. However, Bartolomeo disdainfully curled his lip, casting a contemptuous glance at the audience. 7 days calling technique. 4th activation. Lightning release chakra mode. In an instant, a vibrant blend of crimson and azure erupted around Qianlan, exuding an aura of formidable might. Xena remarked, Are you truly this earnest from the outset? By vanquishing you, I shall accomplish a significant feat soon. You will realize that your peculiar tactics bear no efficacy. Only true strength is the foundation of all. As he spoke, Xena's hands were swiftly enveloped in the formidable armor of armament haki, suggesting that this individual had also activated his observation haki. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan enveloped her kunai with armament haki, while her three-tomo Sharingan continuously rotated, vigilantly monitoring the movements of Sinai. In an instant, both combatants struck simultaneously, as if they had choreographed their actions. Finger gun, machine gun, finger gun, machine gun. The duo's hands unleashed afterimages, their fingers cloaked in armament haki clashing against each other in midair. Shave, steel force. Shave, steel force. The silhouettes of Qianlan and Xena collided once more, causing the arena beneath them to erupt in a spectacular explosion. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the unfolding scene, until a thunderous cheer reverberated throughout the entire Colosseum. Can you truly replicate my martial arts techniques? It seems you possess a modicum of strength. With that, Qianlan unleashed his raging wind kick. Xena sprang into the air, spinning at remarkable speed, delivering a barrage of kicks. In a matter of moments, the entire battleground was torn asunder, with some strikes narrowly missing the unfortunate Wardameru. Engaging me in combat means your demise is inevitable. The mark of the Flying Thunder God technique had already been inscribed upon Xenoi during their previous encounter, leaving the outcome of the forthcoming battle inescapably clear. In an instant, Qianlan's form appeared at Xenoi's right side, followed by a powerful kick. Despite Xenoi employing observation haki, his speed remained regrettably insufficient. Iron block, stone. At the final moment of impact with the arena, Xenoi activated his specialized iron block technique, enveloping himself in a layer of armament haki. Qianlan continued her relentless pursuit, mirroring the earlier maneuver executed by Xenoi as she descended from the heavens to strike the ground with tremendous force. The already dilapidated arena erupted in a shower of debris, with some fragments nearly colliding with the queen. Such peril. Xenoi let out a long sigh, realizing that had it not been for the strength exerted by his right hand to propel himself out of the pit, he might have met his demise with that blow. Qianlan was somewhat taken aback by Xenoi's ability to evade her strike, though it was merely a slight surprise. The profound essence of the sixth style. The return of life? The visible wounds on Xenoi's face began to staunch, accompanied by a noticeable surge in his aura. 60 techniques. Dragon Cannon. Qianlan never anticipated that this individual possessed the sixth form of the secret arts. In an instant, Qianlan was pierced through the chest. Before Xenoi could even laugh, she felt a sharp pain in her own chest. Looking down, she beheld a bloodied kunai. Task reward. Would release bloodline limit, now mastered. A surge of warmth coursed through Qianlan's body, and a breath of life emanated from her surroundings. In truth, Qianlan's would release was not merely a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination. For instance, Danzo and Yamato, although both wielded would release, were limited to the fusion of earth and water attributes, rendering their techniques comparatively fragile. However, within Qianlan resided Yang attribute chakra, combined with the inherent earth and water, culminating in a would-release bloodline elimination formed by 3 chakra types. Naruto, Zoro, stand aside. At Qianlan's command, both individuals trusted her implicitly and swiftly leapt aside. Would-release, binding technique? Caught off guard, Watanuki was swiftly ensnared by Qianlan, dramatically concluding the match. Chapter 48. Fierce Battle Against the Marine Headquarters Mightiest Admiral, Kizaru. Victors are invited to present themselves before Her Majesty the Queen to receive the Championess Prize. The Devil Fruit. Qianlan leaped down from the arena and strode towards the center steps, where the coveted Devil Fruit lay beside the Queen. As Qianlan approached, the Queen summoned her courage to rise and walked slowly to stand before him. Do you wish to become the king of this nation? If you are willing to protect this land, then everything is yours, even I. The Queen gazed nervously at the expressionless Qianlan, uncertain of the thoughts swirling within his mind. Would he reject her, given her conditions and beauty? In a state of confusion, Qianlan felt somewhat flustered. Had he been misled regarding the devil fruit he had rightfully won? Your Majesty, I already have someone I cherish. Hand me the devil fruit, and I shall depart from this nation. As he spoke, Qianlan reached for the box containing the devil fruit, and then presented a kunai, marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, to the Queen. Should this kingdom face peril, I can lend my hand once. I hope, Your Majesty, that you never have to utilize it. Next, I shall confront the Marine Admiral Kizaru, and in doing so, no one will dare to threaten the city of Queen Spring. With that, Qianlan turned and descended the steps, reuniting with Zoro and Bartolomeo. Qianlan truly wishes not to be swayed by such trivial matters. However, To depart without a word seems inappropriate. Thus she left behind a flying thunder god Kanai, Zoro Bartolomeo, and Admiral Kizaru had already arrived at the city of Spring Queen. After handing the devil fruit to Crocodile, "You are to leave this place immediately." Upon finishing her words, Qianlan passed a flying thunder god Kanai to Bartolomeo. Both understood the urgency of the moment. Zoro seized the box and rushed towards the inn, with Bartolomeo following closely behind. Concerned that Zoro might lose his way. Shadow clone technique. Two clones identical to Qianlan emerged, each carrying the War Peach pill, making their way towards the outskirts of the city of Spring Queen. Along the way, Qianlan attracted the attention of all. Three identical figures strolling down the street naturally sparked curiosity. At that moment, several cameras were pointed at Qianlan, incessantly capturing images of her and the War Peach pill. "You wouldn't dare to use me to threaten Uncle Kizaru, would you? That is absolutely out of the question. With his speed, he would undoubtedly rescue me." Qianlan did not respond to Zhang Taowan. Instead, she posed a question to him. "Zhang Taowan, what is Dr. Vegapunk currently investigating? I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world and will certainly not divulge that Dr. Vegapunk is studying laser cannons." In truth, Qianlan's interest in Vegapunk was not in his weaponry, but rather in the devil fruits he was researching, though that could only be discussed further in the New World. Over half an hour later, Qianlan ensnared Jean Tamaru with her wooden techniques, bringing him to the seashore, where the presence of wildflowers and grass, which should have constituted a picturesque scene, was marred by the sight of naval warships. To my surprise, Jean Tamaru had been captured. It seems I underestimated this ninja. On the deck of the naval vessel, Admiral Kizaru stood prominently against the wind, with all cannons aimed at Qianlan, poised for imminent discharge. "Admiral Kizaru, shall we commence bombardment?" Doberman inquired, a staunch representative of the hawkish faction, whose unwavering sense of justice mirrored that of Akainu. Jean Tamaru, now in custody, could perish for the Navy's cause, and Doberman himself would willingly face the same fate if necessary. However, Guillaume countered, "Jean Tamaru is a member of Dr. Vegapunk's scientific unit. We, the Navy, have no authority to deal with him." Kizaru found himself in a predicament between the two dispatched individuals, one a hawk, Doberman, aligned with Akainu, and the other a dove, Guillaume. In agreement with Akiji, their stances were irreconcilable, prompting me to consider establishing my own faction, perhaps to be called the Lazy Faction. Bombardment was largely ineffective against such formidable opponents. It was evident that the three of us would have to engage directly, as the ensuing battle would be beyond the involvement of others. In an instant, the three figures from the warship descended before Qianlan, as Doberman and Guillaume unsheathed their renowned swords. "Submit willingly, young one. I assure you, I shall spare your life." "This back and forth is quite tedious," Kizaru declared. "Monkey D. Kizaru, your identity must be quite extraordinary. Could it be that you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army?" Qianlan directly posed the question that millions of netizens were pondering. Is the man before her truly Luffy's uncle? Otherwise, why would he go so easy on them? "Shiryan, you scoundrel, are you questioning the utmost strength of our Navy?" Qianlan disdainfully curled her lips. "If the leader of the scientific force, Vegapunk, is a dragon, why can't the highest combat power of the Navy also be a dragon?" The Navy headquarters. Before Qianlan could finish her sentence, Deo Bowman unleashed a swift strike against her, showing no regard for his own identity. Boom. With the power of the three-tomo Sharingan, Qianlan had already discerned Deo Bowman's intentions, and she countered his blow with a powerful kick, nullifying his attack. This action ignited the flames of conflict among the four. Upon witnessing this, Jiyuan joined Deo Bowman in besieging Qianlan, with both attacking relentlessly from either side, forcing her to retreat continuously. "Is it not time for me to make my entrance?" remarked Kizaru, as he severed the trees that ensnared Jean Taowan, liberating him from captivity. "Uncle Kizaru, Deo Bowman and Jiyuan are no match for Qianlan. She is not even exerting her full strength. How terrifying!" In the face of the two Marine commanders' assault, she remained unfazed, showcasing the formidable strength of the new generation of pirates. In an instant, Kizaru appeared before Qianlan, inquiring, "Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick, young one?" In that fleeting moment, Qianlan's figure vanished before Kizaru, only to reappear behind Jean Taowan, her kunai poised at his throat. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted behind her, revealing that Kizaru had no intention of sparing Qianlan's life. "To escape from my grasp and keep up with my speed is a rarity among such powerful beings on the seas," Kizaru mused genuinely, reflecting on the potential chaos this 20-something pirate could unleash in the future. At this moment, Jean Taowan had resolved to fight to the death, shouting at Kizaru, "Uncle Kizaru, do not concern yourself with me. Go ahead and eliminate this fiend." Kizaru replied, "Oh, you are my most adorable subordinate. I cannot bear to watch you perish at his hands." With a swift kick, Qianlan sent Zhang Taowan flying, then propelled herself backward with force. Her face adorned with a beaming smile as she regarded Dao Bowman, Huang Yuan, Ji Yuan, and Zhang Taowan. Chapter 49. Teasing Ji Yuan's 7 days of calling. 4th activation. Lightning release chakra mode. Come forth. This battle shall etch my name across the vast ocean. Huang Yuan. Youngster, is it possible that this may also be your final battle? Following this, you might spend a lifetime in the depths of the great undersea prison. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Once again, the familiar great fireball technique was unleashed, igniting the dry grass beneath it. Dao Bowman, Ji Yuan, and Zhang Taowan swiftly dodged to either side, while Huang Yuan remained stationary, utilizing his elemental transformation. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger Onslaught. The lightning beast lunged directly at the freshly landed Dao Bowman, while Huang Yuan and Ji Yuan seized the opportunity to strike at Qianlan. A laser beam sliced past Qianlan's ear, and Ji Yuan's famed sword, Kanbaira, aimed a horizontal slash at Qianlan's abdomen. Meanwhile, the unarmed Zhang Taowan, enveloped in armed color hockey, threw a punch at Qianlan, seemingly determined to fight with all his might. Clang! Qianlan's kunai intercepted Guion's assault, and with a fluid motion, she delivered a powerful punch that sent Zhang Taoman flying. Water release, water surge wave. With a single-handed hand seal, Qianlan unleashed a torrent of water, drenching Guion and leaving him soaked to the skin. Meanwhile, the propelled Zhang Taoman and Dao Bowman charged once more, joining forces to overwhelm Qianlan. In an instant, Qianlan reappeared behind Zhang Taoman, delivering a swift kick that sent him hurtling away. The flying thunder god mark on his body could not be easily erased, especially as Zhang Taoman himself remained oblivious to it. All 3 of you retreat, Yellow Ape commanded. This battle is ill-suited for excessive participants. He understood that Qianlan's speed rivaled his own, and the incessant assaults from Guion, Dao Bowman, and Zhang Taoman only hindered his offensive capabilities, posing a risk of injuring his allies. Obedient to the Admiral's orders, the trio withdrew to the shore, while Guion, feeling sticky from the water, returned to the warship to change. Come now, young one, allow me to witness your speed in earnest. With that, Yellow Ape once again vanished, reappearing before Qianlan, executing a sidekick that struck her left shoulder. Like a rolling gourd, Qianlan was sent flying by Yellow Ape's kick, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Earth release, heavy rock technique. After Qianlan cast the technique of light and heavy rock upon herself, she floated effortlessly in the air, her face adorned with a smile as she regarded Kizaru, seemingly inviting him to engage in aerial combat. Amatsukayumi. Kizaru began to gather photons in his hand, and soon a long sword radiating golden light materialized before him. In a flash of golden brilliance, Kizaru appeared before Qianlan, wielding the Amatsukayumi sword and striking fiercely towards her. Clang! The kunai, enveloped in haki, intercepted the Amatsukayumi sword, and with a surge of strength, Qianlan pushed Kizaru away. Possessing the Seven Heavens calling technique in the lightning release chakra mode, Qianlan was not outmatched in physical combat. Kizaru, on the other hand, utilized his moonwalk to remain suspended in the air, as the Pika Pika Nomi did not grant him the ability to hover indefinitely. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, with the golden Amatsukayumi sword and the black kunai clashing continuously, igniting a flurry of sparks. Such strength! It seems our presence is indeed superfluous. Perhaps we are even hindering Admiral Kizaru, remarked Doberman. Should we consider recalling another admiral from headquarters? It appears Admiral Kizaru is at a disadvantage. We must place our faith in the supreme combat capabilities of headquarters, especially since Admiral Kizaru is inherently less adept in physical combat. In truth, Kizaru's aerial combat prowess paled in comparison to Qianlan's, placing him at a disadvantage in this confrontation. In the sky, Qianlan and Kizaru engaged in a fierce confrontation, with the Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, being sent plummeting to the ground by a powerful kick from Qianlan, transforming into a streak of light as he descended. How terrifying! Truly, his strength rivals that of a monster, thus. I cannot afford to let you escape so easily this time. With that, Kizaru crossed his arms and aimed at Qianlan, who hovered above. Yada no Kagami. Countless photons erupted from Kizaru's hands, firing towards the airborne Qianlan with such velocity that she struggled to respond, as Qianlan continually shifted her position in the air. Kizaru's onslaught showed no signs of abating, In fact, some photons grazed her face, giving the distant observer the impression that Kizaru was merely playing a game, targeting his aerial opponent. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, erupting clouds of smoke into the atmosphere. Guion, has it succeeded? Have we managed to eliminate that wretched fool? He fell for it. The figure of Qianlan emerged behind the yellow ape, as a kunai imbued with the power of armament haki was thrust down fiercely, causing a jet of blood to erupt from the yellow ape's body. Subsequently, a golden silhouette coalesced not far away, with the crimson stain on the yellow ape's back standing out vividly. After so many years, since ascending to the rank of Marine Admiral, he had not sustained such severe injuries in a long time. It seemed the old man needed to take this seriously. Nevertheless, the yellow ape promptly activated life return, staunching the blood flow from his back and managing to suppress his wounds. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, arriving before Qianlan, and delivered a powerful right hook aimed at her face. Huh, have you finally pulled your hand out of your pocket? Upon realizing the situation, Qianlan retaliated with her own right hook, and their fists collided immediately. You've fallen for it too. Sensing danger, Qianlan swiftly sidestepped, but alas, her right hand was still grazed by the yellow ape's laser. With the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan swiftly shifted his form to the left side of Kizaru, plunging his kunai once more. As an admiral of the Navy, Kizaru sensed the shift in Qianlan's presence, now positioned to his left. Alas, his body could not keep pace with Qianlan's remarkable speed. Once again, the same kunai pierced Kizaru's shoulder. Despite his injury, Kizaru retaliated with a kick, which Qianlan adeptly blocked with his arm. A resounding explosion ensued, engulfing both combatants, and soon after, photons coalesced to reform Kizaru's silhouette. Is he dead? Doberman inquired. I fear I may disappoint you, came the reply from Qianlan, who then materialized behind Guion, his kunai poised at her throat. Fortunately, all four possessed marks from the Flying Thunder God technique, sparing them from potential harm in that moment. Both Warpeach and Doberman immediately fell into a defensive stance, hesitant to act recklessly. I will eventually kill you, Guion vowed, her quivering form revealing her agitation. Qianlan, sensing her tremor, silently recited a calming incantation. Now was not the time for distractions. With another forceful kick, Guion's shapely rear bore the imprint of a massive shoe, as Qianlan's strength sent her sprawling to the side. Qianlan twirled the kunai with her right index finger, returning to face Admiral Kizaru, a nonchalant smile still adorning her face. Chapter 50. Defeating Admiral Kizaru. Unexpected awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It seems I shall not be able to venture to the underwater prison and pell down today. Kizaru paid no heed to Qianlan's teasing tone, though the lewd smile on his face gradually faded. Suddenly, a brilliant light began to emanate from Kizaru, glaring even in the bright daylight. Board the warships, all units retreat. Hurry, trembled Warpeach Maru, his voice quaking with urgency. Doberman, filled with confusion, questioned, what is happening? Can Admiral Kizaru's battle still affect us? Admirals of the Navy possess catastrophic levels of combat power. Our current distance puts us at risk of being caught in the crossfire. We must order the warships to retreat at full speed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Guion and Doberman directed 5 naval vessels to steadily withdraw. Die, boy. However, I cannot promise to leave your corpse intact, Kizaru declared, his golden aura intensifying, the blinding radiance making it difficult for Qianlan to discern his figure, compelling her to rely solely on her observation haki to sense Kizaru's presence. Suddenly, pain shot through Qianlan's shoulder. It seemed she had sustained a significant injury. Yet, this was a moment for desperation, and she exerted all her efforts to track Kizaru, who was flashing about. From a distance, Guion and the others perceived Qianlan and Kizaru as ensnared within a colossal golden energy dome, which was continuously erupting with explosions. Within this dome, Qianlan relentlessly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pursue Kizaru. Regrettably, Kizaru seemed to strike indiscriminately across the area. Even when he occasionally hit Qianlan, he swiftly withdrew. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase within the dome, with Kizaru's fruit abilities manifesting even more powerfully in such a confined space. Of course, reaching the speed of light was utterly impossible. Otherwise, even Emu would have faced Kizaru's overwhelming might. Yet, as Kizaru continued to dart about, Qianlan's Flying Thunder God technique would bring her close, only for him to evade before she could land an attack, resulting in an uncanny equilibrium between them. This cannot continue. Qianlan understood that her Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly consume more stamina than Kizaru's light fruit, even though Kizaru's physical prowess was relatively weaker. it was still formidable compared to the other two admirals. Thus, Qianlan remained rooted in place, attuned to any potential manifestation of Kizaru within the luminous barrier, completely oblivious to the continuous bleeding from her own three-tomo Sharingan. As Qianlan exerted herself to evade the relentless assaults of Kizaru, she simultaneously harnessed the full power of her three-tomo Sharingan to scrutinize her surroundings. In a mere moment, several wounds adorned her body. A thunderous roar echoed across the coastline. And within the protective barrier, Qianlan's eyes underwent a transformation. Her once three-tomo Sharingan morphed into a swirling black pinwheel. Qianlan couldn't help but exclaim, "The past and the future? What a formidable power!" Yet, witnessing the future feels somewhat superfluous. Even if my kaleidoscope allows me to glimpse into the future and alter the past, the mastery of observation haki can achieve similar feats. Thus, the ability to see the future indeed seems a bit redundant. However, it does provide Qianlan with the opportunity to counterattack against Kizaru. In an instant, Qianlan harnessed the power of foresight, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the location where Kizaru was about to manifest. Hellish Piercing Strike. Qianlan's right hand thrust directly towards the chest of the yellow ape, yet it failed to penetrate. Perhaps it was not his fate to perish. Or perhaps the yellow ape's instinct as a formidable warrior allowed him to sense the impending danger, causing him to retreat just as Qianlan's strike was about to land. After a fleeting flash of light, the yellow ape appeared on the naval warship, a patch of crimson blood staining his chest, which alarmed those around him. Medical personnel. Doctor. Quickly, retreat immediately. All forces withdraw. The naval ship became a flurry of activity, and eventually, with the efforts of two generals and the formidable war peach Maru, order was restored and a structured retreat commenced. However, it seemed the yellow ape would survive, for the life-restoring properties of his blood-stopping abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the Navy's withdrawal, Qianlan refrained from pursuing them. Instead, he commenced the restoration of the land ravaged by their battle using wood release. The coastline of the Queen's City had been largely devastated. Had this island not been sufficiently vast, even the distant city would have faced repercussions. Mission reward, complete 9 tails. Tamed host, Qianlan level, super shadow attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, body replacement technique, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light heavy rock technique, water candy manipulation, taijutsu, 7 heavens breathing method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, Manjiki Sharingan, would release summoning beast, Kurama weapons, space scroll shop, kunai, shuriken. Explosive tags. Gazing at the changes in the system panel, Qianlan recognized that he had indeed struck a substantial gain. Of course, the recent battle could not remain concealed from anyone, with explosions, flight, and the continuous brilliance of golden light. It was likely that this incident had already spread throughout the city. Inside the palace, the queen, situated at the pinnacle of this nation, received the news. Her expression one of sheer astonishment. Had the naval admiral been defeated? With this thought, the queen erupted into manic laughter. With Sinai deceased and the naval admiral retreating, the grip of the world government was fading, allowing this nation to finally develop according to its own will. As she caressed the kunai in her hand, a glimmer of moisture appeared in the corner of her eye, but it was quickly brushed away. Meanwhile, a small boat drifted aimlessly across the vast sea. Its occupants fixated on a single kunai, their faces etched with despair. Bartolomeo, why has Tea Master Qianlan returned yet? Is the naval admiral truly so formidable? He represents the pinnacle of the Navy's power. Can he still be alive to reach this place? With these words, Mu Xian lowered her head, stifling sobs, fearing she might have been the cause of his demise. Do not worry. He is my recognized captain. He will absolutely be fine. Only Zoro could utter such words of unwavering assurance. While Timon and Kuro expressed their concern for Chihira's safety, they remained silent, fixated on the kunai. Suddenly, Chihira appeared at the center of the ship, bursting into laughter, prompting the others to join in, albeit without a clear understanding of the reason for their mirth. Perched upon Chihira's shoulder, Kurama grinned and exclaimed, "What are you fools laughing about?" Bartolomeo gasped, "A 9-tailed fox that can talk." Mukin immediately reached out to embrace Kurama, only to receive a bite in return. This creature will henceforth be our comrade. Its name is Kurama, and it is exceptionally powerful. Zoro scoffed, "Just a stinky fox. What are you saying, you moronic seaweed head?" Chapter 51. The Nature-Type Devil Fruit. Chihira in the spotlight. The ship of the Akatsuki was promptly unveiled, and everyone made their way to the kitchen. Bartolomeo placed a box containing the devil fruit on the table, while Chihiro slowly opened it. Timon inquired, "Can you recognize it?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, for if this fruit were easily identifiable, it would have undoubtedly been publicized during the competition announcement. Ultimately, it was Kuro, the strategist among them, who proved most reliable. He fetched a 3-inch thick compendium of devil fruits from his quarters and laid it on the table. They began by assessing the fruit's patterns and shape to determine its classification, comparing it with similar entries in the reference. Thus, the group busied themselves, flipping through the compendium. Unfortunately, after considerable investigation, they could only roughly conclude that it was highly likely a nature-type devil fruit. "Are you going to eat it, Kuro?" The others watched Kuro with bated breath. Even Kurama on Chihiro's shoulder wore a curious expression. At that moment, it was a step towards heaven and a step towards hell. Naturally, no nature-type fruit was worthless, unless the individual was truly incapable. Kuro took a bite of the devil fruit resting on the table, suppressing the taste as he swallowed. Instantly, the others gazed at him with anticipation, curious about any potential transformations. Zoro remarked, "No reaction. Do you feel anything?" Kuro shook his head, feeling no special abilities, which weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. "Let us go outside and take a look." With that, Chihiro invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at the ship's railing. "I'll pull you. Jump down to see if there is any effect." Reluctantly, Kuro took a deep breath and leaped into the sea, only to sink immediately. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan immediately rescued Keilu from the sea, while Keilu, regaining composure, lay on the deck, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the previously planted orange tree underwent a transformation. The soil beneath began to gather incessantly, ultimately forming a small mound. A spear of earth. Qianlan's index finger pierced directly through Klo's arm. However, lacking the protection of Haki, it could not inflict harm upon a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Instinctively, Klo's body transformed into an elemental state, evading Qianlan's strike, and at that moment, Klo regained his composure. A natural-type user of the Dokudoku fruit. "Klo, you certainly struck it rich." In the original work, the devil fruits resembling the Dokudoku fruit the most are the Logia-type Suna fruit and the Paramecia-type Ishi fruit. Generally, their wielders are not to be underestimated. The former Shichibukai crocodile can contend evenly with anyone, while Pico was defeated by Zoro after 2 years of training, yet still showcased formidable strength. Bartolomeo, splendid. Then let us host a banquet to welcome the addition of Mushian and the Foul Fox. Mushian, in that case, allow me to demonstrate my skills. Zoro, I shall fetch the wine I procured from the Island of Fine Spirits. New World. World Economic News Agency. President. A fierce battle has erupted in the first half of the Grand Line. In the city of the Spring Queen, the cunning ninja Qianlan has vanquished Marine Headquarters Admiral Kizaru, leaving him gravely injured. What? Morgans leapt to his feet, taken aback by the news of the cunning ninja Qianlan defeating Admiral Kizaru. In a state of tension, Morgans began to sift through the documents and photos in his possession. If this were true, it would be a sensational story that would shake the world. Indeed, the source of the information is exceedingly reliable. The battle of such a formidable opponent cannot remain concealed. Morgans, brimming with excitement, jumped onto his desk, proclaiming to everyone present, "We are to exclusively publish this news. I shall not let this world-shattering story slip away." President, what shall the headline be? The 5th Emperor of the Seas is born. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. As the violent arm of the world government, the Marine Headquarters is typically a bustling yet orderly establishment. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resonated throughout Marine Fort, as a warship made its timely arrival. What has happened? Guion spoke with a quivering voice. "Sister Tsuru, Admiral Kizaru has sustained severe injuries. We have rushed back with the fastest warship. He requires immediate medical attention." At that moment, all the high-ranking Marines present gathered around, their expressions filled with concern for Kizaru. As the leisurely admiral of the Marines, the rivalry between the Dove faction and the Hawk faction is quite ordinary, yet no one dares to harbor animosity toward Admiral Kizaru. Quickly attend to Admiral Borisolino. The rest of you, assemble in the conference room. As Admiral Sengoku orchestrates the arrangements, the entire Navy becomes increasingly busy, while Kizaru is sent to receive the finest medical care. Within the conference room, the expressions on everyone's faces are grave. The high-ranking officials of the Navy are acutely aware of the implications. A young lad in his early 20s has severely injured the Navy headquarters' top combatant, and it is feared that the seas ahead will no longer remain tranquil. Immediately, the news of Kizaru's grave injury is sealed, and the various branch bases on the first half of the Grand Line accelerate their pursuit of pirates, ensuring the Navy's dominance in that region. Meanwhile, The naval branches in the New World retreat cautiously, striving to maintain their influence, as Admiral Akainu prepares to lead an expedition into the New World, with Garp serving as support. Other available vice admirals return to their posts to guarantee the headquarters' security. The strategic genius Sengoku continuously issues commands, and the colossal machinery of the Navy swiftly gears into action, executing each directive with precision under Sengoku's meticulous arrangements. Unfortunately, the repercussions of the battle between Qianlan and Kizaru are far-reaching. This is not a piece of news that the Navy or even the world government can suppress. At this moment, the entire ocean is anything but calm. In the New World, on Whole Cake Island, the Yonko Big Mom devours a three-tiered cake, exclaiming, "MMM. A boy who defeated an admiral? Just 20 years old. Who do you think would be a suitable match for the cunning ninja Qianlan? Karakuri? Mother. Perhaps let us see if this fellow survives to the New World first." Meanwhile, at Onigashima in Wano country, a boy who defeated an admiral? What a pity he isn't a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Otherwise, I would definitely recruit him into the Beast's Pirates. Master Kaido, you've had too much to drink. On the Moby Dick, interesting, a boy who defeated an admiral? The fifth emperor of the sea? I wonder if he is worthy of such a title. Marco gazes helplessly at his father, yet he remains extremely vigilant regarding the news of Qianlan in the papers. On the Red Force, Beckman hands the newspaper to Shanks, who exclaims with delight upon reading, "A boy who defeated an admiral. How astonishing. A feast. A feast." Chapter 52, The New Bounty. Qianlan, did you see it? The fifth emperor of the sea, Master Qianlan, with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Today's supernovas cannot compare to you. Bartolomeo exuberantly dashes about the ship, as if he himself were the one with the 1.3 billion berries bounty. Had I known, I would have gone too. Otherwise, this bounty is rather unimpressive. Bartolomeo gives Zaro the finger, that's the Navy headquarters top combatant. Do you think it's so simple to mingle with them? Haha. The so-called top combatant of the Navy will soon witness my prowess. The words of the Nine Tails exude a formidable aura. Yet their plush appearance renders it difficult to take the substance of their speech seriously. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Foul fox! Scoundrel! Wretched brat!" Timon and Musin observed the playful antics of their companions, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Musin was acutely aware that she could undoubtedly avenge her brother, perhaps even take it upon herself to do so in the future. Qianlan, let us hasten our training. Ahead lies an uncharted sea. Timon, is it the territory of the warlord, Gecko Moria? It seems to belong to a realm of the undead. Mushin's expression swiftly fell, her face a mask of fear, evidently overwhelmed by dread of the supernatural. Bartolomeo and Zaro, however, wore expressions of amusement, their curiosity piqued by the zombies under Gecko Moria's command. Unbeknownst to Zaro, among them lay the remains of their ancestor, albeit shrouded in the shadow of Brooke's severed form. Thus, the crew aboard the ship commenced their training, preparing for the impending clash with the warlord. In a realm of utter darkness, a frantic voice suddenly pierced the silence. Zaro, A3. Bartolomeo, no. Zaro, I declare a 3. Bartolomeo, I cannot accept that. Zaro, Bartolomeo, and Mushin engaged in a game of dodiju on the deck, having drifted in the shadowy expanse for 2 days without a glimpse of any other soul. Qianlan and Timon lay despondently in their rocking chairs, seeking solace from the pressures that weighed heavily upon their hearts. Meanwhile, Clo sat beneath the mast, engrossed in his reading, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp. For 2 days, darkness had enveloped them, the initial thrill of a world devoid of daylight now replaced by a pervasive sense of tedium and profound discomfort. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, instantly capturing the attention of all. Yo-ho-ho! Yo-ho-ho! Binks brew! Oh, how could anyone be singing Bink's delightful song? Could it be that ghosts truly exist? Qianlan gazed ahead with keen interest. It was not a ghost, but rather an individual endowed with a rare devil fruit ability. CLO, perplexed, turned to Qianlan and inquired, what kind of special devil fruit ability? The answer lay in the superhuman type Yomi Yomi no Mi, which could only manifest its powers after the user had experienced death. As they drew nearer, a dilapidated vessel navigated the vast ocean, where a skeleton leaned against the railing. Staring back at them, a ghost, exclaimed Tima and Muxin, who immediately clung to one another. Even Tima, who was usually unafraid of such apparitions, felt a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, Zaro, Bartolomeo, CLO, and Qianlan slowly rose and soared onto the decrepit ship ahead. Yo-ho-ho! Such formidable flying abilities! Called out Brooke. Hey, Brooke. Labu has been waiting for you for nearly 50 years. A single utterance from Qianlan profoundly stirred the softest recesses of Brooke's heart. Overcome with sorrow, Brooke collapsed onto the ground, wailing and expressing the tumult of his emotions, yet, alas, as a skeleton, he was unable to shed tears. The four companions stood in silence, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Brooke's emotional outpouring. After a while, Brooke rose and bowed in gratitude towards Qianlan and the others, though the tone of his voice remained notably somber. However, I cannot depart just yet. My shadow has been imprisoned within the body of a swordsman by Moria. Mission: retrieve Brooke's shadow mission level. A mission reward. Spiraling Sphere. The Spiraling Sphere, as a technique of A-rank ninjutsu, boasts formidable power. Qianlan felt quite satisfied with this mission, for it placed him on par with Young, the girl. Rest assured, we shall seize Moria's pirate ship, and I will reclaim your shadow for you. Brooke exclaimed. Oh ho ho ho, that would be splendid. Allow me to guide you in the search for Moria's vessel. With that, Brooke leaped into the sea, running across the surface of the water. Kuro remarked, indeed, such is the extraordinary ability of a special devil fruit. As Qianlan and her companions leisurely returned to the ship of the dawn, the moment Brooke leaped aboard, he unabashedly revealed his true nature. Might I admire your undergarments? He inquired. Absolutely not, came the resounding reply from Mushuan and Timon, who simultaneously struck Brooke squarely in the face. Well, more accurately, his skeletal visage. Thus, the members of the Dawn organization commenced their voyage under Brooke's guidance, and before long, they beheld the ghostly vessel of Moonlight Moria. The ship loomed like a colossal island amidst the encroaching darkness, its imposing castle evoking an undeniable sense of dread. In the original narrative, the fearsome three-masted ship's entrance resembled a gaping maw, specifically designed to ensnare passing vessels. Each year, over 100 ships mysteriously vanish within the treacherous Devil's Triangle, vividly illustrating the terror that pervades this locale. Qianlan, let us proceed. Next, we shall explore the nature of zombies. Brooke, on the other hand, distributed a pouch of salt to each individual, while he himself tore open his own pouch, ready to act at a moment's notice. Kiki, here. The zombies are averse to salt. By merely inserting salt into a zombie's mouth, its shadow can be liberated. Timon and Mushin followed Brooke, opening their own pouches of salt. The four companions of Qianlan tucked the bags of salt into their cloaks, paying no heed to Brooke's words. Instead, each of them brandished their weapons. Bartolomeo unsheathed his explosive knife, while Kuro revealed his cat claws. Zaro gripped both the Snow Walk and the third-generation Ghost Slash. With an air of vigilance, they advanced towards the ominous three-masted ship, their objective being the imposing castle ahead. Suddenly, a grotesque three-headed hound, stitched together, burst forth from the shadowy forest, its drool glistening as it menaced Qianlan and the others. The appearance of this creature immediately captured their attention, particularly Bartolomeo, who wore a look of exhilaration. A Cerberus from the depths of hell? Yet, where is the hellfire? Kuro remarked, this is merely a counterfeit Cerberus. With that, he unleashed the fire style, great fireball technique, engulfing the abomination in a massive fireball that left it utterly lifeless, a pitiful creature that Moria foolishly considered a formidable asset. One could only ponder the peculiarities of his thought process. Chapter 53, Warlord Moonlight Moria. Qianlan. This is merely the amalgamation of three dogs, devoid of any captivating elements. The forthcoming journey holds far greater intrigue. Qianlan chuckled as she observed the peculiar expressions of her companions, the device in her hand, a recording phone bug, already yearning for action. Thus, the group meandered deeper into the forest, while any zombies encountered along the way were effortlessly dispatched by Brooke, allowing their shadows to regain their freedom. Zoro inquired, Brooke, you mentioned that your shadow was trapped within the body of a swordsman. Is he formidable? Ha ha ha. Indeed. He is undeniably powerful, but alas, my shadow has become a burden to him, Brooke replied, acutely aware of the terror that Ryuma instilled, especially after having been unable to defeat him for many years since acquiring his own shadow. Suddenly, a girl adorned in a Gothic style, with pink twin tails, a crown atop her head, and a wine-red umbrella in hand, floated gracefully in the air. She was none other than Perona, one of the officers of the Thriller Bark Pirates. Hee. Are you the intruders? Mushin exclaimed, what an adorable girl. Hee, we are not merely intruders. We are the ones who will defeat Moria. Qianlan's laughter echoed sinisterly, her unscrupulous gaze instilling fear in the small girl, Perona. Negative ghosts. With that proclamation, 7 ethereal figures manifested in the air, perfectly matching the number of the group. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the spectral entities surged forward, passing through the group, causing them all to collapse to their knees. Zoro lamented, "I am truly a mealworm." Bartolomeo expressed remorse, saying, "As a human, I am deeply sorry." Cielo remarked, "I should have perished long ago." Timon added, "I am as insignificant as an insect." Mushin concluded, "I am unworthy of existing in this world." Brooke, the skeleton, echoed, "I am sorry. Being a skeleton, I should have long since met my end." As Qianlan was about to kneel upon the ground, she was unexpectedly obliterated by her own essence, causing her wooden clone to vanish instantly. Giolama remarked, "What a truly perverse individual." Qianlan indeed shook her head. While she held a deep admiration for the ghost fruit, she had no desire to personally experience the sensation of being struck by it. Before long, the several individuals who had fallen to their knees regained their composure and glared furiously at Perona, who floated in the air. Perona's spirit roamed freely, taunting them with a laugh. "Hee hee hee. Would you like to try again?" In an instant, Zoro executed his sword technique, one sword style, 36 troubling winds. The spiraling slash passed through Perona, yet, regrettably, it failed to inflict any harm upon her, and she vanished into the air. This creature existed in a spiritual state, rendering physical attacks ineffective, truly a troublesome adversary. As for Perona in this ethereal form, Qianlan found herself at a loss, despite her formidable illusions. They could not directly affect a spiritual entity. Would clones, now possessing the complete Ninetales chakra, Qianlan felt unperturbed as nearly 100 wood clones surged towards the castle in search of Perona's presence. "Leave this little girl to me. You all handle the other officers of the Moria pirates." With that, Qianlan followed her shadow clones outside. The others, however, regarded Qianlan's back with peculiar expressions before dispersing. At that moment, all the zombies aboard the terrifying three-masted sailing ship began to mobilize. Even the horseman, who bore Brooke's shadow, was dispatched by Moria. Qianlan delved deeper into the castle, having already vanquished several wooden avatars. After all, the pirates who made it this far were inevitably accompanied by a few formidable shadows, capable of contending with wooden manifestations. Fools. Upon assimilating a memory from one of the wooden doppelgangers, Qianlan was taken aback to find herself confronted by this individual. "QB, what is it?" "Qianlan. It seems an unfamiliar aura is drawing near." QB possessed an acute sensitivity to malice and was aware of the encroaching threat. In an instant, Qianlan vanished from her original position and delivered a powerful kick, toppling a creature with the head of a lion, its body curling up like a shrimp. Earth release, quagmire. The ground beneath Absalom transformed into a swamp, and he was swiftly engulfed by the mire, prompting Qianlan to kindly erect a grave for him. This spectacle left the remaining zombies thoroughly terrified. From that moment on, Qianlan and QB faced no further obstructions, not even a single monster dared to appear. Qianlan continued her journey deeper into the castle, only to realize she had lost her way. The surroundings were dimly lit, and the paths were intricately convoluted, leaving her disoriented. "Just break through," exclaimed Kaibi, searching like this is far too slow. "Indeed, you are right," Qianlan replied. With that, she swiftly opened a window and leaped out, immediately enveloping herself in the technique of light and heavy rock. Suddenly, a surge of memories from her wooden clone flooded her mind, revealing Perona's location. Flying Thunder God technique. Qianlan appeared directly before the wooden clone closest to Perona. Indeed, it was within a princess's chamber imbued with a terrifying ambience. One cannot help but remark that Moria has somewhat skewed Perona's sense of aesthetics. Perona exclaimed, "Hey, you despicable fellow, step outside for a duel. I certainly do not wish to damage my room." At this moment, Qianlan had no desire to engage with the little lowly. It was certainly not the time to squander precious moments here. In an instant, Qianlan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan ensnared Perona, who, despite possessing an exceedingly formidable devil fruit, was regrettably too feeble to offer any resistance against Qianlan's illusionary arts. "Let us proceed, Kurama. I have an experiment to conduct that may pique your interest," Qianlan declared. Upon hearing these words, Kurama felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the forthcoming events were somehow intertwined with his own fate. With Perona under his control, Qianlan cast aside all reservations and, unimpeded by obstacles, made his way directly toward the grandest castle. A quarter of an hour later, Qianlan finally arrived at the lair of Moria, a vast circular chamber where the imposing figure of the 67-meter-tall Ors loomed nearby. Moria, of course, noticed Qianlan's entrance, but his expression was one of disdain towards her. "Ha ha ha. Are you truly the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the cunning ninja Qianlan? Has Morgans not provided any news? How can a novice like you be deemed the 4th Emperor of the Sea?" Qianlan was perplexed by the peculiar confidence exhibited by everyone before their defeat. However, Moria's words left her thoroughly irritated. The failures of the New World. Having been vanquished by Kaido, now cowered in this place, hoping to seek vengeance through external means. Moria, your thought process is truly unique. With that, Qianlan raised her middle finger at Moria, fully expressing her disdain for the Shichibukai. Chapter 54. The Terrifying Tailed Beast Orb. You scoundrel. Moria's towering figure rose, his malevolent visage glaring at Qianlan before he slowly approached her. Mission. Defeat Moria mission level. Mission reward. Creation of rebirth. Qianlan anticipated that such a scenario might arise when confronted with formidable adversaries, confirming her suspicions. However, it seemed improbable to exploit the task system. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In an instant, a colossal fireball pierced through Moria's form, creating a substantial breach in the castle. In the blink of an eye, Qianlan was again cleaved apart, revealing her wooden clone. It can be asserted that the shadow fruit possesses its own unique characteristics in the realm of clones. Moria chuckled mischievously. He, a cunning ninja, is it? Seems to possess some skill. Shadow angle spear. Qianlan did not anticipate that this cunning individual would resort to an ambush. It seems that those who ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords are not as ineffectual as they may seem. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The earthen barrier adorned with a canine visage was swiftly shattered by Moria's assault, allowing Qianlan to leap beyond the reach of his attack. Moonlight Moria. The disgrace of the 7 warlords. If this is the extent of your prowess, then you may as well perish. The disdain in Qianlan's words instantly incensed Moria, a formidable figure who possessed his own pride. However, Qianlan did not intend to provoke. The mere presence of Moria failed to ignite her interest. Gather the shadows, Moria proclaimed. As he opened his wide maw, countless shadows were drawn forth from the wall that Qianlan had just shattered, being consumed directly by Moria. As the shadows multiplied, Moria's form grew increasingly colossal, ultimately causing the very floor beneath him to collapse. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan leaped directly from the tower to the outside, only to discover a scene that she had anticipated. In the distance, atop the castle, the fierce battle between Zoro and Dracul Mihawk had reached a fever pitch, with Brook's shadow augmenting Mihawk's physical prowess. The clash of these two masters of swordsmanship utterly fulfilled Qianlan's fantasies of chivalry. No wonder so many protagonists in novels wield swords. They truly exude an undeniable charm. Reflecting on this, Qianlan couldn't help but lament that her small pistol seemed rather insignificant in comparison. Moments later, having absorbed 1,000 shadows, Moria's form had grown to a size comparable to that of Or's, even surpassing the stature of this giant among giants. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan chuckled and inquired, after consuming 1,000 shadows, would a single punch not cause you to regurgitate? Hiki. Of course not. As he spoke, a layer of armament haki enveloped Moria's entire being, rendering him darker than the shadows of certain places. But that was not the end. Moria then decisively severed his own shadow and infused it into Oz's body, thus birthing 2 giants bound by a shared understanding. Kurama, perched on Qianlan's shoulder, gazed intently at the formidable figures, which appeared quite intimidating. However, he could distinctly sense the inherent weakness of both. Seeing this, Qianlan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why did Luffy, 2 years later, not receive such treatment? The use of armament haki need not be mentioned. Even the ability to control Oz, which resonated with her own will, was not utilized. Has Moria truly fallen so low after 2 years, reduced to completely relying on external forces? Qianlan, come forth. QB. Let these fellows witness the true essence of complete tailed beast transformation. Upon hearing this, QB seamlessly merged into Qianlan's being, causing her figure to grow exponentially, soon surpassing both Oz and the shadow-consuming Moria, who had devoured 1,000 shadows. In a matter of moments, the towering form of the 99-meter-long Nine-Tails materialized before the onlookers. The presence of 3 colossal giants atop the terrifying 3-masted ship exerted immense pressure, drawing the attention of many keen observers. Is that young swordsman your companion? Truly an impressive individual. Zoro cast a glance at the nearly 100-meter-tall Qianlan, tightening his green bandana, his gaze gravely fixed upon the skeletal figure of the dragon horse before him. This is the final move. Let us proceed. Simultaneously, the others aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship sought refuge, as Timon and his companions recognized that this battle was beyond their capacity to engage in. They began to retreat towards the periphery of the ship. Size alone does not guarantee strength. It is only through battle that one truly comprehends. Oz. encased within Moria's shadows, and Moria himself, infused with 1,000 shadows, struck simultaneously, their massive forms launching powerful punches from either side toward Qianlan. Boom! QB's tail effortlessly swatted Moria's fist aside, then, with all its might, collided with Oz, sending him crashing to the ground. As Oz struggled to rise, the tailed beast transformed Qianlan deftly maneuvered her tail, propelling Moria forward and delivering a crushing blow that toppled him. The clash of the three giants caused the terrifying three-masted ship to rock violently, and even the once untouched castle began to crumble. QB, Qianlan, do you not find their speed rather sluggish? The nature of this world dictates such. The giant clan is renowned for their strength, yet they lag considerably when compared to equals of their caliber. In the harmonious collaboration between Qianlan and QB, Moria and Oz were continuously bested in turn, with Qianlan maintaining the upper hand against a solitary adversary. You vile creature, I shall not be defeated by you. Moria defiantly gaped with his cavernous maw, persistently absorbing shadows from all around. Qianlan, shall we go for it? Nine Tails, let's do it. Qianlan and Kurama began to employ yin-yang release to manipulate chakra, skillfully blending and compressing it in an exquisite ratio of 2 parts yin to 8 parts yang within their mouths. An enormous tailed beast bomb materialized in the maw of the tailed beast-formed Qianlan, aimed directly at Moria and Oz before him. At that moment, Moria had also completed his absorption, his stature rivaling that of Kurama. Perish, he declared. Supersized tailed beast bomb. In an instant, Oz and Moria collided with the tailed beast bomb unleashed by Qianlan, their colossal forms disappearing into the ominous three-masted ship. The terrifying vessel, akin to an island, was devastated, reduced to merely a quarter of its original size. As Moria met his demise, every shadowless soul across the globe felt a profound awareness, realizing they had regained the right to bask in the sunlight. Subsequently, Qianlan returned to his normal size, while Kurama remained a charming creature perched upon Qianlan's shoulder. Task reward: Creation Rebirth, Proficient Task Reward, Rasengan, Proficient. I was terrified just now. I thought you were in danger, exclaimed Timon as she collapsed into Qianlan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Seizing the moment, Qianlan kissed Timon, sealing their bond with a fateful kiss. From a distance, Kuro, Muxian, Bartolomeo, and Zaro observed this tender scene. Chapter 55, Sword God Longma. Hee. At last, I can meet Labu. Brook's sudden arrival shattered the serene atmosphere between Qianlan and Timon, reminding Qianlan of the promise he had made to Labu. Brook, go and find Labu. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. With that, Qianlan tossed a kunai bearing the flying thunder god seal to Brook. Kneeling on one knee, Brook expressed, Mr. Qianlan, I shall never forget your kindness. I will await you at the entrance of the Grand Line. After Brook departed, the others gathered around, particularly Bartolomeo, who looked at Qianlan with excitement. Master Qianlan, can I also grow that large? Qianlan shook her head with a wry smile. Bartolomeo, perhaps this is not suited for you. Subsequently, the members of the Akatsuki began to clear the remnants of the terrifying three-masted ship, as the organization would temporarily reside here. The only captive, Perona, was under the watch of Qianlan's wooden clone, while the doctor, Hogobak, had likely vanished along with the castle. The daughter of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, named Chiefing, led her entire crew away. Having just witnessed Qianlan's formidable display, the rescued individuals departed without so much as a farewell, leaving Qianlan in tranquility. Wood release, 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. In an instant, a 2-story villa rose from the ground, prompting the Akatsuki members to commence their relocation activities. It is no wonder that Yamato from Naruto is so affluent. Building with wood release is remarkably swift. Once everything was settled, the members of the Akatsuki began to raise their glasses in celebration, while Makushin, serving as the chef, busied herself in a flurry. Bartolomeo, Master Qianlan, how long shall we train here? Makushin, a chef endowed with dual-color haki, reminded them that as combatants, they ought not to lag behind. Zaro, Bartolomeo, and Kuro felt somewhat embarrassed by Qianlan's words, each vowing to strive diligently in their training. That despicable fellow, I too wish to eat. Perona, who had been knocked unconscious by Qianlan, awoke, likely stirred by hunger. As a user of the ghost fruit, Perona could summon spirits, yet regrettably, these apparitions lacked substance, leaving her devoid of any means of self-rescue. Observing this, the wooden clone hoisted Perona onto its shoulder and, upon reaching Qianlan, unceremoniously cast her down. As Qianlan gnawed on the roasted meat, she crouched down before Perona and posed a question. Is it more prudent to hand you over to the Navy, Or would it be more profitable to eliminate you and thus elevate the bounty for our organization, given that you are a notorious pirate valued at 50 million berries? Perona, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears, exclaiming, "You despicable creature, what do you intend to do to this lovely young girl?" At this, a chill ran through Qianlan. Despite her youthful appearance, Perona was actually in her early 20s. "Best to endure hunger for now. Your matters will be addressed last," she remarked, turning her gaze to Zaro. "Zaro, have you ensured the protection of Ryuma's corpse? Where is it being kept?" Zaro then gestured towards a nearby large tree before taking a hearty swig of sake. Qianlan followed Zoro's gaze and beheld that the once mighty Ryoma had been reduced to little more than a skeletal frame. After the banquet concluded, Qianlan directly presented Ryoma's remains before the assembly, having also captured an unfortunate soul from the forest of the terrifying three-masted ship. Now, behold the Dragon Slayer, the Grand Swordsman Ryoma. Impure World Reincarnation. As the unfortunate soul was enveloped, a figure emerged, Ryoma, adorned with short yellow hair and a slender build, resembling a samurai from Wano country. Where is this place? Ryoma, the Grand Swordsman of Wano, undefeated throughout his life. The legendary Dragon Slayer, revered as the sword god in his homeland, was resurrected in this peculiar form. "And this green-haired individual beside me is your descendant." Zaro was taken aback, realizing that the figure before him was indeed his ancestor. He had just severed the very lineage from which he came. The reincarnated Ryoma regarded Zaro with curiosity, particularly fixating on the three swords at his waist, especially the famed Wado Ikamanji. "A three-sword-style swordsman? My descendant?" A twisted smile graced Ryoma's face, seemingly indifferent to Zaro's lineage. Perhaps such a formidable swordsman had never felt the need to marry or procreate, showing little concern for his progeny. On the ground, Perona gazed at this spectacle in utter disbelief. Lord Moria's use of shadows to create zombies was already quite extraordinary, but witnessing the resurrection of someone who had been dead for centuries was beyond comprehension. To everyone's astonishment, the previously calm Qianlan suddenly struck Ryoma with a punch. Clang! Qianlan's fist, enveloped in the armor of Haki, was halted by Longma. Immediately, Qianlan withdrew, returning to a state of tranquility. Longma inquired, "What purpose does your resurrection serve? Is it merely to command my combat?" The response was that the intention was to have him instruct the green-haired individual nearby, who, despite his appearance, is a prodigy of swordsmanship. Additionally, there was a curiosity about how his strength compares to that of the current world's greatest swordsman. Qianlan's words instantly captured the attention of the entire Akatsuki organization, all eyes curiously fixed on Longma, as if awaiting his response. In truth, this question had been a topic of discussion among enthusiasts in Qianlan's previous life. One was the sword god of Wano, and the other, the world's preeminent swordsman. Although they belonged to different eras, both wielded swordsmanship that stood at the pinnacle of their times. It is likely that should they encounter Hawkeye next, it would mark the witnessing of an unparalleled battle. Mushin interjected, "What shall we do with this young lady? Shall we execute her?" The murderous intent emanating from Mushin astonished everyone present. Indeed, chefs are often cold-hearted, for how else could one slay such an adorable creature? "Bartolomeo, you should take the lead and end her," Zaro declared, producing a dagger from seemingly nowhere and handing it to Bartolomeo, as if genuinely urging him to act. Observing this, Longma stepped protectively in front of Perona, his blade, the dark path Shui, already unsheathed. It is the duty of the strong to safeguard the weak. Qianlan had not anticipated that Longma possessed a hint of adolescent bravado. It was no wonder he could single-handedly withstand external invasions and defend his nation for decades. His sense of justice was overwhelming. "I am at your service, your highness. Just spare my life." Perona, lying on the ground, realized that if she did not plead for mercy, her situation would become precarious. It appeared she had fallen into the clutches of a ruthless band of pirates. Thus, she resolved to endure. As an intern member of our Akatsuki organization, her ghostly fruit was indeed a rare and formidable asset. With that, Qianlan untied the ropes binding Perona, though he warned that any unsatisfactory behavior would result in her being fed to the fishes. Chapter 56. 2 years later, setting sail. 2 years had passed. A fearsome three-masted ship. Host, Qianlan level. Super shadow attributes. Wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yang ninjutsu. Creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique. Light heavy rock technique, spiral sphere. Taijutsu, 7 days breathing method, remnant. Lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit. Mangeki Sharingan, would release summoning beast. Nine tails blades, space scrolls. Marketplace, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. During this period, Qianlan had not spared any passing pirates or stray navy ships aboard the fearsome three-masted vessel. He seized opportunities to strike, thus acquiring ample supplies and intelligence. With the accumulation of various mid to low-level missions over 2 years, Qianlan had mastered an extensive array of ninjutsu. If he continued to gather more mission points, he would soon be able to exchange for 6 pads-level ninja tools. However, it was high time to depart. Otherwise, in another 2 years, Luffy would likely have defeated the 4 emperors and toppled the world government. At the dining table, Captain, are we finally leaving? Since Perona had joined the Akatsuki 2 years ago, her zeal for training had been ignited, especially with Qianlan providing her chakra fruit. Now, Perona was exponentially stronger than 2 years prior, her petite frame visibly enhanced with muscle. Unfortunately, after growing closer, she had lost much of her initial respect for Qianlan and now simply referred to him as Captain Bastard. Bartolomeo chimed in, indeed, Master Qianlan. These past 2 years have been unbearable for me. It is time we venture into the new world. I believe they are eagerly awaiting the name of Bartolomeo the Great. Qianlan smiled and said, let us not rush. A grand battle awaits us ahead. The War on the Top, as the most comprehensive depiction, is an event that neither Qianlan nor the entire Akatsuki organization can afford to miss. Moreover, this war presents a rare opportunity for us to seize the advantage in the ensuing combat. Where shall we head next? Having departed from the mystical triangle, our next destination is undoubtedly the Sabaody Archipelago, the ultimate point of the first half of the Grand Line. As a chef who journeyed from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, Muxuan is well acquainted with the Sabaody Archipelago. It seems our forthcoming objective will indeed be there. Let us venture to the Sabaody Archipelago and indulge ourselves while we await the eruption of war. Leave the matter of erasing our traces to me. With that, Kuro burst into maniacal laughter. Since Kuro had adeptly harnessed the powers of his nature type Doro Doro no Mi, he had embarked on a path of artistry and destruction from which he could not return. His techniques were either spectacularly flamboyant or utterly annihilative, showcasing 2 extremes of his capabilities. Let us hasten our preparations. We shall set sail shortly. Aye, Captain. Thus, the crew busied themselves within the magnificent villa crafted by Qianlan, swiftly packing their belongings for the voyage. As they stood upon the deck of the Akatsuki ship, casting a final glance at the fearsome, 3-masted vessel, Kuro activated his devil fruit ability. In an instant, the already diminutive structure of the terrifying 3-masted ship began to collapse, with seawater gushing in, ultimately leading to the engulfment of Qianlan's grand villa by the ocean. Set sail. At the command of Qianlan, the ship of the dawn set sail from this maritime expanse, heading towards the archipelago of Shanghua. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, basking in the brilliance of the sun, while a gentle breeze caressed the surface. On the deck, some reclined in leisure, others immersed themselves in books, and a few sought to fish, each indulging in their chosen pursuits, yet none expressed a desire for cultivation. After 2 years of rigorous training, the members of the Akatsuki organization had begun to embrace idleness. Timon exclaimed, finally leaving that place. I haven't felt the sun on my skin for ages. This sensation is truly nostalgic. Reclining in a deck chair, Qianlan savored a drink of juice, reminiscing about the warmth that was so elusive in the enchanted triangle zone. Suddenly, a colossal sea creature breached the surface, drenching several individuals on the ship. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the fishing Muxian. The chef, upon witnessing this, prepared to spring into action, but Bartolomeo, also lounging in a deck chair, leapt up with fervor. Let me handle this, he declared, drawing his trusty explosive blade. Die, beast. The blade struck the creature's head, unleashing a tremendous explosion that engulfed both Bartolomeo and the beast, sending shockwaves that pushed the ship back 15 meters. As the sea breeze dispersed the smoke from the explosion, Bartolomeo stood unscathed and pristine, likely having shielded himself with a barrier during the blast. The once mighty sea creature lay charred and lifeless, rendered utterly beyond salvation. Muxian rushed forward, delivering a light reprimand to Bartolomeo. This was meant for our lunch. Now, it's quite the challenge to prepare. Well then, let us leave it to Master Qianlan to roast it, she concluded. Thus, the unfortunate sea creature met its demise without a complete corpse left for the Akatsuki. While Bartolomeo had grown accustomed to utilizing his Master S would release for barbecuing. Newsbird, let me see if there are any significant updates, said Kuro, as he picked up a newspaper to peruse. Moments later, a smile graced his face. It seems a great pirate has emerged in the East Sea. Having laid waste to the Judiciary Island under the world government's command, directly declaring war on them and earning a bounty of 300 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy. The Straw Hat Kid, Bartolomeo, drawn by the enticing scent, drew closer. Those detestable Marines. A newcomer with a bounty of 300 million berries? Soon, they shall learn that I am the true mightiest. Qianlan was taken aback to realize they had already progressed to the Judicial Island arc. It seemed that the terrifying three-masted ship scenes would soon be absent. However, the Akatsuki organization had not made an appearance in the public eye for quite some time, and it was likely that the Navy and the entire world had nearly forgotten about them. Kuro, can you assess which nearby pirate crew has a higher bounty and is close to us? Upon hearing this, Kuro immediately began sifting through the newspaper in his hands, searching for a target belonging to the Akatsuki. The closest to us is the pirate captain, AP, of the Sound Fruit, who commands the broadcasting pirate crew, with a bounty of 158 million berries. Kuro pondered for a moment, but the next supply island is quite near the Navy's G2 branch. Might this affect our plans? Zaro interjected, we pirates are free. With our current strength, what difference does it make if the Navy appears or not? After 2 years of training and the nourishment from the chakra fruit, the Navy cannot possibly deploy a significant portion of their forces against the Akatsuki. Chapter 57, Slaying a Supernova, Acquiring a Legendary Blade. 2 days later, it seemed that an unexpected situation had arisen. Bartolomeo leaped down from the lookout tower, landing steadily on the ground. The few individuals on the deck gazed toward the distant island, but it was still too far to see clearly without Bartolomeo's telescope. What is going on? Bartolomeo, could it be another Marine Admiral? Moksha questioned. Kuro chuckled, it can't be that easy to encounter a Marine Admiral. Bartolomeo, what exactly did you see? One of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the target, Epi, were both docked at the harbor, yet no battle had ensued. One was an informant for the Beast Pirates, and the other was a subordinate of da Flamingo. It seemed these individuals were collaborating. What they were bringing with them remained a mystery, but many formidable devil fruits had been dispatched from da Flamingo's hands. Timon suggested, let us hasten our approach to see for ourselves. Thus, the Akatsuki began to draw near the island before them, and given their current strength, they had no intention of concealing their presence. As they drew closer, the group began to trust Bartolomeo's judgment even more. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the lower right side of the ship, and the cabin began to take on water. The sound of water rushing in was continuous, and the ship began to slowly sink. Wood release. Great repair technique. The damaged hull began to regenerate rapidly, and soon, each gaping hole was effortlessly sealed by Qianlan. Kuro remarked, it seems there are enemies beneath the ship. They must be fishmen, but I wonder whose subordinates they are. Moksha, saying this, was ready to leap into the sea. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan immediately pulled Mushuan back, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she gazed at the ocean. It appeared that the figures in the water were likely members of the Don Quixote family, specifically the merman Delinger. The approaching cadre from the Don Quixote family was most probably the user of the flare fruit, Diamante. I shall repair what he destroys. We shall address it once we reach the island. Thus, the two of them engaged in a delightful back and forth of destruction and restoration, busily occupied in their tasks. After 3 attempts, Dillinger ultimately ceased his destructive efforts, just as the members of the Akatsuki organization drew closer to the small island. At the dock, Afi and Diamante stood side by side, with Dillinger and Lao Ji trailing behind Diamante. Meanwhile, the other lower-ranking pirates lingered at the back, their curiosity piqued by the distant vessels, particularly the crimson clouds adorning the sails. Dillinger remarked, Lord Diamante, is it truly necessary to wait for this fellow? What of the 5th Emperor of the Sea? He poses no threat to me. However, one must bear in mind that this individual had defeated Admiral Kazuru of the Navy headquarters, and was a being even Don Quixote da Flamingo dared not confront. It would be prudent to show him some respect. The vessel of the Akatsuki docked, and the first to disembark was none other than Perona. Following her, Qianlan leaped down, instantly appearing behind Dillinger. Incompetent fool. After Qianlan delivered a powerful kick, Derling was rendered unconscious before he could even react. Observing this, the soldiers of the broadcast pirates and the Don Quixote family immediately raised their weapons, aiming directly at Qianlan. My lord Qianlan, do not stoop to their level, Diamante shouted, turning his head and commanding, lower your weapons. In response, Absalom gestured to the entire broadcast pirates crew, signaling them to disarm. Their actions alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. and soon a chest was brought forward. Diamante crouched to unlock it, lifting the lid to reveal a dazzling array of gold. This is an apology from the Don Quixote family. We hope you will overlook the earlier incident with Durling. Indeed, the world is not merely about violence. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. No wonder the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo has become the Joker of the underworld. Such status is not merely achieved through force. Very well, I shall accept this, Qianlan stated. Bartolomeo, sensing the moment, promptly transported the entire chest of gold onto the ship, while Absalom and Diamante exchanged relieved glances. But why is the Don Quixote family allied with the broadcast pirates? Is there some form of collaboration? I wonder if our organization can partake in this venture, Crocodile mused. Absalom replied with a chuckle, it's merely a straightforward arms deal. Qianlan could hardly believe the fabrications of AP, suspecting that perhaps the beast pirates and the Don Quixote family were in collusion. Task: seize the renowned blade. Task level: A. Task reward: 10,000 task points. Observing the dynamic system panel before her, Qianlan was astonished to find that intelligence had been gathered as well. Act now. With her command, the entire Akatsuki organization sprang into action without the slightest hesitation. Spiraling sphere. The battle erupted instantaneously as Qianlan appeared behind AP, pressing the spiraling sphere firmly against his chest. Simultaneously, Zaro and Bartolomeo lunged at Diamante and Laoji, and soon the four were embroiled in a fierce clash. The remaining members of the Akatsuki swiftly dealt with the underlings, quickly eliminating the remnants of the broadcast pirates and the Don Quixote family. Qianlan, Perona, please assist Zaro and Bartolomeo. Understood, you scoundrel captain. After delegating the tasks, Qianlan made his way towards the ship of the Don Quixote family, while his doppelganger headed towards the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Room after room was searched by Qianlan, yet the renowned swords remained elusive. At last, he arrived at the captain's quarters. Upon opening the door, he discovered a safe. This routine again. With a swift hell stab, he effortlessly unlocked the safe, revealing it brimming with berries, but still no sign of the legendary blade. Reluctantly, Qianlan continued his search within the room, ultimately uncovering several exquisite swords tucked away in a nearby bundle. Hey, green algae head, come take a look at these swords. Huh? Zaro exclaimed, shaking the blood off his blade, perplexed as he glanced towards Qianlan on the deck. Qianlan swiftly executed the technique of instant movement, appearing before several individuals, brandishing several blades in her hands. Ding. Mission reward, 10,000 task points, has been distributed. I shall take this. Qianlan reached for a sword. A magnificent blade forged from gold, reminiscent of the legendary dragon sword from his childhood. However, he dismissed any notions of summoning. It was likely just a beautifully crafted antique. With a hint of arrogance, he named it the Golden Dragon Ink Sword and effortlessly secured it at his waist. The thought of traversing the pirate world wielding both sword and spear struck him as juvenile, yet undeniably cool. As for the famed blade, its name remained a mystery. Zaro, with the instinct of a swordsman, sensed that the two blades in his possession were no ordinary weapons, and he too affixed them to his waist. Bartolomeo, not to be outdone, casually picked up a sword and did the same. Ultimately, regardless of whether for adornment or practicality, the spoils of war had been thoroughly divided among the members of the Akatsuki. Setting sail. Off to Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 58. Arrival at Sabaody Archipelago, the Ming tribe girl. 3 days later, gazing at the towering trees and the bubbles emerging from the ground, Qianlan could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation. Muxuan explained. Sabaody Archipelago is a convergence of 7 sea routes, comprised of 79 colossal trees forming the islands. Zones 1 to 29 are lawless territories, 30 to 49 are tourist attractions, 50 to 59 are shipyards, and 70 to 79 are inns. Zaro inquired, and what about 60 to 69? That's the Navy, came the reply. As they approached, Qianlan realized he was somewhat late, for he was astonished to find that a fleet of supernovas had already docked. Upon the arrival of the Akatsuki's ship at the harbor, the surrounding pirate vessels scattered in fear. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the atmosphere, and Qianlan found himself receiving treatment akin to that of Kizaru, who had also been shot upon arriving at Sabaody. However, Qianlan had no inclination for a brawl. He swiftly drew his pistol and concluded the confrontation without hesitation. That damned captain is truly despised, Perona remarked, sticking her tongue out at Qianlan, eliciting helpless laughter from the others. Muxuan then seized Timon and Perona, guiding them off the ship, before turning to the men and stating, We three are going to explore the tourist area. You gentlemen are free to do as you wish." The trio disembarked towards the sightseeing islands, leaving the four men exchanging glances. "I'm off to find a tavern. You three enjoy yourselves." With that, Zoro leaped into action, eager to seek out a drink. Ever since Qianlan mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he no longer feared Zoro's tendency to get lost, knowing he could always bring him back at any moment. "Qianlan, the bar is located on the 21st island. Do not worry, Master Qianlan. I shall take care of the green algae head." Ultimately, only Qianlan and Klo remain at the dock, along with the easily overlooked Geolama. "Qianlan, why not take a stroll? I will keep watch over the ship, especially since the Navy has stationed quite a number here." "Very well. Should I leave Geolama here to keep you company?" "Geolama, silence. I also wish to explore." Thus, the entire crew of Zaya began to tour the Shambadi archipelago. As of now, Admiral Kizaru has yet to make his appearance, and the overall atmosphere of the Shambadi archipelago remains quite pleasant. Qianlan's objective is the lawless zone from the 1st to the 29th, primarily to discern whether there are any valuable items at the auction overseen by Doflamingo. It is possible that the Don Quixote family has yet to receive news regarding the complete annihilation of Diamante's group, or perhaps Doflamingo is en route to the Navy headquarters, resulting in a significant information lag. Suddenly, a group of 17 or 18 individuals encircled Qianlan, brandishing various weapons and fishing nets, likely a slave-catching crew. "Halt, you fair-skinned lad. You possess quite the appealing visage. Those young matrons are particularly fond of your type." "Haha, the boss is right. Such pretty boys are indeed in high demand." Qianlan was suddenly amused by a few individuals, although the young woman did not seem entirely unapproachable, shaking her head to dispel the peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind. Qianlan smiled at the one who had just spoken. "In light of your compliments on my handsomeness, I shall spare you, for I am not particularly fond of living off others." "Brother, have we truly found a fool? His worth has undoubtedly diminished." "Silence. Though this fellow may appear dim-witted, as long as he can articulate his thoughts, it suffices. Who knows, perhaps a wealthy woman might take a liking to him." Just as Qianlan was lost in contemplation, an enormous net suddenly descended from above. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, the flames reduced the fishing net to ashes, startling all 17 individuals present. Qianlan did not anticipate that the previous words were merely intended to divert her attention. Indeed, those who thrive in the Shambadi archipelago possess their own means of survival. "Run quickly. That fellow is a ninja." In an instant, more than a dozen individuals scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Qianlan exhibited no interest in these individuals and proceeded directly towards the auction house on Island Number 1. A quarter of an hour later, Qianlan arrived at Island 1, which was not far from the dock, where a structure resembling a grand castle served as an auction house, devoid of any surrounding shops. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman dressed in a suit, his hair streaked with gray, approached Qianlan, flanked by 2 bodyguards adorned with sunglasses. "You must be the esteemed Qianlan. I am Tohang, the manager of this auction house. The young master has prepared a seat for you." It seemed that the news from Diamante had yet to reach back, however. The recent slave-catching group was likely affiliated with Don Quixote Doflamingo's forces, as maintaining the slave trade could not solely rely on external capture teams. Under Tohang's guidance, Qianlan was swiftly escorted into the auction house, finding himself in a relatively prominent position. Abruptly, a charming young woman clad in a red cheapao approached, gracefully balancing a tray. Tohang announced, "This is the crown of the king of the Ripmika kingdom, possessing considerable collectible value and symbolic significance, with a starting bid of 2 million berries. In increments of no less than 100,000 berries. 2,100,000 berries. 2,300,000 berries." As time ticked by, numerous auction items were presented, yet none captured Qianlan's interest. It was evident that the finest treasures had been absorbed internally, with little of value available for auction. Soon, the auction transitioned to the sale of slaves, with various handsome men and beautiful women being purchased, alongside pirate captains and naval traders auctioned as bodyguards. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the highlight of this auction, a rare gem from the fur tribe, a fox girl. The starting bid for this ordinarily priced item is 1 million berries. But this exquisite specimen commands a starting price of 10 million berries, with increments of no less than 1 million berries. I bid 12 million berries. 13 million berries. The appearance of the fox girl ignited excitement throughout the venue. Despite 10 million berries being a significant sum, many were eager to place their bids. "Hey, Qianlan, you wouldn't be interested, would you?" Your expression seems rather unscrupulous. I am somewhat intrigued, but not excessively so. Qianlan harbored a flicker of curiosity for the talking fur tribe, as many had dreamt of conversing with animals in their youth. Curiosity is fine, but I advise caution. Her inner malice runs deep. Chapter 59. The Diviner Hawkins. Rest assured, I shall use my presence to soften her heart. Of course, Qianlan merely spoke these words. Yet he raised his bidding paddle nonetheless. 20 million berries. 20 million berries. This esteemed guest has raised the bid to 20 million berries. I wonder if there are any contenders willing to match this offer? On the stage, Tohen immediately danced with excitement. A fur-clad young woman typically would not command such a high price. Indeed, it was evident that this group of formidable individuals possessed greater wealth. I bid 22 million berries, declared a man adorned with a large gold chain and heavy gold bracelets, his avarice unmistakably evident as he gazed longingly at the stage. Qianlan never anticipated that someone would genuinely be willing to offer such a staggering price. It appears that many share a similar indulgence and desire. 25 million belly. Qianlan's calm and steady tone instantly captured the attention of the bidders in the room, particularly that one individual, whose face was contorted with animosity as he glared at Qianlan. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to another. The crafty ninja, Qianlan, the fifth emperor of the seas, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 13 billion berries, was unexpectedly present in this venue. It was wise to leave quickly. A confrontation could lead to dire consequences. In an instant, numerous individuals hastily settled their payments and departed with their acquired goods. Despite this being a lawless zone, the true dominion of the seas remained with the Navy. It was entirely possible that a warship from the Navy headquarters had already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. This statement ignited a frenzy among the crowd, prompting many nobles and merchants to flee in haste, while some pirates looked on, barely suppressing their laughter at the unfolding chaos. Qianlan also noticed the figures in the venue, unexpectedly discovering that a supernova, like herself, was participating in the auction. The captain of the fire tank pirates, Capone Beach, with a bounty of 138 million berries, and the captain of the Hawkins pirates, Basil Hawkins, boasting a bounty of 249 million berries. Upon witnessing this, Toheng promptly struck his small hammer, announcing 25 million berries once, 25 million berries twice, 25 million berries thrice. Sold. Unfortunately, the number of people remaining in the auction hall was dwindling, and no one responded to Qianlan. Understanding the situation, Toheng immediately pushed the fur-clad girl towards Qianlan and respectfully handed her the remote control in his hand. Qianlan stepped forward, grasping the iron lock with her right hand. With a sudden surge of strength, she crushed the lock into a tangled mass, prompting the fur-clad girl within to emerge willingly, casting a respectful gaze towards Qianlan. The nine-tailed fox spoke. Her malice towards you has intensified. Tread carefully, lest you meet your demise at her hands. The unexpected utterance from the nine-tailed fox stunned both Toheng and the fur-clad girl, who turned their curious eyes towards the creature perched on Qianlan's shoulder. Meanwhile, the fur-clad girl trembled, clearly bearing the scars of considerable torment. However, Qianlan's interest had shifted to Hawkins. In an instant, her figure materialized before him, her previously serene expression transforming into one of astonishment. Hawkins, wielder of the straw fruit, it seems you possess the ability to foretell peculiar events. Might I inquire if you could divine my current predicament? Hawkins furrowed his brow, responding, What is it you wish to know? Will you perish here today? In an instant, Qianlan's petite pistol was pressed against Hawkins' forehead, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Internally, Hawkins fumed at Qianlan's audacity, yet he continued to manipulate the straw, laying down cards with an air of mystique. After a brief moment, Hawkins raised his gaze to meet Qianlan's, determination gleaming in his eyes. There is a 50% chance of death and a 50% chance of survival. Whether I live or die today hinges upon your disposition. Qianlan chuckled. Truly deserving of a bounty exceeding 200 million, this pirate is remarkably shameless. I find it quite appealing. Qianlan set down her small pistol, while Hawkins let out a long sigh of relief, easing his tension. After handing the money to Toheng, Qianlan departed from the auction house, fearing that today she would be unable to experience the overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki. The fur-clad girl, observing this, immediately followed suit. The slave collar around her neck left no room for idle thoughts. Once they exited the auction house, the fur-clad girl candidly shed her disguise. Her teeth gritted as she glared at the figure ahead. Sensing the malice, the nine-tailed fox turned its head, baring its teeth, which startled the fur-clad girl, causing her to stumble. The fur tribe, an ancient race dwelling upon the back of colossal elephants, belonged to the nation of Zao. Tonight, I present you with a challenge. Let me witness your moon lion transformation. Should it fail to satisfy me, your life shall be forfeit. As Qianlan spoke without turning her head, her tone exuded indifference. She expressed a certain curiosity about the fur tribe, though she was not one to fawn over them, if they proved useless. She would merely treat them as a maid to train. The fur tribe girl dismissed Qianlan's words, not recognizing her as a formidable opponent. By the way, what is your name? Sataki. Thus, the two fell into a silence as they traversed the lawless lands, though Qianlan found himself intrigued by Sataki, who, despite her beastly form, could articulate words. As night descended, after a day of wandering the Shambadi archipelago, Qianlan returned to the ship and began to share drinks with Keilu and Qianlan, which was, in truth, a revelry of spirits. Sataki, ever aware of her role, dutifully attended to them as a maid. Soon, the members of the Akatsuki returned to the ship, opting against lodging at the ends of the Shambadi archipelago. However, Zoro and Bartolomeo, having indulged too much, supported each other as they stumbled back. To Qianlan's astonishment, Perona had donned a pristine white outfit reminiscent of a loli, exuding a hint of princess-like charm. As the gathering ignited into a feast around the campfire, Sataki continued her service as a maid. You wretched captain. How do you plan to handle her? Perona quirked her brow towards Sataki. In that instant, Qianlan felt an aura of hostility wash over her, prompting her to rise. I merely brought her back to witness the fur tribe's moon lion transformation. If that fails, she will remain the maid aboard this ship. Master Qianlan, what is the moon lion? You shall find out shortly. Under the moonlight, Qianlan and Sataki quickly assumed their stances, their silhouettes standing in opposition beneath the lunar glow. In an instant, Qianlan appeared before Sataki, delivering a swift kick that sent her flying. This blow made it clear to Sataki that she must immediately transform into her moon lion form. Otherwise, she would surely be no match for the man before her. Sataki lifted her gaze to the moon, feeling the power within her body awaken as the bloodline of the fur tribe surged forth, initiating a transformation. Before long, Sataki's form began to expand, her stature rising, her hair turning white, and her eyes shifting to a vivid red. Her demeanor transformed from alluring to that of a cool, aloof queen. Indeed, the metamorphosis influenced her beauty. Chapter 60, Slaying the Celestial Dragon, Acquiring the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Die, you pervert. Qianlan never anticipated that she would acquire such a peculiar title. The utterance of this name by Stasi piqued the curiosity of everyone present, including Timon. The expressions exchanged among the onlookers seemed to convey a collective wonder about the bizarre situation that prompted Stasi to speak in such a manner. However, Stasi remained oblivious to the oddity of her words. Following her transformation into a moon lion, Stasi experienced a remarkable enhancement in her speed and strength, which instilled her with an unwavering confidence in her victory. Lightning flickered continuously around her, and combined with her pristine white fur, she exuded an aura of purity, albeit with a stark contrast to her fox-like appearance. As Qianlan's thoughts wandered, Stasi's figure suddenly materialized before her, her reinforced claws striking down towards Qianlan with ferocity. Would release, wooden barrier. An elliptical wooden stump instantaneously shielded Qianlan, but Stasi's claws relentlessly pressed down upon it. In an instant, the entire wooden barrier shattered, and Qianlan felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body. It appeared that the lightning energy inherent in the moon lion transformation had affected her. However, for someone like her, who possessed the lightning release chakra mode, this mere voltage was hardly more than a tickle. Quite impressive, but unfortunately, it falls short. Your moon lion transformation is somewhat lacking, Qianlan remarked, clapping her hands together and forming a symbolic hand seal. Would release. Great forest technique? Qianlan extended her right hand, and dozens of tendrils sprouted forth, ensnaring the charging Sid Ash with an unyielding grip. The expressions of those who had been eagerly observing the battle froze in astonishment. They had anticipated a thrilling confrontations, only to witness an abrupt conclusion. The vines encasing Sid Ash gradually receded, leaving her powerless as she collapsed onto the ground. The moon lion transformation, once regarded as her ultimate trump card, now appeared utterly futile. Qianlan was unaware of the immense pressure she had placed upon the young girl of the fur tribe. Yet the disappointment etched upon her face was unmistakable. For the time being, serving as a maid aboard the ship, she could challenge me at any moment to gain her freedom. A single step back from me would grant her that liberty. Then you must always be prepared to be defeated by me, Sataki remarked, wiping her lips. Following this bout, the festive spirit of the gathering dissipated, and soon everyone retreated to their quarters to rest. Sataki, with a sense of responsibility, began to tidy up the surroundings. The next day, at the first auction house, Qianlan remained seated in her previous position, awaiting the arrival of the expected individual. Soon, the auction hall erupted into fierce competition, and Qianlan successfully bid on a ruby necklace worth 8 million berries. Subsequently, she cast an intrigued glance towards the celestial dragon seated beside her, an inexplicable smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, the auctioneer, Toheng, appeared somewhat flustered, inadvertently directing his gaze towards Qianlan as he organized the event. At that moment, Toheng fervently wished for the auction to conclude swiftly, hoping that no unforeseen incidents would arise. As time flowed on, a colossal fish tank was wheeled in, revealing the charming mermaid, Cammy, imprisoned within. The audience gasped, such a rare specimen, a female mermaid. The starting bid was set at 20 million berries. Just as Toheng's words fell, the celestial dragon at the front, resembling a simpleton, leaped to his feet, flailing his arms in exuberance. "Father, I want to spend 20 million berries to buy this mermaid. I wish to place her in my home aquarium." A man in a suit, seemingly a government official, addressed the celestial dragon, St. Charlos. "No one dares to compete with the deity. The mermaid is undoubtedly yours. But Charlos, you already have sharks in your aquarium, so it may not be wise to introduce a mermaid," cautioned another voice. "Understood, Sister Shalilia," Charlos replied. Their conversation unfolded as if no one else existed. Yet, the crowd dared not voice their opinions, for the celestial dragon was backed by the formidable might of an admiral from the Navy headquarters. Toheng, relieved by the current tranquility, promptly declared, 20 million berries once, 20 million berries twice, 20 million berries. Suddenly, the ceiling of the auction hall collapsed, and several figures plummeted from above, landing precisely where the celestial dragon was seated. Why is it soft beneath me?" Usopp exclaimed, reaching down to discover that he had landed atop someone. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan could only manage a bitter smile. Had the Navy captured this moment, the bounty on the Sniper King's head would have surely soared tenfold. However, the earlier commotion had instilled fear in the hearts of all present at the auction, prompting the majority to flee in panic. "Run! The celestial dragon has been injured. The Navy Admiral is on his way." Luffy, unfazed by the chaos, called out to the mermaid trapped within the fish tank, "Cammy, I'm here to rescue you." Thus, the crowd scattered in all directions, leaving only the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Kid Pirates behind. "You lowly scum, how dare you challenge a god?" The dim-witted St. Charlos rose, aiming his pistol menacingly at Usopp. Mission: eliminate the celestial dragon. St. Charlos mission level, SS mission reward, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Qianlan understood that this dog system would undoubtedly prevent her from exploiting any bugs. It seemed that only the celestial dragons before her were worth such a price. However, she wondered if it was the luck bestowed by the great Usopp's Conqueror's Haki that compelled her, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 13 billion berries, to take action. Bang! In an instant, the prepared Charlos was shot in the head by Qianlan, the blood staining the air dome above him crimson. Ding! Task reward: Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, installed. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the venue fell silent, all eyes fixated on Qianlan. Trafalgar Law remarked, "The fifth Emperor of the Sea? Quite the reckless individual. But it seems time to retreat." Eustace Kid, however, wore an expression of excitement as he gazed at Qianlan, astonished that someone dared to strike against a celestial dragon. "We must leave immediately, Kid, or else we shall be in peril. The Marine Admirals are on their way," said Killer, urging Kid to depart without delay. Suddenly, the walls of the auction house erupted in a violent explosion, a terrifying aura enveloping the venue, causing numerous weaklings to collapse one after another. In a short while, only a handful remained conscious, all eyes drawn to the elderly figure who had made his presence known. The right arm of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh, emerged from the chaos, seemingly having frightened many. "But I am merely an old man seeking to sell myself for a bit of drinking money," he quipped, raising a flask to his lips and gulping down its contents, as if he truly had come to barter for his own sake. Meanwhile, Qianlan felt an unusual sensation within her, as if a potent force had suddenly awakened, ready to burst forth at any moment. Chapter 61, Awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Encountering Kizaru again. "Could you unleash the Conqueror's Haki once more? I wish to truly experience its might." Qianlan's words seemed rather abrupt, yet they successfully drew everyone's attention back. Luffy exclaimed, "It's been a while. Qianlan, How are you? Nami, noticing the situation, swiftly covered Luffy's mouth, her expression tense as she cast a wary glance at Qianlan. Aware that this was the fifth emperor of the sea, one must tread carefully in conversation. You fool, she muttered. Robin, witnessing the scene, suppressed her laughter with her hand, appearing rather innocent. So, you are the boy who defeated a Navy admiral? Impressive. The Conqueror's haki re-emerged, reminiscent of the previous encounter. Yet this time it was directed solely at Qianlan. Sensing the pressure, Qianlan held his breath, attuning himself to the weight of this power. In an instant, another aura enveloped the scene, causing everyone present to feel a jolt of awareness. Kurama remarked, Qianlan, you two have acquired this peculiar strength. Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement, pondering whether one could truly call themselves a traveler without awakening the Conqueror's haki. Rayleigh, observing this, remarked on the terrifying nature of talent. As the first mate of the Pirate King, he traversed the Grand Line, yet had never encountered a being of such unparalleled potential as Qianlan. Merely experiencing the Conqueror's haki twice had been sufficient for him to awaken his own. Hey, pirates inside, you are surrounded by the Navy. Please come out and surrender immediately. The Navy? What a foolish proclamation. With that, Kid charged out alongside Killer, and the entire Heart Pirates crew followed suit. Rayleigh, witnessing the commotion, rescued the mermaid, Cammy, while the celestial dragons on the ground were of no concern to anyone. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. I take my leave now, Luffy. In an instant, Qianlan's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing on island number 1. The Straw Hat Pirates were left in a state of bewilderment. Even Rayleigh was taken aback. However, they did not dwell on it, and proceeded to confront the Navy that had already encircled them. Island number 24. Suddenly, Qianlan's figure appeared at the heart of the Shambadi archipelago, and she promptly unleashed her observation haki to search for the presence she sought. Along her path, the air was rife with the echoes of gunfire and cannon blasts, as the news of an impending admiral's arrival had spread throughout the Shambadi Islands, resulting in the overwhelming chaos in this lawless territory. She had found it. Qianlan whispered softly before dashing towards her sense location, her speed so swift that to onlookers, she appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, a colossal, paw-shaped bubble emerged, creating a deep pit in the ground several dozen centimeters deep. Wind release, pressure damage. The tempest unleashed from Qianlan's lips shattered the paw, nullifying the assault from Bartholomew Kuma. The great pirate Qianlan. Eliminate the enemy at once. In an instant, a laser coalesced within Bartholomew Kuma's mouth, its target fixed firmly on Qianlan. Qianlan, naturally unwilling to remain passive, swiftly employed the body flicker technique to close the distance. With a powerful upward kick, she interrupted Bartholomew Kuma's assault. Following the conclusion of her attack, Qianlan vanished once more from her original position, reappearing directly behind the bear. With her golden dragon ink sword in hand, she executed a decisive strike. Despite Bartholomew Kuma's mastery of observation haki, his significantly modified physique afforded him no opportunity to react. With a swift motion, Qianlan severed one of his arms and, after retrieving it, utilized the body flicker technique once again to depart from the scene. It is likely that soon, Vegapunk will extinguish the last vestiges of Bartholomew Kuma's consciousness, rendering him an easy prey for the celestial dragons. Island 12. The silhouette of Qianlan once again appeared beside Luffy, but at that moment, the Straw Hat crew had been driven to a dead end. The combat prowess of Admiral Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma was beyond the current capabilities of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy exclaimed, Qianlan, what are you doing here? Qianlan, however, was reluctant to elaborate on the flying thunder god mark on Luffy and merely gazed curiously at the figure before her. It has been a long time, Admiral Kizaru. I hope your injuries have healed well? Kizaru, discerning the teasing tone in Qianlan's voice, remained unfazed and calmly touched his chest. Kuma, perceiving the situation, wasted no time and swung his axe down towards Qianlan, clearly enhanced by his mastery of haki. Clang. Unfortunately, Kuma's attack was effortlessly halted by a single finger from Qianlan, the massive axe failing to advance an inch. Suddenly unable to contain himself, Kizaru struck decisively, unleashing a golden laser that pierced through Qianlan's chest, only to find it had merely penetrated a segment of broken wood. Admiral Kizaru, after 2 years of absence, you greet me with a sneak attack. Isn't that a bit improper? Stand down, Kuma, Kizaru commanded, manifesting the Amaterasu sword. Since I was defeated by you 2 years ago, I have spent 1 year recuperating and another honing my skills. Now, I stand before you once more. Cunning ninja Qianlan, your journey ends here. With that, Kazari made his move again, a flash of gold appearing directly in front of Qianlan. His speed seemingly improved since their last encounter. Boom. Qianlan raised her sword to block, only to inadvertently trigger a tremendous explosion. Consequently, she employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing behind the yellow ape. Spiraling sphere. With a fierce strike, Qianlan found that Admiral Kizaru had directly transformed into an elemental state, utilizing his observation haki. 7 days of invocation, 4th activation, lightning release chakra mode. It appeared that a more serious approach was required to contend with Admiral Kizaru. As he spoke, Qianlan's figure materialized before Kizaru, and the two engaged in a fierce battle at an astounding speed. The members of the Straw Hat crew looked on in astonishment at this spectacle. The once invincible admiral was now being overwhelmed by a mere youth. Incredible! Qianlan. Upon hearing Luffy's voice, Robin quickly regained her composure, realizing that this was an opportune moment for their escape. Now that the admiral is preoccupied, we should hasten our departure, Usopp suggested. After a brief discussion, the Straw Hat crew swiftly left the scene, while the clash between Qianlan and Kizaru escalated into a broader battleground. Admiral Kizaru, are you truly intent on a relentless confrontation? Continued fighting could spell disaster for Sabaody Archipelago. Damn it. Before Kizaru could finish his retort, Qianlan vanished and reappeared before Zoro, who was seated atop a pacifista, pouring liquor down his throat. Zoro, we must leave Sabaody Archipelago. You should drink less. However, it is commendable that you haven't lost your way. Shut up, you fool. Qianlan then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone back to their ship, and they sailed away from Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 62. Infiltrating Impel Down, Battling Magellan. The following day on the Tranquil Sea. Host, Qianlan level, Super Shadow Attributes, Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, Impure World Reincarnation, Hellstab. Flying Thunder God Technique, Light Heavy Rock Technique, Spiral Sphere Taijutsu, 7 Days of Invocation, Incomplete, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Would release Summon Beast, Kurama Ninja Tools, Space Scroll Store. Kanai, Shuikin, explosive tags. Gazing at his system panel, Qianlan recognized his near invincibility. Naturally, as One Piece remains an unfinished narrative, the emergence of unforeseen powers could still transpire in the future. However, exercising caution is always prudent. Master Qianlan, you are indeed correct. The Navy headquarters intends to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. On the deck, Bartolomeo excitedly brandished a newspaper, marveling at his master's prescient insights. Understood. Qianlan continued his sit-ups, showing no inclination to read the newspaper. Suddenly, Bartolomeo kicked the dumbbell out of Zoro's hands, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Master Qianlan, your bounty has increased by 300 million, reaching a staggering 1,600,000,000 berries. Following Bartolomeo's words, the bounty on the green-haired algae head was updated. The three-sword-style swordsman, Zoro, now had a bounty of 100 million berries, a 10-fold increase from his previous reward. The charming little tiger tooth of Brooks shone as she exclaimed in indignation, "Cursed Navy! I currently possess not a single berry in bounty." Qianlan felt utterly astonished. How could the bounty, originally set at 10 million berries, have surged tenfold? Could it be that Zoro, you didn't inadvertently slay a celestial dragon, did you? Zoro calmly nodded. Indeed, there was an individual wearing a peculiar hood who appeared to seek directions from me, but when he brandished his firearm, I took his life. Timon exclaimed. Could it be true that the green-haired one has actually killed a celestial dragon? Clotho adjusted his glasses. It seems to be the case. Qianlan never anticipated that the dim-witted Charlos would perish at her hands, while Zoro astonishingly managed to invoke a moment of inquiry. Bartolomeo erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How could I have overlooked such a method? Next time, I shall certainly slay 2 celestial dragons." Mushin concurred. Indeed, Bartolomeo is right. I too wish to eliminate the celestial dragons. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the group, Qianlan could only think that they had truly gone overboard. They would soon be descending from Mary Geos to hunt down the members of the Akatsuki. Haha, you rascal captain, what shall our next objective be? Shall we partake in this war? As she spoke, Perona floated dangerously close to Qianlan's face. Qianlan coughed nervously a couple of times and said, "You all go ahead and lie in wait in the surrounding waters of the Navy headquarters. I must rescue our crew members." New crew members? But why do you need to go save them? They laughed heartily. Just wait for my news. With that, Qianlan unleashed the technique of gravity rock and soared into the air, his destination set for the underwater prison, Impel Down, located to the east of the Navy headquarters. 2 days later, due to the absence of a record pointer for Impel Down, Qianlan had to adjust his course several times before finally arriving. Observing the Navy escorting Fire Fist Ace below him, Qianlan felt no tremor in his heart. After all, this was an adventure he had chosen for himself. Just as impatience began to take hold of him, the Navy's escort ship departed from Impel Down. More than half an hour had passed. Qianlan sensed that it was time to take action. She descended from the sky and positioned herself directly before the gates of the advancing city. A piercing alarm instantly reverberated throughout the fortress as the guards stationed at the entrance aimed their weapons at her. In a heartbeat, Qianlan effortlessly sliced through the projectiles that were fired at her. Her overwhelming conqueror's haki engulfed the area, causing one guard after another to collapse. Rendered unconscious by her formidable presence, Qianlan, Nine Tails. A layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped Qianlan entirely, and with a single strike, he shattered the gates of Impel Down. Charging in. Mission: defeat Magellan. Mission level: SS. Mission reward: perfectly integrated Hashirama cells. In truth, this task was rather simplistic for Qianlan. Although Magellan's poisonous devil fruit posed a significant challenge to others, it was easily manageable for him. As Qianlan surged forward, he encountered no rivals within Impel Down. Dispatching even the awakened Zoan-type guards with effortless precision. Poison pufferfish. Instantly, several purple toxic spheres surged towards Qianlan, sealing off the entire passage. No wonder this individual was regarded as one capable of demonstrating the prowess of a general within Impel Down. The Paramecia-type poison fruit proved formidable in such a confined environment. Fivefold Gate of Hell. 5 colossal gates materialized before Magellan, and his toxic spheres soon collided with them, corroding 3 of the gates before finally halting. Curse be it. Magellan realized that this was a consequence of his insufficient offensive power, one of the inherent flaws of the poison fruit. However, even if you merely engage me in combat, you will inhale not only air, but also my toxins. Wind release. Violent wind palm. The toxins were visibly dispersed by Qianlan's powerful breath, causing Magellan to feel as though he might cough up blood. This fellow had a peculiar ability to counter him. Toxic Dragon. Instantly, numerous streams of lethal liquid coalesced into the form of a dragon, charging fiercely towards Qianlan. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Qianlan expelled a torrent of water from her mouth, forming a water dragon that surged forth to clash with the venomous dragon. In an instant, the two collided, and the toxic beast was swept away by Qianlan's formidable stream. Although the confrontation appeared evenly matched, Magellan felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed his arsenal was somewhat lacking against the myriad of attacks unleashed by the man before him. Venomous Colossus. Judgment of Hell. Toxicity erupted from Magellan's body, coalescing into a gigantic skeletal figure. Unlike the usual purple poison he wielded, this attack was infused with a specially crafted crimson toxin, exuding an even greater potency. Wood release. Technique of the Wooden Man. Suddenly, a colossal wooden figure entwined with a wood dragon emerged, dwarfing Magellan's skeletal giant by a considerable margin. Magellan muttered, "Monster." In the blink of an eye, the crimson skeletal giant collided with the massive wooden man controlled by Qianlan, igniting a fierce battle on the 4th level of Impel Down. With a resounding crash, during the intense skirmish, Qianlan's colossal wooden man suffered significant corrosion from Magellan's toxins, while the venomous giant was relentlessly battered by Qianlan's relentless assault. Soon, their clash reverberated throughout the entire 4th level, endangering the lives of both the guards of Impel Down and the prisoners confined within. Chapter 63. Acquiring Hashirama Cells, Rescuing Barrett. Quickly evacuate the 4th level. Director Magellan's poison is spreading. Retreat. All personnel, retreat. Just as chaos erupted among the guards on the 4th level, Vice Director Hannibal stepped forward. Everyone, don your gas masks. Immediately seal off the entrances to the 3rd and 5th levels. We must prevent the toxic gas from spreading. Also, prepare antidotes for the poison guards without delay. Under Vice Director Hannibal's command, the guards on the 4th level swiftly executed an orderly retreat and initiated damage control. However, Hannibal, who observed the fierce battle, appeared somewhat dazed. The clash of such colossal beings would undoubtedly wreak irreversible havoc on Impel Down. It seemed they could only rely on Magellan in this conflict. Yet, should Magellan perish, would he not be the next in line for the directorship? The thought brought a blooming smile to Hannibal's face. Hey, Hannibal, let us out as well. Yes. Otherwise, we will all perish here. The prisoners confined within the cells could only plead for Hannibal's intervention, for if the battle were to reach them, they would surely meet a grim fate. Hannibal, Upon hearing their pleas, made a face at the prisoners. You detritus of society think you can deceive me into releasing you, only to wreak havoc and escape from impelled down? I will not be fooled. You may as well await your demise here. After Hannibal donned his gas mask, he hastily fled the 4th level of impelled down, leaving behind prisoners cursing their fate in despair. At this moment, the battle between Qianlan and Magellan had escalated to a fever pitch. Qianlan's colossal wooden figure remained unscathed, though its surface was marred by the toxic residue from their fierce confrontation. Conversely, Magellan lay prostrate on the ground, panting heavily, seemingly devoid of the stamina required to sustain such a formidable entity in combat. It appeared that Magellan's endurance paled in comparison to that of Qianlan, revealing one of the inherent drawbacks of devil fruit powers. Prolonged use inevitably drains considerable energy. Magellan, you have reached your limit. I came here merely to free one person. It is unnecessary for you to expend so much effort over this individual, Qianlan remarked. Coughing up blood, Magellan retorted with a smile, I am the warden of Impelled Down. How could I possibly allow a prisoner to escape? Well, how impressive. Qianlan, how have you accomplished this? Neither Qianlan nor Magellan anticipated the presence of a third individual on the 4th level, especially one who was also a pirate. Luffy, have you come to rescue Ace? They inquired. He has already been taken to the Navy headquarters. You are too late. Luffy responded, Thank you, Qianlan. I shall head to the Navy headquarters at once. But I must say, you are quite impressive. Qianlan paid no heed to Luffy's words. Instead, her gaze fell upon Magellan, who lay prostrate on the ground. At this moment, Magellan's stamina had been utterly depleted, and Qianlan was not inclined to hold back. Come forth, Ninetails. Susanoo. In an instant, the Ninetails manifested in its complete form, while Qianlan's Susanoo enveloped the beast like a layer of armor. Just as Hashirama and Madara had clad the great Buddha in Susanoo to annihilate 4 nations today, Qianlan would envelop the Ninetails in Susanoo, delivering a single strike to shatter Magellan's toxic colossus. Come on, Magellan, do you wish to dance as well? You scoundrel. Magellan let out a low growl and took the initiative to attack. The once diminished toxic giant surged with renewed vigor, its crimson form appearing more solid than before. The 2 colossal entities clashed once more, but Qianlan's full-on assault rendered Magellan defenseless. This time, the toxic giant crumbled resoundingly, exhibiting no semblance of resistance. Fall. Qianlan's voice rang out, and the Susanoo clad around the Ninetails descended with a decisive strike. Seeing this, Magellan could only helplessly raise his arm to endure the blow, channeling his haki to its fullest extent. Boom. In an instant, Magellan's body crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, signifying the retreat of the strongest force within Impelled Down. Ding. Mission reward. Perfectly fused Hashirama cells have been integrated. Ninetails, this feels rather uncomfortable. Haha. Let us hurry down. After their banter, Qianlan continued her descent, and without Magellan to impede her, no one dared to obstruct her passage through the entirety of Impelled Down. Before long, Qianlan arrived at the 6th level of Impelled Down, a prison where countless legendary pirates were deliberately concealed by the world government. Oh, who is this? What brings a little brat down here? Where's that toilet man, Magellan? The appearance of Qianlan astonished everyone in the 6th level of Impelled Down. Yet not a single soul believed she had arrived here by her own prowess. Qianlan paid no heed to the group of individuals as she unleashed her conqueror's haki, which enveloped the entire area in an instant. In that fleeting moment, several responses of conqueror's haki surged forth, engaging in a silent contest among them. However, due to Qianlan's relatively short experience with this formidable power, her presence, despite its grandeur, could not rival those who had long been immersed in the essence of conqueror's haki. After a brief exchange of their haki, Qianlan proceeded deeper into the 6th level, where she encountered a series of familiar figures imprisoned within cells: Rain Shiryu, Crocodile, Jinbei, Saint One Wolf, Katarina Devon, Bondrewd, Bartholomew Kuma, and other formidable beings. Among them was also the one Qianlan held particular concern for, the Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. Are you here searching for me? Qianlan stood before Barrett's cell, gazing at the bound figure of Barrett with eyes full of admiration. The scion of the devil. In pursuit of the mightiest man, you must feel quite lonely since Roger's demise. However, the strongest man in the world now stands before you. I shall rescue you. All you need to do is follow me as you once pursued Roger. In response, Barrett erupted into an enraged laugh. How dare you compare yourself to Roger? He is the true embodiment of strength in my eyes. Qianlan smiled and said, Roger, you are merely the pirate king. If I rescue you and you manage to defeat me, you shall attain the freedom you desire. However, Should you be vanquished by me, you must comply with my wishes. Very well, I accept your challenge, but be forewarned. If you lose, I shall end your life without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qianlan marked the flying thunder god seal onto Barrett's body, then grasped Barrett's shoulder, and their figures vanished from the advancing city. Witnessing this, the prisoners on the 6th level of the advancing city, who had initially been merely observing, were suddenly engulfed in a surge of uncontrollable fury. Astonished that the intruder had departed so abruptly, how infuriating it is that he could escape so effortlessly. Once I am free, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. After this furious outburst, tranquility swiftly returned to the 6th level of the advancing city. Chapter 64. A sparring session. Preparing to intervene in the war, Qianlan and Barrett appeared on a desolate, uninhabited island, the very location that Qianlan had previously discovered. What do you think, Barrett? Shall we engage in combat now, or would you prefer to wait until you have fully recovered? Come on. In a display of unorthodox tactics, Barrett launched a surprise attack on Qianlan, his fist, imbued with the power of armament hockey, crashing directly into Qianlan's chest. Bang! In an instant, a wooden plank shattered into splinters, yet Qianlan's figure was seen 6 meters away from Barrett. Allow me to test your martial prowess. Qianlan eagerly anticipated the exchange, particularly intrigued by Barrett's formidable physical skills. Some fans even claimed that Barrett's martial arts were invincible, and that his true strength lay in his uncombined form, devoid of the powers granted by his fusion fruit. With fists also cloaked in armament hockey, Qianlan's punch appeared slightly smaller than Barrett's. Boom! The collision of their blows produced a shockwave, sending Qianlan hurtling backward, where he crashed through several massive boulders before coming to a halt. Oh, with such strength, you do not possess the qualifications for me to follow you. Qianlan rose and shook her hands lightly, acknowledging, I underestimated you, Barrett. Barrett's mastery of armament hockey indeed astonished Qianlan. In the theatrical version, his towering figure, surpassing 100 meters, was entirely enveloped in armament hockey. Moreover, with a single punch, Barrett's armament hockey sent Luffy's Snakeman form crashing back into its original state, demonstrating a prowess that rivaled even Master Kai's Thunder 8 trigrams. 7 days of calling. 4th activation. Lightning release. Chakra mode. 9 tails. Ascend. In an instant, Qianlan appeared before Barrett, her form a striking blend of deep crimson and a hint of blue. Her aura significantly elevated. I'm getting excited. Barrett took the initiative, launching a punch enveloped in armament hockey towards Qianlan. However, his full-force strike was effortlessly grasped by Qianlan with one hand, and then the 9 tails whipped towards Barrett with a swift motion. Bang! Utilizing the momentum from the tail's impact, Barrett adeptly retreated, evading Qianlan's attack range. Such formidable strength, but let us pause here for today, Barrett declared, dissipating the armament hockey surrounding his hands. Qianlan understood that Barrett, who had just departed from Impel Down, was undoubtedly in a poor condition. After all, it is inherently challenging to maintain training within the confines of Impel Down, and securing sufficient nourishment was a formidable task. Consequently, his physical state must be exceedingly frail. Qianlan tossed the provisions and beer from the spatial scroll, and Barrett caught them without a moment's hesitation, indulging in the feast. Thus, an eerie tranquility enveloped the two. The meal extended for an entire hour, and being a formidable presence, Barrett was indeed of an insatiable appetite. He finished without even a belch. Now, let us proceed to reunite with some of your old acquaintances, Barrett exclaimed. Are you heading to partake in the war currently unfolding at the Navy headquarters? That certainly warrants a visit, Barrett, well aware of the events surrounding Fire Fist Ace's imprisonment in Level 6 of Impel Down, had never shied away from the call of battle. Qianlan stepped forward and grasped Barrett, and their figures vanished once more. The waters surrounding the naval headquarters. Suddenly, the figures of Qianlan and Barrett appeared on the ship, prompting everyone to gather around immediately. Master Qianlan, is this fellow our new crew member? He certainly does appear to be quite robust. As Bartolomeo spoke, he reached out to touch Barrett's chest muscles, seemingly eager to gauge their strength. Boom. In enraged, Barrett retaliated with a powerful punch, which was effortlessly blocked by Bartolomeo's barrier. All right, change your clothes. It is time for us to make our entrance. Upon hearing this, the group dispersed, each donning the signature red cloud black cloaks of the Akatsuki, along with wind chimes and straw hats. Instantly, a sense of solemnity filled Qianlan's heart, bolstering his confidence for the impending mission. Kuro, Qianlan, what exactly is the objective of our operation? Are we aiding the pirates or the Navy? Or are we simply plunging directly into the fray of war? Ho ho ho. The captain's intentions must revolve around Whitebeard's corpse. What a disturbingly eccentric captain he is. Qianlan had not anticipated that her thoughts would be discerned by Perona, yet this was one of her intentions. When the time came for her to join the fray, regardless of who triumphed over whom, the mission could be triggered, allowing her to become invincible in the world. This was merely one of my aspirations. I also yearned to witness the prowess of the titans from the bygone era, such as Whitebeard, Carp, and Sengoku, those venerable figures. Timon remarked, the strongest man in the world? I truly wonder how formidable Whitebeard must be to earn such a title. At this, Barrett, with a single punch, shattered the ship's railing, asserting that Whitebeard was not the world's strongest man, nor did he measure up to that claim. Barrett was well aware of Whitebeard's might. While he could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, he certainly could not be deemed the strongest. Shall we launch a direct assault on Whitebeard then? Would that hinder me and Starry? Mu Shan's tone conveyed a hint of uncertainty, as she was acutely aware of her own capabilities. In such a chaotic battlefield, she had little confidence in her ability to protect herself while attacking Whitebeard. Fear not, in due time, you shall witness the clash between the world's greatest swordsman and the sword god of Wano. Your task is to safeguard yourselves amidst the turmoil. My objectives can be effortlessly achieved. With a sudden invocation of the lightness rock technique, the entire vessel became buoyant, swiftly propelling towards the Navy headquarters. At Marineford, the battle had escalated into a critical phase, with Navy and pirates entangled in fierce combat. Relay the orders, activate the encirclement wall, and allow the scientific division to enter. With Sengoku's command, the encirclement wall began to rise around the marine base's bay, albeit sluggishly due to Akiji's ice blocks obstructing its ascent. Perceiving the Navy's intentions, Marco quickly returned to Whitebeard's side. Old man, it seems the Navy intends to surround us. What shall we do next? Everyone charge into the bay and engage the Navy. Whitebeard, with his charismatic presence, rallied the pirates to surge forward, while the Navy exerted all their efforts to elevate the planned encirclement. The tide of battle began to shift. At this moment, Luffy, who had not brought any prisoners from Impel Down, continued to shine brightly as he surged towards the bay. Unfortunately, his individual strength was woefully inadequate. Even though he had unlocked the third gear, he dared not employ it at that moment, for in his childlike form on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly perish. As the peacekeepers, led by Bartolomeo, entered the fray, it heralded a significant calamity for the pirates. Chapter 65, Dragon Horse vs. Hawkeye. Whitebeard joins the fray. Master Qianlan, why must we leap down from above? Do you not find it splendid to descend from the heavens? At this moment, all members of the Akatsuki were soaring towards the ice mountain created by Akiji, and after a suggestion from Chihira, they unanimously agreed that leaping from the sky would be the most impressive entrance. Soon, they reached the pinnacle of the ice mountain, and following Chihira, they leaped down amidst the incredulous gazes of their companions. Even though Chihira was already a formidable warrior, the thrill of the descent was exhilarating. Her shout drew the attention of everyone present. Pirates and Navy alike gazed upwards at the falling figures. Kong, is that brat really going to join the fray? Whitebeard, the fifth emperor of the sea, is it? Boom. Upon landing, Barrett charged forward, his sights set on Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Long time no see, you old geezer. I bet you didn't expect me to show up here after regaining my freedom. With that, Barrett activated his devil fruit ability, causing weapons, debris, and blades to be drawn towards him, and in an instant, a colossal figure of over 10 meters emerged on the battlefield. Kong, witnessing this, rushed towards Barrett, knowing that Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, still needed to command the army. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce clash, their battle so intense that others dared not approach. I shall join the fray as well, for my bounty. With that declaration, Bartolomeo charged at the giant Navy vice admiral, his explosive blade striking its foot and triggering a tremendous explosion. The remaining members of the Akatsuki also entered the fray, further complicating the already chaotic battlefield. Don't you want to join in the action, Kurama? Kurama shook his head in response. I find this utterly uninteresting. Qianlan did not impose any demands. Instead, she utilized would release to grasp an unfortunate pirate beside her. Edo Tensei, the ill-fated pirate was instantly enveloped, and from within emerged a figure clad as a samurai. I am Ryoma, the sword god of Wano, here to engage in combat with the world's mightiest swordsman. With that, Ryoma unleashed a vertical slash, a strike that rivaled the formidable might of Mihawk's renowned cut, aimed directly at the battlefield's Mihawk. Naturally, this spectacle drew the attention of all present, as it was a challenge directed at the most powerful swordsman of the age. Vista, the flower sword, remarked, such a similar slash. It truly ignites the aspirations of every swordsman. Meanwhile, Zoro fixated intently on the figure of Hawkeye Mihawk, recognizing him as his lifelong rival. As the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk sensed Ryoma's attack and responded with a vertical slash of his own using his black blade, Yuru. The two formidable strikes, potent enough to cleave the battlefield, collided with tremendous force. Boom. In an instant, the entire bay trembled, seemingly shaken by the overwhelming power of their attacks. When the onlookers lifted their gazes once more, they beheld the bay cleaved in two, a straight line separating the waters as they surged upward. The sword god of Wano, is it? It is worthy of my black blade to send you to your end. I am merely a resurrected soul from the past, shamelessly requesting Mr. Qianlan to revive me in order to witness the mightiest swordsmanship of this era. It is indeed an honor to battle the strongest swordsman of our time. The exchange between Mihawk and Ryoma left the audience in astonishment, particularly the revelation that Ryoma had been resurrected by the cunning ninja Qianlan, a notion that was exceedingly hard to believe. Qianlan gazed with curiosity at the standoff between Longma and Mihawk, eagerly anticipating the clash of these titans. In an instant, they sprang into action, their blades, Black Blade Night and Black Blade Autumn Water, colliding with astonishing speed, igniting a cascade of sparks. It had been far too long since I encountered a swordsman worthy of my full effort. Likewise, it had been ages since I felt the exhilarating heat of battle. With that, the two commenced their duel, each displaying an expression of solemnity. Any inadvertent strikes sent forth effortlessly dispatched nearby pirates and Navy soldiers, ensuring that no one dared to intervene in their fierce confrontation. Qianlan observed that the duel between the two men would not yield a victor in the short term. So she shifted her gaze to the arena. Few opponents suited her prowess, yet she was eager to engage in battle with a particular man. Fire release, great fireball technique. By now, Qianlan had grown accustomed to commencing her assaults with the great fireball technique. It had become her signature greeting. However, this form of salutation was one that few could withstand. Frozen moment. In an instant, Akiji was enveloped in ice, and Qianlan's great fireball was rendered immobile by the frost. Mission: defeat Admiral Akiji. Mission level: SS. Mission reward: wind release, spiraling shuriken. Ah, how delightful. I never anticipated that the opponent chosen by my dear brother would be none other than myself. It seems I must avenge Borisolino. Qianlan chuckled. You may seek vengeance at any time, but it ultimately depends on your capabilities. 7th day invocation, 4th activation, lightning release, chakra mode. Ninetales, manifest. In preparation to confront the supreme strength of the Navy headquarters, Qianlan was thoroughly ready. Ice pillars. In an instant, 5 intertwining ice pillars surged towards Qianlan, seemingly intent on ensnaring him in a single decisive strike. Qianlan did not evade Kizaru's assault. Instead, she charged forward with increased speed. Hell stab. The ice pillars were shattered as easily as tofu by Qianlan, who seized the opportunity to close the distance to Kizaru. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, 3 colossal fire dragons erupted from Qianlan's mouth, aimed directly at Kizaru. However, Kizaru's figure vanished in an instant, evading her attack and reappearing 10 meters away, narrowly escaping the onslaught of her fire dragons. Unfortunately for the pirates and Navy engaged in fierce combat behind Kizaru, they were not so fortunate and were consumed by the flames of Qianlan's dragons. Such is the nature of battles among the strong, the weak are scarcely afforded the privilege to approach. All of you, retreat. Do not engage in combat here. With Qianlan's command, the Navy abandoned the pirates and withdrew. Naturally, the pirates were not foolish enough to remain and await their demise. They swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Thus, a void devoid of combatants formed between Qianlan and Kizaru. At this juncture, despite the fact that the Akatsuki had restrained several high-ranking naval forces, the Whitebeard pirates still found themselves at a disadvantage, for the formidable strength of the Navy remained the true sovereign. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Whitebeard recognized it was time for him to take action. Delaying further would only exacerbate their predicament. Follow me, forsaking your lives. With that declaration, Whitebeard leapt high into the air, brandishing his massive sword as he charged towards the Navy. His fervent display instantly invigorated the spirits of the pirates, allowing them to break through several naval defenses. Chapter 66. The Intense Battle. The clash between the two factions raged on, with the Navy still holding a significant advantage. Even though Qianlan and Barrett had managed to stall Garp and Kizaru, the two were inherently skilled at evasion, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. Kill Whitebeard. The Admiral Akainu led the charge, targeting the descending Whitebeard. Kizaru, who had been idling, recognized the necessity for action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Whitebeard. Die. Remnants of the old era. A laser shot forth, only to be intercepted by Marco using his abilities. Just then, Akainu arrived, roaring in fury at Whitebeard. Hellhound. Akainu's arm transformed into a massive torrent of magma, moving with astonishing speed. Suddenly, a slicing attack emerged, cleaving Akainu's Hellhound in two, scattering it across the ground. Bista, father, continue leading the charge. I will hold off the naval admirals. Anger flared on Akainu's face as he retorted, You insolent pirate. What do you take the naval admirals for? In an instant, Akainu was struck, a gaping hole torn in his form, though he swiftly regained his original state. The one responsible for that strike was none other than Diamond Jozu. All right, just keep this fellow occupied. With that, Whitebeard raised his sword, Songyun Xia, and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom. The navy blocking Whitebeard was abruptly shattered, as Whitebeard charged towards Ace's execution platform like an arrow. Dad, everyone, I'm sorry. Ace exclaimed. Luffy, I have come to rescue you. Luffy surged forward alongside Whitebeard, indicating that the pirates were resolutely prepared to save Ace in one sweeping effort. Damn it. Our navy is no pushover either. Justice will prevail. Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Under the leadership of numerous vice admirals, the navy clashed fiercely with Whitebeard and his crew. The warlords of the sea, who were supposed to heed the Navy's command, were instead idling about, with only Hawkeye Mihawk actively engaged in battle, alongside the other two. Boa Hancock and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Luffy, Hancock cried, initiating an indiscriminate slaughter between pirates and navy alike. Doflamingo seized the opportunity to utilize his devil fruit powers. Controlling the 13th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Buffalo Atmos, to wield dual blades and massacre his own comrades. Those at the pinnacle can redefine good and evil. This is the only place that remains neutral. Justice will triumph? Of course, for it is only the victors who embody justice. At this moment, the battle between Chihiro and Aokiji escalated to an intense level, with both wielding their haki with equal prowess. Unfortunately, Aokiji's overall strength was significantly inferior to Chihiro's. Had Chihiro not been distracted by the battlefield, Aokiji would have already retreated. Aokiji, are you not worried about the battle situation? The pirates, under Whitebeard's command, are rampaging through. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stating, Admiral Sengoku is on the execution platform. That is the Navy's impregnable fortress. With that, Aokiji launched an ice pillar towards Chihiro, only for it to be shattered by Kurama's tail. Stop fighting this weakling and end the battle swiftly. All right. In an instant, Chihiro's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Aokiji. Rasen Shuriken, ice-piercing stab. Countless ice spikes erupted from Aokiji's back like a porcupine, swiftly shooting towards Chihiro. Qianlan relentlessly pressed down with the spiraling sphere, shattering Aokiji's ice spikes one after another. Regrettably, she ultimately failed to strike Aokiji himself. The audacity of the Logia-type devil fruit is indeed remarkable, even without sufficient reflexes to counter the flying thunder god technique. The innate perception granted by observation haki and the ability to shift forms that will enable the user to handle numerous unforeseen circumstances. The battle has concluded. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan manifested in Qianlan's eyes, and with foresight of the future, she launched her next assault. Hellpiercer. Qianlan launched an assault directly towards Aokiji, foreseeing his future movements and delivering a piercing strike to his chest. Much like the position and timing employed by Kizaru, Aokiji, having benefited from his mentor's guidance, managed to encase his chest in ice just in the nick of time, barely absorbing the blow. Suddenly, Qianlan's fingers elongated, causing Aokiji to stagger backward. A gasp escaped his lips as a slender shard of wood protruded from his chest, accompanied by a violent spurt of blood. Admiral Aokiji. Protect Admiral Aokiji. In an instant, several Marine Vice Admirals positioned themselves before Aokiji, their fists and blades cloaked in haki as they surged towards Qianlan. Spiraling sphere. The figure of Qianlan vanished once more, reappearing behind Aokiji. Even though Aokiji sensed Qianlan's presence this time, he lacked the reaction necessary to counter her assault. Qianlan effortlessly dismantled the ice spikes surrounding Aokiji, and the Rasen Shuriken struck him squarely. With a crack, Aokiji was sent crashing into the ice, collapsing on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Ding. Task reward. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken, proficiency acquired. Quickly go save Admiral Aokiji. Has Admiral Aokiji been defeated? Can our navy silence? I am still here today. Suddenly, a golden light captured everyone's attention, emanating from the Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Buddha form wielder, the supreme commander of the Navy, Sengoku. Well, justice shall prevail. Kill. Even though Sengoku merely activated his devil fruit ability without engaging directly, he nonetheless significantly bolstered the morale of the Navy. At that moment, Granny Tsuru stood upon the execution platform, holding a large baton. Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy maintained the combat rhythm, asserting that as long as they persevered, victory belonged to the Navy. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. Seeing Tsuru successfully assume command of the war, Sengoku finally felt at ease. He then leaped down from the execution platform, his massive form crashing toward Whitebeard, who was leading the pirates in their assault. You old fool. As he spoke, Whitebeard raised his right hand, the tremendous sword of clouds soaring high before he swung it down at Sengoku, causing the very air to shatter. However, Sengoku, as an old rival, remained unfazed. He unleashed a massive shockwave with his right fist, sending it directly toward Whitebeard. The two attacks never made contact in midair. Yet they commenced a clash of monumental proportions. Alas, the pirates and Navy soldiers caught in proximity to their battlefield bore the brunt of the struggle when their attacks collided. The sheer force obliterated the surroundings. Thus, the two veteran adversaries, Whitebeard and Sengoku, engaged in fierce combat, escalating the intensity of the battle between pirates and Navy to its zenith. Chapter 67, Chaos. Water Release, Great Water Wall. In an instant, a massive water sphere enveloping nearly 1,000 meters manifested, only to shatter explosively into a torrent, leaving the battlefield momentarily hushed. Go now, Luffy. A cry from Qianlan shattered the tranquility of the battlefield, igniting a fervor among the combatants, particularly bolstering the morale of the pirates. The words of the fifth Emperor of the Sea resonated like a rallying cry, uniting the forces of the Whitebeard pirates and significantly elevating their spirits. Fufufu. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, is it? What a wretched scoundrel. Diamante, Doflamingo, Lao Ji, you three must have perished at his hands. Observing the sword hanging at Qianlan's waist, the astute Doflamingo deduced the unfolding events. However, this was not the opportune moment to engage. He had witnessed the recent defeat of the Marine Admiral and recognized that stepping forward would merely lead to his own demise. Yet, Doflamingo harbored confidence in orchestrating a cunning plan, seeking to employ treachery to his advantage. At that moment, Qianlan's figure vanished, while the Marines atop the execution platform appeared as though they were mere wooden puppets. After a considerable duration, Qianlan's wooden clone, wielding the flying thunder god Kanai, arrived at the execution platform. The platform had been infiltrated. Damnable, cunning ninja Qianlan, are we to face defeat? All eyes on the battlefield turned towards the execution platform, fixated on Qianlan's impending actions. With a swift draw of his blade, Qianlan struck downward, shattering the chains that bound Ace in two decisive blows. Fire Fist. In an instant, a colossal flame surged forth, clearing a path as Ace began to advance toward Whitebeard. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan felt a sense of relief. Whether Ace lived or perished, or if he had managed to escape, mattered little. However, it was now the moment for the Navy to exert their full strength. Qianlan understood that, given Kazara's animosity towards him, he would certainly not relent at this moment. Otherwise, the authority of the Navy would be utterly diminished. Luffy shouted, Ace, Ace, we have come to rescue you. Charge out of the Navy headquarters. In response, Whitebeard raised his arm and proclaimed, Sons, we are returning home. Suddenly, a golden laser pierced through Whitebeard's shoulder, blood streaming down his arm. Old man, Marco cried out in alarm, immediately launching a fierce kick towards Kizaru. Seeing this, Sengoku stepped forward. Whitebeard and Ace must not be allowed to escape. The reputation of the Navy was at stake, and justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, and even Granny Tsuru abandoned their commands and joined the fray. It could be said that the battle had reached its final stage. Either Whitebeard and Ace would perish here, or the Navy would allow their escape, ushering in a more chaotic era. Timon asked, Qianlan, what shall we do next? Observing the group aiding Barrett in the brawl against Garp, Qianlan felt quite helpless. Were it not for the assistance of Bartolomeo, Perona, Zaro, and Kuro, Barrett would likely have been defeated by Garp long ago. Then let us unleash Garp, this top-tier combatant, and have him contend with the Whitebeard pirates. Qianlan was well aware that Garp would not exert his full strength. However, Garp's mere presence could undoubtedly restrain a significant portion of the formidable forces of the Whitebeard pirates. With this thought in mind, Qianlan swiftly appeared before Garp, his right fist intercepting Garp's attack. A resounding crash echoed as Qianlan was propelled backwards several steps. One must admit, this old man is indeed one of the pinnacles of combat power in the world of pirates. His strength is truly terrifying. Barrett, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, "Qianlan, what are you doing interfering with my battle?" Qianlan replied, "Barrett, you should step back and rest for a moment. Bartolomeo and the others, go and rendezvous with Timan." "Understood, Master Qianlan," they responded. Zaro and the others promptly retreated, and after giving Qianlan a glare, Barrett also departed. Barrett understood clearly that he could only hold his ground against Garp with the assistance of the Four in his current state. He would be no match for the legendary Marine. "You little brat, I never expected you to possess sufficient strength to stand before me so soon. I must admit, I underestimated you. You are indeed a prodigy," Garp remarked, his expression shifting to one of fury. "But aren't you supposed to be a pirate hunter? How have you suddenly turned into a pirate?" In response, Qianlan could only offer a wry smile. "Well, initially, I did not claim the bounty for the high-profile pirates I eliminated, and your headquarters has a lackadaisical grip on the four seas, allowing many traitorous Marines to fester." Garp was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man before him had keenly discerned the issues within the Navy. The vast expanse of the four seas necessitated a substantial naval presence, and a significant portion of the military budget was allocated there. While the Navy in the Grand Line was indeed powerful, its control over the four seas was woefully inadequate. This was one of the reasons the Navy was suppressed by the world government, which spent considerable resources to maintain this colossal machinery of violence. "All right, old man Garp. Enough of this idle chatter. If we continue, the Whitebeard pirates will escape." With that, Qianlan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reuniting with his comrades. Garp, now focused, turned his attention back to the battlefield. "Justice shall prevail. Let us vanquish these Marines." The battle has entered its final phase, with both sides consumed by a frenzy of violence. The Navy's advantage in talent gradually becomes apparent under a system of exceptional healing, nurturing, and retirement. The upper echelons of the Navy, though relegated to a secondary role, can still prove indispensable in critical moments. Thus, the Navy's senior combatants outnumber those of the pirates considerably. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates engage in fierce combat with all the Navy's vice admirals, regrettably finding themselves overwhelmed. Furthermore, Kizaru and Akainu are hindered by the top-ranked captains of the Whitebeard pirates, with even Ace, who has just escaped captivity, joining the fray, resulting in a stalemate. Alas, Whitebeard faces the onslaught of Garp and Sengoku. Even though Garp is not exerting his full strength, the combined assault from Sengoku proves relentless. "Qianlan, are you really going to prevent me from participating in this battle? Am I to merely watch from the sidelines?" "Barrett, you are indeed a war fanatic. Yet the conflict is not entirely concluded. Our opportunity to intervene is not yet at hand." At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization are gathered together, relaxing. For neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the Navy would dare to engage them at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, Zaro anxiously watches the clash between the sword gods, Ryuma and Mihawk. Their confrontation has reached a decisive stage. Mihawk bears numerous wounds, while Ryuma, having been reincarnated through the technique of Edo Tensei, remains virtually unscathed. Yet, the outcome of their battle remains uncertain. Chapter 68, The Collision of New and Old Swordsmen, an era named after Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, your time has passed. Perhaps you should consider this place your grave." "Gururara, I am the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, how can I perish here?" With that, Whitebeard tosses his weapon, the tidal wave, into the air and simultaneously unleashes the full might of his devil fruit abilities, sending Garp and Sengoku sprawling. However, despite Whitebeard's display of overwhelming power, few experts present believe he can escape the clutches of Sengoku and Garp. Whitebeard is acutely aware that rescuing Ace is already an arduous task, and achieving a safe escape for all seems nearly impossible. As the prolonged battle wears on, the disparity in quality between the pirates and the Navy becomes increasingly apparent. The lower-tier pirates are no match for the Navy in warfare, regardless of the circumstances. "Come on, show me, Garp and Sengoku, whether you two old partners have lost your edge." Whitebeard bellows, charging at Sengoku, prompting Garp to unleash a powerful punch, reigniting the fierce contest among the three. At this moment, the duel between Ryuma and Mihawk also approaches its conclusion. Mihawk's once neat short hair is now disheveled, and his black coat and white trousers are stained with blood. My apologies. If a samurai were to achieve victory in such a manner, it would be a hollow triumph. Ryuma expresses, revealing a sense of helplessness. Although his injuries are severe, his body possesses the ability to heal rapidly, an aspect that poses an insurmountable challenge. Do you truly believe you are guaranteed victory? My swordsmanship is more than sufficient for another round. Having spoken, Mihawk firmly grasped his black blade, Yuru, and his gaze turned increasingly piercing. His eagle-like eyes instilled a sense of dread even in the spirit of the deceased Drago. Drago, equally resolute, held tightly to his black blade, Aoshi, and regarded Mihawk with solemnity. In an instant, the two figures clashed once more, their battle reigniting with fervor. Mihawk's sword swung forth, creating the illusion of numerous afterimages. Upon witnessing this, Drago's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he too unleashed his blade, successfully parrying Mihawk's defense. Then, Drago soared into the air, eyeing his black blade, Aoshi. This is my ultimate technique, he declared, relentlessly swinging his sword. Azure Blue Heart Slash. 3 colossal azure arcs of slashing energy emerged, striking towards Mihawk from various angles and sequences. 7 Shadow Slash. Throughout the fierce engagement, neither combatant had named their techniques until this, their final and most formidable strikes. In an instant, 7 silhouettes flickered into existence around them. Mihawk, wielding Yuru with reckless abandon, charged at Drago, while 3 of the arcs cleaved through his form. Finally, as he approached the last silhouette, Drago was forced to raise his sword in a desperate defense, delivering a vertical cut aimed at Mihawk. In that moment, Mihawk's Yuru collided with Aoshi, and with absolute precision, it pierced Drago's body, sending them both plummeting to the ground. Drago lamented, "It is a pity we were not born in the same era. To die by your blade would have been a samurai's honor." He continued, "I never anticipated a duel with the sword god of Wano. This battle has shown me that my swordsmanship can still reach greater heights." After exchanging a few final words, the two parted ways, satisfaction etched upon their faces. Upon returning to Qianlan's side, Drago bowed deeply. "Truly, you are the strongest swordsman of this age. I am grateful to Mr. Qianlan for granting me the opportunity to duel him." He then turned to Zoro, saying, "You are quite formidable. I hope you surpass that man soon." With that, Drago's figure vanished from the battlefield, and Mihawk departed as well. Suddenly, Bartolomeo approached Zoro with a mischievous grin, saying, "Green Algae Head, why not directly challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk, while I create a barrier for you during the match? He will tire himself out swinging at you, and then you can deliver the final blow." Zoro shot Bartolomeo a disdainful glance and retorted, "Get lost." Amidst the light-hearted banter, the atmosphere on the battlefield was anything but relaxed. Whitebeard, already beset by illness, knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping his blade, Songyan Chia. As he struggled to maintain his stance, blood staining his form. Whitebeard, persuade the pirates to lay down their weapons. Perhaps they still have a chance at survival. Gururara. Do you wish to lay hands on my family, Sengoku? With that, Whitebeard struck a classic pose, his left arm bent, tears brimming in his eyes. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new age that can carry me. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be shattered by Whitebeard, causing the very grounds of Marineford to tremble. A colossal chasm appeared on the battlefield, cleaving the area of conflict in two. Akainu commanded, "All forces, advance. Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates." It was evident to all that Whitebeard had resigned himself to his fate, and the hawkish Akainu issued orders for pursuit. The spirited navy commenced their assault on the Whitebeard pirates, while Garp and Sengoku unleashed their full might, inflicting further grievous wounds upon Whitebeard. "Father, hurry," Ace cried. "Ace, this is the chance that father has forged with his very life." Under the relentless assault from Garp and Sengoku, Whitebeard's injuries deepened, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Even invoking his devil fruit powers became a monumental challenge. Suddenly, Sengoku unleashed a shockwave that struck Whitebeard squarely in the chest, catching him completely off guard. His body was propelled backwards several meters, and it was only through the insertion of his bicento into the ground that he managed to halt his backward flight. Garp seized the opportunity and followed up with a punch, striking Whitebeard from the side. Bang! The two fists collided. The already near-death Whitebeard lacked the strength to withstand Garp's assault and staggered under the blow. "It seems I am truly destined to perish here today. Let this Marine headquarters accompany me to the grave." With those words, Whitebeard, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, assumed the same pose that once summoned tsunamis. Suddenly, the entire Marine headquarters began to tremble, particularly the building emblazoned with the word justice, which shook with fervor. Crack. The taller structures of Marineford crumbled, instantly transforming into ruins. One Piece truly exists. With the last remnants of his strength, Whitebeard sought to reveal to the world that the great treasure spoken of by Roger was indeed real. Propelling the age of pirates into a new crescendo, those who once doubted Roger now felt the allure of the sea beckoning them. Simultaneously, the world's strongest man met his end at Marine headquarters, dragging the embodiment of justice, Marineford, into his eternal rest, regardless of his deeds. Whitebeard remained a legendary pirate of his era, and his demise was worthy of the title of the world's strongest man. Chapter 69. The Arrival of Blackbeard, the Dominant Qianlan. An opportunity. Akainu declared, swiftly employing the Sara technique to appear behind Ace, thrusting his finger directly through Ace's chest. Seeing this unfold, Kazar furrowed his brow. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, though his own experience had not been as brutal. Ace! Luffy cried, collapsing to the ground. The other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to confront Akainu. Marco, coughing up a mouthful of blood, paused for a moment, saying, "Brother Luffy, I entrust you to take care of him. I must go to join father." After speaking, Ace collapsed onto the ground, his gaze fixed upon the spot where Whitebeard had fallen. The remaining remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this sight, erupted into inconsolable wails. Having lost both their captain and the commander of the 2nd Division within the span of a single day. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan understood that the true tyrant, the king of pirates, a man singularly devoted to his pursuits yet possessing a hint of lechery, was about to make his entrance. Qianlan harbored a keen curiosity regarding Blackbeard's lascivious nature. Why did Blackbeard deem the supernova Bonnie too feeble to be a companion? Suggesting instead that she could become one of his women? Yet, when seizing the opportunity to claim the Empress's devil fruit, he did not utter such words to the illustrious Boa Hancock. Could it be that in Blackbeard's eyes, Bonnie was far more attractive than the Empress herself? Ha ha ha. Father, you have finally succumbed to death. Blackbeard's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the battlefield, heralding the long-awaited emergence of his pirate crew from the shadows. Observing the arrogant Blackbeard, Qianlan could not help but smirk. In the original narrative, Blackbeard found himself choked and pinned to the ground by Whitebeard, desperately crying out for his father. It was a moment of genuine submission. Qianlan felt as if she had salvaged Blackbeard's dignity. Yet it was highly probable that Blackbeard would soon find himself at the mercy of further attacks. "Jaws, traitor, what are you doing here?" "Haha, I'm here to see dear old Dad. Had that fruit not appeared back then, I might have called him Dad for life," Blackbeard remarked, a hint of melancholy crossing his features before it swiftly vanished. We approached as an unusual scene unfolded on the battlefield. Both the Akatsuki and the Blackbeard pirates were steadily advancing towards Whitebeard's lifeless body, the tension between them palpable. However, upon sighting Barrett, Blackbeard abruptly halted, seemingly weighing the necessity of engaging in combat. After all, now that Marineford sought to obliterate not just the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, it was likely that the Navy would not hesitate to join in the effort to quash the newly established Blackbeard pirates. "Titch, I am aware of your desire to acquire the Tremor fruit. You may search for it at your leisure, but you must not seize it on this battlefield." Titch dared not retort to Qianlan's commanding tone, especially given her proven prowess in severely injuring 2 admirals. "Marco, Qianlan, what are you saying? Titch has already consumed the dark fruit. How could he possibly obtain the Tremor fruit from dear Dad's corpse? In this world, there are always things that surpass your understanding. Some individuals can even consume 3 devil fruits." At that moment, the fighting champion, Bages, leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch towards Qianlan from the air. "You scoundrel! Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to command us, the Blackbeard pirates?" Qianlan had long harbored a sense of disdain for this individual, but she was taken aback by his audacity to strike at her directly. In an instant, Qianlan swiftly positioned herself before Bages, affixing several explosive talismans to his body. Mutual detonation of explosive talismans. With her words, a series of relentless explosions erupted from Bages, extending nearly 100 meters into the air. When the chaos subsided, Bages was left utterly obliterated, with not even a shred of clothing remaining. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan turned to Blackbeard, Teach, and inquired, "You have no objections to my killing him, do you?" The thief laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Such is fate." Teach, however, was filled with indignation yet remained silent, resorting to his familiar discourse on destiny. As for the others, there was no need for further elaboration. Devoid of any emotional attachment, they had no words to spare. The tyrant Pizarro remarked, "You are the one who appeared on the 6th level of Impel Down a few days ago." Do you realize that all the prisoners on our 6th level yearn to escape in order to slay you? The hunter of the crescent moon, Da Ping, questioned Barrett. How did you come to follow this little fellow? Have you truly been defeated and joined his pirate crew? Listening to their banter, Qianlan felt nothing but disdain. It was merely the howling of the vanquished. Agitated by the exchange, Qianlan swiftly advanced, prompting Pizarro to raise his weapon and aim at him. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. In Qianlan's hands, tiny blades of wind began to coalesce, which he then hurled fiercely towards Daiping. That wretched boy, daring to ambush me. As she spoke, Daiping transformed into the mythical form of a nine-tailed fox, courtesy of the canine devil fruit. He raised his arms, seemingly intent on enduring Qianlan's spiraling shuriken. In an instant, the two forces collided, shattering Daiping's arms, and the spiraling shuriken struck him directly, extinguishing his vitality. Simultaneously, Qianlan directed her assault towards the tyrant Pizarro. Darkness technique. Pizarro began to flail chaotically in place, for those ensnared by the darkness technique could perceive nothing but their own silhouettes in the pitch-black realm. Thus, Pizarro launched a frenzied and aimless attack, causing the members of the Blackbeard pirates nearby to flee in terror, fearing they might become collateral damage. Wood release, wood dragon technique. In an instant, a colossal wooden dragon materialized in Qianlan's grasp, swiftly ensnaring the erratically attacking Pizarro. With a mere clench of her right hand, the wooden dragon crushed Pizarro to death. In that moment, Qianlan effortlessly vanquished the tyrant king Avaro Pizarro and the moonshadow hunter Catarina Dupont, instilling a profound sense of awe among all present. What pitiful wretches dare to bark before me? With that, Qianlan disdainfully spat on the ground. Both pirates and navy personnel stood in stunned silence, witnessing the effortless slaughter of two notorious pirates. None dared to utter a word against Qianlan. Observing this, Barrett ignited with fierce combat fervor, realizing that the man before him might indeed be worthy of his allegiance, destined to become the strongest in the world. On the other hand, Blackbeard Teach was left in despair, having gathered merely 4 pirates from Impel Down, and with Shiryu, not strictly a pirate. He had lost half of his crew to the formidable being before him, including the unfortunate beggars. As Qianlan observed the crowd's hesitance, he boldly approached Whitebeard, swiftly slicing away a substantial piece of flesh from his body, catching it deftly in his hand. You scoundrel, what have you done to my father? You wretched fiend. I shall slay you. Chapter 70, The Conclusion of the War at Marineford. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates glared furiously at Qianlan, as if contemplating an assault. However, Qianlan turned his gaze toward Blackbeard, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Teach, should you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, do not blame me. In an instant, Qianlan struck again, seizing an unfortunate Navy soldier closest to him. Edo Tensei, the hapless soldier was enveloped, and shortly thereafter, a familiar figure materialized before all present. Father, has he been resurrected? Is this even possible? Are we to engage in battle with Whitebeard once more? The sight left the onlookers in a state of utter confusion. Witnessing someone recently deceased rise again was a profound shock to Marineford and indeed the entire world. Whitebeard, having been revived, found himself momentarily disoriented, staring blankly at his own hands. He even turned to gaze at his own lifeless body nearby, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Suddenly noticing Qianlan standing beside him, Whitebeard began to comprehend the situation. He had been resurrected, much like the samurai of Wano. Gururara. To think I would return to life so soon after death. I am truly grateful. Qianlan merely shook her head and pointed toward the nearby, expressionless Blackbeard, Teach. In that instant, Whitebeard's face contorted with rage, resembling that of a vengeful deity, sending a shiver of fear through Teach. Approaching his own lifeless body, Whitebeard seized the mighty blade, Song Yun Xie, and declared, Teach, you traitor. You have defied the sole ironclad rule aboard this ship, to never lay a hand on your comrades. Today, I shall cleanse the Whitebeard pirates of your presence. With that, Whitebeard raised his sword and delivered a fierce diagonal slash toward Blackbeard, his strength reminiscent of his youth. Unfortunately, as the colossal strike descended upon Teach, Shirlu swiftly unsheathed his cursed sword, Thunderstorm, and countered with a similar blow, neutralizing Whitebeard's attack. At that moment, the power of the Tremor fruit vanished, leaving everyone oblivious to any tremors. Blackbeard Teach cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha. Old man, without the Tremor fruit, can you still be called the world's strongest man? Qianlan gently touched his head, sensing that Blackbeard's laughter was somewhat premature. A young man endowed with boundless stamina and the ability to recover from injuries instantaneously possesses a buff far mightier than even the Tremor fruit. Teach, You underestimate me." With these words, Whitebeard brandished his weapon, the Tsung Yunxia, and charged at Blackbeard, seemingly intent on slaying him today. The entirety of Blackbeard's crew rushed forward to intervene. Having already lost 3 comrades, should their captain fall, the crew would surely disband. Whitebeard, undeterred by his injuries, cackled maniacally, "I shall eradicate you, this scourge." For Marco and the others, faced with Whitebeard's remarkable recovery from wounds, Shiryu and Van Augur found themselves at a loss, resorting to relentless attacks. Blackbeard, witnessing this, also engaged in combat with Whitebeard, yet he too found himself overpowered. At this moment, it could be said that Whitebeard dominated the entire Blackbeard pirates. "Hey, what do you lot mean by this? Are you looking to incite war anew?" Qianlan scoffed, observing the encirclement formed by the navy around the Akatsuki. The members of the Akatsuki realized the navy's intentions and armed themselves, preparing for a fierce confrontation. "Akainu, you are pirates, and we are the navy. It is only natural that we eliminate you. However, I advise you to first tend to your wounded and then declare an end to this conflict. Otherwise, the situation for the navy will only grow more dire." After speaking, Qianlan turned to Marco, stating that the Whitebeard pirates could take the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. For the war had concluded. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. They looked at their father, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and then considered the notion of taking his lifeless body away. Such words felt peculiarly unsettling. Qianlan, unfazed by the tumult around her, summoned the colossal nine-tailed Susanoo, its formidable form towering over the battlefield. Should anyone dare to engage further, the Akatsuki would be more than willing to oblige. Sengoku recognized that this was not the moment for continued conflict. The Navy had largely achieved its objectives and needed to conserve strength for impending challenges. With this thought, Sengoku raised his right hand and declared, "The war is over. Our priority now is to tend to the wounded." "Why?" Akainu retorted, "The remnants of Whitebeard's crew still exist. The Navy can still fight." As he spoke, Akainu cast a provocative glance at Qianlan, seemingly eager to reignite hostilities with the Akatsuki. "Sakazuki, I am the fleet admiral." Qianlan could not suppress a laugh at this exchange, which reminded her of the dialogues between the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." The similarity of the two statements was striking. Akainu, left with no choice, begrudgingly assisted in the rescue of the injured, while the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates reluctantly retreated. As both sides began to clear the battlefield, a pirate ship sailed into the bay, only to depart immediately. The red-haired pirates were deprived of even a moment's opportunity to speak before they exited Marineford. Suddenly, the figure of Whitebeard, who had been embroiled in battle, vanished. The Blackbeard pirates collectively exhaled in relief, for facing the indomitable and vigorous Whitebeard was indeed a daunting task. "Teach, do you wish to perish here? Or do you intend to make a hasty exit?" Teach brushed off the dust from his attire, laughing heartily. "My era is about to dawn." With that, Blackbeard decisively made his escape. Armed with the powers of the dark fruit and his unique physique, he was convinced that he was destined to ascend to greatness. "Timon, let us depart as well. After such a protracted fight, I find myself quite famished." "Very well, I shall hasten back to prepare a meal." The Navy personnel, upon hearing this, were left in disbelief, as pirates discussed meal plans at the Navy headquarters. Was this not a blatant disregard for their presence? Qianlan turned to Sengoku and said, "When the time comes for the naval admirals to compete for the position of fleet admiral, please cast a vote for Akainu on my behalf." Akainu's expression instantly fell, as that statement extinguished any hope he once harbored. The art of heavy and light rocks. Qianlan lightly touched the members of the Akatsuki organization, though Barrett remained somewhat resistant. Observing the rising power of Akatsuki, the Navy understood that this war had reached a definitive conclusion. All personnel had vacated the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Ultimately, this conflict concluded with the Whitebeard pirates losing both their captain and leader, while Admiral Akiji suffered grave injuries. Nevertheless, the renown of Akatsuki spread throughout the world due to this battle, with Qianlan severely wounding an admiral at Marine headquarters and the other members engaging in fierce combat against the legendary Marine hero, Garp. In summary, the strength of the Akatsuki organization had become undeniably formidable. Chapter 71, The Struggle for Fleet Admiral. 3 days later, at the Marine headquarters, the premises lay in ruins, with many injured personnel receiving treatment in the open air. A makeshift conference room had been assembled for the high-ranking officials of the Navy to convene. Sengoku declared, "I shall take responsibility for this battle. The next fleet admiral will be chosen from among the 3 of you." Akainu, surveying the assembled admirals, felt compelled to express his frustration, as Akiji had once trained under Garp, whom he greatly admired. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, held a greater appreciation for Akiji's brand of justice, and Tsuru's views were similarly aligned. Kizaru, however, remained indifferent, as his role in managing scientific units precluded him from assuming the position of fleet admiral. Such power would be deemed too unwieldy for the world government to control. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, you all wish for Kazan to succeed as fleet admiral, do you not? In response to Akainu's blunt remarks, Kizaru continued to silently trim his nails. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru maintained their composure despite being directly addressed. Tsuru remarked, Sakazuki, you should have known this already, in contrast to your unwavering belief in absolute justice. The three of us favor Kazan's more laid-back approach to justice. At this point, they all turned their gazes toward Kizaru, whose ambiguous stance on justice left them perplexed. What do you all want from me? I have no interest in the position of fleet admiral, Kizaru replied, continuing to clip his nails as if they would never be fully trimmed. Akainu sighed in resignation, recognizing that Kizaru would neither support him nor Kazan, leaving the outcome of this struggle for fleet admiral reliant solely on himself. Suddenly, Akainu stood up, glaring at the others, and smashed the conference table. From now on, I will enforce my own brand of justice. With that declaration, he stormed out of the meeting room, clearly dismissing any notion of his defeat. Meanwhile, Akiji remained silent. Having gained significant advantages, the support of the former fleet admiral, the endorsement of the Marine hero, and the backing of the Marine chief of staff, rendering him seemingly unassailable. Garp questioned, what is Sakazuki planning? Sengoku furrowed his brow and replied, I do not know, but it is highly likely he intends to seek out the Gorosei at Mariewa. At this moment, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, realizing that if this matter were indeed true, Akiji's advantage would transform into a significant disadvantage. I must seek out Fleet Admiral Kong, Sengoku declared. Wait, Carp. Watching Carp depart, both Tsuru and Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. Damn Carp. You shouldn't come to me at this time. Inside the office of Fleet Admiral Kong, the commanding figure of Steelbone Kong shouted at Carp. You understand my intentions. Both Sengoku and Tsuru support Kazan, while Akainu is likely to leverage the power of those 5 old geezers. The future Navy may face considerable constraints. Upon hearing Carp's words, Kong sat back in his chair, taking a sip of water, his serious expression lost in thought. Carp, noticing this, angrily sank into the sofa, munching on senbei with frustration. I truly cannot intervene in this matter. As Fleet Admiral, I must remain silent. Otherwise, Kazan will only find himself in a more passive position. All right, I understand. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, within the sacred palace, 5 elders lounged casually on the sofas, having just seen Marine Admiral Akainu depart. So, Sakazuki and Kazan are competing for the position of Fleet Admiral? We anticipated this scenario long ago, though we did not expect Sengoku to retreat so swiftly. Nonetheless, we have emerged victorious in this conflict. We shall support Sakazuki. Should Akiji ascend as Fleet Admiral, the highest echelons of the Navy would become impenetrable, which would not bode well for our dominion. The Navy must remain a blade in our hands. Indeed, we will endorse Sakazuki in his contest against Kazan for the Fleet Admiral's position. Just then, a figure clad in a black suit, with white curly hair and a scar on his left cheek, Jaguru Satan, tapped his cane, capturing the attention of the other 4. What shall we do about the cunning ninja Chihiro? Should we inform that esteemed individual about the miraculous power of resurrection? Jaguru's inquiry caused a momentary pause in the atmosphere. The power to resurrect was something the 5 elders had never encountered. The question regarding the sly ninja Chihiro left the 5 in silence, for his methods were exceedingly difficult to counter. Should we attempt to capture him? Perhaps we could gain the power of resurrection that way. That is not permissible. The cunning ninja Chihiro can resurrect formidable warriors, such as the sword god Ryuma and Whitebeard. We cannot predict what other unknown powers may exist. If we forcefully apprehend him, we would undoubtedly expose more of our world government strength. For now, they decided to forego capturing the cunning ninja Chihiro. If he wishes to remain a leisurely emperor of the seas in the New World, then there is no need for us to interfere. The conference of the 5 elders has established the final tone. The competition for the title of admiral has commenced. In the Shambadi archipelago, following the conclusion of the Summit War, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates are taking a respite, primarily awaiting the new bounties from the Navy. Mikasa exclaimed, wow. The new bounty notices have been released today. The 4th Emperor of the Sea, Qianlan, has a bounty of 2.5 billion berries. I too Have my own bounty as the exquisite chef, Mikasa, said at 22 million berries. After speaking, Mikasa shyly touched her face. The black-haired maiden, embodying Eastern beauty, felt Kieran's assessment was well-deserved. Kieran, my bounty has reached 40 million berries. I am so delighted. However, it still pales in comparison to the 111 million berries of the green algae head. Timman remarked, 48 million berries? That would be the highest bounty in the East Blue. Chloe interjected, I never expected my bounty to be 70 million berries. I owe this to the captain for bringing me to the Grand Line. Haha. This is all due to your strength, Kieran responded, taking a newspaper to read. Indeed, the newspaper did not feature Barrett's bounty. The world government has once again chosen not to issue bounties for the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down. Perona said, Stacy, your bounty is 10 million berries. While my royal bounty stands at 93 million berries, soon to surpass 100 million. Why do I have such a pitiful bounty of only 500 berries? Exclaimed Jirama, directly scratching at Kieran as if blaming him for the low amount. You pesky fox, doesn't a bounty of 500 berries suit you perfectly? Shut up, green algae head. Seeing the situation, Qianlan helplessly explained, the Navy treats bounties on animals as if they were pets, which is why your bounty, Jolama, is so low. Chapter 72, Descent to Fishman Island. No way, absolutely not. Such a meager bounty does not suit my stature. As he spoke, Giolama shook Qianlan's head. I must seek revenge against the Navy and demand a bounty that befits my identity. All right, I promise you. Qianlan could only concede to Giolama's insistence. Indeed, Chopper turned out to be the most cost-effective pirate, transforming into a common citizen while carrying a bounty of only a few hundred, yet engaging in battles worth millions. There were even rumors among fans that after being captured, Chopper swaggered out of Navy headquarters with a mere 1,000 berries. A notion Qianlan mused might actually hold some truth. Master Qianlan, are we truly going to attack Navy headquarters again? Isn't that a bit too reckless? Bartolomeo's words starkly contrasted his excited expression, revealing his eagerness. Let us head to the New World first. After all, the opponents in the first half of the Grand Line are far too weak. With that, Qianlan turned to the group. So, do you all wish to traverse the Red Line, or shall we explore Fishman Island? Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. Whether to scale the Red Line or delve into Fishman Island was a challenging decision. Of course, we should cross the Red Line, ideally attacking from Mariewa, Barrett declared, showcasing his reckless nature. Yet, Qianlan knew that with Barrett's strength, traversing from Mariewa was out of the question. Zaro and Bartolomeo exchanged disdainful glances at Barrett, which irked him greatly. Let us visit Fishman Island and see the mermaids and fishmen. Green Algae had chimed in. It is said that Princess Shirahoshi and the pirate Empress Boa Hancock are both unparalleled beauties. Perhaps I might even marry a mermaid this time. As Bartolomeo spoke, he unconsciously drooled, clearly intrigued by the mermaids of Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Qianlan laughed. The mermaid princess's physique may not suit you. She is far too large. Master Qianlan, what of it if she is larger? I fancy such figures. Observing Bartolomeo's increasingly erratic enthusiasm, Qianlan felt disinclined to say much more. Then let us go to Fishman Island, exclaimed Timon. Shiitake timidly added, I want to see Fishman Island too. Damn, Captain, everyone wants to visit Fishman Island. Barrett scoffed. But upon hearing the group's unanimous declaration, he huffed and retreated to the training room. Seeing this, Kuro approached Qianlan. Is it truly safe to have this guy on board? Rest assured, Barrett is absolutely trustworthy. Qianlan understood that Barrett, despite his somewhat lacking intellect, was fundamentally a decent person. Initially, he was imprisoned by the Demon Slayer Order led by Carp and Sengoku, but upon his release, he recklessly challenged the enhanced version of the Order, ultimately falling victim to the Son of Fate in a one-on-one battle. Set sail. Descend to Fishman Island. Each member diligently assumed their designated role as the coded Akatsuki ship began its descent, eventually vanishing beneath the ocean's surface. As they plunged deeper, expressions of calm gradually transformed into astonishment. The once azure ocean swiftly morphed into a shadowy abyss, teeming with an array of mesmerizing marine life. Upon reaching the true depths of the sea, their field of vision diminished significantly. However, they encountered numerous bioluminescent creatures, making the deep-sea panorama reminiscent of gazing at a star-studded night sky. As they drew closer to Fishman Island, their sight began to gradually restore, largely due to the immense eave tree near the island, which transmitted sunlight from the surface, allowing glimpses of the deep-sea wonders and creating a cycle of day and night on Fishman Island. Qianlan, how do we gain entry? It seems that using unconventional methods to access Fishman Island could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Qianlan, we are capable individuals. We cannot afford any mishaps in this deep sea, exclaimed Timon, clutching Qianlan tightly, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Once we directly access the gas storage of Fishman Island and announce my name, we should be fine. Qianlan was acutely aware that with Whitebeard recently deceased, Fishman Island was on the brink of turmoil, thus necessitating a formidable external force at this critical juncture. The arrival of the Akatsuki organization was indeed a rare boon. It would not be long before Neptune himself would come to personally welcome their party. At that moment, they could indulge in merriment, with all expenses generously covered by King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom. As the Akatsuki vessel gradually approached the gas storage facility, the dozens of soldiers stationed at Fishman Island remained on high alert, their eyes fixed on the approaching ship. Bartolomeo, seizing the moment, exclaimed, "The Akatsuki organization seeks passage through Fishman Island to the New World." After a brief period of confusion, the soldiers regained their composure, with several of them departing, presumably to inform Neptune. As time ticked away, impatience grew among Qianlan and her companions. Just as their restlessness reached a peak, Neptune arrived, accompanied by Sharkstar, Kingstar, and the ministers on either side. "I am King Neptune of the Ryugu Kingdom, here to warmly welcome the esteemed Lord Qianlan of the Four Emperors," he proclaimed. Adopting a notably humble demeanor, clearly anticipating the unfavorable circumstances that lay ahead for Fishman Island. Seeing this, Qianlan swiftly flew over and arrived before Neptune. "We, the Akatsuki, merely wish to traverse Fishman Island on our journey to the New World, taking the opportunity to enjoy a few days on the island. As long as the inhabitants of Fishman Island do not provoke us, we have no intention of posing any threats to their home." Neptune instantly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had made the right gamble by coming here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qianlan and her companions followed Neptune to the Dragon Palace. The palace, constructed of coral and shells, appeared to be a wondrous sight. Most striking was a grand, opulent palace where a massive dragon coiled, exuding an air of majesty. "Please, esteemed guest of Akatsuki, follow me to the banquet hall. The Dragon Palace has prepared a variety of exquisite delicacies and performances for you," Neptune graciously invited. The guests expressed their gratitude for King Neptune's warm hospitality. Soon, they arrived at the banquet hall of the Dragon Palace, where a colossal stage shaped like a shell stood at the center, with singers and musicians ready to perform. The tables were laden with an array of food, and the aroma of fine wine wafted through the air. "Please, indulge yourselves." Neptune's words had barely left his lips when Zaro dashed forward, grabbing a cup and downing it in one gulp. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, declaring, "Good wine." The left minister promptly explained, "This exquisite wine is brewed from special fruits that can only grow in the depths of Fishman Island. It is incomparable to wines from any other region." At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki felt no need for further politeness, taking their seats to feast heartily while the performers on stage began their show, though the audience was not particularly appreciative. Chapter 73, Princess Shirahoshi, the Mermaid. After the banquet concluded, the members of the Akatsuki dispersed. Bartolomeo, Kuro, and Zoro ventured to Mermaid Bay to observe the mermaids basking in the water. Meanwhile, Qianlan wished to catch a glimpse of the all-blue that Sanji had often mentioned. But unfortunately, she was forcibly taken away. Baretta, the training enthusiast, remained committed to his practice, a dedication unmatched by the others. The group followed the left minister to meet Shirahoshi, as the ladies were quite curious about the mermaid princess. Perona mused, "I wonder who is cuter, Princess Shirahoshi or my ghost princess?" As she spoke, Perona made a funny face, causing the left minister to chuckle awkwardly. "Surely, our princess is the cutest. Though it's a pity you are not wearing that lovely outfit today. Are you referring to the sacred princess gown?" Perona replied, "I prefer the style you have on now." Qianlan remarked that the Gothic Lolita style is indeed rare in the world of One Piece, and it is even more unusual for someone who can frolic with zombies to be frightened into a faint by Usopp. Under the guidance of Minister Zwa, the group swiftly arrived at the residence of Princess Shirahoshi. They beheld a towering structure adorned with an array of swords, daggers, axes, and forks, creating a rather ominous atmosphere. Timon inquired curiously, "Why does the mermaid princess reside in such an eccentric place?" It was revealed that Princess Shirahoshi had become entangled with a user of the target fruit, who persistently threatened her with weaponry in his relentless pursuit to marry her. As Minister Zwa finished his explanation, the expressions of the women shifted, their gazes towards him tinged with a hint of hostility. It appears that Qianlan may have been led to envision this as a romantic tale, wherein the Dragon Palace constructs a towering fortress to imprison the princess, thereby thwarting her reunion with her beloved. Suddenly, a colossal hammer hurtles through the air from a distance, crashing forcefully against the sturdy tower. With a resounding boom, Sataki's figure vanishes in an instant, only to be swiftly followed by a foot enveloped in the armor of domineering will, sending the hammer soaring away. Qianlan. The ability of the target fruit allows the items thrown by its wielder to pursue their destination relentlessly, reaching the farthest corners of the earth unless intercepted or obstructed along the way. To safeguard Princess White Star, the Hard Shell Tower was constructed in Dragon Palace. The group soon arrived at the Hard Shell Tower, where they found Princess White Star and her pet Mikaro engrossed in a colossal tome. Entering the room felt akin to stepping into the domain of a giant, with beds soaring dozens of meters high and chairs towering several meters as well. Every object in this chamber had been magnified many times over. Ministers were promptly produced a large megaphone and announced, "Princess White Star, you have visitors." Startled from her reading, White Star and Mikaro turned their attention to the newcomers on the floor. Timon remarked, "Is this truly the mermaid princess? She is indeed breathtaking." Muxin added, "It is said that she stands as an unparalleled beauty, rivaling the pirate empress, one of the 7 warlords." Even Citizen from the Fur tribe gazed at White Star with wide-eyed curiosity, seemingly captivated by her exquisite visage. Qianlan gazed uniquely at the chest of Shirahoshi, pondering if this was indeed the trampoline that Luffy once used. How she longed to experience it herself. Of course, such thoughts were not words she could utter aloud. Otherwise, she would face the embarrassment befitting a Yonko. After a brief introduction by Minister Zua, Shirahoshi, akin to cradling a cherished toy, lifted the group onto the table. Upon this close encounter, Qianlan was filled with an overwhelming sense of wonder. "Qianlan, could you share with me tales of the world beyond?" Qianlan gazed at Baixing and murmured, "Large, remarkably large." Is it merely large?" Baixing had yet to experience the wonders of the forest, remaining oblivious to its splendor. The other girls, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of sympathy. It was a time in life meant for play, yet she had never even laid eyes on a forest. "Princess Baixing, do you not have even a fleeting chance to venture outside?" Baixing timidly replied, "You may simply call me Baixing. My father and several brothers have deemed it too perilous to take me out, thus I rarely have the opportunity to play. Not even to visit the Sea of Forest to pay homage to my mother." As she spoke, Baixing rubbed her eyes, tears involuntarily cascading down her cheeks. The large teardrops resembled silver bowls, and to Qianlan and the others, this was a true downpour of sorrow. "Then let us go today to honor your mother." "We shall protect you," stated Sataki. "Ho ho ho. Let that wretched captain slay that devil fruit user," Perona exclaimed, soaring into the air, evidently delighted to tease Qianlan. Observing this, Baixing looked on in curiosity, surprised that this little girl could fly. Baixing too wished to soar through the skies. Qianlan smiled and said, "Then let Princess Baixing experience the sensation of flight as well." Qianlan leapt effortlessly onto the enormous trampoline of White Star. With the earth release, super light heavy rock technique, White Star's colossal form ascended, lifting several meters above the grand surface beneath. The left minister stood in astonishment, increasingly awed by the might of the Sea Emperor. Soon after, the group commenced their journey to the Forest of the Sea, effortlessly fending off occasional assaults along the way. At the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was palpably tense. "Spandane, what audacity do you possess to stand in the Navy's conference room?" Despite the reprimand, Spandane remained unfazed. "I am here on behalf of the esteemed Gorosei to ascertain the forthcoming appointment of the Navy's Marshal." "Why does the world government interfere with the confirmation of the Navy's Marshal?" "Admiral Akiji's capability to assume that role is widely acknowledged," Kizaru interjected. "That recognition is merely among a select few. I assert that Admiral Akainu is equally qualified to be the next Navy Marshal. Indeed, Admiral Akainu possesses the qualifications." The faction loyal to Akainu began to rally, as his absolute justice garnered considerable support among the Navy's vice admirals. Conversely, the faction favoring Akiji also rose to counter, as many vice admirals preferred Akiji over Akainu's stringent principles. Seeing the escalating tension, Sengoku slammed his hand on the conference table. "Are you intent on fracturing the Navy?" The previously agitated factions immediately fell silent, exchanging wary glances before settling back into their seats. This internal strife is one of the reasons the Navy cannot deploy its full strength against pirates. While these factional conflicts unfold covertly, they undeniably hinder the Navy's progress. Clap. Clap. Spandan's clapping drew everyone's attention, and Sengoku noted that many still favored Admiral Akainu, indicating that Akiji could not claim unanimous support. At that moment, Akainu remained silent, uncertain whether leveraging the world government's influence was prudent. However, for the sake of enforcing his absolute justice, he deemed every effort worthwhile. It was imperative not to allow a conflict between the two admirals, for only the strongest could lead the Navy through the impending chaotic era. Chapter 74, The Showdown. The future of Fishman Island. 1 week later, a warship arrived at Punk Hazard, and 2 admirals disembarked. True to the original narrative, after 9 days of deliberation, Akainu and Akiji ultimately resolved to engage in a fierce battle to determine the rightful successor to the position of Navy Marshal. Deep beneath the ocean, at a depth of 10,000 meters, lay Fishman Island. Throughout the past week, Qianlan had traversed the island with White Star, ensuring her delight. During this time, Qianlan also took the opportunity to explore the wonders of Fishman Island, indulging in the pleasures of Mermaid Cove. Finally, Qianlan arrived at her predetermined final destination, the opulent CAF managed by the prophet Shirahoshi, the Mermaid CAF. Oh, has Lord Qianlan come here to play? I wonder what delights await to be savored. Ah, is Kimi here to lend a hand? Qianlan did not anticipate encountering Kimi here. It seems that the Mermaid CAF has been quite prosperous in recent days. Indeed, my Lord Qianlan, during the busier hours at the CAF, I often come to lend a hand. As Kimi spoke, she placed a cup of milk tea before Qianlan. After taking a modest sip, Qianlan found the CAF's coffee to be satisfactory, yet it was the abundance of mermaid waitresses that truly captivated him. Thus, Qianlan savored his drink while admiring the enchanting women around him. Observing this, Kimi was inclined to refill Qianlan's cup. There's no need to pour him another. He's merely here to gaze at the beauties, Julama interjected. Kimi paused at this remark, conceding, very well. What of it? I appreciate the sight of beauty solely for the sake of my own delight, you understand? Cunning fox. With that, Qianlan turned his gaze toward Kimi, inquiring about the presence of the CAF's owner. Kimi nodded and proceeded towards the kitchen. Before long, a lady of considerable stature among mere folk, Mrs. Shaley, took a seat opposite Qianlan. With her dark hair obscuring one side of her face, striking blue eyes, pale complexion, and voluptuous figure, Mrs. Shaley was undeniably a unique beauty among mermaids. Madam Shaley of Fishman Island, your half-brother Aaron met his demise at my hands. I ended his life in the East Sea. Upon hearing Qianlan's calm declaration, Shaley inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke as she processed the news. Aaron, you say? His death saddens me, though I had anticipated it. She then inquired, what does Lord Qianlan, one of the 4 emperors, seek from me? Is it merely to convey the news of my brother's passing? Zhu Lama leaned closer to Qianlan's ear, whispering, I sense malice within her heart. Qianlan maintained her composure, for it was only natural to harbor animosity towards the brother of Sherry, whom she had slain. I had heard tales of Madame Sherry's prophetic abilities on Fishman Island, reputed to possess an infallible accuracy. Thus, I ventured here in hopes that she might divine the future state of the world. Yet, Qianlan was indifferent to such matters, as long as she wielded strength. Nothing would be beyond her reach. After all, this is a realm governed by the powerful, where all else is secondary. The future of the world lay firmly in the hands of Lady Qianlan. With that, Sherry turned and departed without another word. Qianlan sat on the sofa, shaking her head with a wry smile, feeling as though she had fallen prey to the rhetoric of a self-help guru. The future indeed appeared increasingly enigmatic. Blackbeard's power had been diminished by her hand, yet the notion that Luffy could defeat a Yonko within just 3 years of setting sail seemed utterly implausible. Hey, Qianlan, what are you daydreaming about? Could it be that you've taken a liking to her? However, the allure of her unique charm was undeniable, which might explain the fluttering in one's heart. As Jalama's musings veered further off course, the tension on Qianlan's forehead became increasingly pronounced. If this continued, one might be led to believe that she was destined to marry Shaley. After enjoying a moment at the Mermaid CAF, Qianlan returned to Dragon Palace City. Yet this time, she found herself summoned by Ministers Wu, likely to discuss matters of significance. As Qianlan was ushered into the palace of Dragon Palace City, King Neptune awaited upon his throne, accompanied by the Right Minister, 3 princes, and Princess Shirahoshi. Lord Qianlan, Shirahoshi exclaimed softly, reaching out to embrace him, only to be halted by Neptune's outstretched hand. Shirahoshi, we have come to seek Lord Qianlan's assistance for a pressing matter, Neptune stated, turning his gaze toward Qianlan. As the king of the Ryugu kingdom, I humbly request your protection. Neptune's demeanor was notably deferential, displaying ample respect towards Qianlan. However, Qianlan harbored reservations regarding the future of Fishman Island, particularly concerning their aspirations to venture onto the land. King Neptune, I must ask that the others take their leave, leaving only you, myself, and Shirahoshi present. After a moment of contemplation, Neptune acquiesced, allowing the others to exit, leaving only Qianlan, Neptune, and Shirahoshi in the chamber. Seeing this, Shirahoshi instinctively approached and cradled Qianlan in her hands. As far as I am aware, Fishman Island has long harbored the desire to inhabit the land, and many fishmen in the Ryugu Kingdom are striving towards this goal. However, I must inform you, King Neptune, that this endeavor is virtually impossible unless you can overthrow the world government. Neptune's expression turned to one of astonishment. Why? Is it so difficult for fishmen to enjoy the land and the sun? Qianlan explained that for fishmen to thrive on land, they would require islands with developed freshwater systems, and any mass migration could not be too far from their original home. Thus, their only viable option would be the Sabaody archipelago. At this juncture, Qianlan fell silent, trusting that Neptune would grasp the implications of his words. Could the world government possibly allocate the Sabaody archipelago to the fishmen? And even if they did, what would happen when the celestial dragons come to capture any merfolk? Furthermore, the question of where they could migrate to safely loomed large. Neptune's mind raced with confusion. While Queen Otohan dreamed of bringing fishmen into the sunlight, she had not considered how they would survive once there. Lord Qianlan, what should we do? Neptune inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Ahem, Qianlan replied gravely. Shirahoshi is one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King. Only by harnessing the power of the Sea King to assist the Revolutionary Army or other factions in overthrowing the world government can we hope for a change. The condition would be to designate the Sabaody archipelago for the fishmen. In the meantime, I can offer my protection to Fishman Island in my capacity as one of the four emperors. The words of Qianlan can be said to illuminate the future direction of Fishman Island, a notion that is remarkably perfect, albeit fraught with challenges. After a brief discussion, Princess Shirahoshi left the palace cradled in Qianlan's embrace, leaving behind King Neptune, who was lost in contemplation. The following day, Qianlan and Shirahoshi roamed the streets of Fishman Island, as the imminent departure of the Akatsuki loomed. Meanwhile, Neptune began to adorn the island with the crimson cloud insignia of the Akatsuki, serving as a deterrent to any pirate or slaver with nefarious intentions. Chapter 75. The Intelligence Organization CP0. The next day, amidst the tumultuous waves of the sea, a gleaming vessel suddenly emerged from the depths, its hull rupturing forthwith. Host, Qianlan level, super shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hellstab, flying thunder god technique, light heavy rock technique, spiral sphere, taijutsu, 7 days breathing method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, wood release summoning beast, Karama weapons, space scroll, marketplace, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags gazing upon the current system panel. Qianlan reflected on the eradication of several pirate crews and slaver groups on Fishman Island, having completed numerous low-level tasks and acquired a variety of items. Regrettably, aside from S-rank missions, it seemed unlikely that any further low-level tasks would significantly impact the system panel. Bartolomeo, is this truly the new world? The weather has indeed taken a most peculiar turn. Qianlan surmised that Bartolomeo might have been reminded of his grandmother, a legendary figure who commanded him into the new world using a telephone buck. Suddenly, the sky began to unleash a flurry of snowflakes, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Timon exclaimed, quickly, change into winter clothing. The crowd hurriedly donned their winter attire, yet only Stasi and Barrett remained in their original outfits. Barrett remarked, is this the advantage of the fur tribe? Nevertheless, it also presents an opportunity for training. With that, Barrett entered a state of meditation, positioning himself on the ground to commence his push-ups. Qianlan chuckled, you still feel the chill, don't you? Suddenly, a phantom materialized and glided through Barrett's form. Barrett, somewhat apologetic, began to speak but faltered mid-sentence as he rose, evidently fortified against Perona's fruit abilities by his formidable willpower. However, his earlier expression of remorse elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. You fool, they exclaimed, ha ha ha, what a clumsy oaf. Barrett, not one to hold a grudge against the young Perona, instead turned his gaze towards Qianlan. When will we truly battle? Do not forget our prior agreement. Rest assured. I shall not forget, Qianlan replied. Understanding that to subdue the war-hungry Barrett was essential, Qianlan prepared himself. Suddenly, a snowball struck Qianlan's face, sending a jolt through him. So, you wish to play, do you? Come, assist me, QB. In an instant, several tails of the nine-tailed beast manifested around Qianlan, helping him shape a colossal snowball. That is cheating, exclaimed Mushin in astonishment. Qianlan heedlessly hurled the snowball into the air. In an instant, Satasia's figure materialized, slicing the snowball apart and scattering its remnants across the ground. While the group engaged in their playful antics, a large ship emerged in the distance. Zoro remarked, "A large vessel approaches, though it does not appear to be a pirate ship." The others lifted their gazes to behold a grand ship adorned with 5 interconnected circles. Coming into view, this was a transport vessel of the world government. Though the nature of its cargo remained a mystery, perhaps it bore celestial gold or even slaves. Barrett, an experienced pirate, immediately recognized the ship belonging to the world government and articulated his conclusions. Crow also observed with curiosity, "Qianlan, should we?" However, as Crow spoke, the distant ship abruptly altered its course and swiftly retreated, seemingly wishing to evade Qianlan and her companions. Yet, this spectacle piqued the interest of Qianlan's group. For they were pirates after all. Let us pursue. With a single command from Qianlan, the crowd surged forward with an energy akin to that of a blood-crazed fowl. Earth release, light-heavy rock technique. In an instant, the vessel of the dawn gained a remarkable acceleration, swiftly approaching the ships of the world government. Suddenly, several cannonballs were launched toward the ship. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed as Bartolomeo erected a barrier to deflect them midair. In a flash, 6 slashes were unleashed. Zoro, witnessing this, advanced with his blade to intercept the attacks. Seems the world government's vessel harbors a few formidable opponents. It makes me want to test my mettle, remarked Kuro. As the distance between the two ships diminished, Qianlan finally discerned the figures aboard the enemy vessel. 3 members of CP-0, clad in white garb and capes with masks obscuring their identities, stood on the deck, evidently responsible for escorting the ship. Suddenly, the tallest of the trio stepped forward, locking eyes with Qianlan on the deck. Ding. Mission, defeat CP-0. Mission rank, S. Mission reward, 100,000 mission points. Gazing at the system panel's mission points, Qianlan realized that completing this task would allow for the exchange of 6 PADS-level ninja tools. For Emperors, Qianlan, this is the escort ship of the world government. If you do not retreat, the next, before CP-0 could finish speaking, Bartolomeo, wielding a bomb blade, charged forward. The CP-0 agent on the right leapt from the deck, 2 blades slicing through the air, aiming to strike Bartolomeo simultaneously. Boom. After the explosive sound, the engaged CP-0 member managed to evade. Your Akatsuki organization's intel has long been analyzed by us. Your devil fruit is the barrier fruit, and that blade is a special weapon that detonates upon contact. In other words, without your weapon, your capabilities are rather limited. Bartolomeo was caught off guard by the disdain of the CP-0 spy, exclaiming, "You insolent fool. Let us have a proper fight." The 2 figures darted across the sea, with the CP-0 agent persistently fleeing while occasionally launching slashes at Bartolomeo, who relentlessly pursued him. Both competing in speed. "I shall join the fray," Timon growled, transforming into his most formidable beast-human form, charging toward the CP-0 agent on the left. Bang! The 2 fists, enveloped in armament hockey, clashed in a single blow, sending the CP-0 member crashing into the ship's hull. Indeed, the strength of the ancient Zoan dragon fruit, Wind God Wyvern, was extraordinary, surpassing even that of mythical beasts by a slight margin. It was evident that today's battle was unavoidable. As he spoke, the tallest CP-0 member burst forth from his attire. "I am the animal-type user of the mouse fruit, great armadillo form. Prepare for battle." As he spoke, the CP-0 agent began to transform, sharp claws and a tough exoskeleton emerging, resembling a suit of armor that was both offensive and defensive. Qianlan realized she had encountered yet another fool who had carelessly divulged personal information upon their first meeting. Just as she was preparing to take action, a figure suddenly darted past her. "Leave this to me," Barrett declared as he unleashed a punch imbued with the formidable power of hockey, striking the transformed CP-0 member, who withstood the blow. The impact resonated, sending the newly transformed CP-0 crashing into the ship's hull. Chapter 76. Unexpected heist of the celestial gold, 6 pads of ninja tools. To her astonishment, she had completed the task without lifting a finger. In an instant, An atmosphere reminiscent of a battlefield enveloped the scene. Qianlan's conqueror's haki rendered the remaining Navy personnel unconscious. However, her strength did not yet rival that of the formidable red-haired Shanks, who could intimidate even a vice admiral of the Navy into submission. Nevertheless, she was capable of precisely clearing away the lesser foes. Let us take a look inside, Perona suggested, transforming into a ghost to enter the ship's interior, while Kuro shattered the wall with a single punch. Once they entered the control room, they found a dozen officials sprawled across the floor in disarray. Safe, Mushian exclaimed, spotting a safe in the corner. She lifted it and placed it onto the table. The safe, nearly a cubic meter in size, was quite the eyesore and did not align with Qianlan's aesthetic preferences. Qianlan extended her right index finger and activated her wood-release technique, effortlessly prying open the safe. In an instant, a shower of currency cascaded throughout the control room, while Bailey floated in the air as if money held no value. Haha. Chloe found himself reflecting on how absurd he once was, devising schemes for mere trifles over the years. Now, witnessing Bailey rain down like a torrential downpour, he felt an unexpected tranquility within. Soon, the money that erupted from the safe settled onto the ground, and everyone resumed their original demeanor. This was likely the celestial gold being transported by CP0 for the world government's allied nations, indicating the gravity of the situation. Someone needed to be interrogated. Hearing this, Satasai effortlessly lifted the government official clad in a black suit from the ground, her claws piercing deeply into his flesh. The previously unconscious government official jolted awake in agony, his small eyes darting around the scene. Upon sighting Qianlan, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Please let me go. As Satasai loosened her grip, the official collapsed to his knees, fervently pleading with Qianlan. Lord Qianlan, spare my life. I am but an ordinary person. I beseech you for mercy. The onlookers raised their eyebrows, casting scornful glances at the man on the ground. In an instant, Qianlan drew his gun and pressed it against the forehead of the man before him. What ordinary person could possibly be here? Tell me everything you know, or you shall meet your demise. My name is Dielspur, secretary to Heloer. We were in the process of transporting the celestial gold from the Didisolo ship when unexpectedly we were intercepted by you, Lord Qianlan. Dielspur's words instantly captured the attention of the crowd. As the Golden Emperor of the New World, wealth was certainly not a point of contention. However, it was the Didisolo ship that truly piqued their interest, renowned as a veritable den of iniquity. It promised to fulfill every desire one might harbor. As an entertainment vessel, it boasted a vast casino, amusement parks, meandering racetracks, and grand palaces adorned with gold. Ho ho ho, you scoundrel captain, shall we make our next stop the Didisolo for some revelry? Perona's suggestion received unanimous approval, with several pairs of eyes fixed intently upon Qianlan. Qianlan himself was quite eager to meet the Golden Emperor, Taizolo, and perhaps experience the fortune that accompanied such an encounter. Very well, let us eliminate this man who knows our course. Upon hearing this, Dielspur was immediately thrown into a state of panic. After all he had divulged, was he still to be killed? This seemed utterly unjust. Sensing the impending doom, Dielspur promptly fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Fear not, Lord Qianlan. The Didisolo is under the protection of the world government. The Navy cannot approach. As he spoke, Dielspur produced an eternal pointer. This is the eternal pointer to the Didisolo, a gift for you, Lord Qianlan. Qianlan effortlessly seized the eternal pointer and swiftly knocked it unconscious, thus sparing its life. It must be noted that the officials of the world government are significantly inferior in this regard compared to the Navy. It is likely that most officials of the world government are not much stronger than the individual before him. Subsequently, the group ventured outside to observe the battle. They beheld Timon and Bartolomeo having defeated 2 members of CP0, while the individual engaged in combat with Barrett was still desperately holding on. It is feared that these 2 were merely ordinary members of CP0, lacking in strength, while the one still fighting was perhaps of a captain's caliber. Would release. Great forest technique. In an instant, branches materialized in Qianlan's hands, ensnaring the final member of CP0 and binding him firmly to the bow of the ship. Ding. Mission reward, 100,000, has been distributed. Why interfere in my battle? Barrett seethed, glaring at Qianlan, seemingly intent on engaging him. According to their agreement, Qianlan indeed had no right to meddle in Barrett's fight. Let us have a match. We shall leave this matter as it stands for now. With that, Qianlan disregarded Barrett and instead focused on the system panel. Host, Qianlan level, super shadow attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, Impure World Reincarnation. Hell Stab, Flying Thunder God Technique, Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Spiraling Sphere. Taijutsu, 7 Days Breathing Technique, Remnant, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Would release Summon Beast, Nine Tails Blade Tools, Space Scroll Marketplace, Shuikin, Flashing Gold Rope, Banana Fan gazing at the final 6-path level ninja tools in the system. Qianlan felt a stir of excitement. However, he was uncertain which tool to exchange. Selecting one that could easily be traced would be rather futile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Amber Purification Bottle. In an instant, a red jar adorned with a white string and intricate patterns appeared in Qianlan's hand. Nine Tails, Qianlan, how did you suddenly produce this item? It truly astonishes me. Haha. Now, I shall conduct an experiment. With that, Qianlan cast a teasing glance at Barret. He proceeded to unscrew the lid of the Amber Purification Bottle, grinning as he addressed Barret. Barret, are you not the one I rescued from Impel Down? What brings this up now? Barret stood still, maintaining his composure, while the Amber Purification Bottle in Qianlan's hand revealed no reaction whatsoever. Ding! The Amber Purification Bottle in the host's possession can only capture individuals of one level lower than itself. The system's response left Qianlan in a state of uncertainty. For both One Piece and Naruto possess unreliable power systems, where the strength of a character is influenced by various factors. For instance, if one were to place Crocodile and Doflamingo on a single plank in the sea, the airborne Doflamingo would undoubtedly prevail, as he could simply destroy the plank, leading to Crocodile's demise by drowning. Chapter 77, SSS Level Mission. Similarly, Naruto features relationships of counteraction, albeit among different ninjutsu techniques. Undoubtedly, the strong remain formidable. And the utilization of the Amber Bottle requires Qianlan to ponder deeply. Kurama remarked, "It seems this item of yours is a counterfeit, yet the imitation is quite commendable." Qianlan approached the restrained CP0 member, her determination unwavering as she resolved to make another attempt. "Are you one of CP0? She inquired. "Humph. A question already known," came the retort. In an instant, Qianlan felt the amber vial in her hand begin to manifest its power, and the CP0 member before her was swiftly drawn into the vial's depths. Observing this, Barret recalled a recent moment, pondering whether Qianlan had intended to employ such a tactic against him as well. "It seems your amber vial is indeed functional, albeit its efficacy leaves much to be desired," remarked Kurama. Qianlan is unconcerned with such matters. As she grows increasingly powerful, she will be able to take whoever she desires. While Qianlan experiments with the Amber Purification Bottle, the others have neatly organized and packed the 500 million berries worth of Heaven's Gold. Bartolomeo remarked, "Master Qianlan, this haul is quite impressive. We can treat ourselves to some enjoyment now. Well, you all head back to the ship. I will momentarily depart with Barret." After giving her instructions to the group, Qianlan placed her right hand on Barret's shoulder, and in an instant, both their figures vanished from the vessel. Sataki asked, "Do you think Captain Qianlan can prevail?" After all, Barret was once the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. Timon reassured, "Rest easy. With Qianlan around, I am filled with confidence. She will not be defeated." The first half of the Grand Line. On the deserted island where Qianlan and Barret first crossed paths, their figures re-emerged, albeit this time both were holding their breath, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Task: defeat Barret. Task level: SSS task reward. Perfect Immortal Mode. Qianlan never anticipated that Barret would trigger an SSS level mission. In an instant, Qianlan found the individual before her to be considerably more agreeable. "Barret, there is no need for us to engage in further probing. Let us unleash our full strength." In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura enveloped Qianlan, instilling a sense of pressure within her. Simultaneously, Qianlan unleashed his Conqueror's Haki against Barret, their powers clashing in a fierce display. In the world of One Piece, it is indeed common for individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki to initiate confrontations with such a formidable force. While it may not serve a significant purpose, it certainly adds an air of grandeur. Regrettably, mastering the intricacies of Haki requires a certain level of skill. It seems my Conqueror's Haki prevails. In this duel, Qianlan found himself at a disadvantage. However, this does not diminish his formidable strength. After all, many of Qianlan's abilities are derived from the system, while some aspects necessitate the passage of time for improvement. "Come, Barret, let me witness your true power." Qianlan transformed into a beast, summoning the 7 days of calling and instantly entering the lightning release chakra mode. his hands enveloped in the powerful armament haki. Upon witnessing this, Barrett retaliated with a punch. His fist, too, shrouded in armament haki, appearing even more formidable. With a resounding crash, following their clash, Barrett's figure was sent hurtling backward, his legs embedding into the ground to halt his retreat. Once more, harnessing the power of his fruit, Barrett encased himself in a layer of stone armor, integrating with the very rocks. Thus, both combatants unleashed another punch, yet as Qianlan engaged Barrett, he felt a sudden slip. Seizing the opportunity, Barrett delivered a swift kick, striking Qianlan squarely in the abdomen. "You despicable fiend! You deliberately covered your hands with the smoothest stones, causing me to suffer an unexpected setback," Qianlan exclaimed. Barrett chuckled in response. "All is fair in war. This is merely the ability of my integrated fruit, nothing excessive. Then I shall not hold back any longer." Qianlan's gaze grew increasingly piercing, revealing the eternal kaleidoscope of her Sharingan. Barrett was acutely aware of Qianlan's unique abilities, and he silently remained on guard. Once more, with a furious roar, Qianlan charged forward, and Barrett also lunged at him. Bang! A casual strike sent Qianlan's fist crashing into Barrett's face, as if he had been struck airborne. Unwilling to concede, Barrett surged forward once more, but against the ever-watchful eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, his efforts appeared utterly futile. Bang! The same sensation, the same spot, Barrett was once again sent sprawling by a punch from Qianlan. Such a bizarre technique. No wonder the Navy dubbed you the cunning ninja. Will you dare to come again? Observing the swollen side of Barrett's face, a smirk involuntarily crept onto Qianlan's lips. In truth, Qianlan possessed the ability to conclude the battle swiftly, yet he was determined to defeat Barrett in a fair confrontation to earn his respect. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Barrett spat out a mouthful of crimson. Once more, Barrett charged forward, relentlessly pursuing Qianlan's shadow. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, with Qianlan consistently maintaining the upper hand. An hour later, the already desolate island had become even more ravaged, dotted with craters left by their fierce combat. At this moment, both Qianlan and Barrett were panting heavily. The high-intensity battle at their level was undeniably exhausting. In the world of pirates, it is often a fallacy to believe that powerful beings can fight for days and nights on end. Typically, a full-scale engagement concludes within a few hours. After all, if Akainu and Akiji were to battle for 10 days and nights, they would surely be worn out and starved. It is hardly feasible to pause mid-fight to quench one's hunger or to take a bathroom break together. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qianlan's stamina was comparatively less depleted, overall impacting the outcome minimally. "Hey, Barrett, it's about time your devil fruit showed its true potential." "Haha, Qianlan, prepare to witness the full might of my devil fruit." As Barrett's declaration rang out, stones from across the island began to gravitate towards him, and soon a colossal stone giant, nearly 50 meters tall, emerged before Qianlan's astonished gaze. "You claimed that my devil fruit should not solely strive for size. Now, I stand in the most potent state where my devil fruit can unleash its full power." Upon hearing this, Qianlan shook his head with a wry smile. In the theatrical version, Barrett's ultimate awakened form towered even higher than the clouds, reaching at least 1,000 meters. Such a colossal figure, enveloped in the armor of haki, was beyond the capabilities of any formidable opponent to withstand. Now, although Barrett's 50-meter stature appeared significantly reduced, it had nonetheless grown considerably stronger. "Come on, Kurama, merge." "Brat, why do you phrase it so oddly?" Kurama retorted, yet still chose to integrate with Qianlan's Susanoo. At this moment, the Ninetales and the Susanoo prepared to engage in battle against the colossal stone giant. Two extraordinarily massive figures poised for confrontation. Chapter 78. Official Member Barrett. "Bring it on. I am the strongest." Despite Barrett's 50-meter stature, his speed was remarkable, complemented by an exceptional mastery of haki. The once stone-formed giant was now entirely shrouded in black haki. Boom. The stone giant moved with astonishing swiftness, delivering a punch toward the Susanoo-clad Ninetales in an instant. Qianlan and Kurama, having taken the hit, felt the impact acutely, astonished that Barrett's size had little effect on his speed. "Use your tail, Kurama." With Qianlan's furious shout, Kurama and Qianlan launched another assault, the dual blades of Susanoo swiftly slicing toward Barrett's stone giant. The stark height difference of nearly double was now evident as the Susanoo's blades descended rapidly upon Barrett's formidable figure. "Gather. Condense." Barrett began to manipulate the stones below him to merge, for how could he lack for stones at the water's edge? In an instant, a stone shield materialized in the hands of Barrett's giant, continuously thickening as the battle commenced. The dual blades of Qianlan relentlessly cleaved through the air, Yet as the distance diminished, the assault was ultimately thwarted. Make your move, QB. In an instant, the 9 tails of QB emerged, entwining simultaneously around Barrett. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant barrage from all directions left Barrett's stone giant somewhat overwhelmed. Even as Barrett wielded his observation haki to its fullest extent, he regrettably found no opportunity to entirely evade Qianlan's strikes. Thus, the relentless onslaught of Qianlan's blades and QB's tails forced Barrett's stone giant to retreat step by step. Suddenly, a lapse in Barrett's defenses presented an opening. Qianlan seized the moment, and QB's 2 tails struck forcefully against the giant's left shoulder. Thunderous. Even the stone giant's armament haki could not withstand the blow, resulting in Qianlan severing one of its arms. What do you think now, Barrett? Do you still consider yourself my match, or would you rather concede? Barrett immediately began mending his shoulder, glaring at Qianlan in fury. It's far too early for me to concede. The restored stone giant charged at Qianlan once more, but this time, Barrett's stone hands were devoid of armament haki. The 2 colossal figures collided again. The stone giant's relatively small hands, combined with the lack of haki, were effortlessly cleaved apart by Qianlan's blade. You've fallen into my trap. In the air, the shattered stones that should have scattered were formed, swiftly enveloping the blades of Susanoo. Barrett immediately enveloped himself in armament haki, ensnaring Qianlan. And then the 50-meter-tall stone giant unleashed its might, thrusting both feet towards Qianlan's Susanoo's groin. However, whether it was due to a height discrepancy or Barrett's intentionality, Qianlan found himself rather displeased. QB, strike him. Barrett's strategy and execution were commendable, yet the shamelessness of QB with its 9 tails was overwhelming. All 9 tails simultaneously struck the stone giant's chest. Despite Barrett's utmost effort to break free from his own constraints, he was still sent flying by Qianlan. Barrett's stone giant was shattered, and he expelled a copious amount of blood mid-air. His form was propelled back several thousand meters before crashing to the ground. Again! With the will to continue fighting, Barrett began to gather the stones from the ground, 50 meters, 100, 200, until he finally halted at 500 meters. The already barren island bore the brunt of Barrett's actions, appearing to have sunk a notch in elevation. Qianlan, come again. Qianlan had not anticipated that Barrett would revert to his former path. Such a method is fraught with disadvantages. In an instant, the Susanoo of Kurama sprouted wings, soaring to a height of 100 meters. The colossal figure, towering at 500 meters, unleashed a punch that generated significant turbulence in the air. The Susanoo, maintaining its 500-meter stature, deftly evaded the giant's fist, its target fixed upon the giant's head. Barrett, your speed is woefully inadequate. Becoming this immense is a clear miscalculation. With that, Qianlan's dual blades sliced through the air, aimed swiftly at the giant's neck. Clang. However, the 500-meter figure had not only grown in height but also possessed an extraordinarily thick neck. Consequently, midway through her strike, the dual blades wielded by Susanoo were ensnared by the stone, fortified with armament haki. You shall perish. Barrett seized the opportunity to prepare a devastating elbow strike. But in Qianlan's eyes, his movements appeared to be agonizingly slow. Thus, Qianlan summoned her strength, executing a maneuver akin to the stone giant's earlier technique, delivering a powerful kick to Barrett's abdomen, successfully disengaging. Subsequently, Qianlan began to dart around Barrett's immense form, exploiting her speed advantage to launch relentless attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Barrett could no longer sustain the prolonged use of armament haki, and Qianlan recognized that her moment had arrived. Tail Beast Bomb. In an instant, a colossal tailed beast bomb coalesced within Kurama's maw, and as it reached completion, Qianlan plunged her dual blades into the tailed beast bomb. With her remarkable agility, she collided with Barrett's form. Boom. At last, the 500-meter giant shattered, and Barrett's figure plummeted from within the giant's body. Observing Barrett's descent from the sky, Qianlan realized that he had lost consciousness. Ding. Mission reward. Perfect Sage Mode, now mastered. Qianlan swiftly moved to catch Barrett, gently placing him on the ground before immediately checking the system panel. Host, Qianlan level. Super Shadow attributes: Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth. Impure World Reincarnation, Hellstab, Flying Thunder God Technique, Light Heavy Rock Technique, Perfect Sage Mode. Taijutsu, 7 Days Breathing Method, Remnant, Lightning Release Chakra Mode Bloodline Limit, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Would release Summon Beast, 9 Tails Weapons, Amber Clean Bottle, Space Scroll. Marketplace, Kunai, Explosive Tags. Indeed, Sage Mode was categorized under Ninjutsu. However, the true nature of Sage and the Naruto universe remained a mystery. What necessitated even the Sage of Six Paths to master Sage mode? Was the Sage of Six Paths merely regarded as such due to his immense power? Lost in thought, Qianlan suddenly found herself back on the Akatsuki ship, where everyone awaited her return. Barrett had been vanquished, and this individual would henceforth be their ally, alongside Stasai, who would also become a formal companion. After the commotion and recent conversations, the crew commenced a celebratory banquet aboard the ship, while the Akatsuki continued to approach the Grand Date Solo. This novel can be downloaded via the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquired this novel file through an alternate download and the merchant did not provide the software's source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, t. MeFQ Tool Chapter 79, Arrival at Date Solo, Encountering Gion again. 5 days later. After a 5-day voyage, Qianlan and her companions finally beheld the opulent and extraordinarily vast Date Solo. The 5 days spent in transit were a testament to the unpredictable weather of the New World, which greatly affected the speed and direction of their journey. Indeed, the ship adorned with gold was so magnificent that even the princess felt an urge to seize it. Perona's words revealed her true nature, yet under the night sky. The Data Solo's golden embellishments, coupled with dazzling lights, rendered the entire vessel exceedingly extravagant, stirring an irresistible desire within. As time progressed, the group gradually approached the entrance of Date Solo. In an instant, countless golden particles descended from the heavens, seemingly welcoming the entirety of the Akatsuki. Yet, amidst their enchantment, Qianlan reminded her companions. Qianlan, be cautious. Do not allow the golden dust to settle upon you. Otherwise, you shall fall under Tezzolo's control. Master Bartolomeo, is it truly that terrifying? Bartolomeo uttered these words, yet swiftly conjured a barrier above the crowd, gathering all the scattered golden dust. By the time they passed through, Bartolomeo had amassed a considerable amount of gold, thus earning a profit before even paying the entrance fee. Timon, how impressive. Even the interior is gilded. Could it be that everything is adorned with gold? It certainly appears so. The Golden Emperor Tezzolo, a man who commands 1/5 of the world's berries, truly lives up to his reputation. Much time has passed since Muxin set sail from the Flower Country, granting her considerable experience and knowledge of various matters in the New World. The Great Tesoro is lavishly decorated in gold. Aside from the greenery at the shop entrance, every shop and street is adorned with gold embellishments. Qianlan, the navy approaches. Clotho subtly indicated to Qianlan, his body already on high alert. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan approached and gently patted Clo's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Have you forgotten? This is a peace zone governed by the world government, where neither the navy nor pirates will engage in conflict. Indeed, Clo nodded in acknowledgement at Qianlan's reminder. However, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, for he understood that the so-called peace could be shattered at any moment, and it was prudent to stay cautious. Well, Bartolomeo and I are off for a drink, Zaro declared, preparing to leap down. Seeing this, Qianlan promptly yanked him back. What are you doing? Don't be hasty, green-haired one. You should head to the central area where you can gamble and enjoy a drink. With that, Qianlan leaped off the ship of the Straw Hat crew. I want to explore on my own. The crew could only watch their captain with resigned expressions as they continued their voyage, ultimately arriving at the luxurious dragon service aboard the Great Desolo. Sitarsi, let us also disperse. With that, the group separated, each setting off towards their areas of interest. Sitarsi turned back, seeking the presence of her fellow fur tribesmen. Even though she had joined the crew, it was best to inform her kin of her safety. Meanwhile, Qianlan wandered aimlessly along the streets of the Dedisuolo, clutching a bottle of liquor in her hand. She observed the drunken pirates nearby, leaning on each other for support, the alluringly dressed maidens, and the dazzling displays within the shops. For reasons unknown, a sense of solitude crept into Qianlan's heart, casting a shadow over her mood. With each shop she passed, her feelings of isolation deepened. Suddenly, she collided with a tall figure, both of them tumbling to the ground. Qianlan fell backward, instinctively taking a gulp of her drink. In an instant, a large hand lifted her up, forcing her to stand on her feet. Such size, such length, such pallor. Yet, dear lady, why adorn yourself with a spider tattoo? It utterly disrupts the overall beauty. You drunken fool. Upon hearing this, Qianlan shook her head and instantly recognized the figure before her. What are you doing here? Shiyuan abruptly released Qianlan, setting her down. What's the matter? Is the Navy not allowed to enjoy themselves here? If it weren't for the prohibition against violence in this place, I would have seized the opportunity to eliminate you just now. I'm only jesting, yet this is quite the serendipity. Destiny brings us together across 1,000 miles, while lack of fate keeps us apart even when face to face. Qianlan understood that the influence of the dreadnought Solaro over the Navy was considerably greater than that of the pirates. After all, pirates could merely choose to engage in a skirmish or flee at their discretion. In contrast, the Navy served as the enforcement arm of the world government, facing accountability for any missteps at any moment. However, encountering Qianlan here was quite unexpected for Qianlan. It seemed that the Navy was also a significant consumer in this locale. Stop. What did you mean by your earlier comments? Do you have a problem with my tattoo? Qianlan remarked, glaring at Qianlan with a piercing gaze filled with hostility. Yet, upon recalling Qianlan's words about fate bringing people together over great distances while unkind fate keeps others apart, Qianlan felt a flicker of anxiety within. Nevertheless, she swiftly shifted her tone, her demeanor softening. Then what do you believe would be most appropriate? I am willing to heed your counsel. Qianlan's heart raced with alarm. As one of the alluring naval beauties, Qianlan was officially recognized for her mastery of geisha arts, entertaining lecherous patrons to entice pirates. This unexpected attention unsettled Qianlan, filling her with apprehension that something was amiss. Qianlan possessed an enchanting beauty, particularly accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, which was utterly captivating. Of course, tattoos were unnecessary, as they would mar the elegance of her thigh. Under the influence of alcohol, Qianlan instinctively reached out to touch her. The skin was smooth and tender. In that moment, Qianlan was utterly incensed, drawing her kintoki and striking out with a fierce blow. Boom! Qianlan instinctively dodged Qianlan's attack. Yet the building behind her was cleaved in two. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? She inquired. Qianlan retorted with fury. Do you truly think I would believe such a claim? Upon hearing this, Qianlan lowered her head and muttered to herself, well, I haven't lost anything. Just then, a beautiful woman holding a glass of wine stepped between the two. Public duels are prohibited here. I kindly ask that Lord Jiuyuan and Lord Qianlan cease hostilities for the time being. Your expenses for the evening will be waived. As she spoke, Bakara turned to Qianlan. Lord Taizolo is awaiting your presence. I hope you will meet with him. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, Qianlan followed Bakara, walking side by side towards the center of the great Desoro. Suddenly, Qianlan turned back to make a face at Jiuyuan, who responded with a biting of his lip, clearly quite irate. Chapter 80, The Golden Emperor Taizolo. Once they were completely out of Jiuyuan's sight, Qianlan let out a sigh of relief, puzzled by her own nervousness. It was quite strange to feel intimidated by Jiuyuan. Hello, I am Bakara, the exclusive VIP attendant. I shall guide you to meet Lord Taizolo. Bakara extended her right hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with Qianlan. No, thank you, my dear. I am well aware of your fruit abilities, and I would prefer not to tempt fate. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Bakara laughed, her beautiful face taking on an intriguingly enigmatic expression. Yet, this did not irk Qianlan. Could it be that the luck fruit had an alluring quality? Alas, another extraordinary fruit rendered ineffective. Rest assured, Lord Qianlan, Bakara continued, handing her glass of wine to Qianlan. A powerhouse like you would surely bring misfortune to the entire Great Desaro under the influence of my fruit. Qianlan did not receive it. She merely stroked her chin in contemplation. It is to be feared that if misfortune were to befall her, the repercussions on those around her would be even greater. Should she encounter the ill fate of unleashing the tailed beast Jade, then all aboard the mighty Didi Swolo would be rendered powerless. A quarter of an hour later, under the guidance of Bakara, Qianlan arrived at the most vibrant locale aboard the Grandi Solo. The atmosphere was alive with bustling bars, casinos, and exhilarating turtle racing events. Everywhere, gamblers held their fine drinks, accompanied by an array of enchanting hostesses, while a number of unfortunate souls burdened with debts were discreetly escorted away. In essence, darkness coexisted with light, and opulence intertwined with squalor. Here, my lord Qianlan. Qianlan continued to follow Bakara, who swiftly led her to a wall adorned in gold. Suddenly, a peculiar figure resembling a doll, with an oversized head, emerged from the wall. One cannot help but remark on Oda's peculiar sense of humor. While a bizarre character may be endearing in the realm of the second dimension, its manifestation in the third dimension can be rather unsettling and difficult to accept. Bakara gestured invitingly, and thereafter, Mr. Tanaka escorted Lady Qianlan inside. Upon hearing the words, Qianlan gazed at the uniquely appearing Tanaka. as a wielder of the warp fruit. It was evident that this individual had utterly squandered the potential of the fruit, leaving it largely undeveloped in his hands. There's no need for such formality. You may proceed to your destination first. I shall follow shortly, she said. Mr. Tanaka nodded and subsequently vanished into the metallic wall. After a brief moment, Qianlan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Mr. Tanaka. At that moment, within a house adorned with gold, the completely enclosed environment felt somewhat uncomfortable. On a lavish sofa sat a tall figure, adorned with golden rings on all 9 fingers, save for the ring finger of the left hand, which was reserved for you. Golden Emperor Taizolo, I wonder what business you have with me. Qianlan could not help but scoff internally, pondering whether the formidable beings of the One Piece world were all nurtured on hormones. Each of them towered at heights of 2 to 3 meters, with even the recently encountered Gion towering over Qianlan. I have summoned you, Lord Qianlan, for a matter of great urgency. With that, Taizolo knelt before her, tears streaming down his face. I beseech you, Lord Qianlan, to resurrect Stella. I am willing to fulfill any condition you impose. Be it 1/5 of my wealth and berries or the allegiance of my forces, I merely wish to see Stella once more. Taizolo's display of desperation was anticipated by Qianlan, yet she found herself disinterested in such trivialities. Taizolo, first and foremost, you must comprehend that this is not a resurrection in the truest sense. Furthermore, it necessitates a living sacrifice, along with a certain quantity of the deceased's flesh. Taizolo's demeanor shifted to one of acute anxiety, his mind spiraling into chaos. The prospect of fulfilling Qianlan's demands seemed insurmountable, particularly since he had been but a humble slave under the celestial dragons when Stella had perished. And this as well. Regaining a modicum of composure, Taizolo gestured towards the wall with his right hand. In an instant, a box materialized against the previously golden surface. Trembling, he approached and cautiously opened the box, extracting a scarf from within. Would this hair suffice? He clutched the strands tightly, anxiously awaiting Qianlan's response. She found it difficult to refuse, confronted with Taizolo's fervent devotion. Very well, next we require the living sacrifice, he declared, pointing downward as a 5-meter-wide gaping hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Below lay a realm glimmering with gold, where numerous defeated souls lay languishing on the ground, helplessly gazing at the riches before them. Suddenly, a massive golden hand emerged, lifting one of the still-conscious individuals from the depths. Qianlan received the hair from Taizolo, then solemnly gazed at him. Impure world reincarnation. In an instant, the being on the ground was enveloped, and a beautiful figure emerged from within. As a character who only existed in memories, Stella's beauty remained remarkably striking. Stella! Taizolo exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward to embrace her. At that moment, Taizolo lost his usual composure, his expression transforming into one of fervent enthusiasm. However, Stella had yet to grasp the current situation, her face filled with confusion, unaware that she had been temporarily resurrected. Where's this? Not wishing to be an unwelcome presence at their reunion, Qianlan swiftly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and departed from the scene. At the bar. Where's that green-haired fellow? Suddenly, Qianlan's figure appeared at the bar, where Bartolomeo and Chloe were already flushed from their drinking. Master Qianlan, that fellow has gone to gamble and his luck is truly extraordinary. Chloe remarked, surely he isn't resorting to cheating with observation hockey? Lord Qianlan, all members of the Shao organization can drink here free of charge. May I inquire what you would like to have? Despite the allure of baccarat, who could absorb his luck, Qianlan felt a tinge of reluctance. Qianlan ordered a cup of milk and indulged in it alone. However, despite the claims of comprehensive service aboard the Didi Swallow, Qianlan found little amusement in it. Have you and Lord Taizolo concluded your discussions? She inquired. Hey, I knew you would be here drinking. Where's that fellow with the green algae head? Suddenly, Timon arrived with several women, her hands laden with numerous items, suggesting they had indulged quite a bit. Qianlan, the green-haired fellow is still at play. Should we join Barrett? He seems to be honing his skills aboard the ship. The few of them felt quite helpless regarding Barrett, the fervent practitioner, yet soon there would be no need for anyone to remain behind to guard the vessel. The women then settled down, with Bakara attending to each by serving a glass of wine. Chapter 81. In the bag, the retreating navy. Suddenly, music began to resonate throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Sataki, is this a new show? The attendees turned to Bakara, seemingly awaiting her explanation. As the exclusive host of the Didi Solo, Bakara wore an expression of bewilderment. Let us step outside and see, Mushwan suggested, heading toward the nearby window, prompting the others to follow suit. Soon, the stage, which had been expected to remain closed, was once again awash in golden lights, appearing even more dazzling. What is happening? The performance had concluded. Could there be an enemy? Bakara gazed down in astonishment, while the others eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. As it is in human nature to revel in chaos. Lord Tezzalo. Amidst the astonished gazes, Tezzalo, adorned in a golden outfit embellished with dozens of gemstones, made his way onto the stage. Upon reaching the center, he seized the nearby microphone. I am the Golden Emperor Tezzalo. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, the deity Solo belongs to the 4 emperors, Lord Qianlan, and I shall be a member under Lord Qianlan's command. Tezzalo's proclamation sent shockwaves through the audience, as none anticipated such a grand surprise at the conclusion of the evening's festivities. Having just entered the bounty-hunting realm, Qianlan had inadvertently absorbed one of the underground world's major powers, the Golden Emperor Tezzalo. Tezzalo, you scoundrel. What do you mean by this? Are you betraying the world government? Death awaits you. The patrons aboard the deity Solo were not solely pirates and the navy, but also officials of the world government. The most profound reaction came from the world government itself, considering Tezzalo's substantial annual contributions. In the narrative, Tezzalo could influence the celestial dragon's decisions to a degree with his wealth. Thus, Tezzalo's defection to Qianlan posed a significant shock to the world government. On stage, Tezzalo maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the officials below. Are you threatening me, world government? Tezzalo manipulated the golden structure of the ship, and in an instant, it pierced through the chest of a world government official. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if everyone was in shock at Tezzalo's audacity. However, the pirates erupted in cheers, relishing the provocation against the world government. It seemed unlikely that any officials or navy would dare to set foot on the Dai Solo again. Eliminate them. Not a single world government official shall escape. Slay these detestable navy members. Tezzalo's actions ignited the fury within the hearts of the pirates present, and tension filled the air. Bang! A gunshot shattered the stillness, igniting the battlefield. The pirates shall perish, and justice shall prevail. Let us together vanquish these wretched pirates. The navy and the world government appeared to be cooperating, and chaos erupted aboard the Dai Solo as an unprecedented melee ensued. The pirates and navy of the New World were no weaklings, and soon the clash of battle engulfed the area. Amidst the chaos, Tezzalo joined the fray, wielding the gold aboard the Dai Solo to mercilessly slay navy members and world government officials. Suddenly, a powerful slash materialized, cleaving through the audience and heading straight for Tezzalo on stage. Boom! Tezzalo, manipulating the gold, erected a wall of gold several meters thick in front of himself, successfully blocking the strike. Die, you scoundrel! A suited world government official roared, transforming into a massive lion and lunging at Tezzalo. Ha! Here, I am invincible. Tezzalo laughed maniacally. Though internally he braced himself, both adversaries were formidable foes. How could you possibly encircle Lord Tezzalo? Des, declaring this, leaped into action, swinging his great axe fiercely at the assailant, Qianlan. Yet Qianlan hardly spared him a glance, casually wielding his famed blade to unleash a powerful strike. Clang! Qianlan effortlessly shattered Des's axe, continuing its trajectory to carve a bloody mark across Des's chest. Struck by this blow, Des plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Seeing this, Bakara prepared to intervene, only to be immediately stopped by Qianlan. What good would it do for you to join now? With your strength, your fate would not differ much from that of the last fellow. Bakara lamented. So am I to simply watch here? I too wish to join the battle. Their conversation roused the attention of those nearby, all eyes curiously fixated on Qianlan. They were astonished to witness their captain unwittingly amassing such a formidable force, broadening their horizons. Kuro declared, then let us take action. Qianlan, given the circumstances, we cannot afford to refuse. Master Qianlan, Kuro speaks wisely. As Bartolomeo nonchalantly dug at his nose, he had just proclaimed his intention to join us. If Tezzalo were to be defeated by the navy, what would become of our reputation within the Akatsuki? At that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly as a formidable figure emerged, delivering a powerful punch to the lion's face. The world government official, struck by this blow, fell to the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. How do you fare, Lord Pankakin? Qianlan inquired. Do not worry about me, Pankakin replied, his gaze seething with anger directed at Barrett, still brooding over the recent ambush. Meanwhile, Barrett stood defiantly, provoking both sides with an arrogant demeanor, seemingly poised to take on 3 opponents alone. Captain Qianlan, Makushin remarked, it appears our new member is indeed a troublemaker. with Barrett having made his move. I too felt the urge to engage. With that, Zoro reached for the wad Ikemanji at his waist, readying himself for action at any moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan helplessly waved his hand. At this moment, he had no desire to engage further with the warmonger Barrett, with Taizolo having already allied with him. The damage inflicted now belonged to him. Meanwhile, Gion and Pankaken were deliberating the current situation, realizing that prolonging the conflict could prove detrimental to their side. Lord Pankaken. The fourth Emperor Qianlan is present as well, one remarked. The fourth Emperor, you say? Then a temporary retreat is in order. As he spoke, Pankaken relinquished his fruit abilities. Taizolo, I shall spare you for today. However, you will soon bear the wrath of the world government. With a wave of his hand, the aware Navy and world government officials began to organize their retreat. In the meantime, the pirates who dared to engage were swiftly dispatched by Gion and Pankaken. Chapter 82. A New Bounty. Humph. Taizolo scoffed, revealing his disdain. Did he not know the true nature of the world government? He had no regrets about his decision, even if it meant opposing them. Meanwhile, Barrett, whose battle fervor had just ignited, was suddenly extinguished. Is no one fighting anymore? What a waste of time. With that, he turned to leave, not sparing Taizolo a single glance. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Taizolo approached Qianlan, accompanied by his subordinates, Deus, Bakera, and Mr. Tanaka. Suddenly, Taizolo knelt on one knee, gazing solemnly at Qianlan. I implore you, Lord Qianlan, to allow me to join the Akatsuki organization and bring the great Desaro into its sphere of influence. Bartholomew chuckled. Does that mean a portion of your wealth will also belong to me? Observing the greedy glint in Bartholomew's eyes, Zoro kicked him lightly. Incensed by the kick, Bartholomew retorted. 1/5 of the world's berries. Don't tell me none of you are tempted. Otherwise, that would be rather hypocritical. Zoro, don't you want to acquire a legendary sword? And you, Perona, don't you wish to indulge in some shopping? The group momentarily fell into an awkward silence, their gazes involuntarily drifting away, as if reluctant to discuss the matter. Especially Zoro, who had just engaged in battle, now found himself scratching his moss-like hair. Mushin chimed in. Bartho has a point. It's not entirely unacceptable. Haha. With such a bounty, I could change outfits daily. The group casually discussed how to handle such a wealth of berries, revealing their inherent honesty. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan let out a cold chuckle, and an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere. Taizolo, why do you presume I would inevitably accept your offer? Is it merely due to the wealth you command? As she spoke, Qianlan's tone turned grave. Foolishness. To kill you would be effortless for me. At these words, a chill ran through the hearts of those present. The individual before them was indeed formidable. Mr. Tanaka, along with Bakera and Deus, trembled in fear. It was no wonder that she could ascend to the status of one of the four emperors. Her mindset and resolve surpassed that of ordinary individuals by a considerable margin. Upon hearing this, Taizolo felt an intense anxiety wash over him. Gathering his thoughts with great care, he finally spoke. Because Lord Qianlan has slain the celestial dragons, she stands as an enemy to the world government, and I, too, harbor a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. I am willing to follow Lord Qianlan in the endeavor to overthrow the world government. Qianlan stroked her chin and remarked, overthrowing the world government, is it? That sounds rather appealing. Consequently, the great Desoro will fall within the sphere of influence of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Tezulo's face. For his aspirations were finally coming to fruition. Qianlan found herself lost in contemplation, unconsciously assimilating Fishman Island and the Dade Solo into her own sphere of influence. Indeed, she realized that she was now not much different from the other emperors of the sea, save for perhaps a slightly smaller territory. However, as night fell, the few idle souls present exchanged but a few words before parting ways. The night passed in silence. The following day dawned. The banquet commenced with several individuals gathered, primarily to welcome the addition of Taizolo, accompanied by Stella. At this moment, Taizolo adorned only his left ring finger with a ring, having removed all others. Cheers. Barrett, a rare presence among the crowd, continued to indulge in his usual manner of dining, occasionally raising a glass in salutation. Just then, Bakera entered, as customary, holding a glass of wine. Ha! It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Taizolo turned to inquire, what is it, Bakera? Is there something amiss? The Deserolo was notably tranquil during the day, with most individuals relishing the nightlife. Taizolo could hardly anticipate any developments at this hour. Let us show it to Lord Qianlan. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan took the newspaper from Bakala's hands and began to elucidate the information contained within. The contest for the position of Fleet Admiral of the Navy has concluded, with Admiral Akainu assuming the esteemed role, while another admiral, Akiji, has defected. This turn of events was, one might say, anticipated by Qianlan. Logically, Akiji and Akainu should be evenly matched. However, Akiji's character lacks a certain resoluteness, which ultimately led to his defeat in the contest for the position. Furthermore, during the War of the Summit, Qianlan had inflicted a blow upon Akiji's chest, and it is likely that he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries sustained during his battle with Akainu, thereby hindering his ability to perform at his peak. Kuro exclaimed, "The defection of a Navy admiral signifies a substantial weakening of naval power." Bartolomeo erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Who could have imagined that the highest combatant within the Navy headquarters would choose to defect?" Qianlan, however, was well aware that Akiji was likely infiltrating the Blackbeard pirates. After all, one cannot easily forsake a justice that has been upheld for decades. Thus, in order to fill the impending vacancy for the admiral position, the Navy commenced a grand recruitment across the globe. Anyone who harbored a sense of justice and possessed sufficient strength could ascend directly to the rank of admiral. Directly become an admiral? Timon sighed, reflecting that, in truth, the Navy's strength had not diminished. The implication of Timon's words was clear to all. With Garp and Sengoku stepping back, their prowess remained undiminished. The Navy, in terms of talent, surpassed the pirates considerably, even if Akiji truly defected. Recruiting 2 new admirals could potentially enhance their overall strength. Master Qianlan, it seems we have new bounties. Bartolomeo, with his keen eyes, noted another section of the newspaper, revealing an update on their bounties once again. Qianlan, it seems that our escapade of pilfering gold from the heavens has been leaked, although it has indeed been several days. Bartolomeo, noticing this, snatched the newspaper from Qianlan's hands and began to read aloud. Green algae head, 120 million berries. Timon, 68 million berries. Klo, 90 million berries. Master Qianlan. 2. 51 billion berries. Muxian, 32 million berries. Perona, 111 million berries. Satasai, 20 million berries. 9 llamas, 1,000 berries. As for me, 60 million berries. Unfortunately, Barrett and Tesalo currently have no bounty. 9 llamas. Damn it, we must retaliate against the Navy. If given the opportunity, we shall surely avenge ourselves upon these scoundrels. Do they not perceive my formidable strength? How infuriating. However, the unbothered Barrett and Tesalo remained remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Stella gazed curiously at 9 llamas, perplexed as to why a fox would speak. "May I embrace you?" Upon hearing this, 9 llamas leapt onto Stella's head, prompting laughter from the onlookers, as it appeared that 9 llamas did not object to the presence of those who had been resurrected from the dead. Chapter 83. An undercover agent has arrived at Qianlan's domain. Since Tesalo announced the transfer of the Great D Solo to Qianlan's command, the number of pirates visiting has noticeably dwindled, likely awaiting the outcome of forthcoming developments. Not bad. Few individuals possess the ability to awaken the powers of the devil fruit with the potential of the Paramecia type. Aboard the Great D Solo, 2 colossal figures engaged in a fierce battle. Thus, Barrett and Tesalo, the 2 giants, commenced their contest with great enthusiasm. Boom. The clash of their immense fists generated a shockwave that toppled nearby saplings. It was evident that Tesalo was currently at a disadvantage, as his mastery of armament hockey was significantly inferior to Barrett's. Haha, take another punch from me. Barrett raised his fist once more for another exchange, and the 2 giants entered into the most primal form of combat, devoid of any technique, relying solely on their instinctual prowess. However, this was indeed Tesalo's domain. Even though Barrett transformed into a giant thanks to the fusion fruit, he could not fully exploit his strength here as effectively as Tesalo. Qianlan, do not allow them to continue fighting, or the entire Great D Solo will be in jeopardy. Klo, leaning against the nearby wall, appeared rather unwell. The battle between the 2 giants caused the Great D Solo to sway precariously, undeniably discomforting for all aboard. Qianlan, just wait a moment longer. The sensation of Autuman battling the small monsters is something Qianlan does not wish to miss. Even if it means letting the 2 continue their fight for a while longer, it is of no concern. The Ice Age. In an instant, the magnificent D Solaro, stretching 10 kilometers long, was encased in ice upon the vast sea, while the fierce confrontation between Barrett and Tizal continued unabated. However, this time, the onlookers felt no tremors. Klo, the Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Alas, I am no longer an admiral, I resigned from the Navy just a few days ago. The figure of Aokiji appeared atop the roof, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. Yet, why is it that the strong always prefer elevated positions? Is it particularly windy up there? Especially during battles, do they seek the heights merely for the sake of ostentation? In Qianlan's eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan swirled, activating her ability to alter the past. As the figure of Aokiji emerged atop the rooftop, before he could utter a single word, Qianlan unleashed a devastating kick. Infused with the power of Haki, from her right foot, caught unawares, Aokiji hastily attempted to defend himself, barely managing to cloak his waist with Haki just in time. Boom! The nearly 3-meter-tall Aokiji was sent flying by Qianlan's strike, crashing through several buildings in succession and conjuring a vast cloud of dust and debris. As the haze began to clear, Aokiji staggered to his feet from the ruins, his expression betraying considerable discomfort. "Admiral Aokiji of the Marine Headquarters," he exclaimed. "Oh, but I am no longer an admiral. I resigned from the Navy just a few days ago." A peculiar sensation stirred within him as he pondered why the scene felt so eerily familiar. Qianlan gazed at the perplexed expression of Admiral Aokiji, and an involuntary smile crept upon her lips. What could possibly bring such a distinguished figure to this place? Was he sent by the world government to hunt us down? And where has the cloak of justice, which he once bore, vanished to? Has he decided to forsake justice henceforth? Aokiji took a sip of his drink to ease his emotions. The unexpected inquiries had left him somewhat bewildered, revealing a need for further training. Having withdrawn from the Navy, he merely sought refuge among a formidable pirate crew as a failure. A melancholic aura enveloped Aokiji's visage, and with each sip of his drink, he exuded an unmistakable sense of world weariness. Alas, Qianlan was already aware that the admiral was undercover, and thus, she could not allow Aokiji to remain, even though she harbored no secrets that he might uncover. Within the Navy exists a clandestine special unit known as SWORD, seemingly engaged in espionage-like activities. It remained uncertain how well Aokiji was acquainted with this organization. Qianlan's teasing tone caused a tightening in Qingji's heart. He never anticipated that the Navy's intelligence had been compromised to such an extent. Qianlan continued, "The Admiral Akainu is likely a mole for the Akatsuki organization. However, I suggest you pay a visit to Blackbeard. His level of peril far surpasses mine. My danger is rather minimal at most. I might slay a celestial dragon or seize a treasure from the heavens." Akainu listened, perplexed. For how many dare to rob treasures from the sky or commit murder against the celestial dragons, yet he claims his threat level is low? Of course, Akainu held a significant impression of the Blackbeard pirates. However, due to Qianlan's interference during the Summit War, their true strength had not been fully revealed. Thus, at present, neither the Navy nor the pirates, nor even the world government, recognized the true peril posed by Blackbeard. Akainu remarked, "I fear that the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates poses less danger than you alone, Qianlan. Blackbeard is likely the offspring of the great pirate rocks and possesses the souls of 3 individuals, enabling him to consume 3 devil fruits. If the Navy and the world government are not apprehensive of a repeat of the God Valley incident, they ought to concentrate their attention on Blackbeard." Qianlan was unaware of Blackbeard's true identity, yet the maritime enthusiasts had their fair share of conjectures regarding it. Consequently, Qianlan consolidated all the information at her disposal and conveyed it to Aokiji. In an instant, Aokiji's expression darkened. As an admiral of the Navy, he had not participated in the battle at God Valley, yet he possessed the authority to access more profound insights. If the words of the man before him bore truth, he must relay this intelligence back to the Navy. "Since the Akatsuki organization does not welcome me, I shall take my leave," Aokiji declared. Leaping onto the periphery of the Moby Dick, where his new companion, a colossal penguin affectionately named Camel, awaited him. Within the realm of Qianlan's observation Haki, Aokiji swiftly departed from the vicinity. Barrett inquired, "Was what you just said true? Is Blackbeard from the Paramount War truly so exceptional?" Having concluded their battle, Barrett and Tezzalo had been observing the scene, though they had refrained from interjecting until now. With Aokiji's departure, the conversation among the remaining 3 was no longer constrained. Tezzalo chuckled, "I suspect that Lord Qianlan is deceiving this admiral. It is utterly impossible for anyone to consume 3 devil fruits." In that moment, the 3 turned their gazes towards Qianlan, seemingly awaiting her elucidation. Qianlan couldn't help but smile wryly at the 3 individuals. "How am I to ascertain the truth of my words? Regardless, I have conveyed all the information I possess to the Navy. Whether they choose to believe it or not is entirely their decision." With that, Qianlan turned away, offering no further opportunity for dialogue. Doubts lingered in Qianlan's mind regarding the identity of Blackbeard, leading him to fabricate a series of responses to navigate the situation. Preparations were underway. The voyage was set to commence the following day. Chapter 84. Embarking on Winter Island. Farewell, Baccarat. Alas, it is unfortunate to depart after only a few days of enjoyment. The women waved goodbye to Baccarat, who had served as their guide during their time aboard the Great Tesoro, leading them through various indulgences. Qianlan swiftly hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, which Dezolo promptly caught upon seeing it. They have departed. Qianlan gracefully leaped onto the ship, prompting several others to follow suit. Only Bartolomeo gazed longingly at the grandest structure of the Tesoro, his face etched with reluctance. I must depart from you. 1/5 of the world's berries. Zoro remarked, if you are so reluctant, you can stay. How could that be possible? With that, Bartolomeo bounded onto the ship, declaring, I am a man destined to follow Master Qianlan. Nothing shall impede my journey. Set sail. With Qianlan's resounding call, the Dawn slowly departed from the Tesoro. Meanwhile, at the new Marine headquarters in Marineford, since Akainu ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, the headquarters had relocated from its original position to the former G1 branch, adopting the name New Marineford. This shift also served as a signal from Akainu, indicating an intensified effort by the Navy to exert control over the new world. Reflecting his uncompromising style, Kazan had failed. Sengoku, upon hearing this, popped a piece of sunbae into his mouth, filling the serious conference room with the sound of crunching. Granny Tsuru snatched the sunbae from his hand, admonishing, You old fool, do not create noise at this moment. What exactly transpired? Sengoku wiped the corners of his mouth, pondering if Kazan had engaged in battle with the Dawn. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Tsuru, along with Sengoku, looked on curiously at Akainu. At that moment, the room was devoid of others, as the selection of new admirals was still underway, and Kazuru was occupied with managing the scientific division. Kazan relayed news that Qianlan had rejected him, asserting that Blackbeard was the most perilous individual, capable of consuming 3 devil fruits simultaneously, and was a descendant of rocks. How is that even possible, Sakazuki? Granny Tsuru gazed at Akainu in astonishment, then lowered her head. After all, if Pirate King Roger could leave behind his bloodline, it was conceivable that rocks might have done the same. Sengoku inquired, What shall be done with Kazan next? Are we to send him to the Blackbird Pirates? Akainu found himself in a quandary. Qianlan's resurrection ability seemed even more sinister than Blackbeard's consumption of 3 devil fruits, and both figures were unabashedly reckless. Observing Akainu's furrowed brow, Sengoku felt a surge of delight and snatched the senbei from Tsuru's hands. Sakazuki, you are the Fleet Admiral. Your decision is crucial at this juncture. Muttering under his breath, Akainu solemnly addressed them. Do I truly have a choice? At this point, we must send Kazan to the Blackbeard Pirates. I doubt Blackbeard will refuse this time. The enlistment of an admiral-level combatant is something no pirate crew could turn down. They can merely take precautions. Only Qianlan, the peculiar one, outright rejected Kazan's allegiance. Hey, everyone, an island has appeared. Upon hearing the voice of C2C, the crowd hurried outside to investigate. Before their eyes lay a small island, draped in a silvery cloak of snow, suggesting they had encountered a rare winter isle. Mushan exclaimed, I'm off to change my clothes. These past few days have been exceedingly dull. With that, several individuals retreated to their respective quarters, leaving Mr. Barrett standing alone. Mr. Barrett, do you not need to change your attire? He glanced in the direction of those who had departed, reflecting that only the feeble would fear the chill of winter. Before long, the others had donned their winter garments and set forth towards the island. However, as Qianlan meandered aimlessly through the new world, she remained unaware of the identity of the island before them. Thus, the group stepped onto this unfamiliar land, with Qianlan leaving a wooden clone to guard the ship. The crunch of snow beneath their feet echoed as they ventured deeper into the island's interior. Could this be a deserted isle? No one had yet appeared, but the fur tribe was well adapted, requiring no change of clothing to withstand the cold. As she spoke, Timon began to fumble over C2C's attire, seemingly in search of warmth. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan expressed her desire to warm herself and observe. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Startling everyone, a bird fell from the sky, landing squarely on Barrett. In that instant, a figure cloaked in white emerged from the forest, aiming a hunting rifle at Qianlan and her companions. Intruders. Who are you? Qianlan. Kowai, who are we? We are but outsiders. Qianlan unconsciously adopted the tone of Huang Yuan, and one must admit that this was rather captivating. Suddenly, a rugged middle-aged man, his face marred by a scar, emerged and pressed down the hunting rifle of his companion. "Ji, do not recklessly point a gun at others." "Indeed, Nyoting," came the composed reply. Their exchange appeared quite ordinary. Yet the tone conveyed an inexplicable sensation to Qianlan. Nyoting stepped forward, approaching Qianlan with a warm smile adorning his face. "I presume this is your first visit to Dunla Island. I am Nyoting, the village constable, and this is my fellow villager Ji. We warmly welcome you to our humble abode." "Haha. Then we request Constable Nyoting to guide us to a place where we can replenish our supplies. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves unable to continue our voyage." Qianlan responded with a light-hearted laugh, yet an unusual undertone did not escape the notice of those present. Could such benevolent villagers truly exist? It seemed unlikely they would survive in this new world. Perhaps the winter island was the reason for the absence of pirates troubling them. Under the guidance of Xinting, the group trudged through the snow to a rather secluded village, where men occasionally passed by with shotguns, seemingly on patrol. Suddenly, Barrett leaned in close to Qianlan and whispered, "My observation haki did not detect anything amiss. Nor did I, yet it is prudent to exercise caution." Qianlan believed that her observation haki was formidable. However, she sensed no overwhelming presence, leading her to ponder if she was merely overthinking. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the village's sole inn and restaurant, where they decided to take temporary refuge. At last, a moment to unwind. Upon entering the room, Qianlan immediately collapsed onto the bed, for traversing through the biting wind and snow had left her utterly fatigued. Kai Gama warned, "Exercise caution." I detected a profound malevolence emanating from that individual we encountered earlier. Qianlan gently stroked the head of the QB and mused, "So you are merely a sentry. Go away, be cautious, and do not meet your downfall in the gutters," she added. With that, the QB nestled into a warm spot on the bed. Chapter 85. The Man Who Educated an Entire Navy. As night descended, they raised their glasses. The group gathered around the table indulged in their drinks, with even C. Taisai and the QB partaking in the revelry. It must be said, it is somewhat peculiar to witness animals imbibing. The snow falls. The moon is admired, and the drinks flow. Another sip of beer. What sheer delight. Truly, it is a moment of elegance. As Qianlan listened to Bartolomeo's musings, she couldn't help but feel a certain resemblance to a familiar figure. Yet, the experience of savoring wine while admiring the falling snow and the moon on such a wintry night was indeed unique. With this thought in mind, Qianlan downed her drink in one swift motion. This village possessed an extraordinary aura. Meanwhile, Barrett took a generous swig of his drink. Zaro inquired, "What makes it so unusual?" "This wine is quite good. I like it." He noticed, too, that the village had numerous disabled individuals, and it seemed that every household possessed weapons, with some inhabitants exhibiting considerable strength. The astute Kuro, a person of high intellect, clearly discerned the village's peculiarity. There were countless aspects that highlighted this village's distinctiveness, setting it apart from an ordinary settlement. Perona, her face flushed from drink, chimed in with a laugh. "Ho ho ho. You all think too much. This princess only needs to focus on having fun. Let us raise our glasses." "Cheers," exclaimed Stussy. The women remained unconcerned, continuing to relish their drinks. However, Barrett discreetly moved closer to Qianlan, whispering to her, "There are many soldiers in this village. I wonder if they belong to the navy or the armies of other kingdoms." "Indeed, I trust your judgment." Barrett's words carried significant weight, for he was once a soldier himself, having carved a name for himself on the battlefield at a young age, earning the title of hero. Given Barrett's assertion regarding the soldiers, one could be assured of its accuracy. As night fell and after a night of revelry, everyone returned to their respective quarters, drifting into a deep slumber fueled by alcohol. Meanwhile, in a small house somewhere in the village, several figures gathered around a table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "What shall we do? Should we allow them to stay here? They are the four emperors, a tremendous threat to the villagers. Do not worry. Our teacher will return in 2 days. By then, these wretched pirates will meet their demise. For now, we must endure for a few more days." Thus, the Akatsuki organization and the villagers coexisted for 2 days without interference. During this time, the group indulged in various activities, wild adventures, hunting, enjoying the snow, drinking, and savoring delicious food. While the villagers' feelings remained unknown, Qianlan and her companions were thoroughly enjoying themselves, reveling in the joy of their vacation. In the evening, the familiar banquet commenced once more. For several nights, the group had gathered to eat and drink, forming a delightful routine. At that moment, a girl with deep green hair appeared beside them, effortlessly carrying a large jug of wine and pouring a glass for each person. "This is a gift for everyone. I hope you enjoy your time here," she said. Bartolomeo raised his glass and took a sip, exclaiming, "Happy, very happy." Seeing this, the others smiled broadly and, without hesitation, drained their glasses. The girl then sauntered over to Qianlan and Barrett's side. Bang! In an instant, Barrett's robust figure diminished significantly, while Qianlan's form remained largely unchanged. The transformation of Barrett left the onlookers in sheer astonishment, as they had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, four figures burst through the door, surrounding the entire Akatsuki organization in a formidable encirclement. Qianlan hesitated, tapping her forehead, and remarked, "It seems we have been rather careless this time. However, I never anticipated that the Inyo Navy would establish a stronghold here. The tranquility of these past few days likely served to await your arrival." Zephyr interjected, "The four emperors? Merely wretched pirates, nothing more. It is inconceivable. Having fallen victim to my retrogression fruit, how could you possibly remain unchanged?" A look of astonishment etched itself across Ein's face, his expression appearing rather unnatural. Similarly, Binzi and Shuzwa, both high-ranking officers of the Inyo Navy, regarded Qianlan with wariness, poised to act at any moment. Zephyr continued, "In these vast seas, the most extraordinary occurrences are always possible. Remain calm, Ein." As the leader of the Inyo Navy, his words succeeded in steadying the troops. At that moment, Barrett rose with a sinister grin and declared, "Who has given you the delusion that I am weaker than I was over a decade ago?" Qianlan smiled, recalling that Barrett was now 43 years old, and 12 years ago, he was precisely 31. At that time, Qianlan was uncertain whether Barrett's fruit ability had awakened. Yet it was undeniable that he was at the zenith of physical prowess. Engage. The two factions clashed instantly, sparing no effort. As if dictated by fate, Zoro charged toward Ein, and in an instant, their swords were drawn, engaging in battle. "It has been a long time, Zephyr. Allow me to witness the strength of the former admiral. Barrett, I shall send you back to impel down once more." In a fleeting moment, Barrett's armament-hardened fist collided with Zephyr's mechanical arm, but the latter's sea prism stone-enhanced limb met Barrett's punch evenly. The two then commenced a pure physical confrontation at this juncture. Invoking their fruit ability seemed rather unwise. Earth Release, Great Earth Burial. Under Crocodile's command, several enormous stones emerged, swiftly enveloping the massive plants conjured by Bins. The superhuman Bins, endowed with the flourishing fruit ability, began to contort his body, resembling a peculiar dance. This was indeed a rather bizarre condition for activating his fruit ability. Tree trunk slide. Instantly, the surrounding vegetation began to grow wildly, soon covering every inch of the area. Bins leaped onto the plants, brandishing his katana, imbued with armament-hardened haki, and slashed toward Crocodile. The destructive capacity of their combat styles was immense, prompting Qianlan and the others to flee outside. Boom! A laser cannon pierced through Qianlan's body, only to reveal it was merely a wooden clone. Timon, white pacifists. 15 figures clad in white robes surrounded them outside, their garments blending seamlessly with the swirling snow. As Qianlan and the others burst through the window, the white pacifist struck decisively, unleashing another barrage of laser cannons. Absolute defense. Bartolomeo swiftly erected a barrier around his companions. As the laser cannons detonated violently upon the shield, Qianlan, the humanoid weapon of the Inyo Navy, the white pacifist polar bear, bears a striking resemblance to the pacifist developed by the world government. Upon finishing her words, Qianlan unsheathed her golden dragon ink sword and in an instant appeared before the polar bear. With a swift vertical slash of the golden dragon ink sword, she effortlessly cleaved the high-strength alloy polar bear in two, as if it were mere paper. Chapter 86. The fierce battle rages on. Scoundrels. With that, Shuzwa issued orders to all the white pacifists to encircle and annihilate the Akatsuki organization. Leave not a single wretched pirate alive. Under Shuzwa's command, all the pacifists sprang into action, their weapons directed menacingly at the crowd. Without needing Qianlan's orders, the belligerent individuals engaged in combat with the pacifists. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan chose to strike once more. In an instant, the pacifist capable of effortlessly slaughtering nearly 100 million belly pirates was easily obliterated by a single punch from Qianlan. "Leave this one to me," exclaimed Timon as he swiftly charged towards Shuzwa, transforming along the way into the most perfect hybrid form of man and beast. Shuzwa regarded Timon with a serious expression. After all, the combat endurance of a Zoan-type devil fruit user was formidable, suggesting that this would indeed be a protracted battle. Wind slash. A colossal tornado erupted from Timon's mouth, swirling the white snow upon the ground into a breathtaking spectacle. Yet within this beauty lay the essence of lethality. As the mighty storm shattered the towering trees in its path. Observing this, Shiozwa swiftly retreated several steps to gather his strength before leaping into the air, executing a series of powerful kicks that unleashed dozens of slashing strikes. Shave and frenzied slash. The relentless strikes bombarded the tornado, triggering innumerable explosions as a powerful gust of wind dispersed in all directions, akin to the onset of a tempest. As a master of martial arts, Shiozwa decisively launched himself toward Timon's figure. Iron block, razor. Utilizing the iron block technique, one of the 6 powers, as a supplement to the shave, Shiozwa's legs became as hard as steel. In an instant, he found himself before Timon, delivering a fierce right kick. Boom. The snow beneath them erupted violently, sending a cloud of white powder into the air. Despite the overwhelming force of the attack, it regrettably met only empty air. Observation haki. Shiozwa realized that his previous attack had nearly succeeded, only to be narrowly evaded, likely due to Timon's precognition enabled by observation haki. Timon, however, let out a cold laugh, thinking that the individual before him had yet to awaken his own observation haki. Shave. In a flash, Timon vanished from sight, reappearing before Shiozwa and delivering a punch aimed directly at him. Come at me. With no time to react, Shiozwa could only cover his right hand with armament haki and retaliate with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided instantly, sending Shiozwa hurtling away, rolling for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Mushin observed. What was he thinking, clashing head-on with a Zoan-type ancient devil fruit user? The members of the Akatsuki organization had nearly concluded their battles. As the pacifist who could barely contend with over 100 million pirates was hardly impressive in front of them, it was merely a warm-up exercise. At that moment, a figure crashed through the ceiling, rolling several meters before collapsing beside Shiozwa. The inn where everyone had been residing suddenly exploded, transforming into a heap of rubble as a colossal figure broke through the roof and landed against the wall. Zifa, you old fool, you've grown too old. There's no place for you on the seas anymore. Zephyr leaned against the tree, rising unsteadily. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression was filled with desolation. Yet, his tone quickly regained its resolve. Though I have grown old, the justice of the Navy shall not wane. Even if I were to perish here today, it would be in the name of justice. Upon witnessing this, Shiozwa immediately grasped Zephyr's arm and positioned himself protectively in front of him. Master, grant your student an opportunity to uphold justice. It is not yet your time to enact justice, Zephyr replied, swiftly delivering a hand chop that rendered Shiozwa unconscious. Benz. At the sound of Zephyr's call, Benz swiftly emerged from the room, promptly taking over the task of supporting Shiozwa. Suddenly, Zoro appeared, carrying Ein on his shoulder, evidently having resolved his own battle with ease. Green algae head, quickly incapacitate this woman, Barrett commanded. Though his body was that of a youthful 12-year-old, Barrett still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. In response to Barrett's words, Zoro struck Ein's neck with a swift motion. Before she could utter a word, she collapsed into unconsciousness. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for Zephyr and his companions, especially since the Akatsuki's fighting strength remained largely intact. Benz, seize the opportunity, Zephyr declared, then charged swiftly towards Barrett, raising his mechanical arm to aim at him. Crush blaster. The mechanical arm erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, unleashing a straight laser beam toward Barrett. Haha, come on. Old man Zephyr. Barrett, enveloped by a dark, ink-like haki, chose to absorb the impact of the strike. Boom. An explosion resonated around Barrett, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke and debris. Zephyr did not cease his assault, executing a shave to close in on the center of the explosion. Master Qianlan. Shall we proceed? Qianlan calmly stated, trust him, Bartle. Suddenly, a pair of large hands emerged from the swirling smoke and grasped Zephyr's fist. Is that enough, old man? Not nearly. With that, Zephyr raised his mechanical arm and struck at Barrett, only to be intercepted once more, seemingly exhausting himself in vain efforts. Crush him. The explosives within the mechanical arm detonated violently, prompting both Barrett and Zephyr to wisely retreat. The explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, shrouding it in a dense cloud of smoke. In this moment, the seasoned Zephyr revealed his formidable prowess, swiftly utilizing his technique to appear beside Zoro, launching a powerful kick towards him. Boom. Zoro, with his twin swords raised, managed to deflect Zephyr's strike, but in doing so, he inadvertently provided Benz an opportunity. A robust vine materialized behind Zoro, rapidly coiling around Ein's waist. Benz exerted force on the vine, yanking Ein directly to his side. As the smoke dissipated, the situation on the battlefield became clear. Both sides were now on high alert. Barrett remarked, "Truly, he is a former Marine admiral." While he felt indifferent about Ein's rescue, a flicker of displeasure lingered within him. "Bins, lead them away." "What about Master Zephyr?" Upon hearing this, Zephyr tore off his garments, declaring, "Now is the time for this old man to uphold his justice." "Come on, you old fool, I shall send you off on your final journey." The two figures clashed once more with fervor. Both Zephyr and Barrett being masters of martial arts. As the mentor to the entire Marine Corps, Zephyr had always emphasized the importance of physical training to the three admirals and had risen to the rank of admiral through his own physical prowess. Barrett, even during his confinement in Impel Down, had not neglected his training, albeit hindered by the effects of Seastone handcuffs. Thus, both possessed remarkable martial skills. Chapter 87. The Drugged Old Man. "You can't keep going, old man." Seizing the opportunity, Barrett delivered a kick to Zephyr's chest, sending him tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. However, as Zephyr lay still, he began gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Decades of service in the Navy had left the former admiral with numerous hidden injuries, and compounded by his amputated arm and asthma. This once mighty warrior lacked the stamina for prolonged combat. "It appears I must resort to this," Zephyr murmured. "Did you foresee this moment, Vegapunk?" With a sigh, he drew a vial of purple potion from his waist and forcefully injected it into his arm. Almost instantly, the effects took hold. The muscles of his exposed body bulged, and he seemed to swell in size, while his labored breathing began to stabilize. "Kuro, is Barrett going to be all right?" It appears that this former naval admiral exhibits some unusual behavior. Absolutely no doubt about it. Qianlan firmly believes in Barrett's prowess. Having fought to a standstill against the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, in his teenage years, and dedicating 2 decades to relentless training in Impel Down, his strength is undeniable. Had it not been for the exceedingly high purity of Zephyr's hockey-infused mechanical arm, this battle would likely have reached its conclusion long ago. "Come on, kid. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of an admiral." With a fierce roar, Zephyr charged at Barrett, and both unleashed a powerful fist upon each other's faces. This time, however, it was Barrett who was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before being buried beneath a pile of snow. Qianlan. Barrett, that fool, was rather careless, using his face to receive a blow from the mechanized arm infused with armament hockey. Nonetheless, he epitomizes the essence of a true man, resolutely facing the challenge without the slightest hint of retreat. Why didn't Barrett unleash his devil fruit powers? He could have done so just moments ago. Timon, fear not. Stasai. Barrett possesses his own sense of judgment. Boom. Barrett emerged from the snowdrift, his gaze wild as he fixated on Zephyr's figure, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. His expression utterly terrifying. "Come on, you old fool. I shall not evade your assault." With that, Barrett lunged at Zephyr, who, in turn, leapt into the air. The two engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation, trading blows with fists and feet, having completely abandoned their defenses. "You're still too inexperienced, kid." During the clash, Zephyr seized an opportunity, transforming his fist into a finger and delivering a jabbing strike to Barrett's left shoulder, drawing forth a spray of blood. Despite his injury, Barrett's demeanor remained unchanged. With unwavering calm, he retaliated with a punch to Zephyr's face. Zephyr was once again sent flying by Barrett's strike. Yet he recognized that his chance had finally arrived. Rising to his feet, Zephyr advanced once more, targeting Barrett's wounded left shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan shook her head and let out a wry smile, remarking that during the confrontation with Luffy, Zephy's condition was far from favorable. Is it truly because Luffy bears the name Monkey? Bartolomeo, unable to contain his disdain, shouted loudly at Zephyr. Is this what a Marine admiral has come to? Merely taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Humph. For you pirates, any means are justified as long as the ends are achieved. Qianlan understood that Zephyr was justified in his words. Once known as a general who vowed not to kill, he had faced the tragic deaths of his wife and son, witnessed the demise of his students before his very eyes, and suffered the loss of his own arm, all compounded by the betrayal of his own beliefs. Zephyr's hatred for pirates had reached a fever pitch, to the extent that he disregarded the lives of innocent civilians, seeking to obliterate the new world with explosive rocks. Thus, Zephyr was certainly not a man of principles. Boom. The battle between the two continued, but as time passed, the effects of the drug Zephyr had taken began to wane. The drawbacks of his reliance on medication became evident, leaving him in an exceedingly weakened state. Faced with Barrett's relentless assaults, Zephyr found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Before long, Zephyr's figure collapsed onto the snowy ground, the pristine white surface quickly stained red with his blood. Suddenly, a green vine reappeared before the onlookers, swiftly wrapping itself around Zephyr. "Let us go." With a low command from Binzi, the vine contracted rapidly, seemingly intent on whisking Zephyr away from the scene. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zephyr spoke. "Binzi, weren't you supposed to take Ryuzu and Ain away?" "Rest assured, teacher, I have already sent them aboard the ship," Binzi replied. As the two conversed, Qianlan stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she gazed at them. "If you manage to escape, wouldn't that be quite the embarrassment for me?" In an instant, Qianlan vanished from sight, and with a swift flash of golden light, she severed the vines ensnaring Zifa with a single stroke of her sword. Zifa's figure once again collapsed onto the snowy ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Zifa, teacher," Binzi exclaimed as he rushed out from the woods, brandishing his blade in defense before Zifa. Oh, how profound the bond between master and disciple. Suddenly, as Qianlan spoke, a barrage of bullets was unleashed upon her. Reacting swiftly to the sound, Qianlan drew her small pistol from her waist and retaliated immediately, the bullets colliding in midair and cascading down like rain. "Teacher Zifa, we have returned to rescue you," Ain declared with unwavering resolve, exuding an aura of assured victory. Upon hearing this, Qianlan merely curled her lip, questioning whether this behavior was merely a means to deliver themselves into danger. She declared her intent to crush them with absolute power, instilling fear of rebellion within their hearts. In an instant, Qianlan materialized before Zephyr, delivering a swift kick that severed the mechanical arm from his body. Blood spurted forth, staining the white snow beside Zephyr, an act that ignited the fury of Ain, Binz, and Zayuza. "Bastard! Die, you wretched fiend!" they shouted in unison, seeking vengeance for their teacher, Zephyr. The trio launched their assault against Qianlan, Binz with his blade, Ain with his firearm, and Zayuza with his swift kicks, an apparent display of flawless coordination. Alas, before Qianlan, their efforts proved futile. Wood release, tree binding eternal burial. In an instant, colossal vine-like saplings emerged, swiftly ensnaring the three attackers and growing into a mighty tree that pinned them beneath its weight. It could be said that with but a symbolic clap and a hand seal, Qianlan had them entirely subdued. Ironically, Binz, a user of the superhuman moshing fruit, found himself powerless, for he could not activate his abilities without movement, leaving him utterly defenseless beneath the great tree's control. At that moment, Qianlan crouched before Zephyr. "Zayuza, bastard, what do you intend to do to Teacher Zephyr? If you have the courage, face me instead." "Binz, I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr." Chapter 88, The Powerful Forbidden Technique. Meanwhile, Ain wept bitterly, lamenting that had he developed his devil fruit abilities further, or if the four emperors Qianlan had been the child she was a decade ago, the outcome of this confrontation might have been drastically altered. As Qianlan crouched down, she did not make any harmful moves towards Zephyr. In an instant, strange patterns appeared on her body, creation and rebirth. With a low roar from Qianlan, Zephyr's injuries began to heal rapidly, and his severed arms slowly started to regrow. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. To the onlookers, this scene shattered their worldviews. The miraculous regeneration of a severed limb unfolded before their very eyes, achieved without any medical intervention. Finally, as Zephyr's arm fully regrew, Qianlan, panting heavily, concluded her healing. "This is exhausting. Employing such a forbidden technique on myself would be far simpler. Using it on others is far too taxing. I feel as though my body is about to give in." Kaibai exclaimed. "Qianlan, you call this a forbidden technique? Surely it won't have any adverse effects." "Nothing serious, just a slight impact on my lifespan," Qianlan replied. Upon hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki organization grew anxious, surrounding Qianlan with concern etched upon their faces. Their expressions were laden with sorrow, tears glistening in their eyes. Perona broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Damn you, Captain! Why did you save this old codger? You're such a fool. Master Qianlan, please don't die." The group was engulfed in profound sadness, while Timon dashed into Qianlan's embrace, quickly soaking her chest with tears. At this moment, Qianlan struggled to voice the truth. It was best to conceal the fact that she might have shortened her own lifespan by a few days. Qianlan gently patted the Timon in her arms before approaching Binz, Ain, and Shozhua. The imposing tree that had restrained the three was instantly lifted, and they hurriedly crawled to Zephyr's side. "Master Zephyr, how is he?" Binz inquired anxiously. "Yes, please check on him, Ain," he urged. As a scientist, Ain immediately assessed Zephyr's condition, noticing his steady breathing and the healing of his severed arm. Ein quickly regained his composure. Master Zephyr is all right. Even his severed arm has been restored. As he spoke, Ein cast a glance at Qianlan. His eyes filled with an inexplicable meaning. Xiuzhua and Bins followed suit, their gazes fixed on Qianlan, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. The once adversarial factions now found the victor becoming the benefactor of the vanquished, a shift in identity that was difficult for the three to fathom. Particularly since they had all overheard that the healing came at a cost of lifespan. Their hearts were profoundly moved. In this moment, Ein, embodying the essence of womanhood, exhibited a stronger reaction than the two men, stepping forward to kneel before Qianlan. Thank you for saving Master Zephyr with your own lifespan. I realize that my words may be ill-timed, yet whatever conditions you have, we shall comply. Witnessing this, Mushin broke down in tears. What good are these words now? Can you truly restore the lifespan Qianlan has sacrificed? Their exchange thickened the atmosphere, casting a somber pall over the gathering as everyone's spirits fell into silence. Qianlan, then grant me several peacekeepers as recompense. In truth, Qianlan holds little regard for the meager combat prowess of the peacekeepers. Yet it must be acknowledged that they possess a certain prestige. Upon hearing this, Ein and the others breathed a sigh of relief. For the greatest discomfort would arise from receiving nothing at all. Ahem. At this moment, Zifa, who lay on the ground, gradually regained consciousness and sat up. One cannot help but marvel at the resilience of individuals in the world of One Piece. For certain formidable beings, this resilience is particularly pronounced. After enduring significant blood loss and severe injuries, they awaken after a brief respite post-treatment. Teacher Zifa. Upon seeing his three concerned students, Zifa's eyes radiated warmth and gratitude. He then turned his gaze towards Qianlan, fully aware that it was this man who had saved him before he lost consciousness. I am a Navy officer. And you are a pirate. Why did you choose to save me? Bartolomeo glared furiously at Zifa, his expression twisted with rage. You old fool. It was Master Qianlan who saved you. Do I need to teach you how to show respect to your savior? Zifa, however, chose to disregard Bartolomeo's outburst and continued to fixate on Qianlan, seemingly awaiting an explanation for his act of salvation. Qianlan pondered for a moment before articulating her response. Perhaps I find your sense of justice commendable, even though we stand as adversaries. As a man who has guided the entire Navy, you may meet your demise at the hands of any pirate, yet I cannot bear the thought of your death being at my hands. As a naval officer contemporaneous with Garp and Sengoku, having ascended to the rank of admiral, it is tragic that, despite being a figure who refrains from taking lives, you have lost your wife and child to pirates, witnessed the murder of your students, and endured the loss of an arm, ultimately perishing at the hands of one of your own pupils. One might argue that Zifa is the most unfortunate among the naval hierarchy, having truly lost everything, including the possibility of upholding his final ideals of justice at the moment of his passing. What a laughable figure he has become. Having spoken, Zifa struggled to rise, prompting Zayuza and Binzi to rush forward to assist him. Ayan, Binzi, and Zayuza bowed their heads in gratitude towards Qianlan before escorting Zifa away, presumably for a medical examination. Kuro remarked, Qianlan, you must possess a more significant reason, for otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths to save him. Qianlan chuckled wryly and shook his head. Indeed, Klo was remarkably perceptive. While rescuing him, I had completely healed the internal injuries he had sustained, coupled with the full recovery of his arm. It wouldn't be long before his strength was restored to its former glory. Can you imagine the ensuing turmoil in the New World? Upon hearing this, Klo burst into laughter. A Marine admiral, utterly disdainful of pirates and disillusioned with the Navy and even the world government. It is likely that a rejuvenated Zephyr would throw the New World into chaos. Kurama remarked, what a cunning fellow indeed. Qianlan turned to the crowd and reassured them. There is no need to worry about my lifespan. I have merely expended a small portion of it. If necessary, I shall devise a way to extend my life. In the world of One Piece, methods to prolong one's existence are abundant, be it pure gold, special devil fruits, or formidable figures like Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Dr. Kureha, who have lived well over a century. Surely, it is not difficult to live a bit longer. Although the group remained somewhat anxious upon hearing this, their spirits were somewhat lifted. They understood that if a means to extend life could be discovered, they would not let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 89. The Acquisition of the Pacifista, the Eternal Black Pointer. Under the influence of Qianlan's spatial manipulation, the group continued to reside in this place. In the following days, an unusual equilibrium was established between the Navy and the pirates, with neither side interfering in the other's affairs. Thus, they coexisted for over a month. 1.5 months later, I apologize, but Master Zephyr is unwilling to come out. I shall see everyone off instead. During this time, Ein served as a bridge for communication between both parties, and at this moment, the 6 pacifistas had already been installed on the ship of the Akatsuki. Curiosity enveloped Qianlan and her companions as they gazed at the white peacekeeper, meticulously observing the array of weaponry it bore. Building on existing foundations, Qianlan instructed Ein to enhance the current peacekeeper using the technical schematics acquired from the abyss of the Moonlight Kingdom. The enhancements resulted in notable improvements in firepower, durability, and speed, rendering it significantly superior to its predecessor. This endeavor consumed over a month of their time, as certain materials proved exceedingly elusive. "Impressive, Master Qianlan!" exclaimed Kuro and Zoran, nodding in approval, clearly intrigued by the peacekeeper that Qianlan had procured. "One punch from me, and it wouldn't stand a chance," Barrett remarked before retreating inside to commence his training. Timon, observing the fervor of the group, turned to Ein and said, "My apologies, Ein. Those fellows are utterly captivated. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Qianlan for healing Master Zephyr. Until we meet again on the vast ocean." After a simple farewell, the group resumed their journey. As they departed from Winter Island, a torrential downpour suddenly engulfed the sky, a testament to the capricious weather of the New World. "First, let's secure the ship." Qianlan felt assured of the quality of the ship, Akatsuki, confident that under the influence of her would-release abilities, it could withstand any tempest alongside them. Despite the storm, Akatsuki sailed steadily through the waves, boldly navigating the tumultuous waters. Yet, at that moment, Qianlan still directed the ship aimlessly, uncertain of their next destination. 2 hours later, after enduring a fierce tempest, brilliant sunshine broke through the clouds. The crew emerged from the cabin, relishing the warmth of the sun. Suddenly, a colossal sea king appeared on the starboard side, its fangs aimed menacingly at the nearest Sultaki. One sword style. Aye, death, lion song. In an instant, Zoran cleaved the creature in half, its upper body crashing into the sea and creating a tremendous splash. Zoran sheathed his sword with flair and landed gracefully on the deck. It was evident why he had earned a name from the fruit. The name of his technique was indeed striking. "There's more." Bartolomeo leaped from the ship, landing atop the sinking carcass of the Sea King. He began to rummage through its innards, a scene that appeared quite grotesque. "Found it." Utilizing Moonwalk, Bartolomeo swiftly returned to the ship, brandishing his prize as if to showcase his spoils. Kuro inquired, "A black recording pointer? What is this?" Sultaki responded, "I have no idea. It seems to resemble a black eternal pointer." Barrett seized the object from Bartolomeo's hand, briefly examined it, and then tossed it back. The black eternal pointer indicated the islands of certain dark forces, yet it remained uncertain which specific island it was signaling. Mushin, an unknown island? Shall we venture to explore it? Qianlan took the eternal pointer from Bartolomeo's hands, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at the crowd. The allure of the unknown adventure beckoned her, a temptation too irresistible to ignore. The eternal pointer, emerging from the depths of the Sea King's body, evoked a sense of unboxing a mystery. With this newfound guidance, it was imperative to explore the so-called dark forces. The course of the ship was promptly set according to the records of the eternal pointer, and apart from Barrett, everyone else was filled with eager anticipation for the forthcoming journey. The excitement among the crew persisted until dusk, after which they gradually settled into a more leisurely pace. Some fished, others rested, while only occasionally adjusting their course. Qianlan felt that sailing on the vast ocean would soon test her patience. Although the New World was a haven for the strong, its intricate geography and tumultuous times resulted in a significantly smaller population compared to the first half of the Grand Line. After a day of sailing, aside from the birds soaring in the sky, the crew had not encountered a single soul. At that moment, a voice from the lookout tower broke the silence. Sita had spotted a pirate ship approaching. Instantly, the crew's interest was piqued as they turned their gaze to the distance, where a vessel was sailing toward them from the starboard side. Sita quickly rifled through the bounty posters in the lookout, feeling a sense of familiarity with the ship visible through her telescope. It was the Big Eater Bonnie's pirate crew, one of the supernovas previously seen at Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing this, Zaro leaned over the railing and urged, "Bring the ship closer." Taking Zaro's words to heart, Qianlan immediately steered the Dawn towards Bonnie's pirate ship. The Bonnie pirate crew, too, had noticed the approaching vessel, prompting someone to report to their captain. "Captain, a ship is steadily approaching us. It seems to belong to the Yonko Qianlan." Bonnie, finishing off a cake in one swift motion, grabbed a piece of fruit and began devouring it with reckless abandon, her stunning beauty making the scene oddly harmonious. "A Yonko, you say?" I wonder what they want with us. Let me take a look. With that, Bonnie swallowed the fruit and picked up a large chunk of roasted meat before striding out. As Bonnie reached the stern, she curiously gazed at the ship behind, noticing the striking red clouds on its sails. Is this the Yonko of the New World? At that moment, the Dawn surged forward with renewed speed, especially as Zaro unleashed a powerful slash that propelled the ship like a booster. Would release. Great forest technique? From the hull of the Dawn, sturdy branches sprouted and swiftly intertwined with Bonnie's ship, allowing both vessels to sail side by side. The crew of the Bonnie pirate ship immediately brandished their weapons, pointing them menacingly at Qianlan and her companions. You bastards, are you seeking death? How dare you obstruct the Bonnie pirate crew? Others chimed in, emboldened by their ignorance. It was evident that they were newcomers to the New World, having previously sailed through the Grand Line without facing any significant challenges, which led them to mistakenly believe that the Yonko were mere pushovers. However, the members of the Dawn remained unfazed by the threats, considering such attacks laughably ineffectual, akin to facing unarmed foes. Chapter 90. Unexpected Companionship. However, the improved version of the pacifist bear aboard the ship raised its arm, preparing to unleash its laser cannon for an impending assault. This scene instilled considerable fear in the members of the Bonnie pirate crew, as the events of Sabaody Archipelago loomed vividly in their memories. The chaotic slaughter executed by the pacifist haunted them like a relentless nightmare. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the members of the Bonnie pirate crew began to tremble, struggling to maintain a firm grip on their weapons. Bonnie, however, paid little heed to their distress. Her tear-filled eyes were fixed upon the white pacifist. With sorrowful eyes, Bonnie turned to Chiefing and inquired, "How did you come by these? Do you have an alliance with the world government? If so, I would be willing to exchange your intelligence. I am quite curious about your identity and that of the bear, and I harbor a certain intrigue regarding the Revolutionary Army to which you both belong." Qianlan's words detonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. As the foremost adversary of the world government, the Revolutionary Army has always maintained an air of mystery. It was unexpected to discover that one of the supernovas before them, the voracious Bonnie, was a member of the Revolutionary Army. The pirates accompanying Bonnie gazed at their captain with astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom the truth of Qianlan's statement. Wiping away her tears, Bonnie replied, "I am not a member of the Revolutionary Army. I merely harbor a curiosity about the former warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma." Timon interjected, "Is he not the warlord who was subjected to human modifications by the chief scientist of the world government?" Numerous sea enthusiasts speculated that Bonnie might be Kuma's daughter. Yet Qianlan was not particularly interested in such conjectures. Instead, his curiosity lay in the magnitude of the current Revolutionary Army's influence. Given the portrayal of the Revolutionary Army in the anime, it seemed implausible that they could even overthrow the Navy, let alone the world government. It was likely that the Revolutionary Army was concealing a formidable force in the present world. Then, based on your report, enlighten me on the extent of the Revolutionary Army's power. Let us exchange intelligence. Upon hearing this, Bonnie felt a sense of relief. Yet she had no intention of deceiving Qianlan. There are probably over a dozen nations under the control of the Revolutionary Army, she confessed. Qianlan speculates that the number of nations truly under the control of the Revolutionary Army is at least double what Bonnie has indicated, considering her relatively low standing within the organization. However, the nations under the Revolutionary Army's influence are primarily weaker states, or those that the world government has little interest in controlling. This is a technological product disseminated by Vegapunk. I rescued someone, and in gratitude, he gifted it to me. Until we meet again, may fate smile upon us. After Qianlan finished speaking, she severed the connection between the two ships with a massive tree. Although Bonnie possessed striking beauty, it was unfortunate that Qianlan was not the type to fawn over her. After exchanging intelligence, the ship belonging to the Akatsuki began to depart, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Bonnie's pirate crew. The members of Bonnie's crew gathered around her, anxiously watching their captain. "Captain," Bonnie exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of roasted meat and laughing boisterously, "regardless of my identity, I am your captain. Long live Captain Bonnie." As time passed, the sky quickly darkened. The members of the Akatsuki convened on the deck, all eyes fixed on Qianlan, including Barrett, who was no exception. "Master Qianlan, it's time for the bonfire feast at sea. Come on," Mushwan urged. "Captain Qianlan, I'm all set. Today's Sea King delicacy is just perfect, and the meat is exceptionally fresh." Looking at the eager faces above, Qianlan could only acquiesce with a sigh. This was a new idea proposed by Kuro. Utilizing Qianlan's wood release abilities to create a vast wooden platform on the surface of the sea. On this platform, they could drink, barbecue, and admire the nocturnal ocean and starry sky, a truly delightful experience. Moreover, hosting feasts was a customary practice among pirates, especially for shanks, who often sought reasons to celebrate. This habit frequently led to complaints from Beckman, the red-haired pirate crew's chief steward. Wood release, wood vine entwining. Upon finishing her words, Qianlan struck the ship's hull, and immediately a vast platform entwined with vines materialized. With a cheer, everyone began to move the equipment, while Muxuan commenced the preparation of sea kings for grilling. Engaging in a nighttime barbecue upon the inky Black Sea, the atmosphere brimmed with enthusiasm. Cheers erupted. However, as the revelers took a sip of their drinks, they noticed a beam of light illuminating them, causing everyone to set down their cups and adopt a defensive posture. In this treacherous expanse of the New World, the threat of battle loomed at every moment, and Qianlan and her companions were no exception. "Why are these blokes from the daytime here again?" Zoro exclaimed. In an instant, a figure leaped from the ship, targeting the freshly grilled Sea King. With a loud crash, the assailant collided with an almost invisible barrier and fell heavily to the ground. It must be noted that the darkness rendered Bartolomeo's barrier fruit more adept at concealment, and Bonnie, entirely oblivious, collided with it. "Hey, you're following us. Girl, do you wish to meet your demise?" Qianlan's tone was decidedly unfriendly, emanating an aura of dominance that instantly intimidated the other members of the Bonnie pirates. "How dare we follow the ship of an emperor?" they murmured, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, it could be that we all share the same route." "Exactly." Captain Bonnie was merely awakened by hunger, seeking something to eat. "Please do not hold it against Lord Qianlan." The entire crew of the Bonnie pirates began to plead for their captain, as if Qianlan were a fearsome beast ready to devour them. Meanwhile, Bonnie tenderly touched her swollen forehead, her face contorted in pain, clearly indicating that the impact had been quite severe. Qianlan, unperturbed by the situation, stepped forward and placed the golden dragon ink sword against Bonnie's neck. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Bonnie replied, "We merely crossed paths on the same route. Are you not here to attend the auction at Yaviord Island?" Upon hearing this, Qianlan was momentarily taken aback. She had followed the eternal pointer to this location. Could it be that this eternal pointer was indicating the so-called Yaviord Island? Turning her head, she noticed the perplexed expressions on the faces of her companions, who had clearly never heard of this island. Observing their confusion, Timon stepped forward to Bonnie and asserted, "Then share with us the information you possess. Otherwise, your journey concludes here." Bonnie continued to rub her forehead as she elaborated. "This is an auction hosted by the Emperor of the Underworld, the usurer Rufield. Numerous individuals have been invited, as it is rumored that world-shattering intelligence is to be auctioned." Upon hearing this, Muxuan's expression changed dramatically, possibly recalling her brother. Qianlan sheathed her sword and turned to Muxuan, saying, "It appears we must embark on our journey to fulfill my promise." Then, Qianlan's expression shifted once more. "However, why have we not received an invitation? Is it possible that our standing within the Shao organization is insufficient?" This seemed unlikely. As she spoke, Barrett took a hearty bite of meat, pondering that perhaps it was due to our lack of a defined territory that no news had reached us. Chapter 91. The News of the Ancient Weapon, Pluto. "If you wish to eat, then feel free to stay. We can travel together henceforth." Bonnie replied, "Very well. I shall not hold back." Little did Bonnie know that Qianlan intended to confront Rufield soon. Otherwise, she might have hesitated to agree to their companionship. Before long, fueled by alcohol, the atmosphere between the two parties began to warm. The girls were quite curious about Bonnie, often referred to as the Big Eater, wondering how she managed to consume so much without gaining weight, or rather, how her weight seemed to settle in all the right places. As Qianlan and her companions contemplated their impending actions, they did not regard the notorious usurer with any seriousness. Rather, their thoughts were consumed by the forthcoming auction. Clock remarked, "This time, it is likely to be no ordinary auction. One can only wonder what treasures may emerge. After all, we are the emperors of the sea. We shall seize whatever piques our interest." Once the banquet concluded, many revelers became thoroughly inebriated, and both parties succumbed to slumber upon the vast ocean. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Bartolomeo's voice resonated throughout the ship's cabin, rousing everyone from their slumber. A significant event. A significant event. Upon awakening, Qianlan snatched the newspaper from Bartolomeo's hands and began to peruse its contents. The Navy's newly appointed admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora? Unbeknownst to us, The Navy's grand conscription has concluded. Upon hearing this, Barrett's excitement grew palpable. New admirals, you say? I wonder if they will surpass the former ones in strength. The newspaper circulated among the group, and soon everyone was apprised of the Navy's new appointments. As the newly awakened assembled for breakfast, they prepared to set sail towards Awayyad Island in conjunction with the Bonny pirates. During their voyage, Qianlan and her companions occasionally spotted other pirate vessels, though most of them, upon recognizing their sails, hastily retreated, for the four emperors reigned supreme in the New World. After 3 hours of navigation, Shao and the Bonny pirates swiftly arrived at Awayyad Island, as recorded by the Eternal Pointer. The island was strewn with jagged rocks, and numerous areas were actively engaged in mining operations, rendering it a desolate rocky isle. Is this truly the venue for the auction? It appears rather uninviting. The princess found the environment thoroughly displeasing. Amidst their conversation, Perona descended with a parasol in hand, perhaps feeling that the scenery did not complement her Gothic Lolita aesthetic. Nonetheless, the group disembarked from the ship, with Bonny trailing closely behind Qianlan. They felt the oppressive heat and the harsh sun. The ambience left much to be desired. At that moment, a burly man clad in a suit approached from a distance, his face marked by excess flesh and a prominent scar. Qianlan could instantly discern that this individual belonged to the underworld faction of Rufield, primarily due to his distinctly nefarious appearance. Lord Qianlan, Miss Bonny, there remains a considerable interval before the commencement of the auction. Henceforth, allow me, Fiackley, to extend my hospitality to all of you. Qianlan spoke in a somber tone. Oh, am I, the Emperor of the Seas, not worthy of a personal greeting from Lord Lufield? Fiackley immediately bent lower, his voice dripping with humility. Lord Lufield is not currently on the island. He shall only make his appearance when the auction commences this evening. I beg for your understanding, esteemed Qianlan. Qianlan cast a helpless glance at Mushin, signaling that she could not take action at this moment. Understanding her unspoken words, Mushin refrained from saying anything further, and the group continued onward under the guidance of Fiackley, delving deeper into the island. As they approached the heart of the island, the oppressive heat became increasingly unbearable. How much longer must we walk? If this continues, my attire will surely melt away, exclaimed Perona, who shielded herself with a parasol. Unable to endure the sweltering conditions any longer, beads of sweat began to form on the brows of the other women as well. We've arrived, announced Fiackley. Before them lay the same rugged mountainside, yet a refreshing breeze now wafted through the air. Fiackley stepped forward, striking a protruding rock with great force. With a resounding crack, the ground transformed, revealing a vast sloping pathway from which cool air surged forth. This was the handiwork of Lord Rofield, who had excavated a portion of the island's mountain to construct a vibrant city filled with an auction house, a casino, shops, and bathing facilities, a true embodiment of Awayyad Island. Descending further with Fiackley, the group noticeably felt the temperature shift, their previously restless spirits finding calm. The path was now adorned with small pebbles, and the gentle illumination created an atmosphere of relaxation. At last, the ground leveled, unveiling the true visage of Awayyad Island. Everywhere they looked, pedestrians bustled about. Various shops lined the streets, and underground rivers flowed freely, rendering this chaotic island a veritable sanctuary. It appears this auction will be quite intriguing, mused Chloe. What is it? Qianlan. Qianlan chuckled, remarking on the auction, which seemed truly extraordinary. Just moments ago, a figure had caught her attention, a member of the Supernova, Capone Beach's crew. Known as the Peculiar Gunman, Vito, the very individual who had fervently idolized Germa in the tales of the Big Mom saga. It appeared that this auction had indeed attracted a considerable number of individuals, likely due to the presence of something particularly unique. Following this brief interlude, Qianlan and her companions were escorted directly to a spacious courtyard. The auction was set to commence at 7 o'clock in the evening, and they were kindly advised to take a moment to rest. After Fiackley made his departure, the group began to tidy the courtyard. Through her observation hockey, Qianlan sensed that Fiackley had completely left, and she seized Bonny, pulling her close. What are you doing? You hurt me, Bonny protested. Silence. You must have information you haven't shared with us, Qianlan insisted. Not only had Qianlan noticed Capone Beach's crew member, but she had also observed another intriguing individual, the former Baroque Works agent, Mr. One, Das Bones, who had consumed the chop fruit. Qianlan distinctly recalled that she had not sent Luffy to impel down. This individual ought not to be present here. Could it be Blackbeard? Or perhaps the enigmatic buggy has released him from the confines of Impel Down. It is also possible that Crocodile might be here as well. However, The priority is to ascertain the intelligence clearly. The figure before her, Bonnie, has certainly kept some cards close to her chest. Very well. Let me inform you that there are indeed rumors circulating that Luffy has acquired precise information regarding the ancient weapon, Poseidon, possessing the potential to easily control an island. Consequently, many have been tempted, though the credibility of such claims remains uncertain. Chapter 92. The auction begins, and Katakuri makes his entrance. Upon hearing this, Qianlan began to ponder internally, suspecting that Rufield's information might be false. It seemed reminiscent of the Wano country arc, where Robin, based on the historical texts buried beneath the Alabaster Royal Palace, discovered that the legendary figure, Pluton, was concealed within Wano. In her inquiries, she received a definitive affirmation from the former general, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Rufield might possess his own sources of intelligence, or perhaps he was merely deceiving others, or he could be only partially informed. Contemplating this, Qianlan released her grip, while Bonnie, beside her, began to tend to her injuries. The members of the Akatsuki organization gathered around, all possessing limited knowledge regarding ancient weaponry. Though it appeared that Barrett among them had the most understanding, Qianlan inquired, "Do you all find this matter credible?" Chloe adjusted his glasses and calmly articulated, "The underworld possesses the potential to disseminate any information. If Lufield had acquired any concrete intelligence, he would likely have been apprehended by the world government long ago, leaving no opportunity for an auction to take place." Upon hearing this, the group collectively nodded in agreement. If there were indeed reliable information, Lufield would have personally sought to seize the underworld monarch. With this thought, the group relaxed and began to explore the various attractions of this subterranean town. Qianlan continued to ponder the enigma of the underworld monarch. Her curiosity was piqued not by the essence of the entity itself, but by the desire to unleash its power, which might not surpass that of her tailed beast orb. Indeed, as Boss Chow aptly remarked, acquiring it was merely a futile endeavor, palatable, yet ultimately unworthy of retention. As the night swiftly descended, Qianlan and her companions were ushered into a grand private chamber. Initially, they were accompanied by an array of scantily clad maidens, yet Qianlan, disinterested, promptly dismissed them. Nevertheless, the auction in this new realm surpassed that of the Grand Line in scale, and the private quarters prepared for them were undeniably luxurious. Qianlan and her companions naturally settled onto the wine-red sofa, while the enormous glass dome offered a clear view of the outside world. Perona began to indulge in the snacks laid out on the table, and the group relaxed, awaiting the commencement of the auction. "Welcome, everyone, to the auction hosted by me, Fiackley. Lord Rufield will not be making an appearance for the time being." Under Fiackley's guidance, the auction commenced, though the items presented were still of little significance. While they surpassed the quality of those from the earlier segments of the Grand Line's auctions, they remained beneath the notice of the auction's elite. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere intensified, especially when the segment involving slaves began. The offerings ranged from humans possessing unique abilities to various peculiar races. Yet Qianlan and her entourage displayed no interest in the slaves. Even Citizen found herself at a loss for words, as the era tolerated such practices. Slave trade was conducted with an air of legitimacy, and few cared to question it. "Ladies and gentlemen, next we have the final pair of slaves, a rare acquisition indeed." "A pair of slaves? What could that be? Do unveil them." Sensing the fervor in the hall, Fiackley gestured backward, and two beautiful maidens presented square objects wrapped in red cloth upon the stage. Many with the ability to perceive the unseen immediately recognized what they were. A male and female from the diminutive race, starting bid set at 10 million berries, with increments no less than 1 million berries. In truth, a single member of the diminutive race would hardly command such a price. However, a pair held the potential value of nurturing an entire tribe. Soon, the bidding commenced in earnest, the price swiftly escalating to 20 million berries, at which point few remained willing to bid. Yet, as is often the case, some individuals defied expectations and continued to call out bids. 30 million berries. Fiackley exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 40 million berries. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd shifted to two competing boxes, suggesting a clash of two factions. Within one of those boxes, Qianlan and her companions focused intently on Citizen, who unexpectedly entered the bidding fray. Citizen, however, shyly glanced at Qianlan, seemingly embarrassed to meet her gaze. Qianlan, aware of Stassi's concerns, declared with conviction, "You are a member of Shao, pursue your desires without regard for the feelings of others." Stassi exhaled deeply, her gaze transforming into one of determination. At that moment, the glass of the private room, which had been bid at 30 million berries, shattered explosively, revealing a commanding figure before the crowd. I wonder if I could persuade you to relinquish these two diminutive individuals. In return, you shall gain the friendship of the big MOM pirates. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan was instantly intrigued. It was unexpected to see the true man, Katakuri, appear here. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable for the royal pirate crew to be interested in the underworld king, as many sought to obtain such power. Barrett, on the other hand, was visibly displeased. He seized the table and hurled it away, shattering the glass of his private room as it flew towards Katakuri. With a thunderous crash, the solid wooden table was obliterated by a swift kick from Katakuri, sending wood shards flying through the air. "You bastard! I haven't finished eating yet," exclaimed Perona. Her snacks scattered across the floor. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned towards the two opposing sides, witnessing the rare clash of the royal pirate crew. It was unexpected that the Akatsuki and the Big Mom pirates would face off. A thrilling spectacle was surely to follow. This was no wasted trip. A confrontation would undoubtedly be explosive news. The atmosphere among the onlookers became lively, while Barrett and Katakuri glared at each other, particularly the battle-hungry Barrett, who was poised to strike. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Katakuri. "Lord Katakuri, now is not the time to quarrel over the little people. Mother sent us here for the ancient weapons." Katakuri calmly nodded, acknowledging Bakumus's words. "You are correct, Bakumus. It is unfortunate that I wish to acquire the little people as a gift for Naman. It seems that will not be possible now. As a devoted brother, Katakuri always indulged his sister, and the Naman he referred to was one of Charlotte Leanlean's numerous daughters, as well as a member of the little people. However, Stasi also noticed the arrival of Bakumus, as all the members of the furry tribe were quite familiar with one another. "Bakumus, it's me, Stasi." Bakumus then noticed Stasi standing beside Barrett, removing his sunglasses to examine her with his beady eyes. "Stasi, it truly is you. I never expected you to join the Akatsuki. Yes, I was captured and sold into slavery by human traffickers, but after being bought by Captain Qianlan, I joined the Akatsuki." Fiakali felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this, sensing a subtle critique directed at him. Chapter 93, Crocodile's Appearance, the exact news of the underworld king. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The glass of another private room shattered explosively, and a massive sand blade struck towards Barrett. Observing this, Barrett retaliated with a punch, causing the sand blade to explode. A man with a cigar clenched in his mouth, a scar running across his face, and slicked back hair emerged before the crowd. "Sassy, don't ignore me." Barrett chuckled and replied, "Sassy, don't ignore me. Crocodile, I didn't expect you to escape from Impelled Down as well." Crocodile and Barrett can be regarded as perennial rivals. Despite Crocodile's defeat at the hands of Luffy, it is established that in their youth, Crocodile and Barrett were evenly matched. However, Qianlan suspects that Crocodile's release from Impelled Down is likely orchestrated by Blackbeard, and his presence here suggests he remains unyielding in his pursuit of the Pirate King. With Crocodile's arrival, the atmosphere in the room grows increasingly sinister, filled with revolutionaries, pirates, warlords, emperors, and the kingpins of the underworld, alongside the Navy spy Drake, whom Qianlan just noticed. "Please remain calm. We have yet to reach the final stages of the auction." Fiakuri's voice instilled a momentary hush among the crowd, as everyone was present for a purpose and thus refrained from making hasty moves. 40 million berries, once. 40 million berries, twice. 40 million berries, thrice. Sold. As Fiakuri's words resonated, the attention of the majority shifted to the private room of the Akatsuki members. Truly, as the Emperor of the Seas, they had acquired two diminutive members of the giant race for a staggering 40 million berries. The murmurs of astonishment were incessant, escalating in intensity. In an instant, Qianlan's conqueror's haki enveloped the venue, causing several individuals to faint under its weight, while the rest fell silent, not daring to utter another word. "All right, everyone," Fiakuri resumed. "Next we have another exquisite item for auction, the rare giant warrior Bansner, starting at 50 million berries, with a minimum increment of 1 million berries. As the second most sought-after race after the merfolk, giants indeed deserve to be the centerpiece of this slave auction." Soon, a multitude of bidders emerged, including the three supernovas and Crocodile, one of the warlords. After all, the formidable stature of the giants made them a formidable asset in battle. It could be said that apart from the two Emperor-level pirate crews that refrained from bidding, the rest engaged in a heated competition. When Qianlan refrains from bidding, it signifies disinterest. Similarly, Katakuri's silence stems from the awareness that his mother has incurred the disdain of the giant clan through her actions, rendering any potential purchase futile. Amidst fierce competition, the price within the giant clan steadily escalates, swiftly reaching 65 million berries. At this juncture, few possess the means or the standing to place a bid. Suddenly, Bonnie rises, declaring a bid of 70 million berries, a substantial increase of 5 million berries. Mr. One Bonus also enters the fray, raising the bid to 75 million berries. Barrett interjects, "Crocodile, have you truly amassed such wealth since your departure from Impel Down? Surely, you are not contemplating a credit arrangement." Laughter erupts among the crowd. Those with strength roar merrily, while the less formidable stifle their chuckles. Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea, could easily accrue such wealth by eliminating a few pirates. Nevertheless, his newfound financial prowess is evident, having emerged from Impel Down adorned in lavish attire and attended by a shoe shiner. If Crocodile were to withhold payment, he might well have amassed a fortune by now. "I can offer any sum of berries, unlike you who seeks to ingratiate yourself with others," he scoffs. Barrett, undeterred by Crocodile's remarks, harbors aspirations of defeating the strongest, and Qianlan embodies the strength he seeks to follow. Observing the unfolding situation, Fiacre promptly exclaims, 75 million berries. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? Bonnie counters, 80 million berries. Aware that this is her final offer, Bonnie knows she cannot bid any higher. Her intention in acquiring the giant clan is to bolster the revolutionary army. With the support of the world's strongest nation, dismantling the world government would become significantly more attainable. Meanwhile, Crocodile falls silent, leaving his reasons unclear, whether he has truly exhausted his funds or simply lost interest in the giant clan. Seizing the moment, Fiacre declares, 80 million berries once, 80 million berries twice, 80 million berries thrice, sold. In short order, the giant clan is withdrawn, and the imposing figure of Lufield, the king of loan sharks, emerges upon the stage. An air of tension envelopes the assembly. The power of the underworld monarch is a formidable threat to the world. And this power is something many covet. Lufield proclaims, "Welcome, everyone, to the auction. As we near its conclusion, we shall now auction intelligence regarding the underworld monarch, which I shall personally oversee." In that instant, a blade of sand materializes, aimed squarely at Lufield on the stage. With a resounding crash, Crocodile's attack is effortlessly dispelled by Fiacre, reducing it to mere grains upon the ground. Lufield, it was you who initially informed me of the underworld monarch's presence in the Alabasta Kingdom. Are you now attempting to deceive everyone with this trick? The voice of Crocodile reverberated throughout the venue, drawing the attention of all towards Lufield, as if awaiting an explanation from him. On stage, both Lufield and Fiacre bore expressions of discontent. Crocodile's words had considerably diminished the persuasive power of Lufield's forthcoming information. Reluctantly, Lufield retrieved a weathered, ancient tome from his chest. The Navy's extermination decree had erased the existence of O'Hara, yet many artifacts had still managed to escape. One of which was this ancient volume that flowed from the Tree of Knowledge, containing information regarding the legendary weapon, Pluton. However, deciphering its contents required the support of a profoundly knowledgeable archaeologist, a task he would have to undertake alone. He announced, the starting bid is 10 million berries, with increments of no less than 5 million. Should you possess an interest in Pluton, I invite you to participate in the auction. If not, I shall seek an archaeologist to aid in my quest for the ancient weapon. With a single statement, Lufield propelled everyone forward. The thought of not bidding and allowing another to acquire Pluton posed a threat to their very existence. Instantly, the desire to possess this ancient tome surged within the crowd. 20 million berries, 25 million berries, 35 million berries. The pirates, known for their inherent madness, became frenzied in their pursuit of the ancient weapon. However, those in the private box remained silent, patiently biding their time. Chapter 94, Admiral Greenbull. At that moment, Qianlan quietly extracted the amber purification bottle, a tool of the 6 paths, from the system. Hey, Lufield, are you certain this tome contains information about Pluton? Upon noticing Qianlan's inquiry, Lufield's demeanor shifted to one of utmost deference. It is undoubtedly genuine. Should you, Lord Qianlan, hold any interest, feel free to place a bid at any time. After responding, Lufield's figure suddenly shrank to a mere fraction of its size, and Qianlan successfully absorbed and sealed him within the amber purification bottle. This bizarre occurrence sent a wave of shock through the attendees, who feared they might be the next to be drawn in. Could it be a unique devil fruit? They whispered, speculating that the latest technology had granted objects the capabilities of a devil fruit. Consequently, everyone armed themselves, watching Qianlan warily, anxious that they might be the next victim. However, Qianlan understood their ignorance. Mistaking the 6 paths amber purification bottle for a peculiar item derived from consuming a devil fruit was not entirely misplaced. We do not dare to oppose the Akatsuki organization. We hope, Lord Qianlan, that you will release Lord Lufield, spoke Fiackley, a loyal subordinate, in a rare display of courage amidst the tense atmosphere. Green Tree Gun. A sudden transformation occurred, accompanied by a languid voice that resonated throughout the venue. As the voice faded, a green branch completely pierced through Fiackley's chest, blood cascading down the branch. Then, a man appeared, his black, curly hair contrasting with dark sunglasses, a cigarette perched between his lips, a katana sheathed at his side, and a naval justice cloak draped over his shoulders. Admiral Green Bull had entirely encircled the island. Numerous naval officers swiftly emerged, surrounding the area. The newly appointed admiral of the naval headquarters, Green Bull Aramaki, had also made his presence known. Were we, perhaps, ensnared in a trap? Damn that Rufield, damn the Navy. Those gathered for this meeting were not without their own dubious backgrounds. So in the face of the highest combat power of the naval headquarters and the embodiment of justice, a palpable sense of unease ensued. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan felt a surge of excitement. With so many forces gathered, it would be a pity not to engage in battle. Thus, Qianlan leaped down, springing from the private room and landing gracefully on the stage, where the overwhelming presence of her conqueror's haki enveloped the entire venue. Let the war commence. A single remark from Qianlan instantly ignited the atmosphere, as Katakuri and Barrett unleashed their conqueror's haki simultaneously, prompting everyone to engage in a chaotic brawl. Come on, Crocodile. Let me see if you've regressed. Don't let me take you down with just a couple of moves. Barrett taunted. Crocodile remained silent, merely snorting before charging towards Barrett. As they sprinted, both enhanced their abilities. Barrett haphazardly sought a fusion, while Crocodile transformed into a colossal sand giant. Boom. Upon their collision, Crocodile was sent flying. After all, enveloping sand with armament haki was hardly an effective strategy, better suited for bullying the weak. The members of the Akatsuki organization recognized that this battle was inevitable, for their captain had declared war. Lord Katakuri, what should we do? Before Pakamus could finish his sentence, Stussy shattered his sunglasses, revealing his distinct, beady eyes. The 2 Fur Tribe compatriots commenced their skirmish, or rather, a spontaneous sparring session. Katakuri understood that he must engage in battle, otherwise, he would leave unfulfilled, not to mention the tarnishing of the big MOM pirate's reputation. Allow me to witness the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, Teeman exclaimed before unfurling his wings and launching himself at Katakuri. Boom. With his claws enveloped in armament haki, Teeman struck at Katakuri, only for Katakuri to nimbly evade, resulting in Teeman's claws demolishing the wall. The ability to foresee the future with his haki indeed proved to be a significant advantage, enabling Katakuri to adeptly respond to attacks. Rice Cake Barrage. Katakuri activated his devil fruit power, relentlessly unleashing a flurry of punches, each imbued with armament haki, landing multiple blows on Teeman. What a troublesome opponent, Teeman lamented. Compelled to utilize his observation haki to decipher Katakuri's attack patterns, yet he still found himself struck occasionally. However, the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit granted Teeman ample opportunity to recover from his mistakes. Ho 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 ho. Negativity Spectre. In an instant, the spectre glided towards Katakuri, who, equipped with the foresight of his observation haki, anticipated the impending threat. If he were to kneel, it would surely become a moment of social disgrace, leaving Katakuri, the finest creation of the Charlotte family, with little recourse against the negativity spectre. He could only continue to evade or use others' bodies as shields against the spectre. Damn it. At this moment, Katakuri found himself in a state of utter helplessness. The effects of the spectre fruit incessantly disrupted his combat rhythm. The woman before him, wielding a Zoan-type ability, possessed both formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with astonishing speed, effectively constraining his movements. Meanwhile, Zoro engaged in battle against Bonnie, who had consumed the quick-slash-fruit, a clash that could only be described as a fated confrontation. Yet, this time, Zoro held the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering Bonnie. Their fierce exchanges soon shattered the arena, causing the battleground to splinter into chaos, while the scope of the conflict expanded, impacting the entire underground city. All participants in the auction descended into pandemonium, settling old scores as grievances were avenged in the heat of the moment. The remaining members of the Akatsuki sought out the nearby supernovas and Navy officers, notably Bartolomeo, who charged directly at Drake, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his explosive blade. Well-versed in the workings of the Akatsuki, Drake, transformed into his hybrid form, opted to engage Bartolomeo in a grapple rather than a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Kuro, wielding the powers of the nature-type Earth fruit, single-handedly took on the entire Flame Tank pirates, dominating Becky and his crew with remarkable prowess, having defeated Admiral Kizaru. "Are you not inclined to face me?" Green Bull questioned, observing Chihiro, who appeared riddled with vulnerabilities and seemingly lacking any intention to fight. Upon hearing this, Qianlan could not help but express a hint of disdain. As the most ineffectual admiral among pirates, who adheres to Akainu's absolute justice, he promptly fled upon encountering Shanks. It can be said that Green Bull has been dismissed from the ranks of admirals by many fans of the sea. And the reason is simple: this individual lacks any semblance of the dignity befitting an admiral. Qianlan, could you enlighten me on the purpose of your navy's presence here? Is it to prevent the secrets of Pluto from being divulged? The Green Bull, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, took a puff and exhaled a ring of smoke, exuding an air of sophistication. "The decision made by the 5 elders is one I am here to execute, to cleanse this place of all that resides within." Chapter 95, The Pillars of Filth. To cleanse everything? I wonder whether it is the arrogance of the 5 elders or your own as an admiral of the navy, believing that with your solitary strength, you can purge all. Upon the conclusion of Qianlan's words, the Green Bull's countenance transformed into one of fury. For the dignity of a formidable warrior must be preserved. With a swift motion, the Green Bull unleashed the Green Tree Spear, a massive trunk several inches thick thrusting directly at Qianlan, employing the very technique that had previously vanquished Fiackley. Mission: defeat the Marine Admiral Green Bull Aramaki mission level. SSS mission reward: Immortal technique. Inorganic rebirth. Qianlan did not anticipate that the long-dormant system would resurface, granting her such a formidable ninjutsu. As a hallmark of Sanin D's mystical arts, the technique of inorganic rebirth enables the bestowal of life upon lifeless inorganic matter, allowing it to be controlled. Under the enhancement of this mystical art, the manipulated inorganic entities exhibit a velocity considerably superior to that of typical ninjutsu. In the original narrative, it even penetrated the body of the reanimated Itachi, showcasing itself as a particularly striking mystical technique. In essence, this bears resemblance to the awakening of a paramecia-type devil fruit, such as Doflamingo's, which alters surrounding matter and allows for its utilization. Admiral Green Bull, I hope you find greater enjoyment in your endeavors ahead. With that, Qianlan swiftly tore a piece of flesh from her own body and immediately darted forward to incapacitate a naval officer. Qianlan is determined to experiment with the possibility of utilizing impure world reincarnation on Hashirama, especially since her own body possesses Hashirama's cells. Impure world reincarnation. A single utterance from Qianlan sent a shiver down Hashirama's spine. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reanimated forms of the Dragon Horse and Whitebeard were formidable. And if even more extraordinary beings were to be resurrected, Green Bull was prepared to abandon ship at a moment's notice. The thought of perishing here was an unbearable loss. In this familiar scenario, a man adorned with an Iron Leaf Village forehead protector, who appeared rather amiable, emerged onto the scene. What is this place? Who dares to wield such forbidden techniques? At that moment, Hashirama wore an expression of utter bewilderment, devoid of his usual openness and grandeur. His gaze was fixated on the righteous navy and the suited members of the mafia, coupled with the peculiar fighting styles displayed by the onlookers. Has the ninja world transformed so drastically since my demise? As the god of shinobi, have I been rather narrow-minded in my understanding? It is you, the young one, who has reincarnated me here. I wonder how Leaf Village is faring now. Qianlan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain about the situation in Konoha, especially since this was a world of pirates. Lord First Hokage, this is not the shinobi world. It exists in a realm entirely distinct from it. With that, Qianlan gestured toward Green Bull, saying, "Assist me in dealing with this fellow before us, and I shall provide you with an explanation once everything is resolved." Hashirama's expression remained one of confusion, yet he understood that he was in a world completely unrelated to the shinobi realm. Accepting the circumstances, he resolved to engage in battle. Determined, Hashirama gazed at Green Bull, uncertain of the latter's strength, yet he did not believe this opponent could surpass him. "Be cautious, young man." However, Green Bull, upon hearing Hashirama's words, felt a surge of anger, perceiving it as a slight against the Navy's highest combat prowess. For tree stabs. In an instant, for colossal trees erupted from the ground, simultaneously thrusting toward Hashirama from various directions. Unfazed by the imminent tree attacks, Hashirama calmly unleashed a single punch. Boom. The 4 massive trees exploded, sending splinters flying in all directions. Qianlan understood that this was likely the manifestation of extraordinary strength, indeed a simple yet powerful strike from Hashirama. Impressive. Upon witnessing this, the green bull felt a surge of anxiety. He was faced with a completely unknown adversary, devoid of any intelligence to guide him. Henceforth, he must proceed with utmost caution in the ensuing battle. Vines of verdant fury, dozens of thick vines, each measuring 20 centimeters in diameter, emerged from all directions, converging upon Hashirama with relentless strikes, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms in the air. Observing the situation, Hashirama clapped his hands together, indicating that he had completed his hand signs. Would release, the art of the all-encompassing bag. Countless wooden hands materialized, deftly grasping each vine that lashed out towards him, exerting force to crush them with resolve. The sheer scale of their combat induced a mass exodus, as countless individuals fled from the tumult. Hashirama regarded Green Bull with an expression of satisfaction, seemingly acknowledging his prowess. Excellent would release. You truly are a genius. At this, Green Bull's fury intensified. Without shifting his position, he had his attacks nullified, and now he was being addressed with the tone of a senior. This was infuriating. Prepare to meet your end. With a roar, the entire arena began to undergo a monumental transformation as greenery erupted forth, rapidly proliferating. Soon, the soil above was thrust aside, and the arena was entirely engulfed in verdant growth. Run. This place is about to collapse. Quickly, leave while you can. It can only be said that each general possessed calamity-level combat prowess, and Green Bull was now showcasing his true capabilities. Before long, the entire underground city began to crumble. Debris cascading from above as layers of earth, dozens of meters thick, succumbed to Green Bull's might. Most had successfully escaped to the outside, but the congested exits left many trapped within. Yet, those with formidable strength continued to engage in battle, undeterred by the impending collapse. With a thunderous crash, the earth gave way entirely, burying many who had failed to flee. Truly a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Hashirama maintained an air of calm. He regarded Green Bull's maneuver with appreciation, yet remained utterly unconcerned. The verdant plants conjured by Green Bull continued to grow wildly, transforming the once broken Ayaveoto Island into a lush paradise. Haha, this is my domain. How do you intend to defeat me? Green Bull exclaimed, manipulating the trees around him to assault Hashirama incessantly. Such attacks could spring forth at any moment, posing a formidable challenge for any ordinary opponent. Hashirama, however, merely placed his hand to his mouth and began to gather chakra. Fire release, great fire annihilation. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, Hashirama's mastery of fire techniques is undoubtedly formidable. Much like Madara, he unleashed the S-rank fire release, great fire annihilation, manifesting a colossal fireball akin to a 100-meter tidal wave, aimed precisely at the battleground where he suspected the true form of Green Bull resided. Suddenly, a protective fire-resistant forest emerged in the path of the great fire annihilation as Green Bull attempted to thwart Hashirama's assault with this maneuver. However, with a thunderous roar, the inferno effortlessly incinerated the defensive foliage, albeit diminishing the fireball's size slightly. Nevertheless, it surged forward with unyielding momentum towards its target. The brief moment of respite afforded by the fire-resistant forest allowed Green Bull the opportunity to evade, despite the widespread devastation wrought by the great fire annihilation. Haha. Within my domain, I am invincible. I am immortal. Green Bull's voice reverberated across the island of Avayato, accompanied by the writhing flora, exuding an aura of divine might. The other combatants momentarily ceased their skirmishes, eyeing the verdant surroundings with trepidation, uncertain of who might be the next victim of impending assault. Chapter 96. Abduction. Hashirama, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, concentrated his chakra anew. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Once again, a fireball of immense proportions materialized, radiating a heat that left many present feeling scorched. Not again. Green Bull, feeling the strain, was aware that fire fundamentally countered his abilities. Enduring another onslaught would be untenable. Reluctantly, he activated his fruit's powers, materializing his form. Swiftly, the island's vegetation began to contract and coalesce, culminating in the emergence of a gigantic tree, its trunk resembling Green Bull's visage. The striking green hue atop his head was undeniably captivating, evoking myriad thoughts. Haha, I am truly invincible. Just as Green Bull reveled in his newfound strength, Hashirama ceased to conceal his prowess. Would release, With human technique. With a whispered incantation, the timber beneath him burgeoned, revealing a towering wooden giant standing at a height of 150 meters. Green Bull scoffed. What of its size? Does magnitude equate to strength? Allow me to witness your wood release, Hashirama retorted. In response, Green Bull commanded the surrounding flora to grow wildly as thick vines and colossal trees sprawled across the battlefield. He directed the enormous tree giant towards Hashirama's wooden sentinel, wielding it in a sweeping strike, as a technique capable of rivaling the complete Susanoo. The resilience of the wooden giant was evident. Boom. Following the clash, Green Bull's tree was severed cleanly in half, while Hashirama's wooden giant remained largely unscathed. Wood dragon entwining. In an instant, the vines, manipulated by the Green Bull, ensnared the wooden figure, binding it tightly. Seizing the opportunity, the tree giant swung its right fist towards the position of the wooden figure with tremendous force. Would release. Would dragon technique? Due to the proximity of the two giants and the Green Bull's momentary lapse in vigilance, there was no chance to evade the attack. The robust wood dragon, several meters in diameter, collided forcefully with the Green Bull's chest. The already shorter tree giant was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a powerful surge, the figure controlling the wooden puppet exerted strength, causing the vines to snap apart. The battle between the two unfolded before the captivated audience, drawing everyone's attention. Is this truly the pinnacle of the Navy's might? Who is that enigmatic powerhouse? This was a confrontation that had bested the Navy's ultimate strength. Among the spectators, Qianlan remained remarkably composed, understanding that the current figure could fully unleash his capabilities, treating the battle as mere sport. Amidst the fierce clash, Bartolomeo appeared beside Qianlan, carrying a tall man, whom he promptly dropped at Qianlan's feet. Master Qianlan, this is the supernova I captured. What shall we do with him? Qianlan, let us first witness the battle. Bartolomeo, this is a globally anticipated clash. After conversing with Bartolomeo, Qianlan swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Hashirama. First Hokage, please conclude this battle swiftly, and do allow me a glimpse of your flawless sage mode. In response, Hashirama chuckled, having finally encountered such a worthy opponent. How could I possibly bring this fight to a premature end? Do hurry and finish this battle. Perhaps next time I shall resurrect Madara. What say you? Qianlan understood the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Hashi and Madara, recognizing that only the two could truly comprehend and challenge each other. Very well, he said, and then Hashirama added. However, the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei must not be overused. Once Qianlan had completely departed, Hashirama's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In an instant, dark shadows appeared beneath his eyes, signaling his transition into sage mode, and it was evident that he had achieved this transformation with remarkable swiftness. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan realized that her flawless sage mode was comparable to that of Hashirama, yet she remained uncertain about who would ultimately prevail in a clash. How vexing. The Green Bull struggled to rise, observing the transformed Hashirama with indifference, merely considering it a change in eyeshadow. Little did he know that he was about to face a genuine onslaught, one from which he would be utterly powerless to retaliate. Sunlight Sage Body. The Green Bull fervently absorbed the sun's photosynthetic energy, his towering form expanding continuously. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. It was not until he reached 500 meters that his growth ceased, the colossal tree giant standing tall, casting a vast shadow over the land. Was this a deity? Surely only a god could wield such power. The Green Bull reveled in the worshipful gazes of the crowd, particularly relishing the condescending view he held over Hashirama's wooden figure, filling him with immense pride. Hashirama, however, remained with his palms pressed together, forming a symbolic seal. Sage art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. A massive statue of Avalokitesvara, adorned with countless enormous arms, emerged before the spectators. Its 1,000-meter frame and myriad hands creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. In that moment, the Green Bull felt a sense of indignation, questioning whether this figure was intentionally slapping him in the face, complicating his own standing. Green Bull, to determine who is stronger, we must engage in battle. Let us begin. The two titanic figures swiftly approached one another, causing the ground to tremble beneath their movements. In an instant, both warriors struck simultaneously. The tree giant hurled its colossal arms forward, their size continuously increasing. Hashirama, meanwhile, adeptly manipulated each of his enormous hands to strike at the tree giant, resulting in a few well-placed jabs that obliterated the tree giant, leaving the Green Bull spitting blood, staining his righteous cloak, before plummeting from the sky. Ding. Task reward. Sage art. non-organic reincarnation mastered. Alas, it seemed he had fallen into the same trap as the past Barrett, believing that sheer size would guarantee victory. Regrettably, his mastery of hockey was inferior to Barrett's, and the giant he created lacked the durability of Barrett's. Thus, he was inexplicably defeated. With that, Qianlan swiftly appeared beside the green bull, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark before returning to Bartolomeo's side. Release. As Qianlan dispelled the Edo Tensei, the 1,000-meter Avalokitesvara vanished entirely. The onlookers, having witnessed the recent battle, lost any inclination to engage, realizing that their own skirmishes paled in comparison. Soon, most departed, leaving only the members of the Akatsuki. Ha ha ha. You rascal captain, how do you intend to deal with this Supernova Drake and Admiral Green Bull? Are you truly considering killing them both? Would it not be wiser to extract a price from the Navy or the world government? A bit of belly, a devil fruit. A legendary sword, premium cosmetics, fine kitchenware, or weapons would suffice, no? Qianlan's words instantaneously fulfilled everyone's desires, their eyes gleaming as they gazed upon the green cow on the ground. Subsequently, Qianlan produced an amber purification bottle, releasing the being contained within, Lufield. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan swiftly took control of him, and Qianlan began her inquiry. Is the ancient tome in your possession genuine? Does it indeed contain information about the Underworld King? Lufield, with a blank expression, replied, the ancient tome is authentic. However, the information regarding the Underworld King was added by someone I commissioned. Upon hearing this, Qianlan furrowed her brow, realizing that it had turned out to be a misunderstanding. It seems that visiting Wano country would be a more reliable option. Chapter 97. The reaction of the Navy headquarters. I leave it to your discretion to handle. Qianlan, with a flick of her wrist, cast aside the bewitched Rufield at Mushuan's feet. Upon witnessing this, Mushuan raised her firearm without hesitation. Bang! A single shot pierced through Rufield's skull, and she subsequently lowered her handgun, marking a moment of vengeance fulfilled. Following this, claw-bound Drake and Green Bull with handcuffs forged from the purest sea prism stone, awaiting instructions to notify the Navy or the world government for their ransom. The night passed in silence. Upon awakening, Qianlan gleaned from the memories of her wooden doppelganger that communication had already been established with the Navy led by Green Bull. It would not be long before the Navy headquarters and the world government became aware of the events transpiring here. After a brief morning ritual, Qianlan made her way to the dining hall for breakfast. There, she observed two small members of the human race voraciously consuming their meal, while several women watched intently. What are the names of these two diminutive individuals? Starcy pointed at them and said, Sharp, Yvette. Sharp then inquired, Sister Starcy, is he truly your captain? Upon hearing this, Qianlan directly lifted Sharp with 2 fingers. You little brat, address me as Master Qianlan. Subsequently, Qianlan turned to Bartolomeo and inquired, Bart, have you fed our meat ticket yet? Master Qianlan has yet to rise. They have no right to a meal. Qianlan nodded and began to feast upon the food before her. Soon after finishing her breakfast, she approached Drake and Green Bull, holding a sandwich in her hand. To her surprise, the severely injured Green Bull had regained consciousness, and despite the lack of medical attention, his robust constitution remained evident. She pondered whom the sandwich would be best suited for, the Marine Admiral Green Bull or the enigmatic leader of the Marine Headquarters Special Forces, Drake. Drake felt a surge of astonishment within, as he did not expect the identity of the man before him to be so easily revealed. Similarly, Green Bull's expression was one of disbelief. Despite having recently ascended to the rank of admiral, the information surrounding the special forces was notoriously classified. Could it be that the Marines had been infiltrated by a spy? At that moment, both Green Bull and Drake exchanged silent glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Observing their intense exchange, Qianlan discarded the sandwich and turned to leave. Once she had distanced herself, Green Bull picked up the sandwich and shared it with Drake. Drake, you should eat first, conserve your strength, he urged. Thank you, Admiral Aomaki. Regrettably, the small sandwich was divided in 2, and the last few morsels were swiftly consumed by the 2 men. Drake, could it be that we have a spy within the Marines? Otherwise, your intelligence wouldn't have been leaked so easily. Green Bull spoke, yet Drake hesitated. If spies truly existed, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil within the Marines. As an admiral, Green Bull could voice such concerns, but Drake felt unqualified to do so. Sensing Drake's reluctance, Green Bull refrained from pressing the matter further. Regardless of who survives this ordeal, we must report what I just said to Admiral Sakaski, Green Bull stated firmly. Understood, Admiral Aomaki. With that, The two men closed their eyes to conserve their energy, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Qianlan concluded her eavesdropping and slipped away from her hiding place behind the rocks. She found no surprise in their thoughts. If the Marines or the world government were to investigate, they would undoubtedly overlook her involvement, though some individuals might soon find themselves in dire straits. Suddenly, Chloe jogged over to Qianlan. Qianlan, this is everyone's request. Do you think the world government will agree? Qianlan took the paper from Chloe and began to read. It indeed listed kitchen utensils, cosmetics, designer clothing, followed by exquisite blades, books, and ultimately a demand for 20 billion from Bailey. Chloe, does no one covet the devil fruits? Chloe adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, the formidable fruits are undoubtedly not up for exchange with the world government, while the weaker ones may not pique everyone's interest. Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the creatures aboard her ship were all of the natural and ancient animal types, along with the ghost fruit and the fusion fruit. It seemed unlikely that the world government could present anything superior. Suddenly, an idea struck Qianlan, and she seized a pen from Kuro's hand and began to write fervently. Once she finished, she handed the paper back to Kuro, declaring, "Let it be this way." Observing the peculiar additions made by Qianlan, Kuro departed in bewilderment. Meanwhile, at the G1 branch, also known as New Marine Fort, Admiral Akainu appeared exceedingly anxious. Just as he had announced the emergence of two new admirals, one had already been defeated and captured, marking a disgrace for the Navy. Sengoku, Tsuru, Garp, and Kazari all fell into a heavy silence. This was indeed an unprecedented event in naval history, as an admiral had been kidnapped shortly after assuming command. A matter that was quite awkward to address. Fujitora, feeling somewhat embarrassed, acknowledged that Green Bull's predicament had brought shame upon the Navy and raised doubts regarding the capabilities of the newly appointed admirals, a clear oversight on his part. However, he noted that the successful defeat of the notorious pirate Falak Hua, who had a bounty of 500 million berries, had somewhat restored the dignity of the new admirals. For the sake of justice, it is my duty to act, Fujitora stated, but we must also address the situation with Aramaki, as he represents the Navy. The others nodded in agreement. The new admirals must not be allowed to falter, lest the Navy's authority be diminished. At that moment, a secretary entered, placing the gathered intelligence before Admiral Akainu. Upon reviewing it, Akainu's face twisted with fury, as if provoked by the contents. Suppressing his rage, he distributed the information to each individual present. The audacity to kidnap a Navy admiral and use it as leverage for ransom was indeed a humiliation for the Navy. We must comply with his demands and prepare to unleash our full force against the Akatsuki, he declared. But can we truly afford such a heavy cost to confront the Akatsuki? Kizaru interjected. Let us not forget. They possess the ability to resurrect formidable figures such as the sword god Ryoma, Whitebeard, and the newly emerged unknown power. Furthermore, Barrett is also a challenging adversary. If the Navy engages in a siege, the cost would be exorbitant, rendering it a futile endeavor. Kazari's words prompted a moment of reflection among the gathered. With the exception of the ever-impulsive Akainu, what is this fellow implying? He fumed. Kitchenware, cosmetics, and various garments. Does he think the Navy is a wholesale market? Sengoku pondered. Perhaps he employs these distractions to mask his true ambitions, ultimately lulling us into complacency. Upon hearing Sengoku's analysis, everyone was immediately struck with a cold sweat. It was undeniably reasonable. The entire Naval High Command had nearly fallen into a trap. If they were truly lulled into complacency by the Akatsuki organization, it would undoubtedly lead to grave consequences in the future. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards Sengoku, marveling at his astute intellect. Of course, had Chiyo been aware of this, she would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent the wild speculations of those present, as such thoughts were utterly preposterous. Tsuru remarked, "Our Navy can meet the conditions set forth by the Akatsuki organization. However, this involves the scientific division and even Vegapunk's technology, which is beyond our jurisdiction." In the end, Qianlan added various technologies from his memories of Vegapunk, adhering to his principle of acquiring whatever he could, regardless of its utility. Karp chuckled, suggesting they confront the 5 elders of the world government, asserting that the worst outcome would merely be a scolding and a slight loss of face. Upon finishing his statement, Karp turned to Akainu, as it was only the Marine Admiral who could bear the brunt of the reprimand. Akainu, upon realizing this, felt a tinge of green wash over his face. Did he still have any dignity before the Gorosei? Nevertheless, he resolved to consult the Gorosei. Vowing to secure the return of Aramaki, Akainu held a high regard for Green Bull, considering him a promising subordinate with admiral-level prowess, who upheld absolute justice. Abandoning him was not an option. Reluctantly, Akina set off for Mariehua, bracing himself for whatever awaited him. Chapter 98. The deal is done. Profits abound. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Economic Journal, Morgans was fervently scribbling notes, meticulously detailing the battle between Green Bull and Hashirama. Ultimately, he mentioned Qianlan, directly dubbing him the mightiest emperor of the seas. Print it with full force. I want the entire world to purchase this edition. President, isn't calling him the mightiest emperor of the seas a bit excessive? Morgans retorted passionately. Qianlan's performance undeniably merits the title of the strongest emperor of the seas. If the other emperors take issue, a confrontation would create yet another sensational headline. Indeed, the president is truly astute. As his subordinates departed, Morgan savored his coffee with satisfaction. Only in tumultuous times could explosive news arise. He was merely the chronicler of such events. On Cake Island, as witnesses to the events, Katakuri and Perispero were summoned by Big Mom upon their return to the main island. The Akatsuki had once again vanquished a marine admiral, indicating the marine's declining prowess. Katakuri remarked, "The newly appointed Admiral Green Bull possesses considerable strength. It remains a mystery how Qianlan, a resurrected powerhouse, managed to defeat him." Under the imposing presence of Big Mom and Katakuri, Perispero hesitated, but finally resolved to step forward. "Mother, why not invite the Akatsuki to the next tea party? They might just attend." Suddenly, Big Mom's expression shifted to one of peculiar intensity, her eyes losing focus. "Sister, I must bring her back to life." Both Katakuri and Perispero furrowed their brows. If the resurrection of the sister failed, it could spark another great conflict. However, at that moment, words were futile. With much time until the tea party, they could only adapt to the circumstances as they arose. On Yaoyurt Island, Qianlan found himself surrounded by several women. "Let us send Sharp and Yvette back. They truly deserve some compassion." "Indeed, you've done a commendable deed, Captain." Sita appeared on the verge of tears, exuding an aura of profound vulnerability that evoked deep sympathy. Timon remarked, "Dressrosa is a realm of love, passion, and toys, a veritable paradise for tourism and leisure. Should we not simply indulge in a bit of merriment?" Qianlan never anticipated that this would add a task to her plate. Had she known, she would have refrained from purchasing these two little creatures. Nevertheless, Doflamingo possesses the technology for artificial devil fruits, which may provide an opportunity for experimentation in due time. Very well, once the Navy delivers what we require, we shall set forth to Dressrosa. 2 days later, a naval vessel arrived at Yavajad Island, its distinctive dog head insignia prominently displayed. The Navy's presence was quite formidable. It was unexpected that a naval hero would come personally to greet them. Chloe remarked as he fitted his weapon, the cat claw, onto his hand, keeping a vigilant eye on the warship. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the ship, heading straight for Qianlan. Boom! In an instant, the sand along the coast was swept up by the shockwave, and Qianlan braced herself against the force of the punch. "Hey, Carp, don't resort to violence upon arrival." A white-haired naval officer leapt down from the ship. It was none other than Admiral Tsuru. Qianlan exerted a forceful push, sending Carp stumbling aside. Soon after, 2 figures descended. One was Carp's first mate, Bogart, and the other was the candidate for Admiral, Qianlan. "It has been quite a while. Old man Carp, congratulations on your promotion to Admiral candidate. Alas, it still pales in comparison to being a full admiral." Qianlan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze seething with fury directed at Qianlan. Carp chuckled, though his eyes remained fixed on Qianlan with a hint of hostility. "I never expected you to have captured Aramaki. I must admit, you have become quite enigmatic." At that moment, Barrett and Zoro emerged, escorting Green Bull and Drake, whom they unceremoniously tossed before Qianlan. Barrett cast a resentful glance at Carp, recalling how this old man had led the charge that landed him in Impel Down. Seeing that Green Bull and Drake were safe, Vice Admiral Tsuru waved her hand, signaling the Navy on the ship to commence the transport of the items Qianlan had requested. "Old man Carp, your Navy's confidentiality could use some bolstering. Drake as an undercover agent is rather unimpressive." Both Carp and Tsuru furrowed their brows. A lapse in intelligence could prove catastrophic, and it seemed the Navy would require a thorough investigation. When the Navy laid out the items before everyone, the group lunged forward eagerly. "Well, what do you think? I told you the Navy could procure excellent goods," exclaimed Timon, tossing a cosmetic to Perona, who began sifting through the items excitedly. Jiuen's anger intensified at this sight. Many of these treasures were beyond the reach of a mere admiral candidate, which was infuriating. This kitchenware is splendid as well. As she spoke, Muxin struck a knife, producing a crisp sound. Zaro carefully extracted a renowned sword, his expression reflecting profound admiration. The second generation of Kitetsu, the Navy truly has spared no expense. I wonder what this blade is called. Golden Moon. Suru replied. Indeed, quite impressive. Zaro promptly secured the sword at his waist, appearing thoroughly satisfied. Bartolomeo began to load box after box of berries onto the ship. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan promptly interjected, Bardo, allow the white bear to handle the lifting. Why exert yourself in such a manner? Master Qianlan, matters involving money are best managed by myself. The words and actions of the group incited the ire of the Navy. Their teeth clenched in frustration, as if the flames of their rage sought to ignite each member of the Akatsuki organization. Yet, Qianlan reveled in the sensation of being loathed to such an extent while remaining unscathed. Soon, the members of the Akatsuki efficiently tidied up their spoils, each face adorned with a contented smile. Conversely, the majority of the Navy appeared despondent, for the prospect of redeeming an admiral was hardly a matter of significance. Subsequently, Bogart handed a substantial stack of blueprints to Qianlan, which appeared quite hefty. This is the technology the world government has agreed to provide you, albeit only a portion, otherwise. Negotiations are off the table. Very well, a portion will suffice. We can always engage in such dealings again in the future. With that, the members of the Akatsuki embarked on their vessel, setting sail from the island of Avallado. Qianlan chose to remain and confront the Navy, allowing the atmosphere to settle into a profound silence. Once the ship of Shao had vanished from sight, Qianlan kicked Green Bull and Drake away. Having endured 3 days with but a single meal each day, it was evident that the two were ravenously hungry. The Navy ought to care for them well, for they might find themselves bound once more. With that, Qianlan employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Guillaume, taking a playful bite from her cheek before vanishing again, using the same technique. You scoundrel, I shall see to it that you meet your end. Chapter 99, The Arrival of Marco. On the island of Onigashima in Wano country. Oh, roar, roar, roar. The strongest. Merely a newcomer. What right do they have to claim such a title? Enraged, Kaido took a generous swig of his drink and transformed into a colossal dragon. Swaying as he ascended into the sky. I shall take my own life. I wish to see if this so-called strongest emperor of the sea can indeed bring me down. In an instant, a massive flame erupted as Kaido unleashed a torrent of fire towards a mountain corner of Onigashima, reducing a segment of it to ashes. Just as Kaido was about to depart, the figure of Inti Jin appeared before him. Governor Kaido, pursuing him now would yield no results. It is wiser to wait until he has established his own territory. That will be the opportune moment to strike. You speak the truth, Jin. Pursuing him now would be fruitless. With that, Kaido reverted to his human form and returned to his cave. Jin sighed in relief, grateful to have dissuaded Governor Kaido. A confrontation with a being capable of resurrection would undoubtedly be perilous. It was fortunate that he had managed to prevent a catastrophic battle. As Jin contemplated, suddenly a spiked club hurtled through the air, aimed directly at him. Boom. Jin countered with a punch, sending the club flying back, while Kaido effortlessly caught it in his hand. Since you wish to engage me in battle, let me shake off this intoxication. Realizing that combat was now inevitable, Jin reluctantly charged towards Kaido. In the New World, aboard the deck of Zhao's ship, Qianlan reclined in the rocking chair, exuding an air of tranquility as she savored the warm sea breeze. Mushuan, on the other hand, poured a glass of milk and placed it beside her. It was a rare occasion for the crew sailing in the New World to encounter such pleasant weather, and everyone was outside basking in the sun. How shameless to raise prices so exorbitantly. Bartolomeo promptly shoved money into the hands of the newsbird and seized the newspaper to peruse its contents. Bartle, is there anything noteworthy? The attention of the group was swiftly drawn to the newspaper in Bartolomeo's grasp, for entertainment options were scarce on the boundless sea. Master Qianlan, the Navy is truly shameless, Bartolomeo remarked as he handed the newspaper to her. They claim to have reclaimed the admiral from our hands after an intense battle, but that seems utterly implausible. Can't they be a bit more objective? Barrett chuckled. This is the Navy's typical modus operandi. If Morgans were under the control of the world government, we would likely be depicted as the ones who were routed. Qianlan also chuckled along with Barrett. In an effort to uphold their dominion and authority, governments invariably endeavor to erase their less than glorious aspects. This is an inescapable reality. Suddenly, Qianlan felt an itch on her scalp, as if something was scuttling atop her head. Yvette, my lord Qianlan's head feels so comfortable. Indeed, what a warm sensation. In an instant, Qianlan realized it was the two little beings of the small race frolicking upon her head. Ever since she had crafted a dwelling for these two little creatures using her wood-release technique, they had taken to clinging to her incessantly, which left Qianlan feeling rather regretful. Of course, it could also be that her wood-release possessed a vitality of its own, thus attracting these little beings. In any case, Qianlan found herself quite exasperated. Do not fret, I shall send you both back tomorrow, and thereafter we shall not meet again. Sharp and Yvette's little faces immediately scrunched up, their expressions reflecting profound sadness. In an instant, Qianlan felt a wave of embarrassment, although she had no particular fondness for the two little creatures. Witnessing their tearful expressions was simply unbearable. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox grew slightly irritated and declared, "You two must stop crying." Immediately, their expressions reverted, confirming once more the adage that one can indeed subdue another. Suddenly, a magnificent blue-golden bird descended from the sky and landed gracefully upon the deck of the ship belonging to the Akatsuki. The newcomer was none other than the dashing Marco. Known for his pineapple-shaped hairstyle, he looked quite striking, though his landing left the vessel charred, as Qianlan utilized her wooden techniques to mend a damaged surface of the ship. The others regarded Marco with keen interest, pondering the purpose of his visit. However, Barrett had little patience for such musings and promptly launched a powerful punch at Marco. With a resounding crash, the railing of the Akatsuki shattered, but Marco deftly evaded the blow. "Long time no see, Barrett. However, this is not the time for hostilities. I am here to seek your captain." With a dismissive snort, Barrett relented, for engaging in combat at sea was not advantageous for him, given Marco's aerial prowess. While he himself was not particularly skilled in aerial combat, ensuring that he would be at a disadvantage. Qianlan rose from the recliner and approached Marco. Yvette remarked, "It's truly peculiar how that large bird transformed into a human." Sharp asserted earnestly, "Fear not. Judging by his demeanor, he is unlikely to devour us." At this, a smile involuntarily crept across Qianlan's lips. Indeed, the most lethal truths often emerge from subconscious utterances. Marco, having overheard their exchange, chose not to dwell on it. "I have come to beseech you to resurrect my father. Presently, the Whitebeard pirates are on the brink of a confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates, and I am uncertain of my father's stance on the matter. Naturally, any conditions you may have are welcome, as long as the Whitebeard pirates can fulfill your demands." Qianlan held a vague recollection of the impending clash between the Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirates. This battle, destined to occur months later, would see the Whitebeard pirates suffer greatly at the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, ultimately resulting in the complete annexation of the Whitebeard pirates' territory by the latter. It could be said that this confrontation marked Blackbeard's genuine ascent to the status of one of the four emperors, although the original narrative offered little elaboration on the event. "Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with the Blackbeard pirates?" Qianlan harbored doubts regarding the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates being capable adversaries against Blackbeard, even considering that the latter had yet to acquire the Trimmer fruit and had lost several formidable crew members at the hands of Qianlan. Indeed, upon reflection, Qianlan found himself feeling a twinge of pity for Blackbeard. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that the current iteration of the Whitebeard pirates was ill-equipped for such a confrontation. The dark fruit, after all, possessed immense power. Should Blackbeard have successfully acquired other potent devil fruits, the Whitebeard pirates would merely be serving as fodder. We all yearn for a clash with the Blackbeard pirates, which is why I sought to consult with father, also allowing everyone a chance to meet him. As he spoke, Marco produced a den mushi, seemingly intending to record this conversation. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan chose not to refuse but instead took a few steps back. Chapter 100, The Revealed Akatsuki Organization. Edo Tensei. As Qianlan's voice faded, the figure of Whitebeard materialized before everyone. Having undergone the process of reincarnation for the second time, Whitebeard had grown accustomed to it, thus lacking the bewilderment he had experienced during his first return. "Marco, it has been a long time." Whitebeard's calm words ignited an ocean of sorrow deep within Marco's heart. "Dad." Tears, seemingly worthless, streamed down Marco's face, for he had borne an overwhelming burden since Whitebeard's demise. "Marco, you wouldn't want your old man to see you in tears, would you?" Wiping his tears, Marco composed himself and replied, "I apologize, Dad." The two then sat cross-legged, while Stasi took the initiative to pour them both a glass of water. "Dad, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates wishes to confront Teach in a decisive battle. We will not tarnish the honor of the Whitebeard pirates." In truth, the Whitebeard pirates were now at a precarious juncture, having lost Whitebeard's formidable presence. Many pirates had begun to covet the territories under his command. Even some lesser pirates dared to seize certain remote islands belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, an inevitable occurrence. Marco, my journey has reached its end. I only wish for you all to live well, Whitebeard said, then shifted his tone. However, if my sons wish to go, then go. Your old man will always support you. Dad, rest assured, we will safeguard the legacy of Whitebeard. Marco's voice took on a sincere tone, resolute in his determination to prevail. Qianlan harbors doubts regarding the current strength of the Whitebeard pirates and their ability to vanquish Teach. However, as an outsider, it is not her place to voice such opinions. After a leisurely conversation among the three, Marco decided to take his leave, for it is evident that the sooner they initiate battle, the more advantageous it would be for their side. Watching Marco's retreating figure, Whitebeard's face was etched with a profound sense of nostalgia. Qianlan, if Marco were to falter, would you be willing to assist them? If so, should you be reborn as my successor, I shall dedicate myself entirely to your cause. Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement. Even though the current Whitebeard might not be able to assist her, she still acquiesced to his request. I'm sorry, my sons, but this is the last time your father can protect you. With that, Whitebeard's figure vanished from sight, yet everything that had transpired remained etched in memory. The following day, after a morning of sailing, Qianlan and her companions could discern the outline of Dressrosa Island. Master Qianlan, should we head to the main island of Dressrosa or proceed directly to Greenbit Island, where the little people reside? Let us first return these two little ones to Greenbit Island. With that, the ship of the Dawn began to alter its course, steering towards the adjacent island of Dressrosa. You must take the time to rest for a few days. Our Dongtada kingdom will take good care of everyone. Perona exclaimed with excitement as she gently pinched Yvette's cheek, readily agreeing as well. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan could not help but shake her head with a bitter smile, for it seemed that the experience of residing in the Dongtada kingdom would not be particularly pleasant. As a tribe dwelling beneath the primordial forest, their living conditions were rather grim. It is essential to understand that the primordial forest is not depicted as idyllic in animated tales. Even a small area within it would likely be quite uncomfortable to inhabit. Clue remarked, I fear we shall find the Dongtada kingdom rather disconcerting. The clothing and food there are vastly inferior to ours, and you too shall not be able to sustain us. Immediately, Sharp and Ivechi's spirits dampened, seemingly at a loss as to how to host the members of the Akatsuki organization. Zaro, noticing their demeanor, took to teasing the two, suggesting that they would merely need to ensure that they had enough to drink. This only further plunged Sharp and Ivechi into despondency. Enough of your jesting with these little ones, Sataki interjected. If we were to stay for a few days, we would surely deplete the entire resources of the miniature kingdom. In unison, Sharp and Ivechi declared, there is no plant that our tribe cannot cultivate. We shall undoubtedly provide everyone with exquisite food and wine. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew lively, unbeknownst to them that this scene was being observed by those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, in the royal heights of Dressrosa, Violetta was scrutinizing the ship of the Akatsuki. As a user of the Dingeki fruit, she could observe all happenings within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Even possessing the ability to see through objects and discern the hearts of men, a formidable power indeed. However, upon encountering Sanji, one of the four emperors, and glimpsing the less savory thoughts occupying his mind, Violetta was thoroughly startled. At this moment, her attention shifted to Qianlan, the Empress of the Seas, whose arrival here sparked a mix of apprehension and curiosity. With a resigned sigh, Violetta made her way to the palace, recognizing that she must report her findings to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Soon, she arrived at the familiar palace and, suppressing her inner resentment, she reminded herself that survival was her only priority. Ho ho ho, Violetta, what brings you here? Is there a matter of concern? Da Flamingo, lounging in a sunlit chair, abruptly crushed the wine glass in his hand, crimson liquid cascading down his fingers. The four Emperor Qianlan? Diamante, Laoji, Dellinger, my family, I shall avenge you. Violetta's heart quaked at the revelation. She had not anticipated that these members of the Don Quixote family had perished at the hands of the four Emperor Qianlan. Perhaps, to reclaim her homeland, she might harness the power of Qianlan. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt a sudden clarity. Pika's sharp voice pierced the air. Indeed. Doflamingo, we must seek vengeance for our family. Violet stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. It was utterly absurd to hear such peculiar sounds emanating from a robust man clad in samurai armor. Doflamingo nodded thoughtfully before rising from his rocking chair and stepping into the room, pouring himself another glass of red wine. He retrieved a Din Din mushi from the drawer and dialed a number. Hello, Doflamingo? What has the sudden call about? Are you worried about the deal falling through? Jack. There is nothing amiss with the transaction of the artificial devil fruits. However, an unexpected individual has emerged. Jack's tone immediately shifted, laced with suspicion. Who could possibly jeopardize our deal? The Emperor, Kaido. Jack, who was on the other end of the line, momentarily faltered, at a loss for words. Despite his notoriously stubborn nature, he understood that certain individuals were beyond his capacity to confront, and Kaido was undeniably one of them. Chapter 101. The Little People. The mightiest of the four emperors? Governor Kaido had long wished to meet this formidable figure. Do your utmost to delay him. After Jack hung up the Den Den mushi, he swiftly began to connect with Onigashima. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, on the other end, cursed under his breath. Was a pirate crew of the Emperor's caliber something he could hope to stall? He would be fortunate to escape unscathed. Nonetheless, Doflamingo recognized that he must handle this matter personally. Otherwise, he would be the one to bear the brunt of the consequences. Upon exiting the room, he found Violet still waiting patiently. Fufufu. Violet, maintain constant surveillance on the movements of the Akatsuki. Should they exhibit any inclination to depart, report to me immediately. Violet nodded expressionlessly and withdrew. Doflamingo chuckled, knowing that his subordinate Violet would never submit to him. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki had already set foot on the land of Greenit. Accompanied by Sharp and Yvette, the group employed their observation haki to track Sharp and Yvette, whose small figures swiftly navigated through the primordial forest, leading the way. They soon ventured deeper into the wilderness. Hey, Leo. Yvette's call brought the group to a halt. From within the forest, 3 more diminutive figures emerged, joining Sharp and Yvette. Sharp. Yvette, ever since your disappearance, Chief Ganxiao has been deeply concerned for your safety. Sharp and Yvette simultaneously pointed to the entourage of Kaido behind them. We were captured and enslaved. Fortunately, Lord Kaido rescued us. Leo, as the captain, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Kaido and his companions. Thank you for saving our little people, Sharp and Yvette. Now, allow me to escort you to the Dingtada Kingdom for a visit. Qianlan could only nod in agreement before setting off again in the direction of Leo. After traversing a short distance, they encountered a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person to descend. Fortunately, considering the presence of some robust warriors, even Barrett could manage to squeeze through. Soon, the group arrived in the subterranean realm of the Dongtada Kingdom, where they were greeted by sprawling plant roots and a modest river flowing through the terrain. The dwelling style of the diminutive inhabitants was remarkably vertical, with miniature houses scattered from the ground upward, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Qianlan remained in this place, feeling a peculiar sensation reminiscent of Gulliver. Suddenly, a multitude of diminutive beings scurried out from the room. An uncountable number of little people emerging from every corner, swiftly filling the subterranean realm. This spectacle startled Bartolomeo greatly, causing him to sit down abruptly. Is that what constitutes a giant? It appears not merely large, but extraordinarily so. Look at that figure. He seems to surpass the giants in size. Could he possibly belong to the race of giants? He must undoubtedly be one. A throng of little people scrutinized Barrett, soon categorizing his lineage as that of giants. Silence. Do not neglect our esteemed guest. An ancient voice resonated, and instantly, the entire assembly of little people fell silent. Subsequently, a diminutive figure adorned with a scepter and a pumpkin-shaped crown, his beard streaked with gray, approached Qianlan's feet, followed closely by 3 other little beings, Leo, Sharp, and Yvette. Grateful are we, the distant guests, for your rescue of the children of our kin. Bartolomeo replied, we had not intended to save them. It was merely our inability to witness the plight of others. His conversational prowess nearly extinguished the mood, rendering the atmosphere awkward. In truth, Bartolomeo harbored some resentment regarding the expenses incurred, for those 2 little beings were anything but ordinary in value. Our ability to rescue Sharp and Yvette was purely coincidental. Yet the fact that we could return them is indeed a blessing. Upon hearing Qianlan's heartfelt words, the diminutive folk of the complete realm were instantly moved to tears, and a wave of weeping swept over all present. It was profoundly touching to witness their unwavering commitment, as they returned Sharp and Yvette from such great distances. Indeed, they embody the promise-keeping essence of the noble beings, reminiscent of the steadfastness of Norland. Oh, the kindness of these great beings. Observing the sorrowful little folk of the subterranean world, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words. Qianlan was acutely aware of the characteristics of the diminutive folk. particularly their excessive innocence and kindness, which rendered them nearly incapable of discerning falsehoods. Moreover, she herself spoke only the truth, having successfully returned Sharp and Yvette. It was time for them to take their leave. With that, Qianlan turned to depart, feeling distinctly out of place in the subterranean world. The members of the Akatsuki organization promptly followed suit, especially the women, who found the humid environment particularly intolerable, feeling a sticky discomfort upon their skin. Dear guests, please do not rush to leave. We have yet to properly host you. King Ganchao of the Dongtada Kingdom interjected, eager to persuade Qianlan and her companions to stay. Old man, we are not suited to your environment. We are far more accustomed to the surface. The sudden voice of Kai Lama startled many of the diminutive folk, silencing several who had been weeping. Captain Leo stepped forward, stating, "Let our benefactors reside on the surface. We, the diminutive folk, shall take care of them." Ganchao nodded in agreement, and the diminutive folk began to make preparations. Under Leo's guidance, the group retraced their steps back to the surface. Zoro exclaimed, "Let us stay for 2 days. I wish to savor the fine wines of the diminutive folk." "Indeed, you scoundrel captain. This is an opportunity for us to experience life in the primordial forest, and let us hasten to build a house, so this princess may take a bath." Qianlan, ever accommodating to her crew's desires, sought out a relatively open area. With a gesture, she formed hand seals. Would release 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. In an instant, a house rose from the ground, filling the vacant space. Remarkable. Is this the power of the great folk? Leo gazed at Qianlan in astonishment, believing this to be a skill accessible to all. Sharp remarked, "This is a unique ability of Lord Qianlan. Do you not find it quite comfortable, Leo?" "Indeed. It feels wonderfully warm," he replied. As the group began to arrange their belongings, their standards of living remained intact, even for a brief stay. Just as they finished their preparations, the diminutive folk commenced their hospitality. In the dining hall on the first floor, everyone from the Akatsuki organization awaited eagerly as diminutive folk carried food several times their size, serving it before the guests with grace. "I shall begin," Zoro declared, grabbing a jar of wine from one of the diminutive folk and relishing the sensation of warmth that enveloped him. "This wine and vegetables are cultivated and brewed by our folk. Do enjoy them," Leo encouraged. Chapter 102, The Undercurrents of Dressrosa. Ah, truly exquisite wine, with a uniquely delightful flavor. If only there were meat to accompany it. Perhaps I would feast upon you instead, Zoro jested. Barrett reached out towards the nearest halfling, who, in their innocent naivety, mistook his action for a fit of rage from a giant and promptly scattered in fright. The members of the Dawn organization, however, gazed at Barrett with astonishment. Was this truly the stern and stoic training fanatic they remembered? How could it be? Am I not allowed to jest with them? Barrett, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier conduct, recognized that his actions had indeed contradicted his established persona. Certainly. It is permissible. After taking a hearty sip, Qianlan tossed the exquisite wine into Barrett's hands. Cheers. Cheers. Having relished the delectable cuisine of the diminutive folk on Greenbit Island, Qianlan and his companions tidied up briefly before embarking towards the island of Dressrosa. Before long, they departed from the primordial forest and arrived at the seaside, where a magnificent red bridge appeared before their eyes. Strangely, not a soul could be seen traversing either atop or beneath the bridge. Sitarshire. This must be the iron suspension bridge that Leo mentioned, notorious for the frequent emergence of the fierce fish. Due to the threat posed by these creatures, very few dare to cross it. Undeterred, the group boldly advanced onto the bridge. As they approached the center, the waters beneath began to churn violently. Suddenly, several colossal fish leapt from the sea, aiming directly for the group in the middle of the bridge. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth, enveloping the suspension bridge and calming the previously tumultuous waters. Barrett, Qianlan, your mastery of Conqueror's Haki has significantly progressed. Yet, you still have some distance to cover before awakening the ability to envelop it. Qianlan understood that it was time to seek out teacher Kai in Wano country. As the most esteemed instructor in the world of One Piece, mastering the Conqueror's Haki and techniques like flowing Sakura would be but a trifling task. Of course, without consuming the devil fruit, Qianlan could not attain the realm of awakening. Within the palace, Violetta, responsible for surveillance, set out once more, soon appearing beside Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Yonko Qianlan and her subordinate, the Akatsuki organization, had already infiltrated Dressrosa. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in Doflamingo's head, followed by a flurry of lines dissipating into the air. Baby 5, Have you informed all the executives of the Don Quixote family? Baby 5, still neurotically brandishing her weapon at Doflamingo, tears streaming down her cheeks, bore a pitiable look. I have done so. I warned them to be cautious of Yonko Qianlan and the Akatsuki. But why must you kill my fiancé? I will surely avenge him. Doflamingo, with practiced ease, replied, I need you to protect Violetta. Need me? If you require my assistance, I shall comply. With that, Baby 5 swayed her hips and positioned herself beside Violetta, ultimately leaning against her for protection. At that moment, the snot-nosed, unseemly Torbol and the burly Pika approached Doflamingo. Accompanying them was the young and cherished Sugar, a key figure under the protection of the Don Quixote family. Virgo, you've got food stuck to your face again, Pika remarked. Virgo calmly wiped away the remnants of his meal, maintaining a composed demeanor. Fortunately, I received word to bring you back. Yet, I am perplexed as to why the Navy has suddenly intensified their scrutiny on high-ranking officials. Alas, your undercover mission has come to naught. As he spoke, Doflamingo's fury ignited. Virgo had concealed his identity so adeptly. What had caused the sudden exposure? Could there be a Navy mole among them? Achoo! At that moment, Qianlan, strolling along the coast of Dressrosa, sneezed, rubbing her nose as she continued on her path towards the main city. Hey, Doff, have you devised a plan? We still need to avenge Diamante, Laoji, and Dellinger. Torbol, step back. Your snot has dripped on me. Doflamingo pushed the encroaching Torbol away. This would be a formidable alliance between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates. We shall surely succeed in obliterating the Akatsuki. Master, shall we initiate the great battle in Dressrosa? This could spell ruin for the entire nation. The Beast Pirates required 3 days to arrive. Thus we must execute all necessary preparations in the interim. After 3 days, this nation will hold no significance for me. For the sake of avenging my family, I am prepared to relinquish everything. As the directives from Doflamingo were issued, the members of the Don Quixote family commenced their preparations for an imminent departure. However, given the extensive operations of the Dressrosa kingdom, the sheer volume of items that needed to be relocated resulted in a burgeoning undercurrent throughout the nation. Meanwhile, on the Lover's Road of Dressrosa, a voice echoed. Did we arrive at the wrong place? The princess insisted we should not have followed the green-haired one. What are you talking about? You fool. I never asked you to follow me. What? Was it not you who caught the scent of fine wine and unwittingly led us here by walking ahead? Truly a foolish and directionally challenged individual. Qianlan paid little heed to the quarrel between Zorro and Perona. Instead, her gaze was drawn to the plethora of toys adorning the streets. These toys, appearing remarkably lifelike, were in truth human beings. The moment they were transformed into toys, they were forgotten by all. By day, they labored to remain close to their families, and by night, they assisted Doflamingo in transporting illicit goods. Dressrosa was a nation that had risen under the dominion of the devil fruits. How adorable. This fox toy bears a striking resemblance to me, said Stasi, holding a plush fox toy against her face, and indeed, they both exuded an undeniable charm. Let us swiftly relocate. Our group is far too conspicuous here, urged Kuro. Upon this reminder, the others became acutely aware of their surroundings. On a street predominantly filled with couples, a solitary individual was already a rarity. And the presence of so many from the Akatsuki was undeniably more conspicuous. Qianlan, then let us disperse quickly. Everyone go enjoy yourselves. As soon as Qianlan finished speaking, the crowd scattered like startled birds, leaving her alone in the blink of an eye. Well, I shall explore on my own. Thus, Qianlan continued her stroll along Lover's Avenue, proceeding forward until she turned a corner and altered her course. Chapter 103, Gathering Intelligence. Qianlan meandered through the winding streets of Dressrosa, and before long, she found herself utterly disoriented. However, her attention was drawn to a tavern nearby, prompting her to stride confidently inside. Such vulgarity, utterly base, she mused. I must adopt a critical perspective to appreciate this. Upon entering the tavern, she beheld a stage where several geishas, adorned in elegant kimonos, swayed their alluring waists and posed enticingly. Below, a throng of patrons eagerly watched the performance, while the tavern's beer was consumed with fervor. Seeing this, Qianlan chose a forward position to sit down, sipping beer while immersing herself in the scene, her attention particularly captivated by a striking beauty with pink hair. As time passed, the number of intoxicated guests increased, and the atmosphere grew more fervent. Suddenly, a brawl erupted among many patrons, drinks and food scattered across the floor. Alas, the inebriated had little strength to resist. In no time, numerous individuals were subdued. The assailants shed their disguises, donning the Navy's military coats, revealing that it was a naval operation. Qianlan had not anticipated such an encounter. At that moment, a youthful and vibrant figure emerged among the performing geishas, effortlessly lighting a cigarette. The remnants of the Rofield faction. Did they truly believe they could seek refuge with the 7 warlords for legitimate identification? As a mere guest, Qianlan quietly observed this spectacle, feeling a sense of familiarity with the leading geisha. Suddenly, a burly man, previously restrained, broke free from his captors and attempted to escape through a shattered window. In a flash, iron rods resembling barriers extended from the geisha's arm, encircling the fleeing man. The Navy swiftly moved in, delivering 2 fierce punches before binding him. Rihai expressed disappointment at being assigned such a simple task, exhaling a puff of smoke as she pondered whether there was any contact with Admiral Smoker. Report, Major Rihai, there has been no communication from Admiral Smoker thus far. Meanwhile, the inconspicuous Qianlan contemplated the unexpected presence of the Navy. It was likely that her report on Virgo had been leaked, prompting the Navy's investigation. At that moment, Rihai's gaze fell upon Qianlan in the corner. Hey, you look somewhat familiar, don't you? Qianlan pondered for a moment before saying, that may be because I possess a rather handsome appearance. Hinai gradually approached Qianlan, her gaze growing increasingly piercing. Indeed, you are rather handsome, she remarked. Before decisively launching an attack towards him, the 2 iron barriers in her hands swiftly converging upon Qianlan. With a clang, the 2 barriers collided. Yet Qianlan's figure had already vanished without a trace. You little scoundrel, to strike without warning is truly despicable, Hinai exclaimed as she turned, swinging another barrier that shattered the bar counter where Qianlan had been standing. Guion had informed Hinai that there could be no idle chatter with him. If the opportunity arose, she must eliminate him, even if it required the most underhanded of tactics. Qianlan chuckled. I never anticipated being simultaneously sought after by the 2 most enchanting women of the Navy. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Although Qianlan spoke frivolously, she was acutely aware that the time for playful banter had ceased. Under the formidable influence of her eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, she swiftly gained control over all present. Hinai, what is your purpose for coming here? Did the Navy only dispatch you and Smoker? Hinai, with a dazed expression, replied, I am tasked with apprehending the remnants of the Lone Shark King, Lufield, while Smoker is responsible for gathering intelligence on the traitor, Virgo. We merely crossed paths here by chance. Regrettably, no information regarding the Admiral of the Navy was uncovered, which left Qianlan somewhat disheartened. In an instant, her figure vanished from the spot, and those ensnared by the illusion regained their senses. And I remarked, indeed, Vice Admiral Guion was correct. The Yonko Qianlan is nothing but a lecher. Were Qianlan present, she would vehemently protest her innocence, asserting that she had only ever harbored affections for Guion of the Navy, thus questioning the label of a lecher. Meanwhile, in an instant, Qianlan's figure materialized beside Zaro. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique is a remarkable tool for swift travel. Hey, Qianlan, your sudden appearance is rather startling. Zaro expressed his evident disdain towards Qianlan's abrupt emergence. Qianlan, however, inquired nonchalantly, Green Algae Head, have you seen a short-haired individual, blind, wielding a cane, adorned in a purple kimono and draped in a Navy justice coat? Qianlan inquired about the news of the newly appointed Navy Admiral Fujitora, for the emergence of an admiral would undoubtedly have significant implications for major operations. If it did not pertain to her, it would be of little concern. However, should it involve her, she must prepare in advance. No, do not bother with the blind. My luck in gambling today has been quite favorable, and I have won a considerable amount. Qianlan waved her hand and exclaimed, surely you are not relying on your observation hockey to win here. How utterly mundane. With that, Zaro placed a considerable amount of chips on the table, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were assured. 634, a total of 13. Our esteemed guest is truly fortunate today. Just as Zoro spoke, yet another stack of chips was added to his winnings. Qianlan gazed at the beautiful dealer before her, then turned her attention to Zaro. Realizing why he was so fond of frequenting casinos, bored, Qianlan began to wander around the casino. She had no interest in gambling and was utterly ignorant of the games on the tables. As she strolled, she sensed a gaze fixated upon her, a feeling that persisted even when she changed her position. Initially, Qianlan assumed that her sudden presence had surprised the casino, but soon she discovered that it was the foot soldiers clad in black, belonging to the Don Quixote family, who were watching her intently. Seeking a more secluded spot, Qianlan noticed that the black-clad soldiers followed her without hesitation. In an instant, one of them was effortlessly subdued by Qianlan, rendered powerless against her illusionary arts. "Why are you staring at me?" she inquired. The captive, in a dazed manner, shook his head, indicating his inability to provide more than this fragment of information. It became evident that the order from Lord Pika had been clear. Everyone in the small organization was to have an enjoyable time, and no one was permitted to stir up trouble. Qianlan was acutely aware that Don Quixote da Flamingo had likely learned of her involvement in the deaths of Diamante and his associates, particularly since she frequently bore the stolen gold dragon ink sword at her waist. Thus, Qianlan surmised that da Flamingo was biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment to deal with her, while simultaneously delaying the departure of her small organization. The Navy, the 7 warlords, she realized, had rendered the situation increasingly intriguing. Unbeknownst to her, the very person she had been longing for, Teacher Kai, was en route to her location. Chapter 104. The Conclusive Battle of Black and White. The following day, on Greenit Island, the members of the Akatsuki organization were enjoying their time in Dressrosa before returning to this place to rest. However, upon awakening from her slumber, Qianlan was abruptly roused by the incessant ringing of a transponder snail. Blue blue. The sound of the transponder snail echoed, prompting her to wonder who could be calling so early in the morning. Qianlan rubbed her eyes to alleviate her fatigue, and only upon regaining her senses did she answer the phone. Moshi Moshi, Susi Bulalai Dana. At the very moment Qianlan picked up the phone, the device instantly transformed its expression into one of urgency, and its appearance vaguely resembled that of a pineapple-headed creature. Qianlan was aware that it might be Marco trying to reach out to her, and at this moment, she could not afford to be careless. After all, Whitebeard had made a pact with her, and she held her commitments in high regard. She was determined to protect the Whitebeard pirates once. "Marco, how have you fared?" Cough. "We have failed. We were unable to avenge Father. Tell him we have let him down." Upon hearing this, Qianlan felt a twinge of confusion, as the expression of the telephone bug mimicking Marco appeared somewhat abnormal. Anxious, Qianlan could only leave behind a few words, for her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly be a devastating shock to the members of the Akatsuki. Having left her message, Qianlan instantly vanished from Greenbit Island, only to find herself on an unfamiliar isle. All around her, the Whitebeard pirates were seated, each captain bearing wounds, some were even absent, their fates unknown. Marco, serving as the ship's doctor, tended to the injured, displaying no surprise at Qianlan's sudden arrival. It was unclear how Teach had acquired the Tremor fruit, otherwise their defeat would not have been so catastrophic. Blackbeard had obtained the Tremor fruit. Qianlan was utterly astonished. Could this truly be fate? How could Teach locate the Tremor fruit so swiftly? One can only say that this individual lives up to the reputation of being a formidable antagonist crafted by Oda. In just a few months, Teach managed to discover the Tremor fruit. Blackbeard Teach is indeed a tragic figure, encountering Luffy, the destined child, who is inevitably fated to defeat him. Qianlan inquired with concern, "What is the current situation of the Blackbeard pirates?" Marco replied, after entering the New World, "Teach has been fervently recruiting, attracting many ruthless low-ranking pirates to join his ranks. Consequently, a formidable force has rapidly taken shape. Additionally, the former Marine Admiral Akiji has also allied himself with the Blackbeard pirates, although his position seems rather precarious, as he has not ascended to the role of the 8th captain. Due to the butterfly effect induced by Qianlan, the Blackbeard pirates have lost a few members, resulting in a slight imbalance in their ranks, with several of their captains missing." Marco was caught off guard by Akiji's appearance. Even though Akiji may not have exerted his full strength, he remains beyond the capability of some of the weaker captains from the Whitebeard pirates. "Qianlan, could you elucidate the specifics of the battle process?" Bista rubbed his arm and smiled, saying, "There was no actual battle process. Initially, Teach had established himself around the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and then launched a surprise attack on us." Suddenly, Bista's expression shifted, as if he were enduring immense suffering. "In the beginning, we were evenly matched. However, the destructive power of the Tremor fruit rendered us defenseless. Moreover, the intervention of former Marine Admiral Akiji led to our total rout, forcing us to flee here." As he spoke, Bista glanced around, noting that many captains of the Whitebeard pirates had vanished, and the fate of some was uncertain. We had utterly failed. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew somber, and Qianlan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from saying much more. As for the notorious Blackbeard, whether through treachery or shamelessness, he invariably achieves his goals. which left Qianlan somewhat astonished. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and with the quaking, debris fell incessantly, as if the entire mountain was collapsing. Qianlan, fully aware of Blackbeard's possession of the tremor fruit, lamented the unfortunate choice of such an awkward location. At that moment, among the crowd, Zhang's face flushed slightly, as if he were the one who had hastily arrived there first. "We must retreat." Marco's warning was abruptly interrupted as the entire mountain began to collapse. A force beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. "Are we doomed? We can't escape. You must flee. My injuries are far too grave." Resigned, Qianlan recognized that it was imperative for him to take action. Otherwise, a significant number of the Whitebeard pirates would perish here. In an instant, Qianlan entered Sage mode. A layer of shadow gracing his eyes. Sage technique. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Confronted with the crumbling mountain, typical would release would prove insufficient. However, with the enhancement of Sage technique, the power of the advent of the tree world was magnified tenfold. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, a vast expanse of forest emerged, with each tree growing wildly, swiftly burrowing into the impending landslide. Qianlan skillfully manipulated the wood release, relentlessly dismantling every mountain, while deftly receiving the falling boulders. Soon, the entire mountain was reduced to rubble. Is this the power of the strongest of the four emperors? Vista pondered, truly astounded by such cataclysmic combat prowess. The Whitebeard pirates gazed in awe at the surrounding trees and the disintegrated mountain, their hearts filled with profound admiration for Qianlan's might. As expected of the strongest of the four emperors, effortlessly countering my assault, came the mocking voice of Blackbeard Teach. However, Qianlan perceived his words as mere boastful exaggeration. In an instant, the members of the Whitebeard pirates grew vigilant, sensing that Blackbeard Teach could materialize anywhere. Bang! At that moment, a member of the Whitebeard pirates fell to the ground, and the gunfire revealed the whereabouts of Blackbeard's crew. "Long time no see, Teach. Care to exchange a few blows?" Qianlan maintained a calm demeanor, reassuring his comrades, while the members of Blackbeard's crew began to reveal themselves. Former Admiral Akiji stood behind Blackbeard. Yet his attire had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once clad in the Navy's Justice cloak and blue garments, Akiji now donned a black cloak and black attire. Even his bandana had turned dark. Qianlan, are you truly confident that you can contend with me now? Before the might of the strongest Logia, all other abilities are rendered futile. Teach exhibited a dual nature, showcasing both a restrained ambition and an arrogant demeanor upon achieving success. In the original narrative, he became increasingly boastful after acquiring the tremor fruit. Had he not received a punch from Sengoku, it is likely he would have taken much longer to regain his composure. Chapter 105, The Clash with Blackbeard Again. Is that so, Teach? Then I wonder if you would be willing to experience my full strength. Qianlan's face radiated with a warm and benevolent smile, exuding an aura of innocence. Task: defeat Blackbeard Teach. Task level: SS Task reward: True Immortal Technique. 1,000 hands. The system's classification of Blackbeard as an SS-level threat caught Qianlan off guard. Yet upon reflection, she came to comprehend this designation. After all, Blackbeard had recently consumed the dark fruit, and now possessed the tremor fruit as well. Mastering two such formidable abilities would undoubtedly require considerable time, compounded by the agonizing side effects of the dark fruit, rendering Blackbeard's current strength inadequate. Nevertheless, an SS-level task was commendable in itself, and witnessing her system's remarkable capabilities only intensified Qianlan's radiant smile. Observing Qianlan's brilliant expression, Blackbeard Teach found himself enveloped in uncertainty, unsure whether to strike or refrain from action. Should he fail, the significant advantage gained from cornering the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates could be squandered. Conversely, success could greatly facilitate his future schemes. He contemplated that if Qianlan were to resurrect others, he would instruct his allies, Shiryu and Akiji, to engage the revived powers while he faced Qianlan in a one-on-one confrontation. Once Blackbeard had imparted his directives, his confidence was swiftly restored. After all, the prospect of being overwhelmed by several resurrected warriors was genuinely daunting. Come forth. Today, if I defeat you, I shall claim the title of the strongest among the four emperors. Blackbeard declared with a menacing grin, charging towards Qianlan, his jagged teeth and fearsome expression instilling trepidation in all who beheld him. Of course, Blackbeard was not foolish enough to engage Qianlan in close combat. The dual agony of his powers could very well spell his demise. 7 days of calling. Lightning release. Chakra mode. Qianlan is not yet inclined to employ the perfect immortal mode, and she has no desire to eliminate Blackbeard at this moment. With a swift motion, she launched her shuriken technique. The kunai, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, was hurled towards Blackbeard without a hint of hesitation. To the onlookers, such an attack appeared utterly absurd. They all perceived Qianlan's probing as entirely futile. Suddenly, an impenetrable black curtain materialized, effortlessly absorbing Qianlan's Flying Thunder God kunai within its depths. Qianlan exploits the unique characteristics of the dark fruit, capable of drawing anything towards herself. Ding! Ding! Blackbeard cast the absorbed Flying Thunder God kunai at his feet, his sinister grin deepening. Is there any significance to such a provocation? Qianlan, unveil your true prowess. Qianlan smiled and said, Teach. Are you certain you want me to reveal my true abilities? The smile on Blackbeard's face instantly froze, leaving him at a loss for words. The current situation was rather favorable. At the very least, he was not being besieged by a multitude of fallen formidable warriors. Qianlan remained oblivious to Blackbeard's intentions for her. The battle took precedence. With that thought, her figure vanished in an instant. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan materialized right before Blackbeard, who, in that fleeting moment, was brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha. You seek your own demise. Dark water. In an instant, Blackbeard was enveloped in dark ripples, his hands shrouded in an even deeper darkness. Dark water, a signature move of Blackbeard, had the ability to draw in those with devil fruit powers. Upon contact, the abilities of the devil fruit user would be nullified. Furthermore, this technique could absorb attacks from these fruits, albeit only those of limited range. Qianlan made no effort to resist Blackbeard's power, and in a blink, she found herself ensnared by his grip. Ha ha ha. I, Blackbeard, am the strongest. Before Blackbeard could finish his boast, Qianlan had no interest in listening to his prattle. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A massive fireball erupted at point-blank range, catching even the seasoned Blackbeard off guard for a moment. His wail echoed throughout the arena, akin to a pig being slaughtered, as fire engulfed him, accompanied by a debilitating pain that intensified the suffering from the blow. Ice Age. In an instant, a Kiji froze the flames unleashed by Qianlan, creating a bizarre scene, befitting of one who had turned Punk Hazard into a half-ice island. This maneuver successfully rescued Blackbeard from peril. Teach, you might want to reconsider your moniker as Blackbeard. After all, it seems you no longer possess a beard, Joza remarked. Marco, witnessing the spectacle, chuckled. Teach, it appears your reputation as Blackbeard may require a revision. Although the strike from Qianlan was promptly intercepted by Akiji, it nonetheless singed a significant portion of Teach's beard and even scorched a fair amount of his hair. However, the notorious Blackbeard, a figure of formidable ambition, remained indifferent to his appearance, running his hand over his face and fixating intently on Qianlan. How can it be that my dark fruit renders all devil fruits ineffective, yet you are still able to unleash your powers? Just moments ago, I found myself unable to absorb your flames, left helplessly engulfed in their blaze. Qianlan, who informed you that I have consumed a devil fruit? Did I ever utter such words? With a single statement, Qianlan stunned the entire assembly, leaving everyone astonished as they gazed at the smiling figure of Qianlan. From setting sail to ascending as one of the four emperors, the notorious title of the cunning ninja echoed across the seas. The multitude of formidable yet peculiar techniques had no connection to the devil fruits, and all present found it hard to believe. Only Blackbeard recognized the veracity of Qianlan's words. Otherwise, his dark fruit would undoubtedly have manifested its powers. It appears we are quite similar. We are both individuals of exceptional nature. With this, Blackbeard shifted the conversation, proposing, would you consider joining my ranks? This world will ultimately belong to us. Qianlan shook her head in refusal. Blackbeard, bold and audacious, dared to recruit even in the face of Qianlan's current stance, indicating that this individual was destined for greatness. Upon witnessing Qianlan's dismissal, Blackbeard felt no anger. After all, opportunities were abundant, and if necessary, he could create his own. The most pressing matter at hand was the battle unfolding before them. Suddenly, Blackbeard lunged at Qianlan, his right arm bending sharply as he unleashed the power of his devil fruit, thrusting forward with great force. A white sphere materialized before the onlookers. The air trembled. Qianlan was certainly reluctant to confront Blackbeard head-on. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan instantaneously appeared behind Blackbeard. Previously, Qianlan had intentionally allowed Blackbeard to draw him in, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God on Blackbeard to gain an advantage in the current battle. Spiral Sphere. Alas, trouble loomed. Blackbeard's hockey had clearly detected Qianlan's position. However, the attack had already been unleashed, leaving Blackbeard no opportunity to react. With no other choice, Blackbeard could only envelop himself in a layer of armament hockey in a desperate attempt to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Chapter 106. The dust settles. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Qianlan effortlessly pinned Blackbeard to the ground with a single strike, shattering the cloak that hung from his back. How painful. This is excruciating. With a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Blackbeard's lament was truly heart-wrenching, leaving listeners in tears. The compounded agony rendered Blackbeard helpless against a master of physical combat, making him too fearful to engage directly. Qianlan stepped on Blackbeard's ample belly and inquired, "How are you faring, Teach? This is merely a glimpse of my true abilities. Would you care to experience more?" Blackbeard did not respond to Qianlan's words, but instead took a deep breath. Dark hole. In an instant, the power of the dark fruit enveloped a radius of 100 meters around the grounded Blackbeard. The figure of Qianlan vanished once more, reappearing beside Marco. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who had risen from the ground, continued to unleash the voracious power of his fruit, devouring everything in his vicinity, trees, fragments of stone, and even the very earth itself. How infuriating. That pain was unbearable, but this time, I shall see how you evade me. Blackbeard raised his right hand, seemingly aiming for Qianlan, keenly searching for an opportunity to strike. Release. Everything consumed by Blackbeard began to be unleashed, targeting Qianlan's position. This time, I shall witness how you escape. A ruin with a diameter exceeding 200 meters hurtled violently towards Qianlan, who had not prepared to evade at all. Ninetales. With a low growl, Qianlan immediately entered the Ninetales chakra mode. Countless chakra-infused hands began to coalesce behind her, and with a series of powerful punches, she completely dismantled Blackbeard's assault. At that moment, the combat-averse Blackbeard unexpectedly closed the distance to Qianlan in the blink of an eye. Skyquake. Qianlan was taken aback by Blackbeard's proactive advance. However, she swiftly activated her eternal Mangeki Sharingan to reverse the recent events. Employing the same technique and following the same trajectory, this time, Qianlan delivered a kick squarely to Blackbeard's face. Thud. Blackbeard's figure was sent hurtling backward for several dozen meters before crashing violently to the ground, accompanied by the descent of 4 bloodied teeth from the air. Teach, being a notorious pirate, perhaps you should seize the opportunity to spin some belly on a dentist to mend those teeth. Ugh. Teach spat another mouthful of blood at the remark. Realizing that psychological blows accompany physical ones in battle, it seemed clear to him that his strength still fell significantly short. Now, speak your conditions. Firstly, it is absolutely impossible for me to relinquish the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing their captain express a willingness to negotiate, the seemingly gravely ill Toxcu promptly rode over on Zhuang to attend to Blackbeard, initiating immediate treatment. Ding. Task reward. Sage technique. True Thousand Hands, now mastered. Qianlan opened the long-neglected system panel, only to find that the immortal technique had become a separate category. Host. Qianlan level. Super shadow attributes. Wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin, yang ninjutsu, creation rebirth, impure world reincarnation, hell stab, flying thunder god technique, light and heavy rock technique, perfect sage mode, immortal technique, inorganic rebirth, true number 1000 hands taijutsu, 7 days calling method, remnant, lightning release chakra mode bloodline limit, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, would release summon beast, 9 tails blade tools, amber clean bottle, space scroll, shop, kunai, explosive tags. However, this was not the time to focus on the system. The words of Blackbeard demanded attention. Teach. Do you truly believe you are worthy to occupy our father's territory? We shall never relent, even in death. The remaining remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were stirred with fervor, as if they still possessed the strength to confront the Blackbeard pirates once more. Yet, the leading captains remained silent, paralyzed by the gravity of the situation. The Whitebeard pirates had no options left. Had it not been for the intervention of the Yonko Qianlan, their survival would have been in jeopardy. What use is a territory if there is no one left to claim it? Moreover, they were on the brink of annihilation, with only a handful of islands remaining unscathed. It was too late for words. At this moment, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, stepped forward. The territory seized by our father can be given to you. Marco's statement was met with disbelief among the members of the Whitebeard pirates, for this land had been won through blood and sacrifice. Marco, why? Captain Marco. Unable to articulate a response, Marco simply shook his head in anguish. However, our condition is that you release our captured comrades. Not a single soul can be spared. Blackbeard laughed heartily, saying, No problem. As long as I can take over your territory, those individuals are of no use to me. Thus, the two sides commenced the exchange of islands and prisoners of war. Even though the animosity between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates remained acute. Under the control of Qianlan, Marco, and Blackbeard, the process was completed smoothly. Out at sea, Marco bid a brief farewell to his comrades, leading a portion of those willing to return to Whitebeard's homeland. Here, take this. It is the wine that our father has cherished and been reluctant to drink. Qianlan took the bottle and began to drink, having skipped breakfast in the early hours, and even with her current constitution, she still felt somewhat unwell. In truth, refraining from contesting that small territory with Blackbeard was the right decision, he would undoubtedly not tolerate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates within his sphere of influence. Marco nodded in agreement, then tilted his head back to take a hearty swig of alcohol, the liquid cascading down his face, leaving one to ponder whether it was drink or tears. I am grateful for your assistance this time. At that moment, I instinctively sought to dial your number, never anticipating you would appear here. Qianlan, this is my promise to Whitebeard. It also serves as his final act of protection for you. Father, at this moment, Marco could no longer conceal his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he succumbed to a near-manic state of sorrow. Throughout the war atop the battlefield, this man has endured profound losses, shouldering an immense burden, and only now does he dare to experience a semblance of relief. After a period of catharsis, Marco wiped his eyes. Perhaps you may regard my strength with disdain, yet regardless of that, you have assisted the Whitebeard pirates this time. Henceforth, whenever you require my aid, I, Marco, shall dedicate myself fully to fulfilling your requests. Qianlan nodded in acknowledgement, not refusing Marco's kindness. After the ship sailed for a while and ensuring the safety of Marco and the others, Qianlan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to her room. It was relatively late now, and Qianlan promptly collapsed onto her bed, preparing to indulge in a short nap. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 107, The True Man, Cyrus. The following day, upon awakening, Qianlan was promptly surrounded by the others, who bombarded her with inquiries, revealing their profound concern over her disappearance the previous day. You will understand my actions when you read the newspaper. For now, let's focus on having a meal. We shall depart tomorrow. We have been here in Dressrosa for 3 days, and everyone has had their share of fun. It is time to leave. Despite Qianlan's slight interest in Dressrosa, the presence of the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the unknown pirates left her feeling utterly fatigued. It was impossible to enjoy herself freely. Bartolomeo interjected, Master Qianlan, let's postpone our departure for another 2 days. Green Algae Head and I are on the verge of 100 consecutive victories at the bullfighting arena in Dressrosa. Zaro nodded in agreement before retorting angrily, You fool. You are the one who resembles Green Algae Head. Qianlan did not anticipate that Zaro and Bartolomeo would participate in the bullfighting arena. However, this was rather expected, as Dressrosa offered only a few amusing locales. We might have attracted the attention of one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, especially since we previously eliminated a cadre of the Don Quixote family. The reminder prompted everyone to recall the supernova and the members of the Don Quixote family they had slain. Indeed, there was a semblance of truth in their collective memory, though it had largely faded from their minds. Qianlan continued, expressing her bewilderment at the Navy's unexpected presence in Dressrosa, seemingly there to investigate the alleged traitor within their ranks. In any case, the situation in Dressrosa was undeniably chaotic. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that the currents beneath the surface were tumultuous. In truth, Qianlan was not particularly concerned about the Navy or the 7 warlords. Her primary focus lay on the intricate ties between Doflamingo and the world government. As a governing body that had ruled the world for 8 centuries, one could only speculate what hidden cards they still held. It was certainly not as inept as portrayed in the anime. Should the world government ever decide to take action against her, Qianlan believed it wise to exercise caution. Nevertheless, she held confidence in her strength and was unafraid of any confrontation, thus she did not wish to impose on others to leave. Let us linger a few more days, she suggested. Remain vigilant and do not fall prey to any treachery. At that moment, Kailama leaped down from Qianlan's shoulder. Just be cautious. I can distinctly sense a considerable amount of malice in the air. After spending ample time together, the group was well aware of Kai Lama's abilities and felt a twinge of unease. Yet, this did not dampen their spirits. Soon they dispersed to explore the wonders of Dressrosa. Qianlan was still wandering aimlessly through the streets, admiring the unique scenery that surrounded her. Catch it, quickly. Don't let that toy escape, Suddenly, a toy darted out from a shadowy corner, and before Qianlan could discern what it was, it collided forcefully with her. A dozen figures clad in black, members of the Don Quixote family, burst forth from behind her, momentarily frozen in place upon seeing Qianlan. Their expressions a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Noticing that the toy that had collided with her was dressed like a soldier, armed with a gun and missing a leg, Qianlan instinctively exclaimed, "Cyrus?" Cyrus, puzzled by the stranger who could call his name, wondered, "How do you recognize me? Those who know me should have completely forgotten." Just as Qianlan was conversing with Cyrus, a figure in black suddenly lunged at him, seemingly intent on pinning him down. Sensing the attack, Cyrus leaped into the air, bringing the butt of his gun crashing down onto the assailant's face. "Qianlan, have I stirred you?" As one of the four emperors, Qianlan exudes an aura of authority that instills fear in the members of the Don Quixote family, causing them to tremble and avert their gazes. At last, one trembling individual stepped forward, stammering, "Lord Qianlan, this is merely a deranged toy. We wouldn't want it to disturb you." Cyrus, observing the unfolding scene in silence, contemplated Qianlan's true identity. "In that case, may I take responsibility for this toy?" The members of the Don Quixote family hesitated, uncertainty creeping into their expressions. Qianlan pressed on. "What? Are we to provoke the four emperors over a mere toy from the Don Quixote family?" A silence fell upon the group. Neither the four emperors nor the seven warlords were entities they could afford to offend. Unfazed by the dozen onlookers, Qianlan boldly seized the toy, Gaius, and made her exit. It must be said, the toy fruit is indeed a remarkable ability, transforming individuals into toys while rendering them forgettable, quite extraordinary. Soon, Qianlan's figure vanished from the sight of the Don Quixote family members. With Gaius in tow, she wound her way through a dimly lit alley before setting him down on the ground. "You are the four emperor, Qianlan." "Indeed, that is I." The atmosphere between them grew heavy with silence, the girl and her toy exchanging no words in the shadowy alley, an undeniably peculiar scene. Ultimately, it was Qianlan who broke the stillness. "Gaius, how much of your undefeated record of 3,000 matches in the bullfighting arena is embellished? Are there any true champions among them?" "The record is indeed genuine, though true champions are a rarity." Qianlan listened as Curacao acknowledged his own truths with a nod. During the reign of King Riku, Dressrosa was a land marked by peace and poverty, with few outsiders to disrupt its tranquility, suggesting that Curaçao's record of 3,000 victories was likely devoid of genuine adversaries. After Don Quixote da Flamingo ascended to the throne, he transformed Dressrosa into a thriving tourist destination. Yet beneath this facade lay a darkness that ran deep and unfathomable. However, what relevance did this hold for Qianlan? She certainly did not consider herself a benevolent pirate. "Curacao, I understand your sentiments. This nation is shrouded in darkness, but the savior you seek is not me, it is the individual who will arrive a year hence." Qianlan felt deep sympathy for Cyrus, as the love story between him and Scarlet had brought her to tears in the past. Faced with Scarlet, who had forgotten him and stood before him, Cyrus could only borrow tears from the heavens, yet it struck a chord in Qianlan's heart. Additionally, the sight of the true man, clad in infant attire, moved her to tears as well. Thus, Qianlan decided to remain uninvolved, allowing events to unfold as they may. Cyrus exclaimed, "Is it true? Is there still hope for this country? This nation shall ultimately find redemption." After delivering her lofty words, Qianlan vanished, leaving behind a jubilant Cyrus, whose spirits were lifted by her encouragement. Chapter 108. Doflamingo's Invitation, Kaido's Entrance. The vanished Qianlan found herself in the tavern from a couple of days prior, but alas, the aftermath of the recent battle left it deserted. With no other choice, Qianlan clutched a bottle of wine and continued her ascent towards the royal heights. Soon, she arrived at the most picturesque location in Dressrosa, the flower fields. The landscape was adorned with fields of vibrant sunflowers, complemented by a majestic, verdant tree at its center. This was the beauty one would expect from an anime. Unlike the primitive forests of Greenbit Island, which, though visually appealing, offered little comfort, Qianlan leisurely strolled through the flower fields, absorbing the essence of nature. As time passed, the sunflowers shifted their orientation with the sun, presenting yet another breathtaking spectacle in Qianlan's eyes. Suddenly, a large face appeared before her, startling Qianlan into throwing a punch. Boom! In an instant, the face contorted and collapsed, being propelled away in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, followed by a figure crashing to the ground. "Qianlan, please cease. I am Pika, an official of the Don Quixote family, sent by the young master to request a meeting with you." Upon hearing Pika's voice, Qianlan felt an urge to burst into laughter. Yet she restrained herself, as everyone possesses certain aspects they prefer not to be ridiculed for. Doflamingo, after all this time in Dressrosa, you only now think to request my presence? Surely, there must be some trap involved. Pika's face was drenched in cold sweat. If a scuffle were to ensue, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, Kurama leapt from Qianlan's side and, in an instant, transformed into a gigantic form, sweeping his tail across Pika. With a splatter of blood, Pika collapsed amidst the flowers, evidently gravely injured. Kurama remarked, his animosity is quite palpable. It seems your invitation may merely be a facade. Pika's heart raced in shock. He had not anticipated that the fox with 9 tails possessed such formidable abilities, and Doflamingo's scheme appeared to be in jeopardy. Qianlan crouched down to gaze at Pika. And I firmly believe that Doflamingo harbors no animosity towards me. Do you? Qianlan spoke these words with a sense of insincerity, perhaps fearing that Doflamingo was gnashing his teeth in anger. To Pika, the ever-smiling Qianlan appeared oddly unsettling. It was prudent to handle the situation delicately for the time being. Thus, Pika nodded numbly and insisted that Lord Qianlan must visit the palace, where the young master had prepared fine wine to honor him. Very well. You may return now. Yes. With that, Pika activated the powers of the stone fruit, his robust form vanishing into the earth, quickly disappearing from Qianlan's perception. What means Doflamingo would employ against him remained uncertain, yet Qianlan was undaunted by any challenge. Estimating that the time was nearly upon him, Qianlan's figure vanished directly from the flower field. Inside the palace, the figure of Qianlan appeared beside Pika, standing directly atop the surface of the swimming pool. Such an extraordinary feat. Torpal's words led Qianlan to suspect that he had been deceived. As his reputation grew, so too did the exposure of his abilities, particularly the Flying Thunder God technique, which had undoubtedly been the subject of much scrutiny by others. Here, Qianlan also noticed a serious individual, the ominous Virgo, whose face was still smeared with remnants of food, a rather peculiar detail indeed. Lord Qianlan, please follow me. With Baby 5 leading the way, Qianlan entered a spacious hall. In the center, a long table and 2 chairs awaited, adorned with prepared red wine and a sumptuous Western meal. Don Quixote Doflamingo already occupied the seat of honor, flanked by the cadre of the Don Quixote family. The formalities were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism, and thus Qianlan naturally took a seat in the other chair. Dressed in a maid's outfit, Baby 5 dutifully served both Qianlan and Doflamingo, pouring them each a glass of red wine. The hatred they harbor, Qianlan, I am aware. Let us dine first. Engaging in conflict now would be a waste. Qianlan spoke as she picked up her knife and fork, indiscriminately shoveling food into her mouth. Welcome, Lady Qianlan, to Dressrosa. This feast has been meticulously prepared for you. Qianlan cut a piece of steak and found it to be quite palatable. In truth, Qianlan felt that a bite of sauced beef would have been even more enjoyable. However, since Doflamingo wished to perform, Qianlan was determined to indulge him. Lord Qianlan's battle against Blackbeard yesterday was truly astonishing. The dark fruit had no discernible effect on your abilities. Qianlan took a sip of red wine and chuckled. Just a little special trick, nothing compared to your artificial devil fruit. The conversation between the two at the dining table was filled with verbal sparring, while the other members of the Don Quixote family stood calmly to the side, as if the discourse at the table bore no relevance to them. Finish it, and bring another bottle. At that moment, a little girl with green hair, a single eye patch, and a bear hat emerged, struggling to carry a bottle of red wine as she approached Qianlan. Despite being a petite 22-year-old standing at just 1 meter and 20 centimeters, Qianlan did not underestimate her. In an instant, Qianlan snatched the wine from Sugar's grasp, the sheer force sending her sprawling to the ground. Slowly rising after the fall, Sugar lunged towards Qianlan with remarkable speed. A stuffed bear. Anticipating this move, Qianlan swiftly sidestepped and delivered a precise chop to Sugar's neck, rendering the petite girl unconscious. Doflamingo, in a fit of anger, covered his forehead and muttered, "It seems this endeavor has met with failure." Qianlan rose, smiling as he remarked, "Sugar has fainted, and chaos has erupted in Dressrosa. Surely, there must be greater advantages compelling you to take such risks. I wonder what your reliance is, for you seem confident in your ability to overcome me here." At that moment, the rooftop of the palace exploded, and 3 figures, each several meters tall, descended. The 4 Emperor Kaido, along with his formidable subordinates, Jack and the infamous Queen, had arrived in significant numbers. Is this your source of confidence, Doflamingo? Mission: defeat one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Mission level: SSS Mission Reward. Bloodline Elimination. Dust Release. Upon the system presenting this mission, Qianlan comprehended its gravity. For Kaido possessed unparalleled strength. The emergence of Dust Release, however, filled Qianlan with delight. This technique was virtually insurmountable, with few in the pirate world capable of withstanding its power. Yet, having just battled Blackbeard, Teach, the previous day, he pondered whether there was an issue with his physical constitution. ORO. Joining the Beast Pirates may spare your life, for I have always been lenient towards the strong. With that, Kaido swung his club, shattering the dining table into splinters. Chapter 109. The Clash of Four Conquerors Haki. Qianlan was acutely aware that if a real fight broke out, this exquisite feast would be utterly lost. She was taken aback when Kaido rendered it useless with a single strike. However, upon hearing Kaido's words, Qianlan could only offer a wry smile towards her mentor. It was precisely this magnanimity that allowed both Luffy and Kid to train diligently in prison, only to emerge with the intent to confront her. One blow to teach Luffy the flow of cherry blossoms, another to impart the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, and finally, a strike for the awakening of the fifth gear. A true man, born amidst the heavens and earth, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. Sensing the rejection in Qianlan's voice, Kaido's anger transformed into a sinister smile. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire land of Wano, the pressure of Conqueror's Haki surging towards Qianlan. As Qianlan squinted her eyes, she unleashed her own formidable Conqueror's Haki, akin to that of a fearsome demon, resulting in a fierce clash of wills atop the throne of kings. Haha, Conqueror's Haki, indeed. How powerful! Exclaimed Doflamingo, who, being a wielder of the same Haki, released a tremendous aura aimed squarely at Qianlan, causing her to momentarily falter in their confrontation. At that moment, a robust figure descended from the sky, crashing down and shattering the palace floor. Haha, it seems I've arrived just in time. How could I allow you ruffians to bully my captain? In an instant, yet another powerful Conqueror's Haki emerged, aiding Qianlan in countering both Doflamingo's and Kaido's overwhelming presence. Oh, how surprising. Barrett, I never anticipated you would actually join this scoundrel's crew. You seem to be regressing with age. Once I defeat him, would you consider joining my ship? Barrett, with a mocking tone, retorted, Kaido, you are the true frog at the bottom of the well. Prepare yourself for a swift defeat today. In a flash, the four of them unleashed their Conqueror's Haki to its fullest extent, causing the entire palace to tremble. The officers of the Don Quixote family appeared to be on the verge of collapse, while Jean and Jack merely displayed slight discomfort. This demonstrated the might of the royal pirate crew, whose officers were evidently stronger than those of ordinary pirate crews. With a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave emanated from their positions, causing the palace glass to shatter, marking the conclusion of their Haki clash. Ho ho ho! Is a grand battle about to commence? Who dares to challenge this princess? A melodious voice suddenly resonated throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, figures began to descend one after another, all standing behind Qianlan, the full roster of the Akatsuki organization. The Beast Pirates, you say? Then let the battle commence, exclaimed Timon. My apologies, Master Qianlan. For my tardiness due to the competition, Bartolomeo added. The ancient Zoan type, the dragon fruit, is quite rare, similar to Jin's. You are indeed worthy of joining the Beast Pirates. With that, Kaido glanced at Bartolomeo, recalling that the previous owner of the barrier fruit had met his demise at his hands, hoping that this one would not share the same fate. Let me test her, Jean declared, charging toward Timon, intrigued by her devil fruit abilities. Timon, undaunted, spread her wings and soared into the air. Let us battle outside the palace. With that, Timon's figure vanished into the skies, and Jean followed suit, unfurling his wings. Barrett took a step forward, grinning menacingly at Doflamingo. Do you wish to fight me, Barrett? As Doflamingo charged towards Barrett, their fists, enveloped in Haki, collided with a resounding bang. The immense shockwave surged forth, rendering their clash seemingly evenly matched. Yet, onlookers were acutely aware that this strike favored Barrett. After all, he had delivered the blow while firmly grounded, whereas Doflamingo had surged forward with momentum. The devil's progeny. Douglas Barrett. Truly an awe-inspiring behemoth. Haha, your strength is utterly inadequate. Barrett's arm swelled momentarily with power, propelling Doflamingo through the air, crashing him into the wall behind. Seizing the opportunity, Barrett pressed forward, unleashing another punch aimed at Doflamingo. Boom. The floor caved beneath the force of the blow, yet Doflamingo's figure materialized atop the roof. One punch shattered my string clones. With that, Doflamingo leapt down. Super Strike Whip. Dozens of intertwined strings plummeted downwards, causing both figures to vanish from the crowd's sight. In an instant, the commanders on both sides collided fiercely, notably Zoro charging toward Jack, targeting the drought with an impressive bounty of 900 million. Cunning ninja, Qianlan? Just a few feeble tricks from the weak. While the ninjas of Wano are indeed diminutive, it does not imply that ninjas themselves are weak. 7 days of calling. Lightning release, chakra mode. Perfect sage mode. Like layering buffs, Qianlan unleashed his most formidable form, for he would not dare underestimate the mightiest beings of land and sea. Come forth, Kaido. A thunderous roar signified the commencement of battle as Qianlan and Kaido surged forth simultaneously. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido swung his weapon, Hachi, with ferocity. Engaging in a clash equally enveloped in haki. Kaido exuded an imposing presence, given his stature. However, Qianlan appeared diminutive in comparison, scarcely larger than Kaido's weapon. Boom. In an instant, Kaido was sent hurtling backward, demolishing several buildings in his wake. Their clash was a visual spectacle, prompting the crowd to retreat. Hesitant to interfere with the duel of two kings. Kaido, did Liang Jngr grant you courage? You dare challenge me, without even activating your devil fruit powers. Rising from the rubble, Kaido braced himself with Hachi. Orahoho. Little one, I initially believed you would rival the strength of red-haired Shanks, yet your martial prowess is equally formidable. Now you have earned the right to face my devil fruit abilities. As he spoke, Kaido's already colossal frame transformed once more. Morphing into a fearsome hybrid form towering over a dozen meters, his azure visage radiating an added aura of dominance. Come again. Kaido took a giant stride towards Qianlan, his dark armament haki emanating an aura of sheer terror. In a moment of fearless agility, Qianlan launched a swift attack, delivering a punch with equal fervor. Bang! Both combatants assumed the same stance as before, neither willing to yield. At this juncture, Qianlan and Kaido remained steadfast, as if the preceding blow had left no mark upon either of them. Chapter 110. Cultivating the Conqueror's Haki with Determination. Kaido. Allow me to witness the true essence of the Conqueror's Haki entwined. Qianlan once again charged towards Kaido, her eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling as she activated her ability to foresee the future. Yet, Kaido continued to swing his Bajijai towards her. With a resounding crash. Aided by her foresight, Qianlan found herself face-to-face with Kaido's weapon, and with a swift motion, she delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Kaido's physique visibly caved in. His massive form propelled several meters away, clearly in agony. Damn little brat. Is that the foresight of observation haki? Truly a troublesome opponent. Come on, Kaido. Let me witness the entanglement of your conqueror's haki. With a roar of fury, Kaido summoned his strength and leapt into the air, instantly breaking through the ceiling of the palace. Seeing this, Qianlan immediately stepped forward and pursued through the hole created by Kaido. You fell for it, brat. In midair, Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon, harnessing the beast form of the fish fruit, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming majesty. Breath of fire. The transformed Kaido opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, targeting the just leaping Qianlan. As Kaido's signature move, the destructive force of the breath of fire was immense. In the original work, its attack range extended several kilometers, capable of instantly vaporizing a mountain or penetrating the entirety of Ghost Island. Fivefold Gate of Hell. 5 demonic gates materialized before Qianlan, directly obstructing his path. Kaido's fiery breath collided with them, the intense flames scorching the 5 gates. In the blink of an eye, the first gate melted, followed swiftly by the second, third, and fourth. Just before the 5th gate succumbed to the flames, Kaido had finally finished his exhalation. Oh ho ho ho. I never expected you to withstand that move head-on. You truly are an unexpected character. At this moment, the palace's summit was engulfed in a sea of flames, everything consumed by the ferocious fire. Water release, great waterfall technique. In an instant, Qianlan unleashed a colossal wave, extinguishing the inferno that had enveloped the palace's apex. Qianlan, Kaido, could you not show a little more regard for the environment? Your previous move nearly devastated the flower fields. With that, Qianlan executed a flying thunder god technique and vanished, depositing Sugar safely in her dwelling on Greenbit Island. Had Qianlan not intervened, it is likely that the first casualty would have been Sugar, whom she had incapacitated. Nine Tails. Unleash. The power of the Nine Tails surged through Qianlan's entire being, and in an instant, she rushed back into the fray. Observing Qianlan's disappearance, Kaido lingered in the air, and indeed, she returned once more. I knew you wouldn't flee. This is the ultimate battle. Kaido, prepare to face your defeat. Qianlan's towering figure, standing several meters tall, exuded an imposing presence, further amplified by her Sage mode and the Ninetales transformation. Come forth. The 100-meter-long Azure Dragon charged towards Qianlan, who, enhanced by the Ninetales and Sage powers, leapt into the air. With a thunderous crash, their heads collided with tremendous force, a pure clash of strength. Yet, in that moment, Qianlan felt an excruciating pain radiating from her forehead, while Kaido, suspended in the air, swayed unsteadily, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. Upon seizing the opportunity, Qianlan fiercely swung his right claw. Kaido let out a cry of pain, retreating repeatedly, revealing 3 deep gashes on his left eye, from which blood continued to drip. Kaido, this has now rendered you akin to red-haired Shanks, with those 3 scars upon your eye exuding an air of dominance. Unperturbed by Qianlan's taunts, the blood only served to awaken the ferocity within the 4 Emperor Kaido. Kaibai, ha ha ha. Qianlan, this fellow is enraged. Heat wave. Once again, he unleashed this move. Kaibai adeptly maneuvered to evade Kaido's fiery assault, then leaped towards the airborne Kaido. Boom. Instantly, Kaibai's large hand grasped Kaido, while his 9 tails simultaneously ensnared him. Observers might find the combat styles of the two perplexing, yet only Qianlan and his companion understood the peril entwined within. Bang! With no other recourse, Qianlan forcefully collided his armored head against the Qinglong's skull, a strategy of exchanging injuries. However, as Qianlan descended with force, Kaido was unable to raise his head to retaliate, thus enduring the brunt of the assault. Soon, blood began to flow from Kaido's head, and his wounds worsened. Bastard! Kaido decisively unleashed his Conqueror's Haki against Qianlan, catching the unprepared Qianlan off guard, momentarily loosening his focus. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido transformed back into his hybrid form and plummeted downwards, crashing heavily into the flower field. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan began to shrink her form, swiftly reducing herself to a size comparable to her own. After all, remaining at a towering height of several dozen meters would likely render her an easy target for relentless assault. Qianlan does not believe that Kaido's speed is sluggish. In the Wano arc, Luffy has already attained the 4th gear and possesses the ability to foresee the future through observation haki. Yet, when faced with Kaido's basic attack, the Thunder Bagua, he was utterly unable to evade it. This clearly illustrates that Kaido's speed is undoubtedly formidable. Kid, you have long desired to witness the Conqueror's Haki in action. Now I shall grant you that experience. In an instant, black lightning crackled in the air, enveloping Kaido's weapon, the Kanabo, in an ominous aura of electricity. Qianlan felt a twinge of trepidation, yet in this moment, she could only rely on her instincts. Thus, she summoned her observation Haki and the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to their fullest extent, propelling herself towards Kaido. With a resounding thud, Kaido swung his massive club. But Qianlan meticulously assessed where the impact would be the least severe, ultimately bracing herself to absorb the full force of her mentor's strike. The blow landed squarely on her, sending a shockwave that bent the sunflowers in its wake. Qianlan was struck forcefully, her figure colliding violently against the palace wall before crashing into the interior of the royal residence. Such brutality! However, the training proved beneficial, significantly enhancing her perception of the Conqueror's Haki. Yet, this method of training was undoubtedly perilous. Qianlan believed that the only way to master the Conqueror's Haki was to endure punishment, as it was the most direct and efficient approach, albeit unsuitable for others. Rubbing her dazed head, Qianlan charged out once more, her target still Kaido in the flower fields. The ensuing battle saw Qianlan relentlessly seeking confrontation, using her face to absorb Kaido's attacks. Thus, the conflict devolved into a one-sided contest where Qianlan stubbornly endured punishment. Chapter 111, Defeating the Emperor Kaido. As time passed, the struggle between Qianlan and Kaido persisted. Meanwhile, battles in other areas had largely concluded. The Akatsuki, in a near double team, had captured many members of the Don Quixote family. Notably, Barrett carried the unconscious Doflamingo, his attire slightly disheveled, yet largely unscathed. Joker. Noticing this scene, Jack felt a sense of urgency, yet the swordsman before him proved immensely formidable. Zoro, are you still preoccupied with others? With that, Zoro executed a swift slash, leaving a deep gash on Jack's massive form. Jack's considerable size hindered his agility against a swordsman like Zoro, rendering the advantages of his Zoan-type devil fruit difficult to utilize. 9 mountains and 8 seas. For a single world, gathering 1,000 realms into a small universe, multiplying this realm thrice, I, the unceasing one, shall unleash the three-sword style as ultimate technique, one great. 3,000, great 1,000 realms. 3 swords enveloped in armament haki spun in Zoro's hands, targeting Jack. Acknowledging the gravity of Zoro's attack, Jack raised his weapon, cloaked in armament haki, and charged forward. Crack! In an instant, Zoro severed Jack's weapon, striking directly at his face, causing the massive tusk to fall and leaving a profound scar across Jack's visage. You scoundrel! Despite the injury, Jack did not falter. Instead, he lashed out with his tusks toward Zoro. Clang! Zoro's sword, imbued with armament haki, struck Jack once more, and he swiftly retreated using the recoil. Green algae head. I'm coming to assist you, Bartolomeo proclaimed as he leapt into the air, attacking Jack, who responded by swatting at Bartolomeo with his tusks. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing Jack's colossal figure and Bartolomeo in a cloud of dust. Subsequently, Bartolomeo and Zoro relentlessly pressed their assault, leaving Jack overwhelmed. Ultimately, Jack's massive form collapsed to the ground, marking his complete defeat. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Timon's chest was already stained crimson with blood. Meanwhile, Jean bore several wounds of varying severity, though they appeared to be not life-threatening. Timon spoke. I apologize, Qianlan. To which Qianlan replied, it's all right. Your performance has been commendable. Qianlan accepted Timon's defeat, even though Timon was nourished by the chakra fruit and had her supervision during training. However, facing Jean, who had simultaneously consumed the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit and the toothless pterosaur fruit, there was no inherent advantage. Moreover, both the armament haki and observation haki required time to accumulate. Timon's ability to engage in such a fierce battle with Jean for an extended period was commendable, and Qianlan felt a sense of satisfaction with Timon's growth. Kaido commanded, Jean, do not interfere with my battle. Yes, Governor Kaido. In an instant, a wave of Conqueror's haki enveloped the arena, and Kaido, sensing the overwhelming aura, gazed at Qianlan in astonishment. Yet, Qianlan remained unfazed, her heart filled with concern for the injured Timon. Creation and regeneration. Qianlan unleashed a copious amount of chakra without reservation, and Timon's wounds began to heal rapidly. Before long, Qianlan sensed that Timon was nearly restored. She removed her blood-stained garments and draped her own clothes over Timon. I shall avenge you immediately. They will pay dearly. The Conqueror's haki that enveloped Qianlan was nearing its culmination. In due time, with her training, she would master this formidable technique. For now, vengeance was of utmost importance. Prepare to die. Harnessing her ability to foresee the future, Qianlan charged at Jean and delivered a fierce kick. Kaido raised his club to strike Qianlan again, but she narrowly evaded the blow and landed a solid kick to Jin's abdomen. Wow! Jean expelled a mouthful of blood with just one kick. His earlier strength diminished after the recent battle. Jean, flanking maneuver. Jean, accustomed to sparring with Kaido, understood the command instantly, and the two figures advanced toward Qianlan from either side. Qianlan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Jean, where an immense amount of chakra converged in his right hand. Lightning release, thundercut. Jean, unable to react in time, could only brace himself with his haki. In an effort to rescue Jean, Kaido launched a fierce strike aimed at Qianlan's head. This could be described as a strategy that exchanged injury for injury. However, this was precisely the scenario Qianlan feared the least. With a swift motion, Qianlan's right hand pierced through Jin's chest. Subsequently, Kaido's attack was momentarily deflected by the 9 tails of Kurama before striking Qianlan on the head. Qianlan's entire body erupted, sending a flurry of wood shavings soaring through the air. Jean. For Kaido, who had escaped from the world government alongside him, Jean held a deeper significance in his heart. In the distance, however, Qianlan remained unfazed, wholly focused on channeling her chakra. Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands. The towering statue of Guanyin emerged before the crowd, an apparition deemed impossible by all. The residents of the chaotic Dressrosa were drawn to the colossal figure, its presence akin to a natural calamity, prompting many to flee in terror. Perched atop the statue's head, Qianlan initiated her assault, unleashing a barrage of colossal hands that relentlessly struck down upon Kaido below. Kaido bellowed in fury, swinging his Baji Zhai to deflect Qianlan's onslaught time and again. Yet, even the strongest of wills can falter after withstanding 100 blows. Kaido found himself utterly drained, while Qianlan continued her unyielding barrage. Ding. Task reward. Bloodline elimination. Dust release. Proficient. Host. Qianlan. Level. Super Shadow. Attributes: Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water. Yin, Yang. Ninjutsu: Creation Rebirth, Impure World Reincarnation, Hellstab, Flying Thunder God Technique, Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Perfect Sage Mode. Sage Arts: Inorganic Reincarnation. True Number of 1,000 Hands. Taijutsu: 7 Days of Breathing Technique, Remnant, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Bloodline Limits: Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Wood Release, Dust Release. Summoning Beast, Ninetales. Blade Tools: Amber Purification Bottle, Space Scroll. Shop: Kunai, Explosive Tags. Sensing Kaido's weakening aura, Qianlan dispelled her sage arts. The king's heights lay entirely leveled by Qianlan's hand. The palace reduced to mere ruins, with numerous surrounding structures also battered and broken by the tumult of battle. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan effortlessly teleported, gathering the entire Akatsuki organization. Observing her comrades, each bearing their wounds, Qianlan recognized this as a harrowing conflict, albeit one that culminated in her victory. Mastering the sage arts, Qianlan commenced the healing of the crowd, and under the influence of Qianlan's magical abilities, their injuries swiftly mended. Chapter 112, The Mischief of Qianlan. Bartolomeo. Wow. With the conclusion of this fierce battle, my bounty is sure to soar. As a user of the barrier fruit, Bartolomeo emerged unscathed from his confrontation with Gladius, as the protective capabilities of the barrier fruit are exceedingly formidable. Particularly with Bartolomeo's continual exploration of its potential, he has reached a seemingly insurmountable state. Kuro, Qianlan. What shall we do with these individuals? Shall we eliminate them? Qianlan felt indifferent about killing Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a failure, one must possess the consciousness of a loser. Even if he were an expelled celestial dragon, he could not escape death, for Qianlan had not slain a celestial dragon for the first time. However, he was quite conflicted about how to handle the remaining members of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo chuckled, failure equates to death. I merely did not anticipate being eliminated so early in the competition for the title of Pirate King. Although Qianlan held a certain admiration for Doflamingo, he was not inclined to spare him. Thus, Qianlan bound Doflamingo together with his subordinates, wrapped them all up, except for Baby 5 and Senior. I also have sugar aboard. At Qianlan's command, the remaining members of the Don Quixote family were swiftly gathered together. However, Qianlan was aware that Monet, who had consumed the snow fruit, should be in Punk Hazard, and he resolved to pay her a visit when the opportunity arose. What about these 3 from the Beast Pirates? As he spoke, Zara tossed Jack's tusk before the group. This is the bounty of 900 million, 800 million for this tusk. Does this tusk truly hold such worth? Despite the renowned significance of Jack's tusk from his past life, Qianlan did not believe it could be valued at 800 million. Yet, it would indeed make for a splendid decoration. Meanwhile, Timon approached Jin and threw him down before Qianlan. Can we save this fellow? I hope to defeat him myself in the future. During the earlier battle, Qianlan had not completely pierced Jin's heart and had subsequently retreated using his substitution technique. Thus, bolstered by the formidable vitality of a Zoan-type ancient creature, Jin had not perished immediately and still clung to life. We are pirates. Pirates are free. If you wish for me to save him, then I shall grant him a reprieve. Qianlan began to wield the mastery of the palm on Jin. Knowing that the formidable regenerative abilities of the animal type would aid in restoring Jin's body, a slight intervention should suffice for his survival. Bang! Barrett had directly extracted Jack's ivory, clutching it as if it were a trophy. Jack! At that moment, Kaido regained his consciousness and, upon awakening, witnessed this scene, a chill creeping into his heart. As for Jack, he fainted from the excruciating pain. One must admit that Barrett was indeed ruthless. Bind this Jack with a cadre of the Don Quixote family and then leave the matter to me. The unfortunate king of the sea, Jack, would no longer have the opportunity to challenge a fleet comprised of a blind man, an old man, and an elderly woman. Just then, Kaido exerted his strength, propelling himself to an altitude of several meters. What is the strongest creature on land, sea, and air about to flee? As he spoke, Qianlan's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kaido. Spiraling sphere. Severely injured, Kaido had no chance of escape as Qianlan pressed him down. Subsequently, Qianlan lifted a massive stone, measuring several dozen meters, and placed it upon Kaido. Earth Release. Super Light Heavy Rock Technique. Enhanced by Qianlan's ninjutsu, the stone, which Kaido could have shattered with a single blow, became incredibly heavy, forcing Kaido to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a specter passed through Kaido's body. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been a jerk. Unfortunately, The negative effect did not fully manifest, and Kaido quickly regained his composure. Once everything was settled, Qianlan tightened his grip on the captured group. You will take Kaido back to the ship. As for Jean, he shall remain here. I will handle them next. With that, Qianlan's figure vanished from Dressrosa, discarding Seigneur in Sabaody Archipelago, before swiftly returning. The first half of the Grand Line. The gates of Impel down. The figure of Qianlan reappeared, casting aside the defeated officers onto the ground. In an instant, the familiar alarm once again reverberated throughout the entirety of Impel Down, as the outer defenses swiftly encircled Qianlan. Despite their awareness of the futility, they felt compelled to act in the name of justice. Shortly thereafter, Hannibal and Magellan emerged side by side. Great Pirate Qianlan, do you intend to invade Impel Down? Hannibal inquired, brandishing his weapon at Qianlan, seemingly ready to engage directly. Magellan took a few steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hannibal, who he regarded with some concern regarding his capabilities. I am the warden, and you are merely the deputy warden. Not grasping Magellan's intentions, Hannibal stepped closer and raised his weapon to shield Magellan. Ever since Hannibal ascended to the position of warden, while relegating Magellan to deputy warden, their dynamic within Impel Down had decidedly shifted. Now, Hannibal, I am merely accumulating merit for your more secure tenure as warden, thus I have brought you so many pirates. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the Calamity Jack from the Beast Pirates. What a plethora of officers. I do apologize. Hannibal chuckled, but his expression swiftly darkened. Nonetheless, you are nothing but a detestable pirate, and I shall not express my gratitude. Magellan nodded in agreement, holding Hannibal in high regard for remaining unfold. Unconsciously, the two found themselves standing together, both warily observing Qianlan. Regardless, I have delivered the individuals to you, Qianlan declared, exerting force with his right hand to cast the bound captives away. Poison Dragon. Magellan instinctively retaliated, unleashing a torrent of purple venom that engulfed everyone. Ah, damn you, Magellan. Hurry and save us. The toxic fruit posed little threat to Qianlan, yet for the others, it was an exceedingly terrifying ordeal, as the agony of potent poison is not easily endured. Farewell. The figure of Qianlan once again vanished from Impel Down, and the alarm had been lifted. Hannibal commanded, quickly render aid to them, and then confine these wretched pirates according to the level of threat they pose. Although Hannibal may not rival Magellan in matters of significance and combat prowess, he is nonetheless competent in certain aspects as the warden. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in Dressrosa began to spread, and many formidable individuals became aware of this conflict. Chapter 113. The Deluge of Kaido. Returning to Greenbit Island. One could see Kaido shackled with handcuffs made of 100 sea prism stone, bound with every available means aboard the ship. Qianlan curiously gazed at Kaido, pondering whether, as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, he would indeed be impervious to drowning if cast into the ocean. Captain Qianlan, are you contemplating whether throwing him into the sea would lead to his demise? Asked Stasi. How did you know? Qianlan replied. The others chimed in unison. We all had the same thought. Meanwhile, Kaido was seething inwardly at the gathered crowd, feeling utterly played. However, at such a juncture, he could not afford to show any sign of weakness, lest he invite calamity upon himself. How ridiculous. He was, after all, an immortal being. Seeing this, Barrett delivered a swift kick to Kaido's head, rendering the already gravely injured creature unconscious. Barrett then clarified to the onlookers, he can still perish. After all, he is an eater of the devil fruit. Perona chimed in, I, the princess, believe he won't die. If he has the capability, let us wager. The loser shall wash dishes for 3 months. While indulging in culinary delights brought immense joy, few relished the idea of washing dishes. Very well, they all agreed, eagerly engaging in wagers aboard the ship, while Qianlan contemplated the myth of Kaido's immortality. Big Mom, possessing a robust physique akin to a steel balloon, was not significantly weaker than Kaido. Moreover, one was a Zoan-type mythical beast, and the other a Paramecia type. During the Wano arc, when the Big Mom pirates were ascending a waterfall, she was unceremoniously kicked down by Kinemon and ultimately fell into the sea, only to be rescued later by Chopper and Tama. This incident illustrated that even formidable beings like Big Mom could succumb to drowning in the ocean, albeit requiring a considerable duration due to their formidable vitality and regenerative powers. It seemed that Kaido's claims were likely a ploy to recruit talent or serve other ulterior motives. Qianlan, would you care to place a bet? Asked Crocodile. You all wager as you please. After a brief farewell to the little people, Qianlan and his crew set sail with Kaido in tow. Once they had ventured far from sight of the island, they finally released Kaido from his extraneous bindings. Kaido, do not mistake my master for a merciful soul. If you truly are the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, then being thrown into the ocean should not spell your end. At that moment, Kaido's mind echoed a singular sentiment. TMD. If that devil fruit user was not afraid of the sea, this legend would not exist. However, the dignity of an emperor forbade Kaido from pleading for mercy at this juncture, lest he lose face. Let me handle this, Barrett exclaimed, hoisting Kaido's massive form, causing the ship to tilt precariously. You fool, Barrett. With a resounding splash, Kaido was hurled into the sea, sending up a colossal spray of water. Qianlan, if no one comes to his aid, then the formidable Yonko Kaido shall meet his demise. However, should someone intervene, it would be considered my act of leniency towards him. Unlike Jack, who possesses the bloodline of the fishmen and can breathe underwater, Kaido lacks such an advantage and cannot endure in the sea for as long as Jack. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope still exists, albeit exceedingly faint. 2 days later, snowflakes as light as goose feathers continued to fall upon the ocean. In a quaint abode, Qianlan and her companions huddled together for warmth. For the weather in the New World was indeed an enigma. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug pierced the air. Qianlan promptly answered it. Moshi Moshi. Sashi doesn't care about Dana. Captain Qianlan, this is Taizolo. One of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, invites you to her tea party, which will take place in 1 week. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued, for Big Mom's creation of a world nation could be deemed an ideal existence. The Empress aspired for this nation to become a utopia, uniting all races of the world. The various islands under her domain, Chocolate Island, Biscuit Island, Candy Island, and Liquor Island, were all places of indulgence that were hard to resist. Moreover, the culinary delights and fine wines at Big Mom's tea party were renowned, making it an event of great worth. Yet, Qianlan was acutely aware that such an invitation could not be without ulterior motives. Taizolo, shall we attend? Would you care to join us on Cake Island? Perhaps not, Captain Qianlan. It would be wiser for me to remain aboard the Thousand Sunny. After concluding the call, the group was filled with cheer, undeterred by the potential dangers that lay ahead, for the experience was deemed worthwhile. Just then, the heavy snowfall outside began to subside, and the sun soon emerged, melting the snow accumulated on the ship. It was a mystery how such peculiar weather patterns in the New World had come to be, and Qianlan mused that it might be linked to battles fought 8 centuries ago. Suddenly, a loud thud was heard as Barrett descended from the lookout, a newspaper in hand. Steam rising from his white attire, presenting a striking figure. Qianlan, a brief respite from cultivation is of little consequence. Unable to remain idle, Bartholomew skillfully retrieved a newspaper from Barrett's hands, standing aside as he perused its contents. Qianlan found the newsbird cultivated by Morgan to be exceptionally diligent, delivering the newspaper as soon as the weather cleared. Given this fellow's penchant for wealth, it was likely he had amassed a considerable fortune. Undisputedly the strongest of the 4 emperors, the title of the world's strongest man. Bartolomeo's words rendered Qianlan somewhat bashful, although that individual never fantasized about being the strongest. The title of the world's strongest man carried a somewhat juvenile allure. Now, let us discuss the bounty that piques your interest. Indeed, Master Qianlan. Observing Bartolomeo's sycophantic demeanor, Qianlan struggled to fathom the immense deterrent power of such a title. Bartolomeo, shaking his head in a whimsical manner, adopted a serious tone upon noticing the somber expressions of those around him. The world's strongest man, the cunning ninja Qianlan, boasts a bounty of 3.5 billion berries. The green-haired fellow has a bounty of 280 million berries, Timon 550 million berries, Kroko 330 million berries, Mushian 230 million berries, Perona 410 million berries, Stasi 120 million berries, and the Nine Tails a mere 10,000 berries. As for me, I am valued at 260 million, while Barrett remains without a bounty. The bounties of the group have surged dramatically, considering that Doflamingo and his subordinates' bounties date back nearly a decade, and the Akatsuki organization has consistently triumphed over their adversaries. However, Barrett still lacks a bounty, though Qianlan suspects that with Barrett's increasing involvement in battles, his bounty may soon be reinstated. The announcement of these new bounties has once again created a world where only the Nine Tails has suffered injury, receiving a bounty of merely 10,000 berries. Chapter 114. Recruitment. Master Qianlan, there is also the revenge battle against former Admiral Zifa, the Neo Navy's Grand Commander seeking vengeance against the warlord, Whitebeard II, Edward Weevil. Qianlan did not anticipate that Zephyr possessed such capabilities. Originally, Pekin lacked combat prowess, and with Weevil's limited intellect, coupled with Zephyr's recovery after being treated, his successful revenge seemed rather inevitable. The most troubling aspect for the world government is likely the downfall of the seven warlords, one after another. Their initial efforts to maintain a balance of power among the Navy, the seven warlords, and the pirates now appear futile. Barrett remarked, Whitebeard too. What a foolish and arrogant title. I truly wonder what the Navy was thinking. He should have been eliminated. By heavens. I never expected that old man Zephyr would achieve his revenge. That is indeed commendable. Let us celebrate. With that, the gathering transitioned into their customary feast. At this moment, Qianlan recalled Baby 5 and Sugar. Bartolomeo, go fetch Baby 5 and Sugar. You haven't mistreated them in these past few days, have you? Bartolomeo swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, casting an apologetic glance at Qianlan. Shortly thereafter, Baby 5 and Sugar were brought forth by Bartolomeo. Their faces smeared with remnants of food, particularly the little girl, Sugar, who appeared quite famished. Master Qianlan, I assure you, I have fed them once a day without fail. They should not be on the brink of starvation. Upon finishing, Bartolomeo hastily positioned himself opposite Qianlan, anxious to evade reprimand. After indulging in a cup of wine, Qianlan turned his gaze towards the two. Both possessed exceptionally potent devil fruits, yet regrettably, their skills were rather inadequate. Tossing an apple to each, Baby 5 and Sugar readily devoured them, for the pangs of hunger were indeed unpleasant. Once they had finished, an uncomfortable silence ensued. Sugar timidly gazed at Qianlan with her mouth shut, while Baby 5, clad in her maid outfit, wore a face full of indignation. Though many loyal followers existed under Don Quixote da Flamingo, Qianlan sensed that Sugar and Baby 5 were not among them. Baby 5 had been deceived by old Kai, and Sugar's loyalty appeared questionable as well. Ultimately, both could be swayed. By the way, Sugar, how old are you? The inquiry posed by Qianlan is one that every seasoned fan of the sea has pondered. Some assert she is in her 20s, while others claim she is in her 30s. In any case, there is a stark disparity between Sugar's age and her appearance. 18, 22, 18, 39, 18. For this petite girl standing at merely 1 meter tall, Qianlan finds it quite challenging to exert dominance. Upon witnessing this, Baby 5's face brightens with a smile, and Qianlan prepares to charm this easily manageable Baby 5. The weapon fruit belongs to the Paramecia class, an exceptionally powerful fruit that allows its user to transform their entire body into any weapon of their choosing, and even revert back after detonating as a bomb. This endows the weapon fruit with boundless potential, encompassing various heavy and biochemical weapons, and even nuclear capabilities are a tangible reality. Should Baby 5 truly harness the nuclear aspect, it is likely that it would come to pay homage to Qianlan. Baby 5, I need you. I require your weapon fruit, so serve me. In an instant, Baby 5's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with delight. Do you truly need me? Then I am willing. Just like that, Qianlan effortlessly secured Baby 5's allegiance. While Sugar wore an expression of resignation, evidently having anticipated the current situation, suddenly Qianlan leaned in closer to Sugar, her countenance taking on a rather menacing aspect. Young lady, if you are unwilling to assist me, you may very well find yourself tossed into the sea to become shark bait. Humph. Sugar disdainfully scoffed, utterly unfazed by Qianlan's threats. Having endured such childish intimidation before, she was now completely immune. How about this? I shall declare you are already 40 years old, and that the devil fruit is the reason for your appearance as a little girl. Subsequently, I will hang you at the bow of the Akatsuki ship. And I dare say the entire world will come to know that Sugar is merely a woman in her 40s masquerading as an adorable little girl. Social death is a torment for any individual. Qianlan does not believe Sugar possesses the traits of a socially adept girl. Were Sugar to exhibit even a hint of embarrassment, she would undoubtedly crumble under Qianlan's shameless ploy. Karama, it seems her animosity towards you has deepened. Upon hearing the reminder from the 9 Lama, Qianlan bashfully touched her nose, realizing that it might be somewhat inappropriate to intimidate a petite girl of merely 1 meter 20. However, in the blink of an eye, she cast aside any lingering sense of conscience. The whimsical fruits of childhood now held paramount importance to her. Suddenly, a blush crept across Shatang's face as she cast a flirtatious glance towards Qianlan, expressing her willingness to heed the words of her esteemed companion. Qianlan harbored certain speculations regarding Sugar's age, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Very well, she murmured, striding directly to Baby 5 and unfastening the handcuffs made of pure hockey stone from her wrists. However, upon reaching Sugar, Qianlan hesitated for a moment. Observing this, Sugar promptly exclaimed, "Lord Qianlan, please release me from these handcuffs. They are quite uncomfortable." She pouted, gritting her teeth as she glared at Qianlan, seemingly wishing to bite off a piece of her flesh. Nevertheless, Qianlan feigned ignorance, maintaining a smile as she regarded both of them. "Come now. Let us partake in the feast together." Naturally, Baby Five and Sugar, having gone 2 days without sustenance, would not decline Qianlan's invitation, and they eagerly approached to seize something to eat. Nine Llama interjected, "Are you not concerned? By not unfastening her hockey stone handcuffs? Do you sense the resentment brewing within her?" Qianlan gazed at the QB resting upon her shoulder and expressed her concerns regarding the peculiar and sinister devil fruit. If there were any doubts about Sugar's genuine intentions, the moment Qianlan exhibited even the slightest lapse in vigilance, Sugar could easily manipulate every member of the Akatsuki. After all, with a mere touch, one could be transformed into a mere toy, compelled to follow commands, and even forgotten by all. Qianlan understood the gravity of the situation and could not afford to be complacent. Meanwhile, Baby Five quickly acclimated to the gathering, mingling effortlessly with the others, while Sugar maintained a rather aloof demeanor, rendering her somewhat out of place. Rest assured, time will smooth over all disparities. It won't be long before they become trustworthy allies. QB remarked. Let us hope so. In the following days, Qianlan took on the role of supervisor for Baby Five and Sugar, consistently urging them to hone their skills. Under Qianlan's immense creativity, Baby Five's combat prowess surged dramatically, while Sugar was persistently encouraged to refine her martial techniques. QB continuously reminded Sugar of the resentment simmering within her, advising Qianlan to remain vigilant. Chapter 115. Punk Hazard. 3 days later. New World, Punk Hazard. Qianlan and her companions finally arrived at this place, the artificially created island of ice and fire. The fierce battle between Akainu and Akiji resulted in a drastic climate shift in Punk Hazard, transforming it into an island of ice and flames. Qianlan surmised that this phenomenon might be a consequence of the awakening of the devil fruit. How chilling. Even ordinary winter islands do not possess such frigid temperatures. The group, clad in winter coats, stood on the ship, trembling with cold. Qianlan, if you do not wish to go, you may remain on the ship. After all, this island is quite desolate. Very well, Master Qianlan, I shall stay behind. Indeed. Ultimately, only Baby Five, Barrett, and Stasi were willing to accompany Qianlan, for as members of the Mink tribe, they harbored no fear of the cold. Meanwhile, within the research facility of Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown took note of the unexpected arrival of Qianlan and his companions. Notify Trafalgar Law immediately, Monet. Instruct the patrol team to return at once and erase any trace of their presence. But why has an emperor appeared here? Has the news of Sad been leaked? It seems unlikely. Otherwise, Qianlan would have brought more individuals with him. Leaving the surveillance room, Monet sought out the patrol team, urging everyone to retreat as instructed. In truth, Monet was increasingly concerned for Doflamingo and Dressrosa. Should the matter of the artificial devil fruits be disclosed, what would become of her? Upon returning to her office, Monet instinctively picked up the Din Din Mushi and dialed Doflamingo's number, but was met only with the voice of the shell. Why could she not reach the young master? And how was Baby Five in the company of an emperor? Was this a command from the young master? Due to the clandestine nature of the operations at Punk Hazard, neither Caesar nor Monet was aware that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, had already been delivered to Qianlan. Unable to fathom the situation, Monet's anxiety grew, prompting her to take flight in an instant, as some matters could only be unraveled through personal investigation. In the frigid expanse, Qianlan inquired, Barrett, can your observation hockey detect anything? Barrett regretted aimlessly following along, having utilized his hockey to scan the area without perceiving any presence. Baby Five and Stasi felt equally exasperated, primarily due to the vastness of the island. Do not fret, someone should appear shortly. Qianlan also felt that the chill here was rather excessive, undoubtedly a contribution from Kazan. The absence of any presence likely indicated that she had been discovered by Caesar, prompting everyone to retreat into the research facility. Bang! Suddenly, a faint gunshot echoed in the ears of the crowd, instantly heightening everyone's vigilance. Would release, would blockade. Qianlan's maneuver instantaneously enveloped the 4 individuals, followed by a bullet striking her. Regrettably, after the impact was mitigated, the bullet merely left a white mark on Qianlan's body. Baby Five exclaimed, You scoundrel, who did this? It must have been the 2 snow giants from Punk Hazard. However, she never anticipated they would take aim at her. Qianlan's heart was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. Had she not been perpetually wielding her observation hockey, that last strike would have undoubtedly inflicted harm upon her. As Qianlan dispelled the ninjutsu, she beheld nothing but a vast expanse of swirling snow and wind behind her. Shadow clone. In an instant, hundreds of Qianlan emerged, swiftly dispersing to investigate their surroundings. Qianlan had no intention of letting these two individuals off the hook, for she was a person who believed in settling scores. They pressed further into the depths. The task of reconnaissance was entrusted to her shadow clone, while Qianlan and her companions ventured deeper. As they progressed, the frigid air began to lose its bite. Qianlan realized that they were approaching Fire Island, a masterpiece of Akainu. Satoshi remarked, "I feel increasingly warm. I no longer wish to venture further." Qianlan chuckled. "Then simply shed your fur. Are you truly asking me to remove it?" replied Satoshi as she tantalizingly licked her lips. This reaction left Qianlan feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was rather different from Chopper's response. "In that case, there's no need to venture further in. Let's continue exploring the surroundings." Qianlan recalled that the research institute was situated in Iceland, bringing her remarkably close to her objective. At that moment, she sensed a disconnection from her shadow clone, likely due to the intervention of the Snowman brothers. In a swift execution of the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan vanished from her position, and indeed, two formidable figures materialized before her. The Snowman brothers, with fingers the only part of their bodies adorned in yellow, were otherwise enveloped in a coat of white fur, which explained how such massive forms could effortlessly conceal themselves amidst the icy expanse. The Snowman brothers, upon seeing Qianlan, exhibited no surprise. Instead, they launched their fists towards her on the ground. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fireball of considerable magnitude instantly engulfed the towering Snowman brothers, who let out anguished cries as they writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames that consumed them. It took them an extensive period to finally quell the fire that had enveloped their forms, before Qianlan could fully utter the name of her ninjutsu. The Snowman brothers were so terrified that they fled instantly, not daring to cast even a fleeting glance at her. Observing their panic, Qianlan lost interest in eliminating the two, and, having dispelled her shadow clone technique, swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to her companions. "What is happening? Upon my return, I am greeted with such an astonishing revelation, a colossal slime. In the snow, a massive, liquid-like slime was continuously emanating toxic fumes, and its enormous form was advancing towards the group." Qianlan immediately recognized this creature as Caesar's pet, a curious amalgamation resulting from the consumption of the six-sided dinosaur-type devil fruit. "Moments ago, my observation Haki detected the presence of others nearby. It is likely that you are seeking the research facility. Subsequently, this colossal being charged forth, suggesting that someone intends to bring about our demise. What's to be done? Captain Qianlan, shall we simply continue fleeing?" Silas, Barrett, and Baby 5 exclaimed as they hastily ran, feeling helpless against this toxic and explosive amalgamation. Earth release, light heavy rock technique. With this ninjutsu, Qianlan elevated everyone into the air, but there is toxic gas even in the sky. Baby 5 responded, promptly covering her mouth, her expression reflecting her distress. Barrett swiftly employed his combined devil fruit ability, gathering a substantial mass of snow and debris, which he then hurled onto the path of the massive slime. Boom! In an instant, the several-meter-high barrier was effortlessly breached by the slime, rendering Barrett's tactic futile and exacerbating the spread of the toxic gas. Chapter 116, The Slime of Nuclear Explosion. Though Caesar may lack in character, the creation he has concocted can be deemed a strategic-level weapon, one that ordinary pirates cannot withstand. You all should retreat. I shall handle this gigantic toxic slime. Qianlan repeatedly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport several individuals onto the ship, preparing to confront the monstrous entity alone. As Qianlan returned once more, the path traversed by the colossal slime was strewn with purple goo, and it was evident that the flora in the snow had perished utterly, leaving a desolate expanse in its wake. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Indeed, Qianlan intended to provoke a reaction. Eager to witness what would transpire when this vast aggregation of toxic gas encountered an open flame, the flames surged forth in a straight line, igniting the immense slime. In an instant, Qianlan activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, reappearing on the ship, where every gaze was fixed upon Punk Hazard's icy terrain. "Everyone, seek shelter. Do not concern yourselves with any data," Caesar shouted, his fury palpable as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. His pet was undoubtedly doomed, as an explosion would leave nothing behind. And the research facility was likely in peril as well. The Four Emperors Qianlan was indeed a terrifying madman, as a user of the gas fruit. Caesar could accurately predict the catastrophic consequences of the explosion. After a frantic shout, he dashed downward, disregarding others in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds reverberated across the entirety of Punk Hazard Island, followed by a fireball towering several kilometers into the sky, illuminating the previously dim heavens. As a colossal mushroom cloud gradually ascended. Baby 5, this is the pinnacle of what your weapon fruit can achieve. I hope you too can reach such heights. Impossible, Captain. Believe in your own abilities. The crew on the ship silently observed this extraordinary spectacle, for the sight of a mushroom cloud was indeed a rarity. As the smoke finally dissipated, they collectively regained their senses. Let us descend and investigate. Qianlan spoke as she leaped from the vessel, and the others gradually followed suit. The biting cold of the ice and snow persisted, as if the recent explosion had left no mark upon the climate. After traversing a short distance, the group finally beheld the aftermath of the explosion. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, the land lay charred and desolate, with a deep pit several meters wide at its center. In the distance, the collapsed structure of the research facility was visible. It appeared that the explosion had dealt a severe blow to Caesar's research institute, as the exposed sections had entirely crumbled, burying the remnants beneath a mountain of debris. Let us proceed. That is our destination. Qianlan swiftly approached the collapsed ruins and soon arrived at the summit of the research institute. Master Qianlan, it seems there is no entrance here. With a decisive clap of her hands, Qianlan swiftly transitioned into the flawless immortal mode. Immortal technique, inorganic rebirth. Under Qianlan's command, the debris below began to morph, progressively clearing itself outward, and soon a 5-meter-wide passageway emerged. It was likely the route that had existed before the explosion. Now uncovered by Qianlan. Go down. Timon instructed. I will guard here to prevent anyone from blocking the passage. The princess will also remain here, so be cautious once you enter. Ultimately, half of the Akatsuki members followed Qianlan into the depths, while the other half stayed at the entrance. Upon descending, Qianlan discovered that the underground was even warmer than above, and the lighting system within the passage continued to function steadily. It seemed that Caesar had invested considerable effort into refurbishing this research facility, which had remained largely intact amidst the chaos of the explosion. Someone. A low whisper was followed by Zoro, who shot forth like an arrow, his sword poised against a shadowy figure. When they returned, Zoro was seen holding a creature with the lower half of a horse and the upper half of a human. Bartolomeo wore a look of astonishment. A centaur? Is this real? Does that mean it can't be considered food? Mushan interjected. Their conversation greatly frightened the captured Smuki, who did not wish to be a meal. I am a human, a living human. I cannot be food. What a fascinating creature, Zoro remarked, eyeing Smuki's lower half, seemingly tempted to test the sharpness of his blade. All right, stop frightening him. Tell us everything you know. Smuki immediately divulged all he knew to those present. Originally a criminal subjected to the world government's experiments, he had lost mobility due to a gas leak. Caesar had outfitted them with remote-controlled balloons, while Trafalgar Law had replaced their legs with animal limbs, resulting in their current centaur form. Do you know where the laboratory surrounded by glass is, amidst the ruins? I don't know. I am absolutely loyal to Master Caesar. Smuki replied indignantly, seemingly unfazed by Qianlan's threats. However, Qianlan was unperturbed by this minor obstacle. With a flicker of her eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, she swiftly took control of him. Smuki nodded submissively, resembling a traitor guiding the way. Lady Qianlan, I will lead you. They followed Smuki deeper into the research facility. Meanwhile, Caesar, watching the surveillance, was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just a moment ago, Smuki had pledged loyalty, and now he was leading the enemy. This was an absurd display of fidelity. Yet, the abandoned area with the glass dome seemed to hold nothing of significance, primarily housing Vegapunk's failed experiments. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to press a purple button in a fit of fury. Die! As Caesar's furious roar subsided, a noxious purple gas began to permeate the corridor where Qianlan and her companions found themselves. Cover your mouths and noses. The group promptly obeyed Qianlan's command, hastily shielding themselves. This tactic was indeed ruthless. Those trapped in the underground passage had no means to escape the inhalation of the toxic fumes, rendering their situation seemingly inescapable. Quickly move forward. We shall break through the wall of the corridor. Thus, the group swiftly followed Qianlan's instructions, racing ahead without daring to pause. Before long, they reached the end of the passage where an immense iron wall loomed before them. What shall we do? It appears quite formidable and explosive methods are futile. Transmutation of the inorganic. In an instant, The iron wall seemed to come alive, and under Qianlan's command, a grand doorway opened for the group. As they emerged, Qianlan promptly sealed the entrance, greedily inhaling the somewhat stale air. Chapter 117, The Devil Fruit. That was terrifying. I thought we would perish within, exclaimed Mushuan, her words echoing the sentiments of several others. The oppressive atmosphere, dense with toxic gas, had indeed weighed heavily on their minds. After a brief moment of respite, Qianlan and her companions ventured deeper, soon arriving in a spacious chamber. Jumping down the hole ahead leads to the refuse disposal area. This may very well be the location you seek. Bartolomeo and Zaro leaned closer to Qianlan, both wearing enigmatic expressions. Master Qianlan, do you think that fellow is lying? Bartolomeo suggested. I find Bartolomeo's point quite compelling. With a mysterious smile at the two jesters, Qianlan took a couple of steps forward and leaped down into the abyss. Thud. After Qianlan landed, she sensed that something was amiss, yet she paid it no heed. Shortly thereafter, several more thuds echoed, indicating that everyone had jumped down. Mushan exclaimed, "It is so dark here. Master Qianlan, where are you?" Qianlan realized that several individuals did not possess her level of night vision, and the advantages of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan became evident at that moment. Fire release, great fireball. In an instant, the vast underground chamber was illuminated as brightly as day, drawing everyone's attention to the glass case nearby. They promptly gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the peculiar devil fruit encased within. Master Qianlan, this fruit appears rather strange. One of them remarked. The purple fruit, adorned with numerous circular patterns, indeed looked abnormal. With a swift motion, Qianlan struck it with a punch, shattering the glass and retrieving the fruit. This is an artificial Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to come here. Is it truly a Zoan-type mythical beast? Another questioned, astonishment evident in their voice. Although this devil fruit had been labeled a failure by Vegapunk, it was merely due to Vegapunk's aversion to its pink hue. In reality, it had perfectly replicated Kaido's devil fruit. After securing the precious fruit, the group began their journey back. However, upon Qianlan's emergence from the cave, she discovered that they had been completely surrounded. Trafalgar Law, Caesar Clown. The patrol crew of the T-Beard pirates and the PH troops formed a tight circle around them. Caesar, who gave you the audacity to encircle us? Qianlan demanded. He. I do not wish to provoke you, Master Qianlan. However, this devil fruit is the result of my research, and I hope you will return it, Caesar declared, a smug expression adorning his face as if he had already claimed the devil fruit for himself. Qianlan turned to Trafalgar Law beside him. Then why do you appear here? Long before, at Sabaody Archipelago, Trafalgar Law had already witnessed Qianlan's formidable power, thus he dared not act as recklessly as Caesar. I am merely here to offer assistance. I have no interest in that devil fruit. However, I am intrigued by your devil fruit. It is said that those who consume it can awaken its powers and perform a surgery that grants eternal life. Upon hearing this, Trafalgar Law's mind stirred. Perhaps he had a means to avenge Corazon. Caesar, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of indignation, for he was the true master of the research facility. Qianlan. I am backed by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. I have even established contact with another emperor, Big Mom. If you simply leave that devil fruit with me, we can negotiate. Doflamingo has already been defeated and imprisoned and impelled down, and Kaido's fate is uncertain. Why do you still rely on them as your support? The figure of Qianlan vanished in an instant, followed by a powerful kick to Caesar's abdomen. Bang! This forceful strike sent Caesar crashing out the door, violently slamming against the wall, which yielded under the impact. It can be said that the nature-type gas fruit is indeed formidable. Regrettably, Caesar's ineptitude rendered its potential rather lackluster. Ding! Just as Trafalgar Law unsheathed his sword, Zaro charged forward, delivering a swift cut. The two figures intertwined within the room, their weapons clashing and igniting a flurry of sparks. You shall not harm Lord Caesar, declared the leader of the patrol, T-Beard, as he swung his large blade toward Makushin. Boom! In an instant, T-Beard was sent flying by a kick from Makushin. At this point, such a character with a bounty of 80 million berries was hardly a challenge. Other members of the patrol rushed forward to defend Caesar, while the PH troops quietly retreated. The battle progressed with an overwhelming force. Qianlan dispatched Caesar with a few well-placed punches and kicks, lifting him like a lifeless dog. The others swiftly concluded their skirmishes. Aside from Trafalgar Law, who was engaged in a duel with Zoro using his swordsmanship and devil fruit powers, everyone else had settled their conflicts. Trafalgar Law realized that further fighting was unnecessary. Stop! Zoro's movements faltered momentarily as he shot a fierce glare at Trafalgar Law, with a resigned smile, felt powerless in the situation. Is it true that Don Quixote Doflamingo has been imprisoned and impelled down? Bartolomeo quipped. Are you not reading the newspapers? Our alliance has defeated the warlord Doflamingo and the beast pirates. We are the mightiest royal pirate crew. Ha! Bartolomeo chuckled at his own remark, eliciting laughter from Qianlan and the others. Seeing this, Trafalgar Law's eyes glistened with tears, realizing the truth in their words, and how absurd it was to seek vengeance for Mr. Corazon. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing he no longer needed to resort to the ageless surgery. Suddenly, two loud explosions echoed in everyone's ears, instilling a sense of foreboding. Zoro exclaimed, Damn it, what now? I don't know, but it can't be good, came the reply. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to dampen, quickly submerging their footwear. Law remarked, It seems Caesar's PH troops are flooding the area to drown us. At this juncture, the previously disheartened Caesar regained his bravado and emitted his sinister laughter. Oh, I am gas. I can survive in this environment, while you can only wait quietly for your demise. Release. In an instant, a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs tumbled out of the spatial scroll, leaving the once arrogant Caesar pale with fear. He had presumed that no one would carry sea prism stone handcuffs, believing that his gaseous form would ensure his survival. However, encountering the cunning Qianlan, who possessed an array of unexpected items, shattered his assumptions. Chapter 118. The Art of Words Fails. A pair of handcuffs composed of 100% pure sea prism stone posed a grave predicament for Caesar, who now faced the prospect of dying alongside his captors. His mouth gaped open tenfold, exclaiming in desperation, Damn it, I don't want to die. Please, let me go. Alas, all attempts at resistance proved futile as Qianlan swiftly secured him in shackles. Caesar collapsed to the ground like a lifeless mass, utterly devoid of spirit. Fear not, Master Caesar. For I possess the strength of an alligator's legs. I shall surely rescue you, T-Whiskers reassured him, though Caesar felt little inclination to respond to such a dim-witted subordinate. What use was swimming when the lower levels would soon be submerged, merely resulting in more floating corpses? Bartolomeo leaned wearily against Zoro, his energy waning. Please, Master Qianlan? Take action swiftly. I am beginning to struggle. Qianlan nodded, surveying the surroundings. The condition of all the devil fruit users was far from favorable, particularly that of the solitary Trafalgar Law. With no other choice, Qianlan stepped forward and lifted the man, channeling the chakra within. Would release. Birth of the tree world. In an instant, countless wooden tendrils rapidly sprouted, swiftly filling the gaps. Before long, they breached the lowest level of the passage and surged upward with relentless momentum. As Qianlan exerted more of his power, he broke through layer after layer of the passage. Qianlan led the group as they ascended the towering tree. And soon the rapidly growing wood broke through the surface of the research facility, revealing the warm embrace of sunlight. Hurry up, Baby 5 shouted to Qianlan below, her long, slender legs transforming into a rope that extended downwards. This rope, a form of weaponry, was a concept that Qianlan had imparted to Baby 5 for her development. Qianlan grasped the rope and, with a series of calculated maneuvers, ascended effortlessly, followed closely by the others who emerged in a steady stream. You have garnered quite a bounty outside. The ground was littered with the bound PH troops and Monet, the wielder of the snow fruit. It was evident that while she battled below, the others above were not entirely at ease either. Timon pointed to Monet, exclaiming, This is my achievement. It took considerable effort to capture her. Chloe remarked, These are all Caesar's troops. The news of your entrapment caused us quite a stir. In truth, Qianlan could have employed the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times to extract the members of the Akatsuki organization, yet she sensed that Caesar still held some utility, prompting her to rescue him as well. Snap! Qianlan delivered a sharp slap to Trafalgar Law's head, and the unconscious Law gradually regained consciousness. All right. This is the first and last time I save you. Qianlan held a relatively favorable impression of Law, having rescued him this time. But he would not necessarily do so again in the face of future peril. Thank you, Law said nervously, standing to the side. Qianlan then realized that perhaps his own identity imposed a certain pressure on Law. Next, Qianlan approached Monet, gazing at the snow maiden adorned with emerald wings. He understood that it was time for him to provide some psychological support. Doflamingo has been imprisoned and impelled down, and he is unlikely to ever emerge from there. Do you feel as though you have lost your purpose? Given Doflamingo's knowledge of certain secrets regarding the celestial dragons, it was highly probable that the 5 elders would never allow his release. Monet glared at Qianlan, her eyes ablaze with fury. My goal is to kill you and avenge my master. Qianlan shyly touched her nose, initially believing that her verbal finesse would compel Monet to serve her. However, it became evident that her hopes were misplaced. Consequently, Qianlan adopted a different approach, beaming with a smile as she admired Monet, who, in turn, appeared somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. Given your capabilities, seeking vengeance against me seems an impossibility in this lifetime. Therefore, I implore you to keep a watchful eye on Punkhazard. A year from now, I shall grant you the opportunity to deliver a blow to me. And I swear I shall not renege on this promise. For the utterly loyal Monet, Qianlan felt a mix of pity, lament, and regret. Not wishing to impose hardships upon this woman. What are the terms? Simply assist me in monitoring that fellow Caesar. I find his research to be of great necessity. All I require is for you to observe him throughout this year. Moreover, should a small child, bald with a topknot and clad in a pink kimono, arrive at Punkhazard, you must inform me without delay. In Qianlan's words, the little brat referred to as undoubtedly Momonosuk. It could be said that eliminating Momonosuk would grant all characters within the realm of One Piece the opportunity for absolute redemption. Monet, unaware of Qianlan's intentions, merely nodded in blind agreement, as if a pact had been forged between them. Subsequently, Qianlan approached Caesar and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Oof! Under the restraint of sea-stone handcuffs, Caesar nearly retched, casting a malevolent glare at Qianlan. The QB, his resentment ran profoundly deep. Caesar immediately fell into a state of panic. Uttering the wrong words at this moment could spell his doom. How could this be? Lord Qianlan, do not take the words of a foul fox to heart. Haha. Indeed. He is a foul fox. The members of the Akatsuki organization erupted in laughter, casting meaningful glances at the QB. Caesar, oblivious to the unfolding events, joined in the laughter. Enraged, the QB lashed out with his tail, sending Caesar hurtling several meters into the air. Wow! Another mouthful of blood erupted from him, staining his chest crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan felt a pang of sympathy for Caesar. She approached him and employed her healing technique to mend his wounds. As he sensed his body rejuvenating, tears streamed down Caesar's face. Indeed, there were still many good-hearted individuals in this world. Caesar, you are a prodigy on par with Vegapunk, yet sadly, you remain unrecognized. Qianlan remarked before shifting her tone. However, I can acknowledge your brilliance. I am willing to provide you with 10 billion berries to reconstruct your laboratory, and I can supply you with any materials you desire. You may pursue any research that captivates your interest. Yet, I must insist that you refrain from conducting experiments on ordinary people. At most, you may capture some pirates or prisoners, but harm to others is absolutely forbidden. Caesar wiped away his tears and gazed at Qianlan with deep affection. Despite having the backing of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, he felt no more than a mere laborer, torn between the creation of artificial devil fruits and giant serums, leaving him little time for his true passions. In that moment, he realized he had found a kindred spirit in Qianlan and instantly resolved to follow her path. Rest assured, my lord Qianlan, I shall comply with your every command. Observing Caesar's exuberance, Qianlan recognized that such a scientist was indeed the easiest to manage. Chapter 119, Germa 66. With ample funding and superior equipment, their thoughts would not stray far. They would be solely focused on pursuing their beloved research. Thus, Punkhazard became a site where Monet and Caesar maintained a mutually beneficial relationship, a testament to Qianlan's strategic foresight. After completing the construction of the laboratory using her wood release, Qianlan left Caesar a chakra fruit as a parting gift. Qianlan does not hold much hope that Caesar will produce any remarkable results, yet if by chance he does, it would indeed be extraordinary. The following day, the group departed from Punkhazard, setting their course towards Big Mom's Cake Island. On the deck and within the gymnasium, the members of the Akatsuki were engaged in rigorous and intense training. Qianlan felt certain that a confrontation with Big Mom was inevitable, given her questionable intellect. One could never predict when her wrath might erupt, and it seemed that a great battle was unavoidable. Suddenly, waves began to ripple across the sea, and shortly thereafter, the ship started to sway. This unexpected occurrence interrupted the training, drawing everyone's gaze to the distance. The voice of Timon echoed from the lookout, announcing the sight of a massive castle moving across the ocean. It was an utterly bizarre sight. Before long, the group discerned a colossal ship not far away, with the enormous emblem of Germa 66 emblazoned upon it. The infamous war specialists and nefarious army, Germa 66, had unexpectedly appeared before them. Barrett's tone held no contempt, yet his expression was rife with disdain. shaped by his own experiences that led him to look down upon a kingdom that thrived on warfare. Conversely, the faces of the others reflected curiosity. For many, Germa 66 was merely a myth, the archetype of a comic book story now manifest before their eyes, making their intrigue entirely natural. Suddenly, a tall man adorned in a metallic helmet with flowing golden hair emerged before the castle. It was Vinsmoke Judge. Qianlan gazed at the emerging Gaji, acknowledging him as a creature of hypocrisy, selfishness, cruelty, and vanity. Yet, Gaji possessed commendable traits as well. He was grateful and kept his promises. During the Cake Island arc, he pledged not to interfere with Sanji and his companions and even aided the Straw Hat Pirates in their escape, which could be considered a rare virtue. As the distance between the two parties diminished, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Simultaneously, Qianlan sensed the presence of two formidable auras, though their identities remained unknown to him. Mr. Qianlan, welcome everyone to the Germa Kingdom. After a period of time, the ship of the Akatsuki finally docked at Germa's territory. In response to Gaji's welcoming smile, the members of the Akatsuki maintained their composure, while Qianlan donned his habitual fade of a smile. The chance encounter with the Germa Kingdom was indeed fortuitous. Following a facade of polite exchanges, Gaji escorted Qianlan and his group into the castle. Seated on a long bench were two figures, who, upon Qianlan's scrutiny, were also observing him. One was the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line Commander, Emporio Ivankov, a user of the hormone fruit, known as the Queen of Okama. The other was a striking beauty, adorned with a red top hat and purple hair, confidently seated with an open demeanor. To encounter Ivankov and the Eastern Army Commander, Betty, in this place was indeed a remarkable coincidence. The Revolutionary Army appeared to be an organization aiming to overthrow the world government, a seemingly noble cause. Yet to regard them solely in such a light would be a grave misunderstanding. The dark underbelly of the Revolutionary Army was certainly not to be underestimated, making the presence of Ivankov and Betty here entirely plausible. Ivankov exclaimed, What a delightful surprise to encounter the Emperor Qianlan here. It truly is fortuitous. The atmosphere among the three parties grew slightly awkward, as each had matters of significance to discuss. Ultimately, it was the forthright Betty who broke the silence. Regarding the war in the kingdom of Kogo, we seek to enlist the strength of the Germa kingdom. What price must we pay to the Revolutionary Army? Gaji interlaced his fingers and smiled. 20 billion berries. Upon hearing Gaji's terms, the expressions of Ivankov and Betty soured considerably. Betty retorted, It is merely a war. 20 billion berries is excessive. How about 15 billion? It is just a battle. And I doubt it would pose much difficulty for Germa. Perhaps King Gaji is asking for too much. Betty continued. The kingdom of Silido in the North Sea hopes to see no further activities from the Revolutionary Army, and for merely 10 billion berries, I shall assist the Revolutionary Army in this conflict. The tone among the three suggested that they could easily determine the fate of a kingdom, a testament to the brutal reality of the pirate world. Ivankov declared, Agreed, we, the Revolutionary Army, accept King Gaji's demands. A faint smile graced Qianlan's lips, for it seemed that both parties had already conferred on these matters. However, due to his arrival, certain discussions remained unaddressed. Then, Ivanov's attention shifted towards Qianlan, his large visage leaning in closer. In an instant, Qianlan delivered a punch to Ivanov's face, sending him crashing beneath the table. Hey, are you all right? Ivanov rose, chuckling. Fortunately, I have a rather resilient face. As he spoke, he peeled away a layer of makeup from his visage, a scene that appeared quite grotesque. One must admit that Ivanov was indeed the comedic relief, though Qianlan regarded him with a hint of displeasure. Keep your distance, Ivanov. Haha, my charming Qianlan boy. Have I captivated you? At this moment, Ivanov dared not venture closer, while Qianlan's expression darkened. Observing this, Ivanov spoke earnestly. I hope you can provide me with information regarding Bartholomew Kuma. In exchange, the Revolutionary Army can gather intelligence for you once. Kuma? That fellow has had his consciousness stripped by Vegapunk and is currently enslaved by the celestial dragons and Mary Geos. However, if you manage to rescue him, there may still be a chance to awaken him. Ivanov's eyes brimmed with tears as he constantly worried for his companion, Bartholomew Kuma. Haha, I meant what I said earlier. You can reach out to me at any time. With that, Ivanov handed Qianlan a note, which he accepted. Subsequently, Ivanov and Betty departed from the Germa kingdom, likely to arrange the Revolutionary Army strategies. Gaji and Qianlan's party felt a sense of relief, for discussions among the three factions could indeed be quite exhausting. Chapter 120. Subduing Gaji. One after another, elegant and poised maidens presented a variety of exquisite wines and delicacies. And soon, a long table was lavishly adorned. At this moment, Qianlan also experienced the decay and depravity of the feudal landlord class. Without even mentioning the quality of the food, the sight of the maidens lined up was indeed a feast for the eyes. Shortly thereafter, four figures, red, yellow, blue, and green, graced the room, revealing the siblings of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji. Their hairstyles bore a striking resemblance to Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates, complete with curly eyebrows. The observant Timon noted this peculiar detail, curiously scrutinizing the members of the Vinsmoke clan. In truth, this remarkable trait was inherited from Sanji's mother, surpassing the genetic warriors crafted by Judge, though it also included the same lecherous tendencies as Sanji himself. The four siblings donned the pinnacle of Germa's technological battle suits. While their capabilities were undeniably formidable, they did appear somewhat ostentatious. Merely a batch of failures, destined to mingle with these lowly pirates. Judge's eyebrows almost knitted into a single line, his expression emanating a fierce disdain for Sanji. With the intelligence capabilities of Germa Kingdom, it was only natural to acquire news about Sanji, as reports of the Straw Hat Pirates frequently graced the newspapers. Judge could not possibly be unaware. Yet, he steadfastly regarded Sanji as a failure, a belief that had never wavered. Ahem. At Reiju's subtle prompting, Judge instantly recognized his lapse in composure, his expression shifting from dark to bright. Please, everyone from the Akatsuki organization, do stay a few extra days in Germa Kingdom. I would love to extend my hospitality, he exclaimed heartily. Next, we are to attend the tea party of the big MOM pirate crew, and I fear time is of the essence. Nevertheless, I sincerely appreciate King Judge's goodwill. Bartolomeo chimed in. We must take the opportunity to fully enjoy our stay in Germa Kingdom. With the enthusiastic support of the group, the atmosphere remained lively, although the three brothers of the Vinsmoke family displayed a somewhat frosty demeanor, engaging only with a few of the female members of the Akatsuki. Yet, Reiju skillfully enlivened the ambience. It must be acknowledged that she was indeed a commendable product of Judge's endeavors. At the dining table, Qianlan savored the specially crafted cuisine of Germa Kingdom, which was quite palatable, though he wondered whether it contained any technological marvels or sinister elements. An hour later, the meal concluded with mutual delight, and Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji bid their farewells and departed. At last, they had arrived in an environment conducive to formal discussions. By this time, Reiju had already escorted the other members of the Akatsuki organization on a tour of Germa Kingdom. Judge's discovery of the bloodline factor truly deserved the title of a blueprint for life, and the creation of modern Germa was indeed admirable. Upon hearing this, Judge let out a hearty laugh, his tone imbued with a touch of grandeur. Mr. Qianlan, you flatter me a bit too much. This discovery was made in collaboration with Vegapunk, though I have indeed taken it a step further by creating soldiers who absolutely obey commands, leading Germa Kingdom through one victorious battle after another. Qianlan cleared her throat awkwardly. Gaji's performance was indeed somewhat difficult to articulate. Unconsciously, she praised herself in silence, feeling a twinge of inferiority. After taking a sip of coffee to regain her composure, Qianlan placed a chakra fruit on the table before Gaji. Gaji scrutinized the chakra fruit from top to bottom, then looked at Qianlan with a puzzled expression. Is this some kind of fruit? I have never encountered anything like this before, and I am unsure of what Mr. Qianlan intends by presenting it. The genetic technology of the Germa Kingdom is remarkably advanced. However, it remains uncertain whether they could replicate this fruit. The chakra fruit provided by the system possesses potent effects, yet Qianlan had not accumulated many during her routine missions, as most had been consumed by the members of the Akatsuki organization. This is why their strength has escalated so rapidly, allowing them to compete with formidable adversaries. Now, Qianlan aims to cast a wide net, hoping to find local scientists from the pirate world who could replicate the chakra fruit, which would undoubtedly herald a global transformation. Let me examine it, Gaji said as he picked up the chakra fruit from the table for closer inspection. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, Gaji felt a hint of confusion. If he were being deceived, it would be entirely unwarranted, and he was confident in his ability to discern truth from falsehood. Yet, he found himself unable to identify any unique qualities of this fruit, and indeed, he had never seen anything like it before, leaving him utterly perplexed about its nature. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan smiled and remarked, "The chakra fruit is certainly worth a taste, It will undoubtedly yield unforeseen effects. Observing the confident smile adorning Qianlan's face, Gaji found himself caught in a web of skepticism yet intrigue. Resolutely, he decided to slowly bring the chakra fruit to his lips. With a crisp snap, he bit into a generous slice of the succulent flesh, savoring its exquisite flavor. Gaji was enchanted by the tender, juicy texture and the delightful sweetness that lingered on his palate. It was indeed quite delightful. Before long, he had consumed the entire chakra fruit, licking the corners of his mouth as if to relish the lingering taste. What is happening? Gaji, possessing profound knowledge of human anatomy, sensed a remarkable transformation within himself. Every facet of his being felt undeniably enhanced. The impact was palpable, and he considered the revolutionary potential if such a fruit were to become widely accessible to humanity. With fervor in his gaze, Gaji inquired, "Lord Qianlan, do you possess any more of these fruits?" Noticing the change in Gaji's tone, Qianlan recognized that he had successfully captured Gaji's interest. After all, if Gaji could align himself with Big Mom in the original tale, it was only natural that he would seek to ally with her formidable counterpart, the strongest of the four emperors, Qianlan himself. Furthermore, with the chakra fruit in his possession, Qianlan held a powerful allure that Gaji could hardly resist. "Qianlan, there exists another chakra fruit, yet I am uncertain whether King Gaji will succeed in cloning it. Please, refer to me as Gaji, Lord Qianlan. It feels more endearing," Gaji said hesitantly. "I wonder if Lord Qianlan could entrust me with another chakra fruit. I assure you, I shall mobilize the entire strength of the Germa kingdom to replicate this fruit. If it is indeed possible to recreate such a chakra fruit, it would undoubtedly be a presence far greater than that of the devil fruits." Gaji is acutely aware of the extraordinary potential of a fruit that can be universally distributed and significantly enhance the human form. Its versatility is certainly unmatched by the devil fruits. "Very well, that is precisely my intent." Upon uttering these words, Qianlan produced another chakra fruit and handed it to Gaji. Gaji carefully accepted the chakra fruit and, without uttering a single word, departed from the castle. Qianlan estimated that this individual was undoubtedly eager to commence the experiment, hoping fervently for Germa's swift success. Chapter 121. Arrival at Big Mom's pirate territory. The following morning, within the confines of the Germa castle. How did it go? Completely unsuccessful. I had anticipated that cloning the plants would be considerably simpler, yet it ended in outright failure. Do not be disheartened. Failure is the mother of success. I have unwavering faith that with your capabilities, Germa, you will undoubtedly achieve success. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Lord Qianlan. Germa's tone bore a hint of despondency, but he quickly recalibrated, allowing his mindset to relax. Upon hearing this, Qianlan maintained an expression of composure, for she had anticipated that matters would not unfold so simply. Even though Gaji had acquired experience in replicating soldiers, success was not something to be achieved instantaneously. The onlookers regarded the amiable Gaji and Qianlan with a sense of confusion. Even Reiju and the three brothers cast curious glances at their father, pondering if perhaps a soul exchange had occurred, for such a transformation was indeed remarkable. After breakfast concluded, the members of the Akatsuki organization boarded the ship as they were to participate in Big Mom's tea party. Gaji remarked, "Lord Qianlan, I hope that when we next meet, I shall have succeeded." "Let us hope so," she replied, before hurling a flying thunder god kunai, adding, "Should you require anything, feel free to contact me at any time." Following the succinct farewell, Qianlan and her companions departed from the Germa kingdom, swiftly making their way towards Big Mom's territory, Whole Cake Island. The sea was largely tranquil. Devoid of any pirate crews seeking to disrupt their passage, it seemed that under the formidable influence of the four emperors, no one dared to engage in hostilities lightly. Alas, residing within Big Mom's territory demanded a toll on one's lifespan, yet many still inhabited Whole Cake Island, illustrating the hardships faced by ordinary individuals in the New World. "Someone has come to receive us," Barrett exclaimed, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the distance, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable significance. In the distance, 5 grand ships sailed forth, their flags unmistakably bearing the emblem of the Big Mom pirates. Bartolomeo inquired, "Is this our welcoming party? It seems fitting given our status." Observing Bartolomeo's broad grin, Qianlan could only shake her head in resignation. It was likely that their visitors were not solely there to escort the Akatsuki, but also to keep a watchful eye on them. After all, they were a royal-level pirate crew, and Big Mom would not permit them to roam freely within her domain. Crocodile, having removed his glasses to polish them, then donned them once more to scrutinize the approaching vessels. Qianlan proclaimed, Pirates embody freedom. They do as they please. Upon hearing her words, a lightness washed over the faces of those present, who regarded the big MOM pirates with nonchalance. As they drew closer, Qianlan's attention was captured by the figures standing resolutely at the bow of the ship. It was none other than the triplet brothers, Smudge, Strawn, and Snamin. Smudge, in particular, stood out with his strikingly long legs as a hybrid of the long-legged tribe. He was humorously dubbed by fans as the legs worth 800 million for a bounty of 900 million. However, as one of the sweet commanders, Smudge's prowess was notably ruthless and cold, marking him as no ordinary adversary. Presently, the big MOM pirates still boasted 4 sweet commanders, with Snamin's bounty of 600 million berries yet to be surpassed by one of the supernovas, the formidable Monk Urki. Mama has sent me to welcome the formidable Sea Emperor Qianlan, and I shall oversee your forthcoming journey, he stated. Subsequently, the flagship of the big MOM pirates altered its course, sailing in tandem with the speed of the dawn, while the other 4 ships formed a protective perimeter around them. One by one, animated candy soldiers arrived aboard the Dawn, presenting juice that was the finest from Fruit Tree Town, specially brought forth for their most esteemed guest. Qianlan initially thought that this might be juice extracted by Smuggy, but upon hearing the explanation, her discomfort vanished instantly. She picked up a glass of juice and took a sip. The cool, refreshing liquid flowed over her palate, imbued with a fragrant sweetness that lingered between her lips and teeth. After finishing her drink, Qianlan unconsciously smacked her lips, savoring the delightful flavor. The members of the Shao organization, observing her reaction, wasted no time in tasting the juice themselves. Soon, a pleasant atmosphere enveloped the group, devoid of any friction. Under Smuggy's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the first island of the world. Numerous towering, peanut-shaped structures stood majestically across the island, all adorned in earthy yellow tones, presenting a unique charm. Smuggy approached Qianlan with a smile, introducing the island managed by Armand, known as Nut Island, where everyone could indulge in various delicacies such as almonds, cashews, and walnuts. I wonder if you all would like to experience it, he inquired. Mushan exclaimed, various nut delicacies? I must see it. Let's go. I've been eager to witness the legendary world. Hearing Qianlan's affirmative response, Smuggy nodded gently, and the fleet altered its course towards Nut Island. Before long, they docked at the pier of Nut Island, where Armand, the Minister of Nuts, awaited them. His brigade of candy soldiers controlled the flow of people, creating a wide pathway nearly 10 meters long, while the island's indigenous inhabitants were kept at bay. Zoro, intrigued, remarked, a formidable female swordsman? As a swordsman himself, Zoro keenly observed the renowned blade, White Fish, hanging at Armand's waist, sensing the latter's immense strength. Armand, also a swordsman, felt Zoro's presence, and their gazes met with an electrifying intensity. Qianlan remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her gaze fixed silently on Armand. The woman, a striking blend of tall, slender elegance and ample curves, seemed to draw inspiration from the legendary figure of the 8-foot lady, with a cigarette delicately perched between her fingers and an air of melancholy. The Nut Minister truly appeared as a refined lady, standing apart in her own world. Welcome to Nut Island, she intoned, her voice as frosty as her demeanor, while Armand's expression remained as placid as a tranquil pond. Everyone, we shall take a brief respite on your Nut Island, Shao declared. Armand nodded in acknowledgement, leading the group toward the heart of Nut Island without uttering a word. Soon, they arrived at the base of a peanut-shaped structure, surrounded by an eerie absence of passers-by. Please, come in, Armand invited, ushering them inside where an array of peculiar decorations greeted their eyes. The furniture, reminiscent of peanut shells, and the almond-shaped tables collectively created an atmosphere of unique charm. The members of Zhao's organization couldn't resist the temptation to sit and experience the surroundings, and Qianlan, too, felt a flicker of novelty as she took a seat. Taste the specialties of Nut Island, Armand suggested, as a parade of candy soldiers entered and exited, filling the almond-shaped table with an abundance of delectable treats. Qianlan unreservedly indulged in the feast before her, for her purpose in the Kingdom of Nations was to savor exquisite cuisine. With an opportunity to partake in sumptuous delicacies without cost, how could she possibly resist? Thus, the members of the Akatsuki organization settled in, though Smuggy remained, evidently keeping a watchful eye on them. Chapter 122. Forces Concealed in the Shadows. I cannot continue like this. I must exercise restraint. Yes, indeed, I, the princess, must cease my indulgence. Within the peanut-shaped structure, Muxian and Perona languished on the sofa, proudly displaying their alluring figures. As a chef, Mu Xian yearned to sample the vast array of culinary delights, hoping to acquire new skills in the art of cooking, while Perona merely accompanied her in gluttony, seemingly having gained several pounds over the past few days. During this brief interlude, the members of the Akatsuki had explored several nearby islands surrounding Nut Island, relishing an assortment of gastronomic delights. The crimson cloud and black robe insignia of the Akatsuki commanded a certain respect in the kingdom, rendering them virtually untouchable. In summary, everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zaro raised a bottle of wine to his lips, taking a sip, and could not help but exclaim, with fine wine and swordsman, "Nut Island is truly perfection." Upon hearing this, Qianlan couldn't help but smile. The enchanting swordswoman had brought meat, a phrase imbued with irresistible allure. Smugji sipped from his cup of juice, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the members of the Akatsuki. Each island in the Land of Nations boasts its own distinctive culinary delights. Yet the pinnacle of gastronomy can only be savored at tomorrow's tea gathering. May everyone indulge to their heart's content. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Land of Nations, established by the formidable Four Emperor Big Mom, resembles a utopian dream. Bartolomeo's expression was brash and arrogant, exuding an air that was quite insufferable. Both Kuro and Barrett wore amused smirks. Barrett's theatricality was simply excessive. Timon inquired, "Has Stussy not returned yet?" Just then, Stussy entered, appearing quite cheerful, likely having made contact with Zo Island. The members of the Akatsuki are our most esteemed guests. Throughout the Land of Nations, they shall receive the utmost respect. With that, Smugji rose and made his way to the door, advising everyone to rest well for the forthcoming tea gathering. Once Smugji had fully departed, the group promptly stood up, with even Zaro setting down his bottle to join the others. Timon remarked, "It seems that the Four Emperor Big Mom harbors no ill intentions towards us. Various sentient items have been monitoring me these past few days." Sugar added, "The same goes for me, though it appears someone is secretly safeguarding me." Baby 5 echoed, "I too share this experience." Kuro adjusted his glasses, coldly observing the women with a glint of cunning in his eyes. "What you perceive is merely what she wishes you to see." Regrettably, the women merely scoffed at Kuro's words, clearly dismissing his insights, and resumed sampling the exquisite dishes on the table. "Devious fox, are you not an alarm system? Have you not sensed their ill intentions?" The irate Ninetails leapt up, landing on Bartolomeo, and with a fierce grip, he tore apart Bartolomeo's garments. Qianlan could only helplessly stride forward to separate the entangled man and beast. The Ninetails remarked that he sensed no malice present, advising to be cautious during tomorrow's tea gathering. Just then, a sudden and violent explosion erupted in the distance, illuminating the entire Nut Island with a sky ablaze. What transpired? It appears that a battle has commenced. The entire island is on high alert. Instantly, Nut Island descended into chaos, with cries and shouts echoing throughout the island. Qianlan sensed that an event was imminent, and with a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, she appeared beside Smudgy. "I apologize for the interruption." Qianlan was taken aback to find Smuggy lounging on the sofa in a bathrobe, her curvaceous figure strikingly apparent. Adjusting her robe, Smuggy calmly entered the room to change into her attire. Shortly thereafter, the Smuggy, restored to her previous appearance, stood before Qianlan. "I apologize. I must have startled you and everyone else," she remarked, acknowledging her oversight. "It's no trouble at all. I merely wonder what transpired." As Smuggy ran her fingers through her slightly damp hair, she lamented the defeat of Snag, one of the 4 stars, at the hands of the supernova, Monk Urki. "A blow to the pride of our big MOM pirates." With a shift in her tone, Smuggy added, "But my brother Katakuri is currently striving to cleanse the shame." Qianlan understood the implication behind Smuggy's words. It was likely that Katakuri was pursuing Urki, though it would not be an easy endeavor. Thus, "I shall go to seek out Katakuri." Qianlan's figure vanished once more, only to reappear upon a grand vessel. On the surface of the sea, 10 warships pursued a large ship engulfed in black smoke, while articulate cannonballs roared angrily as they struck the water below. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, and Katakuri had been in pursuit for quite some time. "What is happening?" Katakuri remained unfazed by Qianlan's sudden appearance, though a flicker of astonishment lingered in his gaze. The circumstances of the chase were unfavorable. It appeared that formidable allies were aiding the target. As for Qianlan's presence beside him, Katakuri could only feel a sense of helplessness. He had initially believed the disparity in strength would not be significant, yet in such a brief span, Qianlan had acquired the title of the strongest, leaving Katakuri at a loss for how to address this individual. "Shall I lend a hand?" Qianlan activated her observation haki, sensing the presence of 2 formidable auras emanating from a distant vessel. It was evident that Ulqi's battle was far from straightforward, hinting at deeper complexities within. Katakuri, upon hearing Qianlan's words, merely shook his head, coldly rejecting her goodwill. Endless rice cake bullets. As Katakuri's voice reverberated, the rice cakes enveloped an armament hockey shot forth like bullets towards the smoke-emitting ship. Clang, clang, clang. There stood a figure cloaked in black at the stern of the ship, akin to a shadow concealed in the night sky. The renowned blade in his hand relentlessly sliced through the rice cake bullets imbued with armament hockey, igniting sparks with every clash while successfully deflecting Katakuri's onslaught. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan realized that Katakuri would inevitably face failure in this pursuit, with the ship's speed not in his favor. Katakuri might not be able to catch up with Ulqi. Moreover, it would not be long before Ulqi and his companions departed from the influence of the nation. Compounded by the increasingly dimming skies and the presence of unknown powerful adversaries, it seemed unlikely that Katakuri would be able to erase this humiliation. It is best to abandon this endeavor and concentrate on preparing for tomorrow's tea gathering. Qianlan kindly reminded the esteemed members of the Charlotte family of their finest creation. However, Katakuri remained unresponsive. Realizing that she could not sway him, Qianlan chose to depart once more. Upon returning to Nuts Island, she briefly informed everyone of the situation and cautioned them about the existence of other factions, prompting a sense of vigilance among the members of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 123. The Tea Party in Progress. The following day, under the guidance of Smoker, the group swiftly made their way towards Cake Island. At this moment, the territory of Tato Land was bustling with a myriad of vessels, all navigating towards the central Cake Island. Qianlan observed the silhouettes of individuals within her line of sight, as a sense of unease stirred within her regarding the formidable presence that had emerged the previous night. It was likely that today's tea gathering would bring unforeseen events, necessitating careful preparation. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at the principal island of the world government, where the immense cake-shaped edifice loomed like a giant fortress. This design was evidently tailored to accommodate the towering stature of Big Mom, serving to underscore her elevated status. Be cautious, smug, Katakuri advised, casting an involuntary glance at Qianlan. Leave it to me, he continued, leading the members of the Akatsuki deeper into the venue. Countless figures were already seated around the periphery, their gazes predominantly fixed upon the Akatsuki members. In the face of the impending clash between two Emperor-level pirate crews, many onlookers felt a palpable sense of trepidation. At long last, they reached the Grand Castle, where Big Mom was already seated upon a specially crafted chair. The other occupants included several sovereigns of the underworld and representatives from various factions within the New World. The remaining members of the Akatsuki took their respective seats, while Barrett's gaze remained fixated on Big Mom. Mama, welcome to my tea gathering, she boomed with laughter. This is a rare opportunity to indulge in exquisite delicacies. How could I possibly miss it? After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Qianlan and Big Mom, her attention swiftly shifted to Barrett. Long time no see, little brat. Barrett cast a disdainful glance at Big Mom. You're still alive, old hack. Instantly, the atmosphere plunged to a frigid low, with the clash of two royal pirate crews hanging in the air, a scenario most present wished to avoid. Surprisingly, neither Barrett nor Big Mom made any move to engage in conflict. Instead, Barrett casually took a seat. The ambience quickly rekindled, as if nothing had transpired. Please welcome Sister Galmero. Two candy soldiers emerged, carrying a portrait of Sister Galmero, and reverently placed it on the table under the gaze of the crowd. Big Mom beamed at everyone, seemingly relishing the moment. Please enjoy the feast. In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet ignited, with Qianlan and the members of the Akatsuki unreservedly vying for the delectable offerings. Of course, this was within manageable limits, as Qianlan believed that the culinary delights from the diverse nations were at the very least palatable. The others dared not speak too freely. After all, Big Mom, one of the four emperors, had kept her remarks to a minimum, and those without strength had little right to voice their opinions. While Big Mom and Qianlan savored their meals, interruptions were rare, allowing an hour to pass in peace. Morgans, do you have any news about Kaido? Qianlan was quite curious about Kaido's fate, whether he was alive or dead. Morgans flapped his wings. I'm afraid I don't know, Lord Qianlan. News regarding Kaido remains unconfirmed for now. Kaido won't perish so easily. He still owes me a favor. Qianlan acknowledged Big Mom's judgment regarding the so-called most formidable intelligence network of the Big Mom pirates. It seemed he would need to visit Wano soon. As the conversation flowed, Big Mom devoured the last piece of cake at the tea party, her face alight with satisfaction. After finishing, she turned her gaze towards Qianlan and the members of the Akatsuki, her smile unwavering. Hee. The land of Wa is the utopia of my dreams. I aspire to create a nation that encompasses all races. With that, she glanced at Qianlan, asking, would you like to join the Big Mom Pirates? In an instant, the underground sovereigns surrounding the main table turned their curious gazes towards the few individuals present. As the leading figure of the World Economic Journal, Morgans unobtrusively opened his portable camera and directed it towards Qianlan. Meanwhile, Qianlan remained silent, savoring the coffee in his hand as he sat quietly in his chair. Observing this, Big Mom once again spoke up. If you are willing to join the Big MOM Pirates, you may marry any of my daughters. At that point, we shall be family. Qianlan had long anticipated Big Mom's proposition. However, with dozens of daughters, few of them were particularly appealing, save for a select few: katakuri, galette, smoothie, pudding, and brle. Upon hearing Big Mom's offer, several of the daughters, who considered themselves quite attractive, felt a flicker of interest. As the formidable fourth emperor, Qianlan possesses youth and an appealing appearance, embodying the quintessential ideal. This prospect is certainly more favorable than a future union with some unknown entity. While everyone was lost in their myriad thoughts, Timon abruptly rose, exclaiming, no, absolutely not. His voice reverberated throughout the venue like a thunderclap, startling all present. The members of the Big MOM pirate crew, in particular, looked on with trepidation, fearful of inciting the ire of their captain. Sugars and Baby Five also regarded Big Mom with anxious eyes, for within the Don Quixote family, the might of the emperors is indelibly etched in the hearts of all. The life of a pirate is one of freedom. While your several daughters are indeed commendable, I regret to say that they do not pique my interest. The intent of refusal in Qianlan's words was unmistakable, as Big Mom's expression darkened instantaneously, while her daughter displayed a hint of disappointment. Zoro, Bartolomeo, and Kuro prepared their weapons, readying themselves for imminent combat. The members of the Akatsuki organization were now on high alert, sensing the potential for conflict. Only Barrett remained remarkably composed, savoring the exquisite wine upon the table. Witnessing this, Big Mom's countenance grew increasingly menacing, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. How dare you so bluntly reject my demands? It truly vexes me. As she spoke, Big Mom unleashed a fierce punch towards Qianlan, the force of her blow shattering the chair upon which Qianlan sat. Yet, in an instant, Qianlan appeared behind Barrett, prompting the Akatsuki members to swiftly arm themselves, encircling Qianlan. Meanwhile, the offspring of the Big MOM pirates brandished their weapons, surrounding the Akatsuki members within the fray. The five sovereigns of the underworld, Stussy, Morgans, Picro, Kyberson, and Demeter began to withdraw cautiously as the atmosphere of impending battle thickened. Chapter 124. Qianlan's Persuasion. Napoleon. Zeus. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. In response to Big Mom's call, the formidable sword Napoleon, the fiery Prometheus, and the thunderous Zeus instantly entered a state of readiness for battle. Big Mom, exuding an overwhelming presence, gazed down upon the Akatsuki members, her bloodthirsty eyes fixated on Qianlan as though she were prey. I know not what methods you employed to conquer Kaido, but I am the strongest. In that moment, an immense wave of conquerors' haki enveloped the area, extending even to a portion of Cake Island. As a figure of imperial strength, Big Mom's haki was undeniably formidable, causing many weaker individuals to faint on the spot, including several of her own officers, while countless candy soldiers collapsed. However, the members of the Akatsuki, trained to withstand the pressures of conquerors' haki, were only slightly affected, their expressions betraying minimal discomfort. Barrett retorted, "You decrepit hag, do you still recklessly unleash your conqueror's haki? You inflict zero harm upon your foes, but suffer greatly yourself." In a flash, Barrett and Qianlan simultaneously released their conqueror's haki, momentarily overpowering Big Mom's. Big news. Big news. I knew this tea party wouldn't conclude so easily, Morgans exclaimed, fervently capturing the moment with his camera, his keen gaze fixed on the figures of Qianlan and Big Mom. Stussy, elegantly clutching her handbag, cast a disdainful glance at Morgans. Be careful not to perish in this war. With that, Stussy retreated from the battlefield. Given the desire to create a world-shocking headline, every danger at this juncture was deemed worthwhile. Morgan chose to charge forward at a distance entirely contrary to Stussy's, selecting the optimal position and angle to capture the unfolding battle through his lens. Mission: defeat the Emperor. Big Mom mission level. SSS mission reward: Sin and Body and Truth. With the flawless Senin mode granted to Qianlan, the significance of the Senin body diminished considerably. Nonetheless, the prospect of receiving the Senin body remains commendable, as it would undoubtedly enhance Qianlan's prowess once more. With a decisive motion, Qianlan retrieved the amber purification bottle and placed it upon the ground, then turned his gaze toward Smoker. Smoker, do you wish to engage in this conflict? Smoker shook his head, clearly disinterested. Silence, Smoker, Katakuri interjected. Aware that with his foresight granted by observation haki, he could foresee the impending events. Regrettably, all was in vain. In an instant, Smoker vanished from sight, sealed within Qianlan's amber purification bottle. The expressions of the Big Mom pirates shifted dramatically, a palpable shock etched across their faces. Yet, there were those undeterred by peril, such as Snag, who had been stripped of his title as a star. Ha ha ha. With Smoker captured, it is my turn to take the stage. With that, Snag unsheathed his massive sword, delivering a powerful horizontal slash aimed directly at Qianlan. 3-sword style, Purgatory Demon Slash. Zoro's figure flickered, intercepting Snag's strike while simultaneously directing his blade towards Snag's chest. Clang. Snag, with a bounty of 600 million berries, was no feeble opponent. He swiftly parried Zoro's assault. The two soon engaged in a fierce clash, their elegant strikes colliding in a flurry of combat. The battle had commenced. A cry from Qianlan ignited the battlefield, as the members of the Akatsuki immediately clashed with the numerous officers of the Big Mom pirate crew. Barret, I'll leave Big Mom to you. Barret's expression radiated excitement, clearly yearning for the battle ahead. I expected you to take action yourself. I'm surprised you've relinquished the opportunity to me. Allow me to ascertain whether this old hag, Lin, has diminished in strength. With that, Barret charged towards Big Mom, his body transforming into a colossal figure mirroring her size. Empowered by the fusion of his devil fruit abilities, with a mighty swing, his right fist propelled forward, aiming directly at Big Mom. The clash resonated with a metallic clang as Barret's armored fist collided with Napoleon, Big Mom's sword, both forces equally matched, leaving them unmoved. Zeus. Lightning strike. Big Mom called out, summoning Zeus, who unleashed a bolt of lightning measuring 10 centimeters in width. Unfortunately, Barret, towering nearly 10 meters, had no chance to evade, and he bore the full brunt of the strike. Seizing the moment, Big Mom launched a punch at Barret. Boom. The enormous Barret was sent reeling backward, and had he not activated his devil fruit ability to block, he would have sustained grave injuries from her sheer destructive power. Damn that old hag, striking so fiercely. Yet, your 3 pets are truly repugnant. In an instant, Barret charged forward once more, re-engaging in battle with Big Mom. At this moment, Qianlan found herself standing lazily before Katakuri. The formidable Big Mom was on the brink of her downfall, but what of you, Katakuri? After Big Mom's demise, the Big Mom pirates would lack the strength to safeguard the sisters you wish to protect. As a devoted brother, Katakuri felt a surge of tension, and the earth dragon in his hand suddenly lunged towards Qianlan. In Qianlan's eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan swirled, and with an unchanging expression, she slightly turned to the side, effortlessly evading Katakuri's attack. Your observation haki allows you to foresee the future. I too possess the ability to glimpse what is yet to come. At this moment, your own survival is in jeopardy. Katakuri, maintaining his stoic demeanor, retorted with ire. You should not threaten me with your sister. Release Smooji at once. With that, he lunged forward, his weapon, the Totodran, relentlessly assaulting Qianlan. Machi thrust. Utilizing the powers of the Machi fruit, Katakuri transformed his arm into a mass of Machi, encircling his weapon, the Totodran. As his arm spun violently and lunged toward Qianlan, creating a terrifying spectacle. Would release, would block wall. Instantly, a row of wooden pillars arched upward from the ground, forming a protective archway that encased Qianlan within. Boom. Katakuri's weapon shattered Qianlan's defenses, sending wood splinters cascading through the air. However, Qianlan's technique, having been fortified, was far from an ordinary defensive maneuver. As Katakuri's Totodran pressed forward, Qianlan continuously urged the wood to grow. In an instant, the wood enveloped Katakuri's Totodran entirely, allowing Qianlan to seize his weapon. I know your loyalty to Big Mom is tenuous, Katakuri. When her hunger pangs strike, she even consumes her own children. It seems you are more driven by the desire to protect your family, perhaps even harboring resentment toward Big Mom. Chapter 125, The Defeated Katakuri. Qianlan's words pierced through Katakuri's heart like a needle. In his quest to protect his sister, he became the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. Yet under the influence of the hunger pangs, Big Mom continued to thoughtlessly deprive her own children of their lives. Katakuri felt powerless to alter this grim reality and could only strive to safeguard his younger siblings to the best of his abilities. Silence. Then let us engage in battle. Qianlan boldly declared her intent to engage in close combat with Katakuri. Do you think you can defeat me? She challenged. I do not need to conquer you. I merely wish to silence you. That is utterly impossible. Katakuri retorted, you are still far too weak. Qianlan was acutely aware of the burdens borne by the Charlotte family's crowning masterpiece, thus she refrained from uttering further words at that moment. With a resounding crash, Katakuri was sent flying backward after a fierce clash, shattering numerous tables and chairs in his wake. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Katakuri recognized that he could not afford to engage in a head-on confrontation. His earlier carelessness had cost him dearly. Here, I am sincerely committed to this battle. So you should take it seriously as well, you scoundrel. As she spoke, Qianlan hurled the earth dragon she held in her hand. Observing this, Katakuri deftly caught it and adjusted his scarf, adopting a serious stance. Qianlan drew the golden dragon inked sword from his waist, its tip aimed directly at Katakuri. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, the sound of their weapons clashing resonating throughout the battlefield. Meanwhile, the grand battle raged on, with the Charlotte family outnumbering their opponents. Yet most found themselves suppressed by the members of the Akatsuki, making little headway. Everyone understood that the ultimate outcome of the war hinged upon the clash between Big Mom and Qianlan, the resolution remaining shrouded in uncertainty. Beyond the battlefield, within a distant castle, there were those who foolishly contemplated enticing the Akatsuki. Such ignorance was laughable. This time, we must eliminate Qianlan, the scourge threatening the stability of our world. How absurd it was for Big Mom to consider recruiting such a scoundrel. We are relying on you, Bernie. The three conversing turned their gazes toward the shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, seemingly possessing unwavering confidence in the success of this endeavor. The figure, however, remained silent, merely nodding with calm assurance. Let us abandon our weapons and engage in hand-to-hand combat, Katakuri. In this manner, you shall not be my opponent. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Katakuri thrust his staff into the ground. Despite wielding a long weapon, he could feel the force resonating through his hands with every clash against Qianlan's blade. Rubbing his cracked palm, Katakuri readied his stance once more. Rice cake. Katakuri unleashed the powers of the mochi fruit, transforming his hand into a cylindrical form of mochi. Swiftly enveloped in haki, and launched it toward Qianlan with lightning speed. In the face of Katakuri's fierce assault, Qianlan stood his ground, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy surged between the two, yet neither moved an inch. Then, with a single hand, Qianlan formed a series of seals, rapidly gathering chakra. Lightning release. Chidori. A straight bolt of lightning shot forth towards Katakuri, piercing through the air and striking his left shoulder in an instant. Very impressive. The eternal kaleidoscope of Qianlan's Sharingan bears a striking resemblance to Katakuri's foresight granted by his observation haki. However, this time, Katakuri relied solely on his formidable strength, transforming his body into a doe-like form to evade the assault. One cannot help but commend the exceptional properties of the Mochi no Mi. Its prowess is akin to that of a Logia-type devil fruit. At this moment, Katakuri was astounded, having narrowly escaped the previous attack. With this in mind, he decisively withdrew, preparing for his next offensive. That last move was truly formidable. Qianlan smiled and remarked, it should be quite satisfactory. I hope you can allow me to be more serious. In the blink of an eye, Qianlan had already appeared behind Katakuri. Spiral Sphere. Sensing the power emanating from behind him, Katakuri dared not show the slightest negligence and evaded Qianlan's attack with all his might. Boom. Even though Katakuri had activated his devil fruit ability to escape, the residual force of the spiral sphere still inflicted considerable discomfort upon him. Feeling the searing pain radiating from his back, Katakuri chose not to dwell on it. The awakening of a Paramecia-type devil fruit ability could influence objects beyond the user themselves. Your mochi fruit has surely reached such a stage. Katakuri coldly nodded. And then the surrounding environment began to shift. The once solid ground started to soften. And even the shattered tables and the wooden debris from Qianlan's wood release began to transform into soft, glutinous rice cakes. Flowing mochi. In an instant, the mochi on the ground began to undulate like waves, causing the nearby candy soldiers to topple over. Qianlan's silhouette resembled a solitary boat, swaying incessantly upon the turbulent sea. Yet, through the adhesion of chakra to the ground, she showed no inclination to plummet. Mere rice cake. Katakuri instantly transformed the surrounding terrain and structures into a sticky mass, manipulating them to crush Qianlan. Fire release, grilled rice cake technique. Enormous flames erupted continuously from Qianlan's mouth, fanning outwards in several directions, incinerating Katakuri's rice cakes until they became extraordinarily hard. Thud. The rice cake struck the ground with a muffled sound, and Katakuri realized that this tactic would not succeed. Katakuri. Unleash your strongest move. Upon hearing this, Katakuri lunged fiercely toward Qianlan's position, causing the already trembling ground to shake even more violently. Sticky bomb. In an instant, Qianlan felt herself surrounded by rice cake arms enveloped in armament hockey, relentlessly pounding down upon her. Dust release, original realm separation technique. A void-like cube materialized in Qianlan's hand. And as soon as Katakuri's assault made contact with this cube, it dissipated into nothingness. Yet, Katakuri's onslaught persisted, an unending torrent of attacks. Fall. As Qianlan's voice resonated, her figure suddenly appeared behind Katakuri. Bang. Exhausted from the preceding battle, Katakuri was utterly defenseless. With a single blow, he was rendered unconscious, collapsing limply to the ground. Get up, Katakuri. Has Big Brother Katakuri fallen? Impossible. How could the pinnacle of the Charlotte family succumb? The members of the Big MOM Pirates stared in disbelief at the scene, astonished that the impeccable Katakuri had fallen so easily. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki organization remained unfazed, continuing their battle, for they held unwavering confidence in Qianlan's prowess. The battlefield began to shift as the tide of war altered with the fall of a singular individual. Chapter 126. Qianlan's scheme by the world government. The battle between Barrett and Big Mom had escalated to a fever pitch. Under the interference of Zeus and Prometheus, Barrett bore the marks of battle. His body charred and scarred in several places. Ha ha ha. Barrett, you're still too green. You're no match for me yet. In an instant, Big Mom swung her colossal sword Napoleon towards Barrett's chest, causing debris to rain down from the giant's form. Old hag, Barrett roared, gripping Napoleon with both hands. Then charging fiercely at Big Mom. The towering giant collided with her, forcing her to retreat as they engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat. Hell stab. Qianlan suddenly intervened in the battlefield of the two, delivering a strike that drew blood from Big Mom's back. To everyone's astonishment, she had sustained an injury. What a despicable and shameless individual, resorting only to sneak attacks. The children of Big Mom, ever vigilant of the battlefield, erupted in fury against Qianlan. And this assault only fueled Big Mom's rage further. Alas, in the face of Big Mom's monstrous physique, Qianlan's attack appeared trivial and inconsequential. You lack the true strength possessed by formidable warriors. With that, Big Mom unleashed a powerful punch, her arm enveloped in the formidable haki, sending the giant flying backward. Barrett felt that this blow was something he could hardly withstand. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan immediately retreated and swiftly entered the perfect sage mode. With the invocation of the technique, inorganic rebirth, the ground surrounding Big Mom seemed to come alive, as colossal stone pillars emerged, relentlessly crashing towards her. Prometheus. Napoleon. Yes, Mama. The magnificent sword, Napoleon, enveloped in flames, sprouted fangs, and Big Mom tirelessly shattered one stone pillar after another. Barrett exclaimed, Qianlan, I have yet to experience sufficient thrill and exhilaration. I must continue this battle undisturbed. This is my fight. Ha. He can no longer influence your battle, for he shall perish here today. A sudden voice drew everyone's attention, revealing three figures adorned in masks and clad in white garments, standing atop a cake-shaped structure. Qianlan, I never anticipated the involvement of you CP0 agents. It appears that today as circumstances are entirely orchestrated for my sake. At last. Are you finally prepared to make your move, kidster? The emergence of CP0 has further muddled the already tense atmosphere, rendering it even more bizarre. However, upon hearing Big Mom's words, the members of the Big Mom Pirates wore faint smiles, for it was evident that Big Mom was aware of CP0's presence, indicating that this was all part of her design. Stussy, stationed at a distance from the battlefield, looked utterly astonished, realizing that she had been kept entirely in the dark. This operation must undoubtedly be orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons. Morgan's camera silently pivoted towards the speaking CP0, ready to capture and unveil more about the intricacies of this battle. Morgans, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be prudent to lower that camera. Hearing the voice from behind, Morgans could easily surmise the identity of the speaker. He turned to behold the familiar sight of a masked figure clad in a white robe. Having uncovered a sensational story and experiencing it firsthand, I shall dedicate myself to unearthing the truth, leaving no detail unchecked, and revealing it to the world. With that, Morgans transformed into his original animal form and soared into the air. Damn it. The helpless CP0 members could only utilize the moonwalk technique in a desperate attempt to pursue Morgans. On the battlefield, a man referred to as Bernie stepped forward and, in an instant, drove a dagger into his own heart. Kid Tur, the CP0 leader, chuckled, stating, "Bernie is one of the trump cards of the Celestial Dragons. An extraordinary paramecia-type user of the fair fruit, capable of transferring damage to anyone. It's quite unexpected that the Celestial Dragons would dispatch Bernie to eliminate you. For one of the strongest emperors, this funeral is indeed fitting." Just as Kid Tur finished his sentence, Qianlan felt a sudden jolt of pain in her chest, prompting her to halt her movements, clutch her chest, and gasp for breath. Qianlan never anticipated encountering such a formidable fruit here, nor did she foresee being deceived. Suddenly, Bernie's lifeless body plummeted from the heights of the cake-shaped structure, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. This scene sent a chill through the onlookers, instilling a newfound fear of the world government in many. All eyes turned towards the prostrate Qianlan, as if awaiting the final judgment. Impossible, it cannot be. You promised to accompany me in exploring the world. How could you perish so easily here? You are not the kind of person to break your word. Captain Qianlan, revive yourself swiftly. Master Qianlan, how could a man of your caliber possibly succumb so effortlessly? The members of the Akatsuki gazed at the fallen Qianlan. While Timon was already in tears, her sobs reverberating across the battlefield. Barrett, observing the scene, remained silent, standing guard protectively before Qianlan, wary of the surrounding threats. Kid Tur remarked, "At this point, any words are superfluous. If you allow me to take the corpse of the Yonko Qianlan, the world government will spare the Akatsuki. Ma. This is the fate of defying me. Everyone must perish." The air was thick with the smugness of both Big Mom and the CP0 members, who seemed convinced of Qianlan's inevitable demise. The Big Mom pirates had already raised their weapons, evidently prepared to desecrate even Qianlan's remains. While I am pleased to see your concern for me, I cannot bear to witness my comrades in tears. With that, Qianlan wiped away Timon's tears and declared, "Leave everything to me. I shall handle what has transpired." With a flourish, the technique of the 100 treasures was unleashed. In an instant, a diamond-shaped black mark appeared on Qianlan's forehead, and her body began to mend itself. Before long, Qianlan stood upright, her form restored to its original state, devoid of any trace of pain. The once smug Big Mom and Kid Tur stared in disbelief, particularly Kid Tur, whose expression was one of incredulity. Had one of the Elder's trump cards been squandered so effortlessly? It appeared to hold little value. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Kid Tur. He had reached the end of his strength and was merely holding on. With a single strike, they could claim the head of the Yonko Qianlan. Qianlan let out a cold snort, then appeared before the previously silent member of CP0. Dust release, original world separation technique. In an instant, a cube manifested, and the body of the CP0 member was obliterated into nothingness, as if they had never existed in this realm. Chapter 127, Qianlan, Mastering the Conqueror's Haki. You cannot move against me. I am a subordinate of the 5 Elder Stars. If you dare to harm me, the 5 Elder Stars will never let you escape. Kid Tur exclaimed in a fit of rage and humiliation. In that moment, the once formidable warrior completely lost his confidence, terrified by Qianlan's earlier display. The others watched this scene in silence, with no one daring to mock Kid Tur, for in such circumstances, fear is a universal response. Qianlan then uttered, "Let me allow you to experience the anguish I just endured." With that, she vanished in an instant, and Kid Tur felt an agonizing pain in his chest. His white garments stained with vivid crimson. It was as if his heart was grasped in his own hand, crushed beyond repair. Terrified, Kid Tur collapsed to the ground, while Qianlan released her eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. This scene instilled even greater terror in the onlookers, for they had previously witnessed Qianlan's formidable strike, which seemed to bear a trace of logic. However, the demise of Kid Tur bore no signs of an attack. No one could discern how Qianlan had caused the formidable CP0 member to perish so suddenly. What a peculiar method! Truly, the cunning ninja Qianlan lives up to her reputation. After expressing her admiration, Big Mom slowly raised her mighty sword. Qianlan, a born destroyer, with the constitution of a steel balloon. I wonder if you can withstand my dust escape? Heavenly deity of infinite freedom. As soon as the words left her lips, the sky was suddenly enveloped in violet lightnings, akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. The essence of this attack lies within Qianlan. Dust escape, technique of original realm separation. After Qianlan formed the seals, a cylindrical object materialized before her. Subsequently, this cylinder pierced through the thunderous Zeus in the sky. Then, its diameter suddenly expanded, directly peeling away the stormy heavens, causing the entire thundercloud to vanish in an instant before the eyes of the onlookers. At that moment, Big Mom, the wielder of the Soul Fruit, lost her connection to Zeus and comprehended the unfolding events. Mom, what should we do? Indeed. Mom, are we going to disappear just like Zeus? Napoleon and Prometheus sensed Zeus's disappearance and wondered if they would be next. Napoleon, Prometheus, fret not. I shall protect you both. Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Napoleon and Prometheus calmed themselves, readying to confront the imminent threat. Meanwhile, Big Mom was internally strategizing for battle, clearly perplexed by Qianlan's dust release technique. Unsure how to defend against such an enigmatic skill, ultimately, she resolved that speed was of the essence. In an instant, her figure vanished, reappearing beside Qianlan, and she unleashed a powerful punch towards her. However, Qianlan deftly evaded Big Mom's attack with a swift movement. I didn't expect your speed to be so agile. It truly belies your size. Mwaha! Die, you wretched brat. Engaging in close combat was the only tactic Big Mom could conceive. It was only through reverting to the most primal form of battle that Qianlan refrained from employing her myriad of peculiar techniques. With newfound clarity, Big Mom swung her hand, her mighty sword slicing down towards Qianlan. Qianlan swiftly reacted, deftly evading the elder's assault before launching a counterattack of her own. This time, her speed surpassed expectations, with each movement exhibiting remarkable agility and precision. After an intense exchange of martial prowess, the elder's strikes were met with Qianlan's defenses, while Qianlan's offensive maneuvers were deftly sidestepped by the elder. The two exhibited peak levels of speed and defensive techniques, leaving the onlookers in awe of their formidable skills. It was evident that there existed an insurmountable chasm between the royal class and others, as even the most fundamental aspects of speed and strength were realms unattainable by ordinary individuals. Your power still lacks a certain edge. A royal-class warrior requires another form of strength, and now I shall show you, the elder declared, as she swung her formidable sword once more. Qianlan, enveloped in the armor of her haki, retaliated with a punch for defense. In that instant, their attacks never truly clashed. However, Qianlan felt an overwhelming force surge towards her, propelling her backward. The conqueror's haki entwined around her. Qianlan could distinctly perceive the formidable force of that previous strike, comparable to Kaido's conqueror's haki. Jiu Lama inquired, Qianlan, shall we join forces? Aware of Jiu Lama's concern for her, Qianlan resolutely shook her head. Since she desired to master this power, it was best to strive for it on her own. Big Mom, seizing the opportunity, relentlessly pursued Qianlan, swinging her massive sword directly towards her chest. Qianlan swiftly rolled over, evading the ferocious strikes of the elder woman while attempting to retaliate with her fists, sensing the formidable power entwined with the conqueror's haki. The intensity of their battle escalated, with each blow carrying unparalleled force. Qianlan's body was already marred by countless scars, yet he steadfastly clung to his convictions, absorbing every attack from Big Mom with heartfelt focus. What are the strongest four emperors? They are utterly incapable of withstanding Mother S onslaught. From this day forth, we shall be the mightiest pirate crew of the royal caliber. As an observer on the sidelines, one could hardly comprehend the unfolding dynamics of the battle. Despite Qianlan's body being riddled with wounds and disheveled marks, Big Mom discerned that the figure before her had not suffered any grave injuries. In fact, within Big Mom's perception, Qianlan was continuously growing stronger, mastering that surge of power. Big Mom secretly marveled at Qianlan's astonishing potential, yet it only fortified her resolve to eliminate him. Napoleon! Prometheus! Yes, Mother! Upon calling out, Big Mom raised her colossal sword and fiercely cleaved forward, unleashing a rapid, expansive wave of colossal shock. Elbaf's spear, nation's might. As a quintessential technique of the giant clan, this move carried an awe-inspiring ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan chose not to confront it head-on, swiftly employing the flying thunder god technique to evade. A tremendous explosion resounded, creating a chasm several hundred meters long that appeared before the eyes of the onlookers. Is this the power of the four emperors? Such a realm is undoubtedly beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Qianlan could no longer concern herself with trivial matters and continued to engage in close combat centered around Big Mom, experiencing the profound essence of Conqueror's haki entwined within her strikes. At this moment, Qianlan, in an effort to prevent Big Mom from unleashing her devastating abilities. Adopted the same strategy that Big Mom had previously employed, which was to engage in intimate hand-to-hand combat. As time passed, Qianlan increasingly felt that she had grasped a fleeting opportunity. Bang! In an instant, another clash occurred. This time, their attacks were evenly matched, with Big Mom not gaining any discernible advantage. The entanglement of Conqueror's Haki was truly remarkable. Chapter 128, A Sudden Turn of Events. Big Mom did not anticipate that Qianlan would master the Conqueror's Haki during their battle. Such innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Let the battle commence. With a furious roar, Qianlan unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in the aura of Conqueror's Haki, striking fiercely against Big Mom without a hint of retreat. The clash between the towering figure of Big Mom, standing at 9 meters, and the 2-meter-tall Qianlan was a spectacle to behold. Although it appeared that Qianlan lacked any capacity for resistance, in truth, the forces of both combatants were evenly matched. Boom! The intense confrontation between Qianlan and Big Mom seemed to reverberate through the very heavens. In an instant, a searing energy cleaved through the sky, splitting the clouds above as if they were two inverted mountains. The sight was utterly astonishing, leaving onlookers in disbelief. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the breathtaking duel unfolding before their eyes. Qianlan and the old lady are exerting their utmost efforts to assail one another. Yet it appears that neither can gain the upper hand. Haha. It seems that today I shall claim yet another emperor, were I in the navy. I would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of admiral by now. Qianlan rarely made a jest, appearing remarkably at ease. The formidable woman towering at 9 meters, despite her fierce demeanor, became noticeably anxious in Qianlan's presence. She was acutely aware that she and Qianlan stood on equal footing in terms of speed, strength, and dominance. However, as a cunning ninja, Qianlan undoubtedly possessed numerous unknown techniques, thus the impending battle was destined to be a grueling one. The woman understood that she could not underestimate Qianlan. As a true powerhouse, one must be thoroughly prepared to conquer an adversary. Spiraling Sphere. Qianlan executed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant to reappear before Big Mom. With a powerful thrust of her right hand, she pressed down on Big Mom, causing her to sway momentarily in surprise. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Big Mom quickly regained her composure, anchoring herself by digging her toes into the ground. In the next moment, Qianlan reemerged within Big Mom's line of sight, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon her. Big Mom, leveraging her physical prowess, steadfastly withstood Qianlan's onslaught. The two figures flickered as they engaged, sparks flying from their fierce confrontation, the entire battle imbued with tension and excitement. Charlotte Linlin, do you wish to perish here? Qianlan no longer wished to continue battling with Big Mom. Having mastered the Conqueror's Haki, this was one of the gains from her journey. She held no profound intent to kill Big Mom. However, should Big Mom fail to recognize the situation, Qianlan would not hesitate to strike decisively. MMM. Do you expect me, a formidable warrior, to cast aside my dignity and beg for mercy? That is utterly impossible. Enraged, Big Mom unleashed her Conqueror's Haki once more, a wave of overwhelming energy sweeping across the arena. In that instant, the combatants were caught unprepared, succumbing to the sheer force of her aura, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Only a select few managed to remain composed and observe the unfolding duel. Then I shall not hold back. Qianlan spoke as she formed intricate hand seals once more, prompting the elderly woman to proceed with utmost caution. Dust Release, Original Realm Separation Technique. Upon hearing Qianlan utter the words Dust Release, the elderly woman's brow furrowed deeply. Instantly, she made a decisive choice and, sensing the imminent danger, nimbly evaded to the side. Her movements agile and swift, successfully dodging Qianlan's assault. In an instant, the originally diminutive cylinder expanded dramatically, striking the elderly woman and erasing a significant portion of flesh from her form into nothingness. Ah! The elderly woman's anguished cries echoed, her piercing wails stirring a sense of unease within Qianlan. Dust Release, Original Realm Separation Technique. Qianlan unleashed another technique of dust escape, targeting the boisterous matron once more. Lingling. I never anticipated that I would need to assist you. A strange voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers, and the initially astonished matron gradually regained her composure. Sister, is that you? She asked. I have established a realm abundant in all varieties of sustenance, inhabited by diverse races, where all are companions. Behind the matron, a figure began to solidify, revealing a Carmelite nun clad in traditional garments. Those fortunate enough to attend the tea gathering possessed a basic understanding of Sister Carmelite, and all present gazed in awe at the ethereal apparition. Lingling, lend me your strength. I shall vanquish this foe, she implored. Indeed, sister. As their exchange concluded, Sister Carmelite's essence surged into the matron's form, vanishing entirely moments later. Subsequently, the matron's demeanor and aura underwent a remarkable transformation, appearing somewhat more mature, yet imbued with a newfound ruthlessness. The body I have longed for. At last, it is mine, she declared. With that, Sister Carmelite steadied herself. Her gaze sharpened as she fixated on Qianlan, poised to confront any impending threat. It could be said that Sister Carmelite had fully assumed the matron's body, thus enabling her to unleash her royal-grade combat prowess. Qianlan, let me witness the techniques you possess, concealed in the shadows. With that, Qianlan swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the same attack once more. Dust release, original realm separation technique. A colossal cube materialized, advancing towards the formidable figure of Big Mom, or rather, Sister Carmel. However, the once cautious Big Mom, who had regarded Qianlan's technique with trepidation, now stood unflinching and indifferent, as if dismissing Qianlan's assault entirely. As the cube passed through Big Mom's form, it was as though it had traversed an abyss, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The power of the Soul fruit is unparalleled. In this moment, I am an invincible entity. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Once again, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Qianlan's efforts proved futile, as if Sister Carmel existed separately from this dimension. This resemblance to Obito's Kamui space crossed Qianlan's mind, albeit with subtle differences that suggested a temporal limitation. Senjutsu, true number of 1,000 hands. In an instant, a towering figure emerged before the onlookers. In response to Qianlan's maneuver, most fled from the center, dispersing towards the periphery of Cake Island, leaving only a handful of formidable warriors to remain and observe the unfolding battle. No one shall rival me. Big Mom's voice remained piercing, yet no one echoed her bravado. At that moment, the colossal Buddha, under Qianlan's command, began to strike the ground where Big Mom stood. 1,000 arms relentlessly pounding a single spot, causing Cake Island to tremble. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As time elapsed, Cake Island began to sink, with seawater seeping up in certain areas. Chapter 129. The defeated Big Mom, the fragmented pirate crew. At last, around the 15-minute mark, Qianlan finally made contact with Big Mom's physical form. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Qianlan's fist collided with Big Mom's visage, forcefully embedding her into the earth. Stunned by the blow, Big Mom found herself nearly immobilized, while Qianlan showed no mercy, descending with relentless strikes, each impact sending shivers down spines. The immense fist soared through the air, akin to a ferocious beast, showcasing unparalleled power and terrifying might. Each strike from Qianlan sent tremors through the land of Cake Island, as if the entire world were thrown into turmoil by this fierce battle. A portion of the remaining strong warriors gazed in awe at this magnificent clash, their hearts brimming with indescribable excitement and shock. Throughout this confrontation, Qianlan unleashed unparalleled power that reverberated across the globe. Morgans, with an ecstatic shriek, captured photographs of Qianlan, disregarding the film's ability to immortalize each moment of his onslaught. As Qianlan continued his relentless assault, Big Mom sank deeper into the ground. How infuriating. After waiting a lifetime, the perfect body I just acquired is about to be lost. I refuse to accept this. Sister Galmero lamented in despair, while Qianlan remained merciless, striking down until Big Mom's figure was gradually submerged beneath the waves. Subsequently, Cake Island began to fracture, water pouring in through the fissures that cleaved the island in two. Structures perched at great heights, such as the tallest cake-shaped edifice, began to crack and collapse. Debris flew as the entire Cake Island shattered, and the flora and fauna previously animated by Big Mom returned to their original forms. With Big Mom's disappearance, Cake Island became a fragmented remnant, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the sea. Ding. Mission reward. Sage body, now possessed. Host, Qianlan. Level, Super Shadow. Physique, Sage body. Attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang. Ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, Impure World Reincarnation, Hellstab, Flying Thunder God Technique, Lightweight Rock Technique, Perfect Sage Mode. Sage Arts, Inorganic Rebirth, True Thousand Hands. Taijutsu, 7 Days Breathing Method, Remnant, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Bloodline Limits, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Wood Release, Dust Release. Summoning Beast, Kurama. Weapons, Amber Clean Bottle, Space Scroll. Shop, Kanai. Explosive tags. Another emperor's demise, undoubtedly explosive news. This individual rightfully deserves the title of the world's strongest man. Morgans concluded his statement and took flight from the land of Wano, eager to pin this earth-shattering headline, while the CP0 members engaged in battle faded into oblivion. With no trace of Big Mom's presence, Qianlan's silhouette vanished from the surface of Cake Island's waters. Candy Island. The figure of Qianlan appeared beside the members of the Akatsuki organization, offering them a reassuring gaze. It was evident that the Big Mom pirates had completely fractured, with both factions confronting each other on Candy Island. Katakuri, how could you abandon Mother and escape? You truly are a worthless individual, unworthy of being called the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. I never anticipated that while I was assigned to guard the perimeter of the tea party, so many events would unfold in whole Cake Island. Bell, Brother Perispero, Katakuri was also defeated. This is not his fault, Bree interjected. However, Perispero paid no heed to Bree. None of it mattered anymore. He was determined to inherit everything from the Big Mom pirates. Regardless, this was ultimately Katakuri's failure. Before Perispero could finish his statement, Katakuri turned and approached the members of the Akatsuki. He gazed intently at Qianlan, appearing uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts, for in his lifetime, he had seldom asked anything of others. Please release Smoker. I am willing to accept any conditions. Qianlan smiled and said, Katakuri, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Your life and the lives of your entire pirate crew are firmly in my grasp. Since you have defeated Mama, you are the true master of whole Cake Island, and I can assist you in managing this territory. It must be said that Katakuri's proposition stirred a flicker of intrigue within Qianlan. For having fought this battle, she could not afford to emerge empty-handed. Naturally, she was aware that there was a hint of exploitation in his words. Yet is this world not one of mutual utilization? Kuro inquired, Qianlan, are we truly going to seize whole Cake Island? I have made a promise to you, Katakuri. I hope you will not let me down. As she spoke, Qianlan turned to Kuro, assuring him, trust me, I possess the strength to handle everything. Katakuri, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement before silently turning away. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed from a distance. Qianlan recognized that it was Katakuri confronting Perispero and the others. Captain Qianlan, do we need to join in? Both Sugar and Baby 5 looked at Qianlan simultaneously, seemingly awaiting her command. Just go and create a distraction, otherwise, it will be difficult for Katakuri. Baby 5 appeared quite bewildered, clearly not comprehending Qianlan's words. In contrast, Sugar, displaying maturity and composure, took Baby 5 by the hand and headed towards the distant battlefield, evidently understanding Qianlan's intent. An hour later, thanks to Katakuri's own prestige and prowess, seizing dominion over Cake Island was, without a doubt, a trivial task. However, some individuals chose to follow Perispero and departed from Cake Island, their whereabouts currently unknown. When Katakuri reappeared before Qianlan, he was even more disheveled than before, stained with blood and grime. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan refrained from unnecessary words and merely took out the amber cleansing bottle. Release. With a low exclamation, Qianlan completed the incantation, and Smoochie's figure materialized before the onlookers. Die, you wretched fiend. Smoochie emerged from the amber cleansing bottle, his gaze ablaze with fury, as he swung his large sword towards Qianlan with astonishing speed. Clang. In an instant, Smoochie's sword was deftly deflected by a long weapon, crashing violently to the ground. It was Katakuri, who had been silently observing from the side, that intervened. What are you doing, Katakuri? Silence. Follow me, he commanded, stepping forward to pull Smoochie away, likely to elucidate the events that had transpired earlier. Once Katakuri and Smoochie departed, the room was devoid of outsiders. The weary members of the Akatsuki organization slumped unceremoniously upon the sofa. Many bore tattered garments, with dried bloodstains evident in various places, clearly the aftermath of a brutal battle. It could be said that after enduring this arduous conflict, each individual felt a sense of satisfaction and relaxation, while simultaneously recognizing the extent of their newfound strength. Chapter 130, Resolution, Conquering All Nations. In the sanctum of Mariewa, within the pristine white conference room, the 5 elders, the world's rulers, gathered, each countenance shrouded in grimness. Their recent endeavor had failed. They were to dispatch agents once more to retrieve the Ope no Mi, yet regrettably, they had not succeeded in eliminating the Emperor Qianlan. The situation in the New World had become increasingly intricate and chaotic, as the demise of the pirate kings exacerbated global unrest. The conflicts of interest among the major factions intensified, heralding yet another villain disrupting the very fabric of the era. With Qianlan vanquishing one emperor after another, it was likely that the allied nations would become reluctant to pay the heavenly tribute, proving to be a vexatious adversary. The tone of several five elders was rife with impatience, each finding it exceedingly difficult to manage the affairs surrounding Qianlan. Yet, perhaps this was not entirely detrimental. The emergence of Qianlan, while unsettling the seas further, ensured that as long as they remained, the world remained under their dominion. Furthermore, they could seize this opportunity to expand the world government's influence over the new world, thereby saving considerable effort. Let CP0 undertake these tasks, one suggested, for they had already gained considerable power within the underworld. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the new world, the headquarters of the Marine operates with channels of information that rival the speed of the world government. In the conference room, Akainu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed the assembly with a piercing gaze. Kizaru continued his habitual grooming of his seemingly endless nails, while Fujitora sat in contemplation, lost in his thoughts. As for the two elder statesmen, Garp and Sengoku, they had completely relaxed, relishing senbei and sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the atmosphere of the meeting. The two vice-admirals, Momonosuke and Chado, presented contrasting demeanors. One was adrift in daydreams, while the other wore a rather lewd grin, rivaling Kazara's nonchalance. Upon noticing the composed figures of Ryakujiu and the serious demeanor of Tsuru, a rare smile appeared on Akainu's face. A reminder that there were still principled individuals within the Marine ranks. The recent turmoil in the New World was well known. The Emperor Big Mom had fallen to the hands of Kirin, marking another defeat for the Yonko after Kaido. It could be said that the top-tier powers remaining in the New World were now reduced to the red-haired pirates and the Akatsuki. Garp chuckled heartily. Remarking on the situation's simplicity, without the Marines lifting a finger, the Yonko were falling one after another, suggesting that the end of piracy might be within reach. However, Vice Admiral Ryakujiu interjected, cautioning that if matters were so straightforward, the future might hold a monstrous amalgamation of all powers in the New World. His words cast a heavy silence over the gathering, as this speculation held a significant degree of plausibility. Yet, I cannot perceive Kirin as an ambitious individual, Akainu retorted, his temper flaring as he slammed his hand onto the conference table. Remember your position as a Marine Vice Admiral. Such threats to the world must be eradicated without hesitation. Sensing the rising tension, Tsuru spoke up. Over time, hearts inevitably change. We must prepare for the worst, for Kirin might evolve into the next Rocks. The mere mention of Rocks plunged the room into silence once again. Decades ago, this maritime overlord harbored ambitions of world domination, openly opposing the world government and instigating the God Valley incident. His notorious legacy led to his erasure from history by the world government. It was evident that Kirin's current momentum could indeed position him as the next Rocks. The prospect of a new Rocks emerging cannot be ignored, Fujitora declared, expressing his resolve. Having joined the Marines, he must fight for justice. However, what means do we possess now? We are well aware that with his capabilities, capturing him seems utterly impossible. Regarding Qianlan's Flying Thunder God technique, the onlookers were utterly unfamiliar with this method, yet Qianlan's display left an indelible impression on everyone present. After Huang Yuan finished speaking, he resumed tending to his unfinished nails, while the others bowed their heads in contemplation of the matter at hand. If Qianlan truly harbored ambitions of world domination, a great conflict between us was inevitable. For now, the only course was to continually grow stronger. Upon hearing Tao Tu's words, all present nodded in agreement. Indeed, self-improvement was the most tangible pursuit, ensuring one would possess adequate strength to face any challenges ahead. Sengoku remarked, Kapu and I have grown old. The future of the Navy ultimately rests upon your shoulders. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flickered in Akainu's eyes, as if he had conceived a plan. However, Akainu had no intention of conferring with the others, opting instead to meet with the Gorosei after the meeting concluded. The demise of the Emperors, Big Mom, and Kaido's presented a prime opportunity for our Navy to expand in the New World, and it was now up to us high-ranking combatants to seize this moment. After the meeting's conclusion, Akainu began orchestrating all naval offensive operations, determined to amplify the Navy's influence and expand its territorial reach in the New World. On Candy Island, within a grand banquet hall, members of the Akatsuki gathered to indulge in revelry, the opulent decorations setting the stage for a feast replete with exquisite delicacies. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the clinking of glasses and the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air, provoking salivation. Ho ho ho! With such a bounty of culinary delights, I scarcely wish to depart from this island, exclaimed Sugar, savoring a blue grape plucked from her fingertips, nodding in approval. The availability of such exquisite blue grapes was a source of immense satisfaction for her. Master Qianlan, do you not find this place utterly perfect? In any case, Lord Bartolomeo, intend to stay here for a while. Mushin chimed in, indeed. I plan to hone my culinary skills here for everyone to relish the exquisite flavors. I am to sample every fine wine in the land and have no desire to leave just yet. Following this, Zaro clinked glasses with Bartolomeo, both aligning in their rare shared ambition. The other members turned their gazes towards Qianlan, seemingly awaiting the decision of the leader and captain of the Akatsuki. Observing this, Qianlan rose and raised a glass towards the assembly. Since this is the collective desire of all, it is certainly agreeable. I hereby declare this place our Akatsuki's new headquarters. And let us inform Morgans, that grand bird, to announce it in the papers. Who among us has not dreamed of residing in a kingdom constructed of culinary delights? Qianlan was no exception. It could be argued that among the emperors, only Big Mom's domain was truly suitable for conquest. Everything here was simply perfect. Long live our new home. The crowd raised their glasses, clinking them together in joyous revelry, elevating the atmosphere of the banquet to a crescendo. Chapter 131. The Arrival of Tesalo, the Assault of the Red-Haired. 1 week later, in the land of the New World. Following a tumultuous skirmish, all territories of the Akatsuki organization have settled into an equilibrium. The Akatsuki has been dubbed the Maritime Overlord by Morgans, while Chiho has earned the title of the world's strongest man, a designation he embraces with great satisfaction. Tesalo's grand vessel, the formidable Desaro, docked at the harbor of Candy Island, where workers tirelessly unloaded box after box filled with berries and assorted treasures. The members of the Akatsuki emerged to greet Tesalo, accompanied by Bakala, Tanaka, and Dees. Long time no see, Captain Chiho. I never expected you to defeat Big Mom and Kaido so swiftly. You truly deserve the title of the world's strongest man. In response to Tesalo's accolades, Chiho bashfully rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the grandeur of the title when spoken by others. Tesalo, oblivious to Chiho's discomfort, turned his gaze to Katakuri, nodding in acknowledgement. Katakuri returned the nod. A silent greeting, maintaining his customary quietude in the current setting of the nations. What of Mr. Barrett? Tesalo expressed admiration for Barrett's experiences aboard the Desaro, indicating a favorable rapport between the two. Qianlan pointed towards the distant hills, smiling as she said, Ever since that fellow learned of my title as the strongest in the world, he has been diligently training in the back mountains. After all, Mr. Barrett's goal is to defeat the strongest, and that would likely be you, Mr. Qianlan. With that, Qianlan led Taizolo deeper into Candy Island, while Bakara engaged in friendly conversation with several women, creating a harmonious atmosphere among the group. Taizolo, you must have encountered quite a bit of trouble after escaping the world government, haven't you? You don't speak of it, perhaps fearing I can't assist you? Upon hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Taizolo's face, and he nodded. After breaking free from the world government, he had faced numerous troubles and difficulties. Yet he now found himself in a position where he no longer required assistance from others. How could it be otherwise? The world government would never let me go so easily. It is only on the great Desoro that I am invincible. I cannot trouble the strongest man in the world. After a brief pause, Taizolo continued, even the strongest encounter challenges from time to time. If Captain Qianlan ever finds herself in need of help, please do not forget me. Qianlan let out a bitter smile and nodded, refraining from disputing Taizolo's words. Then let us remain in the land of nations. After all, as we grow increasingly powerful, the world government will inevitably become more wary of our presence. Taizolo replied, very well. I shall lead the great Desaro ship to traverse the surrounding seas of the land of nations, while also safeguarding our territory. At that moment, a robust figure appeared before them, launching a sudden punch towards Qianlan. Qianlan instinctively sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch towards the robust figure. Upon the collision of their fists, a resounding impact echoed, causing the sturdy figure to stagger back several paces, while Qianlan merely swayed slightly before regaining her balance. Did you notice? You managed to block it again, remarked the muscular figure, though it was clear that the next encounter would be taken with utmost seriousness. Qianlan remained silent, her fists clenched tightly, poised to confront the impending assault. The robust figure, noticing Qianlan's reluctance to engage, lunged forward once more. Qianlan deftly dodged her opponent's attacks while continuously launching counterstrikes. and the two engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. At last, Qianlan's fist landed squarely on her adversary's chest, eliciting a pained grunt from the robust figure, yet he remained standing. Not yet. I have yet to master this technique, the muscular figure remarked. However, once I fully comprehend the Conqueror's haki, we shall have a rematch. As he finished speaking, Tai Solo promptly approached. Long time no see, Mr. Barrett. Ah, Tai Solo, you've arrived, Barrett replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qianlan led Tai Solo and Barrett deeper into Candy Island. To awaken the Conqueror's haki in just a week is quite impressive, truly beyond my expectations, Qianlan mused. Are you mocking me? Had I fought that lunatic Lingling again? I might have awakened my haki even sooner. With the arrival of the Daisaros and the allure of the diverse nations, this maritime region soon buzzed with activity. Furthermore, Qianlan's hands-off approach only heightened the fervor, drawing numerous Navy personnel as well. Naturally, the presence of spies seeking intelligence was unavoidable. Elbaf, the warrior village, stood as the heart of the giant kingdom, renowned as the strongest nation in the world. The sheer size of a giant was formidable in battle, and with their population, the giant race held dominion over the globe. At this moment, within the grandest palace of the giants, King Scryer and Prince Loki were partaking in a meal. A colossal table was laden with food and wine proportionate to the giant's stature, with Scryer and Loki drinking from 1-meter-wide bowls. Yet, a smaller table beside them held food that had been downsized considerably. Scryer, we must depart from Elbaf. It seems I may not wait for Joy Boy any longer, Loki stated, chewing a large piece of meat in affirmation, clearly perplexed by Shanks' decision. But Shanks, did you not say we should await Joy Boy's arrival to establish a new nation? Beckman interjected. The world's strongest man, Qianlan, has already defeated 2 of the 4 emperors. To maintain balance in the world, we must seek out the Akatsuki. Are we setting sail once more? It appears my sniper rifle will come into play, Shanks remarked, observing the serious Jesus Burgess with a smile. This time, however, we are not embarking on a journey for war. Captain, we will undoubtedly engage in battle this time, even if we do not pursue the Akatsuki. They are likely to seek us out, Rikilu asserted. The other members of the red-haired pirates nodded in agreement, acknowledging the momentum with which the Akatsuki had defeated both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, making a confrontation with the red-haired pirates seemingly inevitable. Scryer, do you require assistance from our giant kin? Everyone desires to contribute to their companions. Indeed, we can embark together. Upon hearing this, Skryr immediately shot a glare at Loki, who, as a prince, returned the stare. Observing this, Skryr raised his hand as if to strike, prompting Loki to lower his head. This time, it was still the red-haired pirates who would take action. Should the giants become involved, the nature of this conflict might drastically shift. Chapter 132, The Possibility of Mass-Producing Chakra Fruits. If it were merely a clash between the red-haired pirates and the Akatsuki organization, it would simply be a struggle for power among pirates. However, should the giants intervene, it could escalate into a national war, further complicating the global landscape. Beckman remarked, do not be pessimistic. Perhaps this battle will not occur after all. Subsequently, the red-haired pirates bid farewell to Skryr and Loki, setting sail from the kingdom of giants towards the territories of the world. In the new world, within the waters surrounding the kingdom of giants, Shanks and Beckman, longtime partners, have navigated these seas for many years. Now, aboard the Red Force once more, Shanks felt a deep unease within himself, recognizing the need to discuss certain matters with Beckman. Upon entering Beckman's quarters, he noticed 2 wine glasses, seemingly prepared in advance. This sight brought Shanks a measure of comfort, knowing that Beckman must have anticipated his arrival. Their understanding had reached a level of tacit comprehension, allowing them to grasp each other's thoughts without words. Shanks confessed, I am concerned that this voyage may encounter problems. In response, Beckman reassured him, Shanks, we have sailed for so many years, there is no need for excessive worry. Despite his words, Beckman's own apprehensions mirrored those of Shanks. After all, they had recently triumphed over formidable foes like Kaido and Big Mom, which naturally stirred concern. This journey felt even more exhilarating than the war at Marineford months prior. As he spoke, Shanks raised his glass and downed the rum in one gulp. Beckman quietly refilled the glass and slid it back towards Shanks. Remain calm. With our strength, we shall not falter in the world. Shanks nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable capabilities of the red-haired pirates, often regarded as the most balanced and resilient crew. With 2 Imperial-level powerhouses like himself and Beckman, they possessed an undeniable advantage. I hope my worries are unfounded. Suddenly, Shanks' expression shifted, and with a playful demeanor, he suggested, "In that case, let us hold a banquet tomorrow to celebrate our departure." Beckman chuckled resignedly at Shank's penchant for festivities, feeling a sense of helplessness in having such a captain. Meanwhile, in the German kingdom, Qianlan gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar man before her, unable to believe that this was indeed King Gaji of the Jamar kingdom, clad in a tattered white lab coat. His golden hair appeared in disarray, and his face was obscured by an unkempt beard. The laboratory was a chaotic jumble of experimental apparatus and clutter, with tables and floors strewn with documents and various scraps of paper. "Is that you, Gaji?" The disheveled Gaji immediately rushed forward to embrace Qianlan, who instantly caught a whiff of his odor, realizing that he had not bathed in several days. "Milady Qianlan, I am on the verge of successfully replicating the power fruit. I beg your pardon for the lackluster name, but it is the most straightforward." Observing the incoherence of Gaji, Qianlan felt that her timing was less than opportune. Fortunately, Gaji had Leiju, his considerate daughter, who opened the laboratory door to let sunlight flood in and promptly assisted Gaji. "I apologize, Milady Qianlan. Father has been so engrossed in his research that he hasn't bathed for a week," Leiju remarked as she led Gaji away from the laboratory. A subtle bond of father and daughter forming between them. Who could have anticipated that the cold and ruthless Gaji would undergo such a remarkable transformation in just over a week? Yet, upon surveying the disarray of the room, Qianlan understood that this place was not her own. She might as well draw a piece of paper and find herself unable to decipher anything. Boom. As Qianlan exited the laboratory, she noticed the figures of Ichi, Yuji, and Niji practicing in the distance. The three brothers moved in a continuous dance of combat. And even in their simple sparring, the ground had become uneven, causing significant destruction. While the genetic modifications they underwent bestowed immense power, they also brought about adverse effects. They had lost much of their emotional depth, unable to experience warmth, joy, or even basic empathy like ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, one could not deny the sheer might they possessed. When Sanji awakened, he withstood a blow from Queen, even shattering the blade. It was undeniably impressive. "Ichi, strike me with a punch." Qianlan was exceedingly curious about this newfound power, pondering the extent of physical prowess the three brothers had attained. As an emotionless war machine, Ichi exhibited no hesitation. Bang! Feeling the force emanating from the fist against his chest, Qianlan realized that, for an ordinary individual, the strength of the trio was indeed remarkable. Though the genetically modified brothers could not compare to the elite few at the pinnacle of power, their combat suits rendered them significantly stronger than average officers. If the brothers aspired to ascend further and join the ranks of the top-tier warriors, it seemed they would have to rely on technology for the foreseeable future. This prospect intrigued Qianlan, prompting him to engage in combat with the trio clad in their battle suits. An hour passed. The impeccably tidy Gaji appeared beside Qianlan, looking less like a king and more akin to a refined scientist. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, my lord Qianlan," he said, promptly ushering the three brothers away. Leaving Qianlan alone. "Gaji, the battle suits were impressive. Could you procure a few for me?" Gaji's expression became riddled with difficulty, as if he struggled to articulate his response. "Is there a problem?" Qianlan inquired. "My lord Qianlan, the battle suits require calibration and cannot be used immediately," Gaji replied. "Very well. I shall have each member of our organization fitted with a custom suit when the time comes." Qianlan regarded everyone in the Akatsuki equally, if one possessed it. "Almost have it." Gaji continued. "The reason I summoned you, my lord Qianlan, is that the fruit of power will soon be mass-producible, and I wish for Leiji, Ishi, Yongji, and Enaiji to partake." Qianlan gently patted Jiajia's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Your successful replication of the chakra fruit is entirely due to your efforts. You are free to handle it as you see fit. Are there any challenges that remain?" Upon hearing this, Jiajia immediately took Qianlan's hand and led him towards the plantation of the German kingdom. This was one of the crucial conditions for mass-producing the power fruit. Doesn't Lord Qianlan possess the ability to stimulate plant growth? Therefore, I hope that Lord Qianlan can nurture the tree of power, enabling the swift mass production of the power fruit. Qianlan never anticipated that her arrival was merely to be conscripted. She could only helplessly comply with Qiaji's demands to nurture the tree of power. Over the past few days, Qianlan has also served as a bridge between the Kingdom of All Nations and the German Kingdom, continually shuttling the members of the Akatsuki organization to adjust their battle suits. Chapter 133, The Distribution of Devil Fruits. 3 days later, the Kingdom of All Nations. Qianlan reclined alone on the sofa, her gaze fixed upon the square box resting on the table. Inside lay a solitary pink devil fruit, quietly nestled. Jiu lame. Are you torn between deciding who shall consume it? Qianlan silently nodded, uncertain of whom to bestow this replica upon. The members of the Shao organization were predominantly users of devil fruits, making it evident that they could not consume this devil fruit once more. As for Qianlan, she held no interest in this power. The pink dragon was simply too garish. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips as she gazed at Kurama. Why not eat it, Kurama? Transforming from a fox into a dragon, surely that constitutes evolution? You need not express your gratitude excessively. Kurama understood that Qianlan's words were hardly complimentary. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to decline her offer. His own strength was sufficient. He had no need for the power of the devil fruit. Bastard! Kurama roared, his tail sweeping towards Qianlan in a clear display of his displeasure, before leaping through the window and vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan continued to bow her head in contemplation, gazing at the devil fruit in silence for a considerable duration. Half an hour later, a sudden crash resounded as the door to Qianlan's abode was forcefully flung open, followed by a fragrant breeze that swept in as two figures entered alongside Kai Bai. Dear Qianlan, might I inquire if you are troubled? It was Mushin and Cetus. Qianlan had not anticipated that Kai Bai would summon them both. Upon hearing this, Kai Bai leaped onto the sofa, anthropomorphically grasping a glass of juice to sip, afterward wiping his mouth with an air of nonchalance. Ha. It is evident to me that you are in a quandary, uncertain of whom to bestow this devil fruit upon. Thus, I have summoned the two of you. Subsequently, Kai Bai perched upon Qianlan's shoulder, while Cetus and Mushin gazed expectantly at her, as if awaiting her declaration. You are both aware that this devil fruit is akin to Kaido's, although it belongs to the Zoan type. I am uncertain how it would appear when transformed into a mother dragon. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, both women involuntarily chuckled, noticing the atmosphere lighten. Qianlan relaxed her demeanor and continued addressing the two. However, as a Zoan-type devil fruit, its encounter is a rare fortune, which is why I am torn on which of you should partake in its consumption. As soon as Qianlan finished speaking, Mushin took a bite of the devil fruit. Since I am of the fur tribe, I no longer wish to consume animal-type devil fruits, remarked Sataki, much to Qianlan's surprise. It seemed that power alone could not completely deceive others. What is happening? Do you feel anything extraordinary? Inquired Jiulama. Mushin began to concentrate, sensing the energy within her. She slightly parted her lips, emitting a low growl, and in an instant, her form began to transform, sprouting sharp dragon claws and a pink phosphorescent carapace. A diminutive pink dragon materialized before the onlookers, exuding an unexpected charm. What is the matter? Do you not recognize me? The sight of the pink dragon speaking in human tongue brought smiles to everyone's faces. Ah, I must see myself in the mirror, exclaimed Mushin as she dashed to the mirror, admiring her hybrid human-dragon form. Qianlan, although you have only just consumed the fish fruit, you already possess some powers of the mythical Zoan type, such as your current ability to levitate in the air. From now on, Mushuan, you simply need to diligently develop your devil fruit abilities. Thank you, Captain Qianlan. Upon finishing her words, Mushuan soared into the sky, reveling in the sensation of flight. Sataki, if we encounter any other devil fruits in the future, well, I had no intention of consuming one. But should Lord Qianlan come across a fruit that enhances beauty, I would certainly not refuse it. All right. Given Qianlan's current prowess, locating a devil fruit would hardly pose a challenge. However, obtaining a particularly unique devil fruit would indeed be quite a formidable endeavor. At that moment, a figure clad in a fitted suit entered the room, their expression revealing a hint of distress. Qianlan noticed the anxious expression on Chloe's face, which seemed to reflect a hint of tension. Thus, Qianlan inquired, What troubles you, Chloe? You appear somewhat apprehensive. Do smile. Chloe offered an awkward smile. Yet the unease and tension etched upon his visage were unmistakable. Qianlan noticed the subtle expression on Chloe's face and said with a smile, I fear someone may have made a move against us, perhaps the world government or the red-haired pirates. It certainly wouldn't be one of the 7 warlords. In the New World, there are only a handful of forces, and an individual warlord would naturally hesitate to provoke us. At this moment, it seems that only the red-haired pirates or the world government could instill such tension and unease in Chloe. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Chloe felt a sense of reassurance and boldness, which was, of course, a testament to his trust in Qianlan. The ship of Tesalo has encountered the red-haired pirates, and now Shanks is waiting for you in the waters surrounding the land of Wa, eager to meet you. Red-haired Shanks, the last of the 4 emperors of the New World, it is said that they are the strongest pirate crew in the New World, said Stasi. The red-haired pirates are regarded as a dual emperor crew. At the very least, their strength cannot be underestimated. For instance, Mihawk is known as the world's greatest swordsman. Though his performances may not always dazzle, his prowess is unquestionable. Similarly, there is the old man Garp. Despite the absence of explicit depictions of his battles, his unparalleled power is beyond dispute. Let us instruct Tezzalo to lead the members of the red-haired pirates to Nut Island to evacuate its residents. A great battle is likely to unfold soon. Shanks would go so far as to annihilate a nation for the sake of his comrades, and he holds greater influence than even Akainu. Given that the Gorosei have time to meet him, Qianlan does not perceive the red-haired pirates as benevolent beings. Moreover, Shanks has consistently acted to maintain the balance of the world. Who can ascertain his true intentions? It is entirely plausible that I have unwittingly become an obstacle in someone else's path. I shall arrange everything meticulously. With that, Kuro turned to depart, preparing for the forthcoming meeting of the Yonko. Wait a moment, Kuro. Qianlan called out once more, gesturing towards the mountains outside the window, summoning Barrett as well, for he too might wish to reunite with his former comrade. Kuro's expression momentarily faltered, but remembering Barrett's past, he broke into a smile. All right, I shall remember that. After Kuro's departure, Qianlan reclined on the sofa to rest. Unfamiliar with Shanks' motives, Qianlan resolved that with his own strength, he would confront any challenges that arose. As time passed, Kuro diligently arranged all necessary matters. When Qianlan arrived at the dock, ready to set forth, he found the members of the Akatsuki already awaiting his arrival. Qianlan felt a warmth in her heart and proclaimed, "Set sail." Chapter 134, The Arrival of the Red-Haired Pirates. With Qianlan's command, the ship of the dawn began to slowly depart from the harbor. On the deck, Qianlan and Barrett stood against the wind, relishing the refreshing sea breeze. Barrett, you mustn't be easily defeated when the time comes. You underestimate me too much, Qianlan. After all, he is merely a young apprentice of the red-haired pirates, Barrett replied, his tone laced with disdain, firmly believing that a former apprentice could not possibly be his rival. Do not underestimate him, at the very least. Shanks possesses the strength of a sovereign. Qianlan is determined not to falter like Barrett, for it would be utterly distasteful to succumb to defeat due to carelessness. The prospect of failing because of one's own oversight is indeed a matter of great concern and significance. Fear not, Qianlan, for I shall not commit such a trivial blunder. With a twist of his neck, the sound of cracking bones resonated clearly as Barrett spoke. Very well. Let us make the imminent battle our most formidable ascent to greatness. Qianlan's voice was unrestrained, imbued with fearless determination and confidence. Her magnificent aura compelling all to bow in reverence, even hastening the vessel's speed. An hour later, the members of the Dawn organization beheld the silhouette of Nut Island. There, a grand ship with an elongated dragon head was moored at the shore, and a series of figures leaned against the ship's railing, exuding an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, Armand and Tezzalo stood vigilant at the dock, observing the red-haired pirates with their weapons in hand, their bodies tensed with apprehension. Only upon seeing the arrival of the Dawn's vessel did Armand and Tezzalo finally relax. Hey, Shanks, you haven't been bullying my comrades, have you? Qianlan's stern voice erupted in a furious roar, instantly silencing everyone present as a formidable wave of conquerors' haki enveloped the entire island. Numerous pirates tasked with guarding Nut Island collapsed, while the apprentices of the red-haired pirates succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this merely a display of dominance? Beckman stepped forward, his own conqueror's haki clashing fiercely against Qianlan's, a dark aura spilling forth into the air, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Isn't it your duty to manage your vice-captain, rookie? In that moment, another familiar surge of conqueror's haki emerged, this time unleashed by Barrett. Meanwhile, Shanks, one of the four emperors, subtly unsheathed his sword and took a couple of steps forward, standing side by side with Beckman. An aura akin to that of Ashura manifested, and at the heart of the ocean, for immense forces intertwined, sending up towering waves. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. While the relentless crashing of the waves and the colliding powers produced resounding booms, causing both vessels to sway perilously. In such tumultuous conditions, no one could govern the direction or stability of their ships, rendering the situation exceptionally perilous. Nearby, several small boats docked at the pier were capsized and submerged by the surging waters, a testament to the tremendous strength of the four. At this moment, a short man, camera dangling from his neck, lurked in the shadows. Indeed, the words of the president rang true. Following the Akatsuki always leads to capturing sensational news. As he spoke, the man abruptly raised his camera, cursing under his breath for forgetting to remove the lens cap. This individual was none other than the former head of the Navy's photographic department, the flame photographer. At this instant, neither the Akatsuki nor the red-haired pirates were aware that the unfolding scene was being documented. Just then, an unfamiliar surge of conquerors' haki erupted, aimlessly disrupting the rhythm of the gathering. Reluctantly, both Qianlan and Barrett, as well as Shanks and Beckman, ceased their release of haki. "Zoro, you truly astonish me." Came the sudden realization that the one who awakened Conqueror's haki was none other than Zoro, though he appeared oblivious to it. "Conqueror's haki? I never expected to possess such power." "Qianlan, it seems you have taken a step closer to your dream." Zoro's aspiration is to become the world's greatest swordsman. And with Mihawk's prowess being on par with Shanks, it is likely he has also mastered the advanced Conqueror's haki. If Zoro wishes to realize his ambition, mastery over Conqueror's haki is indispensable. It appears we have inadvertently aided our adversary. Shanks, with his ears covered, presented a rather comical sight as Locky approached him from behind. "Boss, we're not quite enemies yet, are we? After all, we Haven T truly engaged in battle." "Not yet? It should be considered as such, right?" Unlike the whimsical red-haired pirates, the members of the Akatsuki organization maintained a solemn demeanor, though the mirth on their faces was undeniable. What is paramount now is to ascertain Shanks' intentions. Qianlan does not believe that Shanks has come to vie for supremacy against her. It is likely that he harbors ulterior motives. "Shanks, what is the objective of the red-haired pirates? Surely you do not intend to ascend to power atop our Akatsuki, do you?" Qianlan's words were unceremonious, laced with a palpable tension. Upon hearing her remarks, Shanks did not display any anger. Instead, he smiled and glanced at the members of the Akatsuki organization. Having taken control of the world, should not the Akatsuki provide us with some exquisite delicacies and fine wines to entertain us? Upon hearing this, Qianlan raised an eyebrow and, with a smile, remarked, "Since the red-haired pirates are unafraid, we at Shao would naturally be delighted to host one or two." Subsequently, the vessel of Shao docked at the pier of Nut Island, and under the guidance of Tai Solo, both parties stood together. The atmosphere was undeniably tense as the members of both factions stood in proximity, exchanging furious glances, as if on the brink of an explosive confrontation. This unspoken understanding between them fostered an air of mutual vigilance. The entire scene exuded an aura of peril, rendering it difficult to breathe amidst the mounting tension. In such circumstances, it seemed that even the slightest movement from an individual could lead to an immediate unraveling of the situation. Let us in quickly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to indulge in the culinary delights," one exclaimed. "Rest assured, we at Shao will ensure that the esteemed members of the red-haired pirates are well taken care of." As Qianlan and Shanks spoke simultaneously, the palpable tension in the air dissipated instantly, allowing both parties to suppress their earlier animosities and adopt a more congenial demeanor. Under the guidance of Armand, the group swiftly arrived at the banquet hall of Nut Island. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, and fine wines were continually served. "Come now, members of the red-haired pirates, let the feast commence," Qianlan proclaimed, and without hesitation, Shanks seized a bottle of wine and took a hearty swig, relishing every moment. Soon, both the members of the Akatsuki and the red-haired pirates found themselves seated together, indulging in joyous revelry. Indeed, it is at the dining table that barriers can be broken, with the effects of fine wine further enhancing the convivial atmosphere. Chapter 135, A Gamble. As the evening progressed, the ambience became increasingly relaxed, and the attendees began to shed their initial reservations. One by one, they took their seats, with some individuals entirely forgetting their decorum. Leaning back with their arms draped over the chairs, accompanied by their glasses of fine wine, many grew increasingly boisterous, boasting and extolling their virtues. Some flaunted their strength, while others recounted their past exploits, seemingly eager to make a lasting impression on their companions. The wine flowed generously across the table, and people savored each sip, as if casting aside the cacophony of the world outside and banishing their worries. The atmosphere of the banquet was exuberant, with the hustle and bustle of reality completely forgotten. As everyone immersed themselves in this fleeting moment of tranquility and freedom, neither Qianlan nor Shanks restrained themselves. Rather, as the two most capable drinkers present, they proceeded to incapacitate several individuals in succession. "Hey, Shanks, what brings you here?" Barrett suddenly called out, his gaze fixed intently on Shanks. causing a sense of unease within him as he recalled Barrett's formidable strength. However, this time Barrett refrained from referring to Shanks as an inexperienced rookie, likely acknowledging Shanks's prowess following their earlier clash of conquerors hockey. Barrett then smirked, curling his lip as he continued, "Don't tell me you merely came for a free meal." "Haha, Barrett, you truly have a knack for humor," Shanks replied with a chuckle. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Shanks's eyes, suggesting that Qianlan would soon grasp his meaning, one that pertained to the balance of the world and its future. For the balance and future of the world? Qianlan pondered, nodding thoughtfully in encouragement for Shanks to elaborate. Shanks gently pressed his lips together, his tone turning somber. "A monumental transformation is on the horizon. Joy Boy will emerge, uniting the world, allowing everyone to live in joy. Thus, before that time arrives, I must endeavor to maintain stability and balance for the sake of the future." Qianlan did not respond immediately, instead remaining silent for a while. It seemed that the Joy Boy mentioned by Shanks was none other than the fated child, Luffy, destined to unite the seas and bring joy to all, thereby overthrowing the world government and allowing various races to coexist harmoniously. After a period of contemplation, Qianlan sighed deeply and slowly remarked, "But what does this have to do with me?" At that moment, Shanks felt a pang of frustration, realizing that defeating 2 emperors and several warlords of the sea had indeed impacted the balance of the world. After gathering his thoughts, Shanks calmly regarded Qianlan, his gaze filled with determination. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must maintain the world's balance before Joy Boy appears. This is a promise I intend to keep. And to achieve this goal, I have come here to face you, the strongest man in the world." Upon hearing this, Qianlan suddenly broke into a slight smile, seemingly appreciating Shanks' courage and confidence. Shanks, noticing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, as long as there was no outright rejection. It indicated that a dialogue could continue. With a shared understanding, the two raised their glasses in a toast, choosing not to dwell on the preceding conversation. As the evening progressed and the revelry continued, they exchanged glances, both realizing that since they were pirates, they should embrace the ways of piracy. Upon hearing this, Qianlan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Foxy from the Long Chain Island arc. Could it be that a pirate competition awaited her? Noticing Qianlan's silence and opposition, Shanks continued, "The Akatsuki and the red-haired pirates will each send 3 members, and the outcome of these 3 battles will be decisive. If we lose, the Akatsuki must promise not to eliminate any major forces for 3 years." Barrett interjected, "And what if the red-haired pirates were to lose? Should we falter in this battle? The Akatsuki could dominate the New World without our interference." The weight of this wager was sufficient to rouse the attention of all present. As the dialogue between the 2 captains captured everyone's focus, the tension in the room was palpable. The stakes had awakened the revelers from their stupor, and all eyes were fixated on the expressions of the captains, for the outcome of this gamble would determine their fates. The atmosphere grew increasingly taut and oppressive, with several individuals instinctively drawing closer, wary of a sudden attack from the opposing side. Amidst this charged ambience, Qianlan and Shanks locked gazes, neither willing to concede. Their eyes shimmered with an indomitable spirit and resolve, as if the very essence of their beings had been ignited by the stakes of the wager. "Very well, I accept," Qianlan declared. "If the Akatsuki is defeated, we shall refrain from external expansion for 3 years. Conversely, should the red-haired pirates falter, let it be known that we will not interfere." Thus, their words solidified the terms of their agreement, gradually shaping the trajectory of the entire New World. At that moment, it felt as though the fate of the New World hung in the balance, with the destinies of these 2 pirate crews poised to influence the future of the Grand Line. After the banquet concluded, both parties took a brief respite before departing the hall, making their way to the rear mountains of Candy Island. By this time, all necessary arrangements had been made. The residents had been evacuated to safety, ensuring they would not be caught in the maelstrom of conflict. This secluded mountain was the most remote location on Candy Island. Seldom visited, yet it was here that the final confrontation between the 2 pirate crews would unfold. In this charged environment, the air was thick with tension and a sense of desperation. The entirety of Candy Island seemed transformed into a deserted isle, devoid of life, with only the sound of the sea breeze and waves crashing against the shore filling the silence. The atmosphere gradually shifted to one of cold resolve and lethal intent. In a secluded corner of the rear mountain, Qianlan and Shanks stood ready, awaiting the decisive moment when the fate of the New World would be determined in this pivotal duel. 3 battles, 2 victories. The final clash shall be mine, Qianlan proclaimed. Qianlan first set a match for herself to avoid any mishaps later. Barrett declared, "I will take the second match." No one should contest me. Thus, the members of the Akatsuki organization determined the participants for the latter two matches, while the contender for the first match remained a source of contention. Observing the surrounding individuals, Qianlan felt an odd conviction that anyone could emerge victorious, yet she could not guarantee a win. Master Qianlan, allow me to take this on. Bartolomeo stepped forward, eagerly volunteering. However, the defensive prowess of the barrier fruit was indeed formidable, leading the Akatsuki to finalize the order of participants. Bartolomeo for the first match, Barrett for the second, and Qianlan for the third. Chapter 136, the first match. The two combatants for the first battle appeared in the arena, while members of the Akatsuki and the red-haired pirates surrounded the area. I am the strongest man in the world in terms of defense. Do you think any random member of your red-haired pirates could stand against me? Bartolomeo's arrogant tone and demeanor incited considerable ire, provoking thoughts of wanting to teach him a lesson. His flamboyant hairstyle and brazen attitude only added to the provocation, as he spoke with blatant disregard for others' feelings. Kid, let us see if you can still laugh as heartily after this. Jabba's voice was chillingly indifferent, devoid of any emotion. It would indeed be most amusing if he were to be provoked at this moment. After his verbal jibes, Jabba's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared before Bartolomeo in an instant. He swiftly swung his axe, imbued with armament haki, forcefully striking Bartolomeo's barrier. A resounding crash echoed, the tremendous impact reverberating throughout the entire Candy Island's rear mountains. However, Jabba's attack did not breach Bartolomeo's defenses as anticipated. Instead, Jabba was sent reeling backward, retreating several steps before regaining his balance. Taking a deep breath, Jabba glared furiously at Bartolomeo, his eyes wide with rage. The barrier fruit truly presents a formidable challenge. Haha, you might as well concede now. Or shall I wait for you to surrender yourself? Bartolomeo erupted in boisterous laughter, clearly relishing the advantage of being a devil fruit user at that moment. Jabba, seething with anger, snorted disdainfully, gripping his heavy axes resolutely as he charged forward. Bartolomeo, undeterred by his own advantage, advanced as well. Noticing this, a smirk crept across Jabba's face. Boom. The axes clashed with a sharp metallic ring, leading to an explosive detonation. A massive burst of sparks ignited. The explosion's force leaving Jabba covered in soot and dirt, several wounds appearing on his body, bleeding crimson. Unfazed, Jabba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Is this the legendary blade that explodes? Am I destined to become a legend myself? As Bartolomeo shook his head, he declared, No, I am indeed a legend. Observing Bartolomeo's erratic behavior, Jabba seized the moment to strike. In a fit of fury, Jabba hurled his axe with great force, and in an instant, it collided with Bartolomeo's blade, producing a resounding explosion that clouded the air with dust. Utilizing this cover, Jabba accelerated towards Qianlan, gripping the axe tightly in his left hand, and struck down fiercely. The axe sliced through the sky, crashing against Bartolomeo's concave barrier, emitting a sharp clang. Feeling the tremendous force from the axe, Bartolomeo exerted all his strength to uphold the shield, and the two engaged in a fierce contest of power. Humph! Despicable wretch. Jabba thought. It was a profound insult to be mocked for his deviousness by one who appeared equally contemptible. With a roar that seemed to amplify his might, Jabba relentlessly swung his axe against Bartolomeo's barrier, his determined demeanor causing Bartolomeo to break into a cold sweat, forcing him to defend with all his might. After a series of aggressive assaults, Jabba's breath began to wane, clearly fatigued from the intense exertion. Seizing the opportunity, Bartolomeo counterattacked. And upon witnessing the explosive sparks from Bartolomeo's blade, Jabba's expression turned frantic. He dared not clash his twin axes against Bartolomeo's blade, fearing yet another violent explosion. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo adeptly defended with one hand while attacking with the other, advancing and retreating with precision, effectively neutralizing all of Jabba's attempts. Faced with the impenetrable defense of Bartolomeo, Jabba found himself retreating helplessly. At this juncture, Bartolomeo had taken control of the battlefield, employing his extraordinary devil fruit powers and the lethal blade, forcing Jabba to respond with great difficulty. Although Jabba possessed superior speed and strength, the turmoil of the battle had caused him to lose his composure. The rhythm of the combat was firmly in Bartolomeo's grasp, systematically pushing Jabba towards the brink of defeat. Just at this critical moment, Jabba suddenly staggered, as if losing his balance. This unexpected movement caught Bartolomeo completely off guard, prompting him to swiftly swing his blade. However, Jabba's figure twisted in an uncanny manner, regaining his stability and rendering Qianlan's strike ineffective, leaving him to defend passively. In an instant of vulnerability for Bartolomeo, the cunning Jabba lunged forward, axe already in motion, delivering a powerful blow towards Bartolomeo. With a thunderous crash, Bartolomeo's wrist was violently jolted, the explosive sparks falling to the ground, while he himself was sent sprawling by the force of the axe, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Humph. Still too young, lacking in battle experience. Despite the severity of his own injuries, Jabba dashed forward without hesitation. He was acutely aware that this battle could not be lost, otherwise the red-haired pirates would be driven to a dead end. Moreover, the advantage he had painstakingly created must not be allowed to slip into Bartolomeo's grasp. In an instant, both men accelerated, vying for the blade, while the slightly slower Bartolomeo had no choice but to activate his barrier fruit for absolute defense. Meanwhile, Jabba seized the explosive blade. "Spritz, you cannot wield that blade," he declared. "Oh, I would very much like to try," Jabba retorted, his figure vanishing in an instant as he swung the explosive blade. Spritz, towards Bartolomeo. Boom. An explosion echoed, and Jabba coughed up blood amidst the smoke, while Bartolomeo remained unscathed behind his barrier. Damn it. Jabba began to swing the explosive blade, Spritz furiously, disregarding his own injuries. The explosions rang out incessantly, and his wounds deepened, leaving everyone watching profoundly moved by the scene. Alas, faced with Bartolomeo's bug-level devil fruit abilities, Jabba's attacks were imbued only with a sense of tragic valor, yielding no tangible effect. Bang! In an instant, Shanks intervened, incapacitating Jabba with a swift chop. "We lost the first match, so let us prepare for the next." "Certainly." Thus, the first match concluded due to Jabba's severe injuries. And the ship's doctor, Dr. Dage, rushed forward to administer treatment, granting the Akatsuki organization their inaugural victory. Chapter 137, The Second Battle. The second match saw Barrett take the stage, while the red-haired pirates were represented by their captain, Shanks. As Shanks and Barrett stood opposite each other, both wore faint smiles, reminiscent of long-lost friends reunited. "It has been a while, hasn't it, Uncle Barrett?" Shanks smiled. "Indeed, Shanks. I never imagined you would rise to the status of a Yonko. And according to Qianlan, you have inherited Roger's swordsmanship. Is that true?" To ensure Barrett did not underestimate him, Qianlan had divulged certain details, prompting Barrett's inquiry. "Impossible. I am merely studying Captain Roger's swordsmanship. Then allow me to witness just how much of Roger's technique you have mastered," Barrett proclaimed as he charged at Shanks. His fists enveloped in armament hockey, launching a powerful strike. Shanks swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a formidable slash that emanated a chilling aura, instilling fear in those who beheld it. At that moment, Barrett stood undeterred, raising his fist to collide fiercely with Shanks' blade, resulting in a thunderous impact. Boom. Surprisingly, Shanks' slash was shattered by a single punch from Barrett, who emerged virtually unscathed. Upon witnessing this, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, marveling at Barrett's formidable strength, truly befitting someone who had once held his ground against Vice Captain Rayleigh. Barrett taunted, "Shanks, is that all you inherited from Roger in swordsmanship? How utterly insufficient. Be wary, for you may soon meet your demise at my hands." Shanks, incensed by the provocation, discarded his nonchalant demeanor, his expression turning grave. An inexplicable tension surged between the two, signaling the onset of an intense battle. Divine slash. Shanks swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a deep crimson strike that darted toward Barrett at breakneck speed. "Huh, bring it on," Barrett countered, his fist enveloped in the Conqueror's hockey, launching a powerful punch to intercept the incoming slash. With a resounding crash, the impact sent Barrett hurtling backward several meters before he regained his footing. Yet Shanks offered no respite, immediately executing 3 formidable slashes in rapid succession. Barrett, undeterred, deftly evaded, advancing toward Shanks with a thunderous roar as he swung his fists. Shanks sidestepped, countering with a reverse strike aimed at Barrett's chest. In a swift reaction, Barrett raised his arms, enveloped in armament hockey, to block the blade. He then pushed with great force, sending Shanks soaring backward. The two resumed their standoff, both visibly breathless. Even a brief exchange between equals bore an intensity that was palpable. Taking a deep breath, Shanks steadied himself before charging at Barrett once more. In an instant, a flurry of sword strikes ensued, the blade of the famed griffin glimmering as the earth around them fractured under the onslaught. Barrett, refusing to retreat, utilized his hockey-imbued hands to parry each of Shanks' attacks. He then unleashed a powerful kick toward Shanks, who narrowly dodged, though Barrett's foot landed heavily on his shoulder, causing a sharp pain to shoot through him. Impressive swordsmanship. But alas, it falls short, Barrett remarked, wiping the blood from his hands. The recent skirmish had left his hands marred with cuts, yet they were of little consequence. He was aware that his previous strike had inflicted considerable injury upon Shanks, for the latter lacked Barrett's robust physical constitution. To Shanks' astonishment, he noted Barrett's remarkable speed. Shanks retreated a few steps, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination. Barrett activated the powers of his combined fruit, and in an instant, a colossal stone giant, towering at 10 meters, appeared before everyone, its entire form enveloped in a hue of armed haki, rendering Barrett's physique as unyielding as iron. Undeterred, Shanks swung his sword at the stone giant, yet the tremendous strike merely etched a shallow mark upon the stone surface. Barrett displayed no reaction to this, continuing to advance towards Shanks with relentless intent. Meanwhile, Shanks began to exploit his speed advantage, swiftly maneuvering around the stone giant in search of Barrett's vulnerabilities. Naturally, Barrett would not remain passive, unleashing powerful blows with his massive fists. Qianlan, originally invincible in physical combat, yet he insists on merging. In truth, the distinction between Shanks and Barrett is akin to that of a warrior and an assassin. Regrettably, the already larger Barrett chose to merge once more. For Shanks, the swordsman, Barrett now resembles a living target. Indeed, as time progresses, Barrett's haki is swiftly depleting. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Shanks unleashed a colossal slash imbued with his conqueror's haki, and Barrett found no chance to evade. Boom. With a single strike, a massive gash appeared on Barrett's body, and debris scattered across the ground. Shanks capitalized on the moment, delivering successive slashes enveloped in Conqueror's haki, while Barrett retaliated with his own. Unfortunately, within the confines of the stone giant, Barrett could not fully harness his prowess, whereas Shanks, with his agile form, continuously evaded and sought counterattack opportunities. Minutes turned into a quarter hour, then half an hour, and finally an hour. The two engaged in an unyielding struggle for an entire hour, their stamina and 3 types of haki relentlessly waning. How long has it been? This princess has grown weary of waiting. Perona has lost her patience, and Qianlan and the others look on helplessly. At this juncture, it is a battle of endurance, with Barrett being the one most depleted. Just then, the battlefield underwent a transformation as Shanks unleashed another formidable slash. The stones encasing Barrett crumbled entirely, leaving him to withstand the blow on his own. Boom. In an instant, Barrett absorbed the impact, a spray of blood erupting from his chest. Upon witnessing the situation, Qianlan promptly stepped forward to employ her healing palm technique, subsequently covering Barrett's mouth. "Allow me to stretch my limbs," she declared, casting her gaze towards Shanks in the distance. "We concede." Despite Barrett still possessing the strength for battle, Qianlan was eager to engage with the enigmatic Beckman, and thus, she felt compelled to make a concession regarding Barrett. "Let us conclude this match. Otherwise, I have made a promise." Qianlan could only reluctantly acquiesce to Barrett's demands, appeasing the warlord's fervor for battle. Chapter 138. The Victory of Shao. The contest between Shao and the red-haired pirates culminated in a tie, leading to the final showdown. Naturally, Zhao's last contender was Qianlan, while the red-haired pirates dispatched the formidable Beckman, wielding imperial-level prowess. Captain Qianlan, armed with a pistol and a dagger, declared, "I am not a swordsman. Thus I wish to engage Captain Qianlan in a duel of marksmanship." With that, Beckman drew his pistol from his waist, twirling it with a flick of his middle finger. Qianlan's heart brimmed with silent curses. How could she refuse when everything had already been stated by Beckman? "Very well, let us then compare our marksmanship." Qianlan drew her petite handgun, poised for battle at a moment's notice. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the air, as both Qianlan and Beckman sensed the flickering hostility in each other's eyes. Almost simultaneously, they took aim and fired, the sound echoing through the air. Engaging in a close-range confrontation, both Qianlan and Beckman exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading and counterattacking. Bang! The bullet from Qianlan's firearm struck Beckman's shoulder with unerring precision, instantly staining it crimson with blood. Regrettably, due to the inferior quality of the bullet, even though it was imbued with the prowess of armament haki, Beckman managed to defend against it using his own haki. This resulted in only minor damage, though this slight injury significantly impacted the battle. Impressive. Beckman gritted his teeth in admiration of Qianlan, before swiftly seeking refuge behind a nearby cover. Alas, both of their mastery of observation haki was quite formidable, rendering his concealment futile. Qianlan continuously shifted positions to attack Beckman, attempting to close the distance between them. Yet, Beckman skillfully evaded while launching relentless counterattacks. The sound of gunfire echoed through the battlefield as bullets intertwined in the air. As time passed, both Qianlan and Beckman grew increasingly cautious and cunning. Then, almost simultaneously, they leaped from their cover, each striving for a decisive strike. Bang! A single gunshot rang out, only for the bullets to collide, producing a sharp metallic clash. In the eyes of both combatants, their hockey perception captured the moment as two bullets met in midair. The members of the Akatsuki and the red-haired pirates looked on in astonishment, not anticipating such an intense exchange of marksmanship. "Boss, do you think the vice-captain can win?" Shanks stroked his head and smiled. "Beckman will win. I believe in him." At that moment, on the battlefield, Qianlan and Beckman commenced the next round of their duel. Within mere meters of each other, bullets continued to collide. One could say that Qianlan, akin to Captain Yin Shuangying of the Huagua team, was hitting every shot flawlessly. Suddenly, the situation shifted as two more bullets collided. This time, Qianlan's hockey-infused bullet shattered, while Beckman's continued its relentless trajectory towards Qianlan. Through Qianlan's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the bullet's path was vividly clear, allowing him to effortlessly dodge Beckman's attack with a mere tilt of his head. "The Conqueror's hockey-infused bullet is quite well developed," Beckman remarked, remaining composed as he observed Qianlan before firing once more. Unmoved, Qianlan sidestepped again, but to his astonishment, the bullet altered its course mid-flight. Qianlan raised his small handgun to block, but in an instant, it shattered, rendering the weapon he had relied upon for years completely useless. "Looks like we have one. Long live Vice-Captain Beckman." The crew of the red-haired pirates erupted in cheers, celebrating their vice-captain's triumph. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Beckman slumped to the ground, shattering the jubilant atmosphere of the red-haired pirates. "We have lost." Shanks, uncertain of what had just transpired, recognized from Beckman's demeanor that the red-haired pirates had indeed been defeated. In a swift exchange of two shots, one bullet propelled the other to strike the same point. Such remarkable marksmanship. Was Beckman's earlier performance a mockery of me? Hearing Beckman's inquiry, Qianlan offered a slightly embarrassed smile. "Believe it or not, this was an idea I just conceived." Beckman's expression momentarily faltered, soon replaced by a bitter smile, as he realized that the true prodigy stood right before him. The previously despondent members of the Akatsuki immediately surged forward to encircle Qianlan. Timon exclaimed, "Qianlan, I honestly thought you had lost." Zoro, stroking his sword, remarked with a grin, "It's a pity we didn't witness a duel of swordsmen." In an instant, laughter erupted among the Akatsuki members. After all, those who understood knew that Qianlan's swordsmanship was unparalleled, rendering the Jinlong Mokijian merely a decorative piece. "It is we of the red-haired pirates who have faltered. We shall honor our agreement and will not impede the Akatsuki's endeavors in the New World," Shanks stated, his tone tinged with somberness, clearly indicating that this defeat bore significant consequences for the red-haired pirates. "Qianlan, I hope you will keep your word." At that moment, Shanks turned to Qianlan, kindly reminding her, "The Navy is aggressively expanding in the New World. You must exercise caution moving forward." Thus, the beleaguered red-haired pirates arrived at the dock under the cover of twilight, departing Candy Island and sailing into the distance. Observing their retreating figures, Bartolomeo suddenly proclaimed, "So now we are the strongest pirate crew in the world, aren't we?" "That seems to be the case," Barrett replied, patting Bartolomeo on the shoulder. "However, it is only when Qianlan truly ascends to the pinnacle of power that our organization can claim to be the mightiest pirate crew in existence." "The strongest in the world? I believe I am certainly not inferior to anyone at this moment." Qianlan's confident words resonated with everyone, prompting a wave of laughter to ripple through the crowd. Concealed in the shadows, the flame photographer once again pressed the shutter, capturing the departing scene of the red-haired pirates. The Red Force ship vanished into the ocean under the cloak of night, imbued with a sense of melancholy. These formidable pirates had once forged countless legends in the New World, yet now they were compelled to accept their defeat and depart in silence. The photograph exuded an essence of parting and solitude, evoking the relentless and indifferent passage of time, while also heralding the dawn of a new era. The dynamics of the New World were on the cusp of significant transformation. However, the paramount task at hand was to vacate the premises. Cognizant of this, the flame photographer hastily left Nut Island, armed with images chronicling the entirety of the recent battle. As the inhabitants of Nut Island returned to their homesteads and the nations reinstated their former order, the intelligence regarding this conflict began to proliferate, disseminating across the globe. Chapter 139, The Expanding Navy. New World. New Marie Fort. At this moment, New Marine Fort, now belonging to the Navy headquarters, was bustling with activity. Among the most formidable violent organizations in the world is the Navy, under the aegis of the world government. They boast a vast fleet, distinguished commanders, and an array of advanced weaponry and technology, rightfully claiming their status as the sovereign rulers of the seas. Today, the Navy again demonstrated their astonishing might. In the midst of the expansive ocean, two colossal fleets stood poised in confrontation. One was led by Admiral Fujitora, commanding an elite force, while the opposing side was a coalition of pirates. The outcome of this conflict would reverberate across the entire maritime expanse, should the Navy triumph. Their sphere of influence would further extend. Conversely, if the united pirates of the islands emerged victorious, the Navy would forfeit the prospect of comprehensive strategic expansion. Fire. For justice. Charge. Boom. 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 With the eruption of war, the two fleets commenced their assault against one another. Shells and bullets whizzed through the air, causing the ships to shudder violently. Black smoke enveloped the vessels, flames soared skyward, and the piercing sounds of whistles and cries intermingled. The Navy's fleet, equipped with the most colossal warships and state-of-the-art weaponry and gear, wielded a considerable advantage. Although the pirate coalition was numerically superior, their vessels and armaments were relatively antiquated, rendering them entirely reactive to the onslaught. As the conflict intensified, both fleets exerted their utmost, launching relentless attacks, and the tumultuous explosions upon the ocean's surface evoked a sense of breathtaking peril. The overwhelming firepower obliterated numerous warships in an instant, and the waters became steeped in the scent of blood. Blade slash. In an instant, a colossal slash cleaved through one of the Navy's warships, severing it in two and sending it slowly sinking beneath the waves. This assault seemed to signal a response, as several formidable pirates sprang into action, wielding their devastating devil fruit powers and remarkable personal strength. Just as they made their entrance, the leaders of the pirate coalition inflicted significant damage upon the Navy. On the distant shore, two figures quietly observed the unfolding chaos. "Boss, shall we not intervene?" Crocodile flicked the ash from his blood-red cigar and replied in a frigid tone. "The Navy's situation remains unclear. Let us wait a while longer." Upon hearing Crocodile's directive, Bonus continued to gaze at the battlefield in the distance. Fujitora, with a serene smile, sat undisturbed aboard the Navy's flagship, seemingly indifferent to the Navy's losses. As the Navy struggled to hold its ground, another fleet emerged, proudly displaying the Navy's emblem. "It is time to act. I cannot tolerate such heavy casualties," Fujitora declared, leaning on his cane as he exited the command room. He stepped onto the deck, swiftly drawing his sword before quietly retracting it. Gravity blade, meteor fall. 6 10-meter diameter meteors plummeted from the sky, crashing forcefully into the pirate coalition's fleet. In an instant, the sea erupted in flames, and 6 ships were reduced to mere splinters. "Is this the might of an admiral?" Some pirates scoffed. "It is merely one admiral. We shall surely prevail." Suddenly, a figure burst forth from another Navy fleet, soaring into the air. As the pirates beheld the silhouette, they stood frozen in shock. Bone Crusher. A massive shockwave enveloped the scene, causing the ocean to churn violently. The prepared Navy crews steadied their vessels, maintaining a semblance of balance, while the unready pirate coalition fleet was decimated by Kazari's strike, leaving it shattered and incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. "Surrender! We surrender! Take me to impel down! Do not kill me!" In an instant, the pirates lost all will to fight, collapsing to the ground in pleas for mercy. Throughout this conflict, the Navy demonstrated its overwhelming strength, ultimately emerging victorious. Yet this triumph came at a heavy cost, as many valiant Navy soldiers lost their lives in the pursuit of justice, leaving behind an indelible ache and sorrow. Fujitora, did Captain Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru succeed? Ahahaha. With Sengoku present, I doubt there will be any issues. Meanwhile, in another maritime region, the Navy was engaged in fierce combat with pirates, signifying that the Navy's expansion campaign spanned 2 battlefronts. "Let us depart. These fellows are indeed unreliable. We must seek new strength." Upon hearing this, Bonus immediately followed in Crocodile's footsteps as they walked into the distance. "Boss, should we consider leveraging the strength of the Akatsuki?" After the defeat of the red-haired pirates, the Akatsuki is now the most formidable pirate crew, Crocodile murmured thoughtfully. "The Akatsuki, you say?" New Marine Fort. With the news of victories in both maritime territories, Akaina rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Orders were issued to establish new branches and recruit naval soldiers, ensuring that the captured territories remained firmly under their control. If he could lead the Navy to vanquish the Akatsuki in the future, He could truly bring an end to the era of great pirates, and justice would prevail, bringing stability to the world. With this thought, Akainu's smile widened. And as his orders cascaded through the ranks, the Navy swiftly assimilated the territories they had seized. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the ruling elders of the world government convened in their familiar conference room. The Navy cannot continue to expand like this. It risks destabilizing the world. Without pirates, which allied nations would be willing to pay such exorbitant tribute? Saint Satan interjected. Stability, you say? A maritime overlord, Qianlan, has emerged among the pirates. And the Navy is relentlessly expanding in the New World. The Shichibukai system, established to maintain balance, has become a mere formality. It is too late to speak of stability now. Saint Satan's words articulated the current reality, which had indeed surpassed the elders' control. Discussing such matters now seemed futile. The priority was to address the present situation, abolish the Shichibukai system, and let the Navy engage in a fierce battle with the Akatsuki to deplete each other's strength. This will inevitably restore the current situation, allowing us to exert better control over the Navy. Agreed. 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 With the alteration of the 5 elders' policies, the once unshakable world government has finally commenced its actions. At this moment, the New World is rife with undercurrents as the Navy, pirates, Shichibukai, the world government, and even the clandestine revolutionary army quietly extend their tendrils. In Chapter 140, the Battle of Hive Island unfolds, marked by the demise of Saint One Wolf. The following day, the news coup swiftly disseminates the world government's decision across the globe, heralding the end of the Shichibukai system. Naturally, in an effort to curb the Navy's expansion, a considerable number of mid-tier forces have been mobilized to apprehend the former Shichibukai, significantly hindering the Navy's advance. Admiral Akainu, as the fleet admiral, raises his objections. However, his lack of credibility leaves him empty-handed. Yet, it is not only Akainu who finds himself in a dire situation, but also the notorious pirate Blackbeard. Hive Island has become a veritable paradise for pirates, as Blackbeard, following his victory over the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates led by Marco, has established his crew firmly in this territory. At this juncture, Hive Island is a haven for pirates, and while the Navy continues its relentless expansion, the United Nations has conditionally welcomed numerous pirates. As for Blackbeard, he remains unrestrained, rapidly augmenting his influence. Is this not the very place once dominated by rocks? One can only ponder the magnitude of his former might. Qianlan sighed before stepping inside, her destination the towering skull-shaped structure. At that moment, Hive Island was teeming with people, and a multitude of fierce, menacing pirates seemed on the verge of erupting into conflict, while Qianlan appeared like a gentle little rabbit amidst the chaos. Jiolama remarked, Qianlan, many unsavory characters are keeping an eye on you, filled with malice. Indeed, even without your warning, I can perceive their intentions. However, I have come seeking trouble this time. As Qianlan's voice echoed, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki enveloped the area, her formidable presence soaring skyward. The numerous pirates on Hive Island succumbed to unconsciousness, while only a select few resilient ones had the fortitude to kneel, trembling in fear. Come out, Teach. I am aware of your presence here. The voice of Qianlan resonated throughout Hive Island, and soon after, the Blackbeard pirates, led by Blackbeard Teach, appeared beneath the skull. Blackbeard cackled, ha ha ha, ignoring you, Dana. Qianlan. Observing Blackbeard's brazen demeanor, Qianlan sensed he must possess some formidable backing. Thus, she crossed her arms and regarded Blackbeard with a nonchalant air. I suspect you have acquired some other extraordinary power, Teach. Otherwise, you would never dare to be so audacious before me. Blackbeard's laughter momentarily faltered, as if affirming Qianlan's assertion. However, regaining his composure, he raised his palm skyward and continued to laugh uproariously. Ha ha ha. I have obtained the mightiest power in the world. The strength of the former world overlord, rocks. Although I have yet to master it, I am still the strongest in the world. In an instant, Blackbeard launched an attack. A swirling vortex of darkness reaching towards Akiji. Bang! Caught off guard, Akiji found himself ensnared in Blackbeard's grasp. Yet, as he exerted force, a white halo enveloped Blackbeard's fist. He then struck Akiji with a powerful blow to the chest. Gush! A significant amount of blood was expelled, and Akiji's vitality visibly waned. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianlan immediately executed the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving behind Blackbeard. With a swift kick, he sent Blackbeard flying, seamlessly catching the faltering Akiji. Teach. I shall return to India. With that, Qianlan once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from Hive Island, instantaneously appearing in Admiral Kazar's office. It has been a while. Admiral Borsellino, you still exude your remarkable presence. Kazara did not respond. Instead, a laser beam shot forth in an instant. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, dozens of figures materialized in Kazara's office. You little rascal, what brings you here? Karp finally noticed Akiji in Qianlan's arms. Surely, you haven't laid a hand on him. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Qianlan immediately began to clarify that he had no intention of becoming Blackbeard's scapegoat. The failure of Admiral Akiji's undercover mission had granted Blackbeard extraordinary powers, prompting him to launch a surprise attack on Akiji. I came here solely to save him. As Qianlan's explanation unfolded, the tense atmosphere among the crowd began to ease. Under Granny Crane's arrangement, Akiji was swiftly carried away for treatment, while the mood between Qianlan and the high-ranking Navy officials took on a somewhat delicate nuance. Why haven't you left yet? As the fleet admiral, I will absolutely not permit pirates to set foot on the land of New Marineford, Akainu asserted, clearly stating his position. However, Qianlan merely scoffed in disdain. Ignoring the imminent wrath of Akainu, Qianlan instead turned his gaze towards the distant Guion. Long time no see, Guion. I never expected you to become even more beautiful. Humph. You scoundrel, one day I shall cleave you in two. Very well, any time you wish. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Qianlan's figure abruptly vanished from New Marineford, reappearing on Hive Island. Bang. The moment Qianlan materialized, a slash accompanied by a bullet was launched at him. With a simple sidestep, Qianlan evaded the attack, casting a playful glance at Shiryu and Van Augur. If you dare to strike, then be prepared to wager your life. As soon as Qianlan's words were spoken, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. Susanoo, Ninetails. A Susanoo, towering 100 meters and clad in the form of the Ninetails, appeared before the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Enhanced by Sage Mode, it appeared even more immense and formidable. Saint One Wolf, the first to perish shall be you. With that, Qianlan charged forward, exuding an unstoppable aura. Saint One Wolf, undeterred, mirrored the speed of Qianlan as he surged towards him. Simultaneously, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates initiated their assault, unleashing massive slashes, powerful shockwaves, and a noxious fog that spread through the air, all aimed at Qianlan. Boom. Qianlan paid no heed to the superfluous attacks. With a tremendous force, her imposing figure collided fiercely with Saint One the Wolf, instantly toppling him to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. She then raised her long blade with both hands and plunged it into the chest of Saint One the Wolf, subsequently yanking it out with brutal force. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a raging tide, swiftly staining a vast expanse of land in crimson. It seemed that only Qianlan could save Saint One the Wolf now. Yet, how could Qianlan possibly extend her hand to rescue a foe? The mere fact that she refrained from delivering a fatal blow was testament enough to her noble character. Little did she expect that this man was merely feigning strength. The members of the Blackbeard pirates barely had time to mourn, if they felt any sorrow at all. Qianlan continued to strike, her eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan activating its foresight ability. She deftly captured the flight trajectory of the imposing Zhuang soaring through the air. And then with a swift motion, she unleashed another blade. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a crimson streak marred Zhuang's wing, as Van Oka's shot pierced through it. Chapter 141. The Near Annihilation of the Blackbeard Pirates. This gunshot altered the flight path, successfully rescuing both Poison Q and Zhuang. This is my battle with Teach. Your presence is unnecessary. Qianlan's form returned to its normal size, and then she swiftly approached the drunken Jot. Lightning release. Chidori. A brilliant bolt of lightning pierced directly through Jot's chest, and in his inebriated state, he offered no resistance. Soon, Jot collapsed to the ground, motionless, his demise mirroring that of Saint One the Evil Wolf. Stop. Blackbeard could no longer bear to witness the scene. If this continued, all his subordinates would perish, leaving him with nothing to contest for dominance over the world. Qianlan turned to Blackbeard, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Everyone, be cautious. Unfortunately, Blackbeard's warning came too late, as a flash of lightning revealed Qianlan's figure already before Lafitte. Wings sprouted from Lafitte's back as he leapt into the boundless sky. Ha ha ha. Choosing to strike at Lafitte was your gravest mistake. Blackbeard's expression shifted dramatically as Qianlan's form vanished from sight. Protect Lafitte. In the air, Qianlan reappeared behind Lafitte, her golden dragon ink sword slashing down fiercely. A gaping wound, several centimeters deep, appeared on Lafitte's back, blood cascading through the air, ultimately leading to his descent from the sky. It could be said that the officers of Blackbeard's pirate crew were utterly outmatched by Qianlan, unable to withstand even 2 exchanges. Attack together! At Shiryu's command, Poison Q and Van Oka immediately sprang into action. The three of them launched their assaults almost simultaneously, leaving Qianlan momentarily dazzled. Shilu swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a sharp strike aimed directly at Qianlan. Simultaneously, Van Q produced a small vial, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that spread and enveloped the entire battlefield. Qianlan had no choice but to momentarily halt his steps, deftly blocking the attacks from the two assailants. Just when he believed he had evaded all mortal threats, a bullet unexpectedly whizzed in from the side. With a clang, the golden dragon ink sword cleaved through the projectile, splitting it in twain. Water release, great dam, who repaired it a colossal water sphere emerged upon the battlefield, shattering with a thunderous crash. The ensuing assault, akin to relentless ocean waves, proved insurmountable for the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Poison Q mounted upon his formidable companion, soared into the sky, while Shiryu and Van Oka retreated hastily to evade the range of Qianlan's onslaught. Die. With a flash of lightning, Qianlan appeared before Van Oka, his newly acquired pistol pressed against the latter's forehead. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, marking the demise of yet another officer within the Blackbeard crew. As the torrent of water finally subsided, Hive Island lay in ruins, countless pirates who had allied with Blackbeard succumbing to Qianlan's ferocious assault. Damn you! Blackbeard roared in impotent fury at Qianlan, fully aware that his subordinates were being methodically eliminated, each one a vital asset in his quest for supremacy. Poison Q chuckled. He has been unable to withstand my poisonous miasma. It seems today the world's mightiest man, Qianlan, shall meet his end on Hive Island. Bang! Following another gunshot, Poison Q plummeted from the air, prompting Zhuang to flee in haste. Shiryu, we must escape. Blackbeard, acutely aware of Qianlan's overwhelming might, recognized his inability to thwart the impending slaughter. Shiryu, devoid of any fighting spirit, felt himself ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him momentarily disoriented. The battle had barely commenced. Yet the Blackbeard pirates were nearly decimated, their capacity for resistance utterly obliterated. Without hesitation, Shiryu leaped into the air, desperately fleeing into the distance, his pace quickening and breaths becoming labored, an intense will to survive coursing through him. Die. Hearing the voice of death behind him, Shiryu instinctively sidestepped. Boom. A 10-meter chasm erupted at Shiryu's previous location, but he narrowly evaded Qianlan's strike with a swift movement. Regrettably, Qianlan's figure materialized instantly behind Shiryu, piercing his back with a finger. Slowly, Shiryu succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing like a mound of clay upon the ground. Bastard! Blackbeard roared in anger, yet quickly regained his composure. However, in this moment, he was the world's strongest. Although formidable subordinates were scarce, he would eventually recruit more. As long as he remained the mightiest, the world would still be his to conquer. Now, allow me to demonstrate a power that once emerged, capable of dominating the world. With that declaration, Blackbeard advanced toward Qianlan, a brazen smile adorning his face. Suddenly, his form began to transform, revealing the dragon horns and azure scales that Qianlan recognized all too well, culminating in the appearance of a miniature Kaido before him. The most potent Zoan type, the mythical fish fruit, the most formidable Paramecia type, the quake fruit, and the mightiest Logia type, all three powers amalgamated within him. Once, the maritime overlord Rox attempted to overturn the world using his formidable power, but he ultimately failed. Today, however, I shall undoubtedly succeed. In response to Blackbeard's declaration, Qianlan disdainfully curled her lip. Although the three devil fruits are immensely powerful, they cannot be fully harnessed in a short span of time. Rather, they would hinder the true potential of one's abilities. Mission: defeat Blackbeard mission level. SSS mission reward: Rinnegan the Rinnegan, one of the three mighty ocular techniques established in the Naruto universe, is undeniably powerful. This opportunity represents an epic enhancement for Qianlan, rendering her truly invincible. Blackbeard, prepare yourself, for I shall make you call me father. Qianlan had no intention of confronting Teach head-on. Instead, a brilliant idea struck her. Reanimation of the impure world. In an instant, two enormous coffins emerged from the ground, and two figures stepped forth from within. Whitebeard and Kaido, gaze fixed upon the beings before them. In that fleeting moment, both Whitebeard and Kaido regained their consciousness. Whitebeard had long since pledged his allegiance to Qianlan, while Kaido, upon realizing the current circumstances, wore an expression of discontent. Qianlan, Kaido, were you killed by Teach at that time? Or did I bring about your demise? Humph. You cast me into the sea, only for Lafitte to discover my whereabouts. Teach used me as leverage to threaten the beast pirates, leading him to the trace of the Tremor fruit. and then he seized my fruit ability. Kaido was exceedingly displeased with his own demise, casting disdainful glances at both Qianlan and Teach. Chapter 142. The Convergence of the Supreme Three Devil Fruits. Do the powers of these three devil fruits resemble those of the former rocks? Teach. Today, I shall surely end your life. Old man. You currently lack the strength to defeat me. Then there is me. Kaido and Whitebeard, two legendary captains, joined forces, demonstrating remarkable synergy despite their previously strained relationship. In this moment, they fought side by side, showcasing extraordinary power. Though Whitebeard was the smallest among the three, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Each of his strikes capable of causing tremendous destruction. Kaido, with his grand and sweeping attacks, transformed the battlefield into a veritable maelstrom with his nearly 9-meter frame. Blackbeard, not to be outdone, morphed into his colossal hybrid form, skillfully dodging and counterattacking amidst the fierce combat. Unfortunately, Blackbeard, lacking in martial prowess, was continuously forced back by the relentless assaults of the two, unable to confront them directly. After another intense clash, Blackbeard withdrew from the fray. Haha. You two dead men have lost your devil fruit powers. The dark fruit is of no use to you now. With a shift in tone, Blackbeard continued, however. As the original wielders of the fish fruit and the tremor fruit, you must be quite curious about the formidable fusion of these two devil fruits. With that, Blackbeard unleashed a powerful right fist, activating the tremor fruit's ability, launching an assault towards Whitebeard and Kaido. The duo had just aligned their defenses, but this time, they could not withstand Blackbeard's onslaught. Superquake. Suddenly, a massive circular barrier manifested before them, and an immense tremor erupted instantaneously. Whitebeard and Kaido quickly realized the urgency, both launching their defenses simultaneously, yet the force was overwhelmingly powerful and they felt tremendous strain. In that instant, a deafening explosion rang out, resulting in both Whitebeard and Kaido losing an arm, though they rapidly regenerated due to the effects of the Edo Tensei. Haha, this is the power that will upend the world. Whitebeard retorted, Teach, your power is utterly insufficient to overturn this world. Haha, I possess the strongest 3 types of devil fruits. Who can stand against me? Who? Observing the scene, Kaido disdainfully scoffed at Blackbeard's arrogance, finding it laughable. The regenerative capabilities and stamina of the Zoan mythical type, combined with the destructive force of the tremor fruit, rendered this strength overwhelmingly potent. Blackbeard proclaimed his offensive, unperturbed by the recoil of the tremor fruit. At the moment he unleashed his assault, an overwhelming tremor rippled through the island, instilling terror in all who dwelled there. Vessels upon the sea were sent scattering, while colossal waves erupted around them. The remaining pirates on Hive Island were thrown into a panic, desperately fleeing to avoid the ramifications of Blackbeard's onslaught. The formidable combination of the tremor fruit, the most powerful Paramecia-type devil fruit, and the fish fruit, the strongest Zoan type, magnified Blackbeard's offensive might to an unprecedented level, rendering even titans like Whitebeard and Kaido powerless in its wake. Despite their relentless counterattacks, the duo found their efforts largely ineffectual, left with no recourse but to utilize the impure world reincarnation technique to restrain Blackbeard. As the battle raged on, the capabilities of the tremor fruit continued to unfold, causing the entire island to tremble, leading even the massive skeletal structure to collapse into ruins. Blackbeard's assault broadened, bringing Hive Island to the brink of annihilation. Yet, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. The fusion of the two devil fruits proved insurmountable. Faced with such dire circumstances, Whitebeard and Kaido felt utterly at a loss, their sole option being to persist in their resistance. Leave the forthcoming battle to me, Chiho declared, having lost interest in the confrontation between Whitebeard, Kaido, and Blackbeard, as had Blackbeard in his so-called world-altering power. Upon the cessation of the impure world reincarnation, the figures of Whitebeard and Kaido dissipated into the air. Blackbeard, witnessing this turn of events, erupted into raucous laughter, his face radiating triumph. Ha ha ha, even 2 immortal beings cannot withstand me. How could you possibly muster the courage to stand before me? Only I am destined to be the world's strongest. Qianlan swiftly entered the immortal mode, unleashing the 7 days calling technique in the lightning release chakra mode as she approached Blackbeard. Teach, what delusion grants you the confidence that you can defeat me? Come, let us battle, Blackbeard declared, charging towards Qianlan with fervor, unleashing the chaotic might of the tremor fruit. Would release, Great Iron Fist technique? Qianlan's right arm transformed into an enormous wooden fist, exuding an astonishing might, before unleashing a ferocious strike enveloped in Conqueror's haki towards Blackbeard. Unfazed, Blackbeard activated the power of the tremor fruit, sending a colossal white barrier hurtling towards Qianlan. The convergence of these two formidable forces birthed an exceptionally fierce tempest in the air. Strangely, however, upon their collision, there was no anticipated cacophony of impact or scintillating sparks. Instead, it was as if two energies capable of sensing one another engaged in a profound contest, avoiding direct contact and creating an eerie atmosphere. Under the influence of their assaults, Hive Island began to tremble violently, with the ground fracturing significantly, as this overwhelming surge of energy reverberated throughout the entire island, causing it to shake intensely. Qianlan taunted, "Blackbeard, it seems that the three most potent devil fruits of their respective categories have little effect on me." Blackbeard's expression darkened instantly, followed by a cold snort. "Have I not just thwarted your attack? This indicates that you are not invincible after all. Oh, it appears you genuinely believe you can contend with me." As he spoke, Qianlan began to gather chakra, forming a hand seal with one hand. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive fireball, spanning 100 meters, erupted from Qianlan's mouth, aimed directly at Blackbeard. Haha, such a technique was anticipated. Blackbeard immediately harnessed the powers of his tremor fruit, unleashing a punch that manifested another white barrier. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be cleaved apart, and Qianlan's fire release was shattered, scattering into a blaze upon the ground. Excellent reflexes. Ha ha ha, you are not too shabby yourself. The two exchanged compliments, albeit insincerely. Nonetheless, Qianlan was indeed surprised by Blackbeard's performance. His current strength was truly unparalleled by ordinary warriors. Possessing the three strongest devil fruits in one body certainly held its merit. Chapter 143, The Acquisition of the Rinnegan. Qianlan gazed unflinchingly at Blackbeard, then formed a hand seal and forcefully struck the ground. Earth release, hellish swamp. Instantly, a mire erupted from the already damp soil, engulfing the entire battlefield in a quagmire. Blackbeard's figure sank slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Dark vortex. A colossal black whirlpool emerged from Blackbeard's palm, the power of the dark fruit appearing malevolent, akin to a devil's insatiable hunger, continuously devouring the swamp below. This terrifying force rendered the surrounding air foreboding, as the surface of the mire began to swirl toward the vortex. With the amplification of the demonic fruit's power, the entire area being consumed gradually descended several meters. In no time, under Blackbeard's formidable absorption, the swamp unleashed by Qianlan was entirely devoured. Witnessing this, a look of astonishment graced Qianlan's face. He had not anticipated the considerable prowess Blackbeard had harnessed from the dark fruit. "Teach, it seems I underestimated you previously. Your research on the devil fruit has rendered you adept at its utilization. Alas, even in my absence, you shall not upend this world." Blackbeard could be described as a formidable warlord, yet ultimately he was merely a source of experience for Luffy. His fate would likely culminate in imprisonment and impel down or death. Of course, Blackbeard did not grasp the implications of Qianlan's words, instead glaring at him with fury. "I possess the strongest power in the world. The world will ultimately belong to me. Now, prepare to witness my ultimate strength," Blackbeard proclaimed with unwavering confidence, as if no one in existence could halt his advance. Subsequently, two potent energies coalesced in his hands. One radiated a brilliant white light, the power of the tremor fruit magnified to infinity. The other was a pitch-black vortex, unfathomable in depth, emanating a suffocating aura of dread from the dark fruit. Without hesitation, Blackbeard fused the two energies together, creating a force unparalleled, where black intertwined with white and white with black. In an instant, a violent gust erupted from the center of Blackbeard's being, distorting and unsettling the very air surrounding him. "Qianlan, Teach, you truly possess a remarkable flair for mischief. How amusing. Are you beginning to feel the pangs of fear?" In that moment, a colossal white dome collided with a swirling vortex of darkness, generating a thunderous sound that unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. The entire scene was instantly engulfed in a resplendent radiance, as if the very world had dimmed in its presence. As time passed, the brilliance gradually faded, revealing Blackbeard's figure, now marred by numerous wounds. Had it not been for the powers of the zoan-type fish fruit, this very technique might have inflicted considerable harm upon him. Blackbeard, sensing the unparalleled strength within him, instinctively felt he could effortlessly command the entirety of the world. How delightful. Power. Power. Absolute power. Qianlan could not afford to underestimate Blackbeard's maneuver, for the formidable power she had just encountered was undeniably authentic. Ninetales. I comprehend now. In an instant, Qianlan transformed into her Ninetales form, augmenting her sage body, sage mode, and lightning release chakra mode. though she remained uncertain of her current strength. At that moment, Qianlan summoned all her might, channeling her energy into her mouth, where a flower-patterned tailed beast ball manifested, appearing quite exquisite. Concurrently, she continued to accumulate energy, causing the tailed beast ball's size to swell dramatically. Qianlan, is this still a tailed beast ball? Can you control it? Asked Kurama. It should be. However, the power of this tailed beast ball is overwhelming. It is my first time attempting to harness such colossal energy. Be cautious. If you cannot maintain control, use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape immediately. Qianlan nodded slightly, signaling to Kurohige that since she possessed the skill to escape, it was only natural to employ it when the time was right. On Hive Island, the confrontation between Qianlan and Kurohige escalated to a fever pitch. The pirates and various creatures on the island felt an overwhelming pressure and profound unease, uncertain of the consequences this struggle would bring. At that moment, Hive Island resembled a storm-tossed realm, with chaos reigning across the land. Dark clouds loomed overhead, seemingly preparing for the impending surge of energy. Suddenly, the sky split open, as if a colossal hand had parted the clouds, heralding the arrival of the divine. Immediately, the entire Hive Island began to tremble. The ground shook incessantly, countless structures swayed perilously, on the verge of collapse. Come on, Kurohige exclaimed, launching a tremendous attack at Qianlan. A massive assault blending black and white crashing down upon her. Qianlan unleashed a colossal tailed beast ball from her mouth, aimed squarely at Blackbeard. At the heart of Hive Island, the forces of Qianlan and Blackbeard clashed, intertwining to create a formidable surge of energy. In an instant, this immense power erupted in a violent explosion. The entire Hive Island trembled, the fierce vibrations reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent, as rocks and structures crumbled, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. As the explosion spread, a black hole seemed to consume everything within its grasp, causing Hive Island to begin collapsing inward, akin to a planet succumbing to a slow demise. Gradually, the tempest subsided, and the tremors of Hive Island began to cease. Or perhaps it had simply vanished from the map. Found it. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianlan arrived beside Blackbeard, who was sprawled over a stone, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Ding. Task reward. Rinnegan. Already possessed. Host. Qianlan. Level. 6 paths physique. Sage body. Attributes. Wind, lightning, fire, earth, water. Yin, yang. Ninjutsu. Creation rebirth. Impure world reincarnation. Hellstab. Flying Thunder God technique. Lightweight and heavy rock technique. Perfect sage mode. Sage art. Inorganic rebirth. True Thousand Hands. Taijutsu. 7-day call technique. Remnant. Lightning release chakra mode. Bloodline limit. Rinnegan. Wood release. Dust release. Summoning beast. 9 tails. Blade tools. Amber cleansing bottle. Space scroll. Shop. Kanai explosive tags. Having quickly adapted to the Rinnegan, Qianlan beheaded Blackbeard with a single strike, ending the life of this future overlord with startling ease. Ultimately, eliminating Blackbeard was preferable to imprisoning him in Impel Down, where he would undoubtedly be dissected for research. Chapter 144, The 7 Warlords Seeking Allegiance. 3 days later, a newspaper soared across the globe, heralding Qianlan as the sole overlord among pirates, the world's strongest man, with a bounty of 70 billion berries and countless other titles. It could be said that the greatest power in the New World was none other than Qianlan's Akatsuki, while other forces were utterly unworthy of comparison. On Candy Island, Qianlan faced a grave dilemma regarding the acceptance of 3 individuals before him: the former warlord and the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the former warlord and one of the 2 unparalleled beauties, Boa Hancock, and the former warlord, the Logia-type Sansan fruit user, Crocodile. Since the world government abolished the warlord system, the remaining warlords had flocked to the land of Wa. Lord Qianlan, I am no longer a warlord. In light of the forthcoming circumstances, I hope you can protect Amazon Lily, Hancock stated candidly. Taken aback by her straightforwardness, Qianlan pondered the depth of their relationship. Qianlan, of course, was unaware that she had slain a celestial dragon, seized control of the New World, and repeatedly thwarted the world government, thus evoking a sense of admiration from Hancock, a former slave of the celestial dragons. At this moment, the women of the Akatsuki observed Hancock with curiosity, scrutinizing the pirate empress, the unparalleled beauty Boa Hancock. Rest assured, Your Majesty Hancock, Master Qianlan previously aided Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, so he will undoubtedly fulfill your request, Bartolomeo remarked, grinning at Qianlan as if he had fully comprehended her intentions. Upon hearing this, Qianlan could only nod helplessly, glancing at Mihawk and Crocodile beside him. With the Navy closing in, they had sought refuge in Wano country. As Crocodile spoke, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Indeed, being pursued by the Navy to this extent was rather unbecoming. The shifting tides in the New World had led the world government to abolish the warlord system. And the Navy's pursuit was far more formidable than in the original narrative, leaving Crocodile deeply dissatisfied. Barrett, with a grin, turned to Crocodile. What is the matter? Do you wish for my protection? Just ask, and I shall oblige. As old adversaries, Barrett took pleasure in Crocodile's predicament. Feeling insulted, Crocodile stood up, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Qianlan suddenly appeared before Crocodile, swiftly exerting force to pin him back onto the sofa. This unexpected maneuver astonished Crocodile. He had not anticipated such speed and strength from Qianlan, and his observation hockey failed to react in time. Crocodile felt trapped on the sofa, immobilized to an uncomfortable degree. This dire realization struck him. He was in a perilous situation, and should Qianlan choose to act against him, he might not withstand even a few exchanges. Do not be so hasty to leave. It would be unbecoming of us to lack hospitality here in Wano, Qianlan remarked, turning his gaze toward Mihawk. Shouldn't you be seeking out red-haired Shanks? You two are friends. What brings you to Wano? Mihawk elegantly lifted the wine glass from the table, savoring a sip before addressing Qianlan. Ever since Shanks lost his arm, I have not crossed blades with him. I have come here to challenge the sword god Ryuma of Wano once more. Qianlan covered her mouth, laughing shyly. However, Mihawk's reasoning was evidently far superior to Crocodile's, at least in terms of preserving dignity. In the current New World, there exist two formidable powers, the Akatsuki and the Navy. Thus, the presence of several warlords here is entirely justifiable, akin to the dynamics between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Qianlan then gracefully rose to her feet, casting her gaze upon Crocodile, Hancock, and Mihawk. I can protect the Kuja in the name of the Akatsuki, and I sincerely hope that when I require their assistance, they will be ready to lend their hand. Rest assured, Lord Qianlan. Every member of the Kuja is a warrior and will stand ready to fight for you at any time. Granny looked at Hancock's demeanor with satisfaction, and in that moment, Hancock truly embodied the essence of the queen of the Kuja. Qianlan continued to gaze at Crocodile as a formidable figure capable of usurping a nation. Qianlan had made arrangements for him. Should Crocodile wish to, he could remain aboard the Disuwa ship, enjoying complimentary provisions. Moreover, the organization would even finance his recruitment endeavors. His only obligation would be to lend his strength whenever the organization required it. Instantly, everyone stared at Qianlan in astonishment, unable to fathom the rationale behind such generous terms. Even Crocodile himself was taken aback, bewildered by the seemingly unwarranted kindness of the individual before him. In truth, Qianlan's words were merely empty promises. Given the current influence of the organization, it was implausible that anyone within the territories of the world government would contemplate aligning themselves with Crocodile. Even if such pirates existed, their numbers would be exceedingly scarce, as most individuals aspired to ascend the ranks. Nevertheless, Crocodile concealed his surprise, sitting back on the sofa and savoring his cigar. Lost in contemplation. The organization, of course, welcomed the world's greatest swordsmen to join their ranks. Within the territories of the world government, they could venture wherever they desired, as long as they were willing to support the organization in its crucial moments. Qianlan was acutely aware that Hancock, Crocodile, and Mihawk, individuals of formidable combat prowess, were invaluable assets to any organization. The inclusion of these three would not only bolster the strength of the Akatsuki but also provide substantial support for its expansion and growth. Furthermore, their interests aligned seamlessly with Qianlan's own, prompting her to warmly welcome them into her ranks. As time progressed, the dynamics of the New World became increasingly apparent. Both the Akatsuki and the Navy were relentlessly expanding their spheres of influence, each executing their development plans. Gradually, the territories controlled by these two factions became more pronounced, leading to a consolidation of maritime authority. Although direct conflict between the Akatsuki and the Navy had yet to erupt, the tension between them was palpable and escalating. Each side vied for greater resources and territorial control, preparing for the inevitable confrontation ahead. The world itself was rife with undercurrents, as various forces quietly grew stronger. A profound sense of impending pressure enveloped everyone. It was widely acknowledged that when these forces eventually clashed, chaos would engulf the entire New World. Meanwhile, a deeply concealed power began to mobilize, with the objective of challenging Qianlan's dominion over the New World. Chapter 145, The Generous Terms of the Revolutionary Army. The landscape appeared altered. A figure cloaked in green approached the towering edifice of Candy Island, followed closely by a golden-haired boy bearing scars of burns. As the figure in green stepped forward, the heavy boots creaked against the hard pavement, producing a sharp sound. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his deep-set eyes conveyed an enigmatic aura. The boy trailing behind displayed signs of discomfort, his face etched with anxiety. Together, they entered the grandest building on Candy Island. Upon reaching the top floor, the figure in green suddenly halted, turning to regard the golden-haired boy intently. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Sabo, do you still wish to accompany me?" Taking a deep breath, Sabo felt enveloped by a formidable energy. With unwavering resolve, he replied, "I wish to protect our leader and witness the unfolding events firsthand." Upon arriving at Candy Island, they were met by the illustrious founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Dragon, alongside Sabo, the chief of staff and second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. As Dragon and Sabo entered, they were greeted by an opulent interior adorned with exquisite paintings lining the walls, a floor covered with luxurious carpets, and leather sofas and chairs that exuded an air of affluence. The room was imbued with a subtle fragrance that evoked a sense of comfort and relaxation. Such lavish arrangements were orchestrated by the butter minister, Garrett, all tailored to meet the standards befitting a pirate overlord. In a calm and assured tone, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Qianlan, inquired about the purpose of their visit. "You have come to see me alone, and we, too, extend our sincerity." Dragon, with grave demeanor, placed a substantial stack of documents on Qianlan's desk, solemnly pushing them before him. As Qianlan opened the files, he was confronted with a series of documents revealing the nefarious deeds and secrets of the world government. Evidence of the truth behind the White Town's spread of lead poisoning, the O'Hara incident, and numerous pieces of intelligence concerning the Pluton and Sea Kings. This showcased the Revolutionary Army's meticulous intelligence operations over the years, containing the dark secrets long hidden by the world government. Although Qianlan felt a twinge of astonishment, he comprehended the significance and value of these documents. "But what is the Revolutionary Army's intention? Are you inviting me to join your ranks?" he queried, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "Are you suggesting that the Revolutionary Army intends to wage war against the Akatsuki and conquer the New World?" He scoffed. "Our aim is to overthrow the world government and establish an egalitarian New World. We do not seek to provoke other factions." A faint, cold smile unconsciously graced Qianlan's lips. "Where there is light, there inevitably exists darkness. No power can claim absolute luminosity, much like the nocturnal assaults and the crimson of the Red Eyes. Even acts of assassination undertaken in the name of justice eventually retreat into obscurity. When the revolution triumphs, it may necessitate the elimination of those deemed problematic for the newly established state. Such circumstances are inescapable." Long remained expressionless, taking a step closer to gaze intently at Qianlan, who was seated upon the sofa. "I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Revolutionary Army and to assume the role of its leader directly." Neither Qianlan nor Sabo anticipated that Long would utter such words, especially Sabo, who gazed at Long with an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that the man before him could speak in this manner. "Sabo, allow me to finish," Long said, his gaze fixated seriously on Qianlan, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. 20 years ago, I perceived the darkness and decay of the world government. To overthrow this regime and liberate the oppressed people under its tyrannical rule, I led like-minded comrades to betray the Navy and establish the Revolutionary Army. After 2 decades of dissemination and growth, the Revolutionary Army has garnered numerous formidable allies and has even seized control of dozens of nations. As if the dawn of revolution is within our grasp. As he spoke, Long's expression darkened, seemingly haunted by unpleasant experiences and memories, which cast a pall over his demeanor. After pausing to compose himself, he continued, "Yet, confronted with the world government and its multitude of affiliated nations, the Navy, the CP organization, and other unknown forces, I find it difficult to believe that I will witness the triumph of our revolution before my demise until your emergence." Pointing at Qianlan, he declared, "It was only upon seeing you that I realized the success of the revolution is indeed attainable." Sabo, having absorbed Long's words, appeared utterly bewildered. What connection could there be between the pirate who dominated the New World and the Revolutionary Army? How could this individual possibly be deemed the leader of the revolution? Qianlan was equally astonished, never anticipating that the gossip would land so close to home. As a pirate, how could he possibly become the leader of the Revolutionary Army without cause? In response, Dragon laughed heartily and said, "Regardless of your willingness, You have now reached a point of no return with the world government. It is too late to speak otherwise. Should you choose to join the Revolutionary Army, the combined strength of the army and the Dawn will be sufficient to overthrow the world government. At that moment, you would become the leader of the new government, provided you adhere to the system I establish. He added, of course, if you harbor no ambition to rule the world, then consider my words as if they were never spoken. Dragon's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence and determination, as if he possessed an infinite power to effortlessly command everything. He believed that no one could refuse his proposition. However, he was confronted by Qianlan, a person devoid of any ambition. Qianlan exhibited no vehement reaction to Long's proposal. She seemed utterly indifferent to power, wealth, and fame, let alone the pursuit of such ambitions. I harbor no interest in ruling the world. What I desire is to journey across the globe with my comrades from the Akatsuki, crafting an everlasting legend that belongs to us. Sabo gazed silently at the man before him, and though he uttered no words, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. The sheer audacity of the man standing before him was indeed surprising to Sabo. Meanwhile, Long displayed no trace of negative emotion. His demeanor remained composed and tranquil. He regarded Qianlan with a steady gaze, as if he had anticipated her rejection all along. Perhaps for Long, such a dismissal was not unexpected. He had mentally prepared himself to confront this eventuality. In any case, this would certainly not be his last visit here. He was resolute in his intention to return. Chapter 146, Arrival in the Land of Waves. As Long spoke, he turned to depart, his spirit seemingly unperturbed. Upon witnessing this, Qianlan rose to her feet. Her voice laced with curiosity as she inquired of Long, "Is that mark upon your face a result of being struck by old Master Carp's slipper?" In that fleeting moment, the room was enveloped in an air of mystery, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sabo stood rooted in place, appearing somewhat conflicted, uncertain whether to continue listening. "No, I truly feel it must be from a slipper. It bears a striking resemblance to a slipper's imprint." After Qianlan finished speaking, she wore an expression that suggested she had already discerned the truth. Long, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "It is merely a peculiar mark." Having said that, he departed without looking back, prompting Sabo to hastily follow suit. Once their presence had completely vanished from the building, Qianlan returned to her seat on the sofa. It was evident that Long regarded Qianlan as a fool this time. Even if Qianlan were to ascend as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, could she truly wield control without a solid foundation? Even if a new government were to be established, Qianlan doubted that her group could contend politically with someone like Long, a seasoned revolutionary. Thus, while Long's offer appeared appealing, proposing Qianlan as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it was, in essence, an unattainable notion. Long's arrival resembled a dragonfly skimming over a lake, creating ripples that swiftly dissipated. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki and the Navy continued to amass their strength, biding their time for the inevitable confrontation. A week later, in the waters surrounding Wano country, Qianlan arrived here with Bartolomeo, Zaro, and Barrett. "Master Qianlan, is this the land of Wano? Shall we fly directly in?" The formation of the terrain in the land of Wano is indeed peculiar. Otherwise, such colossal warships would not be concealed so profoundly, and the presence of waterfalls has certainly shielded Wano from numerous external disturbances. Barrett remarked, "Of course, we will fly straight in, but the green-haired one will require Qianlan's assistance once again. Given Zaro's notorious sense of direction, he could get lost even in the skies." Earth-style, light-heavy rock technique. The ninjutsu of Qianlan took effect on several individuals, who then soared into the air, heading towards the distant Wano country. As Qianlan and her companions drew nearer, the remnants of the beast pirates became aware of their approach. The news quickly reached Onigashima, which remained the stronghold of the beast pirates. "Quinn, the enemy we have been waiting for has arrived," Jean stated with a chilling tone. Harboring no desire to converse further with the already despised Quinn, known as the Plague. Meanwhile, Quinn danced with a seductive rhythm, exuding an air of delight. "Does this mean I can avenge Lord Kaido?" Quinn remarked, making a face at Jean. "Once I have avenged Lord Kaido, I shall prepare to leave, hoping never to lay eyes on your wretched face again." Likewise, Jean sighed inwardly, fearing he might never cross paths with Quinn again. Subsequently, the remaining two prominent figures of the Beast Pirates began to prepare for revenge on Kaido, while only Black Maria remained from the other officers. The rest had mostly scattered. For in the ruthless hierarchy of the Beast Pirates, the lower-ranking members had little loyalty left for the deceased Kaido. Qianlan and her companions swiftly found a location to descend. For the expanse of Wano country is not insignificant, making it a challenge for Qianlan to casually trace the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. This place seemed reminiscent of Hakamai and Wano, yet it also appeared to possess its own unique essence. Zoro, puzzled, scrutinized the map, flipping it back and forth. A preparation undertaken by Qianlan for their expedition, though the map proved to be rather imprecise, resulting in each member receiving a copy. The group remained silent regarding Zoro's notorious sense of direction, trudging along in quietude. Suddenly, Bartolomeo burst into laughter, directing his gaze toward Qianlan. Master Qianlan, we have a local guide at our disposal, the sword god Ryuma of Wano. Let us seek a living sacrifice. Qianlan was surprised to find herself being reminded. Yet she was not quite prepared for it. The group continued to march resolutely under the sun, seeking the elusive presence of human habitation. Before long, they stumbled upon a seemingly prosperous town, bustling with residents of the land of harmony. Where are we? After flying for so long, could it be that we have arrived at the capital of flowers? As they approached closer, Qianlan beheld the majestic cherry blossom tree at the heart of the town. With the grand estate of the daimyo constructed atop it, it seems we have indeed arrived at the capital of flowers in the land of harmony. The scenery is indeed enchanting. Just as Qianlan was lost in her thoughts, a group of over a dozen individuals suddenly surrounded them. Each one drew their weapons, brandishing their samurai swords menacingly at the travelers. You outsiders dare to invade our land of harmony. Surrender at once and accompany me to meet General Orochi. Qianlan cast a disdainful glance at the so-called warrior before her, while Bartolomeo seized the moment to act swiftly. Bang! Before the multitude of warriors could react, Bartolomeo had already felled one, then dragged the limp figure, akin to a lifeless dog, and tossed it at Qianlan's feet. Qianlan took a deliberate step forward, meticulously preparing for what was to come. Impalpable earth rebirth. In an instant, the familiar figure of Longma reappeared before the onlookers. His heart overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions upon recognizing the scene before him. Skeletal sorcery. This is sorcery. The people of Wano referred to the powers of the devil fruit as sorcery, highlighting the narrow-mindedness bred by their isolationist policies. The samurai, initially taken aback, erupted in furious shouts and charged toward Longma. In a fleeting moment, Longma's figure vanished, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the vicinity. Within the blink of an eye, more than a dozen samurai fell to the ground, as if enchanted, rendered unconscious. The residents of Hana no Kuni gasped in shock, retreating several paces in terror, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. Observing this, Longma continued unfazed, his tone calm as he reassured, "Please rest assured, esteemed guests, I wielded the back of my blade." Upon hearing this, the surrounding residents breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet they maintained a respectful distance from Qianlan and her companions for the earlier display of Longma. As a skeleton, had been truly daunting. Qianlan, since this is the city of flowers, let us take a moment to rest. With that, Qianlan casually selected a tavern and stepped inside, prompting the others to follow suit. The surrounding residents quickly dispersed, not daring to obstruct Qianlan's path. The terrified staff could only muster their courage to accommodate Qianlan and her companions, while everyone ordered according to their individual preferences. Chapter 147, The Defeated Sujiro. The Emergence of the Great Serpent. Qianlan, a delightful ambience. The dining tables within the tavern are adorned with white tablecloths, laden with an array of fresh and delectable dishes. Coupled with the earlier performance, not a soul dares to intrude. Qianlan sat at the center of the table, deftly wielding her chopsticks to sample a variety of delicacies, occasionally emitting sounds of satisfaction. Bartholomew and Barrett were engrossed in savoring sake and gourmet dishes. Zoro and Ryuma, using their chopsticks to enjoy sashimi and sushi, moved in perfect harmony as they relished the exquisite cuisine. The restaurant was enveloped in a rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Suddenly, the tavern's door was violently kicked open, and a man with pale blue hair, styled into a massive topknot, strode in. He was followed by dozens of samurai-clad individuals who swiftly surrounded the establishment, leaving no room for escape. The waitstaff, upon witnessing this, promptly retreated, unwilling to partake in the impending conflict. The intruder's gaze was fixed on Qianlan and her companions until it landed on Ryuma, causing his brow to furrow slightly, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. "Are you the sword god, Ryuma?" His voice was remarkably calm, yet tinged with an indescribable emotion. "I never expected to encounter you here." Ryuma was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting this unfamiliar man in such an inconspicuous tavern. While he had no knowledge of the man's identity, it was evident that the stranger recognized him. Keisaku, or rather, Sujiro, composed himself, regaining his usual poise. For the appearance of the legendary sword god of the Shimazuki clan was a revelation he found hard to accept. "What is your purpose in Wano?" Qianlan savored a skewer of chicken and then subtly gestured towards Zoro. The latter comprehended her meaning without difficulty, harboring a keen curiosity about the sword-wielding Kai Shi. In the isolated land of Wano, Zoro was equally intrigued by the prowess of the so-called samurai. As Zoro rose, the atmosphere in the tavern grew palpably tense, with onlookers fixated on the impending clash. Both Zoro and Kai Shi were formidable combatants, unsheathing their renowned blades with resolute intent. "Come," Zoro bellowed, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, his sword glinting with a chilling brilliance as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Kai Shi's head. Undaunted, Kai Shi met Zoro's assault head-on, their blades colliding in a symphony of sharp metallic clashes. Sparks erupted from their swords, casting a dazzling spectacle throughout the tavern. The exchange of blows escalated in both speed and ferocity, leaving the spectators spellbound. Kai Shi will undoubtedly prevail. Eliminate these despicable intruders. The samurai fervently cheered for Kai Shi, whose offensive grew even more relentless, wreaking havoc as the destruction widened. Before long, the entire tavern lay in ruins, with the samurai retreating, though a few unfortunate souls bore injuries. "Green Algae Head, you are far too slow," Zoro retorted, relentlessly pressing the attack and forcing Kai Shi to retreat. The latter, opting for an aggressive strategy, targeted Zoro's vital points. As the battle raged on, Kai Shi appeared to reach his limits, beads of sweat streaming down his face. In stark contrast, Zoro remained composed, his breath merely slightly erratic. "You are still not strong enough, Kai Shi," Zoro shouted once more, vanishing in a flash to appear behind Kai Shi, his blade aimed at the latter's back. Clang! With remarkable reflexes, Kai Shi pivoted, parrying Zoro's attack with the tip of his sword, and once again they found themselves in a standoff. After several more exchanges, both warriors retreated a few paces, locking eyes, both aware that the battle had reached a pivotal moment, with the next move poised to determine the victor. In an instant, they surged towards each other once more, their swords intertwining, illuminating the tavern with their fierce combat, as numerous strikes danced through the air, reducing the streets on either side to rubble. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, Zoro's blade sent Kai Shi's weapon flying, marking his unequivocal defeat. Following the skirmish, Zoro sheathed his sword with a tranquil demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. "That was quite the blade." "Impressive," remarked Longma, elevating the atmosphere further. Just then, Qianlan and Bartolomeo emerged from the tavern after settling their bill. "Ha ha ha. What a disgraceful sight, Kai Shi. My apologies, General Orochi." The great serpent reappeared, encircling Qianlan and his companions once more, brandishing an array of sea prism stone weaponry. As a nation renowned for its abundant supply of sea prism stone, it was only natural for the serpent, as its sovereign, to possess such items. "General Orochi, how do you intend to deal with these intruders?" questioned Fu Sho, the leader of Orochi's elite guard, his tone suggesting he held complete sway over Qianlan and his group. "Hee. Is Kaido truly dead? Then Wano shall belong to me," Orochi sneered, narrowing his slanted eyes as he drew a pistol from his waist. At that moment, his gaze fixed upon Qianlan, as if he had already deemed him the next target. "Qianlan, the Wano country's general, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, has perished." Upon hearing of Kaido's demise, Orochi's expression transformed as he envisioned a future where he would reign supreme over Wano. A smirk crept upon his lips, and his eyes gleamed with derision and arrogance, leading him to erupt into boisterous laughter. Yet, he met his end at my hands. Suddenly, Orochi's laughter ceased abruptly, as if he had been choked. Staring at the diminutive figure before him, he could scarcely believe that the formidable Kaido had fallen to this man. Longma glanced at Orochi with confusion and inquired of Qianlan, "Is this the current general of the Kurizumi clan? How could this be?" As Qianlan was about to elucidate, the great serpent erupted into a furious roar. "Fu Sho, the great serpent's court guards. Eliminate him. Slay these intruders." In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Longma felt a sense of disappointment, as he had not anticipated that the general of Wano would be so inept, lacking even the courage to act personally. However, Barrett paid no heed to such matters. Stepping forward, he unleashed his conqueror's haki indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, samurai and residents of Wano fell to the ground, with even a significant portion of the great serpent's court guards succumbing. The weak, under the overwhelming pressure of the conqueror's haki, were utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 148. Encounter with Yamado. In an instant, The great serpent lost a substantial portion of his defensive strength. He then brandished a sea stone pistol as his reliance. His gaze still malevolent as it fixated on Qianlan, seemingly oblivious to the shift in circumstances. Since it has come to this, I shall take action. Longma expressed his profound disappointment in the current general of Wano. In a flash, he executed a simple horizontal slash, creating a cutting wave extending several meters. Its speed so blinding that the remaining members of the court guards and the great serpent could not react in time. Boom. As the slash descended, the surroundings transformed into a wasteland, dust and debris swirling about. The great serpent and his court guards lay incapacitated, their bodies drenched in blood, appearing gravely injured. Yet, in truth, Qianlan was aware that these individuals merely sustained superficial wounds. Qianlan beheld the strike of the dragon horse, and could not help but marvel at how this seemingly simple blow possessed such astonishing speed and formidable power, enough to leave anyone in awe. What appeared to be a singular attack was, in truth, a convergence of numerous slashes executed in unison. Qianlan was aware that Longma had once again held back. Had he unleashed his full power just now, everything in this place might have been reduced to rubble. Let us depart. We have matters to attend to. Qianlan was indifferent to the presence of Orochi. In fact, he found himself more intrigued by the Zoan-type devil fruit, the Yamada no Orochi. Upon hearing Qianlan's words, Orochi was consumed by boundless rage, yet the terror of death overshadowed all, and he remained sprawled on the ground, feigning demise. It was only after sensing that Qianlan and his companions had completely departed that Orochi dared to rise. Damn it, I shall surely slay these intruders. Meanwhile, Fulu and Sho could only listen to Orochi's impotent fury as they quietly cleared the battlefield. Concurrently, Qianlan and his group, having left the flower capital, were making their way towards White Dance, traversing a desolate expanse of wasteland. The factory of the beast pirates continued its operations, polluting the land. Is this truly the Wano country of today? Longma's tone carried a hint of melancholy, as the scene before him starkly contrasted with his memories of Wano. And he himself had become a mere shadow of his former self, a skeleton. Bartolomeo interjected, "Isn't it simple? As long as we of the Dawn take action, we can surely restore Wano to the visage of your memories. This nation has its own destiny." While Longma indeed could harness the power of the Dawn to revert Wano to its former glory, he pondered whether a deceased soul like himself had the right to undertake such endeavors. Just then, a cloud of dust suddenly erupted from the ground, as if a fierce battle was underway. "Let us investigate," Barrett declared, charging forth towards the source of the commotion. As Qianlan and the others descended helplessly, they followed in Barrett's footsteps. Meanwhile, Maria and Yamato on the ground immediately halted their combat, warily observing the figures descending from above. "Yamato, Black Maria, how did you two end up here?" Upon hearing Qianlan's inquiry, Maria's internal alarm bells rang loudly. As Kaido's son, Yamato had always been imprisoned on Onigashima, his identity shrouded in secrecy. To her astonishment, the leader of the Akatsuki revealed Yamato's identity with a single utterance, which made Maria increasingly anxious. "Are you the one who killed the bull mastodon, Qianlan? Despite his failures as a father, I will still seek vengeance for him." With that, Yamato transformed into his full form, the divine beast, and charged fiercely towards Qianlan and his companions. Maria was instantly flustered. Facing off against the Akatsuki was far from wise. Yet Barrett, cracking his knuckles, also charged directly at Yamato. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato swung his diminutive kanabo with great force, while Barrett met it head-on with his armament-enhanced fist. A thunderous roar erupted as their clash unleashed a surge of energy. The violent confrontation kicked up vast clouds of dust, and Yamato was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through several massive boulders before finally coming to a halt. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yamato realized that the adversary before him was not someone he could easily defeat. Naruto. After a brief moment to gather strength, Yamato swung his kanabo with great ferocity, executing an enormous, slicing attack aimed directly at Barrett. Bang! Barrett also retaliated with a punch, but unfortunately, he could not fully defend against Yamato's strike and was propelled backwards for over 10 meters, leaving distinct furrows in the ground. Impressive strength, he growled, charging once more at Yamato, who had closed the distance thanks to his previous maneuver. Ice Jutsu, Ice Fong. Instantly enveloped in a chill, Yamato swung his kanabo towards Barrett, who, caught off guard, punched out once more. The cold quickly enveloped Barrett, and half of his arm was already frostbitten. Crack! With a sudden surge of strength, Barrett shattered the ice binding his arm. However, Yamato seized the opportunity, opening his mouth wide. No samurai, ice fangs. In an instant, the surrounding area was blanketed in frigid air, freezing the ground and stones alike. Observing this, Barrett immediately activated his combined fruit ability, raising a massive rock to shield himself. Seeing this, Qianlan and his companions swiftly retreated. It was wise to avoid such a widespread attack. Let us go, Yamato. There will be more opportunities for revenge in the future. Upon witnessing the situation, Maria swiftly pulled Yamato away and fled into the distance. In that moment, Yamato was far from being a match for Qianlan, and it was prudent to seize the opportunity to escape. Yamato recognized the gravity of the circumstances. Facing a single opponent had already compelled him to exhaust nearly all his abilities, and continuing the fight would yield no favorable outcome. Once the chilling atmosphere dissipated, Maria and Yamato had distanced themselves significantly, leading to a rather inconclusive conclusion of the battle. What connection does she have with Kaido? Why does she possess Kaido's thunderous gossip? Qianlan, Kaido's daughter, merely that. She bears no relation to our forthcoming actions. Kaido's daughter? The expressions on Zoro, Barrett, and Bartolomeo's faces were filled with astonishment, as they were taken aback by the revelation that such a formidable figure as Kaido could have sired such a stunning daughter. After offering a brief explanation, Qianlan and her companions set forth once more, soaring towards their destination, the village of the Straw Hats. During their journey, Qianlan and her party opted for low-altitude flight, utilizing their observation haki to sense the myriad auras surrounding them. Admittedly, this approach made them somewhat conspicuous, yet Qianlan and her companions remained indifferent, for their collective prowess allowed them to traverse Wano with absolute ease, encountering no difficulties whatsoever. Chapter 149, The Striking Jin and Queen. When Qianlan and her companions appeared, they naturally attracted the attention of everyone in Hat Village. However, the villagers, burdened by their own hardships, paid no heed to Qianlan and her group. Master Qianlan, what shall we do next? We must seek a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with purple hair styled in a bun. Qianlan's objective is none other than Ayu, the disciple of Fei Che from Tiango Mountain. Although the others remain oblivious to Qianlan's true intentions, they nevertheless comply with her orders and venture into Doli village in search of a young girl named Ayu. Qianlan and her companions diligently inquired within Doli village, seeking any information regarding Ayu. Despite the village's notorious insularity, their persistent monetary persuasion yielded a substantial amount of intelligence. Soon, the group convened to share the insights they had gathered. They discussed the nearby mountains, acknowledging the difficulty in locating Ayu. Barrett glanced around at several peaks, realizing that even with the use of observation haki, considerable time would be required. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Qianlan figures appeared before the group, swiftly dispersing to cover more ground. With the capabilities of such a multitude of wooden clones, they believed they would soon uncover Ayu's whereabouts. Bartolomeo, filled with curiosity, turned to Qianlan and asked, Master Qianlan, what brings us here? To this point, we remain uncertain of your true intentions. Qianlan, naturally. It pertains to the ancient weapon that Crocodile has been yearning for. Everyone present possesses some knowledge about these ancient weapons, considering their emergence in the isolated land of Wano. It is indeed quite reasonable. How could I be oblivious to the existence of ancient weapons in Wano? One such weapon, the Pluton, lies within Wano, though this secret is known only to the Kazuki clan samurai. Of course, Orochi is utterly unaware of this, as he attained his position through usurpation. Just as Qianlan and her companions awaited news, a massive black sphere unexpectedly rolled into their midst. The group led by Qianlan gazed curiously at the ominous black sphere before them, a wave of apprehension washing over them as they pondered its origins. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the sphere erupted, unveiling a breathtaking spectacle. The orb began to unfurl, releasing a dense, verdant mist that swiftly enveloped the entire valley, permeating every nook and cranny. As the green fog spread, Qianlan felt an inexplicable heaviness constricting her body, as if bound by an unseen force. Are you not aware of Qianlan's medical prowess? I highly doubt your success, Quinn scoffed, a derisive glimmer in her eyes. Do you think this will be so easily accomplished? With that, Quinn lunged forward, hurling a grenade into the swirling mist. Boom. In that split second of detonation, it felt as though time itself had frozen. The world was suddenly engulfed in blinding white light, accompanied by a cacophonous explosion. The mist began to emanate from the epicenter of the blast, expanding and swirling, shrouding everything in a shroud of gray fog. Lord Kaido, I have avenged you, not that wretched Jin, Quinn proclaimed, executing a sensuous dance to celebrate her perceived triumph. You must flee, Quinn. It has failed. Just as Jin's voice faded, Qianlan and her companions emerged from a massive circular wooden cabin, its surface marred by charred markings. That was a close call. Had it not been for Master Qianlan, I might not have reacted in time. Qianlan chuckled, remarking that it was merely a reflexive action. Upon noticing the arrival of Qianlan and the others, Quinn instinctively crouched down to conceal his presence. Having failed, he resolved to await his next opportunity. With a swift gait, Quinn darted away, paying no heed to the warnings uttered by Jin. The combative Barrett, witnessing this, immediately pursued, brushing past Jin as if oblivious to each other's movements. Jin, standing there, surely sought vengeance for Kaido. Then come forth and slay me. He erupted into a wild laugh. Acknowledging that perhaps he could never defeat Quinn with his own strength, yet he had devised a method to end Quinn's life. The world's strongest man, do you dare approach? Naturally, Qianlan was undeterred by Jin's taunts. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she stepped forward, closing the distance between them to a mere 10 meters. Perish, Jin declared, conjuring several fireballs in his hands before hurling them violently towards the ground. Activating her Rinnegan, Qianlan was still able to glimpse the future, foreseeing a cataclysmic purple explosion akin to a nuclear detonation. She could protect the members of Akatsuki, yet the village of Dopon and its surroundings would be reduced to ruins. In an instant, four invisible figures pinned Jin to the ground, showcasing one of the Rinnegan's abilities, Limbo. To think you would attempt to annihilate me with explosive rocks. I must commend your creativity, Jin. I have studied your abilities, and your instantaneous movements in battle are confined to a very limited range. Alas, this explosion has proven unsuccessful. Qianlan, when I engage in battle and move a considerable distance away, can you still perceive my presence? An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two, particularly for Jin, who appeared at a loss for words. Bartolomeo leaned in, his curiosity piqued as he observed Jin kneeling on the ground. Master Qianlan, what is this new technique? Would you care to try it? Bartle, I'm not entirely certain about this one either. Noticing the somewhat unsettling smile on Qianlan's face, Bartolomeo quickly waved his hands in protest, hesitant to experiment with the master's unfamiliar skill. Suddenly, Jin's body levitated in midair as Qianlan extended his hand towards Jin's abdomen, directly extracting his soul. Under Qianlan's absolute control, Jin's essence was swiftly drawn forth. Is this what a soul truly is? Indeed, it is a remarkably enigmatic entity. The concept of the soul remains a mystery to all. And within the world of pirates, numerous abilities can influence it. Unfortunately, Qianlan is not a scientist and harbors little interest in the study of souls. He merely found Jin's essence to resemble jelly, sparking a fleeting curiosity. As Qianlan extracted Jin's soul, the latter's corporeal form fell silent, devoid of any external injury. At that moment, a shadow clone exploded in the distance, and Qianlan discerned the location of Tengu Mountain Fei Che. I have located Tengu Mountain Fei Che. Everyone, hasten your pace. Qianlan spoke as she set off towards the location etched in her memory, and the others promptly followed suit. Chapter 150, The Ancient Weapon of the Underworld King. A quarter of an hour later. At long last, Qianlan and her companions arrived at the bamboo grove they had long sought. Bathed in sunlight, the grove appeared exceptionally verdant, exuding a refreshing ambience. As their footsteps drew nearer, a quaint wooden cottage, nestled within the bamboo, came into view. There, beneath the eaves of the cottage, sat Xiaoyu and Tengu Mountain Fish, engaged in the art of weaving straw hats. The former general of Wano, Keizuki Sukiyaki, now known as Tengu Mountain Fish, was taken aback when Qianlan revealed his true identity. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, brandishing two renowned swords. Sensing the aura of the blades, Zaro promptly positioned himself before Qianlan, ready for any confrontation. Master, who are these individuals? Why do they refer to you as General Sukiyaki? At this moment, Keizuki Sukiyaki was equally astonished. His concealed identity had been unveiled, leaving him bewildered by the enigmatic man before him. The recent explosion is likely connected to you outsiders. What is your purpose in seeking me now? With that, Sukiyaki enveloped his twin swords in a cloak of haki, his gaze turning icy. Xiaoyu, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fear, clutching tightly to Sukiyaki's sleeve. Yet, Sukiyaki showed no inclination to retreat from battle. Instead, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Xiaoyu. Qianlan, where is the ancient weapon, Hades? I know it lies within the land of Wano, yet I am oblivious to its precise location. My curiosity regarding Hades is insatiable. I am determined to witness it firsthand. The land of Wano is devoid of ancient weaponry, and the so-called Hades is but a myth. Kazuki Sukiyaki maintains a calm demeanor. But how could Qianlan, aware of the narrative, believe his deceptive words? In an instant, Qianlan vanished, striking Shirley unconscious and cradling her in his arms. Soon after, four unseen apparitions intervened, pinning Kazuki Sukiyaki to the ground. The move, Wheel of the Tomb, is overwhelmingly formidable. Few in the world of pirates could withstand it. Lama, do you seek to take his life? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianlan shook her head. Realizing that whether or not she eliminated Gitsu Kiyaki was inconsequential, her primary objective was to acquire the necessary intelligence. She then stepped forward and placed her right hand upon Gitsu Kiyaki's head, swiftly extracting memories related to the Underworld King. In no time, Qianlan discerned the location of the Underworld King and subsequently released Gitsu Kiyaki. Wait a moment for Barrett, Qianlan thought. Considering that the confrontation between Barrett and Queen would not consume much time, it was likely nearing its conclusion. Soon, a somewhat tattered Barrett appeared before everyone, evidently having dealt with the calamity that was Queen. How was it? Barrett scoffed, his disdain evident. That guy was utterly pathetic. I dispatched him effortlessly, devoid of any thrill from the fight. Indeed, the disparity between the officers of the Royal Pirate crew and Barrett was stark. They belonged to entirely different realms of power. Then accompany me to behold the Underworld King, she proposed, referring to the legendary colossal warship capable of obliterating an island with a single shot, which undoubtedly exuded immense grandeur. The ancient weapon, the Underworld King? It was certainly worth testing its might. Barrett, while uninterested in ancient weapons, shared Qianlan's curiosity about the Underworld King's power. After all, no man could resist the allure of a massive warship. Earth release, light heavy rock technique. With Qianlan's low command, the group began to ascend leisurely once more, their figures soon vanishing into the sky. As they soared for some time, the peculiar trajectory of Qianlan's flight caught everyone's attention. Master Qianlan, our current flight path is identical to the one we took to arrive. Qianlan's lips curved into a subtle smile, as the location of the Underworld King mirrored the very spot where we had first arrived in Wano country. The waterfalls of Wano were indeed remarkable. Longma's words seemed to awaken everyone to the realization that, given the immense size of the Underworld King's colossal warship, it was highly probable that it lay concealed beneath the cascading waters. With this thought in mind, the group's pace quickened significantly. Their destination now focused on the waterfalls of Wano. An hour later, Qianlan led the group to a colossal rock situated near the coastline, and at that moment, she dispelled the ninja technique. The secret of the Underworld King lay just beneath this massive stone. Zoro remarked, such a large boulder. Are we supposed to cut it open directly? Despite Zoro's unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, the immense rock, buried deep in the earth and measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, left him with little assurance. At that moment, Ryuma shook his head, indicating that he too could not simply slice it open. Surely there must be a more straightforward method. Master Qianlan, follow me. Qianlan beckoned, and the group began to circle the boulder. After completing the circuit, Qianlan determined the precise location and stood before a slightly protruding stone. Immortal technique, inorganic rebirth. Under Qianlan's deft manipulation, a passage accommodating 3 individuals was swiftly excavated to conceal the secret of the Underworld King. There was no conventional entrance into the depths of the boulder. For an ordinary person, it would likely take an extensive period to breach it. Master Qianlan is truly remarkable, Bartolomeo exclaimed as he was the first to venture into the passage, ready to take the lead, followed closely by Qianlan and the others as they descended. As time passed, the group traversed a considerable distance in the darkness, estimating they had descended nearly 100 meters. Eventually, they reached the subterranean realm and finally noticed the immense entity hidden in the shadows, silently floating in the sea as if poised to strike at any moment. The Underworld King exhibited an imposing presence. Its massive metallic battleship towered into the clouds, stretching 300 meters in length. The surface of the Underworld King appeared remarkably smooth and robust, constructed entirely of silver metal plating, aligning perfectly with Qianlan's aesthetic sensibilities. Upon closer inspection, the entire hull was adorned with an array of artillery, missile launch tubes, and various weapon systems, with the enormous cannon at the bow exuding a majestic aura. In summary, the Underworld King, this colossal warship, seemed to possess formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, awaiting the opportunity for practical demonstration. Let us board and give it a try. Qianlan immediately rushed forward, filled with exhilaration, followed closely by the others. Even Longma, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of excitement. As they held the metallic textures in their hands and gazed upon the remarkably new weaponry, it was hard to believe these were artifacts from centuries past. However, recalling that they were in the world of One Piece made everything seem rather plausible. Once everyone had their fill of the experience, they reconvened. Master Qianlan, let us set sail aboard the King of the Underworld. Chapter 151. Preparations. Departure. With a command from Qianlan, the Ming Wang began to slowly move. Aided by the concerted efforts of those present, this swift control of the vessel was made possible through the assistance of Qianlan's numerous avatars. Amidst the sound of crashing waters and splashing waves, the Ming Wang gradually surged forth from the aquatic realm behind the waterfall. As its momentum increased, the ship began to approach the precipice of the waterfall, enveloped tightly by the flowing water. Ultimately, the Ming Wang successfully broke through the waterfall, emerging from the mist. Its metallic hull shimmering in the sunlight, evoking a sense of awe. The Ming Wang had fully emerged from the waterfall, officially entering the vast ocean of the New World. Subsequently, Qianlan and company boldly navigated the Ming Wang back to the nations, with the final battle soon to commence. 3 months later, in Punk Hazard, Sasaki ignored Dana, Monet, Caesar. Upon receiving the notifications from the two, Qianlan hurried over, having awaited this individual for far too long. In accordance with Master Qianlan's orders, as soon as this little fellow appeared, I informed you. Caesar, at this moment, adopted a notably humble demeanor, verging on obsequiousness. After all, the New World was predominantly in Qianlan's grasp, leaving no room for Caesar to be careless. Monet, adjusting her glasses, regarded Qianlan with a nonchalant expression, perhaps still contemplating their previous agreement. Then let us take a look, Qianlan instructed. Caesar promptly took the lead, with Qianlan and Monet following behind as the trio ventured into a dimly lit corridor. Throughout their journey, Caesar elaborated enthusiastically on his research, likely in hopes of persuading Qianlan to invest more in his endeavors. Qianlan, however, engaged with half-hearted responses, as technology was not his forte. Eventually, under Caesar's guidance, Qianlan arrived at a desolate dungeon. Since capturing him, I directly imprisoned him in this dungeon, Caesar explained. There, within the confines of the cell, sat Peach Boy. His head completely shorn, a topknot fashioned at the back, clad in a pink kimono, looking utterly pitiful. Qianlan would not be deceived by this fellow's appearance. Otherwise, she would be foolish. As for Momonosuke, upon witnessing the arrival of Qianlan and her companions, he struggled to rise to his feet. A true samurai would never yield. What is a samurai, one might ask? Alas, a deceased samurai is rendered nothing at all. Qianlan spoke as she deftly hurled a kunai, which pierced through Momonosuke's chest. In the blink of an eye, Momonosuke had lost his breath, irrevocably lifeless. Both Caesar and Monet were bewildered as to why Qianlan would strike at such a young child. Yet they prudently refrained from uttering a single word of inquiry. After addressing the matter concerning Momonosuke, Qianlan accompanied Caesar to his laboratory. The space was filled with the latest equipment, including the KX gas rocket, potent enough to annihilate a Yonko. Caesar enthusiastically detailed his inventions, brimming with pride. Qianlan gazed at the rudimentary launcher, reminiscent of an RPG, alongside the skull-adorned shells, feeling an unsettling suspicion that Caesar was merely deceiving her. Caesar, are you truly confident that this contraption can eliminate a sovereign-level powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Caesar chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that all 4 emperors had been vanquished by Lady Qianlan, leaving little opportunity for experimentation. However, he assured her that the potency of this KX toxic gas rocket was unequivocal and would not disappoint her. With unwavering confidence in what he considered the pinnacle of his intellect, Caesar sensed Qianlan's lingering skepticism regarding his invention. Very well, then prepare several more rounds for me. They may prove useful in due time. At this, Caesar nodded vigorously, relieved that Qianlan was requesting more, for he feared her disinterest could jeopardize the success of his experiment. Qianlan received numerous devices from Caesar at Punk Hazard before departing. Though unaware of the power of these weapons, Qianlan firmly believed that with Caesar's capabilities, their effectiveness would be commendable. A week later, Germa 66. Qianlan was summoned by Jiachi, and as always, it was Leichio who received her. My lord Qianlan, the chakra fruits you provided can now be replicated perfectly. I have consumed 3 of them, and the effects are remarkable. As she spoke, Leichio clenched her fists tightly, her body stretching straight towards the heavens. Suddenly, she swung her right hand with incredible force, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the area, and in an instant, dirt and stones were sent flying, creating a deep pit several meters wide beneath their feet. It must be said that the enhancement from the chakra fruits is indeed formidable. Even without battle attire, Leichio could unleash such tremendous power after consuming them. Why did Jiachi summon me? Was it to demonstrate the prowess of the chakra fruits? Leichio shook her head, wearing a puzzled expression. She was not entirely clear about her father's intentions. I do not know, but in any case, you should be able to discern the purpose of your summons upon meeting him. With that, Leichio led Qianlan to find Jiachi, and soon they arrived at the familiar laboratory. Leichio pushed the door open, and there stood Jiachi, excitedly holding a small cloth bag. Jiachi, what did you summon me for? Upon seeing Qianlan, Jiachi immediately approached her and solemnly handed over the small cloth bag. This is something I discovered while researching the power fruit. It seems that within the power fruit, there exists a very special factor that can accelerate plant growth, even enhancing crop yields significantly. Enhancing crop yields? This warrants thorough investigation. However, we must not halt the research on chakra fruits. How many chakra fruits have been replicated thus far? Qianlan was somewhat astonished by Jiajia's discovery of crops that could significantly enhance yield, a development that would undoubtedly impact the entire world. Approximately 123 fruits had been produced. However, the growth cycle of the chakra fruits remained rather lengthy, otherwise, the quantity could have been even more substantial. Jiajia's tone carried a hint of regret, as if he felt the yield of chakra fruits was still insufficient. Upon hearing the words, Qianlan felt a surge of joy. After all, acquiring over 100 chakra fruits without any cost was an incredible opportunity. With just a little effort, she could amass a considerable amount. Let me take 100 with me. The remaining ones can be kept for your research and experimentation. I fear that significant events will unfold soon. Very well. Should any new power fruits mature, I shall promptly inform Lady Qianlan. After retrieving 100 chakra fruits from Germa 66, Qianlan returned and distributed them among the members of the Akatsuki organization. In the past, there had never been enough to share. But now everyone indulged to the point of nausea. The disparity in treatment was indeed striking. Chapter 152, The Great War of the New World. Half a year later, in the waters surrounding the world government, 50 colossal warships sailed through the ocean, while the upper echelons of the Navy had all mobilized. Sakazuki, do we truly not need to leave anyone behind at New Marineford? If this operation fails, the Navy will undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow. Should we succeed, it will mark the end of the Great Pirate Era. If we refrain from taking action, we will merely watch as the Akatsuki grows stronger. As the newly appointed admiral, I command absolute obedience to my orders. In the conference room, the Navy's elite forces gathered together. The seasoned admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were present, alongside the formidable trio of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, as well as the newly appointed admirals Green Bull and Fujitora, and the candidates Peach Rabbit and Chavip. It was evident that the Navy was fully committed to this operation, leaving no option for retreat. However, I believe our movements have already been detected. What is the point of such concealment now? Kizaru remarked, nonchalantly trimming his nails while questioning Akainu's strategy. This is a contest of absolute power. Even if we are discovered, it will have little consequence. Sakazuki's words radiated unwavering confidence, asserting that the Navy's strength was sufficient to instill fear in any adversary. Soon, the Navy launched their assault. Under the leadership of the 50 warships and the high-ranking officers, their offensive momentum was unstoppable, swiftly capturing several small islands surrounding the world government. Of course, this lack of resistance was also due to Qianlan's absence. With the emergence of top-tier experts, disputes over territory seemed utterly futile. Ultimately, the Navy pushed forward to the largest island, Coco Island, where they finally encountered fierce resistance. Led by Qianlan, the Akatsuki organization, alongside the former warlords and the Revolutionary Army, transformed this island into the center of attention, prompting the Navy's high-ranking officials to take notice. The two factions immediately stood at a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Long time no see, old man Garp. This can't be your true form, can it? Qianlan, in such a crucial battle, I wonder where you are? Kapu instantly recognized that the figure of Qianlan before him was an illusion. However, he could not fathom why the protagonist of such a pivotal war was absent. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, and the presence of Dragon materialized before the high-ranking officers of the Navy. Long time no see, old man. Kapu's expression darkened immediately, feeling a sense of helplessness towards his son. In contrast, Akainu's face broke into a slight smile. Dragon's appearance served a dual purpose. The world's most notorious criminal and the greatest pirate emerged simultaneously, indicating that the outcome of this battle would undoubtedly shape the future of an era. The Navy's justice would surely prevail. Barrett stepped forward, addressing the assembly. The fate of this era will not be determined by this battle, but rather by what unfolds today. He and Sengoku exchanged a glance, a terrifying thought surging within them. The world's strongest man, Qianlan, had not revealed his true self. Perhaps he had unilaterally declared war on the world government. Both men quickly refocused their thoughts, determined to engage in the battle at hand. This era will be defined by me, declared Akainu as he charged into the fray, leading his forces into the fray. Meanwhile, Sabo, who had exerted great effort to locate the Marimara Nomi, rushed forward to engage in a fierce contest between flames and magma. Come on, old man. After all these years, let me see if your strength has waned. You brat, are you missing my slippers? With that, Dragon surged toward Kapu. And the father-son duo commenced a chaotic skirmish. The magnitude of their clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, leaving the extent of their true powers to fate. Barrett, silent yet resolute, advanced towards Sengoku, who transformed into his Buddha form without hesitation. Their battle was fierce and unrestrained, quickly escalating into a formidable confrontation. Meanwhile, Crocodile faced off against Akiji, and as a pirate of equal standing, Crocodile found himself evenly matched against the injured Akiji. Their duel of ice and sand proving to be a spectacle. Crocodile, I never expected a man like you would fight for someone else. Haha. I too wish to witness the dawn of a new era. Crocodile, unaware of Qianlan's intentions but recognizing the significance of this battle, was unwilling to miss the opportunity, even if it had little to do with him. The world's greatest swordsman sought out Kizaru, and upon facing Mihawk's slashes, Kizaru swiftly drew his Amatsuke's sword, initiating a tactical showdown. Meanwhile, Gion, a candidate for admiral, engaged in battle with the pirate Empress Hancock, their clash of two formidable beauties dazzling to behold. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, why do you appear here to assist Qianlan? Lord Qianlan is a man who aids the Kuja. Naturally, I wish to support him. Humph, humph. Both women emitted a cold snort, and their confrontation became increasingly unrestrained. It could be said that Gion's strike served to diminish the power of the Empress's sweet fruit. And their clash was indeed a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, the other candidate for Admiral, T-Pig, engaged in battle with Croc, a natural-type user of the earth fruit. One was a swordsman of formidable offensive prowess, while the other was a natural-type devil fruit user with exceptional defensive capabilities. Their duel showcased an extreme display of attack and defense. Katakuri, however, sought out the user of the Washwash fruit, Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru. The two engaged in a tactical exchange of offense and defense, with the youthful Katakuri compelling Tsuru into a continuous defensive stance. Katakuri, why help such a person? He's the one who killed your mother. You don't understand. Tsuru was momentarily taken aback by Katakuri's response, her intended provocation falling flat, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. As for the other officers and soldiers, chaos ensued with the Akatsuki members overpowering the Marine Vice Admirals, coupled with the overwhelming strength of the bug-level fruits. Their offensive seemed unstoppable. Had it not been for the considerable number of mid-level Marine fighters and the superior quality of the Navy personnel compared to the pirates, the battle would not have reached such a stalemate. At the same time, as the Navy clashed with the revolutionary forces and the Akatsuki, Qianlan utilized hundreds of shadow clones to maneuver the immense warship, the King of the Underworld, to the depths beneath the Red Line. Of course, this journey consumed a significant amount of Chiron's time as he sought to evade the notice of prying eyes. However, now that he had arrived, all was deemed worthwhile. Chapter 153, The Final Battle. Earth Release, Super Light Heavy Rock Technique. Under Chiron's ninjutsu, the colossal battleship, the King of the Underworld, gradually ascended from the sea's surface. With the manipulation of several hundred clones, the positioning of the ship's cannon was continuously adjusted. Time slipped away unnoticed, with no one realizing what Qianlan was orchestrating. As the King of the Underworld reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, matching that of the Red Line, its massive cannon was aimed directly at Mariewa. At that moment, some began to notice the enormous silhouette of the King of the Underworld. In an instant, the entire Mariewa erupted with blaring alarms, and numerous celestial dragons fled in panic from their castles, while others braced themselves for counteraction, but it was already too late. A colossal laser beam was unleashed from the main ship of the King of the Underworld, striking the sacred land with devastating force. Boom. In an instant, Mariewa was engulfed in a tremendous explosion, a purple light with a diameter of 10 kilometers enveloping the entire region, claiming many lives without a moment of suffering. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, the fierce wind swept away the fog of Mariehua, revealing the scene beneath the dissipating dust. A colossal pit, measuring 10 kilometers in diameter, emerged at the heart of Mariehua, its interior shrouded in a charred blackness, devoid of any trace of human existence. The surrounding area of Mariehua had been reduced to mere ruins, with not a single intact structure remaining. Damn it! A piercing roar erupted from the depths of the blackened chasm, followed by the emergence of 7 figures, soaring forth from within. At the forefront stood Im, adorned with a crown, her golden hair cascading down, exuding a seemingly delicate demeanor. Trailing behind her were 4 elderly men clad in white robes, radiating an aura of formidable strength, though the soot upon them somewhat marred their dignified appearance. The remaining 2 figures were dressed in black suits, and Qianlan instantly recognized their identities. It appears my cannonade has yielded quite the effect. You are Qianlan, the one who aspires to become the sovereign of the world. Much like rocks, Im's voice remained chillingly devoid of emotion, as if human feelings were entirely foreign to her. Despite the immense devastation wrought by Qianlan, Im exhibited no signs of anger, leaving Qianlan momentarily taken aback. Qianlan gazed at him with a smile, declaring, "Rocks is merely a failure, while I shall undoubtedly succeed." The notion of success elicited a derisive chuckle from Saint Satan, who then gestured toward the 4 individuals clad in white behind him. The male celestial dragons are referred to as saints, while their female counterparts are called Miko. These 4 serve as the divine guards of the celestial dragons. Akin to the sovereign elite among pirates, they represent one of Im's trump cards for ruling the world. Taking a step forward, a member of the Gorosei, wielding the legendary sword, Koso, interjected, "Saint Satan, you speak too much." "It matters not, Zeus Saint, for he shall perish here today," replied Satan with an air of confidence. Their tone suggested that Qianlan was but an ant, easily crushed at their whim. Yet, Qianlan was astonished by the formidable power wielded by the world government. It was no wonder that even the mightiest pirates hesitated to challenge them outright. Im then proclaimed, "Surrender the king of the underworld, or I can offer you a path to survival, servitude as my eternal thrall." Qianlan remained silent, swiftly unleashing the pirates she had meticulously prepared. The technique of impure world reincarnation. The figures of Whitebeard, Kaido, Dracula Mihawk, Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kuma materialized before the astonished crowd. Whitebeard spoke, "Qianlan, must I once again fight on your behalf?" Kaido added, "Am I to be compelled to battle for you again?" Truly a despicable character. Well, it has been quite some time. As for Im, the 5 elders, and the holy knights, they observed the unfolding scene with an air of tranquility, having grown accustomed to Qianlan's audacious tactics. Do you truly believe that these few can challenge the world government, which has dominated for 8 centuries? A hint of surprise crept into Im's tone. Perhaps astonished by the resurrection of these figures, or perhaps by Qianlan's cunning methods. If given sufficient time, the world government might indeed find itself in peril. To overthrow the world government? Such a feat must rely solely on one's own strength. Otherwise, what merit would one have to be deemed an everlasting legend? Qianlan's somewhat arrogant words struck a humorous chord in the ears of Saint Satan and Saint Zeus. Do you truly believe they possess the strength to contend with us? Qianlan was acutely aware that the disparity between the powerless bear and Blackbeard, stripped of their devil fruit abilities, and the formidable elders of the stars was substantial. It seemed that no matter how one calculated, his side held no advantage. However, Qianlan was not without strategies, after all. He still wielded a formidable weapon, the art of spirit communication. In an instant, dozens of colossal beasts, each stretching 100 meters in length, materialized in Mariehua, transforming the already desolate landscape into a scene of further devastation. This was the result of Qianlan's diligent efforts. In his quest to find a substitute for controlling the Sea Kings, he had expended considerable energy to procure such magnificent beasts from the ancient island for his spiritual summoning. Protect Mariehua. The CP0 personnel immediately sprang into action, launching assaults against these giant creatures, yet regrettably, they lacked the capability to thwart the onslaught of the beasts. As Qianlan noticed that everyone's attention was captivated by the battle, she swiftly employed her Wheel of Tomb to seize control of Saint Satan. In an instant, her figure vanished from the original spot, and with a decisive motion, the golden dragon inksword struck down. Clang! A forearm-enveloped in armament hockey intercepted the blow before Saint Satan, who, overwhelmed by fright, collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Im remarked, "That was quite an impressive maneuver. I nearly failed to perceive it." Qianlan understood that this was indeed the most formidable adversary to contend with. It seemed that one must rely on their own formidable strength. In an instant, Qianlan's figure swiftly retreated, yet this maneuver ignited the fighting spirit of the crowd. Consequently, both sides commenced a grand melee involving numerous sovereign-level powerhouses, causing the very summit of the Red Earth continent to tremble precariously. Qianlan engaged in a fierce confrontation with him, as the two displayed their formidable prowess in a spirited exchange of skills. Despite the lack of substantial physical strength, Bear and Blackbeard, empowered by the extraordinary abilities granted by the reanimation technique, matched the Holy Palace Guardians blow for blow, undeterred by their seemingly invincible resilience. With the aim of liberating the oppressed populace and overthrowing the world government, they boldly declared, "We are here to assist you, Qianlan." The voices of Betty and Ivankov resonated as they led the revolutionary army in a vigorous assault against the defenses of Mariewa, facing even the formidable officials of the world government. "Lord Qianlan, we have come to your aid," proclaimed the warriors from Dragon Palace, led by Judge and Germa 66, while Caesar ventured forth alone, joined by Neptune and others from Fishman Island. In no time, the defensive forces of Mariewa began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Chapter 154. The conclusion that is not an end. Sensing the tide of battle at Mariewa, visibly darkened in expression, though he quickly regained his composure. "They seem to place great trust in you. Should you perish, everything shall come to an end." With these words, unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki, delivering a devastating punch to Qianlan's chest. Bang! Qianlan's wooden clone instantly shattered, while her original self stood several meters away from him. Indeed, in certain aspects, I find myself lacking compared to the inhabitants of the pirate world, especially you, an ancient creature of 8 centuries. Hearing Qianlan's words, Im responded with surprise, questioning, "You are not from this world either, yet ultimately, you shall perish by my hand. After 800 years, I have yet to grasp the extent of my own strength." Im's words were somewhat disjointed, and Qianlan found them difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from launching an attack. Dust release, original realm separation technique. A brilliant column of white light surged towards Im, who, sensing the imminent peril, swiftly evaded the assault and instantaneously appeared before Qianlan. "After 8 centuries of honing my haki, I have now forged a unique form of haki, the 4th type, which I have named Q." With that declaration, Im unleashed a powerful punch. Yet Qianlan remained oblivious to the impending strike from directly in front of her, absorbing the full force of Im's blow. Boom! Qianlan's figure was sent flying nearly 100 meters by that single punch, crashing into a massive boulder on the Red Earth continent before coming to a halt. The earlier assault had evaded detection by both her Rinnegan and her observation haki, leaving Qianlan somewhat astonished. "Karama, do you have any insight into what just transpired?" she inquired. "It resembles the existence of a domain, even her previous attack went unnoticed by me. However, it seems that within this domain, she possesses the ability to manipulate everything. Allow me to attempt it once more." Qianlan's figure vanished once more, only to reappear instantaneously behind him. Spiral sphere. Unfortunately, before Qianlan could press the sphere against him, he was sent flying backward, crashing into several massive boulders. Qianlan felt somewhat helpless against this move from Im, resigning to engage from a distance. Susanoo. Clad in the great Buddha. In an instant, a colossal Buddha emerged, and the sage mode Susanoo enveloped the magnificent figure. Qianlan found herself amidst the scene, gazing down at him. With her keen eyesight, she could discern Im's figure clearly. "Is this your trump card? Do you possess the strength to challenge the world government?" As she spoke, Im's silhouette abruptly vanished from her sight, leaping toward the distant Red Earth continent. Unable to fathom Im's intentions, Qianlan followed suit, leaping down from the Red Earth continent as well. At that moment, the continent shook violently, as if it were about to be overturned. Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared in the center of the Red Earth continent, and from it emerged a colossal figure, 1,000 meters tall, adorned with 6 wings, and crafted from a radiant white metallic substance that shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an aura of purity. This was Uranus, the king of heaven, a being with the power to suppress all in existence. Qianlan, indifferent to the strength of the heavenly king, commanded the underworld king to unleash a devastating strike. The sacred judgment. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the heavenly king, who then drew 2 long swords from behind and slashed fiercely. Boom! A shower of sparks erupted, sending the heavenly king's figure hurtling back thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt, his form now marred by charred debris. Qianlan did not let this opportunity slip away. She employed the flying thunder god technique to appear behind the Heavenly King and unleashed a full-force punch from the Susanoo, sending the Heavenly King hurtling away for several thousand meters. Futile. Such feeble strength cannot possibly defeat me. With a furious roar, Im directed the Heavenly King to charge at Qianlan, who swiftly brandished two longswords, and the two soon found themselves locked in fierce combat. Qianlan and Im engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation, sending ripples of waves cascading across the surface of the sea. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Red Earth continent could distinctly sense the overwhelming force of the battle below, unable to fathom the degree of devastation that such powerful beings could unleash upon one another. For the triumph of the revolution, let us not disappoint Lord Qianlan. The Revolutionary Army and the members of the Akatsuki felt a surge of resolve, their already advantageous momentum intensifying, while the morale of the opposing world government plummeted further. Meanwhile, the battle between Qianlan and Im has reached a fever pitch, with their assaults growing increasingly ferocious and their techniques becoming more grandiose and expansive. Following yet another fierce clash, both Qianlan and Im momentarily distanced themselves from one another. Divine punishment. Im bellowed, and the entire celestial realm erupted in a brilliant radiance, a beam of light soaring skyward, rending the very fabric of the clouds above. Seeing this, Qianlan charged forward without a hint of fear, her figure colliding with the Heavenly King, causing him to stagger. In an instant, a colossal beam of light enveloped both Qianlan and Im, as the form of Susanoo began to dissipate, including the great Buddha within. Meanwhile, the Heavenly King's body dulled, as if this strike had drained a significant portion of his energy. Observing Qianlan's plummeting figure, Im could not contain his maniacal laughter, proclaiming that mortals could ultimately never withstand the might of the divine. Yet, just as Im reveled in his triumph, a surge of violet light engulfed him, reducing him to mere dust. This was precisely why Qianlan had endured that blow, to buy time for the arrival of the king of the underworld. With Im's demise and Qianlan's entry into the fray, the forces of the world government crumbled like a house of cards. Neither the elders nor the members of CP0 could escape the clutches of death. Qianlan immediately employed the flying thunder god technique, arriving at the battlefield where the navy clashed with the Akatsuki. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki enveloped the entire area. The battle had concluded. The 5 elders of the world government lay deceased, and the hidden puppet master, Im, had also met his end. As Qianlan's voice resonated, the battlefield quivered. The high-ranking navy officials ceased their assault, for the famed blade in Qianlan's grasp was beyond counterfeit, and the original ace of the demon slayer lacked duplicates. With the war's final curtain drawn, a new government was established under Qianlan's guidance, while the navy emerged as the sole enforcer of maritime authority, relentlessly erecting bases across the globe to bolster the new regime's dominion. Under Qianlan's influence, a maritime railway interconnected island after island, enhancing both the flow of trade and the navy's control, simultaneously imposing significant restrictions on pirate navigation, as the existence of the sea railways rendered pirate ships nearly incapable of passage. When the world achieved a semblance of stability, Qianlan and Timon celebrated their union in a wedding that elicited little fanfare, attended only by familiar companions. A century later, 2 gravestones stood side by side on Red Soul continent. The end. Synopsis. A young boy from Earth unexpectedly traverses into the world of One Piece, awakening the Naruto system. Pirates? Navy? Justice? Evil? The future path of Qianlan remains uncertain,